This is a divine-grade fragment of a broken sword. Yet it was despised by the world and thrown in the trash heap. But I contracted it as my one and only divine soul weapon. Everyone who saw it mocked me as a fool picking up trash. Little did they know, the moment I laid eyes on it, I realized it was a blade that would never fade away. An infinitely regenerating demon blade, Shenron. Only because in this world plagued by disasters and monstrous mutations, I awakened a divine-grade system that turns waste into treasure. Anything considered trash in my hands can become a unique soul treasure. Even more unexpectedly for them, I am not only the only one with full red soul power, a prodigy, but also the sole emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, mastering both spirit beasts and soul arts. However, at that moment, I sat in the last row of the classroom, feeling a bit dazed, rubbed my face, and exhaled a deep sigh. Piecing together the memories I just received, I finally confirmed that I had truly crossed over. From the memories, I learned that my previous self was an orphan who had to rely on picking up trash to sell for money and school aid to attend classes. Understanding this, I felt speechless inside. I had crossed from one poor loser to another poor loser. I really am a naturally fated poor soul. The previous generation was a poor loser too. Even the cattle and horses have crossed over, yet here I am, still a poor loser. Suddenly, a series of soft, melodious voices echoed in my head. Binding divine-grade trash system. Binding failed. I was taken aback, my eyes widening. What is going on here? Then another prompt came to mind. Just kidding, host. Divine-grade system. Binding successful. Beneath my messy hair, a smile crept onto my handsome face. Little guy, you've finally arrived. Then, a holographic projection appeared before me, newbie gift pack being distributed. Please check, host. Congratulations on obtaining Soul Energy Enhancement Crystals, Soul Beast Evolution Crystals, and billions of years of Soul Ring Crystals. Soul Weapon Enhancement Crystals can enhance any discarded soul weapon and unlock its potential. Great Power Soul Beast Evolution Crystals can evolve any low-level soul beast, enhance the evolution path, and unlock unlimited potential and hidden bloodlines. Billions of years of Soul Ring Crystals can extend any Soul Ring's lifespan to 10,000 years. When I saw the words billions of years, my eyes widened in disbelief. This is just too outrageous. Even the neighboring Little 3 doesn't have such terrifying soul rings. Just then, a slender hand appeared on the table. It interrupted my thoughts. This person was my homeroom teacher, Ninging Shui. Chen Fan, are you not submitting your soul pen? Do you not want to participate in the Soul Master College entrance exam? Seeing this, I took a deep breath, stood up, and said, Teacher, look at my poor appearance. Do you think there's a way for me to participate in the Soul Master entrance exam without submitting soul coins? The whole class burst into laughter. Chen Fan, you rely on picking up leftover food to eat. How could you afford to pay soul coins? Ninging Shui frowned and said, Chen Fan, don't give up on yourself. Becoming a soul master is your only way out. I know 300 soul coins are difficult for you, but I can help you with 200. You'll need to find a way to make up the remaining 100. Although I knew Ninging Shui meant well, her salary was low, only 200 soul coins a month. Now that I had the system, I didn't want to trouble her. I quickly replied, Thank you for your kindness, teacher. I will participate in the Soul Master exam and find a way to get the soul coins myself. After saying that, I walked straight out of the classroom. Ninging Shui turned and asked, Chen Fan, where are you going? I stood at the classroom door, smiled, and said, where else would I go? Of course, to pick up trash. After leaving the campus, I arrived at the largest abandoned dump in Linjiang City. Surrounding the dump were various shops for refining soul weapons, conveniently located near the dump for disposing of discarded soul weapons. As soon as I reached the entrance of the dump, I heard a wailing cry that sounded like a ghost's lament. Oh no, it's all over. The sorrowful voice made one think that his wife had run off with someone. Seeing this, I walked over and asked, Shopkeeper Wang, why are you crying while holding a pile of scrap metal? Shopkeeper Wang's round face squinted his eyes into a slit, tears streaming down. When he opened his eyes and saw me, he cried even harder. I continued to ask, why don't you speak? Why come to my doorstep to cry? If you're going to mourn, at least bring a smile. Then Shopkeeper Wang threw a pile of scrap metal in front of me. He said, at the dump, Chen, I'm done for. I've ruined the premium soul contract of a distinguished guest. This morning, the distinguished guest arrived, and I lost everything. My wife and kids ran off with someone. It's over. I seriously analyzed, then you really are done for. At that moment, Shopkeeper Wang cried even more sorrowfully. He stood up and threw the pile of scrap metal onto the ground, saying, it's all this pile of scrap metal's fault. Oh, I was just thinking of finding a discarded soul weapon, and here you are, sending it right to my doorstep. I looked at him and asked, you really don't want it? Shopkeeper Wang, with a choked voice, replied, I have no use for this pile of scrap metal. I seriously counted for 3 seconds and told shopkeeper Wang, according to my rules, anything that falls to the ground for 3 seconds belongs to me. Shopkeeper Wang, looking dejected, said, take it, take it. I'm done for. What do I need scrap metal for? Shen, we may never meet again. Then he left, crying. I watched shopkeeper Wang's lonely figure as he left, letting out a helpless sigh. Then I picked up the package on the ground and placed it on a nearby rickety table. When I opened it, I found a pile of fragments inside. From the intact handle, I could tell it was a knife, but unfortunately, the entire blade was shattered into countless pieces. At this level of trash, could the soul energy enhancement crystals still save it? I asked the system to check the enhancement potential of the target trash. A few seconds later, the detection was successful. The target was originally a knife made from high-grade crystal soul iron. Though the blade was shattered into thousands of pieces, the enhancement potential was 100%. After enhancement, the soul weapon's quality could reach that of a yellow-grade weapon. Hearing yellow-grade weapon, my eyes widened in shock. The levels of soul weapons are classified as Royal, Select, Earth, Heaven, Royal, Noble, and Holy. This nice quality actually reached the terrifying yellow grade. At the same time, an attribute panel automatically appeared, displaying the enhancement details of the broken knife. The knife was classified as a high-grade yellow weapon, made from high-grade soul material, with built-in soul skills that are everlasting and infinitely regenerating. Upon seeing this, my breath became slightly heavier. The mere phrase everlasting and infinitely regenerating was enough to proclaim this knife as a divine artifact. As long as I used the soul weapon enhancement crystals, it could be realized. Without hesitation, I bit my finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the handle of the broken knife, completing the soul contract according to what I learned in textbooks. Suddenly, a reminder flashed in my mind. The system detected the host's contract with the soul bond, successfully activating the soul beast contract mode. Please complete the soul beast contract as soon as possible. I widened my eyes in disbelief. Didn't everyone only have the ability to contract one type? I already had a soul bond, and now I could also contract a soul beast? There is no limit to the number of contracts for humans. It depends on the level of their soul power. Under normal circumstances, a human can only contract one type. Then I pointed to myself and muttered, does that mean I'm an abnormal human? The system sarcastically remarked, who would time travel if they were normal? Suddenly, an incredulous laugh rang out nearby. What did I just see? The garbage king actually contracted a pile of junk. I turned to look and saw it was the class monitor, Chu Yue, along with his admirers. Chu Yue quickly walked over after noticing the scrap metal on the table. He said, Shen Fan, you've really disappointed me. I already discussed with Teacher Ning. He would put in 200 soul coins, and I would contribute 100 soul coins to help you buy a soul tool or soul hand. I never expected you to give up so easily and contract this pile of scrap metal. Chu Yue treated me well. According to the original owner's memories, he had given me many gifts against Li Yolu. Having pursued Chu Yue for years without even holding hands, she was filled with envy towards me, this trash. At this moment, her humiliation grew stronger. Trash is trash. It should wallow in the garbage, and have the audacity to want to become a soul master is nothing but a pipe dream. Chu Yue turned and said to Li Yolu with disdain, don't be so excessive in your words, must you be so harsh? Then he turned to me and said, Shen Fan, I never expected you to fall so low. I misjudged you. After saying that, he turned away in disappointment. Watching Chu Yue leave, I slowly stood up and vowed to myself, don't worry, Shen Fan, will never give up. Looking at the broken knife on the table, I focused my mind and activated the system to use a soul energy enhancement crystal to strengthen the knife. As the soul energy enhancement crystal was being used, a voice echoed in my mind, and a purple light struck into the scrap metal below, enveloping it in a ball of energy. The next morning, I returned to the campus of Linjiang High School. The campus was bustling with voices as students entered one after another, chatting about the contracts and filling out their applications. They filled out their applications in the morning and would receive their desired soul tools or soul beasts for contracts in the afternoon. As I entered the classroom, I saw class monitor Chu Yue assisting classmates with their applications. When he spotted me, he walked over and asked, Shen Fan, which academy are you planning to apply to? I replied with a question, what about you? Which academy did you apply to? Chu Yue looked down at his toes and said, the Kyoto Academy, one of the 4 major academies of the Dragon Kingdom. Without hesitation, I responded, then I'll apply to Kyoto Academy as well. Chu Yue looked up in surprise, but the light in his eyes quickly faded as he joked, the soul bond you contracted is hard to get into. I picked a good academy for you, also in Kyoto. However, before he could finish, I picked up my pen and wrote 4 characters on the application form, Kyoto Academy. I didn't give Chu Yue a chance to respond and submitted the application, leaving behind the words, I'll be waiting for you at Kyoto Academy. When Chu Yue turned around, there there was no sign of me left in the classroom. His eyes instantly turned red as the image of the heroic boy who risked his life to save him 2 years ago resurfaced in his mind. 2 days later, I arrived at the National College Entrance Examination venue. The first test today was the Soul Power Test, which categorized soul power levels as ordinary white, advanced green, genius blue, monster red, and legendary gold. Today, I wore clean, brand new clothes, looking masculine and handsome. This outfit was secretly left at my doorstep by Chu Yue yesterday, along with a note saying, "I'll be waiting for you at Kyoto Academy." Remembering this, a sweet smile crept onto my lips. At that moment, people around me burst into laughter at my outfit. Isn't that Chen Fan? Wow, a dog in human clothes, and he actually looks somewhat human. I heard he contracted a pile of scrap metal and applied to Kyoto Academy. What's even funnier is that he was foolish enough not to choose any other academy. Ha, truly the garbage man. Even the soul bonds he contracted are just a pile of trash. He really lives up to his name. I watched their ridicule and shook my head slightly, thinking, your ignorance makes you so self-righteous. Soon, I will show you who the real trash is. At that moment, an announcement rang out. The National College Entrance Examination has now begun. All candidates, please orderly find your respective examination tables according to your application numbers. No cutting in line, no arguing, and no fighting. Violators will be disqualified from the exam. As the large doors in front opened, students rushed into the examination hall. I stood at the entrance of the examination hall, scanning the crowd for that familiar figure, but I couldn't find it. Eventually, I gave up the search and walked to the assessment area for Kyoto Academy. The examining teacher, named Li Huayuan, wore the academy's emblem on his chest. I approached him and said, "Hello, teacher. I am the candidate, Chen Fan." Teacher Li Huayuan smiled and nodded, saying, "Young man, you have great spirit. You are one of the few who dare to apply to Kyoto Academy from the national municipal high schools. Let's start the assessment." At that moment, someone spotted me walking up to the Seoul platform, and they began to discuss among themselves. "Look, Chen Fan is about to start the assessment. The trash actually dares to do this." It was me. I couldn't even get close to the words Kyoto Academy, fearing being called trash. On the other side, Li Yolu had already passed the assessment for a second-tier academy and was excitedly holding her admission notice and school emblem, just as she saw me step onto the assessment stage. "Ah, everyone, look. The famous garbage man of Linjiang is about to take the assessment for Kyoto Academy. He's just embarrassing himself, spinning around like a fool. He truly is trash. If he fails, what's the difference from defecating in public?" His voice was loud, and of course, I heard it. I stood on the platform, looked at Li Yolu, and shouted, "Li Yolu, if I really get in, will you dare to kneel and shout 3 times, 'Dad is awesome'?" Li Yolu retorted, "If you get in, I'll call you Grandpa." Seeing this, I coldly chuckled to myself, slowly walked to the side soul platform, took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and in an instant, the side soul sphere lit up, shining a blinding white before slowly turning red. At that moment, the side soul sphere emitted a buzzing sound as if it had reached some limit, then crackled and exploded. Suddenly, the vast examination hall fell into silence as if someone had pressed the pause button. Their faces were agape in disbelief. Li Huayuan beside me even forgot to breathe. At the moment the side soul sphere exploded, he stood there dumbfounded. Most students at Kyoto Academy were exceptional talents, and while he had seen many with high-level talents like Hongguan, he had never witnessed anyone capable of causing a side soul sphere to explode. Li Yolu's face turned pale. When my soul power talent radiated brilliance, he looked as if his soul had been sucked away, becoming numb. The person he had always looked down upon turned out to be a red monster. Suddenly, someone nearby unwillingly said, "Don't be in such a hurry, he still has the soul energy. That pile of scrap metal isn't even worth a dog's attention, and Kyoto Academy won't want it either." Hearing this, Li Yolu seemed to find a glimmer of hope. "As for the soul energy, that trash scrap metal deserves punishment. I've seen the soul energy with my own eyes, and I want to see how that garbage metal can get into Kyoto Academy. Just think, if Chen Fan fails with a red monster-level soul power, it would become a legendary tale. Wouldn't that be even more satisfying?" Seeing this, Li Huayuan took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and announced loudly, "The first soul power test has been passed with full red by Chen Fan. Now, for the second assessment, the quality test for soul energy and soul beasts. Chen Fan, what is your choice, Soul Energy Master or Soul Beast Master?" I smiled confidently and said, "Soul Energy Master candidate, Chen Fan is ready. Please reveal your soul energy." At that moment, all eyes in the venue focused on me. This former annoying trash man was now the center of attention, and everyone looked up to me. Then, I took a deep breath, opened my bag, and tipped it upside down, causing a pile of refined iron to clatter onto the ground. Under the gaze of the crowd, upon seeing the pile of scrap iron that had fallen, the audience began to stir and mercilessly ridicule me. Li Huayuan's face grew even darker. It was rare to see such a good talent, yet he had actually contracted a pile of scrap metal. However, it wasn't without a chance for redemption. A soul tool master can contract more than one soul weapon, but there can only be one innate soul tool. As long as Chen Fan doesn't contract this pile of scrap as his innate soul tool, he would still have a chance. I calmly said, "Teacher, this is my innate soul tool, the 7 Demon Blade, Shenren." Upon hearing this, not only Li Huayuan but also the audience was collectively shocked. The entire assessment area erupted with various sounds of astonishment. Li Huayuan shook his head and remarked, "A viral monster, such talent wasted." But the assessment must continue. With a wave of his hand, a green light circle descended on the assessment platform, forming a spherical halo. Li Huayuan began, "You must have learned about the Soul Master assessments in your high school theory classes. The Soul Beast assessment measures the compatibility between man and beast. A score above 60% qualifies. As for the Soul Tool, it mainly assesses the Soul Master's own strength and the strength of the Soul Tool. While soul energy is a significant factor, the individual matters even more. I don't know what gives you the confidence to contract such a pile of junk as your innate Soul Tool, but since you've applied, do your best." For Kyoto Academy, slaying a first-level low-class demon is enough to be admitted. As his words fell, a 3-meter-tall mutated demon materialized within the halo, with sharp fangs and a wild mane. The audience gasped in shock at the rigorous Kyoto Academy assessment. No way! Is the test really this hardcore? Hunting a first-level demon as a new soul master? That's just too extreme. Seeing this, I crouched down, picked up the knife handle, and slowly stood up. Before the battle, I needed to test my soul tool first. Li Huayuan looked at the half-knife in my hand with a slight frown as I began to prepare to test the soul tool. I tightened my grip on the delicate knife handle and shouted, "Shen, return to position." In an instant, the scattered fragments on the ground lit up, a blood-red light suddenly shot up, producing a crisp, melodious metallic sound, and returned to their original positions in an orderly manner. A knife, entirely blood-red like jade, was formed. Is it really possible to play like this? The crowd stared in astonishment. Not only them, even the well-informed Li Huayuan was utterly shocked. There's a soul weapon that can automatically restore itself? Wang Ming stepped forward and placed the soul weapon into the soul weapon detector. The detector announced, "Soul weapon detection starting." The entire venue immediately fell silent, everyone quietly waiting for the next result, not even daring to breathe. Detection successful, target soul weapon grade, superior, imperial. The crowd grew even quieter, and even more astonished. The words imperial grade shook the entire venue. My heavens, it's actually a superior imperial soul weapon? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Yolu couldn't accept this result, shouting at the people around him, his expression frantic, "It must be fake, how could it be?" I saw with my own eyes that it was a pile of scrap metal. I saw it with my own eyes. How could scrap metal turn into a superior imperial soul weapon? Fake, it's definitely fake, cheating. Yes, Wang Ming must be cheating. Li Yolu seemed to suddenly realize, shouting at the stage, "Teacher, I want to report him. I report him for cheating." Wang Ming sneered and looked at Li Huayuan. "Teacher, can I continue?" Li Huayuan, coming back to his senses from the shock, smiled and said, "You really are surprising. The assessment continues. Don't be affected by the trash outside." Wang Ming nodded with a smile, extending his hand as the 1,000 blades returned to his palm. This was the scrap metal he had enhanced after using the soul weapon enhancement crystal, named 1,000 blades because its blade shattered into 1,001 pieces, hence the name. The 1,000 blades were entirely jade red, with a purple-black handle. The blade was 76 centimeters long, with a cutting edge of 51 centimeters, a width of 3.2 centimeters, and a thickness of 0.7 centimeters, exquisitely crafted and incredibly sharp. Holding the 1,000 blades, Wang Ming steadily walked towards the light circle, secretly thinking, "System, detect the target. Target detection in progress, 50%, 100%, detection successful, target scientific name, Fong Fong, level 1 demon, advantages, thick skin, durable, extremely fast, immense strength, attack weapon, fangs, disadvantages, clumsy, irritable, slow to react." The system predicts the target will launch a charge plus Fong thrust attack, suggesting the host retreat. Wang Ming had already entered the light circle. Ha! Fong Fong let out an angry roar and rushed towards Wang Ming. Just as the system predicted, it was a Fong thrust. Wang Ming gathered strength under his feet, and when Fong Fong charged in front of him, he suddenly leaped into the air, attack timing 10%, 50%, 100%. Wang Ming swung his knife down fiercely. Fong Fong's advantage was its thick skin, but that thickness was on its back, not in the rear area. As Wang Ming flipped in the air and appeared behind Fong Fong, he struck down before the opponent could react. One strike fell. Along with Fong Fong's rear and thigh, it was split in two, letting out a scream as tragic as a slaughtered pig. Hiss! The 20,000 people below almost simultaneously tightened their sphincters. There was a pain that felt painful just to watch. Although it was indeed shocking that Wang Ming could slay a demon with one strike, this method was hard to put into words. Li Huayuan waved his hand, and the light circle along with the slain demon disappeared simultaneously, leaving the scene somewhat bloody and filthy. He then announced loudly, "Candidate Wang Ming, assessment passed." Li Huayuan's declaration of passing the assessment awakened everyone present, making those who looked down on Wang Ming and insulted him as trash feel utterly ashamed. If such a person is trash, then what are they? Li Yalu's eyes were bloodshot, looking at Wang Ming with a gaze filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The trash he had scolded for 3 years had actually succeeded in entering the capital academy, while he had only entered a second-rate one. He felt a suffocating pressure in his heart. It was as if a great mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Wang Ming passed the assessment, receiving the admission notice from the capital academy, and a reward of 3,000 soul coins, level 1 demon. Wait a minute! At that moment, a voice rang out from the side, and everyone turned to see the mentors from the other 3 academies of the 4 great academies walking briskly over. Li Huayuan's expression darkened upon seeing this. With the 3 of them approaching now, even a dog would know what they were up to. "Teacher Li, don't be anxious, huh?" The first to arrive was a mentor from the Qinglong Academy, looking to be in his 40s or 50s, with a scruffy beard, laughing as he spoke, "Such a good seedling, we just had to come and take a look." He glanced at Wang Ming and nodded, indeed not bad, handsome and talented, clearly a dragon among men. Since he is a dragon among men, he naturally should enter our Qinglong Academy, don't you think? Wang Ming was left speechless. "Shut your mouth." A crisp and assertive voice came through, and Wang Ming turned to see a stunning beauty strutting over, first cursing at the mentor from Qinglong Academy, then smiling at Wang Ming. "Little brother, being so handsome, you naturally should come to our Baifeng Academy. Our senior and junior sisters are all beautiful and understanding. Would you consider it?" Wang Ming's mouth twitched. There was even a beauty tempting him. "Don't listen to her nonsense." A teacher from the National Defense Academy, dressed in military uniform and with a loud voice, walked over. "Women are just red-skinned skeletons. A real man should serve the country. Come to our National Defense Academy and become a military talent. That's what a man should do." The mentor from Baifeng Academy was displeased upon hearing this and retorted, "Red-skinned skeletons? If you have the guts, don't marry. You, who are controlled by your wife, dare to say such things. Be careful, or I'll tell your wife." Just kidding. He. The man immediately backed down. "Teacher Yang, please spare me. I wouldn't dare tell my wife." My goodness, the 4 great academies are actually fighting over students? What a rare sight. I've never seen the 4 great academies compete for students. Quick, take out your phones and post it on social media. Wang Ming is my classmate. Classmate? That's nothing. I've even had meals with Wang Ming. The crowd below was shocked to see the 4 great academies competing for students, and some who knew Wang Ming felt proud and wanted to show off on social media. "Sorry, teachers," Li Huayuan said with a smile. "Wang Ming is applying to our Jingdu Academy and hasn't applied to any of you. Whether he applies or not is not important. We are now offering a special recruitment, okay?" Teacher Yang was not willing to back down at all. "Exactly, Wang Ming, as long as you enter our Qinglong Academy, we will give you double the rewards offered by Jingdu Academy." Double isn't sincere enough? We offer 10 times. 10 times is useless, little brother. If you enter Baifeng Academy, the reward is not only 10 times but also a pair of junior sisters, twins, no less. The soldier from the National Defense Academy shouted, "Stop arguing. Let Wang Ming choose for himself," then turned to Wang Ming and said, "Wang Ming, the opportunity is yours, choose for yourself. Before you choose, you should be clear that you are a man, a real man. How to choose, I don't need to say more, right?" TCH. The other 3 teachers scoffed. Li Huayuan said, "Since that's the case, let Wang Ming choose for himself. Wang Ming, tell us your choice." As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 academy teachers surrounded him from 4 positions, staring at him as if afraid he would run away. The crowd below immediately quieted down. Everyone was waiting for Wang Ming's choice, and many had already taken out their phones to record this once-in-a-century scene. "I choose." Wang Ming slowly began to speak. The man from the National Defense Academy signaled. The beautiful mentor from Baifeng Academy threw him a flirtatious glance. The mentor from Qinglong Academy nodded. Li Huayuan, ahem, I choose. Wang Ming slowly spoke his answer. Kyoto Academy. Ha! Li Huayuan's face instantly blossomed with a smile. Ha, not bad. Your choice is definitely correct. Ha. Alas. The other 3 mentors showed expressions of disappointment. Li Huayuan joyfully announced, "I hereby solemnly declare that student Wang Ming has passed the assessment and officially becomes a student of Kyoto Academy. The reward is doubled. The admission notice is now being issued." Subsequently, the two completed the issuance of the admission notice. Make way, please clear the way." At this moment, a group of reporters rushed onto the stage with cameras, journalists from major television stations flocking in, afraid that others would seize the opportunity first. "For teachers, please step aside, don't block the camera," a photographer gestured. The 4 exchanged helpless glances and stepped aside. Wang Ming was instantly overwhelmed by a swarm of reporters with cameras and microphones. "Student Wang Ming, I heard you come from humble beginnings. How did you manage to turn your life around and become a student of Kyoto Academy, mainly relying on talent?" Wang Ming said without a blush or a heartbeat. "Wang, how did you contract the royal grade soul weapon?" "So easy. You managed to get into Kyoto Academy and were fiercely sought after by the 4 major academies. Do you feel proud of this?" "Just a routine. As the only student from Linjiang admitted by the 4 major academies, do you have any words for your junior classmates? You guys keep it up." In no time, news about Wang Ming surged to the top of various platforms, maintaining high popularity, with clickbait titles making a grand display, driving the heat. Shocking news, a trash student from Linjiang successfully turned his life around by picking up scraps and got into Kyoto Academy. Linjiang's garbage-picking student participated in the high-tech exam, and after the assessment, the operations of the 4 major academies shocked the entire internet. Wang Ming's application to Kyoto Academy revealed, netizens, too unexpected. The interview finally ended. Li Huayuan told Wang Ming that school would start in 3 months, and he must register on time, or he would be treated as having withdrawn. Afterwards, the mentors from the 4 major academies left. Wang Ming squeezed out of the crowded crowd and immediately spotted Li Yuro standing not far away, looking dejected, like Dayu drinking medicine or Zhang Ben losing a match. Wang Ming walked towards him. The people around quickly made way, creating a passage, at the end of which Li Yuro stood indifferently. Standing in front of Li Yuro, Wang Ming towered over him, looking down. "Li Yuro, do you remember our bet?" Li Yuro's heart was like dead ash, his eyes devoid of light. When what he once called trash, the filth he looked down upon, became an existence he had to look up to, the brilliant light from the other person blinded him, the huge disparity was unbearable, and his psychological defenses crumbled. "Kneel!" someone shouted. "Kneel before the esteemed senior Wang Ming." Classmates who had clung to him seized this opportunity and pressured Li Yuro in unison. "Kneel down quickly. This is reality. Human nature is like this. When your identity, status, and power reach a certain height, some things don't require you to do them personally, just a slight display of intent will have others help you accomplish it." The shouts of the crowd were like 2 mountains, pressing down on Li Yuro, making it hard for him to breathe. His whole body went soft, and his legs could no longer support him. Thud, he knelt down. Wang Ming looked down at Li Yuro kneeling at his feet. At this moment, the insults and ridicule he had suffered over the years were released in the instant Li Yuro knelt. From this moment on, Wang Ming would forever be an existence that Li Yuro looked up to. Humph, trash. Wang Ming did not let him call him grandfather, he was unworthy. This word, trash, was returned to him intact. After speaking, Wang Ming no longer paid him any attention. He lifted his head, hands in his pockets, a gentle breeze brushing against his face, blowing his long hair aside to reveal his handsome cheeks. He stepped steadily past Li Yolu, and the crowd on either side looked at him with deep respect, their faces showing humble smiles. At this moment, no one dared to call him trash again. And Rushi doesn't need to take exams, she is directly recommended to the Kyoto Academy. She is not from Linjiang, she comes from a prominent family in Kyoto. The teacher has only heard that her background is significant, but how significant, the teacher cannot say. It is not something you or I can touch. Wang Ming, the teacher advises you that your talent is quite good, and the soul weapon you have contracted is also surprising to the teacher. You are a rare talent in Linjiang City, and the teacher is proud of you, but wanting to get close to Enrushi with just this is far from enough. The waters outside are very deep. I hope you recognize reality and do not deceive yourself. Teacher, rest assured, I clearly understand the gap between people. I won't do anything foolish, but one day I will tell everyone, with no one to support my ambitions, I will climb to the peak of the snowy mountain myself. The sea has no bounds, the sky forms the shore, I stand as the peak at the summit of the mountain. Linjiang City High-Speed Railway Station. Wang Ming stared blankly, his mind replaying the conversation he had with his homeroom teacher, Ningxue. He also thought about how school would start in 3 months. He had to go to Kyoto in advance to find a part-time job to survive. The Kyoto Academy's assessment rewards 6,000 soul coins, but the registration fee for the new semester is already 6,000 soul coins, plus living expenses, at least 10,000 soul coins for a semester, and he still had not contracted a soul beast. Hiss! Suddenly, a tingling and refreshing sensation spread throughout his body, making him involuntarily exclaim, drawing the attention of those around him. Cough! Wang Ming hurriedly coughed to cover his embarrassment. Demon Soul Core Energy Absorption 100%, Soul Essence plus 90. Cultivation plus 1 Current Cultivation, Level 2 Soul Master, 10 of 300, Soul Weapon, Demon Blade? 1000 Edges Soul Beast, none Soul Ring, none Soul Weapon Enhancement Crystal, 0 Soul Beast Evolution Crystal, 1 billion year Soul Ring Crystal, 1 Search Range, 1 kilometer absorbing 3 level 1 Demon Soul Cores only raised my strength by 2 levels. Wang Ming was secretly shocked. According to high school theoretical knowledge, a level 1 Demon Soul Core can help an ordinary person advance 2 levels if they are below level 10. Yet he had absorbed 3 and only advanced 2 levels. Could it be due to my soul power talent? Wang Ming could only speculate, as he had no better explanation. System detected a soul beast that can evolve. A soul beast that can evolve? Wang Ming frowned slightly, scanning the waiting area and spotting a boy about 3 years old sitting on a chair by the aisle, holding an ant the size of a fingertip. Is it this ant? System, check if the target soul beast can evolve. System checking. 10%, 50%, 100%, check successful. Target soul beast scientific name, Iron Fire Ant, a common low-level soul beast, often a toy pet for children, naturally gentle, can be enhanced, 100% after evolution. The soul beast bloodline will be epic. Hiss. Hearing the word epic, the corner of Wang Ming's eye twitched. It is well known that a soul beast's talent relies on its bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the more terrifying it becomes later on. Soul beast bloodlines are divided into ordinary, advanced, hell, epic, ancient, mythical, legendary. Unexpectedly, an inconspicuous Iron Fire Ant, treated as a pet, possesses such terrifying potential for evolution. What a pity. This Iron Fire Ant belongs to someone else. It doesn't matter, he will take action. Wang Ming pulled his suitcase over, sat on it, and appeared in front of the little boy. Then, the suitcase emitted a loud mechanical sound. Beep beep, welcome to use our company's electric suitcase, wish you a pleasant journey. Immediately after, a magical BGM began to play. The heart is racing, love is like a raging fire, you're laughing. The crazy one is me, love like fire will warm the heart, I see the flames of love flickering. The little boy, mouth agape, stared in awe. The toy in his heart suddenly lost its charm. The sudden sound drew the attention of everyone in the waiting hall, and upon seeing this scene, the entire crowd began to awkwardly engage in a toe-counting exercise, embarrassingly counting out 3 rooms in one hall. Wang Ming rode the suitcase, spinning in the middle, stirring the playful spirit of the children. Mom, I want to play with that. The little boy, filled with envy, pointed at Wang Ming holding a lady's wrist. Mom, I want to play with that. Next to the little boy sat a glamorous, perfectly shaped young woman, around 30 years old. She glanced at Wang Ming and thought this was too embarrassing. What was the difference between this and publicly defecating at a high-speed train station? Lulu, be good, we don't play with that, it belongs to someone else. Don't you have your favorite little ant? It's your hero ant. The mother quickly tried to coax him. No. The little boy completely ignored her, throwing the Iron Fire Ant aside. I don't want that, I want this. The mother across from him looked helpless. Wang Ming, seeing his goal achieved, quickly rode over on the suitcase, smiling. Auntie, just let him play for a while, it's fine. The little boy happily jumped off the chair. Wang Ming lifted the little boy onto the suitcase, turned on the music, and to the tune of The Heart is Racing, Love is Like a Raging Fire, the little boy giggled and began to play. Seeing her daughter happy, the mother also smiled. As for the Iron Fire Ant, no one could think of it. After all, for the wealthy, a pet worth a few hundred soul coins was hardly worth their attention. They began checking tickets. The little boy rode the suitcase to check tickets, with his mother following behind. Wang Ming picked up the transparent plastic box containing the Iron Fire Ant and entered the station, not expecting that they would be in the same carriage, just separated by several seats. After sitting according to their seat numbers, Wang Ming took out the Iron Fire Ant from the plastic box and examined it closely. This Iron Fire Ant was entirely copper red, with a large head, developed mandibles, 6 slender yet sharp legs, and a pair of sharp pincers beneath its mouth, along with a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings on its back. The attribute panel automatically appeared before Wang Ming. Soul Beast, Iron Fire Ant Soul Beast Bloodline, Ordinary Soul Beast Nature, Gentle, Non-Aggressive Level, Initial Body Talent, Non-Enhancement Potential, 100%. Subsequently, a comparison panel appeared on the right side of the attribute panel after using the Soul Beast Evolution Crystal. Soul Beast, Iron-Eating Ant Queen, can evolve. Soul Beast Bloodline, Epic, can evolve. Soul Beast Nature, Gentle, Non-Aggressive Level, Initial Body Talent, can infinitely reproduce iron-eating worker ants. Iron-eating worker ants feed on strange insect monsters, immune to water and fire, carries toxicity, extremely fierce. After reading the talent introduction, Wang Ming was moved. Just the phrase infinitely reproduce was terrifying enough, and coupled with the strength of the reproduced iron-eating worker ants, their combat power was among the top in the Soul Beast world. Most importantly, the iron-eating ant queen could evolve. If there were enough Soul Beast evolution crystals, Wang Ming truly wanted to know what form the iron-eating ant would take after evolving again. Wang Ming immediately bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the head of the iron fire ant, beginning the Soul Beast contract. The bullet train sped along at 420 kilometers per hour, the carriage steady and quiet, many people starting to doze off. Only Wang Ming, after feeding the iron fire ant its Soul Beast evolution crystal, was comprehending the evolution of the Soul Beast. Beep, beep. Suddenly, an alarm rang in Wang Ming's mind. System search, demons detected on the left and right sides of the train, highest level of detected demons, level 5. Comparable to a human soul king, estimated host's chance of resistance, 0%, estimated host's chance of escape, 0%, estimated host's chance of survival, 0%. Wang Ming, thank you. If he were to jump from the train traveling at 420 kilometers per hour with his current strength as a level 2 soul master, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. It would be better to die cleanly. Warning, warning, demons are 800 meters away from the host. 300 meters. Roar! Without the system's prompt, the ground had already begun to tremble. The roars of the demons could be heard, and all the passengers in the carriage showed expressions of terror. Although this was not the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, it was still an internal area, with the borders guarded by the Dragon Kingdom's Soul Master army. It had been a long time since they had encountered a demon invasion here. Who would have thought it would happen today? Attention! Attention! The train's horn sounded an urgent alert. This train is under attack by demon beasts. All passengers, please fasten your seatbelts immediately. The train will be making an emergency stop. Please remain calm. The train conductor and all soul masters on board will ensure your safety. Please fasten your seatbelts. Bend down and cover your heads. It's best to prepare for a dive. 3, 2, 1. Screech! The train suddenly began to decelerate, emitting a piercing friction sound. Everyone was thrust forward by inertia, the seatbelt securely fastening everyone in their seats. Wang Ming bent over, holding his head, feeling a moment of weightlessness, the seatbelt around his waist tightly constricting him, preventing his head from hitting the seat in front. During the era of Universal Soul Masters, everyone on the train possessed soul power, so such a shock wouldn't cause excessive harm. Boom! A tremendous roar came from outside, the entire train seemed to tremble, and something unknown happened ahead. After the roar, piercing screams and cries of agony followed. Warning! Warning! Demons are less than 200 meters from the host. Wang Ming knew that the train conductors in the Dragon Kingdom's high-speed trains were mostly at the Soul Dan realm, but he didn't know what level the conductor of this train was. Regardless of the level, they were no match for a level 5 demon beast. 1,000 blades. Out! Without hesitation, Wang Ming took out the knife from his bag and quickly ran towards the rear of the train. The others were still in a daze, waiting. Wang Ming appeared at the last carriage at the fastest speed. Warning! Warning! Demons are less than 100 meters from the host. In the last carriage, the people inside were holding soul devices or releasing soul beasts, preparing to defend themselves. Some even began to strike the windows, ready to escape the train. However, the train's windows were made of high-grade impact-resistant and soul power-resistant materials, possessing strong protective capabilities. Unless it was an adult hell-level soul beast or a soul device of Earth grade or above, it was impossible to shatter them. Clearly, those who could afford to ride the high-speed train could not afford high-level soul beasts or soul devices. How could they break the train's glass? Can you all stop wasting your effort? A lady shouted in annoyance. Have a little self-awareness, okay? With your trash soul devices and useless soul beasts, can you really break the glass? You're all a bunch of broke losers. If only my boyfriend were here, with his adult-level hellish soul beast, he would definitely be able to easily smash the glass and take me to safety. Unlike you useless bunch. Her words instantly ignited the people in the carriage. Everyone began to criticize her. Wang Ming frowned, feeling disgusted by this typical girl, and quickly moved to the window, shouting at them, "Get out of the way, I'll do it." The others looked at Wang Ming with disdain. The woman, seeing that Wang Ming looked ordinary and didn't even wear branded clothes, immediately mocked. "Ha, another poor loser, your entire outfit is worth less than 50 soul coins. Can that broken knife in your hand be a low-grade soul weapon? Hey, this person looks familiar?" Someone felt that Wang Ming seemed somewhat recognizable. A person suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, it's Wang Ming, the genius prodigy from Linjiang City, a full red talent, Wang Ming." What? It's actually him. The soul weapon in his hand is a noble-grade soul weapon. The crowd's disdainful expressions immediately turned into respect and humility. The woman looked at Wang Ming in shock, unable to believe it. "Get out of the way," Wang Ming coldly commanded. The crowd quickly squeezed to make a path. "Warning, warning, the demon beast is less than 50 meters from the host." Boom! A loud roar erupted from the front carriage, and the entire carriage was violently smashed open by an external force. The shriek of the demon beast was deafening, the sound waves reverberating in the carriage, causing people's eardrums to ache. "Ah, big brother, break the window quickly." The woman was terrified, her face pale, completely losing her previous arrogance. Wang Ming dared not delay for a moment, gathering the little soul power he had and injecting it into the soul weapon, the 1,000 blades instantly glowing with a blood-red light. "Break!" He swung down with all his might. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed, the car window exploded outward, and in the instant the glass shattered. Wang Ming shot out at the fastest speed. "Warning, warning, the demon is less than." Boom! A tremendous roar came from behind, a powerful force descended from above, carrying massive energy waves that smashed down, instantly tearing the carriage apart. The huge energy shockwave sent Wang Ming, who had just flown out of the carriage, flying 3 or 4 meters away. Wang Ming struggled to adjust his posture, rolling to land safely. He looked back. The previous carriage had been shattered, and almost everyone inside had perished under that terrifying force. "Big brother, save me!" Outside the train, the woman from before was lying on the ground, looking at Wang Ming with desperate longing. "Save me, please save me. I'll do anything you want if you can save me." Without hesitation, Wang Ming turned back and quickly fled forward. Behind him came the woman's desperate, hateful scream. "Wang Ming, I hate you." The demon beast attacked the train at the junction of Xishan Province and Beihai Province, an area stretching hundreds of miles with a width of over 100 miles in the Qinghai mountain range, where human habitation was sparse, and there were many demon beasts and monsters. After escaping the carriage, Wang Ming had no time to discern the direction and quickly distanced himself from the wreckage. He ran for about 3 hours, supported by his soul power, confirming that no demons were following him before he finally found a large tree to sit under, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, his lips dry, and his throat feeling like it was on fire. The scorching sun of September, combined with 3 hours of frantic running, had nearly dehydrated Wang Ming. System, activate maximum range detection. The system automatically begins detection. Detection range 1 kilometer, no threatening demons within 1 kilometer of the host. Use soul essence to restore soul power. Soul essence value, 90. Soul power recovery in progress, 10%, 50%, 90%, soul power recovered 90%, soul essence value, 0. A warm force flowed within him, quickly restoring the expended energy, sweeping away fatigue like a refreshing drink, bringing him back to himself. He looked up at the sky. It was morning, the sun still hung in the eastern sky. Aiming for the right direction, Wang Ming walked east, knowing that he could exit the Qingtai mountain range, and once he was out, he would be safe. At that moment, a soft female voice echoed mercilessly in his mind. "Warning! Warning! A large number of demons are approaching rapidly." In a luxurious villa in the capital, a stunning figure sat on a soft sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. The warm midday sun streamed through the glass, casting a clean and beautiful halo over her hair, skin, and dress. She cradled her fragrant cheeks in her hands, lost in thought as she gazed outside. A sunny, handsome face with squinted eyes and a perfect set of white teeth appeared in her mind. He was indeed a prodigy with a full red talent. His soul weapon was actually of royal quality. Under the temptation of the 4 great academies, he resolutely chose the capital academy. "Wang Ming, you came for me, right?" Thinking of this, that phrase echoed in her ears again. "I'm waiting for you at the capital academy." And Rushi felt a sweetness in her heart, a kind of sweetness that overflowed from her core, lighting up her face. She felt as if the whole world had turned sweet. Emergency breaking news. At that moment, the 120-inch television in the living room broadcast an urgent report. 3 hours ago, a train traveling from Linjiang City to the capital was attacked by demons, and none of the passengers survived. It is estimated that the highest level of demons in this incident reached level 5, marking the first time our country has faced such a large-scale demon attack, and Rushi was shaken. She mechanically turned her head to look at the television. The host was detailing the accident scene, and the camera behind showed the horrific aftermath. From Linjiang to the capital? When she saw those gruesome images, her heart trembled violently. For some reason, she felt that Wang Ming was on that train. She hurriedly took out her phone to call Wang Ming, but as she opened her phone, she remembered that Wang Ming couldn't even take out 300 soul coins, so how could he afford a phone? When the rescue team arrived at the scene, the level 5 demon had already been slain. It is speculated that the one who killed the demon was Zhao Qingshi, the 68-level Soul Emperor and Dean of the Baifeng Academy, but Dean Zhao was not seen at the scene, and Rushi could no longer listen. She needed to confirm immediately whether Wang Ming was on that train. Beep, beep, hello? Teacher Ning, this is Rushi. And Rushi's voice trembled noticeably. Oh, it's you, and student. Ning Yingxue, on the other end, sensed something was wrong and immediately asked, what's wrong? And Rushi forced herself to calm down and asked, Teacher Ning, do you know where Wang Ming is right now? Ning Yingxue was surprised, not expecting Rushi to care so much about Wang Ming. She smiled and said, oh, he got into the Capital Academy and took the high-speed train to the capital this morning. He should have arrived by now. And Rushi's mind exploded with a bang. Her body and mind felt electrified, and while the person on the other end continued to speak, she didn't hear a word. It was as if a layer of oil paper had covered her mind, blocking out the sounds of the outside world like raindrops. She stood there in despair, tears in her eyes, swallowing her sorrow, her nose tinged with bitterness, her heart aching incessantly. Suddenly, she jumped up from the sofa, rushed to the landline by the door, picked up the phone, and ordered in an undeniable voice, Butler Nyo, I command you in the name of the future heir of the Yin family. Now, immediately, gather all soul masters above the Soul Dan realm, mobilize all the power of the Yin family, and head to the Xingtai mountain range to find someone. I want to see the corpse if he's dead, and I want to see him if he's alive. On the other side, Butler Nyo was first taken aback, then cautiously asked, find someone? Miss, who are you looking for? And Rushi replied, his name is Wang Ming. Butler Nyo responded, yes. And Rushi continued, if there aren't enough people, directly mobilize the Crimson Flame Army. The Crimson Flame Army? When Butler Nyo heard this term, his shock was akin to discovering a new continent. What kind of person could make the young lady of the Yin family mobilize even the military forces of the Yin family? This was not just looking for someone, it was clearly preparing to fight against demons. Miss, are you sure you want to mobilize the Crimson Flame Army? Butler Nyo couldn't believe his ears and confirmed again. Do you need me to repeat myself? And Rushi was now burning with anxiety. The sweetness from earlier had ignited like oil in her heart, scorching her with pain and unease. Her tone was very firm. If anything happens to Wang Ming, I will make all the demons in the Xingtai mountain range pay for it. Do you understand? Butler Nyo had watched Rushi grow up. From childhood to now, he had always seen her as obedient, well-behaved, and lovely, never as strong and severe as she was at this moment. He immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. Understood. Miss, don't worry, we will act immediately. After hanging up the phone, Nyo Yuchuan quickly dialed several numbers, and soon, all the manpower in the capital began to mobilize. Even many small families eager to connect with the Yin family started to take action. Those who were unaware thought something major had happened in the capital. Their only goal was to find a man named Wang Ming. Meanwhile, in the center of the capital, in a 100-acre estate with an antique decor, a handsome young man was swimming vigorously in an artificial pool. With a powerful stroke, he swam 100 meters in one breath, surfacing at the edge of the pool, gasping for air, his strong physique emerging from the water. The bulging biceps and robust chest, combined with his handsome face, were enough to attract many beauties. He was Xin Changguang, the eldest son of the Xin family in the capital. Young Master Xin. A hurried voice came from afar. Xin Changguang wiped his face with a towel, stood up from the water, his physique fully revealed, and looked at the newcomer, asking, what's wrong? The newcomer was the Xin family's butler, Chao Maoyang. Chao Maoyang said, young master, we just received news that the young lady of the Yin family suddenly mobilized the Yin family's forces to go to the Xingtai mountain range to find a guy named Wang Ming. The message was that she wants to see him alive or dead. Wang Ming? Xin Changguan thought for a moment and seemed to have heard of this person online, so he asked, is he the one with that extraordinary talent? Chao Maoyang replied, that's him. He was Miss N's classmate in Linzhang. Now that Miss N is mobilizing such a large force to find him, their relationship must be quite significant. Xin Changguan dismissed it, saying, him? Does he deserve it? Chao Maoyang smiled apologetically, he may not deserve it, but it can't be helped that Miss N likes him. Xin Changguan casually said, then let old Qian deal with this kid. Chao Maoyang replied, young master, there's no need to trouble old Qian to deal with this insignificant person. After all, old Qian is a level 62 Soul Emperor expert. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Xin Changguang turned his head and glared at Chao Maoyang, his tone icy. Do I look like a typical villain in a light novel? Do I have to wait for the Calabash brothers to save their grandpa one by one, only to have him come back stronger to kill me? Just ask old Qian to eliminate him with thunderous force. This person's name must not appear in my ears again, understand? Chao Maoyang replied, yes, young master, I will summon old Qian right away. On an unknown mountain peak, Wang Ming peeked out half of his head, observing the fierce battle below. Half an hour ago, when the system's warning echoed in his mind, he wasted no time and fled at the fastest speed, eventually climbing this peak. Not only did he evade the demons, but he also found a natural cave behind the mountain. Below the peak, a beautiful woman was battling the soul beasts and demons. Fortunately, the pursuing demons were all level 1 and 2, no match for her. However, the sheer number of demons was overwhelming, and the woman's stamina was gradually wearing thin. Wang Ming held his breath, remaining unmoved. What did it have to do with him, a poor loser, to pity the fairer sex? One must have self-awareness. Heroically saving a beauty? Don't be ridiculous. Even if he saved her, he might not even get a thank you, and it could endanger his own life. Such things were only for foolish protagonists in feel-good stories, not for Wang Ming. After all, he couldn't even use the Great Desolation Prison Skyfinger and the Brother Hard decision. Sorry, typo, my mistake. He certainly didn't have a ring grandpa. In his view, it would be better if this group of demons killed the woman. That way, they wouldn't search the mountains and forests and find him. However, from the battle below, it was clear that the woman was very strong. That soul beast alone was at least at the Beast King level, easily handling those level 1 and 2 demons. Unfortunately, the number of demons was too great, and the soul beast was outnumbered and injured in multiple places. Go! The woman could only fight while retreating. Glancing at the peak, she noticed that although the demons were numerous, they were all land demons and couldn't fly. Even if they climbed up, it would take some time, so she ordered, Azzy, up the mountain. This soul beast was the Beast Emperor body? Hell Bloodline Purple Flame Wing Lion King. Upon hearing the woman's command, the Purple Flame Wing Lion King flapped its wings and soared into the air with the woman, flying towards the peak. At the peak, Wang Ming saw the woman and the purple lion flying over and immediately greeted her warmly, your dear mother. He quickly returned to the natural cave and hid the entrance with branches. But Zhao Qingshi, a level 68 Soul Emperor, was not someone to be easily deceived. The moment she reached the top, she sensed the presence of others. With a wave of her delicate hand, a purple flame ignited, aimed at the cave where Wang Ming was hiding. Boom! The purple fire was terrifying. The branches were instantly burned to ashes, and the cave's entrance was wide open. Who is it? Come out! Zhao Qingshi's face was as pale as paper, but the murderous aura on her pale face was chilling. The slight upward curve of her eyes and her cold gaze gave off a sense of danger. Wang Ming knew he had been discovered. There was no escaping. As he walked out, he thought, System, analyze the target. System target analysis in progress. 10%, 30%, 50%, 100%, target analysis successful, target gender, female, strength, level 68 Soul Emperor, Soul Beast, Beast Emperor body, Hell Bloodline. Target soul power severely depleted, soul beast injured, can exert 30% of its original strength, equivalent to a great soul master level. Combat analysis, host's victory rate, 0%, host's escape rate, 0%. Wang Ming's mouth twitched as he reached the cave entrance and respectfully revealed his identity. New student from the Kyoto Academy, Wang Ming from Linjiang, greetings, senior sister. When under someone's roof, one must speak sweetly to live longer. Upon hearing he was a student from the Kyoto Academy, Zhao Qingshi's expression softened somewhat. When she heard the name Wang Ming, she looked at him curiously and said, You are the one with the exceptional talent, the royal grade soul weapon contract holder, Wang Ming from Linjiang? Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. Had he become so famous? He could only nod in acknowledgement. Yes. Zhao Qingshi's gaze fell on the knife in his hand, sensing the energy contained within the soul weapon, and concluded that he was Wang Ming. Noticing the saturation of his soul power, she nodded and said, as expected of a full-blooded prodigy, surviving the train crash is already remarkable, and your soul power is surprisingly sufficient. Are you brave enough to deal with the group of monsters below? Wang Ming forced a smile. Senior sister, I'm only a level 2 soul practitioner. Zhao Qingshi replied, That's why you need more training. Otherwise, how can you grow quickly? I am Zhao Qingshi, the Dean of the White Phoenix Academy. You can call me Teacher Zhao. Once I recover my soul power, I will take you away, but first, you must stop the monsters from coming up the mountain, otherwise, we will both die. Wang Ming was speechless. If it weren't for you attracting the monsters, it seems I wouldn't have to die. Without giving him a chance to resist, Zhao Qingshi walked directly into the cave and declared, The area below is already surrounded by monsters. With your strength, going down the mountain is seeking death. You either hold the mountaintop or get eaten by the monsters. If you dare to step into the cave even half a step, I will kill you. The words I will kill you were filled with a chilling aura. Wang Ming thought to himself, Your dear mother. With no choice, Wang Ming could only quickly adjust his soul power and prepare for battle. Half an hour later. Warning! Warning! A large number of monsters are approaching. Less than 300 meters from the host. 200 meters. Damn! Forced into a corner, Wang Ming had no choice but to wield the 1,000-blade knife and charge forward. Fortunately, the mountain was very high. Climbing the peak had already exhausted a lot of the monster's stamina, and the number of monsters that managed to climb up was not many. With the advantage of the 1,000-blade and the system's analysis, he could barely cope. At the same time, he collected the monster cores from the slain beasts, quickly absorbing them to maintain his soul power. However, as his stamina depleted and the number of monsters climbing increased, Wang Ming was soon surrounded. Warning! Warning! The host is facing life-threatening danger. Danger level, stars. System rewards activated. If the host safely overcomes the crisis, they will receive system rewards. Monster Soul Ring Deepening Crystal +1. Soul Beast Evolution Crystal +1. Huff! Wang Ming held the knife with both hands, covered in blood, breathing heavily, facing 3 level 1 monsters with a cold expression. The system's rewards warmed his heart, but the imminent crisis chilled it. Roar! The 3 monsters roared and pounced from 3 directions. Break up! Blade! Wang Ming frantically infused his soul power into the knife, holding it with both hands, and fiercely slashed horizontally at the 3 flying monsters. The 1,000 blades shattered at the moment of the strike, maintaining its form, creating a knife that was dispersed in shape but not in spirit, and he swung it with all his might. Puff! 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 The sharpness of the royal grade soul weapon was beyond what level 1 monsters could withstand. Although Wang Ming's strength was insufficient to unleash the true power of the royal grade soul weapon, it did not affect its sharpness. After successfully slaying the 3 level 1 monsters, warning, 2 monsters appeared behind. Just as the system's warning sounded, a piercing pain struck him. A level 2 monster climbed up from behind. While Wang Ming was slaying the monsters in front, it suddenly lunged out and bit down hard. It directly tore a chunk of flesh from Wang Ming's right shoulder. Bone was exposed. The intense, piercing pain nearly made him faint, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Wang Ming bit down hard on his lip, breaking it and letting blood flow, forcing himself to stay awake. If he fell now, he would undoubtedly die. But the situation grew even more perilous. 2 more level 2 monsters jumped up from behind, lowering their heads and roaring, their emerald eyes shooting out a chilling light as they slowly approached Wang Ming. Warning! Danger level rising. Stars. Rewards doubled. The excruciating pain made his right arm numb, hanging limply. Wang Ming held the knife with one hand, gripping the hilt tightly with the other, gritting his teeth, his face fierce as he stared at the monsters surrounding him from 3 directions. Level 2 monsters. It completely exceeded his ability to resist. Even with a royal grade soul weapon in hand, he was no match for a level 2 demon, let alone 3 level 2 demons. In this situation, he was undoubtedly doomed. But Wang Ming's character was resolute. He believed in one principle: to live by facing death. He would rather die standing than live on his knees, even though in this era that revered a good death is better than a miserable life. Such behavior was often scoffed at by many, even receiving cold insults of fool. However, in the hearts of dignified and bloody tough men, those who could die standing in dire straits would surely receive a thumbs up, man. Nevertheless, in Wang Ming's predicament, whether kneeling or standing, he could not escape death's conclusion. It was like a person slipping and falling into the water. Whether he could swim was no longer important, he had to struggle to swim ashore, or he would drown. Mobilizing the last trace of soul power within him, Wang Ming said to Enrushui in his mind, "Goodbye." Then, with a shake of his wrist, his face twisted in a fierce expression, he lunged forward with his knife. This left the 3 demons opposite him stunned. This human not only refused to surrender but dared to counterattack us? With a roar, the 3 demons launched an attack on Wang Ming from 3 directions. Wang Ming knew he was no match for the 3 level 2 demons. Adhering to the principle of killing 1 to break even and killing 2 to profit, he aimed at the demon in front of him, concentrated his soul power, and charged forward with all his might. Puff! The demon beast was struck hard on the forehead by the royal grade soul weapon, its skin split open, and a shocking scar appeared on its head, causing the demon to scream in pain. At the same time, the other 2 demons bit down on Wang Ming's right leg and hip, tearing into him fiercely. Half of his buttock and thigh were savagely bitten off by the demon beasts. The intense pain surged again, and Wang Ming completely lost the ability to resist, collapsing to the ground, feeling a hazy sensation of being enveloped by death. Seeing this, the 3 demons showed no mercy, roaring as they pounced on Wang Ming, intent on tearing him apart and swallowing him whole. Whoosh! At that moment, a sharp purple flame shot out from within the cave. The flame curved like a crescent moon, sharp as a knife, and flashed past. Under this purple flame, the 3 level 2 demons were easily severed, their bodies quickly igniting, ultimately forming 3 demon cores that hovered in midair. At this moment, Wang Ming was writhing in pain, his face pale, and his lips trembling. A fragrant breeze wafted in. A beautiful figure appeared before Wang Ming, it was Zhao Qingshi, who had just entered the cave to heal her injuries. After more than an hour of recuperation, her strength had recovered somewhat. With the help of the terrain, dealing with these small fry was sufficient. She looked down at Wang Ming, who was gradually losing consciousness on the ground. His lips were dry, his complexion pale, and his eyes weakly gazed at Zhao Qingshi, managing to force a smile. Zhao Qingshi slightly furrowed her brows, her tone softening considerably. "You did well. Next, it's time to make this group of beasts pay the price." Several hours later, in a cave within the Xingtai mountain range, Wang Ming fell into a deep coma. Due to severe injuries to his thigh, buttock, and right shoulder, Zhao Qingshi carefully laid him on a stone. Looking at Wang Ming, who was sprawled on the stone, exposing half of his buttock and hind leg, Zhao Qingshi frowned. If it weren't for the fact that this guy was a student of the Kyoto Academy and a talent that old man valued, she really wouldn't care about his life or death, and she still had to treat his injuries. As the dignified dean of the White Phoenix Academy, a level 68 Soul Emperor, when had she ever served others? Especially for a little man who hadn't even fully grown up. Humph. Considering the fact that you intercepted the demons outside the cave and for that old man's sake, I'll reluctantly save your life. Zhao Qingshi found a reason for herself and then took out a jade bottle from her soul ring, uncorked it, and carefully poured it onto Wang Ming's right shoulder. In his unconscious state, Wang Ming seemed to feel pain and let out a groan. The medicine on his right shoulder was fine, but the medicine on his thigh and buttocks was troublesome. The locations of these injuries were too awkward. To apply the medicine, she would have to take off his tattered pants. Taking off a man's pants. She had never even thought about such a thing. Zhao Qingshi struggled with her thoughts several times, and just as her hand reached for Wang Ming's pants, it immediately retracted, her cheeks gradually heating up. She had never done anything so shameful. "Damn it, you stinky man, you might as well wait to die." Zhao Qingshi decisively stood up and turned to walk out of the cave, ready to leave Wang Ming to fend for himself. But just as she reached the door, she stomped her foot and walked back. Talking to herself, she said, "What's there to be shy about with a kid who hasn't even grown hair? What haven't I seen? It's just applying medicine on his butt. I'm doing this to save a life. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda." With that, she squatted down next to the stone and reached out her hand. This time, she was determined, but as soon as her hand touched the pant leg, her heart trembled violently. Biting her silver teeth, she reminded herself, "You can't hesitate when doing things. If you're going to do it, be decisive." Gathering her courage, she yanked down hard. Rip! She had pulled too hard. Originally, there was still underwear to cover up, but now, two plump, white buttocks appeared before her. Zhao Qingshi's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Zhao Qingshi's excessive movement caused Wang Ming to wince in pain, and he seemed to show signs of waking up. This frightened Zhao Qingshi, who hurriedly took out the medicine bottle, suppressing her sense of shame, and quickly sprinkled the powder on Wang Ming's buttocks and thighs. Then, trembling, she grabbed Wang Ming's underwear and yanked it up, trying to cover his butt. Halfway through, the underwear seemed to get stuck on something, and she couldn't pull it up. In an instant, Zhao Qingshi understood what was blocking the underwear. Her face was about to explode from embarrassment. Under Zhao Qingshi's series of rough actions, pulling down pants, applying medicine, and yanking up underwear, Wang Ming finally woke up from his coma, grimacing as he turned to check, just in time to meet Zhao Qingshi's gaze. A few of Zhao Qingshi's fingers were still holding onto the corner of Wang Ming's underwear. The two froze for a moment. Then, their eyes instinctively drifted downward. Instantly, two deafening screams echoed throughout the cave. Cough! That! After the screams ended, Wang Ming hurriedly adjusted his underwear and tried to break the awkwardness between them. "Teacher Zhao, thank you for applying the medicine." Zhao Qingshi's face was as red as a piece of red-hot iron, the heat lingering. Hearing Wang Ming's words, the shameful image flashed back into her mind. Sure enough, a hasty glance was the most stunning. That image was like a brand etched in her mind, impossible to erase. Zhao Qingshi dared not think further and quickly said, "It's nothing. As a teacher, it's normal to apply medicine for you. I hope you don't misunderstand too much, understand?" Misunderstand? Wang Ming didn't want to have any misunderstandings with her. Since ancient times, beautiful women have often brought disaster. How many rich young masters were chasing after this stunning and aloof teacher Zhao? If he dared to have any misunderstandings, what would be the difference from seeking death? He quickly replied, No, I'm only 18 this year. How could I have any misunderstandings with a teacher?" Zhao Qingshi frowned. "What? Are you saying the teacher is old?" Wang Ming was so scared he almost shrank his neck into his stomach, quickly smiling. No, what I mean is, I'm not worthy of having misunderstandings with the teacher." Zhao Qingshi snorted coldly, "At least you know your place." Then, with a wave of her delicate hand, over 100 demon cores appeared before Wang Ming. "These are the demon cores from those monsters. I've only collected level 2 cores, which will help you in your current cultivation." Wang Ming was overjoyed. "Thank you, teacher," Zhao Qingshi said. "My injuries haven't fully healed yet. This cave is relatively hidden. We'll rest here for a while. Once my injuries are better, I'll take you to the capital." Wang Ming was, of course, extremely grateful. After that, Zhao Qingshi entered the innermost chamber to cultivate, while Wang Ming sat outside. With a thought, a system panel appeared before him. The host has successfully passed through 4-star danger, receiving system rewards: Soul Beast Evolution Crystal +1, Soul Tool Enhancement Crystal +1, current cultivation level, level 3 Soul Master, 50/300, Soul Essence, 0, Soul Tool, Demon Blade, 1000 Blades, Soul Beast, Iron Eating Ant Queen, Iron Eating Worker Ant Hatching, Soul Ring, none, Soul Tool Enhancement Crystal, +1, Soul Beast Evolution Crystal, +1, 100 million year Soul Ring Crystal, 1, searchable range, 1 kilometer, detected 168 level 2 demon cores. Does the host wish to absorb the demon core energy? Absorb! As soon as Wang Ming's voice fell, the demon cores in front of him immediately emitted a crystalline glow. Strange energy flowed out from the cores, gathering into several colorful streams of energy that slowly flowed into Wang Ming's body. Absorbing demon core energy, 5%, 10%, 15%. Due to the vast number of demon cores, the system's absorption was very slow. Wang Ming closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the stone, feeling the warm energy flowing into his body. Of course, if this scene were seen by outsiders, they would surely be left speechless. They had never seen anyone absorb the energy of hundreds of demon cores at once. Weren't they afraid of exploding from the overwhelming energy? While Zhao Qingshi and Wang Ming were immersed in their cultivation, the entire Xingtai mountain range was bustling with activity. It could be said that it was in chaos. Helicopters and high-level soul masters patrolled the skies, while numerous low-level soul masters searched the ground. Although the Xingtai mountain range was vast, within 100 miles of the accident site, no demon or person could escape detection. Niu Yuchuan personally commanded the operation, meticulously searching the peaks within 100 miles of the train accident site. With Wang Ming's strength as a soul master, it was impossible for him to escape beyond that range in a single day. However, they did not anticipate that Zhao Qingshi had already taken Wang Ming far away from there. At the same time, Chen Zhengkan quietly arrived at the Xingtai mountain range, sitting on a giant eagle with a wingspan of several dozen meters, its sharp eyes scanning the mountains below. After a whole day of searching, he had seen neither a person nor a demon. What's that? Just as Chen Zhengkan was at a loss, he spotted a large area of demon corpses below. He immediately descended, searched the surroundings, and concluded that Wang Ming was very likely nearby. He promptly began to investigate. Half a month later, 95%, 100%, demon core energy absorption complete, cultivation level +6. Current cultivation level, level 9 Soul Master, 65/900. Soul Essence, plus 1680, ha. Slowly exhaling, Wang Ming opened his eyes. The 100 demon cores turned to ashes after losing their energy, scattering with the wind, resulting in a significant boost to Wang Ming's strength. He gently clenched his fist. A surge of soul power faintly emerged, enveloping his fist, with hot currents rolling through his body, his blood boiling, as if he had an endless amount of power to release. Go! He punched out. The fist formed from condensed soul power shot forward, crashing into the cave wall not far away. After the dust settled, a 3-inch deep fist mark was left on the wall. This punch has at least 100 pounds of force. Wang Ming speculated that if he encountered the previous demon beasts now, without being besieged, he could definitely kill one with his royal-grade soul tool. He then looked at the soul beast, the iron-eating ant queen. After half a month of incubation, the iron-eating ant queen had hatched over 100 iron-eating worker ants. The previous plastic box was nearly full, but there were no better containers available for the soul beasts. He noticed a silver-white ring on Zhao Qingshi's left ring finger, which must be the legendary soul ring. Soul rings are expensive, even a 5-square soul ring costs over 5,000 soul coins, and for him, just to take a glance was a luxury. Is your injury healed? A crisp voice came from inside the cave. Almost, Wang Ming quickly replied. Zhao Qingshi's voice followed. If you're healed, go out and hunt a beast. Your dry bread is too hard to eat. Wang Ming smiled bitterly at her words. For the past month, they had been eating the dry bread he had prepared long ago, which Zhao Qingshi had complained about several times. All right. Wang Ming stood up and walked out of the cave. The sunlight outside was particularly glaring. Wang Ming squinted to adjust, stretched his muscles, and prepared to look for prey. Ing! Suddenly, a loud eagle cry echoed in the sky, followed by a booming laugh. Ha ha ha, Wang Ming, I finally found you. Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat. He looked up to see a person diving down from the eagle's head, their strength at least that of a soul king. When did I offend such a master? Wang Ming was puzzled but hurriedly fled back into the cave. Qian Zhengkong laughed heartily. Want to escape? I want to see how you can survive in my hands. As his voice fell, Qian Zhengkong had already appeared at the cave entrance. Wang Ming stood inside with a grin. Qian Zhengkong, bold and skilled, stepped inside slowly. Wang Ming, I have been searching for you for a month. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. You must be very curious about who I am and why I want to kill you, right? Wang Ming shook his head. Not at all. Qian Zhengkong was momentarily surprised, then laughed. Interesting. It seems you have some backing. I want to see who has given you such courage to speak to me like this. No matter who has given you such courage today, you will not leave here alive. Oh, is that so? At that moment, a lazy voice slowly came from inside the cave. Hearing this voice, Qian Zhengkong was slightly taken aback, feeling it was somewhat familiar, but he didn't think much of it. His mission was to kill Wang Ming. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there were very few people he couldn't afford to offend, and even fewer who dared to offend the Xian family of the capital. Being cautious, Qian Zhengkong didn't rush to act but instead reminded, "Who are you, sir? Do you want to interfere in the matters of the Xian family?" Upon hearing the Xian family, Wang Ming's eyelid twitched. He naturally knew about the Xian family, which was as renowned as the Yin family among the 5 great families of the capital. He hadn't even reached the capital yet. When had he offended the Xian family? Hearing the name Xian family, Zhao Qingshi frowned slightly and said, "The Xian family? Do you know that Wang Ming is a student of the capital's academy? Does your Xian family not even regard the 4 major academies?" Qian Zhengkong quickly replied, "We don't dare. It's not that we want to offend the Xian family, but this kid has meddled with someone he shouldn't have." Wang Ming? Then a beautiful face appeared in his mind. Is it in Rushue? Zhao Qingshi sneered. What a domineering Xian family. What if I insist on protecting Wang Ming? Seeing that the person inside was well aware of the power dynamics in the capital, Qian Zhengkong said, then you must think carefully, being enemies with the Xian family. Before he could finish, a flash of light appeared, revealing a stunning figure. Zhao Qingshi wore a cold smile, her eyes carrying a chilling killing intent. Then isn't your Xian family afraid of being enemies with my Bifeng Academy? When Qian Zhengkong saw who had appeared, he was instantly shocked, standing frozen in place, Bifeng Academy's vice president, Zhao Qingshi? Immediately, he keenly noticed that Zhao Qingshi was injured, her eyes showing a hint of determination. Zhao Qingshi naturally sensed Qian Zhengkong's intentions and smiled. What, Elder Qian wants to give it a try? Qian Zhengkong replied, It's not that I, Qian, do not respect Director Zhao, nor do I dare to oppose the Bifeng Academy. But I have a life to protect. Wang Ming must die today. Zhao Qingshi's gaze turned cold, and with a wave of her hand, the massive figure of the purple flame-winged Lion King appeared behind her. Then I shall experience Elder Qian's methods. Qian Zhengkong laughed. Director Zhao, you are injured. Even if you are 6 levels higher than me, you are certainly not my match today. Zhao Qingshi said nothing more and immediately waved her hand. The purple flame-winged Lion King roared and unleashed a stream of purple flames towards Qian Zhengkong. Heavenly Lan Divine Eagle, protect. The enormous eagle behind Qian Zhengkong flapped its wings, then folded them to shield him in the middle. The terrifying purple fire began to scorch the moment it made contact with the eagle's protective wings, even burning the soul power on the eagle's wings, causing it to screech in pain. Qian Zhengkong gritted his teeth and said coldly, as expected of the purple flame, it can even burn soul power. Unfortunately, your strength is compromised now, and you cannot exert your full power. Zhao Qingshi, if you insist on interfering in the Xian family's affairs, do not blame me for being rude. He then shook his arms. Wind blade. Strangle. With a fierce shout, the giant eagle's wings trembled and unleashed a fierce wind, the cracks like blades, slicing through the purple fire and charging towards Zhao Qingshi. Humph. Zhao Qingshi snorted coldly, her mind moving, lion roar in the mountains. The purple flame-winged Lion King stepped forward, appearing in front, opened its mouth, and a roar echoed through the cave. Waves of sound erupted from the lion's mouth, shaking the mountains and rivers, instantly shattering the incoming wind blades, and the terrifying sound waves swept through the entire cave. Wang Ming's ears went deaf. The terrifying sound waves seemed to penetrate his brain from all directions, leaving his mind blank, his body trembling in the sound waves, as if his bones were about to fall apart. This was still under Zhao Qingshi's protection. If in a hostile state, Wang Ming would likely be shattered by the first wave of sound. 1,000 blades. Wang Ming endured the tremors caused by the sound waves and commanded the 1,000 blades to shatter, turning into 1,000 fragments that mixed with the sound waves and drifted towards Qian Zhengkong. Soon, the sound waves ceased. The entire cave was filled with dust, mixed with scattered black eagle feathers, and the cave walls had several one-finger-wide cracks from the sound wave attack. If it continued a few more times, the entire cave would likely collapse. Puff! Qian Zhenkong knelt on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The giant eagle outside now appeared somewhat weak, its feathers seemingly about to burst. If the sound waves persisted for a while longer, this eagle would likely become a bald eagle. Originally, with Zhao Qingshi's current strength, she could not exert such power, but in this enclosed cave, the sound wave attack echoed and caused multiple damages. The power exerted actually exceeded her original strength. How could Qian Zhenkong, at level 62, withstand an attack exceeding that of a level 68 Soul Emperor? One wave of attack nearly took him down. Roar! Zhao Qingshi pressed the attack. The purple flame-winged Lion King stepped forward, appearing before Qian Zhenkong, opening its mouth as soul power began to gather within. Director Zhao, please show mercy. Under the threat of death, Qian Zhenkong decisively softened. If you kill me, you will surely become enemies with the XAN family. I ask you to think carefully, Director Zhao. Zhao Qingshi's expression was cold. Did you consider becoming enemies with my Bifeng Academy when you made your move just now? Qian Zhenkong replied, I am willing to pay the price for this, and I hope Director Zhao will show mercy. Zhao Qingshi quickly pondered in her heart, snorted coldly, get lost. When I return, I will definitely pay a visit to the XIN family. I will make them pay for today's events. Just moments ago, amidst the raging winds, shards of sound waves flew chaotically, and a piece of shattered blade appeared silently at Qian Zhenkong's feet, like scrap metal. It was less than a foot away from Qian Zhenkong's throat, who finally breathed a sigh of relief, slowly retracting the giant eagle's soul beast behind him, preparing to stand up. Wait! At that moment, Wang Ming took a step forward, maintaining a distance of 7 or 8 steps from Qian Zhenkong, and asked coldly, I have a question for Elder Qian. Qian Zhenkong had already anticipated what the other party would ask, nothing more than who you are and why you want to kill me. He sneered, his tone full of disdain. Wang Ming, do you think you deserve to know? Even if you did, what would it matter? Zhao Qingshi's expression darkened. Qian Zhenkong chuckled lightly. Alright, what do you want to know? Wang Ming's lips curled into a faint cold smile as he softly asked, Elder Qian, my question is, under what circumstances does 1 + 1 = 3? Qian Zhenkong blurted out, I am from the XIN family. Zhao Qingshi. Wang Ming's cold smile deepened as he waved his hand, and the shards of blade shot up at the moment Qian Zhenkong was stunned. With a pu sound, it pierced through his throat, while Wang Ming's indifferent voice echoed, wrong answer, kill. You. The sudden attack left Qian Zhenkong horrified. He straightened his back, covering his bleeding throat with both hands, staring intently at Wang Ming, his eyes suddenly flashing with 2 beams of bright light. Wang Ming coldly stared back at those 2 beams of light. The brightness gradually faded until it disappeared, and Qian Zhenkong's body slumped backward, blood gurgling out of his throat. Zhao Qingshi was stunned by Wang Ming's methods, unable to move. She never expected that the esteemed elder of the XIN family, a level 62 Soul Emperor, would die at the hands of Wang Ming, who had just recently stepped into the realm of soul practitioners. Even more unimaginable was that a soul practitioner would dare to harbor murderous intent against a soul emperor and act on it. But what shocked her the most was that Wang Ming's assassination had been meticulously planned. His soul weapon had been prepared when the purple flame-wing Lion King launched its soundwave attack. This meant that at that moment, or perhaps from the very beginning, he had determined that she would not kill Qian Zhenkong. This mindset, this temperament, this method, that was what truly shocked her. At this moment, she had a whole new understanding of Wang Ming. This young man was far from being as simple as he appeared. To kill a soul emperor as a soul practitioner, this achievement was unique in the entire world. Her injuries had not yet healed, and after forcibly using her soul power, Zhao Qingshi's condition worsened. As her tense nerves relaxed, a wave of dizziness made her weak, causing her to fall. But she did not fall. Instead, she leaned against Wang Ming's chest, her ear pressed against his heart, listening to the strong beating of his heart, thump thump. Listening to the powerful heartbeat, Zhao Qingshi peacefully fell into unconsciousness. Wang Ming carried her into the inner chamber of the cave, placing her on a flat stone, his fingers on her wrist feeling for her pulse, sensing that she seemed to have sustained serious injuries, as if from old wounds. But regardless of whether they were new or old injuries, he was powerless to help. Stepping out of the cave, Wang Ming approached Qian Zhenkong's corpse, first removing the soul ring from his finger, then searching thoroughly without any other discoveries, dragging the body out of the cave and casually finding a pit to bury it. As expected of an elder from the XIN family in Kyoto, a Soul Emperor-level figure, this treasure is indeed plentiful. Inside the cave, Wang Ming opened Qian Zhenkong's soul ring to check, his eyes widening in shock at the items inside. First, there are the demon cores, 10 level 5 demon cores, 32 level 4 demon cores, and demon cores below level 3 are useless to a soul emperor, so naturally, there are none of those. Next are the soul beasts. Shen Zhenkong has contracted a total of 3 soul beasts, with his main soul beast being the Tianlan Divine Eagle, while the other 2 are an iron-armored bug and a soul-sniffing mouse. Then there are the beast-feeding pills. As a soul beast master, the most he has are naturally the beast-feeding pills. The price of these pills is exorbitant, something that ordinary people cannot afford. There are nearly a few thousand pills inside, enough for Wang Ming to use for a while. The soul coins are very few, only 12,000 soul coins. Damn, a dignified soul emperor level expert has only this many soul coins. It's really shocking. Wang Ming couldn't help but complain. What finally caught his eye was a silvery soft inner armor. This inner armor, made of an unknown material, resembles a vest and feels silky and soft to the touch, almost like silk. It must be extraordinary if a soul emperor expert would treasure it. Wang Ming directly took it out and put it on. After all, it was obtained for free, so he wouldn't feel bad if it got damaged. After doing all this, Wang Ming cautiously walked out of the cave again, hunted a level 1 demon nearby, and quickly returned to the cave. After a simple cleanup, he started a fire to cook and eat. Then he began to focus on his cultivation. What he looked forward to the most was that billion-year soul ring crystal stone. It was hard to imagine how terrifying his combat power would be once he reached level 10 and absorbed the soul ring of a billion-year-old demon soul. 3 days later, Zhao Qingshi woke up from her coma. The first thing she did upon waking was not to drink water, but to eagerly ask Wang Ming, "How dare you kill a soul emperor?" This was a question she had wanted to ask before fainting, and she had held it in until now. Wang Ming chuckled lightly and countered, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Zhao Qingshi replied, "In the eyes of a soul emperor, you are like an ant. Do you understand? He could crush you with a single hand. As an ant, what kind of mentality makes you think you can dare to kill a soul emperor?" Wang Ming tilted his head slightly, looking at Zhao Qingshi and said, "It's simple, because he wants to kill me. I will never allow my enemies to live in this world. Even if I have to be shattered to pieces, I will fight against the heavens." Zhao Qingshi's heart trembled violently. She admitted that at that moment, she was deeply attracted by the charisma exuded by this small man before her. She couldn't help but ask again, "Then how did you determine that I wouldn't kill Chen Zhenkong?" Wang Ming curled his lips into a familiar smile. "Because you are the dean of the White Phoenix Academy. As the dean of one of the 4 major academies, your first consideration is the dignity and interests of the academy. Taking action against Chen Zhenkong is to uphold the dignity of the White Phoenix Academy. Whether to kill him or not depends on what consequences killing him would bring to the academy. Falling out with the 5 great families would do more harm than good, so I concluded that you wouldn't kill him. But I must kill him because I am too weak right now. Some opportunities must not be missed. If missed, one must pay a high price, a price that I, Wang Ming, cannot afford, so I must act decisively." After saying this, Wang Ming lowered his head, a faint smile still on his lips, as if he were talking about something completely unrelated to himself. Zhao Qingshi looked at Wang Ming and inexplicably felt a pang of heartache. She felt like wrapping his head tightly in her arms. "Ahem." Zhao Qingshi quickly interrupted this unrealistic thought, clearing her throat and saying, "I am seriously injured right now. It will probably take me 2 months to recover half of my strength. Once I regain my strength, I will take you to the Capital Academy. You should cultivate well in the cave, striving to break through to level 10 as soon as possible and become a soul master. The students of the Capital Academy, aside from a few prodigies, are all either rich or noble. Even the newcomers, many have already obtained soul rings with the help of their families. You need to hurry up and cultivate." "Teacher Zhao, what is the highest level of soul master among the new students of the Kyoto Academy in previous years?" Zhao Qingshi replied without hesitation, "Throughout the years, the strongest new student is currently. I can't say, I can only say she was a level 19 soul master at that time, with 100,000-year magic soul. The so-called magic soul refers to the demonic essence that can only invade the bodies of monsters after the changes in the world, which can provide powerful energy to the monsters. At the same time, this essence can nurture a magic soul in the minds of the monsters, allowing them to gain intelligence. Some high-level monsters even surpass humans in intelligence and can speak human language. The strength of the magic soul depends on the age of the essence when it invades the monster. Similarly, humans have gradually discovered in their cultivation that every time they reach a critical point in strength, they need to absorb magic souls to form soul rings in order to break through. Over time, both monsters and humans have classified magic souls into levels: 10-year soul ring, magic soul; 100-year soul ring, magic soul; 1,000-year soul ring, magic soul; 10,000-year soul ring, magic soul; 100,000-year soul ring, magic soul; million-year soul ring, magic soul. 100,000-year soul ring? Wang Ming murmured to himself, then a faint smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that my billion-year soul ring will surely shock the universe. 15 days later. Damn, such a large Xingtai mountain range. How come there's not even a shadow of a monster? After searching for half a day without seeing a single monster, Wang Ming was speechless. He began to doubt whether this was still the notoriously dangerous Xingtai mountain range from legends. Little did he know, 10 days prior, and Rushui, unable to find Wang Ming, was furious and ordered a massacre of the monsters within the Xingtai mountain range. Any visible monster was killed. Some clever monsters hid in caves, too afraid to come out. This was bad. It almost starved Wang Ming, who was trying to survive in the mountains. System detection. There are second-level monsters hidden in the cave 900 ahead. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded, and a smile crept onto Wang Ming's face. After searching for so long, he finally found a monster. A second-level monster. With his current strength as a 10th-level soul master, plus his royal-grade soul weapon, he could easily handle it. However, he thought for a moment and decided to forego using the soul weapon. Instead, with a thought, over 200 iron-eating ants flew out. He had contracted these soul beasts for so long and had never used them, so he would practice on this monster. Go! Under Wang Ming's control, the 200 iron-eating ants gathered in mid-air, swirling and flying forward, rushing into the cave to attack the monster inside. Roar! The monster inside began to struggle wildly upon hearing the commotion, but unfortunately, the space in the monster's lair was small, leaving it nowhere to hide. The small iron-eating ants were everywhere, biting at the monster, and the cave echoed with the monster's cries. Before long, the cries gradually weakened until they disappeared, and over 100 iron-eating ants flew out in groups. According to the system scan, 76 iron-eating ants were lost in this battle, leaving 158 remaining. This result was quite good. The entrance to the cave was half a person high, and Wang Ming bent down to crawl inside. A foul smell rushed into his nostrils, and the dim light made him momentarily blind. After slowly adapting, he could finally see clearly that the cave was 2 meters high and about 3 square meters in area, and the monster inside was a mutated wild boar. 3 faint beams of light shone into the cave. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows? Wang Ming was surprised. He didn't expect this pig to be so cunning and smart. Of course, pigs are inherently intelligent, and there is evidence to support that. However, if a monster can be this clever, it can only mean one thing: this pig has already developed a magic soul. Only by nurturing a magic soul in its mind can it gain intelligence and even begin to speak human language. It is said that a 10th level monster can even transform into a human form. With a hint of anticipation, Wang Ming walked up to the demon wild boar and, using the knowledge from his high school textbooks, slowly probed his soul power into the boar's mind. At a certain moment, a look of joy appeared on Wang Ming's face. Indeed, it possesses a demon soul. He quickly used his soul power as a guide, gently drawing out the demon soul according to the textbook's instructions. Soon, a white halo illuminated the boar's forehead, gradually detaching from its head and hovering above it. The white halo rippled in the air, seeming to be on the verge of dispersing at any moment. Is this the soul ring? The white halo was 4 fingers wide, adorned with 3 evenly spaced protruding points, exquisitely crafted. The 3 points represented a duration of 30 years, meaning that the demon's malevolent essence had existed for 30 years, and the color of the demon soul was white. According to the experiences summarized by soul masters over the past 300 years, a 10-year soul ring is white, a 100-year soul ring is brown, a 1,000-year soul ring is purple, a 10,000-year soul ring is black, a 100,000-year soul ring is red, and a 1,000,000-year soul ring is gold. As for those exceeding 1,000,000 years, none have ever appeared. I wonder what color a 1,000,000,000-year soul ring would be. Wang Ming licked his lips, his eyes filled with expectation. Ever since he obtained the 1,000,000,000-year soul ring crystal, he had been eagerly awaiting this day, and now, he had finally arrived. 1,000,000,000-year soul ring, here I come. System, can the soul ring use the 1,000,000,000-year soul ring crystal? All soul rings, regardless of duration, can use the 1,000,000,000-year soul ring crystal. Note: the 1,000,000,000-year soul ring crystal must be absorbed simultaneously with the host's soul ring. Note: the soul power of the 1,000,000,000-year soul ring exceeds the host's capacity. Should the soul power sealing function be activated during absorption? Activate. Soul power sealing function activated. Wang Ming took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and with a thought, the 1,000,000,000-year soul ring crystal floated before his chest. Then, he gently guided the white soul ring to slowly descend into the palm of his right hand. As it fell, the soul ring rapidly shrank, becoming a solid halo the size of a bracelet. The 1,000,000,000-year soul ring crystal floated slightly above the center of the soul ring. Taking another deep breath, he closed his eyes, relaxed his body and mind, cleared his thoughts, and focused all his attention on the soul ring. At that moment, the 1,000,000,000-year soul ring crystal emitted a blinding light, which flowed downward into the soul ring. The white soul ring began to tremble excitedly, spinning like a greedy baby suckling at its mother's breast. During the rapid spinning, the original 3 points gradually transformed into 4, 5. At the same time, Wang Ming began to absorb the soul ring. A wave of scorching energy surged wildly into his body. This immense energy initially flowed like a babbling brook, gradually transforming into a murmuring river. The searing energy coursed through his body, and Wang Ming's consciousness was completely immersed in that boiling ocean, as waves of soul ring power washed over him, elevating his awareness as if under the enhancement of the soul ring's power. In the depths of his mind, it felt as if he lifted his head to gaze upward. His vision pierced through the cave above, through 10,000 meters of altitude, through the atmosphere of the blue planet, and through the vast starry sky, countless points of light rushing backward. He didn't know how long it had been. Finally, his vision stopped traversing, revealing an expansive, boundless, and unfathomable black starry sky. Within this starry expanse, countless planets floated, their sizes far exceeding Wang Ming's comprehension. At that moment, in the distance among the countless planets, he seemed to see a gigantic figure. This figure was terrifyingly large, with countless massive planets appearing as basketballs before it. The figure was thin, so thin that it seemed it might disperse at any moment. It seemed to have crossed billions of light years, carrying a sense of distance, antiquity, and a profound aura, revealing traces of countless ages. He seemed to sense Wang Ming's gaze, slowly turning around to look at him. The figure had no discernible features. It was impossible to tell whether it was male or female. It did not speak, but a voice spread through the starry sky. "You have come. You have come. Have come." The voice seemed to traverse countless ages. The distant sound echoed for a long time in the vast, boundless starry sky, reaching Wang Ming's ears, resembling the sound transmitted through a paper cup from dozens of meters away. In front of him, Wang Ming felt as small as a grain of sand in the dust. He mustered his courage to ask, "Who are you?" Who? The voice lingered in the starry sky, sounding even more desolate. At that moment, the enormous figure moved slightly. In the dark, boundless starry sky, it seemed to hear Wang Ming's voice, its body shifting slightly as it slowly raised a hand. Its movements appeared incredibly slow, as if played back at several times the normal speed. A single finger pointed at Wang Ming. This finger was unimaginably large, as if it had crossed countless light years and galaxies to reach him. Before the finger descended, a terrifying pressure began to ravage the starry sky, a storm erupting as the finger drew closer. Boom! 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 The planets before Wang Ming were obliterated in the storm. Before this finger, those planets disintegrated like basketballs filled with clutter bursting apart. As the finger approached, it seemed as if the entire starry sky was left with only that terrifying finger. Everything before him appeared fragile in the presence of the finger, turning to nothingness wherever it pointed. Crack! 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 The starry sky seemed unable to withstand the terrifying energy and began to shatter, cracks forming around Wang Ming, beneath his feet, above his head, like a broken mirror. The surrounding fractures accelerated, becoming denser. Bang! Just as the finger was about to appear before Wang Ming, everything around him vanished with a bang, leaving only that finger in the entire starry sky. Wang Ming's pupils trembled. The overwhelming pressure made it hard for him to breathe. Before this finger, he felt as fragile as a piece of paper, easily crushed into fragments. The shock this finger brought to his soul was beyond words. Ancient finger of desolation. An ancient voice echoed, as if in his ear, yet also as if it came from the distant starry sky. The finger descended. It landed atop Wang Ming's head, and at the same time, he saw everything around him begin to flow backward at an incredible speed, turning everything into points of light. The blue planet appeared beneath his feet, followed by the Qingtai mountain range, and finally that cave. Boom! A violent wave of energy radiated outward from Wang Ming, shaking the entire mountain of the cave, causing several cracks to form inside, and massive boulders to roll and splash down. Wang Ming still kept his eyes tightly closed. The billion-year soul ring crystal gradually shrank from the size of a fist to that of a fingertip, eventually disappearing completely, while the white soul ring transformed into a black-red color, emanating a terrifying glow. Billion-year soul ring soul power seal, 20%, 50%, 70%, 90%, 99, 9, 8 nines, 9%, releasing host can withstand soul power 0, 0, 8 zeros, 0 9%, soul ring lifespan compressed to 900,000 years. Cultivation plus 8, current cultivation, level 18 soul master, 10/1800, soul ring, 900,000 year first soul ring. Soul skill, ancient finger of desolation. Soul essence, 60,000, detection range, 2 kilometers, buzz. The black-red glow of the soul ring illuminated the entire cave in black-red, the soul ring rapidly expanding from its original bracelet size, encircling Wang Ming in the middle, slowly rotating, with 9 sharp points evenly distributed, exquisite and beautiful. Who? Wang Ming slowly opened his eyes, a flash of red light passing through his gaze. 900,000-year soul ring. Looking at the black-red soul ring before him, Wang Ming felt a surge of heat in his heart. He stood up, the soul ring spinning around his waist, releasing a terrifying pressure that made everything around him prostrate on the ground. The image of that heart-stopping finger flashed in his mind, the horrifying scene vividly replaying, and he murmured, "Is this the soul skill of a billion-year soul ring? Ancient one finger." He was eager to test the power of this finger, to see how much might it could unleash under the compression of the 900,000-year soul ring. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming's expression turned serious as he mobilized his soul power, slowly raising his hand. The soul ring at his waist quickly ascended, expanding rapidly until it reached its maximum size within the cave. Ancient One. As the words left his mouth, the scene within the soul ring suddenly changed, like a mirror reflecting a dark starry sky, an ancient and desolate aura rushing towards him. At that moment, Wang Ming seemed to embody the ancient god. One finger. Wang Ming's hand slowly pointed downwards, a terrifying hand descending from the starry sky of the soul ring. Whoosh! The finger had not fully descended when Wang Ming quickly retracted the soul skill, for at the moment that hand appeared, he felt a jolt of fear. In the depths of his being, he sensed that he was somehow possessed by the ancient god, and he felt that if this finger struck down, the mountain would be flattened. The soul power within him was also drained in that instant. Even the power unleashed by Qin Zhengkang and Zhao Qingshi during their battle was less than 1% of this finger's might. How terrifying was this force? And this was merely the power released by the 900,000-year soul ring. What if it were 1,000,000 years, 10 million years? At this thought, Wang Ming's breath quickened. This was his greatest trump card, one that could absolutely reverse the situation. Even a soul master above level 70 would likely not withstand this finger. He retracted the soul ring and looked at his own body. After the tempering of his soul power, Wang Ming's body had undergone significant changes. The most direct change was his height, which had increased by several centimeters during the absorption of the soul ring. At 18 years old, he now stood at 182 centimeters, and his physique had become more robust, no longer appearing weak. Clenching his fists, he felt as if he had the strength of millions of pounds, with a premonition that he could shatter the cave before him with a single punch. Of course, he did not attempt it. Easily lifting the demon pig, Wang Ming left the cave and quickly returned to his dwelling. Why did you take so long? As soon as he reached the entrance of the dwelling, Zhao Qingshi stood there with a frown, her expression showing some concern. Wang Ming was taken aback. Was it very long? 15 days, do you think that's long? Zhao Qingshi looked at him with a strange gaze, feeling that Wang Ming seemed to have changed in some way, though she couldn't pinpoint how. 15 days? Wang Ming's eyes widened in shock, but he felt as if only half a day had passed, and the time difference between entering and exiting the cave wasn't significant. How could it have been so long? Don't you have any sense of time? Zhao Qingshi shot him a glance, then looked at the wild boar in his hands and said, "This pork has gone bad. What are you going to do with it? I have some roasted meat inside. Let's eat and hurry back. If we don't, you won't make it to the new student assessment at the Kyoto Academy." Oh. Wang Ming quickly nodded, glancing at the pork, which had indeed spoiled. He hurried inside, where he devoured more than half of the roasted meat that resembled tiger and leopard demons. Zhao Qingshi watched in astonishment. Had he really gone 15 days without eating a single bite? Afterwards, Zhao Qingshi summoned a soul beast, and the two of them rode it, flying towards Kyoto. Kyoto Academy. The assessment instructor stood on a high platform and announced, "I declare, the new student assessment for this session at Kyoto Academy is about to begin. There should be 100 candidates, but only 99 are present. One person is absent. According to the regulations of this academy, students who fail to participate in the entrance assessment on time will be considered to have voluntarily given up." The students below began to whisper among themselves. Could there really be someone who would give up on the assessment of the prestigious academy in the capital? And Rushi stood below, her spirit desolate as she slowly raised her head to gaze at the clear sky, wishing that Wang Ming could make a dazzling entrance at the last moment. Now, I announce, the countdown for the new student assessment begins. 3, 2, 1. At that moment, a resounding voice came from the distant sky. "Students of the capital, candidates from Linjian, Wang Ming has arrived." The loud voice echoed from above, causing everyone to look up. In the far-off horizon, a majestic lion soared down, and above the lion stood none other than Wang Ming, the new student from the Capital Academy. The mentor on stage, Li Huayuan, stood up with a start, his face filled with surprise. And Rushi's despairing expression instantly transformed into a beautiful smile. When that familiar face reappeared before her, her eyes brimmed with tears, her nose tinged with a sourness. The disheartenment of 3 months vanished in an instant, as if the clouds had parted and warm sunlight flooded her heart once more. Wow, is this the talented prodigy Wang Ming? He looks so handsome on his entrance. His aura is off the charts. This is what handsome looks like. Look, that seems to be the purple flame-winged Lion King. My goodness, he was personally escorted by Director Zhao. Amidst the envious, jealous, and admiring gazes of the crowd, the purple flame-winged Lion King landed steadily on the high platform, with Zhao Qingshi floating down alongside Wang Ming, landing gracefully. The mentors of the Capital Academy all stood up. The Director of Education had already run over with a smile, saying to Zhao Qingshi, "So it's Director Zhao who has graced us with your presence. We apologize for not welcoming you properly." Zhao Qingshi, regaining her identity as the director, nodded slightly and spoke in a cold, indifferent tone. "I'm here to deliver someone. The new student Wang Ming has been brought here. Farewell." With that, she turned and flew away without looking back. Wang Ming was taken aback. He had thought they would exchange pleasantries, but it turned out to be so awkward. Ahem. Li Huayuan cleared his throat to break the awkwardness and quickly introduced Wang Ming. "Wang Ming, this is our Academy's Director of Education, Teacher Chao Shuaran. Director, this is the talented prodigy from Linjiang, Wang Ming." Chao Shuaran, with his baby-faced chubby cheeks, smiled broadly. "So it's Wang Ming. Welcome to the Capital Academy. I heard that the train you were on was attacked by monsters, which worried the Academy greatly. It's good to have you back. Hurry and rejoin your team, the assessment is about to begin." Li Huayuan led Wang Ming down from the high platform. All the students' eyes were on Wang Ming, eager to see the talented prodigy. Of course, there were also those who looked down on Wang Ming. For instance, Xian Changguang. Xian Changguang hadn't expected Wang Ming to return alive. The money he had sent out, Zheng Kong, had lost contact. Could it be that? "Wang Ming, the Academy has assigned you randomly into groups of 4. You have been placed in the 3rd group, with members Enrushi, Baishan, and Lu Feifei." As they spoke, they had already arrived at the 3rd group, where one spot was conveniently vacant. Enrushi wiped her tears and smiled brightly at Wang Ming, extending her delicate hand. "Wang Ming, we meet again." Wang Ming's heart trembled slightly as he gently took her icy, delicate hand. "Enrushi, we meet again." Ah, what am I seeing? Princess An actually took the initiative to shake hands with Wang Ming? My goodness, what is their relationship? No way, no way. The crowd began to gossip and speculate. Many male classmates shot Wang Ming envious and jealous glances, wishing they could take his place. Undoubtedly, the one who hated it the most was Xian Changguang. He had been licking Enrushui for so long that not only had he not held her hand, he hadn't even brushed against the hem of her clothes, yet the stinky soldier Wang Ming had actually held her hand. It was infuriating. "Classmate Wang Ming, I've long admired your name," Baishan said with a smile as he shook hands. "Hee, it seems classmate Wang Ming has quite the reputation, to have Director Zhao personally escorting him," Lu Feifei said with a squint and a grin. Wang Ming greeted everyone in turn. "Ahem." Chao Shuaran cleared his throat and said, "Since everyone is here, I now announce that the new student assessment begins. The assessment is divided into 2 parts, the soul power assessment and the strength assessment. The first place winner will receive the title of Newcomer King of the Capital Academy, and the top 30 students will enter the trial base to participate in the trials of the 4 major academies. All students have already undergone the soul power assessment during the entrance exam, and the rankings are as follows. First place, Linjiang Wang Ming, full red talent. Everyone's gaze once again focused on Wang Ming, who confidently raised his head to meet their eyes. Second place, Kyoto Xian Changguang, upper grade red talent. The crowd's attention shifted to Xian Changguang, who was internally raging. "First place was supposed to be mine. It's mine." Wang Ming looked over as well, just in time to meet the resentful gaze of the other. "Wang Ming, did I offend him in any way?" At that moment, Lu Feifei whispered in his ear, "Xian Changguang is the young master of the Xian family in Kyoto. It seems he's pursuing Enrushui." Wang Ming suddenly understood, it was all because of a beauty. Third place, Kyoto Enrushui, upper grade full red talent. The crowd's gaze shifted again. Wang Ming was slightly surprised. No wonder she was recommended. Enrushui actually had upper grade red talent. He turned slightly to look at the beauty beside him, who was smiling at him. The two exchanged smiles. Xian Changguang felt like his lungs were about to explode. Fourth place, Kyoto Lu Qiaoyao, upper grade full red talent. Wang Ming followed the crowd's gaze to the front row, where a young girl stood gracefully, in the same group as Xin Shangguang. 5th place. Chao Xueran patiently read through all the students' talent rankings. Bai Shan was 29th, with middle grade red talent, and Lu Feifei was 78th, with lower grade red talent. After finishing the rankings, Chao Xueran said, "Students, the level of soul power does not represent strength. According to the assessment rules, students can freely challenge those with higher talent rankings. If you can defeat someone with higher soul power, your ranking will automatically improve." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd began to stir. Wang Ming was also quite surprised. He thought they would start competing in groups to determine rankings, but it turned out that it had nothing to do with grouping. Anyone could challenge anyone, and the school provided the arena. As the first place, Wang Ming naturally couldn't challenge anyone. Sigh, being invincible is so lonely. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure leaped onto the first arena, looking somewhat impatient, his voice tinged with hysteria as he pointed at Wang Ming. First group, Xin Shangguang, challenges third group, Wang Ming. Looks like Xin Shangguang can't hold back anymore. Isn't that right? Wang Ming publicly holding Princess Anne's hand is a slap in his face. How can he stand that? I've heard Wang Ming comes from a humble background. Although he doesn't know how to contract a royal grade soul tool, how can he compare to the Xin family? It's said that Xin Shangguang is already a level 15 soul master, and his soul ring is probably at the 1,000-year level. Sigh, he won't be able to keep first place. Keep first place? Look at Xin Shangguang's stance. He clearly wants to kill Wang Ming. It's hard to say if he can even keep his life. On the high platform, Xin Shangguang glared at Wang Ming. Wang Ming, do you dare accept the challenge? At that moment, everyone's gaze refocused on Wang Ming. Li Huayuan secretly felt a pang of anxiety for Wang Ming. As a teacher at a prestigious academy in the capital, he was all too aware of the deep roots of these prominent families. He had heard that Xin Shangguang not only had a contract with a royal-grade soul weapon but had also absorbed a soul ring of 9,000 years, reaching a terrifying level 15 in strength. And Wang Ming? A child from a remote city, not to mention absorbing a soul ring, he was probably still within the range of level 5 or 6 as a soul master. How could he possibly be a match for Xin Shangguang? What was even more terrifying was that, judging by Xin Shangguang's demeanor, he was clearly intent on killing Wang Ming. Xin Shangguang not only had the ability to kill Wang Ming but also had the background to do so without any consequences. No, Wang Ming is my student. No matter what, I must save him at the last moment, even if it means offending the Xin family. Just as Li Huayuan was deep in thought, Wang Ming slowly stepped forward. But as soon as he lifted his foot, and Rushui beside him had already taken a step forward, her voice sweet yet firm, Xin Shangguang, what kind of skill is it to bully classmate Wang Ming just because of your family background? I officially challenge you now. Do you dare to accept my challenge? What's going on? Princess Anne is actually standing up for Wang Ming? The situation is just as it is. What exactly is going on will depend on the situation. Looks like we have a good show to watch. Seeing In Rushui stand up for Wang Ming, a flicker of jealousy in Xin Shangguang's heart turned into a burning flame, and he roared, Wang Ming, if you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. Do you dare to accept my challenge? And Rushui was preparing to walk towards the arena. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao suddenly stepped out to block her path, coldly saying, And Rushui, your opponent is me. What the heck? What's going on here? Wait a minute, let me sort this out. Xin Shangguang is jealous of Wang Ming, which means Xin Shangguang likes En Rushui, but En Rushui likes Wang Ming. And Lu Xiaoyao blocking En Rushui means Lu Xiaoyao likes Xin Shangguang, but Xin Shangguang likes En Rushui. Is it that he loves her, she loves him, but he loves the one who loves him? Baishan said beside Wang Ming, brother, don't accept Xin Shangguang's challenge. The foundation of the four great families is very deep, even if you win, they will hold a grudge. Lu Feifei added, old Bai is right. In the capital, it's not just about strength, you also need a strong background. Wang Ming asked, a deep foundation? Can they produce a 10,000-year soul ring? Baishan was taken aback, then shook his head with a bitter smile, definitely not. That's a joke. 10,000-year soul rings are extremely rare. Not to mention the 5 great families, even the country can't produce many. Then that's good. After saying that, Wang Ming lifted his leg and walked towards the arena. Seeing Wang Ming move, the people in front hurriedly cleared a path to the arena. Baishan and Lu Feifei exchanged glances. That's good? What does that mean? When he reached En Rushui's side, she grabbed his arm, her expression worried. Wang Ming smiled gently at her and said, don't worry, just wait for me here obediently. En Rushui looked at him deeply, bit her lip, and obediently replied, you must be careful. What the heck? Wang Ming actually dares to accept the challenge? TCH. He really doesn't know how to die, daring to fight with young Master Xin, he's looking for death. It's all the women's fault. It seems this Wang Ming is in grave danger. What a pity for his talent. The students saw that Wang Ming dared to accept the challenge and expressed their disdain. Many of the students from the capital were locals, and they knew well the terrifying nature of the 5 great families. Only these outsiders dared to offend them. Of course, all these outsiders, without exception, disappeared. The arena was about the size of a basketball court, surrounded by a layer of white energy light. Under the gaze of all the teachers and students, Wang Ming slowly walked onto the arena. Wang Ming, you finally dare to come up. Xin Changguan prepared for battle. I thought you would only hide behind women to survive. Go ahead, I want to see how capable you really are. However, Wang Ming ignored Xin Changguan. In front of everyone, he walked to the front of the arena and said to the mentors on the high platform, "Respected mentors, I, Wang Ming, concede." What? Wang Ming actually concedes? Everyone present could hardly believe their ears. They had never heard of a freshman in the Kyoto Academy conceding before a match even started. If this got out, it would be a huge embarrassment for the Kyoto Academy. Ahem, Chao Xueren was ready to watch the match, and Wang Ming's unexpected concession left him somewhat at a loss. He pondered and said, "Wang Ming, conceding without a fight is unprecedented in our Kyoto Academy. While conceding is allowed, your decisiveness is a bit too." The word embarrassing was left unspoken by Chao Xueren. Wang Ming replied, "Teacher, it's not that I don't want to fight, but Xin Changguan is far from my opponent. If I accidentally injure him, cripple him, or even kill him, that would be a terrible outcome. I am considering the safety of my classmate Xin Changguan and am willing to concede." Chao Xueren. Xin Changguan felt insulted and immediately flew into a rage. "Wang Ming, you are arrogant." Then he said to Chao Xueren, "Teacher, I am willing to sign a life and death contract. I want to see how capable he is of killing me." Chao Xueren also thought Wang Ming was being too arrogant, but he advised, "Let's skip the life and death contract. Wang Ming, accidents can happen during assessments, but don't be too proud. Just compete with Xin Changguan first." Wang Ming sincerely said, "Teacher, I am not being proud. I am speaking the truth. If I make a move, he will undoubtedly die. I still think it's better to spare him. As for the first place, let me give it to him." You are arrogant." Xin Changguan was furious. "Today, I must experience your skills. Afraid of killing me? Fine. Now, let all the students bear witness. I am willing to sign a life and death contract with Wang Ming. During the assessment, life and death will depend on personal ability." Wang Ming looked at Chao Xueren. "Teacher, is this acceptable?" Li Huayuan quickly interjected, "Wang Ming, never act impulsively. A life and death contract is no joke. Such incidents have happened in our academy before, and we have since prohibited them. You must not sign a life and death contract." "No, he must sign today." Xin Changguan shouted angrily. Wang Ming shrugged at Li Huayuan, helplessly saying, "Teacher, you see, it's not that I want to sign, he is forcing me to sign. Signing is fine. If I really end up killing him, it avoids my responsibility." Chao Xueren sighed, seeing Wang Ming so ignorant and unaware of the consequences, and said, "All right, since you insist on signing a life and death contract, I and the Academy will act as witnesses to ensure fairness in your assessment. The assessment now begins." At that moment, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Wang Ming's mouth. Xin Changguan couldn't wait to showcase his strength and shouted at Wang Ming, "Wang Ming, watch closely." Immediately, a deep purple soul ring appeared above his head, and a terrifying energy spread out. Xin Changguan proudly declared, "Level 15 Weapon Soul Master, 5,000-year soul ring, I challenge you." "Ha!" Wang Ming smiled indifferently and slowly spoke, "Level 18 Weapon Soul Master, 900,000-year soul ring, I invite you to your death." "Level 18 Weapon Soul Master, 900,000-year soul ring, I invite you to your death." Wang Ming's voice was calm, yet it sent a deafening shockwave through all the teachers and students present, leaving them in disbelief. "Level 18? 900,000-year soul ring?" Wang Ming did not give them a chance to question. A black-red soul ring suddenly appeared above Wang Ming's head. The moment the 900,000-year soul ring emerged, the world changed color, as if it had been stained by the soul ring, turning into a terrifying black-red hue. Horrific energy was released from the soul ring, creating an energy storm on the arena that howled fiercely. The soul ring rapidly expanded, its black-red light becoming even more unsettling. Beneath the black-red soul ring, Wang Ming stood tall and unyielding like Mount Tai, as if he were the ruler of this realm, controlling everything. Wang Ming did nothing. He simply released the 900,000-year soul ring, and all of this was the overwhelming pressure that came with it. Everyone present felt the oppressive force of the 900,000-year soul ring, as if something was pressing down from above the academy, making it hard for them to breathe. At that moment, Wang Ming moved. He waved his right hand, and with a clang, 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 countless shards shot out from his soul ring, quickly forming a blood-red knife. the demon knife? Shenron appeared in his right hand. He held the knife with one hand, pointing it at the opposite Xian Shangguang. Are you ready to die? 900,000 year soul ring? At that moment, everyone's eyes widened, staring at the black soul ring on the arena. They held their breath, not daring to inhale under the pressure of the soul ring. Li Huayuan was dumbfounded. He felt his mind was somewhat inadequate. The shock Wang Ming brought him was like reading an online novel, a surprise followed by 3 shocks. Chao Xueran stood up in shock from his chair, leaning forward, unable to believe that the soul ring before him was real. Let alone a 900,000-year soul ring, even a 100,000-year soul ring was extremely rare. And Rushi covered her small mouth with her delicate hands, which had opened wide from shock, her lively eyes wide open. At this moment, she felt that standing beneath the soul ring, holding a knife with one hand, Wang Ming was imposing, like an incarnation of the soul ring god. This image would be deeply etched in the minds of all the teachers and students present, making it unforgettable for a lifetime. Under the pressure of the 900,000-year soul ring, Xian Shangguang trembled all over, not because he was afraid of death, but because this tremor came from a deep-seated fear, the psychological impact brought by the 900,000-year soul ring and the despair of his own soul ring being suppressed. No. Xian Shangguang's pride was shattered the moment the 900,000-year soul ring appeared. He shouted in despair, unable to believe or accept that this was real, even thinking it was an illusion, a trick. He gathered immense courage and roared at Wang Ming, "Wang Ming, I don't believe this is real. You're just a garbage picker from Linjiang. How could you possess a 900,000-year soul ring? This is fake. I will shatter your illusion and kill you." Immediately, Xian Shangguang screamed in rage, forcibly releasing his suppressed soul ring, wielding a soul weapon sword, and shouted, "I will kill you." Before his words fell, he had already rushed forward. Wang Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Xian Shangguang swung his sword at him, his face twisted in a fierce expression, the flesh on his face twitching, ready to fight desperately. Unfortunately, the gap between the two was simply too great. The difference in levels could be compensated for, but the disparity between a 1,000-year soul ring and a 900,000-year soul ring was like the difference between heaven and earth, completely on different levels. Unless the opponent's strength far exceeded Wang Ming's, they would all be suppressed by the soul ring. Foolish, Wang Ming scoffed. In front of him, Xian Shangguang's speed and attack power were utterly weak, full of flaws. When Xian Shangguang reached him, Wang Ming's figure flickered and appeared beside Xian Shangguang like a ghost, looking at the horrified Xian Shangguang with a mocking smile, and thrust his knife fiercely into his heart. Block! Xian Shangguang immediately curled up like a shrimp, his whole body being knocked back by the powerful strike. Armor? The full-force strike using a royal-grade soul weapon couldn't even break through the armor. This armor was of a rather high grade. But the previous strike, though it did not kill Xian Shangguang, had injured his internal organs. Xian Shangguang's face turned pale as he looked at Wang Ming, who was approaching him with a knife. He actually grinned, revealing his bloodied teeth, and laughed. Ha ha ha. Wang Ming stood before him, the tip of the knife pointed at his forehead. Do you want to kill me? Xian Shangguang showed no concern for the cold blade at his brow. Instead, he mocked, do you dare to kill me? Look at Chao Xueren and the others, do they dare let you kill me? Ha ha ha. Signing a death warrant, how foolish. That death warrant is tailor-made for you poor trash. Ha ha ha. Wang Ming, don't be impulsive. Chao Xueren quickly appeared on the stage, his expression tense. Xian Shangguang is the legitimate son of the Xian family. His status is very special, and nothing must happen at the academy. Wang Ming, you are still young, your potential is limitless, and your future is long. Don't do anything foolish. Li Huayuan also came to the stage, advising, Wang Ming, listen to the teacher, put down the knife. The teacher is doing this for your own good. You cannot afford to offend the Xian family. If you kill him, how will you stand in the capital? Ha ha ha. Xian Shangguang laughed recklessly at Wang Ming, his laughter filled with mockery and confidence. Wang Ming turned his face, coldly looking at Chao Xueren and the others. Since I can't kill him, then why sign a death warrant? Is this death warrant specially for me? If I were the one to lose now, would you come up to stop him from killing me? His life is a life. Is my life not a life? Are you afraid I will kill him? Wang Ming gritted his teeth, crouched down, and fiercely grabbed Xian Shangguang's hair, pulling him up from the ground. The cold blade was pressed against his neck as he looked coldly at Chao Xueren and the others. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Chao Xueren was sweating profusely, trembling as he pressed down, advising Wang Ming, you must not be impulsive. I know the death warrant is unfair, but is there absolute fairness in this world? We can only do our best to maintain fairness. Is this the fairness you uphold? Wang Ming sneered. Who dares to lay a hand on my Xian family? At that moment, a loud, aged voice came from within the academy. A flash of light appeared in the sky, and a figure stood above the stage. It's the vice president of the academy, Xing. Has even Xing been alarmed? Those who recognized Xing expressed their shock. Xing first glanced at Chao Shuiran and Li Huayuan on the stage, then at Xing Shangguang, and finally fixed his gaze on Wang Ming. The two locked eyes for a moment. Wang Ming's gaze was firm and sharp, showing no signs of fear, and he nodded. A good seedling, a 900,000-year soul ring, quite rare. Wang Ming, Chao Shuiran and the others are right. There is no absolute fairness in this world. You cannot kill Xing Shangguang. Put down the knife. My Xing family will no longer pursue this matter. I hope you do not misjudge the situation. You are new to the capital and do not understand the circumstances. Do not underestimate the Xing family. Ha ha ha. Xing Shangguang struggled to look back at Wang Ming. Let me tell you, you only have one chance to kill me. If you can't kill me, I guarantee I will make your life a living hell in the future. Ha ha. Wang Ming's cold voice echoed in his ear. Is that so? Then I have no choice but to reluctantly kill you. Xing Shangguang keenly sensed a chilling murderous intent. In an instant, the hair on his body stood on end, a cold wave rapidly spreading from his spine to the top of his head, but it was all too late. The blade pressed heavily against his throat. Wang Ming's eyes were fixed on them, his arm moving slowly like drawing a bow for a violin, the blade cutting deeper into flesh and throat, blood oozing from the gap between the blade and skin. Gulp! Gulp! The icy knife sliced through his throat, bringing a cold sting. In that moment, Xing Shangguang truly felt fear, felt the threat of death. He was scared, he regretted it, he desperately wanted to open his mouth to cry for help, to plead for mercy, but the blood surging in his throat flooded into his mouth, and the trembling sound rolled in his blood-filled throat like boiling water. No! Xing, Chao Shuiran, and others looked on in shock at this scene. The knife in Wang Ming's hand went from slow to fast, and finally with a pu sound, it sliced through the trachea, the extracted knife carrying a spray of blood that splattered onto the arena. Xing Shangguang opened his mouth wide, his arms and hands stretched out towards Xing, his eyes filled with a desperate longing for life. As Wang Ming's knife passed through, the light in his eyes quickly faded, his body softened and slid down, collapsing onto the arena floor, blood slowly spreading across the ground. At that moment, the entire world fell into a deathly silence. Everyone thought that after the teacher's advice, Wang Ming would put down the knife and spare Xing Shangguang. Everyone thought Wang Ming wouldn't dare to kill. But no one expected that Wang Ming would actually dare to kill a member of the Xing family, and right in front of Vice Dean Xing. Wang Ming, you're seeking death. Xing was furious. He originally thought Wang Ming was a talent worth cultivating, a piece of jade that could be carved. But he never expected him to be so reckless as to kill a member of the Xing family. This was seeking death, even a prodigy would meet an early end. Xing waved his hand. A huge green python appeared out of thin air beside him, as thick as an adult's waist and dozens of meters long, opening its mouth to roar at Wang Ming, its long venomous fangs fully exposed. Kill! With a command, the python twisted and coiled, and with a whoosh, it moved as fast as lightning, opening its massive mouth to swallow Wang Ming whole. Who? Wang Ming took a deep breath, raised his arm, and pointed the knife towards the sky. A black-red soul ring quickly climbed from his waist, ascending from the tip of the knife, and the soul power within him surged wildly towards the soul ring above. The soul ring vibrated with a buzzing sound, rapidly enlarging, forming a terrifying black-red halo above Wang Ming's head. The center of the black soul ring resembled a black hole, dark as ink. An ancient, weathered aura emanated from the unfathomable black hole, an invisible pressure spreading throughout the entire area, as if this aura came from an ancient god, evoking an impulse to worship. At that moment, even Xing felt a pang of heart palpitations. Enough! Suddenly, a voice came from deep within the academy, the loud voice creating ripples of sound waves in the air, directly shattering the soul techniques of both Xing and Wang Ming. Wang Ming's face turned pale, secretly astonished. Without seeing the person, just a simple voice could easily crush their soul techniques, demonstrating how terrifying this person's strength was. Xing snorted coldly, beckoning, and the python returned to coil behind him. Since both parties have signed a death contract, this matter ends here. Vice Dean Xing, how your family wishes to handle this, I do not wish to interfere, but within the academy, you are absolutely not allowed to act recklessly. Xing spoke with a hint of unwillingness but still respectfully bowed and clasped his fists. Yes, Dean. Then he turned to Wang Ming, for killing a member of my Xing family, I will make you pay the price. After saying this, he vanished onto the arena, picked up Xing Shangguang's corpse, shot Wang Ming a cold glance, and left. Chao Shuiran shook his head helplessly. Li Huayuan sighed and said to Wang Ming, you were too impulsive. Now you've completely offended the Xin family. Wang Ming's expression returned to normal as he said, Teacher, if I don't kill Wang Ming, would Xin Changguan let me go? Li Huayuan understood Wang Ming's meaning and sighed helplessly. Let's leave it at that for now. You should not leave the academy for the time being to avoid retaliation from the Xin family. Then he said to Chao Shuiren, Director Chao, let the assessment continue. Chao Shuiren returned to the high platform and announced that the assessment would continue. But no one dared to challenge Wang Ming again. As for Lu Qiaoyao, when Wang Ming killed Xin Xianguang, her face turned as pale as paper. She didn't dare to challenge Wang Ming and had no desire to challenge Enru Shui, standing there like a wooden chicken, unable to believe this was real for a long time. Brother Ming, you're amazing. Lu Feifei admired Wang Ming to the core. You even dared to kill Xin Xianguang. You're simply my real father. Brother Ming is mighty. Bai Yishan gave a thumbs up, and Ru Shui said with some concern, Brother Ming, you've offended the Xin family. You must be extremely careful in the future. Killing Xin Xianguang had serious consequences, and Wang Ming naturally knew this, but he still maintained his stance. He would never allow his enemies to live in this world. As for the consequences, he would deal with them slowly. At worst, he would personally pay them a visit. With billions of years of soul rings activated, he could take the Xin family down with just one finger. The following assessment went quickly, with no errors, and Wang Ming became the newcomer king, receiving the Academy's rewards, 3 level 3 demon cores, 3,000 soul coins, and a piece of soul nurturing wood. Aside from the soul nurturing wood being the most precious, the other 2 rewards were indeed a bit stingy. After the assessment ended, and Ru Shui took Wang Ming to the dormitory. The dormitories of the Kyoto Academy did not distinguish between genders, as each person had their own room, with 4 people per floor, essentially forming a group. The single dormitory was spacious, consisting of a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom, nearly 50 square meters, equipped with everything one could need, a computer, a television, and wireless internet. Bai Yishan and Lu Feifei very tactfully returned to their own rooms, leaving only Wang Ming and Enru Shui. This was their first time alone together. Enru Shui sat quietly on the sofa in the living room, occasionally tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks slightly flushed. She felt her heart racing wildly. Wang Ming sat beside Enru Shui, his palms sweating nervously. Although their relationship was clear, it seemed neither had ever explicitly stated their relationship. The layer of glass had never been broken, and their relationship couldn't progress further. Ahem, Wang Ming wanted to break the awkwardness, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. Put. And Ru Shui, who had been quite tense, turned her head slightly and saw Wang Ming sweating profusely, which made her unable to hold back a laugh. It was hard to imagine that a ruthless person who could kill Xin Xianguang without blinking was actually sweating. Wang Ming laughed along. The air was filled with the scent of dopamine, and the sweet nothing swirling at the corners of his mouth urged him to say something, but having lived 2 lives, Wang Ming was like an ancient iron tree, a 10,000-year-old virgin. How could he confess? Images of proposals from television flashed in his mind, and in a moment of excitement, he grabbed Enru Shui's hand and said with a trembling voice, let's get married. In the office of the dean at the Kyoto Academy, Hong Kujin sat in a comfortable chair, his face stern as he stared at the 2 people standing in front of him, Chao Shuiren and Li Huayuan. Who allowed you to agree to sign a life and death contract? Hong Kujin's tone was furious. I have already issued a strict order prohibiting this from happening, yet it still occurred, and the consequences are even more severe. Xin Xianguang was actually killed. Chao Shuiren replied, Dean, this is my fault. I underestimated Wang Ming's strength. Ha! Hong Kujin sneered, underestimate? Are you saying that Xin Xianguang could kill Wang Ming, but Wang Ming killing Xin Xianguang is unacceptable? Director Chao, the purpose of the state establishing schools is to cultivate talent, not to compete in strength, and certainly not to cultivate power. You must bear the main responsibility for this. Chao Shuiren said, Yes, Dean, I am willing to take responsibility for this matter. Can you bear it? Hong Kujin was even angrier, slamming the table, then looking at Li Huayuan. Li Huayuan, Wang Ming is your student. Why didn't you stop him when he signed the life and death contract? You played a trick of pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Li Huayuan felt wronged. Dean, you are really wronging me. Wang Ming has never pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Hong Kujin asked, What do you mean? Chao Shuiren said, Wang Ming chose to admit defeat as soon as he stepped onto the stage. He never intended to fight Xin Xianguang. It was Xin Xianguang who forced Wang Ming to sign a death contract. Hong Kujin was somewhat surprised and thought for a moment before asking, he admitted defeat from the very beginning? That's strange. If he was going to admit defeat, why did Xin Xianguang still insist on not letting Wang Ming go? Li Huayuan awkwardly replied, Perhaps it has something to do with that girl from the Yin family. Chao Shuiren added. What Wang Ming said was quite heart-wrenching. Hong Kajin keenly caught Chao Shuiren's words and asked, "What did Wang Ming say?" Chao Shuiren said, after Wang Ming got on stage, he said that Xin Shangguan was far from his opponent, and if he were to injure, cripple, or even kill him, it would be a bad ending. He was thinking of Xin Shangguan's safety and was willing to admit defeat voluntarily. He also said that he would let the newcomer Wang be given to Xin Shangguan. Hong Kajin pondered slightly, feeling something was off. It felt like he was forcing Xin Shangguan to fight. Upon further reflection, shock appeared in his eyes. Wang Ming was clearly using heart-wrenching words to provoke and anger Xin Shangguan into signing the death contract. In other words, from the very beginning, Wang Ming had planned to kill Xin Shangguan. Hiss. Thinking this, Hong Kajin couldn't help but gasp. This person's thoughts were so meticulous, and his methods so ruthless, it was truly terrifying. This Wang Ming was not simple. This was Hong Kajin's initial assessment of Wang Ming. After a moment of silence, Hong Kajin said, "All students can testify that it was Xin Shangguan who actively proposed and forced Wang Ming to sign the death contract. The Xin family cannot be allowed to act recklessly. Our students from the capital's academy are not people the Xin family can kill at will. Also, Wang Ming's 900,000-year soul ring is somewhat strange." Thinking of the scene at that time, he felt a chill run down his spine. That soul ring brought him an unprecedented sense of crisis, a feeling he hadn't experienced since he entered the 78th Soul Sect realm. Today, he actually felt it from a soul master. Chao Shuiren nodded. "I also feel something is strange. Dean, logically speaking, a 100,000-year or more demon soul would be very rare, let alone 900,000 years. With Wang Ming's conditions, how could he possibly possess it?" Hong Kajin warned, "Director Chao, everyone has their own opportunities. Since the demonic invasion 300 years ago, strange occurrences are not surprising. If it exists, it certainly didn't appear out of thin air. There's no need to delve into this matter. Let's first resolve the issue with the Xin family." Li Huayuan said, "Dean, I feel that in recent years, the 5 major families have extended their reach a bit too far. Shouldn't we step in to suppress them?" Hong Kajin waved his hand. "You don't need to worry about this matter. The Education Bureau will definitely pay attention to it, and Wang Ming's 900,000-year soul ring will surely cause a sensation nationwide. Recently, we should keep Wang Ming from leaving the campus." Chao Shuiren asked, "What about the trial base?" "It will open as usual. I think no one would dare to cause trouble in the trial base. The trial base is the opportunity. We must kill this disaster, Wang Ming, in the base." The head of the Xin family, Xin Shangguan's father, and the 77th level beast soul sect Xin Jingjai gritted his teeth and said, "Dare to kill my Xin family members, dare to kill my son. How can I allow him to live freely?" "Big brother, the trial base was jointly created by the 4 major academies and the Education Bureau. If we take action there, we will surely fall out with the Education Bureau." Xin Jitian was somewhat worried. "My son is the one who died." Xin Jingjai's voice was stern. "Do they not fear that my Xin family will turn against them? No matter what, this little bastard Wang Ming must die. Not even Jesus can save him, I mean it." Xin Jitian opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Xin Jingjai's expression was fierce. "Aren't they going to the trial base to kill demons? Good, then let's give them something tough. I want to see just how powerful the elite students of the 4 great academies can be." "Second brother, I heard there's a high-level demon in the trial base, right?" Xin Jitian's expression changed. "Elder brother, that's a level 7 demon that has been suppressed. If it's released, not to mention those students, even if all 4 deans join forces, it would be hard to contain it. The capital would probably be shaken." Xin Jingjai sneered. "What I want is the entire capital to be shaken." Xin Jitian reminded him, "Elder brother, among the elite students of the 4 great academies, there are also descendants of the other 4 great families. If this matter leaks, our Xin family will face the wrath of the 4 great families, and even her wrath." Upon hearing her, Xin Jingjai's brow furrowed, revealing a look of apprehension, but recalling the pain of losing a son and Wang Ming's 900,000-year soul ring, he gritted his teeth and said, "This child has immense potential. If given time, my Xin family cannot escape his clutches. We must eliminate him as soon as possible. The seal of the trial base hasn't been reinforced for a long time. It's normal for accidents to happen. I will personally handle this matter and ensure that Wang Ming is crushed within the trial base." Seeing Xin Jingjai so resolute, Xin Jitian didn't say anything further. Xin Jingjai lit a cigar, looked out the window, and chuckled. "Guanger died because of that girl from the Yin family, yet that girl has her heart set on Wang Ming. Ha ha, what an enviable little couple. Too bad, your lives are destined to be a tragedy. Second brother, prepare the betrothal gifts. We're going to the Yin family to propose." "Ah, ha," and Rushue's small head was in a daze. "Shouldn't we start with dating?" Why are we jumping straight to the point? A joke popped into her mind, want to get married? The kind where we share a grave. Although Rushue felt this way, Wang Ming's words still expressed his feelings for her. A shy blush appeared on her cheeks as she softly stammered, Brother Ming, let's start with dating. Wang Ming slapped his forehead, right, let's date. And Rushue's face turned even redder, like a tender red jelly, making one want to take a bite. Her heart raced, pounding so hard she felt it might leap out of her chest. She tugged at the hem of her clothes, her voice as small as a mosquito, giving a soft Wang Ming was also very nervous. His palms were sweaty as he looked seriously at Rushue until she softly responded with a and then his face bloomed into a smile. And Rushue lowered her head, her heart racing fiercely, feeling as if it might jump out of her chest. Wang Ming thought about the situation and wondered if he should do something. What should he do? Should he kiss her? No, that would be too direct. Maybe he should hold her hand first. Aren't couples supposed to hold hands? But how should he do it? He needed to find an excuse. He couldn't just reach out his hands so blatantly. Wang Ming tried to find a reason. He wanted to say, Shui, do you want some water? But ended up nervously saying, Shui, do you want to hold hands? Put. And Rushue couldn't help but laugh, like a blooming lily, her face radiating sweetness and happiness. Wang Ming felt so awkward he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment right there. Kissin' Rushue leaned her bright neck slightly forward, pouting her pink lips, and lightly kissed Wang Ming's forehead like a dragonfly touching the water. A fragrant breeze enveloped him. He felt her soft, glutinous lips on his forehead. Although his forehead had no sense of taste, he felt sweet, warm, and fragrant all over. So this is love. After the kiss, Rushue gently leaned on Wang Ming's shoulder, her face full of satisfaction. Wang Ming did not dare to move, as if someone had pressed a pressure point on him, fearing that if he moved, Rushue would leave. He gently raised his arm, carefully wrapping it around her waist, which was barely enough to hold. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and Rushue hurriedly escaped from Wang Ming's embrace and sat up straight, the blush on her face lingering. Who the hell is so blind? Wang Ming cursed resentfully in his heart, getting up to open the door, and his face instantly broke into a smile. Oh, it's Teacher Li Huayuan. And Rushue quickly stood up, lowering her head. Teacher Li. Li Huayuan looked at them in confusion, then said to Wang Ming, it's like this, you just arrived today, and you haven't paid your tuition yet. The administration just called me, and you haven't picked up your school uniform and school badge either. You should go get them right away. Okay. Also, you should eat in the school cafeteria from now on, don't go outside. Charging a cafeteria card is about. Do you have enough soul coins? Wang Ming's heart tightened. Teacher, how much does it cost to charge the meal card? And how much for the school uniform? What about the accommodation fee? Li Huayuan calculated and said, the meal card costs 3,000 soul coins per semester, which is the minimum standard. The school uniform totals 1,800 soul coins for 6 sets, 2 for spring and autumn, 2 for summer, and a winter coat. The accommodation fee is 4,000 soul coins per semester, plus 6,000 for tuition, totaling 13,000 soul coins. Wang Ming silently calculated in his mind. The entrance exam earned him 6,000, Shen Zhengkang sent 12,000, and he received another 3,000 at the start of school. After deducting these, he would still have 8,000 left. Thank you, my big brother on the leaderboard. Wang Ming silently thanked Shen Zhengkang. Someone walked up behind Wang Ming, pulled out a gold card from his pocket, placed it in Wang Ming's jacket pocket, and whispered, This is my auxiliary gold card. If you don't have enough, you can use it. Then he quickly fled the scene. Li Huayuan turned his face away. Sigh, it seems like something flew by in the sky. Wang Ming was filled with black lines on his forehead. Come on, this is inside the building. Can you really see something flying in the sky? If we're done, let's go. Li Huayuan turned back, as if nothing had happened. Okay. Wang Ming nodded. Under Li Huayuan's guidance, he paid the tuition, charged the cafeteria card, and picked up the school uniform. The school uniform of the Kyoto Academy was designed in a new ancient style, adopting a robe style, also known as the Soul Master Robe. The new students wore silver and white as the main color, with purple stitching on the top, very exquisite. After bidding farewell to Li Huayuan, Wang Ming walked alone in the campus of Kyoto Academy. The sunlight at 4 o'clock was warm, the scenery on campus was pleasant, and the air was humid and fresh, making one feel an involuntary relaxation of body and mind, very comfortable. Since he had crossed over, this time was the most enjoyable for him. He casually sat down on a sunlit bench, admiring the scenery and the vibrant classmates on campus, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, university life is indeed the most memorable. System, check my cultivation. Current host cultivation, 18, 10/1800, October 1800. still 1790 energy points away from breaking through to level 19. Based on the absorption of demon cores during this time, Wang Ming gradually discovered that a level 1 demon core could provide 100 energy points, a level 2 demon core could provide 500 energy points, a level 3 core provided 1000 points, a level 4 core provided 3000 points, and a level 5 demon core provided 8000 points. Currently, he only had a maximum of level 5 demon cores. He obtained 2 level 5 demon cores and 12 level 4 demon cores from Chen Zhengkong. When he broke through to level 10, he used 3 cores, leaving 9. He used 1 level 5 demon core, leaving 1, totaling energy points, 26,000 points. Each time he absorbed, the energy that could not be fully absorbed would be stored as soul essence value. With these demon core energies, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be enough to raise my strength to level 20. I just don't know what the age of the second soul ring will be, Wang Ming pondered in his heart, then suddenly focused his thoughts. Detect soul essence. Current soul essence value, 60,000 points. Soul essence refers to the soul power stored when absorbing demon cores, which can instantly replenish when the soul power is exhausted. With his current soul power value of 1,800 points, 60,000 points can instantly replenish him 33 times. These soul essence points are enough for me to unleash Ancient One Finger once, Wang Ming calculated silently in his heart. The threat from the Xian family was imminent. He had to find a way to resolve this trouble, or he wouldn't be able to move in the capital, not even daring to step out of the gates of the prestigious academy. I wonder how much energy 60,000 soul power can unleash with Ancient One Finger and whether it can completely destroy the Xian family? Wang Ming speculated inwardly. Since he was going to take action, he should aim to catch them all in one go. Who would have thought that a mere level 18 soul master was contemplating how to wipe out the Xian family, one of the 5 great families of the capital? Warning! Warning! The host is facing life-threatening danger. Danger level, stars. Activate system leader. If the host survives the crisis, rewards will include Soul Weapon Enhancement Crystal +1, Soul Beast Evolution Crystal +1, 1 Lightning Soul Bone, and 1 Teleportation. 5-star danger? Wang Ming was taken aback. This was within the academy of the capital. How could there be such a terrifying danger level? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Wang Ming was reacting quickly, an invisible energy descended from the sky. Before he could respond, this energy had already surrounded him. The moment this energy arrived, Wang Ming felt as if he were drowning. The pressure from all directions locked him down tightly, rendering even his fingers immobile. The space where Wang Ming was located was instantly sealed. He struggled desperately, but this terrifying energy far exceeded his imagination. No matter how hard he tried, it was futile. Who is it? Wang Ming thought quickly. Such terrifying power was definitely beyond the Soul Emperor level. In the capital, aside from the Xian family, he seemed to have no other enemies. Could it be that a master from the Xian family was targeting him? System. Here. Detect the target. System target detection in progress. 10%, 15%, 20%. Detection failed. Target out of detection range, unable to detect. Out of detection range? Wang Ming was shocked. This meant that the person using soul power against him was actually more than 2 kilometers away. What kind of cultivation level would allow someone to unleash such powerful and precise soul power from such a distance? Your perception is very sharp. A voice descended from above, a woman's voice that carried a sense of nobility and authority, as if she were someone who had long held a high position. Her tone was commanding, giving off an air of superiority that was hard to resist. Wang Ming couldn't lift his head and struggled to roll his eyes upward, trying to see who this person was. Your soul power is very special. The voice came from above, and under this energy, Wang Ming felt as if he were being stripped bare for admiration. The person above seemed able to penetrate any of his thoughts and body. I have 3 questions. Answer truthfully, and you live. Speak nonsense, and you die. This voice was unquestionable, filled with the oppressive feeling of holding life and death in her hands. As the voice fell, the pressure on Wang Ming dissipated, but a circle of energy waves still surrounded him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the energy disappeared, Wang Ming's body softened, and he knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, feeling utterly drained. First, how did you sense the danger? Wang Ming's heart trembled. The woman's question was too lethal, striking at the core. However, he dared not hesitate too much. His brain reacted in an instant, saying, because my soul power is special, allowing me to keenly capture the changes in the surrounding soul power. The woman had previously said, your soul power is very special, which gave him a loophole to exploit. After saying this, Wang Ming felt his heart rise to his throat, waiting quietly. There was a moment of silence above, as if acknowledging this answer, before continuing to ask, the second question, why is your soul power special? Wang Ming had already anticipated this question, as well as the next one. After all, What could bring such a person to personally appear, if not for a 900,000-year soul ring? He replied, because my soul ring is a 900,000-year soul ring, a powerful soul ring that makes my soul power special. In a quaint room in Kyoto, a woman sat gracefully and coldly on a chair carved with dragons and phoenixes, wearing a golden crown on her head. Her luxurious attire accentuated her curvaceous figure, and she exuded an invisible, awe-inspiring sense of oppression. Upon hearing Wang Ming's response, a smile of interest curled at the corners of her mouth. He was able to quickly seize the loophole in her 3 questions, turning the passive into the active and guiding the direction of the conversation. This made her feel as if she were being led by someone else. What an interesting little guy. The smile on her lips deepened as she continued to ask, "Third, where did the 900,000-year soul ring come from?" Wang Ming had long anticipated this question, so he directly told her, "You must have seen it. My soul ring is black and red, while a 100,000-year soul ring should be red. Therefore, my soul ring is a heaven-given million-year soul ring." Heaven-given, million-year soul ring? The woman slightly furrowed her brows. This explanation made sense because the origin of soul rings is not limited to the souls of demons, but it also didn't make sense. The heaven-given soul ring was merely a legend, and no one could prove whether it was true or false. Wang Ming seemed to have answered her 3 questions honestly, but in reality, he had said nothing at all, neither true nor false. She was not satisfied with this answer. "Senior, I have answered your 3 questions one by one." Wang Ming anticipated her dissatisfaction, fearing she might press further, so he preemptively blocked her. "With your esteemed identity and status, there must be a 4th question, right?" She was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected him to counterattack. Since she had already made her statement, she couldn't say much more, only saying, "Your name is Wang Ming, very good, I will remember you." After saying this, the energy vanished, as if it had never existed. Once the energy disappeared, he was still sitting on the campus bench, the sunlight still bright and warm. The students on campus were chatting and laughing, completely unaware of the changes on Wang Ming's side, but only he knew how perilous the experience had been. If it weren't for his quick wit, exceptional intelligence, and calm demeanor, someone else might have already perished. 3 question marks popped up in Wang Ming's mind. Who is she? Where is she? How strong is she? The only feeling this woman gave him was one of danger. If this woman wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even have a chance to react. She could easily kill him from a distance without needing to appear in person. The host has safely passed the danger of star and obtained 1 Thunderbolt Soul Bone, with 1 use of Shift and Swap. Thunderbolt Soul Bone, a leg soul bone from the Thunderbolt beast, attached to the legs, can increase attack speed, with no upper limit on the usage level. The more soul power input, the stronger the enhancement. 1 use of Shift and Swap, the host can choose any marked location and, after using Shift and Swap, can instantly switch places to the marked location, unaffected by time, space, region, or distance. Hiss. Seeing the explanation of the 2 prizes, Wang Ming gasped. The limitless Thunderbolt Soul Bone was already impressive, but this teleportation ability was even more terrifying. For example, he could choose a marker in his dorm, then run out, steal someone else's treasure, taunt a group of experts, and then teleport back to his dorm. Wouldn't that drive others mad? Thinking of this, Wang Ming licked his lips. He heard that the 5 great families seemed to have a treasure that protected their clan. But considering the existence of this woman, Wang Ming felt he should be more cautious. It seemed the waters in the capital were really deep, not something an ordinary person could navigate. After finishing his meal in the cafeteria, Wang Ming received a notice from the school that in 3 days, the trial base of the 4 great academies would open, and the top 30 elites from each academy would participate, making it a fierce competition. 3 days later, Wang Ming and Rushui, Baishan, Lufeifei, and others took the bus from the Kyoto Academy to the trial base. This was the first time since Wang Ming entered Kyoto that he stepped out of the academy's campus. Although it was on a bus, at least he was out of the campus, led by Chao Shuiren and Li Huayuan. Chao Shuiren repeatedly emphasized on the bus, "Classmates, our purpose in going to the trial base is to hunt demons and hone ourselves in real combat. Entering the trial base is a life and death arena, so be sure to be cautious." Cautious. More cautious. Do you understand? When he said, "Do you understand?" his gaze was directed at Wang Ming. It was obvious that Chao Shuiren was worried that Wang Ming would be targeted by others from different academies. Wang Ming's reputation was indeed too great. In Kyoto and even throughout the Dragon Kingdom, he was already a well-known figure. If it weren't for the school's strict regulations, reporters would have stormed the academy's doors to interview Wang Ming long ago. Other rookie kings from different schools were also eager to try their skills. After all, they were young, and no one wanted to back down, especially since some from other academies were quite formidable, like the rookie king from the National Defense Academy, Cha Yaojun, who was said to have a 10,000-year soul ring hunted from the front lines, making him incredibly powerful. The rookie kings from Baifeng Academy and Qinglong Academy were no slouches either. If the three academies teamed up against Wang Ming, the situation would be dire. Got it, the other students replied in unison. Brother Ming, there are a few people from the Xin family in Qinglong Academy and Baifeng Academy. We need to be careful. Bai Yishan, sitting in the back, whispered to Wang Ming in the front. Bai Yishan's background was not simple. He was also a person of high status in Kyoto, and his words carried weight, so his information was naturally accurate. I also inquired. My mom told me to be careful and to stay away from you, Lu Feifei said. Bai Yishan glared at Lu Feifei. So are you planning to keep your distance? Lu Feifei chuckled. I have to listen to my mom, but if Brother Ming is in trouble, I won't ignore it. Once we enter the trial base, I'll follow Brother Ming from a distance. That way, I won't go against my mom's wishes, and I won't be idle either. Smart, right? Bai Yishan, hee. Wang Ming asked them, have you hunted demons before? Bai Yishan, of course. We started hunting demons back in high school. Wang Ming, high school? Wasn't there no contracted soul tools or soul beasts back then? How did you hunt demons? And Rushui said, in the big families, we had already contracted soul tools and soul beasts, and when we enrolled, we would raise our soul power level to above 10, which is why students from the city are often overlooked in the 4 great academies. Bai Yishan, of course, Brother Ming is an exception. Wang Ming suddenly realized that they were not even starting from the same starting line. After 30 minutes, the bus arrived at the famous scenic spot in Kyoto, Bailiang Mountain. The front mountain of Bailiang Mountain, as a tourist attraction, welcomes tens of thousands of visitors daily, while the back mountain serves as a trial base created by the 4 major academies in collaboration with the Education Bureau. The trial base is vast, with high mountains, dense forests, and a plethora of monsters. Their assessment requires them to successfully traverse Bailiang Mountain, with the outcome determined by the number of monster cores hunted and the time taken to cross the mountain. For large buses are parked in an orderly manner at the entrance of the back mountain, which is the examination base. The doors open. Students dressed in the uniforms representing their respective academies step out of the buses one by one. You must be very clear about the rules, so I won't elaborate further. The assessment begins now and lasts for 5 days. Each of you carries a red positioning button. Pressing it will indicate that you give up the assessment and leave the trial base. Now, the assessment begins, announced the representative sent by the Education Bureau. Under everyone's gaze, the glass doors in front slowly opened automatically. Wang Ming. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Just as Wang Ming was about to turn around, he instantly realized that someone was confirming his identity. As he came to this realization, he slowly turned his head and replied, "Who called me?" No one around answered. All eyes were focused on Wang Ming. At that moment, everyone knew he was Wang Ming. Chao Xueren was so anxious he was stamping his feet. It's over, it's over. The dean praised him for being smart, but where's the smartness in this? He's just a 249. Alas, it seems there's no way out now. Li Huayuan whispered in his ear, Director Chao, do you think it's possible that he did it on purpose? Chao Xueren, what do you mean? Li Huayuan, think about it, if someone suddenly shouted your name in public, would your first reaction be to turn around or to respond? Chao Xueren suddenly understood, because just now Wang Ming responded before turning around, which meant he was intentionally exposing himself. He then questioned, but why would he expose himself? Doesn't he fear? Hiss, are you saying he? Suddenly, a vision of the young man appeared in his mind, with a confident and calm smile, hands in pockets, and the corners of his mouth turned up. Li Huayuan nodded. I'm afraid that this trial will be very difficult for the younger generation of the Xin family to survive. Chao Xueren shook his head. The Xin family is really unfortunate. Why provoke this killing god? Inside the trial base. The trial base is essentially a relatively primitive forest, where the 4 major academies have captured some monsters to specifically hone the combat abilities of the students. Of course, many students have also perished at the hands of these monsters. After entering the trial base, Wang Ming first agreed on a meeting point with Enru Shuwei and the others, then left alone. It wasn't because he thought Enru Shuwei and the others would be a burden, but because with them around, he couldn't use some of his trump cards, so he had to shake them off and fight alone. Within 2 kilometers behind him, 5 people were following at a distance. But this did not escape Wang Ming's eyes. With the enhancement of the Thunderbolt Soul Bone, he could easily shake them off in an instant. But there was no need for that. A thorough resolution would eliminate future troubles once and for all. Just after entering the trial base, there were too many students at the entrance, making it unsuitable to act. Wang Ming quickly led them deeper into the trial base, perfectly avoiding the surrounding monsters with the system's search capabilities, while maintaining a certain speed to keep the people behind from losing track. 30 minutes later, Wang Ming had his hands in his pockets, a blade of grass in his mouth, and a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, waiting for the people behind to catch up. Soon, the 5 younger members of the Xin family quickly caught up. Upon seeing Wang Ming, the leading disciple from the side branch of the Xin family, who had a higher talent, Xin Jiao laughed and said, "Running? Why aren't you running anymore? I want to see how far you can run." Wang Ming smiled and said nothing. Xin Jiao waved his hand, and the few people behind him stepped forward slowly. Holding a silver spear soul weapon, Xin Jiao said as he walked, "Wang Ming, to be honest, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you killing that useless Xin Shenguang, I wouldn't even have the right to seize the Xin family's inheritance. Since you're already a good person, why not go all the way and use your head to help me inherit the Xin family? I will commemorate you on this day next year." As he spoke, a circle of purple soul rings released from above his head, slowly falling to the ground, the rings adorned with 6 sharp points. It was indeed a 6,000-year soul ring. Good. The smile on Wang Ming's face grew wider. "But may I ask, are you all ready to die?" Ha ha ha. Hearing Wang Ming's words, Xin Jia laughed, shaking all over. "I haven't heard that phrase in a long time. Are you ready to die?" Ha ha ha. "Wang Ming, I can tell you, we have long been prepared to die." Wang Ming frowned slightly. Xin Jiao continued, "Perhaps you still don't know the cruelty of competition in a big family, but I can tell you, those standing in front of you have endured countless humiliations, pains, and life and death trials to become the iron-willed men they are. We are always prepared for death. I just wonder, have you, the one with the full red demon talent, the 900,000-year soul ring, the owner of a royal-grade soul weapon, and the new king of the capital academy, prepared to die?" Wang Ming could sense from their auras that these people had all experienced life and death, carrying a certain ferocity. He said nothing. With a simple wave of his hand, a blood-red, jade-like 1,000 blades appeared in his grasp. The others from the Xin family also revealed their soul weapons or soul beasts, 3 soul weapon masters, and 2 soul beast masters. Xin Jiao had the highest soul power, at level 15, while the other 4 were all level 13 soul masters. "Kill!" Xin Jiao roared, his expression fierce, as he lunged at Wang Ming with the silver spear. With years of combat experience, Xin Jiao's spear technique was precise and powerful, and in the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to Wang Ming. Wang Ming flicked his knife upward, deflecting the thrusting spear while simultaneously turning to close in for a strike. However, the other 4 did not give Wang Ming that opportunity. One wielded a whip-like soul weapon, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, cutting off Wang Ming's advance and forcing him to retreat. At the same time, another came from behind with a sword, blocking Wang Ming's escape route, while yet another controlled a soul beast, the nether wolf, lunging at him. Xin Jiao initiated the attack, and the other 4 coordinated seamlessly to surround Wang Ming from all sides, leaving him with no way to retreat or hide. Wang Ming's expression darkened. He immediately held his knife upright in front of his chest. With a thought, the 900,000-year soul ring appeared above his head, magnifying and rapidly descending, the black-red light instantly illuminating everything around him, a terrifying soul power radiating outward from Wang Ming's center. At the same time, he shouted a single word, "Shock." A buzzing sound filled the air as the black-red soul ring's light trembled violently, unleashing an even more terrifying wave of soul power that rapidly spread outward in shockwaves. The soul rings of Xin Jiao and the other 5 dimmed in comparison to the 900,000-year soul ring, and the powerful wave of soul power sent them flying backward. The gap created solely by the soul ring was an insurmountable chasm for them, not to mention they were several levels below Wang Ming, making them no match for him. However, since they were sent by the Xin family to kill him and had long known about his 900,000-year soul ring, they must have been prepared. Wang Ming wondered what their reliance was, what backup they had to resist his 900,000-year soul ring. Cough! Xin Jiao stood up, looking at the black-red soul ring beneath Wang Ming's feet, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. "So this is the 900,000-year soul ring? Truly impressive, it gives me a thrilling feeling, The others also stood up. Xin Jiao said, "It seems we still have to use it." A person said with a gloomy expression, "I hope that after using this, we can still walk out alive." A resolute look appeared on Xin Jiao's face as he said fiercely, "Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well gamble everything on this." After saying that, he immediately released his soul ring, which rapidly expanded above his head. Seeing this, the others did not hesitate to release their soul rings as well. After the other 4 released their soul rings, they did not use them for themselves but instead controlled them to fly above Xin Jiao's head. The 5 soul rings spun independently, releasing terrifying energy. Xin Jiao's face turned pale, and his body began to tremble. The overwhelming soul power pressed down on him, almost bursting him apart. He trembled as he said, "Sacred beast, come forth." A milky white transparent sphere floated out from the soul ring and, under Xian Jiao's control, flew up, finally appearing in the center of the 5 soul rings, where the soul power from the rings quickly surged into the white sphere. Clang! The white sphere emitted a strange cry, and then a dazzling white light spread out. Immediately, the 5 soul rings released rapidly, and as they did, the white light within the rings grew even stronger. A silver-white bird appeared within the soul rings, its tail adorned with 9 beautiful tails. This was the Xian family's treasured guardian beast, the 9-tailed white phoenix. However, what they summoned was merely a wisp of the 9-tailed white phoenix's phantom. The true 9-tailed white phoenix, even the experts of the Xian family would find it difficult to unleash its full power. Xian Jiao's face turned ashen as he looked at Wang Ming with a sinister smile. "Wang Ming, I want to see how you survive in front of the sacred beast." "So it's the Xian family's guardian sacred beast?" Wang Ming was quite surprised. Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders. There was even a skill that fused soul rings to summon a sacred beast. What a pity! A mere sacred beast, just a wisp of a phantom, how could it compare to a single finger of the ancient god? Wang Ming first stored the 1,000 blades into his soul ring, and with a thought, the black-red soul ring beneath his feet began to slowly rise, eventually appearing above his head, fully released with a radius of 10 meters, forming a massive soul circle in the air. From within the soul ring, an ancient and desolate aura flowed out, enveloping the entire area. Ancient. Wang Ming's voice was soft, but in the ears of Xian Jiao and the others, it sounded like rolling thunder. The moment he uttered the word ancient, that terrifying aura began to rise rapidly. Wang Ming's body felt light, his toes lifted off the ground, and he slowly ascended, appearing beneath the soul ring. The power of the ancient penetrated into Wang Ming's body. At that moment, Wang Ming seemed to be the embodiment of the ancient god, solemn and majestic, with a terrifying aura suppressing everything. "One finger." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and his index finger slowly pointed down. Suddenly, a massive yellow finger seemed to transcend countless years and starry skies, slowly emerging from the soul ring. At that moment, everything in this world prostrated beneath that finger. Xian Jiao and the others were completely shocked by this terrifying energy, which made them tremble from the depths of their hearts, filling them with a despairing fear, so much so that they did not dare to muster any courage to resist. The 9-tailed white phoenix did not dare to cry out loudly. It looked fearfully at that terrifying finger as it slowly approached. As the finger descended, the surrounding space seemed unable to bear the terrifying energy and began to crack. Finally, the finger appeared above the 9-tailed white phoenix's head. From a distance, the fingertip was less than a foot away from the 9-tailed white phoenix, but up close, there was at least a distance of over 10 feet between them. Bang! A crisp and decisive sound echoed. The body of the 9-tailed white phoenix could not withstand the terrifying energy and exploded with a bang, turning into countless soul lights that scattered across the heavens and the earth, as if someone had set off a firework in the sky. Along with the explosion of the 9-tailed white phoenix, the 5 soul rings also burst apart. Puff! Xian Jiao and the others simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, their expressions instantly becoming wilted, as if they could die at any moment. The ring shattered, and the man perished. Wang Ming slowly retracted the soul ring, his body steadily descending to the ground as he looked at the 5 of them. Xian Jia could barely lift his eyelids, struggling to gaze at Wang Ming. Standing before them, Wang Ming's face was somewhat pale, his hands in his pockets, silently observing them until all vitality had drained away. He turned and walked deeper into the trial base. With his hands in his pockets and a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Wang Ming stood on a rock. Not far away, a level 2 demon was screaming in agony, surrounded by a swarm of iron-eating ants, which were relentlessly tearing at the demon. Soon, the demon's cries grew fainter until they vanished completely. After being fed beast-feeding pills for some time, the iron-eating ants grew rapidly, their reproduction rate accelerating. Now, their numbers had reached thousands, although each individual had very limited attack power. Their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Not to mention a level 2 demon, even a level 3 demon would have to retreat in the face of such a multitude of iron-eating ants. He collected the level 2 demon core and turned to continue deeper into the trial base. It seemed that the strongest demons in this trial base were only level 3, and their numbers were not many. Using the system to search, it was difficult to encounter demons above level 2 within a 2-kilometer radius. Wang Ming couldn't be bothered to deal with level 1 demons. When he arrived at the agreed gathering place, and Rushui and the others had indeed arrived early. Brother Ming! Seeing Wang Ming return safely, and Rushui joyfully rushed over, carefully examining him, afraid he was missing something. Brother Ming, did you solve the Xian family's problem so quickly? Bai Yishan asked, astonished. Who is Brother Ming? Just those few trash from the Xian family, Brother Ming could crush them with a single finger, right, Brother Ming? Lu Feifei affirmed Wang Ming's abilities. Lu Feifei's words were surprisingly on point. Those from the Xin family were indeed crushed by Wang Ming with a single finger. This assessment focuses on hunting demons and crossing by Liang Mountain, but it seems there aren't many demons in the trial base. Wang Ming changed the subject. Did you encounter any demons above level 2 on your way here? And Rushui replied, the demons in the trial base are mostly level 2. If we want to hunt higher level demons, we should go to Wanma Mountain. I heard that Wanma Mountain not only has demons above level 3 but also suppresses an level 8 demon. Wanma Mountain used to be a battlefield from hundreds of years ago. Perhaps we could even find soul bones. Others probably went to Wanma Mountain. Baishan said, everyone wants to try their luck there. Soul bones? Wang Ming was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected there to be soul bones in the trial base. Ever since he obtained the Thunderbolt soul bone, he realized the combat power boost it provided was no small matter. Just the limitless increase in speed could keep him undefeated in most situations. Ha! Dream on, Lu Feifei said. It's been hundreds of years. The 4 major academies have conducted trials here over 100 times. Where would there still be so many soul bones? Those that could be found have long been taken, and those that haven't been found probably can't be obtained at all. Baishan said, trying our luck is still good. Besides, even if we can't get soul bones, we can still hunt some high-level demons. We won't end up at the bottom of the rankings in the Kyoto Academy. Wang Ming said, alright, then let's go to Wanma Mountain. So, the 4 of them headed towards Wanma Mountain. Along the way, they didn't encounter any demons or other academy members until they neared Wanma Mountain, where they finally saw people from other academies also heading towards it. Wanma Mountain, the highest mountain in the back of Bai Liang Mountain, rises over 2,000 meters. When Wang Ming saw Wanma Mountain, he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. The mountain, over 2,000 meters high, had been split in two by some sharp instrument, the gaping crack shocking to behold, cleaving the mountain into two. The entire Wanma Mountain appeared black. Even the grass and trees on the mountain were black, as if dyed with black paint. Wang Ming asked in surprise, why is Wanma Mountain black? Baishan explained, because of the pollution of demonic nature, beneath Wanma Mountain is suppressed an 8th level demon, and it has been suppressed for 300 years. At that time, we gathered the most powerful soul masters to jointly suppress it here. The strength of this demon is almost at the 9th level, and its demonic nature is extremely terrifying. 9th level? Wang Ming gasped. Lu Feifei said, I've heard that this demon's strength is very terrifying. It is predicted that its demonic soul has probably reached a million-year level, and its demonic nature has polluted all the grass and trees of Wanma Mountain. Wang Ming said, so, the demons near Wanma Mountain have increased their demonic nature because of this demon? Everyone nodded. And Rushui said, if there are any treasures or soul bones, they are probably deep within Wanma Mountain. But the demons deep inside Wanma Mountain are very strong. A senior from before said he had seen a 5th level demon in Wanma Mountain. Hurry, hurry. At this moment, the people on the outskirts quickened their pace towards Wanma Mountain. Hurry, the demonic essence flower has appeared in Wanma Mountain. Demonic essence flower? Wang Ming and the others widened their eyes in shock upon hearing these 3 words. For soul masters, the temptation of the demonic essence flower is simply deadly, as it can enhance the age of soul rings. Soul rings come from the demonic souls of demons, and the production of demonic souls comes from demonic nature. In places where demonic nature is extremely rich, demonic essence flowers will grow. After refining the demonic essence flower, it can enhance the soul rings of soul masters. Similarly, the demonic essence flower also has a deadly allure for demons. Damn! Lu Feifei was extremely shocked. No wonder it's an 8th level demon. It can actually grow demonic essence flowers. My soul ring is 3,000 years. If I can get the demonic essence flower, it can at least be upgraded to 5,000 years. A hint of fervor appeared in Baishan's eyes, and Rushui was also somewhat tempted. Let's go take a look. Wang Ming was not interested in the demonic essence flower, as he had no need to enhance his soul ring, but seeing their eagerness, he decided to go take a look and reminded, the demonic essence flower is indeed good, but it will inevitably attract bloodshed. If there's a plan, we will act. If there's no opportunity, we will retreat. No matter how good the thing is, we must use our lives to enjoy it. Don't worry, Mingu, we know what to do, Baishan said. Thus, the 4 quickly set off towards Wanma Mountain. The closer they got to Wanma Mountain, the stronger the demonic nature became. Demonic nature is not a physical object but a strange gas, black in color and odorless. Since demonic nature can only invade demons, it does not pose a threat to humans. When they just reached the edge of Wanma Mountain, the floating demonic nature in the air was minimal, and visibility was clear. As they delved deeper, the demonic nature gradually increased, and visibility became increasingly blurred, like a black fog. However, the number of people around also began to increase, including several classmates from the Capital Academy. When they saw Wang Ming and Enrushui, they all moved closer to Wang Ming. After all, Wang Ming was the rookie king of the Capital Academy, and his strength was evident. If they were to compete for the demonic essence flower, following Wang Ming would at least allow them to get a share. As they ventured into the area rumored to have the demonic essence flower, Wang Ming saw that students from the 4 major academies had almost all gathered here, with the 3 rookie kings leading their respective academies, standing on a high mound in front. The people from the Capital Academy all turned their gazes towards Wang Ming. The rookie kings from the other 3 academies noticed Wang Ming's arrival and cast their eyes towards him, filled with a strong sense of warning. Wang Ming ignored their gazes and walked forward. Blocking the way were people from the Qinglong Academy. Seeing Wang Ming approach, all the people from Qinglong Academy turned their eyes to their rookie king, Chen Tianyi. Chen Tianyi frowned slightly upon seeing Wang Ming coming over but did not speak. Now is not the time to act. Wang Ming possesses a 900,000-year soul ring and is a formidable opponent. There is no need for conflict at this moment. The others from the Qinglong Academy, seeing that Chen Tianyi remained silent, quietly made way, allowing Wang Ming and the people from the Kyoto Academy to ascend the earthen slope. When they saw the scene at the top of the slope, they were all taken aback. In front of the slope was a massive deep pit. The pit was 100 meters deep, shrouded in dense demonic energy that obscured vision, creating a sense of an unfathomable unknown danger. The demonic energy below was extremely thick, with the demonic essence flower growing at the very bottom of the pit. The growth of the demonic essence flower was quite unique. While the demonic energy was black, the flower's leaves were bright white, resembling a gracefully standing lotus. A faint light emanated from the bottom of the pit, which was also why the others could detect the presence of the demonic essence flower. Beside the flower, there were 2 level 4 demons guarding it, which was why the people from the other academies were hesitant to act. System: detect danger. Search for nearby demons. The growth conditions for the demonic essence flower were harsh, making it difficult to thrive under normal circumstances, and this place had been untouched for hundreds of years. If it could be discovered, the seniors from previous years would have long since found and taken it, so it was unlikely to fall to them. Moreover, with such a precious demonic essence flower, how could there only be 2 level 4 demons? System detection in progress: 10%, 30%, 50%, 80%, 100%. No danger detected. There are 5 demons within a 2-kilometer range of the host, 1 level 6 demon, 2 level 3 demons, and 2 level 4 demons. There's also a level 6 demon. Wang Ming's expression changed slightly. A level 6 demon was equivalent to a Soul Emperor level existence. They could handle the 2 demons together, but against a level 6 demon, they would have almost no chance of escape. But why had this demon not shown itself? Everyone. Chao Yaojun from the National Defense Academy suddenly spoke up. If you want to obtain the demonic essence flower, you all need to work together. First, deal with these 2 demons, then we can discuss how to distribute the flower. The newcomer from the Baifeng Academy, a beauty named Zhang Tianjing, said, "Okay." Chen Tianyi crossed his arms and nodded. Only Wang Ming remained silent, and everyone's gaze turned once more to the newcomer from the Kyoto Academy. The other 3 academies' newcomers were all from Kyoto and were relatively familiar with each other, but Wang Ming was an unknown variable, a dark horse they were not acquainted with. Chao Yaojun looked at Wang Ming and said, "I heard that brother Wang Ming has a 100,000-year soul ring. I suppose you're not interested in this demonic essence flower." Wang Ming ignored Chao Yaojun and instead said, "Don't you find it strange? The demonic essence flower is so precious, and there are plenty of demons above level 5 near the Wanma mountain. Why are there only 2 level 4 demons here?" Chen Tianyi sneered, "Humph. If you're afraid of dying, just step aside and don't hinder us." "All right." Wang Ming suddenly laughed. "Since you all are so interested, go ahead and fight for it. We from the Kyoto Academy will leave immediately and won't interfere." All the students from the Kyoto Academy looked at Wang Ming in astonishment. Such a good opportunity, such a precious demonic essence flower, and their newcomer king actually wouldn't step up to fight for it? Lu Xiaoyao frowned and disdainfully said, "Humph. Such cowardice is unworthy of being our newcomer king. It's truly embarrassing. Those who wish to compete for the demonic essence flower to enhance their soul rings, stay with me. Those afraid of dying, leave with Wang Ming." The students began to murmur among themselves. Wang Ming, too lazy to explain further, said to the people from the Kyoto Academy, "Those who are willing to trust me, come with me. I won't stop those who want to stay. After saying that, he turned and walked down the slope without looking back, and Rushi followed him without a second thought. Bai Yishan and Lu Feifei gritted their teeth and also left with Wang Ming. More than 30 people from the Kyoto Academy hesitated, some choosing to stay while others followed Wang Ming away. It's just the trash from Lin Zhang. Trash is trash, useless wherever it goes. I don't know where he got that 900,000-year soul ring, but winning the title of newcomer king at the Kyoto Academy has really made him think he's something special. I bet he doesn't even know what a demon essence flower is. As Wang Ming and some students from the Kyoto Academy descended the slope, they heard mocking voices from above. Brother Ming. Lu Feifei felt somewhat unwilling. Don't talk, let's hurry. Wang Ming quickened his pace to leave, and although the others didn't understand what was happening, they followed him in a rush. Attack! On the dirt slope, at the command, led by 3 newcomer kings, everyone rushed desperately toward the demon essence flower below, and in an instant, various soul tools and soul beasts lit up in the seemingly bottomless pit. Roar! The demons below let out furious roars. Warning! Warning! The host is about to face life-threatening danger. Danger level, stars, activating system rewards. Run! Upon hearing the 5-star danger alert, Wang Ming shouted and accelerated to escape, while the others were completely confused but began to frantically flee as they saw Wang Ming leading the way. Roar! At that moment, a demon's voice echoed from deep within, its powerful sound creating ripples in the air, deafening. It's a level 6 demon, run! Those in the pit changed their expressions upon hearing the roar. They had no time to fight for the demon essence flower and immediately turned to flee, but it was too late. The terrifying power of a level 6 demon was something even a soul emperor would not dare to confront, let alone this group of soul masters, and Rushi and the others were alarmed by the roar. They looked at Wang Ming, who was leading the escape, even more shocked. How did he know there was a level 6 demon hidden here? Ah! Behind them came a series of screams. Many had already fallen victim to the demon's attack. Whoosh! At that moment, a streak of light shot from behind, surpassing Wang Ming and the others, landing heavily in front of them. The person tumbled several times upon landing, kneeling on one knee. To everyone's surprise, it was Chao Yaojun, the newcomer king from the National Defense Academy. At the same time, Chen Tianyi from the Qinglong Academy and Zhang Tianjing from the Baifeng Academy displayed their skills, quickly escaping the pit and desperately running toward Wang Ming. Wang Ming, save me! At that moment, Lu Qiudao's piercing cry came from behind. Wang Ming turned a deaf ear. Shui, help me! Lu Qiaoyao called out to Enrushi. Although she regarded Enrushi as a rival, they had grown up together, and there were still feelings there. Hearing Lu Qiaoyao's desperate plea softened Enrushi's heart, and she turned to look at Lu Qiaoyao. Wang Ming grabbed Enrushi firmly, his expression serious as he stared at her. Enrushi looked at Wang Ming with tears in her eyes, her voice pleading, Brother Ming, can you save her? Wang Ming's heart sank heavily. He turned to look in Lu Qiaoyao's direction. She had crawled out of the pit, struggling at the edge, while screams continued to echo from below, indicating that the demons were still slaughtering others. There was a chance, but it was perilous. Thunderbolt Soul Bone. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Ming poured all his soul power into his leg soul bone. With a crackle, he transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly disappearing from his spot, the lightning almost skimming the ground as he covered thousands of meters in mere seconds, appearing right in front of Lu Qiaoyao. This scene left everyone deeply shocked. Even Chao Yaojun, Chen Tianyi, and the others fleeing nearby had their expressions change. This speed was no different from flying, restoring soul power to 100%. The host uses soul essence, soul power restored 100%, soul essence value, 58,200. Wang Ming wrapped one arm around Lu Qiaoyao's thigh and the other around her back, pushing off the ground to shoot backward. At the same time, the massive head of a level 6 demon suddenly emerged from the deep pit, its eyes as large as balls, blood-red and terrifying. It let out a deafening roar at the two in midair. Roar! The terrifying sound waves created ripples in the air. Shatter! Wang Ming was slightly startled, and immediately focused his mind, summoning a 900,000-year soul ring that appeared at his waist. The black-red soul ring emitted a chilling light, generating a powerful soul wave to counter the demon's roar. Lu Qiaoyao obediently lay in Wang Ming's arms, looking up. At this moment, Wang Ming's expression was cold and resolute, his eyes calm and composed, his long hair flying in the wind. Lu Qiaoyao felt an inexplicable sense of safety lying in his embrace. She thought that even if the sky were to fall, she wouldn't feel afraid. At this moment, Wang Ming's image was deeply imprinted in her heart. Boom! The soul power struggled to resist the terrifying roar, but Wang Ming used the force of the roar to propel himself backward. When he landed, he infused his soul power into his legs, firmly planting them on the ground, the tremendous momentum pushing him rapidly backward, carving 2 deep trenches in front of him. After stabilizing his stance, Wang Ming flipped in midair without hesitation, reorienting himself, and quickly chased after Enrushi and the others, fleeing forward. The level 6 demon stood over 10 meters tall, its body several dozen meters long, resembling a tiger or lion, with long fangs exposed. It stood on the dirt slope and let out another furious roar, glancing at the fleeing humans below. After a moment of silence, it did not pursue but turned and walked back into the deep pit. 30 minutes later, the group escaped from the demon mountain and rested under a large tree. Lu Xiaoyao's hands were still tightly wrapped around Wang Ming, and Enrushi, feeling jealous, said, "Lu Xiaoyao, are you not coming down?" "Ah!" Lu Xiaoyao exclaimed as if waking from a dream, hurriedly loosening her grip, her cheeks instantly flushed, her voice as low as a mosquito's. Thank you." "Humph." Enrushi huffed discontentedly. Xiao Yaojun, Chen Tianyi, and Zhang Tianjing no longer had their previous high spirits and arrogance, casually sitting nearby to rest. Wang Ming noted the students from the Kyoto Academy. Counting them, only 21 had returned, while the others had all perished in the demon's belly. This was still fortunate. The Baifeng Academy had only 15 left, the National Defense Academy had 13, and the Qinglong Academy had 12. Originally 120 people, now only 61 remained, losing nearly half. "Wang Ming, did you know there was a level 6 demon there all along?" After counting his academy's members, Zhang Tianjing, feeling displeased, turned to accuse Wang Ming. "Why didn't you say anything earlier?" "Wang Ming." The sudden questioning left Wang Ming stunned. What kind of logic is this woman using? Before Wang Ming could respond, Enrushi angrily said, "What do you mean by that? You can't blame others for not reminding you when you don't use your brain." Lu Feifei added, "Exactly, you can't pull out a poop and blame the earth for not having gravity. You, shameless." Zhang Tianjing's face turned red from Lu Feifei's crude words, and unable to come up with a more vulgar retort, he angrily shouted, "Shameless fatso, I'll kill you." No one expected Zhang Tianjing to act at that moment. Wang Ming's expression darkened, and he immediately took action. The black-red soul ring descended from the sky, and he activated the Thunderbolt Soul Bone, appearing in front of Zhang Tianjing in a flash, the thousand-blade knife appearing in his hand, directly pressed against Zhang Tianjing's neck. This entire process was completed in an instant. No one reacted in time when the knife appeared on Zhang Tianjing's fair neck, pressing down heavily, and blood instantly appeared on her pristine skin. Wang Ming's cold voice rang in her ear, "If you dare to move again, I'll kill." The single word "kill" made Zhang Tianjing's heart tremble. At that moment, she finally witnessed Wang Ming's terrifying strength. "Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive." Xiao Yaojun was also startled and immediately stepped in to mediate. "Classmate Zhang is just overwhelmed by the loss of her classmates. Please calm down, classmate Wang Ming. Don't act recklessly." Wang Ming coldly glanced at Zhang Tianjing, sheathed his knife, and said to them, "Since you all are unwilling to join us, then we shall part ways. If anyone dares to harm my people from the Kyoto Academy again, I will kill." The people from the Kyoto Academy stood up one after another, preparing to leave with Wang Ming. Lu Xiaoyao also obediently stood up. "Classmate Wang Ming." Xiao Yaojun blocked him, saying, "You may not know this, but to leave the trial base, we must pass through the Wanmog Mountain. Now that a level 6 demon has appeared in Wanmog Mountain, if we scatter, none of us will make it through." Wang Ming looked at Enrushi. Enrushi nodded, "Brother Ming, if we want to get out, we must pass through Wanmog Mountain." "Doesn't the people from the 4 major academies know about the level 6 demon in Wanmog Mountain?" Wang Ming asked in confusion. How could they allow a level 6 demon to appear in the trial base? Xiao Yaojun smiled wryly. "They know, but what can they do? These demons rely on the presence of that level 8 demon. Even if the deans go in to encircle and suppress, those demons will hide deep within the level 8 demon, and the deans wouldn't dare to go in." Wang Ming frowned. "So, the seal on that level 8 demon hasn't been reinforced for a long time?" Chen Tianyi interjected, "There's no need to worry about that. The seal from back then was very strong, and that demon definitely can't break free. What we face now is the level 6 demon." Zhang Tianjing sneered, "A level 6 demon is equivalent to a Soul Emperor level expert. Even if we join forces, can we be its match?" Xiao Yaojun looked at Wang Ming and said, "We can only lure that demon out to get past." Wang Ming instantly understood. Xiao Yaojun's intention was clear, he wanted him to lure the level 6 demon. No one was a fool, and Rushui immediately reacted, coldly staring at Xiao Yaojun. "Xiao Yaojun, what do you mean? You want Wang Ming to lure the level 6 demon so you can escape, right?" Xiao Yaojun smiled wryly, "Except for classmate Wang Ming, who has the means to escape from a level 6 demon, anyone else going would just be walking to their death." "No way." Lu Xiaoyao stood up and said, "You all want classmate Wang Ming to lure the demon so you can fight for the demon core flower, right? You can only play your own game. The students from the Kyoto Academy all opposed. Wang Ming was silent for a moment and said, "It's not impossible." Ha! Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, everyone turned to look at him. Chow Yaojun thought it would take some persuasion to convince Wang Ming, but unexpectedly, the other party agreed after a brief contemplation. Was this confidence in his own strength, or did he have other motives? Chen Tianning, Chow Yaojun, and Zhang Tianjing exchanged quick glances, seeing confusion, shock, and wariness in each other's eyes. Wang Ming continued, "I can lure the level 6 demon away, but don't forget, this assessment is based on the number of demon cores and the time taken to pass through by Liang Mountain. Since you all have taken the lead and gained a speed advantage, I must have the advantage in demon cores. Then I must trouble you all to hand over all the demon cores you have." All the demon cores? Zhang Tianjing's beautiful eyes widened. "Wang Ming, your heart is too dark. The people from the Kyoto Academy are also with me, don't they count? If you take all our demon cores, how are we supposed to report to the academy?" Wang Ming shrugged, "Sorry, this isn't something I should be concerned about. Hand over the demon cores, I'll lure the demons away. Otherwise, you can figure it out yourselves, and I'll take our people and leave." "You?" Zhang Tianjing looked at Wang Ming with disdain, feeling he was nothing but a greedy rogue. Chow Yaojun lowered his gaze and thought for a moment, then said to Chen Tianyi and Zhang Tianjing, "Classmates Chen and Zhang, after we pass Wanma Mountain, there will be more demons. We can hunt them again." It's reasonable for Wang to risk his life to lure the demons and propose the condition for the demon cores. Humph! Zhang Tianjing snorted coldly, displeased. In the end, Chow Yaojun collected the demon cores from the 3 academies and handed them to Wang Ming, totaling 363 cores. Only 3 were level 4, 18 were level 3, and the rest were all level 2. With a sufficient number of demon cores, Wang Ming nodded, "All right, we'll rest today and act tonight. By the way, after you obtain the Mo Sui flower, we don't need the other parts, just make sure to hand over the roots to Enrushui." The roots? Everyone looked at Wang Ming in surprise. The important part of the Mo Sui flower was the petals. The roots were of little use. What did Wang Ming want the roots for? But everyone quickly agreed without much hesitation. As long as he didn't want the petals, it meant one less person to share with, so why not? "Brother Ming." And Rushui's delicate face was filled with worry. "That's a level 6 demon. Can you handle it alone?" Chow Yaojun and the others are quite cunning. "It's too cheap for them," Baishan said. Wang Ming had his own plans and told them, Shui, "Tonight you take care of our academy's people. Don't worry about the rest. You can trust me, I won't do anything without confidence." "Brother Ming, you must be careful." Suddenly, Lu Xiaodao's voice came softly from not far away, and her address changed. Wang Ming simply responded with a hum. Everyone began to adjust and rest. At 10:35 p.m., there was no moon tonight, and the forest was shrouded in darkness, giving a chilling and terrifying feeling. The group started to approach Wanma Mountain, which was even darker at night, almost impossible to see a hand in front of them. Sporadic sounds of birds and insects came from deep within the forest as they groped their way to the outskirts of Wanma Mountain. Chow Yaojun whispered, "Wang Ming, it's up to you now." Chen Tianyi and Zhang Tianjing also looked at Wang Ming. Wang Ming said nothing, turned to Enrushui and nodded, reminding them to be careful, then accelerated alone towards the depths of Wanma Mountain, quickly disappearing from their sight. Ha! Once out of sight of the others, Wang Ming took a deep breath. He first took out the 1,000 blades to prepare, then let the system start searching for demons within a 2-kilometer radius, cautiously approaching the dirt slope. As he neared the dirt slope from earlier in the day, the system detected 2 level 4 demons in the deep pit but found no level 6 demons. However, when he carefully climbed up the slope, the system detected the presence of a level 6 demon. This level 6 demon has quite a bit of intelligence. It's hiding so far away. Wang Ming speculated inwardly. The demon's soul must be at least 10,000 years old. Since he needed to lure out that level 6 demon, he had to create some commotion, so he would take action against the 2 level 4 demons below. Of course, with his current strength, he could only use his first soul skill to kill the 2 level 4 demons. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming quietly gathered his strength. The system had already located the 2 demons, who were guarding the Mo Sui flower, one on the left and one on the right. Thunderbolt Soul Bone, go! Zila! As Wang Ming injected all the prepared soul power into the Thunderbolt Soul Bone, a blue lightning flashed across the night sky, skimming the ground, while the black-red soul ring lit up in the pitch-black night. The blinding light illuminated the deep pit, casting a black-red hue. Roar! The 2 level 4 monsters sensed an attack and roared in anger, leaping up to launch an assault on Wang Ming. Ancient One Finger. Under the black-red soul ring, Wang Ming's expression was solemn, resembling an unassailable statue, as if the ancient god had descended. He slowly pointed downward, and within the black-red soul ring, a yellow finger gradually descended, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. The enclosed deep pit could not release the dreadful pressure, compressing it within. Roar! Under this terrifying pressure, the two monsters at the bottom of the pit were firmly suppressed, as if carrying a great mountain on their backs, their 5 sharp legs deeply embedded in the ground. They struggled and roared with all their might, but could not move their legs or bodies. This was the first complete release of the ancient one finger. Boom! As the finger pointed down, the deep pit could not withstand such terrifying energy and began to crack, the entire slope trembling, the soil and stones on the slope jumping. When the finger fully descended, the entire pit exploded. It was as if someone had buried a certain amount of TNT in the pit, erupting with a thunderous blast, causing landslides and raising dust dozens of meters high. Above the deep pit, Wang Ming's face appeared slightly pale, untouched by any dirt, standing solemnly beneath the black-red soul ring. Below, a massive finger mark was striking. Beneath the finger, the 2 level 4 monsters were directly pressed into meat patties, 2 crystal-clear monster cores hovering in mid-air, while the nearby demon essence flower remained unharmed amidst the terrifying energy. This left Wang Ming secretly amazed. He first collected the monster cores, then activated the Thunderbolt Soulbone, transforming into a streak of lightning that shot down to the side of the demon essence flower. A faint fragrance flowed into his nostrils, filling his lungs, making him feel relaxed and clear-headed, an indescribable comfort. Roar! At that moment, the level 6 monster finally reacted, roaring in fury as it pounced toward the deep pit, moving at incredible speed, almost covering the 2-kilometer distance in a single leap as the roar sounded. Wang Ming's expression changed. A level 6 monster was not something he could handle unless he risked his life to release the soul ring's full potential. Wang Ming had no intention of fighting this monster to the death. He immediately grasped the demon essence flower and infused his soul power into the Thunderbolt Soulbone, transforming into a streak of lightning that shot away. The level 6 monster sensed the demon essence flower being picked and immediately flew into a rage. Its enormous eyes turned blood red, roaring as it pursued Wang Ming with full force, displaying an unyielding determination. The onlookers hidden in the distance held their breath, waiting silently. Suddenly, the ground trembled, followed by a terrifying roar from ahead, a blinding light flashing across the sky in the distance, like a spark ignited from firewood, quickly extinguishing. Then came another furious roar from the monster, even more deafening. It was the level 6 monster. Upon hearing this shriek, everyone immediately guessed it was the voice of the level 6 monster. Chao Yaojun, Chen Tianyi, and Zhang Tianjing exchanged glances, seeing immense shock in each other's eyes. What kind of monster was Wang Ming? A mere level 18 soul master could create such a commotion. A glint of malice flashed in Zhang Tianjing's eyes as he thought, Wang Ming, no matter how capable you are, you won't survive against a level 6 monster. How dare you disrespect me, a mere rookie, this is your fate. And Rushi looked ahead with a worried expression. She clasped her hands together at her chest, silently praying for Wang Ming. At that moment, in the darkness ahead, 2 lights flashed one after the other. Shooting off into the distance, it was Wang Ming and the level 6 monster. Go! Chao Yaojun saw the level 6 demon being drawn away and immediately got up, accelerating towards the deep pit. The others, seeing this, also got up and rushed towards the deep pit, all of them running forward in a frenzy. At this moment, their goal was not to escape, but to obtain the precious demon essence flower, a treasure that was priceless and highly sought after by all soul masters. As they rushed to the front at their fastest speed, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The original dirt slope had turned into flat ground, and on the surface, a massive, several-meter-deep fingerprint deeply shocked everyone's hearts. At the bottom of the pit lay the completely transformed corpses of 2 level 4 demons. This was where they fought just now? Zhang Tianjing's voice trembled, filled with disbelief. She couldn't believe this was real. Where's the demon essence flower? The flower that Chao Yaojun cared about the most was nowhere to be found. Hearing this, everyone looked around, and the area was in disarray, with no trace of the flower, not even 2 petal fragments. It must be Wang Ming. It has to be Wang Ming, Zhang Tianjing said with certainty. He must have killed these 2 demons first, picked the demon essence flower, and escaped, which enraged that level 6 demon. Chen Tianyi gritted his teeth. Wang Ming, this guy is so scheming. Despicable. Oh, Baishan sneered as if suddenly realizing something, speaking in a sarcastic tone. So your goal wasn't to draw away the level 6 demon to escape but to use Wang Ming to lure the demon away for your own benefit, right? TSK. Others are deep in scheming, but you all are just upright gentlemen, good people, with no schemes or tricks, huh? Zhang Tianjing glared at Baishan in anger. Look at your identity, do you even deserve to speak? Lu Feifei chimed in mockingly. Oh, such a noble identity, but I wonder how high it really is? Baishan played along. It must be higher than 3 or 4 floors. Their identity is like a tall building, the kind that can pierce the sky. are looking for death. Zhang Tianjing was itching to kill them, and Rushui, worried about Wang Ming's safety, saw Zhang Tianjing, the scheming woman, wanting to make a move again, and coldly shouted, "Zhang Tianjing, this is not your home, nor is it a place for you to flaunt your identity and show off. If you dare to act recklessly again, I will definitely kill you." Zhang Tianjing was even angrier. "Am I afraid of you?" Before she finished speaking, with a wave of her hand, a crystal-clear sword appeared in her grasp, and a purple soul ring slowly descended from above her head. 30 kilometers away. Restore soul power. Restore soul power. Restore soul power. Wang Ming's expression was cold as he repeatedly used soul essence to quickly restore his soul power, urging the Thunderbolt Soulbone to accelerate. The level 6 demon behind him relentlessly pursued, roaring in anger, wishing to tear Wang Ming to shreds and devour him alive. 100% soul power restored, soul essence. 100% soul power restored, soul essence. The soul essence was rapidly depleting. In less than a minute, both sides had chased out 30 kilometers, and the soul power had been restored 8 times. The speed of the level 6 demon was simply too fast. Even with the Thunderbolt Soulbone, the distance between them was quickly closing. Wang Ming, an 18th level soul master, realized that even if he poured all his soul power into the soulbone, the speed he could achieve would not compare to that of the level 6 demon. "I can't keep running like this." Sensing the rapidly approaching level 6 demon, Wang Ming's heart sank slightly. In at most one more minute, the demon would catch up to him, and a battle was inevitable. Rather than waste too much soul essence, he decided to embrace the fight. Wang Ming acted decisively. He immediately stopped fleeing, turned around, and revealed his soul ring, his steady eyes shining with unwavering determination. System, release soul ring duration 0. 0, 7 zeros, 1%. Soul ring age release in progress, 50%, 100%, age release successful, soul ring age, 1 million years. Buzz. As the soul ring age reached 1 million years, the soul ring above his head began to tremble slightly, a terrifying wave of soul power radiating outwards, causing the surrounding air to quiver as if it were alive. The soul power within the ring surged like waves in the ocean, spreading through the air. The black-red soul ring gradually transformed into a golden hue amidst the waves of terrifying energy, and the sky around them shifted from red to gold. As the soul ring changed from black-red to gold, a vast flow of soul power surged into Wang Ming's body, instantly inflating him with this overwhelming energy, his body swelling everywhere, like a balloon overfilled with air, on the verge of bursting. Pain shot through him as if he were about to explode from overeating, a pain so intense it made him wish for death, his body swollen and at risk of bursting at any moment. Ancient. Wang Ming gritted his teeth against the pain and unleashed his first soul skill, Buzz. The immense soul power within him rapidly flowed into the golden soul ring above, alleviating some of the swelling sensation. The dazzling golden soul ring began to expand as it trembled, an ancient aura pouring forth from it, a terrifying pressure descending upon the world. Within the golden soul ring, the original darkness revealed an expansive, infinite starry sky. A giant figure emerged in the distant starry expanse. One finger. Wang Ming's expression turned solemn as he pointed downwards gently. At the same time, the figure within the soul ring moved, slowly raising its hand and casually extending a finger downwards. This process was completed in an instant. When the level 6 demon charged forward, it felt a wave of heart-stopping threat that instilled fear within it, a fear that made it hesitate to resist. Yet, as a level 6 demon, it felt ashamed of its fear in the face of such a small soul master like Wang Ming. Roar! With a furious roar, the demon unleashed a deafening cry to suppress its inner fear, gathering all its demonic power in its mouth to confront that finger head-on. A mocking smile appeared on Wang Ming's face. Suddenly, a system alert echoed in his mind. Warning! Warning! The host is facing life-threatening danger, danger level, stars, activating system rewards. If the host safely navigates this crisis, rewards will include Soul Artifact Enhancement Crystal +1, Soul Beast Evolution Crystal +1, Billion-Year Soul Ring Crystal +1 enough. A voice boomed from above, carrying a terrifying energy that sent ripples of air expanding outward, the sound emanating a pressure that suppressed both Wang Ming and the level 6 demon. Upon hearing this voice, the level 6 demon trembled and crawled to the ground, displaying silent awe and fear. The soul skill Wang Ming had unleashed was unexpectedly suppressed by this voice. The ancient finger extending from the golden soul ring halted in its tracks, as if the surrounding space had been locked down. He was filled with dread. This was the first time since he had unleashed his first soul skill that he had been suppressed by a mere voice. No, to be precise, it was as if the other party had directly locked down this space, locking down the world. This was something only a human soul sage or an 8th level demon could achieve. Could this voice belong to the 8th level demon that was suppressing this area? The thought sent a shiver down Wang Ming's spine. With his current strength, he had to fight for his life against a level 6 demon, facing an 8th level demon, he wouldn't even have the chance to struggle. This reminded him of that woman he encountered before entering the trial base, back at school. Human little friend, the voice resonated from above, deep and heavy. Do not panic, I mean you no harm, on the contrary, I am very interested in you. Several of your friends have been invited by me to Wanma Mountain as guests. Young friend, would you be willing to come to Wanma Mountain for a chat? Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's heart sank. It seemed that Enrushui and the others had not escaped Wanma Mountain at all, but were instead under the control of this level 8 demon. Who are you? In front of the level 8 demon, he had no chance to escape, let alone resist. Adhering to the tradition of since I'm here, I might as well go all in, Wang Ming decided to completely let go of his worries, put away his soul ring and soul device, stuffed his hands into his pockets, raised his head to look at the sky, and calmly asked, "Who are you?" Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed from above. Human young friend, you are quite brave, worthy of the affection of the ancient deities. Ancient deities? Wang Ming was taken aback. Indeed, the finger with an ancient aura that appeared in the soul technique you just used is the finger of an ancient deity. Although it was just a simple gesture, it carries an unmatched sense of oppression for both humans and demons today. Young friend, would you be interested in coming to Wanma Mountain for a chat? Wang Ming had no choice, and he was very interested in the ancient deities, so he replied, "Then I shall respectfully comply." Little tiger, bring my guest in. Roar! The level 6 demon, which had just been very fierce towards Wang Ming, obediently growled, then glanced at Wang Ming, crouched down, and gestured for him to ride on its back. Wang Ming's figure flashed and appeared on the demon's back. The demon let out a shriek, its 4 claws leaving the ground, creating ripples in the air, and soared into the sky. About a minute later, the two returned to Wanma Mountain. From a distance, Wang Ming saw Enrushui and the others imprisoned at the site of the previous explosion, their bodies restrained as if someone had sealed their acupoints, unable to move except for their eyes. Chao Yaojun and the others were shocked to see Wang Ming returning with his foot on the head of a level 6 demon, unable to believe their eyes. If they weren't restrained, they would have pinched themselves hard to confirm they weren't hallucinating. The level 6 demon landed, let out a low growl at Wang Ming, and turned to walk inside. Wang Ming did not move but cupped his fists towards the top of Wanma Mountain and said, "Senior, these people are my friends. Could you please release them first?" "All of them?" The voice echoed from above again. Wang Ming cupped his fists. "Senior, those dressed like me are my classmates. As the new king of the Kyoto Academy, I am responsible for their safety. I hope the senior can grant this." "Good, since they are your classmates, they can naturally be released." As the voice fell, the surrounding space seemed to undergo a barely noticeable change, and then Enrushui, Baishan, and the others seemed to be released, their bodies going limp as they clutched their chests and gasped for air. Wang Ming flashed to Enrushui's side and supported her. "Are you okay?" Enrushui shook her head. "I'm fine, just worried about you." "Was that a level 8 demon speaking just now?" Wang Ming nodded. "You take them away. I will be fine." Then he said to Baishan and the others, "You all go first, don't worry about me. This senior shouldn't make things difficult for me." As he spoke, his fingertip touched the back of Enrushui's clothing. In front of the level 8 demon, they had no right to refuse. Baishan and Lu Feifei said nothing, only looking at Wang Ming with worried expressions, unable to offer him any help. Wang Ming patted their shoulders. "Go." Enrushui, with a choked voice, said, "Minggu, I want to stay and accompany you." Wang Ming shook his head. "Don't worry too much about me. If this senior wanted to kill me, we would have died long ago. Since we are still alive, it means he doesn't have the intention to kill me for now. You all go first." The students of the Kyoto Academy looked at Wang Ming reluctantly, slowly moving forward. Woo woo woo. Zhang Tianjing, who was imprisoned in front, immediately began to whimper desperately when she saw them about to leave, frowning with eyes full of pleading, looking pitiful. Lu Feifei pouted. "Woo woo woo. What are you humming about? Do you want my brother Ming to save you? Don't. How noble you are. People like us are not worthy of saving you. Please don't belittle yourself. Otherwise, others will look down on you." Baishan said, "We're leaving." Woo 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 woo. Zhang Tianjing was so anxious that tears streamed down her face, looking at Wang Ming with sorrowful eyes. Oh. Lu Feifei said sarcastically, "What are you trying to say? Let me translate for you. Are you asking my brother Ming to save your life?" Woo woo. Zhang Tianjing blinked. "Then how will you repay my brother Ming? Is it enough to be a servant or a maid?" Lu Feifei said with a grin. Zhang Tianjing. Lu Feifei, "Oh, I see that you don't want to. That makes sense. With your nobility, how could you be willing to be my brother Ming's servant? Then you might as well die here in your nobility." After saying that, they left. Zhang Tianjing panicked. Woo woo woo. Lu Feifei translated accurately. "Do you agree?" Zhang Tianjing blinked with tearful eyes, indicating her willingness. Lu Feifei looked at Wang Ming. Brother Ming, there's someone here who wants to be your maid, do you want to accept her? Wang Ming was speechless, not expecting Lu Feifei to be so clever, then clasped his fists towards Wanmishan. Senior, do you think these people can? Hee, since this girl is willing to be your maid and looks so lovely, I naturally have to help fulfill this wish. As he spoke, a slight ripple appeared in the air, and Zhang Tianjing along with everyone else was released. After being released, Zhang Tianjing and the others felt a wave of weakness. Wang Ming, Brother Ming. Zhang Tianjing's face turned pale, her tone becoming obedient. Chao Yaojun and Shen Tianyi respectfully addressed Wang Ming. Thank you, Brother Ming, for saving our lives. We are willing to follow your orders. Wang Ming nodded slightly. You all go first. The group dared not linger any longer and quickly followed Enru Shui away. After watching them leave, Wang Ming then followed the 6th level demon deeper inside, as he was about to face the 8th level demon. Walking deeper into Wanmishan, everything around became increasingly dark. The thick demonic aura corroded everything, even the stones turned pitch black. Continuing to walk with the 6th level demon, they arrived at the entrance of a cave, where the 6th level demon stood at the entrance, signaling Wang Ming to go in. The cave extended downward, completely dark inside, visibility less than 1 meter, and the air was very humid. It was silent inside, only the sound of Wang Ming's footsteps echoing tap-tap in the cave, as if the passage had no end. With no light in sight, like being locked in a small darkroom, everything around was just black. Wang Ming continued to walk down along the cave wall, not knowing how long he had walked, when a bluish-green light appeared ahead. As he approached the light source, Wang Ming felt his eyes were somewhat inadequate. It was just like, at first, it was extremely narrow, only then did it lead to people. After walking several dozen steps, it suddenly opened up. Ahead was an extremely large cave, so high that Wang Ming felt it almost hollowed out the entire Wanmishan, with an area as large as a football field. And in such a vast space, there was a huge demon imprisoned, its limbs and neck locked by enormous chains. The chains looked very ordinary, but Wang Ming knew they were definitely not ordinary chains, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hold an 8th level demon. This 8th level demon should be a type of dragon. It had 4 claws, a snake-like body, and horns on its head, but it was definitely not a dragon. It was estimated to be 100 meters long, as thick as 10 people could embrace, coiled up very tall, and Wang Ming couldn't take it all in at a glance. He slowly raised his head to see the dragon's head. The dragon had its eyes closed. The walls around glimmered with a bluish-green light, burning something unknown. At that moment, a bluish-green light shot out from above the dragon's head, and when it landed, it transformed into a human figure, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe, with a refined and gentle appearance, resembling a well-read scholar. Wang Ming clasped his fists. Junior Wang Ming, greetings to you, senior. The man nodded slightly in response, then waved his hand, and tables and chairs appeared out of thin air, with hot tea set on the table. The man said, young friend Wang Ming, please take a seat. Without hesitation, Wang Ming sat down confidently. The man smiled and nodded, saying to Wang Ming, I am Tuosin, the 8th level demon suppressed here by your kind 100 years ago. Young friend, crossing over 100 years, to drink tea together here, this is fate. Wang Ming thought to himself, this is a forced fate, but smiled and said, it is an honor for me to meet you, senior, and to receive your guidance. Tuosin waved his hand and laughed, it cannot be considered guidance. I specially invited you here today for one matter. Wang Ming knew this matter was definitely related to ancient deities, and immediately became serious, saying, please elaborate, senior. Tuosin invited Wang Ming to drink tea and spoke slowly. 300 years ago, when the demonic essence invaded Blue Star, we demon beasts were eroded by the demonic essence, and after undergoing mutations, we gained extraordinary energy. This energy allows demons to undergo tremendous changes. The more demonic essence consumed, the stronger the power, even producing demonic souls, which are akin to your human soul rings. However, with the excessive intake of demonic essence, demons gradually lose their nature, which is what humans refer to as falling into madness. To prevent falling into madness, there is only one way, to consume humans. The blood and flesh of humans contain a certain spirituality that can weaken the demonic essence, which is also the main reason why humans are not eroded by it. A certain spirituality? Wang Ming frowned. Yes, but what exactly it is remains unknown. We have specifically studied human metaphysical texts, hoping to gain insights, but we have never obtained what we wanted, until my strength broke through to level 9. Wang Ming's heart trembled. Level 9? This demon had actually broken through to level 9 during this 100 years, equivalent to a human soul saint level expert. Hiss! Wang Ming inhaled sharply. Hee. Seeing Wang Ming's astonished expression, Tuosin chuckled, I am relatively lucky among demons. The place that suppressed me is called Wanmo Mountain, but it wasn't renamed Wanmo Mountain after my suppression. It was originally called Wanmo Mountain because deep underground, there is a demonic platform. Relying on the demonic essence released from this platform, I successfully advanced to level 9 in 100 years. Demonic platform? Wang Ming felt confused, and at the same time thought, this guy absorbed so much demonic essence to rise from level 8 to level 9, not only without falling into madness but even maintaining such wisdom. How many people must he have consumed? Suddenly, a scene appeared in Wang Ming's mind, the middle-aged man grinning, revealing a gentle smile, with crimson blood slowly flowing from the corners of his mouth, and behind him, a mountain of bones. Wang Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Tuosin reminisced, when I advanced to level 9, my demonic soul ascended to the starry sky, where I saw a gigantic black figure, exuding a terrifying ancient aura. Standing before this giant shadow, I felt so small, as if I did not exist. Wang Ming's heart tightened. Wasn't this exactly the scene he saw when absorbing the soul rings of millions of years? But Wang Ming remained silent, continuing to listen attentively. The enormous figure seemed boundless. I could not see its complete form. It neither moved nor spoke, only cast a glance in this direction. That glance, though not directed at me, nearly shattered my soul. At this point, Wang Ming noticed a look of apprehension on Tuosin's face. Wang Ming asked, "Is it humanoid or?" "I don't know, I couldn't see it clearly, it was very vague." Tuosin shook his head. "That aura is not just similar to the first soul skill you released today, it is exactly the same." After saying this, he fixed his gaze on Wang Ming, as if trying to see through him. "Ahem." Wang Ming cleared his throat and quickly explained, "You must have seen, my soul ring is a million-year soul ring." "No, your soul ring should have been a 900,000-year soul ring, but during the battle with Little Tiger, your soul ring suddenly became a million-year soul ring." Tuosin's eyes were locked onto Wang Ming's, as if trying to extract the answer he sought from his gaze. "Yes, because my soul ring is a heavenly bestowed soul ring," Wang Ming said truthfully. "A heavenly bestowed soul ring?" Tuosin was momentarily taken aback, then pressed, "How did the heavens bestow you this soul ring? What did you see? How did you comprehend this soul skill?" Wang Ming could only say truthfully, "You might not believe it, but it is the truth. When my strength reached level 10, I had a dream. In the dream, I appeared in the starry sky and saw a shadow. This shadow pointed at me, and that finger pressed down, extinguishing the stars around me. I too faded away with the stars, and then I woke up from the dream. When I awoke, I had obtained the soul ring, and then I comprehended that finger." Tuosin stared at Wang Ming for a long time, contemplating the truth of his words. Wang Ming met Tuosin's gaze. The underground cave suddenly fell into an unusual silence. He. Suddenly, Tuosin laughed. "It doesn't matter whether it's the truth or a lie, because if you want to leave alive, you must let me plant a soul control in you, otherwise, you will only die." Upon hearing soul control, Wang Ming's expression darkened slightly. Indeed, this Tuosin was not a good person. He wanted to explore the unknown in the starry sky by controlling him. Truly worthy of being a 6-star danger, it was indeed difficult to navigate. The so-called soul control involves planting a strand of the opponent's soul thought in their heart and soul. This strand can control the heart and soul, and if the opponent is ever dissatisfied, it can be detonated, causing their soul to scatter. This is not a profound soul technique. As long as one's cultivation reaches level 10 or above, one can plant a soul thought in others or demons. In front of this level 9 demon, Wang Ming had no chance to escape, but allowing him to plant a soul thought meant handing over his life to this demon, and he did not like the feeling of being controlled. "You need not worry too much," Tuosin said in a very cultured manner. "At least for now, you need not be overly concerned. You are of no use to me at the moment. When your strength reaches the Soul Emperor realm, I will come looking for you." "Senior," Wang Ming said, "do you want to control me to explore the beings in the starry sky?" "No, to be precise." Tuosin seemed a bit hesitant, pondering for a moment before asking, "Do you know the source of demonic nature? Do you know why demon beasts gain this energy after being invaded by demonic nature?" Wang Ming shook his head. Tuosin stroked his beard and shook his head, saying, "Talking about this is a bit early for you, but I can summarize it for you. Whether demons or humans, we are all, in your human terms, we are all struggling workers." Struggling workers? Wang Ming was bewildered. How could the cultivation of soul power be related to being a worker? Tuosin further explained, "It's like two big merchants fighting, releasing large-scale benefits to attract consumers. Whoever gets more people and gains more traffic is the winner. The demonic and the divine are like two merchants, and the cultivation of demons and humans is the welfare they provide us. As the number of cultivated demons and humans increases, they will absorb the energy of level 10 demons or level 100 soul emperors to determine the final outcome." Wang Ming frowned. Tuosin, as a researcher of human literature, made a very apt metaphor, and Wang Ming understood it immediately. Their desperate cultivation and relentless strengthening of power ultimately made them nothing more than the chives harvested by the divine and the demonic. They were being used by the demons and humans. Just like Capital. So, Senior, you felt a crisis after seeing that giant shadow in the starry sky, right? Wang Ning asked in response after realizing. Tuasin did not hide it at all, saying, yes, that giant shadow has set its sights on me. Wang Ming frowned. Didn't you just say that it didn't notice your existence? How can you say it has set its sights on you? Tuasin grimaced a bitter smile, extended his arm, rolled up his sleeve, revealing a black mark on his wrist. This mark looked more like a birthmark, with a strange, twisted shape that was hard to decipher. This is the mark left after that starry sky encounter. As far as I know, whether it's demons or humans, once their strength reaches level 9 or above, this mark will appear. Once their strength reaches level 10 or they become a soul emperor, the divine begins to harvest. You think demons and humans have never had level 10 demons or level 100 soul emperors? No, in the past 300 years, how many talented individuals have there been? But the moment they reach that level, they disappear. This is the conclusion of humans and demons over the past 300 years. We are certain that these people have been harvested by the divine and the demonic. Wang Ming's heart trembled violently. If that's the case, then the giant shadow he saw in the starry sky was the divine? What about the system? Could it be that Capital is a cage tailored for him by the divine, specifically to help him grow quickly, and then harvest him after he ascends to Soul Emperor, thus successfully defeating the demonic? No! Wang Ning quickly dismissed this idea, because when he saw it in the starry sky, it also saw him and said, "You're here," while performing the ancient finger technique. What Tuasin described might not be the same as what he saw. At the same time, another thought emerged in Wang Ming's mind. Could it be that the divine or the demonic is not just one, but many? If the divine is not human, then why did he see a human figure? If the divine is human, then where did this person come from? Wang Ming fell into deep thought. The amount of information today was overwhelming, surpassing his understanding, making it hard for him to accept, and he needed to digest it well. If what Tuasin said was true, then their current situation was indeed no different from that of a working class. Damn it! Wang Ming couldn't help but curse inwardly. Not only was he an innate impoverished saint body, but he was also a damn innate working saint body. Fortunately, this place couldn't lend soul power, otherwise, he would have to be an innate lone saint body. He then thought more deeply about what Tuasin said. Only the giant shadow was something he had seen with his own eyes, while the rest were all conjectures without actual evidence to prove them, and their conjectures were also irrefutable. Shaking his head slightly, Wang Ming set aside these thoughts and looked at Tuasin seriously. Senior, you have planted a soul thought in my heart and soul. What benefits can I gain from this? Wang Ming took a sip of tea, wearing a gentle smile as he said, you also know that if I do not agree, the result of you forcibly planting a soul thought would be my death. I believe you wouldn't want me to die like this. After all, a person blessed with a soul ring is not easy to come by. Ha ha ha. Tozin laughed heartily. Interesting. I've lived for hundreds of years, and this is the first time I've seen someone threaten others with their own life. Wang Ming grinned, revealing a set of neat white teeth, looking harmless. Senior, you need me, and apart from this worthless life, I have nothing else to offer, so naturally, I need your strong support. Wang Ming, my young friend, you truly have remarkable courage. Well, tell me what you want, and as long as I have it, I won't hold back. Tozin remained elegant, a smile on his face. Wang Ming pondered for a moment and said, Senior, I need demon cores, the more the better. Without hesitation, Tozin waved his hand, and a dazzling array of demon cores appeared on the table. These are some disobedient and blind demons I casually killed. This stuff is useless to us, so take it if you want. Wang Ming asked, do you have any demon marrow flowers? Tozin waved his hand again without hesitation, and 3 demon marrow flowers appeared on the table. Here you go. Wang Ming said, Senior, you know that my life is your demand. What if something happens to me? Tozin smiled, just state your needs directly. Wang Ming made an even bolder request, I see your scale armor is quite nice. Could you make me a scale armor outfit? The corners of Tozin's eyes twitched slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled lightly and waved his hand, causing countless pieces of scale armor to fly off the nearby dragon, gathering in midair until, in no time, they transformed into a beautiful blue robe. The blue robe slowly landed in Wang Ming's hands. How is it? Tozin's voice grew gentler, his smile more amiable. Wang Ming received the robe, feeling its delicate and gentle texture, extremely exquisite, his face filled with joy. Good. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness. I am immensely grateful. Tozin replied, as long as you're satisfied, can we proceed to plant the soul thought now? Wang Ming, grinning, stored the scale armor in his soul ring, took a slow sip of tea, and lazily said, what to do? I still don't want you to plant the soul thought. Tozin still wore a smile, but if you say that, I will be angry. Wang Ming chuckled and curiously asked, Senior, I'm actually very curious. With your strength, hiding in the Demon Mountain is really too unsafe. What do you think would happen if the people from the capital knew of your existence? Ha ha ha. Tozin laughed unabashedly, then quickly reined in his smile, saying, if they could kill me, they would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Wang Ming nodded. Then he stood up, casually scanned the surroundings, and walked under the dragon, touching the chain below, asking, Senior, do you think this chain is strong enough to hold you back when you're angry? Tozin's expression darkened. The elegance and warmth from before were replaced by a chilling coldness as he looked at Wang Ming with a sinister gaze. Wang Ming, my patience is limited. If you want to gamble your life, I guarantee I can make you wish you were dead. Wang Ming was unbothered, even provocatively saying, oh, really? I don't believe it. The corners of Tozin's eyes twitched. Wang Ming stood beneath the massive dragon, hands in his pockets, a smirk on his lips, eyes filled with mirth. Tozin, provoked again, sneered, I don't know who gave you such courage to say such ignorant and arrogant words, but I will definitely make you pay for what you just said. Before the words left his mouth, Tozin's figure vanished into thin air, reappearing in front of Wang Ming in the next moment, a hand reaching down towards Wang Ming's head. In his eyes, Wang Ming didn't even have a chance to react. He was merely an ant he could easily crush, thus when he reached for Wang Ming, his expression was confident, calm, and even somewhat casual. But, as his palm was about to reach Wang Ming, the figure of Wang Ming below began to blur, then turned transparent, until it vanished into thin air. Throughout this process, Wang Ming had his hands in his pockets, a smile at the corner of his mouth, and a twinkle in his eyes, as if he were watching a joke unfold. The palm grasped at nothing, and Tuasin's jaw tightened as his spirit quickly searched the surroundings. Not only was there no shadow of a person, but the space around him didn't even ripple. A living person had just disappeared so effortlessly? He recalled the demon core, the magic essence flower, and even his own scales that Wang Ming had tricked him out of. Wang Ming! Tuasin's face twisted into a snarl, a surge of rage swelling from his heart, filling his chest until it reached an uncontrollable level. In 100 years, he had never been this furious. Today, he had been toyed with by a human, an 18th level soul master. A disgrace, a humiliation he could never forget in this lifetime. I will kill you. A thunderous voice erupted from the cave, the furious roar shaking the entire Wanmo mountain, boulders flying, and the aftershocks rippling through the air. Tuasin transformed into a dragon, desperately struggling in the cave, the chains turning blood red in the moment of his struggle, locking his body tightly. Wang Ming's voice echoed in his ears, Senior, do you think this chain is secure enough to hold back your anger? Ah! Tuasin's heart-wrenching roar made his eyes turn red with fury, his body thrashing wildly. Wang Ming, I will kill you. I will tear you to pieces. I want you to suffer beyond endurance. Wang Ming. But as soon as he finished shouting, Wang Ming's voice rang in his ears again. Oh, really? I don't believe it. Ah! Tuasin felt as if his lungs were about to explode. At this moment, how could he swallow his anger if he couldn't kill Wang Ming? He began to struggle recklessly, at any cost, and the terrifying power made the entire Wanliang mountain tremble. Meanwhile, at the exit of the trial base, Rushui anxiously awaited Wang Ming's appearance. At the same time, mentors like Chao Xueran learned that Wang Ming had been invited away by an 8th-level demon and immediately contacted the Education Bureau headquarters and the 4 academies, both of which had sent people over. Lu Qiaoyao looked equally worried. The image of being saved by him lingered in her mind, how she wished her life could be forever frozen in that moment, lying safely on his chest. Zhang Tianjing's expression was complex. She both hoped Wang Ming would come out alive and feared he would, not wanting it to be due to the change in their relationship, but rather because Wang Ming had saved her life. Chao Yaojun waited quietly. Chen Tianyi approached Zhang Tianjing, like a loyal bodyguard. Boom! At that moment, a deafening tremor shook the trial base, and a heart-wrenching voice echoed from within. Wang Ming, I will kill you. Everyone was startled, rising to look towards the trial base. Yet, they saw no one. Chao Xueran and the other mentors exchanged glances, deducing from each other's expressions that it was the 8th-level demon unleashing its fury. What puzzled them was how an 18th-level soul master could provoke such rage from the demon to utter those words. Where's Ming Ge? And Rushui's nose tinged with acidity, tears streaming down her face. She thought Wang Ming had perished in the wrath of the 8th-level demon, and she couldn't help but cry. Lu Qiaoyao's eyes instantly turned red. Zhang Tianjing bit her lip, her gaze fixed on the trial base, silent. Chao Xueran couldn't help but sigh. No one had expected Wang Ming would offend that 8th-level demon. Buzz! At that moment, a barely perceptible sound emerged behind Rushui, and soon, a ripple appeared behind her as a figure with a smile stepped out. When Wang Ming instructed Tuasin to let Rushui go, he silently marked the shift symbol behind her. This was the confidence that allowed him to challenge Tuasen, and he was certain that Tuasen's presence, his level, and the person controlling him on campus should be aware of it. He was taking a gamble that Tuasen could break free from his restraints, and that the person would definitely intervene. He wanted to see who that person was and whether they could suppress Tuasen's existence. The crowd. If it weren't for the fact that everyone present was a soul master, they would have shouted in disbelief. And Rushui turned back. The moment she saw Wang Ming, her tear-filled eyes sparkled with joy, followed by a hint of disbelief. She turned around and wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her ear tightly against his chest. Hearing that familiar, strong heartbeat, her anxious heart finally settled. Wang Ming caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance, warming his heart. Ahem, Bai Shan, cough cough, Lu Fei Fei. Lu Qiaoyao wore a smile reminiscent of an ant, feeling a twinge of envy in her heart but not daring to be jealous. Zhang Tianjing clenched her fists, biting her lip as she watched Wang Ming, her gaze deliberately ignoring Rushui in his arms, focusing solely on Wang Ming. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed within the trial base. From a distance, it seemed as if the Wanmog mountain had collapsed, and a terrifying roar emanated from the depths of the trial base, reverberating in the air. Wang Ming, I'm going to kill you. The people outside the trial base clearly heard this roar, and everyone looked at Wang Ming in astonishment. What had Wang Ming done to provoke an 8th-level demon to this extent? Just then, the booming continued from within the trial base, and a dragon-like creature burst forth from the depths of the ground. The massive energy shockwaves surged like ocean waves, shaking the protective shield outside the trial base, nearly shattering it. Wang Ming. Tuasen's eyes turned crimson, locking onto Wang Ming outside the trial base. His voice carried a hint of a dragon's roar, echoing within the trial base, shaking the mountains and rivers, his momentum like a rainbow. He stared fiercely at Wang Ming outside the light curtain of the trial base, the uncontrollable rage swelling in his chest, almost ready to explode. Wang Ming, I'm going to kill you. With a furious roar, Tuasen spiraled in midair before shooting towards him. Standing outside the light curtain, Wang Ming remained completely unfazed, hands in his pockets, a slight smile on his lips, calmly watching the enraged Tuasen charge at him. Seeing that familiar action that infuriated him, Tuasen's anger ignited within his chest, burning him with unbearable pain, driving him to kill even more fiercely. Boom! The terrifying force collided with the protective light curtain of the trial base, causing it to ripple like water but sustaining no damage. Chao Xueren scoffed disdainfully. This shield was crafted by several Soul Master level experts working together. Unless this demon reaches level 9, it won't break through this protective light curtain. Wang Ming's lips twitched. You really have a way with words. He then shouted, this demon is a level 9 demon, run. Before his words had even finished, Wang Ming poured all his soul power into the Thunderbolt Soulbone and disappeared from the spot with a crackling sound. The crowd, damn, run. Everyone displayed their abilities, desperately fleeing in the opposite direction of Wang Ming, because they all heard the demon shouting about killing Wang Ming. Since it was going to kill Wang Ming, it wouldn't come after them. Bai Shan and Lu Feifei didn't wait for Rushui to react and quickly lifted her, fleeing in another direction. It wasn't that they lacked loyalty. Facing a level 9 demon, they could only manage a 3-7 split at best. They could hold for 3 seconds while the demon was 7 parts full. Boom! In a fit of rage, Tuasen unleashed his demonic power, opening his mouth to spew forth a beam of black light that shot down like an arrow, carrying the weight of shattering space. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the protective barrier was pierced in a single strike. Roar! Tuasen flashed out, tilting his head back to let out a long, distant dragon's roar, then turned to the direction Wang Ming was fleeing, grinning maliciously. Wang Ming, where do you think you're going? With no barrier to obstruct him, Wang Ming's desperate escape seemed as laughable and slow to Tuasen as a toddler learning to walk. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding space began to twist, and the entire dragon form vanished from sight. The next moment, right in front of Wang Ming, who was fleeing with all his might, the space twisted again, and Tuasen's figure materialized. This was the divine ability of a level 9 demon, the manipulation of space. Wang Ming, let's see how you can escape now. Today, I will tear you to pieces. Seeing Wang Ming again, a cruel smile appeared on Tuasen's face. He was determined to torment Wang Ming to death to vent his pent-up rage. Upon seeing Tuasen appear above him, Wang Ming stopped fleeing. The reason for not running was simple. Tuasen's appearance did not trigger any system danger alerts or rewards, indicating that although Tuasen was strong, he did not pose a life-threatening danger to him. Conversely, it suggested that there was something nearby that could counterbalance Tuasen. Since that was the case, what was there for Wang Ming to fear? Tuasen was very interested in him, and that other presence was probably interested in him as well. Thus, Wang Ming shoved his hands into his pockets, curled his lips into a smile, and said the phrase Tuosin was all too familiar with. Oh, really? I don't believe it. Seeing Wang Ming's infuriating actions and flippant words again, Tuosin could no longer suppress his rage. How could he calm his anger without turning Wang Ming to dust? Wang Ming, die! With a swipe of his claws, 4 sharp beams of black light, curved like a crescent moon and swift as lightning, appeared before Wang Ming in an instant. Wang Ming's expression remained unchanged as he allowed the attack to come at him. Smack! Just as the 4 sharp beams of black light appeared before him, a white light emerged from the side, shattering the 4 black beams. At the same time, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, and a figure appeared beside Wang Ming. When Wang Ming saw this woman, his expression momentarily blanked. This woman seemed like a fairy from a myth, exuding an aura of purity untouched by the mud. She was only to be admired from afar, not to be trifled with. Her thick long hair cascaded down, reaching below her waist, and the slightly upturned corners of her eyes gave off a cold and dangerous vibe. Her delicate oval face constantly radiated an air of nobility. She wore a black long dress with a V-neck that seemed unable to contain her ample bosom, as if it might burst open at any moment. Below, her slender waist curved down to exaggeratedly rounded hips. Her 2 long, shapely legs outlined a stunning figure. The woman appeared ageless yet possessed an extremely mature charm, standing at a height of 1.82 meters, with her legs measuring about 1.2 meters. Wearing high heels, she stood beside Wang Ming, matching his height perfectly. Of course, Wang Ming was just barely 18 years old. The crown atop her head reflected dazzling light in the sun as she slightly turned her gaze, her voice revealing a hint of indifference. You can see me? A simple sentence. Yet Wang Ming felt as if his scalp was about to explode, hurriedly saying, I can't see. In front of this level 9 demon, I, as a junior, can only wait for death. I am immensely grateful for your intervention, senior. The woman frowned slightly. She had clearly seen Wang Ming's earlier demeanor, which was one of unrestrained confidence, as if he was waiting for her to make a move. However, with her strength, not to mention an 18th level soul master, even that 9th level demon couldn't sense her. How could Wang Ming perceive her? Right now, Wang Ming wasn't the focus. She didn't delve into the matter further and turned her gaze, looking calmly at Tuosin in the sky, her voice cold and crisp. Tuosin, you cannot kill this person. Behind the woman, Wang Ming watched Tuosin with that same expression. How could the furious Tuosin let it go? He roared, I swear to kill him. He will die today. Not even Jesus can save him, I say. The woman's tone remained unchanged, but her pitch was unyielding. I said, you cannot kill him. Tuosin roared again, then let's see if you can stop me. After saying that, Tuosin's figure flickered and suddenly appeared above the woman's head. The woman calmly raised her jade hand and gently pushed forward. The surrounding space began to distort, and Wang Ming only saw darkness before him, as if the space had shattered. But he hadn't had time to react. The woman's beautiful figure reappeared in front of him, while Tuosin was still in the air, gasping for breath, his body marked with shocking wounds, blood flowing. He glared at the woman with venomous eyes, then looked at Wang Ming. Good. I hope you remember our agreement. Tuosin said mindlessly to the woman, then glanced at Wang Ming. Wang Ming, I remember you. After saying that, his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. After Tuosin vanished, the woman slowly turned around to face Wang Ming. Wang Ming suddenly felt a tightness in his bladder. You, come with me. The woman's words left no room for choice, and with a flash, she disappeared from the spot. When Wang Ming's vision returned, he found himself in a boudoir. Was this the woman's boudoir? Wang Ming examined the room closely. It was quite large, and the furnishings were not as luxurious as he had imagined. On the contrary, the decor was simple and elegant, with white tones everywhere, devoid of any girlish pink. Sunlight streamed in, making the entire room appear bright and white. Wang Ming. The woman walked out from behind, sitting on a nearby sofa, crossing her legs. Her legs were long and white, sparkling in the sunlight, as if carved from jade. Who are you? Wang Ming asked, looking at her stunning beauty with confusion. Tuosin must have said something to you? The woman did not answer his question but instead asked in return. Wang Ming nodded. Yes, he said some fantastical things that were quite off-key. Off-key? The woman chuckled lightly. Then what you call the heavenly bestowed soul ring is on-key. Wang Ming scratched the back of his head. The heavenly bestowed soul ring may exist, but I have never seen one in 300 years. However, the things Tuosin told you that you think are fantastical are true, because not only can he see them, I can see them too. After the woman finished speaking, she looked at Wang Ming with her large, dark eyes. Her face was so smooth that it seemed like sunlight would just slide off it, her eyes sparkling with bright light, and her moist lips glimmering. Wang Ming struggled to resist her allure, like a fish out of water, flopping on the ground, but he couldn't break free. This woman was truly terrifying. Wang Ming dared not look any longer and quickly averted his gaze, but in his ears and nose, he He could not resist her. Her face floated in his mind like leaves swirling in a vortex. Perhaps what you all say is true, but you seek me without knowing what you want me to do? The woman revealed a faint smile and said, "For now, you cannot help us. I called you here just to tell you that I do not believe your soul ring is a heavenly bestowed soul ring." Wang Ming's heart trembled slightly. At this moment, he felt that the woman's smile was one of triumph, as if she had seen through his thoughts. He said, "The fact is, you don't believe it, and there's nothing I can do because I can't show you this process again." The woman extended her delicate hand, and a hexagonal crystal snowflake appeared in her palm. She said, "Take this. If you have any needs, infuse your soul power into it, and as long as you are within 100 miles, I can arrive in an instant." After saying this, she handed the crystal snowflake to Wang Ming. Wang Ming reached out to take the snowflake. As he did, his fingers accidentally brushed against hers, feeling cool and delicate, like icy jade. At that moment, Wang Ming saw the space in front of him begin to distort, her stunning face also twisting. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had returned to his previous position. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream, but the crystal snowflake in his hand was undeniably real. He picked up the crystal snowflake and examined it closely. The snowflake was exquisitely crafted, sparkling, and carried a faint cold fragrance, exuding a chilling aura. After a moment's thought, Wang Ming stored the snowflake in his soul ring. Whether it was Tuasin or that woman, their intention was to use him. Right now, he had no value to be used, so he could only wait until he became stronger to be of use. Divine beings, demonic nature. These two phrases were the greatest gains from this trial base, making him realize that the levels defined by humanity were not everything. There are always greater beings beyond. Brother Ming. When Wang Ming returned to the trial base, he saw Enrushi and the others had also returned. Enrushi ran over and nestled into his chest when she saw him safe. Wang Ming patted her head and looked up to see that the other classmates and mentors had arrived, among them someone he was very familiar with, Zhao Qingshi. "Wang Ming, what happened? What about that level 9 demon?" Chao Shuiren inquired with concern. Wang Ming replied, "Oh, it's behind us." Chao Shuiren's expression changed in alarm. "Behind us? Put." Zhao Qingshi couldn't help but chuckle at this. Chao Shuiren's face turned a bit awkward, scolding, "Wang Ming, how dare you joke about the teacher?" Wang Ming replied seriously, "He was indeed behind me the whole time, that's true, but then I don't know how, perhaps he had a moment of conscience, and suddenly disappeared." Zhao Qingshi shot him a glare, then glanced at Enrushi in his arms, coldly saying, "Since there's nothing wrong, let's go back. This assessment has been temporarily suspended due to the level 9 demon's interference. Everyone returned to the academy." Returning to the academy, Wang Ming sat cross-legged on the sofa in the guest area, reviewing the assessment from this trial base. First, there were the Xian family. The enmity with them was deep and irreconcilable, posing his greatest threat at the moment. Then there was Tuasin and the woman's mention of divine beings and demonic nature. Although these matters felt distant, they could not be ignored. Next, he considered his gains from this trial. The most direct gain was the demon cores. He obtained 363 demon cores from Chao Yaojun and the others, plus his own harvest, totaling 392 demon cores, but all of these were below level 4. The demon cores he scammed from Tuasin were the key, 3 level 7 demon cores and 7 level 6 demon cores. I just don't know how much energy value the level 6 and level 7 demon cores can provide. Wang Ming was eager to find out how much energy value a level 7 demon core could bring. In terms of quantity, the demon cores were the most, but in terms of quality, there was no doubt that the billion-year soul ring crystal was the best. His first soul ring was a billion years. He didn't expect the second soul ring to also be a billion years. He wondered if this time he would be able to see the giant shadow in the starry sky. In addition, he also obtained 4 demon marrow flowers, a piece of scale armor, and a drop of a 10,000-year spirit medicine liquid as a reward from the level 6 demon activation system. His own losses were significant as well. Soul essence value, 15,000. To escape from the level 6 demon and Tuasin, he had used soul essence recovery 25 times. It seems that this soul essence value is crucial in critical moments. With so many demon cores, I should enhance my strength first. Wang Ming sat cross-legged, and with a thought, the system began to detect the demon cores, starting with those below level 4, not in a hurry to absorb the higher level ones. Demon core absorption in progress. 5%, 10%, 15%. The energy from the demon cores began to be absorbed. The demon cores placed on the sofa floated up, their sparkling energy swirling like colorful ribbons under the sunlight, slowly flowing into Wang Ming's body. Wang Ming felt a warm sensation all over, as if his veins and blood were heated like warm water pipes, warming his entire body, feeling pleasantly tingly. As the sky outside gradually darkened and then turned to deep night, all the demon cores on the sofa lost their energy, turning to ashes and scattering. Cultivation +2, current cultivation, level 19 Soul Master, 1500/1000000, Soul Ring, 900,000 year first Soul Ring. Soul Skill, Ancient Finger. Soul Essence, 22,000, Detection Range, 2 km, Soul Tool, Demon Blade 1000 Blades, Superior Royal Grade, Soul Beast, Iron Eating Ant Queen, Initial Body Epic Level, First Level Iron Eating Worker Ants, 3661, Soul Tool Enhancement Crystals, 4, Soul Beast Evolution Crystals, 4, Billion Year Soul Ring Crystals, 1, Soul Bone, Thunderbolt Soul Bone. A system light screen appeared before Wang Ming, but when his gaze fell on current cultivation, level 19 Soul Master, 1500/1000000, the string of zeros behind it froze his attention. Wang Ming's voice gradually became hoarse. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million? In the Yin family villa. The head of the Yin family, and Ruoshui's father, and Jingzhong, sat on a genuine leather sofa, his expression cold. Opposite him sat Xian Zhengjai, with an elderly man in military uniform beside him, exuding an invisible aura of authority. This man was a famous general in the military, Bai Shindong. The child is still young, not yet at the age for marriage discussions. Brother, it's too early for you to come proposing. And Jingzhong said with a stern face, moreover, what era is this? Parental matchmaking is no longer in vogue. The children have their own thoughts, how can we force them? Xian Jingjai smiled and said, an old brother, our big families value matching social status and strong alliances. If the Yin family and my Xian family were to unite, then both the military and political spheres would have greater influence, wouldn't you agree? And Jingzhong's brows furrowed slightly. Bai Shindong spoke in a hushed voice, an elder, I heard you've been in this position for 7 years. Don't you want to take a step further? Also, your son commands the Crimson Flame Army, which is an elite force of our dragon nation. Since it's elite, it's not so easy to control. Bai Shindong's voice was low, but his words carried heavy implications of naked interests and threats. Xian Jingjai chuckled, Bai Lao, you overstate it. An old brother has a keen sense, how could he not know the stakes involved? And Jingzhong's frown deepened. The 5 great families stood on the shoulders of their ancestors' military achievements, but the powers they controlled differed, leading to competition among them while maintaining a balance of restraint. And Jingzhong pondered and said, Xian Lao, Bai Lao, if we were to unite through marriage, she might not agree. Xian Jingjai smiled and said, just as an old brother mentioned, the relationships of the young ones are not something we can control. If they are willing, even if she is not, how can we break them apart? And Jingzhong replied, at the very least, we should ask the children's wishes, right? Xian Zhengzai nodded repeatedly, this is certain. After all, it's a matter of a lifetime for the children, so we must obtain their consent. However, among the descendants of the 5 great families, there is no custom of marrying down. Does Brotherin intend to marry his precious daughter to a poor boy with nothing? And Jingzhong knew who he was referring to. The news about that person was everywhere. How could he not know? He just didn't expect that by letting his daughter experience life, she would actually fall for a wild child with no background. He really needed to discipline her. Although that boy was currently in the limelight and had limitless potential, the potential he displayed was still far from the strength and foundation of the 5 great families, unless he could reach the level of a future Soul Emperor. But, would the Xian family allow him to grow smoothly? More likely, he would meet an untimely end. After all, how could a few years of cultivation compare to the accumulation of several generations from the 5 great families? Bai Shindong spoke up, I've heard about what you mentioned. A wild child from outside dares to act against your 5 great families. It's simply courting death. If he weren't hiding in the capital's academy, he wouldn't dare show his face. Otherwise, the implication was clear. And Jingzhong sighed helplessly and said, alright, I will consider this matter carefully and give you both a response. Bai Shindong nodded slowly. Xian Zhengzai smiled and said, Brotherin will definitely make the right choice. As for yesterday's incident, I believe you all know about it. After discussing the marriage, Bai Shindong brought up another topic. A level 9 demon appeared in the trial base, yet the 4 major academies sent their students into the trial base. This is clearly an attempt to use the level 9 demon to eliminate the descendants of your 5 great families. And Jingzhong was unsure of Bai Shindong's sudden shift in topic and didn't dare to interrupt hastily, only saying, I've heard about this as well. It has indeed made me uneasy for a few days. Xian Zhengzai continued, I suspect this might be intentional. Brotherin, what do you think? And Jingzhong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they were pointing their spear at the current education bureau? After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, it's no secret that there is an 8-level demon in the trial base. Who would have thought that this demon would actually advance to level 9? It's truly unexpected. Hee hee. Xin Zhengzai chuckled lightly. Brotherin is really carefree. Your precious daughter has walked through the gates of hell, and you only find it unexpected? But 5 of my family's descendants have died. The ones who should be held accountable are only 2 people. One is the Education Bureau, and the other is Wang Ming. And Xingzhong was taken aback. Wang Ming? I can understand holding the Education Bureau accountable. After all, this is a good opportunity to suppress them. But what does this have to do with Wang Ming? Xin Zhengzai continued. The Education Bureau cannot shirk its responsibility. Wang Ming's crime is provoking the level 9 demon, framing the students of the 4 major academies, resulting in the loss of over half of our elite students in Longwa. Therefore, I will pursue the charge of harming fellow students, and he should be sentenced to death. And Xingzhong, isn't it normal for casualties to occur in the trial base? Can this really lead to a death sentence? But he didn't speak up. Wang Ming's life or death was not important to him, and there was no need to delve into this matter with Xin Zhengzai. Xin Zhengzai was using this opportunity to take revenge for Xin Shangguan, and he didn't want to touch this bad luck. Bai Shindong stated, this matter requires your 5 great families to jointly pressure the Supreme Soul Master Court nationwide, either to hold the Education Bureau accountable or to hold Wang Ming accountable. Bai Shindong's target was clear, directly aimed at Wang Ming, because he was Xin Shangguan's maternal grandfather. Moreover, the Education Bureau was not to be trifled with. As for Wang Ming, after a moment of contemplation, and Xingzhong nodded and said, all right. Bai Shindong and Xin Zhengzai achieved their goals and casually chatted for a while before taking their leave. And Xingzhong silently lit a cigar, staring intently at the burning tip, lost in thought about how to handle the situation. Are you really going to marry Shui off to the Xin family? A familiar voice came from behind. It was his wife, and Ru Shui's mother, the renowned beauty of Kyoto, Qin Shiwan. Did you hear the conversation just now? And Xingzhong asked. Qin Shiwan nodded and sat beside her husband. Xin Kangwang is dead, and Shui is marrying a side disciple of the Xin family. Is that what you call a match made in heaven? Asking Bai Shindong to apply pressure, he really has it all figured out. And Xingzhong replied, Bai Shindong is Xin Chang's maternal grandfather, so it's normal for him to come. Qin Shiwan snorted coldly. Normal? Humph, they are so reckless. She will definitely not sit idly by. And Xingzhong shook his head with a smile. They dare to do this because they have their confidence. Some things are not as simple as they seem. Qin Shiwan asked, so have you agreed? And Xingzhong shook his head. No rush, let our daughter come back first. I'll ask for her opinion. If she agrees, I naturally won't stop her. If she disagrees, no matter how much pressure the Xin family puts on us, I won't agree. But that kid named Wang Ming, I absolutely won't agree to. He doesn't deserve to be a son-in-law of the Yin family. I need 1 million energy points to break through to level 20 and become a Grand Soul Master. This is just ridiculous. Seeing that long string of zeros, Wang Ming felt a headache coming on. How many monster cores would it take to fill this terrifying bottomless pit? Looking at it this way, the monster cores he had in hand were simply a drop in the bucket. He originally thought that having so many monster cores would make him quite wealthy. At least he wouldn't have to scavenge like he did in high school in Linzheng. But after seeing that long string of zeros, he suddenly felt like he was back to square one. I heard that there's an insurmountable gap between level 5 and level 6 monsters. I wonder how much energy a level 6 core can provide. Accepting reality helplessly, Wang Ming turned his gaze to the level 6 monster core. Checking the time, it was 2:36 a.m. There were still a few hours until dawn, so he decided to absorb a level 6 monster core first and calculate how many energy points it could provide. Immediately, Wang Ming focused his mind and began to absorb the level 6 monster core. Level 6 monster core energy absorption in progress. 5%, 10%, 15%. Wang Ming sat cross-legged, his eyes naturally closed, sitting on the sofa, as the level 6 monster core emitted a sparkling light that illuminated the walls of the room in a colorful display. In the morning, at 7:42 a.m., 95%, 100%, level 6 monster core energy fully absorbed. Current cultivation level, level 19 Soul Master, 16500/1000000. Wang Ming calculated slightly and came to the conclusion that a level 6 monster core could provide 15,000 energy points, but this amount was far from the 1 million needed. Sigh, it seems I have to go back to my old profession. With the Xin family causing trouble outside, he didn't dare to move around freely for the time being. He could only rely on Bai Yishan and Lu Feifei for outside matters, and scavenging could only be done on campus. Of course, his current scavenging was not for useless trash but for battle-damaged or discarded soul weapons, or those seemingly useless, mediocre soul beasts. He planned to enhance the soul weapons and evolve the soul beasts before selling them, thus exchanging them for more monster cores. Pushing open the door, Wang Ming stepped out of the dormitory. The campus in the early morning was still quite empty, with only a few people jogging. Taking a deep breath, he felt a refreshing comfort in his body. After stretching a bit, Wang Ming headed towards the soul weapon and soul beast recycling center at the school. Soul weapons were mostly made from high-grade materials, and even if they became trash, they still had significant value. Soul beasts, depending on their level, could either be sold to wealthy people as soul pets or directly end up on the dining table. Next to the soul weapon recycling station, there was a school-run soul weapon forging shop and a soul beast specialty store, both of which had already opened. Inside the forging shop, the heavy sound of hammering echoed. Bang bang. Miss, this soul weapon is already beyond repair, you might as well throw it away. Even if you were to reforge it, it wouldn't be possible, came the voice of the forger from inside. Is there really no way to salvage it? A familiar voice reached Wang Ming's ears. Was it Lu Qiaoyao? Wang Ming was somewhat surprised. How could someone like Lu Qiaoyao, born with a silver spoon, come to a soul weapon shop to reforge a soul weapon? Shouldn't they just throw it away and buy a new one? This soul weapon is very important to me. No matter the cost, I beg you to find a way. Lu Qiaoyao's pleading voice came from within. The forger sighed. It's not that I don't want to reforge it, but the materials of this soul weapon have been used multiple times, and the internal properties have completely deteriorated. Even if we were to reforge it, it probably wouldn't resemble its original form. Wang Ming leaned against the doorframe, watching inside. Lu Qiaoyao held an ice sword made of cold materials, its blade transparent like crystal, but it was covered in numerous cracks. She looked at the battered sword with a pained expression, and upon hearing the forger's words, her face fell. This sword is very important to you? Wang Ming asked. Lu Qiaoyao looked up and saw Wang Ming, her face lighting up momentarily before turning somber again. It's very important, but unfortunately, during the trial at the base, it shattered while blocking a full-force attack from a level 6 demon to save me. Wang Ming pondered for a moment and asked, how important is it? I mean, would you go to any lengths to repair this sword? Lu Qiaoyao's eyes reddened slightly as she replied, this is the only keepsake my mother left me. If I could restore this sword, I would pay any price. Her voice choked as she spoke. Wang Ming waved his hand. Let me take a look. Lu Qiaoyao looked at him in confusion. Wang Ming Ge, you can forge soul weapons? The forger shook his head. It's useless. This sword is damaged beyond repair. Even the most skilled forger would find it impossible to work with such materials. It's basically trash. Wang Ming said, we should at least see if it can be repaired. Lu Qiaoyao walked over, a faint fragrance wafting from her, and handed the cracked sword to Wang Ming, her beautiful big eyes filled with expectation. System, detect the target's enhancement success rate. System detecting, 10%, 50%, 100%, detection successful. Target detected, sword, material, 10,000-year cold ice, current state, shattered cold ice, current quality, heavenly grade, target enhancement possibility, 100%. After enhancement, the soul weapon's quality can reach low-grade noble quality. What? It actually reached low-grade noble quality? Wang Ming was somewhat surprised. It seemed he had underestimated the ability of the soul weapon enhancement crystal stone, which could enhance this scrap to low-grade noble quality, especially since the original quality of this sword was already high-grade heavenly quality. Can it really be repaired? Lu Qiaoyao asked cautiously, fearing that Wang Ming would give her hope only to let her down. The forger shook his head firmly, absolutely impossible. If he can repair it, I will take him as my master. Wang Ming shook his head slightly. Upon seeing Wang Ming shake his head, Lu Qiaoyao instantly looked as if her soul had been sucked away, her eyes dimming. Wang Ming spoke, it's not hopeless. I can not only restore it perfectly but even improve the quality of this sword. Unfortunately, I doubt you can afford such a high price. Lu Qiaoyao's eyes sparkled. You can repair it? Wang Ming confirmed, yes. Lu Qiaoyao exclaimed, Ming Ge, no matter the cost, as long as it can be repaired, I am willing. Wang Ming skeptically asked, can you afford a noble quality soul weapon? Lu Qiaoyao was taken aback. Respect grade soul weapon? Wang Ming said, I just mentioned that I can not only repair it but also elevate its quality to low grade. Respect grade. Hearing the term respect grade, Lu Qiaoyao's eyes widened, her jade-like hand covering her gaping mouth, her face filled with disbelief. The blacksmith had said this sword was already ruined, yet Wang Ming could not only repair it but also enhance its quality? Lu Qiaoyao couldn't believe this was true. Wang Ming quickly interrupted her doubts. If you can afford it, just bring the money, and I'll fix it for you. If you can't afford it, then don't ask so many questions. I'm in a hurry. The blacksmith said to Wang Ming, young man, you seem quite young. Why are you engaging in such deceitful activities? I've been forging soul weapons for at least 40 years and am powerless against this soul weapon. How old are you? And how many soul weapons have you forged to dare speak so boldly? I still don't believe it. If you can really repair it well, I'll say it again, I'll take you as my master. Wang Ming chuckled lightly. Then you can kneel down and pay your respects right now. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith's expression turned sour. If you really have the ability, show me what you can do. If not, don't just talk big here. Wang Ming looked at Lu Xiaoyao. Can you afford a respect-grade soul weapon? Lu Xiaoyao lowered her head and spoke softly. I have savings of 1 million soul coins, but even a low-grade respect-grade soul weapon costs 10 million soul coins. I'm afraid I can't come up with that much. Wang Ming replied, I don't want soul coins. I only need demon cores, the more the better. Demon cores? Lu Xiaoyao was taken aback. Yes, the more the better, no upper limit. Provide as many as you can, to the best of your ability. Alright, as long as you can repair my Xianbing sword, I will do my utmost to provide you with enough demon cores, Lu Xiaoyao said very seriously. Wang Ming turned to the blacksmith. Provide me with a forging room. The blacksmith asked, Are you serious? Wang Ming replied, Do I look like I'm joking? The blacksmith scrutinized Wang Ming seriously, then, half convinced, led him into a forging room, mumbling, well, I'll assist you from the side. After all, this job is quite labor-intensive for one person. Wang Ming looked at the blacksmith. Are you trying to steal my techniques? The blacksmith immediately broke into a sweat, and no, I wouldn't dare. Please, go ahead. Saying this, he shuffled out. Wang Ming closed the door. He opened the system attribute panel to check the details of the Xianbing sword. Sword name, Xianbing sword. Quality, upper grade heavenly, ruined, material, 10,000 year Xianbing, ice core shattered, soul weapons built-in soul skill, none. Enhancement potential, 100%. Then, a comparison panel appeared on the right side of the attribute panel after using the soul weapon enhancement crystal. Sword name, Xianbing sword. Quality, low grade respect grade, limit, material, 10,000 year Xianbing, ice core true spirit, soul weapons built-in soul skill, ice spirit true body, absolute 0, 10,000 miles of ice domain. Enhancement potential. Seeing the built-in soul skills of the respect-grade soul weapon, Wang Ming was astonished. No wonder it's a respect-grade soul weapon. It even has the perverse built-in soul skill of ice domain. Indeed, worth 10 million is no exaggeration. System, use soul weapon enhancement crystal to enhance this sword. Using soul weapon enhancement crystal. A soft female voice echoed in his mind. Enhancement in progress. 5%, 10%. 15%. The enhancement of the respect-grade soul weapon was exceptionally slow. Wang Ming sat cross-legged as if in meditation, the progress bar inching forward, time slipping away at his fingertips. He didn't know how long it had been. 95%. 100%. Soul weapon enhancement successful. Enhancement level, low-grade respect-grade soul weapon. Buzz. When the sound of success echoed in his mind, the Xianbing sword outside trembled slightly, emitting a clear ringing sound. The originally cracked Xianbing sword was now smooth as a mirror, crystal clear, with beautiful ice and snow patterns on the blade, exuding a chilling aura. The entire forging room was enveloped in cold air, the temperature dropping below 0, with thick layers of ice forming on the walls, ceiling, and floor, creating a frigid atmosphere. Wang Ming picked up the Xianbing sword. The hilt felt surprisingly gentle, not at all like the cold iron armor he had imagined. He flicked his finger lightly on the blade, producing a resonant ringing sound. A good sword. Wang Ming found it hard to part with it. The enhancement ability of the soul weapon enhancement crystal was no joke. It truly lived up to its reputation as a trash system, effectively enhancing trash. He walked out of the forging room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lu Xiaoyao and the blacksmith waiting at the entrance. Minggu. Lu Xiaoyao's expression was anxious. How is it? The blacksmith also looked at Wang Ming with curiosity. Wang Ming handed the enhanced Xianbing sword to Lu Xiaoyao. I told you, you just need to prepare the demon cores I need. Lu Xiaoyao took the Xianbing sword, her pupils trembling. The once shattered Xianbing sword was now completely intact, and the cold aura contained within it shocked her. It was undoubtedly a top-grade soul weapon. This is simply a miracle in the forging world. The blacksmith's eyes widened in astonishment. Wang Ming glanced at the blacksmith. Can I be your master now? The blacksmith's gaze towards Wang Ming changed, and he was about to kneel to pay his respects. Wang Ming, knowing he had no forging ability and was entirely reliant on the system's soul weapon enhancement crystal, stopped the kneeling blacksmith and said mysteriously, let's skip the master-disciple thing. With your current level, you can't even meet the requirements to be my named disciple. The blacksmith eagerly said, Master, I know my abilities are low and unworthy of your attention, but I sincerely request your guidance. I would be eternally grateful for your help. Wang Ming rubbed his nose and said, I have more important things to do right now. You go ahead and be busy. I'll come find you when I have the chance. After saying that, he turned to look at Lu Xiaoyao, who was joyfully admiring the sword. The blacksmith did not dare to insist and repeatedly bowed in thanks. Lu Xiaoyao carefully examined the Xianbing sword, her joy difficult to conceal. The only relic her mother had left her was not only preserved but had also improved in quality. Ever since Wang Ming saved her at the trial base, she had been infatuated with him. Now, having regained her most cherished soul weapon, she felt even more captivated. Feeling Wang Ming's gaze upon her, Lu Xiaoyao's cheeks flushed, her heart racing as she nervously said, Thank you, Minggu. I don't know how to thank you. Wang Ming replied, no need for thanks. I told you, I need demon cores, the more the better. Although Lu Xiaoyao didn't know why Wang Ming needed so many demon cores, she didn't dare to ask and just wanted to meet his request. She raised her head, her expression serious, and said, Minggu, don't worry. Tomorrow morning, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Wang Ming nodded. That would be best. Tomorrow morning? What time is it now? Lu Xiaoyao smiled sweetly. It's already 19:51 in the evening. Wang Ming was taken aback, and a gurgling sound came from his stomach. He hadn't eaten anything all day. Hearing the protest from his stomach, Lu Xiaoyao chuckled. Minggu, you've helped me so much. Let me treat you to a meal. Wang Ming waved his hand, not wanting to waste time. Forget it. I'll just grab something in the cafeteria. Lu Xiaoyao said, then I'll treat you in the cafeteria. Seeing her enthusiasm, Wang Ming didn't refuse. All right, let's go to the cafeteria. The blacksmith said, Master, please take care. When they arrived at the cafeteria, it was already 8 in the evening, and there weren't many people. Wang Ming casually found a seat and turned to look at Lu Xiaoyao's tall and graceful figure standing by the window, her long hair cascading naturally down her back, the white-fitted long dress accentuating her perfect figure. And with that exquisite face, she truly deserved to be one of the 3 campus beauties of Kyoto. Soon, this campus beauty walked over with 2 bowls of noodles. If the other students from Kyoto's prestigious school saw this scene, they would surely drop their jaws in disbelief. The renowned Miss Lu, the campus beauty of Kyoto, was actually serving food to a man. Setting the bowls down, Lu Xiaoyao said somewhat shyly, I can't finish this, can I share some with you? Wang Ming responded with a hum, picked some noodles from her bowl into his own, and then said, Lu, could you do me a favor? Lu Xiaoyao was more than willing to help Wang Ming, nodding with a smile. Wang Ming continued, this is a bit tricky because I need you to help me sell some stolen goods. Stolen goods? Lu Xiaoyao looked at Wang Ming curiously. Wang Ming thought for a moment, unsure whether to trust Lu Xiaoyao, but felt there was no need to hide it. After all, he had killed Xin Shangguang. So what was there to hide about Qian Zhengkan? He said, it's something belonging to a guest elder of the Xin family. Lu Xiaoyao's eyes widened in shock. You really killed Qian Zhengkan? Wang Ming was surprised. How did you know I was talking about Qian Zhengkan? Lu Xiaoyao explained, there are only a few guest elders among our 5 major families. Everyone knows that if one suddenly dies, it will definitely cause a stir. Once you mentioned the Xin family and stolen goods, I naturally knew who it was. Wang Ming nodded. I see, Qian Zhengkan counts as someone I ambushed. His things are useless to me, and I want to sell them for some demon cores. Lu Xiaoyao became very curious. All of them for demon cores? Yes, all for demon cores. Okay, as long as Mingda needs, I will find a way to exchange all of them for demon cores. Lu Xiaoyao suppressed her curiosity and didn't dare to ask further, fearing that her questions might touch on Wang Ming's privacy and cause him to feel repulsed or defensive towards her. After finishing their meal, Wang Ming handed over Qian Zhengkan's belongings from the soul ring to Lu Xiaoyao, returned to the dormitory, and called for Rushui, Baishan, and Lu Feifei. Minggu, where have you been today? We originally wanted to invite you to dinner, but we haven't seen you all day, Lu Feifei said as she entered. Why don't you just buy a phone? Otherwise, we won't be able to contact you. Baishan laughed. You know that Ming Ji's pocket is like a girl's purse, very shy. Where would he get the money to buy a phone? A gift for you. And Rushui entered, handing Wang Ming a box with the latest phone design on the cover. The card is registered with my ID, so use this number from now on, and don't change it. Ulala Baishan and Lu Feifei chimed in together. Wang Ming took the phone, smiled gently at Rushui, and pulled her hand inside. The 3 of them sat in the living room while Lu Feifei brewed coffee for them. Minggu, did you call us here for something? Baishan asked. Wang Ming smiled at them, then waved his hand, and 3 demon essence flowers flew out from the soul ring, landing on the coffee table, emitting a faint fragrance. The bright white petals illuminated the room, making the light seem dim in comparison, and Rushui and the others widened their eyes, looking incredulously at the demon essence flowers on the table. Demon demon essence flowers? Lu Feifei's small eyes widened. Three of them? Bai Yishan looked at Wang Ming in shock. Minggu, where did you get these 3 demon essence flowers? Wang Ming smiled. They were given to me by a kind-hearted level 9 demon. That level 9 demon, Tuo-sen? Bai Yishan was astonished. He's kind-hearted? Lu Feifei couldn't believe it. He gave them to you? And Rushui was surprised. Wang Ming nodded seriously and said honestly, by the heavens and earth, he happily and cheerfully handed it to me. Lu Feifei was puzzled and said, that shouldn't be. Although a level 9 demon has a strong demonic nature, it wouldn't just ignore the demon essence flower and casually give it away. How could that be? Bai Yishan was also confused. I thought he would want to dig out your heart and lungs. How could he give you such a treasure? And Rushui looked at Wang Ming with her big, watery eyes, asking. Wang Ming didn't explain much, as shifting positions couldn't clarify it, and instead said, regardless of whether it was given or I took it, the thing is right in front of you, each of you take one. For us? Lu Feifei was initially surprised, then felt a rush of warmth in her heart. The preciousness of the demon essence flower goes without saying. That Wang Ming could give them such a valuable flower showed how deep his feelings for them were. Wang Ming said, otherwise, why would I take it out? Of course, it's for you. I, Wang Ming, will never treat my friends poorly. You have helped me multiple times, and I won't let you leave empty-handed. Bai Yishan said, Brother Ming, we help you because we consider you a brother, and we don't seek anything in return. If you repay us, it means you don't see me and Lu Feifei as brothers, and Jia is your wife. That's a different matter. Lu Feifei nodded. Old Bai is right. And Rushui's cheeks turned slightly red. Wang Ming said, that's where you're wrong. I give you the demon essence flower precisely because I see you as brothers. I hope my brothers live better and grow stronger. This flower is useless to me, but it can help you. You don't need to refuse. If we're brothers, just take it. Bai Yishan and Lu Feifei were moved. At that moment, the bond between the 3 of them truly connected heart to heart. Bai Yishan and Lu Feifei no longer hesitated and accepted the demon essence flower. Wang Ming said, there's one more thing. Can you help me contact the buyers of beast soul artifacts and soul beasts? I'm selling soul artifacts of royal quality and above, as well as hell-level bloodline soul beasts. Do you have any connections? Soul artifacts of royal quality and above? Lu Feifei was shocked again. Brother Ming, are you robbing a bank? Hell-level bloodline soul beasts? Bai Yishan was equally shocked. Brother Ming, are you flattening the soul beast mountain range? Wang Ming asked, can you find a connection? And Rushui replied, yes, royal quality soul artifacts and hell-level bloodline soul beasts are in high demand. Basically, as long as there are sellers, there will be buyers. They are easy to sell. This was within Wang Ming's expectations, and he nodded, that's good. For the transaction of soul artifacts and soul beasts, I don't want soul coins, just demon cores, exchanging at equivalent demon cores, not a single soul coin. There was no other way. 1 million energy points required an extremely large amount. Demon cores? And Rushui frowned slightly, worried. Brother Ming, what do you need so many demon cores for? Cultivation cannot be rushed, otherwise, it will surely backfire. Wang Ming said, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. There are some things I can't explain to you, but please trust me, I will never act recklessly. After this period of contact, they understood Wang Ming's character and said, alright, leave the sales to me and Lu Feifei. We should have news in a day or two at most. Brother Ming, you need to prepare the soul artifacts and soul beasts on your side. Wang Ming nodded. As long as the sales channel is opened, I will immediately provide you with the soul artifacts and soul beasts. They chatted for a while longer. Bai Yishan and Lu Feifei made space for Rushui and Wang Ming, finding an excuse to leave. Only the 2 of them remained in the room. Shui, do you have something on your mind? And Rushui had said little earlier, and her expression wasn't very good. Wang Ming had noticed she seemed troubled, so after sending Bai Yishan and Lu Feifei away, he sat beside her, wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and asked. And Rushui lay comfortably on his shoulder, her voice a bit hoarse, Minggu, my parents want me to go back. Wang Ming frowned slightly. What's the matter? And Rushui nodded, her voice already choked. The Xin family came to propose yesterday. Wang Ming's heart felt as if it had been violently tugged by something, the pain sharp and splitting. He endured the hurt and cautiously asked, did uncle and aunt agree? And Rushui shook her head slightly. They asked for my opinion, and I refused. Wang Ming's heart, which had been gripped, seemed to relax. And Rushui continued, my dad asked about you, and I told him. He got very angry and said he doesn't approve of you, telling me to go back immediately tomorrow. Dad, I need money. In the Lu family's grand villa, in Lu Qingzhu's study, Lu Qiaoyao knocked and entered, her tone cold and straightforward. Lu Qingzhu. Back then, when Lu Qiaoyao's mother died, he was outside flirting with several women. Now, having grown older, he gradually found himself unable to keep up with such affairs and instead yearned more for familial bonds. Lu Xiaoyao could not forgive Lu Qingzhu for what happened back then, and their father-daughter relationship had always been very strained. Lu Qingzhu had tried many times to ease their relationship, but Lu Xiaoyao had coldly rejected him, even moving into the school dormitory to avoid him. After all these years, this was the first time Lu Xiaoyao had taken the initiative to speak to him. Lu Qingzhu was very happy and quickly put down his book, walking over briskly, saying enthusiastically, "All right, how much do you need?" Lu Xiaoyao waved her hand, and the Xianbing sword appeared in her grasp. Infusing it with soul power, the icy domain activated, and the study was instantly transformed into a world of ice and snow, everything around them turning white and chilling. The father and daughter stood 5 meters apart, facing each other. Lu Qingzhu's expression changed slightly, surprised. Is this a domain space? The Xianbing sword has reached the level of a top-grade soul weapon? Lu Xiaoyao, I need money to buy a top-grade soul weapon. However, Lu Qingzhu was more concerned about how the Tian-grade Xianbing sword could become a top-grade soul weapon. He immediately looked at Lu Xiaoyao and asked, "Money is not a problem, Xiaoyao. How did your Tian-grade soul weapon become a top-grade soul weapon?" Lu Xiaoyao, if I don't answer, will you not give me the money? That's not it. I'll give you the money right now. This was the first time his daughter had spoken up, and he dared not refuse. He waved his hand, and a torrent of soul coins flew into Lu Xiaoyao's soul ring, then said, "Xiaoyao, can you tell Dad about the Xianbing sword?" Lu Xiaoyao frowned. It would be a lie to say she had no feelings for her father. Feeling his gaze upon her, she was somewhat reluctant to refuse. But thinking of it as Wang Ming's secret, she said, "It was reforged by a friend of mine." Your friend? Lu Qingzhu was taken aback. Lu Xiaoyao's friend should be of the same age. How could someone her age possess such high forging skills? Xiaoyao, Dad knows you have your own opinions, and I won't interfere with the friends you choose, but this friend of yours is indeed extraordinary. Lu Qingzhu said, "You also know that there are very few master forgers capable of creating top-grade soul weapons in Longwa. You should understand his value." Lu Xiaoyao pondered slightly and asked, "You want to win him over?" Lu Qingzhu said, "You also know that the competition among the 5 major families is becoming increasingly fierce, and Dad is under a lot of pressure. If I could have such a master forger's support, it would relieve a lot of my burden." Lu Xiaoyao also hoped that Wang Ming could come to their home, preferably to become. At this thought, she immediately thought of Rushui. And Rushui and Wang Ming had already confirmed their relationship. If she were to forcefully intervene or use her family's connections, it would surely make Wang Ming feel repulsed, and she would also be suspected of being a green tea bitch. If that were the case, she would rather maintain this eternal friendship with Wang Ming. Even just watching him made her very satisfied. I will convey your thoughts to him. As for whether he is willing, that depends entirely on him. If he is unwilling, then let's not bring it up again. Lu Xiaoyao thought for a moment and said, "Can you help me exchange all the soul coins for equivalent demon cores?" Lu Qingzhu was taken aback. Demon cores? Lu Xiaoyao nodded. Yes, demon cores, all exchanged for demon cores. Lu Qingzhu reminded her, "Xiaoyao, this is a matter of tens of millions of soul coins. The amount of demon cores you will get is substantial." Do you? Is that what he wants? Lu Qingzhu quickly realized. Lu Xiaoyao nodded. His request is not for soul coins, only for demon cores, and they must be delivered by tomorrow morning. Lu Qingzhu pondered for a moment, then turned and walked to the desk, picked up the red landline, and dialed the number. "Hello, this is Lu Qingzhu. Prepare demon cores worth 10 million immediately. It's 17,659,000. Lu Xiaoyao interjected. Lu Qingzhu glanced at his daughter and corrected himself. It's demon cores worth 17,659,000 soul coins. Confirmed. All exchanged. Yes, you have 5 hours to deliver them to my house. This is my order." After hanging up, he turned to look at his daughter. The corners of Lu Xiaoyao's mouth lifted slightly. Seeing his daughter smile a bit, Lu Qingzhu felt a surge of happiness, but suddenly sensed something was off and quickly asked, Xiaoyao, is this friend of yours a man or a woman?" Lu Xiaoyao was taken aback. "Why do you ask?" Lu Qingzhu quickly laughed it off. "It's nothing, Dad was just asking casually." Lu Xiaoyao said, "Don't ask about my matters, I'll wait outside for the demon cores to arrive and then I'll leave." With that, she turned to leave, and at the door, she left a word, "Thank you," and disappeared. Lu Qingzhu stared at the empty door, a smile appearing on his face. His daughter actually thanked him. The next morning, Wang Ming had just finished a night of cultivation when he heard a knock at the door. He opened it. A waft of fragrance rushed in, and Wang Ming saw a curvaceous beauty standing at the door, sunlight streaming in from behind her, illuminating her hair and skin with a golden glow. "The demon cores you wanted." Lu Xiaoyao held up a silver soul ring. Thank you. Wang Ming accepted the ring. Aren't you going to invite me in for a bit? Lu Xiaoyao smiled. No time, Wang Ming said, I'm getting ready to go out. You can't leave campus, be careful of the Xan family, Lu Xiaoyao reminded him. Not going out, just to the junkyard to pick up some trash and useless soul beasts. Wang Ming did not hide this from Lu Xiaoyao. Lu Xiaoyao was taken aback. Pick up trash? Yeah, Wang Ming walked out, and Lu Xiaoyao stepped aside. Wang Ming then closed the door and said, You must have known that picking up trash is my old profession. Lu Xiaoyao was puzzled. What do you pick up trash for? Wang Ming replied, Of course to sell the trash for money. Lu Xiaoyao was even more confused. Then why don't you just ask for money? Why only demon cores? Wang Ming walked outside, saying as he went, Because I need more money to exchange for more demon cores. Lu Xiaoyao was now even more curious about how many demon cores Wang Ming needed to satisfy him, and what he intended to do with so many demon cores. It didn't seem like he was going to cultivate, so she asked, Do you need my help? Wang Ming waved his hand without turning back. No thanks. You are the princess of the Lu family. If you go, it will be the hot topic tomorrow. Lu Xiaoyao slightly tilted her head and smiled at him. You are now the rookie king of the Kyoto Academy, a holder of 900,000 year soul rings, and a full red talent. If you go pick up trash, wouldn't that also be a hot topic? Why not make the hot topic even hotter? Wang Ming turned to look at her and smiled. If you are willing, you are welcome. Lu Xiaoyao smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, sparkling with delight, and with a hint of charm, she quickly walked to Wang Ming's side and said, I am willing. The junkyard in the early morning was very quiet. Wang Ming and Lu Xiaoyao arrived at the garbage dump, where a pungent smell mixed with various types of waste wafted through the air, an odor that was particularly unbearable. The stench was overwhelming. Lu Xiaoyao had never encountered such a smell before. She scrunched her delicate nose and covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve. Brother Ming, this is too much. Wang Ming laughed and said, This is a garbage dump, not a fine dining restaurant. Isn't it normal for it to smell? As he spoke, he took a mask out of his pocket and handed it to her. Wearing a mask will help a bit. If you can't stand it, you can go back. There's no need for you to suffer with me. Lu Xiaoyao was afraid of offending Wang Ming and cautiously said, Brother Ming, I heard that when you were in Linjiang, you spent time in a garbage dump? Wang Ming smiled nonchalantly and said, Did you not hear that saying when you were investigating me? Garbage king, Wang garbage, no father, no mother, eating garbage. Wang Ming grew up in a garbage heap? I grew up in a garbage dump. There's nothing to be ashamed of or to hide. As the saying goes, being born in humble circumstances is not a disgrace. Being able to endure and adapt is what makes a man. I grew up picking up garbage, and I don't feel ashamed. Wang Ming's voice was righteous, and standing in the sunlight, Lu Xiaoyao felt that the light reflecting off him illuminated her heart. His upbringing was so difficult, yet he had achieved so much today. Looking at the accomplishments boasted by the young masters of the capital, they all paled in comparison to Wang Ming in her heart. Wang Ming bent down and began searching for discarded soul artifacts. Lu Xiaoyao, however, was unaware and asked him, Brother Ming, what kind of garbage can be exchanged for money? Wang Ming replied, Abandoned soul artifacts, and those discarded soul artifacts are our targets to pick up. Oh, Lu Xiaoyao knew that abandoned soul artifacts held great value even for ordinary people, so she began to learn from Wang Ming, bending down to search. Hey! At that moment, a few students out for a morning run saw a beautiful sight at the garbage dump and stopped in their tracks, calling out to their friends nearby, Hey, guys, look, there's a pretty girl. Upon hearing about the girl, several of them turned to look. Wow, what a great figure. Is she really picking up garbage? My goodness, such a beautiful girl picking up garbage here. It's simply a waste of beauty. No way, I have to go in and rescue her. If I could win over such a beautiful girl with money, that would be amazing. Let's go take a look. They quickly ran into the garbage dump. Hey, girl, what are you picking up? Do you want me to help you find something? A young man approached Lu Xiaoyao, seeing the discarded soul artifact in her hand and assuming she must be short on money. He said, These soul artifacts are useless. Even if you pick them up and reforge them, the best you can get is a low-grade one. Why not come with me? I can buy you a high-quality soul artifact right now. How about it? Yeah, girl, picking up this garbage is useless. Just come with me. The smiles of the others carried a hint of lewdness. Some were already thinking of making a move. Lu Xiaoyao frowned in disgust and coldly shouted, Get lost. Damn, a garbage picker dares to give me attitude? In front of his friends, he felt a bit humiliated for being scolded by a garbage picker. Don't you dare give me that look, damn it. Unable to hold back, he swiped at the discarded soul artifact Lu Xiaoyao had picked up. Lu Xiaoyao clenched her fists and glared coldly at the young man. Oh, looks like you want to make a move. The young man sneered disdainfully, I'm standing right here. I want to see if you dare to touch me. The young man beside him proudly introduced, let me tell you, this is the last session's rookie king, the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang.
Zhang Qingshan, did you just call me a garbage picker? Lu Qiaoyao recognized Zhang Qingshan, the brother of Zhang Tianjing.
She took off her mask and sneered, then I want to see if you dare to touch me.
You! Zhang Qingshan widened his eyes. Lu Qiaoyao?
The several young men behind him also widened their eyes, never expecting that the one picking up trash here was
Lu Qiaoyao? My goodness! No one could believe this was true. The princess of the Lu family, one of the 5 great families, was actually picking up trash in the garbage dump of the capital's academy? Misunderstanding. Zhang
Qingshan immediately backed down, hurriedly picking up the discarded soul tool on the ground and handing it over. Sister Qiaoyao, it was a misunderstanding just now. How could I dare to insult Lu uncle's precious daughter?
Please don't tell my dad.
Lu Qiaoyao didn't want to pay them any mind, even less did she want them to ruin her moment alone with Wang Ming, and coldly said, get lost.
Alright, I'm leaving.
Zhang Qingshan tucked his tail and was about to leave in disgrace when he turned around and saw another person looking at him, which made him feel a sense of humiliation as if someone beneath him had caught him in a servile moment.
He then shouted angrily at Wang Ming, what the hell are you looking at? Brother Shan!
The person beside him tugged at Zhang Qingshan. He seems to be the new generation king, Wang Ming, the one who publicly killed Xian Shangguang and angered a level 9 demon at the trial base but still managed to escape unscathed, with a 900,000-year soul ring.
Ha! Zhang Qingshan's expression stiffened. Damn! What kind of day is it today? A Lu family princess and a new generation king are here picking up trash? Is there some treasure buried in this garbage pile?
Wang Ming had a faint smile on his lips as he stepped forward, his voice gentle. What did you just say? Zhang Qingshan felt that Wang Ming's smile seemed gentle but actually carried a murderous intent, and he immediately tensed up. I didn't say anything. Wang Ming shook his head slightly. No, you did.
I heard you insult her, didn't I?
Zhang Qingshan quickly replied, misunderstanding. Even if I had the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard, I wouldn't dare insult Sister Qiaoyao.
It was just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Wang Ming sneered, waving his hand, and the demon blade Shenrun appeared in his grasp, shining with a blinding cold light in the sunlight. Then if I accidentally kill you, would that count as a misunderstanding? Zhang Qingshan swallowed hard. Wang Ming, don't be reckless.
In fact, Zhang Qingshan's strength had already reached level 26 Great Soul Master, but for some reason, he felt an inexplicable fear in front of Wang Ming.
Wang Ming smiled. You think you can just walk away after insulting my friend? Zhang Qingshan asked. What do you want then?
Wang Ming replied, very simple, apologize.
Sister Qiaoyao, I'm sorry.
I was blind and spoke disrespectfully to you. Please forgive me, and please don't tell my dad, or he will definitely beat me to death.
Zhang Qingshan's apology came very decisively, and he even bowed.
Lu Qiaoyao looked at Wang Ming and smiled. Wang Ming's words, my friend, stirred a warm feeling in her heart. Since her mother's death, this was the first time she felt that sense of being protected from a man. Zhang Qingshan pointed at Lu Qiaoyao and said to Wang Ming, look, she's smiling.
Wang Ming looked at Lu Qiaoyao and saw her smile blooming like a flower, asking, do you agree? MHM. Lu Qiaoyao nodded with a smile. Ha ha, Sister Qiaoyao agrees. Wang Ming, let's not meet again.
Zhang Qingshan said with a sigh of relief, then turned and left the garbage dump with his friends in a hurry.
Wang Ming was surprised by Zhang Qingshan's behavior. Lu classmate, shouldn't the sons of wealthy families be arrogant and overbearing? Why did this Zhang Qingshan apologize so easily? Lu Qiaoyao replied, just call me Qiaoyao.
In fact, the children of big families are not as lofty as you imagine. When they encounter tough opponents, they immediately soften up, because if they offend someone they can't afford to offend, it will implicate their family. Wang Ming nodded in realization. Oh, so you are the tough opponent.
Put. Lu Qiaoyao smiled. What do you mean I'm tough? You're not tough?
Wang Ming thought for a moment and said, tough. The two exchanged a glance, as if they both thought of something, and burst into laughter.
Next, they began to immerse themselves in picking up trash.
After Wang Ming used the system to identify items, they only kept those that could enhance the quality of soul artifacts to Imperial grade, and they also found a few weak soul beasts, all discarded pet soul beasts, one of which was a cat that the system detected to be of epic quality. Little did they know, their trash-picking behavior became widely known through Zhang Qingshan's promotion. Many people took photos of them picking up trash and posted them online, with the eye-catching title, Shocking. The Lu family princess is actually picking up trash hand in hand with the new king of Kyoto. Insiders say, they might be in love. This attracted a lot of attention. In no time, the two quickly topped the trending news, even overshadowing the level 9 demon that had appeared a few days earlier.
Zhang Tianjing lay in the bath. The pool was filled with white foam, concealing the breathtaking view.
She had a towel wrapped around her head and was holding an apple in one hand while scrolling through her phone with the other.
Suddenly, an advertisement popped up on the screen.
Just as she was about to swipe it away, her finger froze at the title.
Shocking!
The Lu family princess is actually picking up trash hand in hand with the new king of Kyoto.
Insiders say they might be in love? Lu Qiaoyao and Wang Ming? In love? What about in Rushui?
This instantly piqued her curiosity, and she quickly clicked to check it out. The photo clearly captured the two of them. Lu Qiaoyao was wearing a mask, but Zhang Tianjing recognized her at a glance. Next to her was Wang Ming, and the two in the photo were chatting and laughing, really looking like a couple, and quite compatible too. This Lu Qiaoyao looks pretty aloof on the surface, but who would have thought she's actually a green tea?
Zhang Tianjing said disdainfully, she's clearly in a relationship with Rushui, yet she's butting in.
What a good actress! The image of Wang Ming holding a knife to her throat at the trial base flashed in her mind. She had caught a glimpse of half of Wang Ming's face at that time. That half of his face was cold and stern, with deep eyes filled with a chilling killing intent, a high nose bridge extending into beautifully shaped nostrils, and a perfect jawline outlining a sharp and fierce face, long hair fluttering by her ears without wind.
Actually, he's quite handsome, especially with that imposing and domineering aura.
Strangely, such thoughts emerged in her mind. It was quite normal for her to have such thoughts because a woman can forgive the man who hurts her, but she can never forgive the man who willingly makes sacrifices for her.
If he were willing to pursue me.
Sister is the queen, shining with confidence.
If you love me, come, if you don't be arrogant.
Just as Zhang Tianjing was lost in thought, the sound of her phone pulled her back to reality. Looking down, she saw the caller ID, that annoying person.
What do you want? Zhang Tianjing answered the call unhappily.
Jinger, are you free tonight?
I want to treat you to dinner. Chen Tianyi's voice came from the phone.
Not free. Zhang Tianjing decisively refused. I made the food myself. Chen Tianyi's voice was weak. It's the first time I've cooked in my life.
Do you want to come and try a bite?
Are you treating me like a guinea pig?
Zhang Tianjing said disdainfully. No, I mean, this is food made for you. If you don't come, it'll be a waste.
So caring, why don't you go be the director of an orphanage? I don't have time, and also, please don't call me Jinger in the future.
My parents don't call me that, and I find it cheesy. Goodbye.
After saying that, she hung up decisively. The phone interface automatically jumped back to the previous screen, where Wang Ming's sunny smile was magnified on her phone.
No, it was her finger that reached out to magnify it.
But since she zoomed in too much, the image became a bit blurry, and Wang Ming's face also became indistinct.
Whose crappy phone took this picture? The quality is so poor.
The goal was not achieved, and she threw down her phone, standing up from the bath. Water droplets could not cling to her smooth skin, sliding down her fair neck, as her long legs stepped out of the tub, wrapping herself in a towel and pouring a glass of red wine. Sitting on the oversized sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, she gazed out at the night view of Kyoto, lost in thought.
Baifeng Academy, the faculty apartment building.
Zhao Qingshi, as the vice president of Baifeng Academy, along with her status outside, occupied the entire top floor of the faculty apartment building, spacious and bright. At 8:54 p.m., Zhao Qingshi was lying comfortably on the sofa with a face mask on, dressed in a loose silk nightgown that softly hugged her curvaceous figure, even revealing a hint of what lay beneath. She held her phone in both hands, scrolling through her social media feed, having not checked it for a long time.
Suddenly, a message popped up. She exclaimed in surprise when she saw the headline. The princess of the Lu family is actually picking up trash hand in hand with the new king of Kyoto? The new king of Kyoto was none other than Wang Ming, right? The princess of the Lu family. Could it be that girl Lu Qiaoyao?
Curiosity piqued, she clicked on the post, and when she saw the photo, her eyes widened. It was indeed Wang Ming and Lu Qiaoyao.
Can picking up trash be this sweet?
Seeing the two of them laughing and joking in the photo, a memory flashed in her mind of an image she had seen online, featuring a heart-shaped toilet with the caption, "Want to date? The kind where you poop together. I'll observe quietly, you're welcome to enjoy."
Wait a minute, isn't that brat Wang Ming with that girl from the Yin family?
Zhao Qingshi shifted her position, her legs squeezing the bare big hug pillow.
Could it be that he's also involved with this Lu girl?
This little brat, really eating from both pots. I can't let him get away with this. Zhao Qingshi felt she couldn't let him act recklessly. There were only 5 major families in Kyoto, and this kid had been here for less than a month, offending one family and courting 2. It was simply outrageous. Wait, Zhao Qingshi suddenly realized, why should I care about him? She found it inexplicable that she had such thoughts. As long as he had the ability and wanted to date a few people, what did it matter to her? She wasn't a friend, a teacher, or even a member of the academy. Right, I shouldn't care about him. Zhao Qingshi tried to convince herself, immediately double-tapping to exit and reopening her social media, where she saw her yoga instructor had posted several updates, and she clicked to check them out. But as she looked, her thoughts drifted back to Wang Ming. Exiting the yoga instructor's video, she specifically went to the website to find their photos, clicking to enlarge one, seeing Wang Ming and Lu Xiaoyao smiling at each other, a surge of unnamed anger rising in her heart. That little brat, I must teach him a lesson. Achoo! In the dormitory, Wang Ming sneezed heavily, rubbing his nose, puzzled. I'm not sick. My nose isn't itchy. Why am I sneezing out of nowhere? One thought, two curses, three colds. Could it be someone is thinking of me? Achoo! Looks like someone is cursing me. Forget it, let's focus on strengthening the soul tools and evolving the soul beasts first. On the coffee table lay 3 soul tools and 3 soul beasts. The soul beasts were a cat, a bear bee, and a hamster, all pet soul beasts, casually discarded in the trash after being played with. Poor little lives. Fortunately, you all met me, Wang Ming said, stroking the cat, otherwise, the talents hidden within you would have been buried. He then unleashed his soul power, red soul light flickering at his fingertips, 3 light spots landing on their foreheads, 3 shiny crystals floating above them. System, begin evolving the soul beasts. Using Soul Beast Evolution Crystal, evolving soul beasts. 1%, 2%, 3%. Since all 3 soul beasts were evolving simultaneously, the speed was noticeably slower, but this did not affect the quality of the evolution. Then, Wang Ming continued to exert his soul power, the soul light flickering on 3 soul artifacts. System, begin strengthening the soul artifacts. Using Soul Artifact Strengthening Crystal, strengthening soul artifacts. 1%, 2%, 3%. The strengthening of the soul artifacts was progressing more slowly, and the intervals of the soft female voice echoing in his mind were lengthening. At this rate, it would take at least a night. Wang Ming did not dare to waste time. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of various level demon cores appeared in the room, shimmering with different colors under the moonlight. Lu Xiaoyao had truly put in a lot of effort. The number of demon cores in the soul ring far exceeded his expectations. There were 15 level 6 demon cores, 21 level 5 demon cores, and 43 level 4 demon cores, which could provide half of the energy value. Coupled with his own stock, and buying some more later, it would be nearly enough. Level 6 demon cores were equivalent to the existence of a soul emperor level. Lu Xiaoyao sending him 15 was indeed beyond his expectations. Adding the 3 level 7 demon cores in his hand, 7 level 6 demon cores, and many level 4 and below demon cores, he could at least provide 800,000 energy values. Once these soul artifacts and soul beasts were successfully completed, he would earn a hefty sum. Just breaking through level 20 requires such a terrifying amount of energy. How much will it take later? At least 10 million. Wang Ming felt a chill in his heart at the thought. Such a terrifying number, wouldn't it drain the blood of all the demons in the world? Right now, Wang Ming was not worried about whether he could cultivate to the Soul Emperor realm, but rather whether the number of demons in the world could support him reaching that level. Hurry up and start cultivating. Sitting cross-legged, Wang Ming focused his mind, and the system detected the demon cores, beginning to absorb them. Instantly, the room lit up with a variety of colorful lights, and a ribbon 2 fingers wide flowed from each demon core, dancing flexibly before finally merging into Wang Ming's body. Wang Ming embraced the unity, feeling at ease, absorbing the demon core energy with the system's help. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shone through the window, illuminating the room. 97%, 98%, 99%, 100%, Soul Artifact Strengthening / Soul Beast Evolution successful. Soul Artifacts, Bright Silver Spear, Superior Royal Grade, Houten Hammer, Superior Royal Grade, Songfeng Fan, Medium Royal Grade. Soul Beasts, Initial Body Hell Bloodline, Soul Devouring Mongoose, Initial Body Hell Bloodline, Poisonous Bee, Initial Body Epic Bloodline, Gluttonous Beast. Gluttonous Beast? When Wang Ming heard this name, he instantly thought of the legendary beast Tao Tai. Could this cat be related to the ancient beast Tao Tai? With this thought, Wang Ming opened his eyes and looked at the cat on the sofa. This cat was still a juvenile, discovered by Lu Xiaoyao when he heard a faint meowing. Seeing it was pitiful, Lu Xiaoyao brought it over for Wang Ming to examine. To his surprise, Wang Ming found that this cat could actually evolve into an epic bloodline, and he immediately accepted it. However, he did not expect that this cat could evolve into the bloodline of the ancient beast Tao Tai. Its name is also intriguing, Gluttonous Beast. Could it be related to the demonic nature that Tozin mentioned? Wang Ming pondered seriously. Soul beasts cannot absorb demonic nature. They can absorb the soul power within the human body to exert their own strength. But this cat is called Gluttonous Beast,
Could it actually consume demonic nature? With this doubt, Wang Ming decided, I won't sell this cat for now, I'll keep it by my side. If it can truly consume demonic nature, I'll contract it as my second soul beast. He then looked at the results of his cultivation over the night. Current cultivation level 19 Soul Master, 326200/10000000. Soul Essence value, 43,200. Cultivating for a night allowed him to increase by 1/5, which was quite a significant improvement. In another 5 days, he would be able to absorb his second soul ring, and he was very much looking forward to how much his strength would increase after absorbing the second soul ring. Beep, beep. At that moment, a sound came from beneath him. Wang Ming reached out to check. It was the sound of his phone. He opened it to see a message from Lu Qiaoyao. Brother Ming, have you seen today's hot topics? Smiley face, not yet. What's up? It's about us. The internet is really terrifying. They actually say we are a couple, blushing face. Oh, let them say what they want. Wang Ming didn't care about this matter at all. Then he dialed Bai Yishan's number. Hello, La Bai, the stuff on my site is ready. Have you sorted out the sales channels on your end? Bai Yishan, Brother Ming, don't worry, it's all set. Lao Lu and I will come over to pick up the goods later. The matter with the Education Bureau has been discussed with the Soul Master Court. In the reception hall of the Xin family, the heads of the 5 major families and several high-ranking officials sat in the spacious and bright living room, with fine hot tea on the table, and smoke swirling in the hall. Xin Jingjai said, according to the detailed investigation by the Soul Master Court and the Soul Master Law Enforcement Team, it has been confirmed that Wang Ming, a new student from the Kyoto Academy, is suspected of harming a classmate, and the charges are established. And Jinzhong took a deep puff of his cigar, remaining silent, his gaze fixed on the large television in the living room. The television was broadcasting an auction scene. Old Xin, are you really going to let the Education Bureau off so easily because of your personal grievances? Said Chen Zili, the head of the Chen family. Wang Ming is just a nameless pawn. Don't let small matters lead to big losses. Lu Qingju nodded. Old Chen is right. We 5 major families haven't even had a bite of this education pie yet. Zhang Wuxian, the head of the Zhang family, said, ever since she took power, we 5 major families have lost real authority. Whether in education or military strength, we are being weakened. We cannot let such a good opportunity slip away so easily. Everyone nodded in agreement. Next up for auction is a top-grade Imperial Soul weapon, the Haotian Hammer. At this moment, the television next to them announced the auction. Hearing the words Haotian Hammer, Zhang Wuxian turned to look at the television, only to see a soul weapon he was very familiar with, exclaiming in surprise, huh? Isn't this my eldest son's inferior heavenly-grade soul weapon? Wasn't it thrown away as garbage long ago? How did it become a top-grade Imperial soul weapon? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the television. Sure enough, they saw the hammer with lightning on it. Everyone present had witnessed the Zhang family's eldest son wielding this hammer to great effect. Although it was an inferior heavenly-grade weapon, it was crafted by the level 7 forging master Tang Hao, making it very precious. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by demons during the trial base and was thrown away as scrap. They never expected it to appear at the auction. It shouldn't be the same one, right? Xin Jingjai's mind was not on the soul weapon, casually saying, perhaps someone just wants to ride on Master Tang's fame. Let's continue discussing the trial base matter. No, it must be the Haotian Hammer. Zhang Wuxian focused intently, and the television camera happened to zoom in, perfectly showcasing the Haotian Hammer in front of everyone, with Tang Hao prominently engraved below the hammer's handle. Everyone suddenly couldn't sit still. This is impossible? Zhang Wuxian exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide open. This soul weapon has indeed been rendered useless. I specifically asked Master Tang about it, and he said there was no possibility of it being reforged. How could it appear as a top-grade Imperial soul weapon at the auction, especially at the Kyoto auction? Could it be that someone can turn waste into treasure? And Xingzhong stared at the Haotian Hammer. The world is full of wonders. If someone can truly restore a discarded soul weapon and even improve its quality, then the value of this person could be described as priceless. Chen Zili said. Lu Qingju looked at the Haotian Hammer being auctioned on the television with an expressionless face, but in his mind, he was recalling his daughter's Xianbing sword. It must be that the Haotian Hammer and the Xianbing sword were crafted by the same person. Someone his daughter knows. Who could this person be? Lu Qingju wanted to bring this person into his own fold, so naturally, he wouldn't express any opinions here. And Xingzhong looked at Zhang Wuxian and said, Old Zhang, you know the people at this auction house, right? Should we give them a call? Xin Jingzai interrupted with a smile. Perhaps this is just a misunderstanding. Just a single Haotian hammer isn't enough for us to make a fuss over a phone call. Besides, if such a person were to appear in Kyoto, how could we? The next item for auction, a top-grade Imperial Soul weapon, the bright silver spear. Upon hearing the announcement, Xin Jingzai turned his head in disbelief and indeed saw a very familiar spear. It was the bright silver spear that his son had used before. He was instantly stunned. Zhang Wuxian decisively took out his phone and said to everyone, "It seems that a remarkable person has truly appeared in Kyoto." He then dialed a number and turned to walk out of the living room. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Jingzai took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, did you see the auction? Act immediately, buy the bright silver spear for me. Bid online, we must secure it." "Yes, hurry." Lu Qingju thought for a moment and also stepped outside, dialing his daughter Lu Xiaoyao's number. "Hello, Yao Yao. What's up? It's about what I mentioned to you the night before last. Did you ask?" "I asked. He said he's not interested, so let's not bring it up again. I'm afraid it might upset him." "Alright, I'm hanging up." After saying that, the call ended abruptly. Lu Qingju looked at his beeping phone and shook his head helplessly. When he returned to the reception hall, Zhang Wuxian had already finished his call and returned, his expression serious as he said, "The person in charge of the auction house told me that the items for today's auction only arrived this morning, 3 Imperial Soul weapons and 2 hell-blooded soul beasts." Gasp! Everyone present inhaled sharply. Although the 5 great families had substantial backgrounds, Imperial Soul weapons were not something that could be casually produced. After all, everyone present was at the Soul Emperor level, and they couldn't afford to ignore the significance of Imperial Soul weapons or hell-blooded soul beasts. More importantly, the person capable of turning waste into treasure was the crux of the matter. And Xingzhong stared at Zhang Wuxian and asked, "Old Zhang, have you found out who this person is?" Zhang Wuxian shook his head slightly. "This person is very cautious. The items were sent to the auction house through a middleman. I've already asked the person in charge to contact this middleman, and we should have news soon." Xin Jingzai said, "This matter will surely cause a stir in Kyoto. By then, there will probably be many wanting to win him over. We must act decisively and bring this person into our 5 great families camp." And Xingzhong turned to Lu Qingju. "Lu brother, why do you seem a bit distracted?" Lu Qingju lifted his eyelids to glance at Xingzhong and forced a smile. "It's nothing, just worrying about my daughter's matter." "You all continue, I'm just listening." Lu Qingju was well aware that this master craftsman could forge top-grade soul weapons, and this news must not be shared with him. The 5 people present appeared united, but each had their own agenda, and Xingzhong clearly didn't believe him but could only retract his gaze. Ding ding! At that moment, Xin Jingzai's phone rang. He glanced at the number and said to everyone, "Excuse me, I need to take this call." He hurriedly went out to answer. Ding ding! Coincidentally, Zhang Wuxian's phone also rang. He glanced at his phone and immediately got up to leave. The remaining 3 in the reception hall said nothing. Soon, Xin Jingzai returned, and seeing Zhang Wuxian was not there, he asked, "Did old Zhang go out?" And Xingzhong chuckled, "You two are really busy. So, has this master been found?" Xin Jingzai chuckled and said, "It's not that easy. This master doesn't want to show himself, otherwise, he would have been famous in the capital long ago." Shortly after, Zhang Wuxian walked in, still clutching his phone. Seeing everyone's gaze on him, he hesitated for a moment and said, "With your abilities, I know you can all find out. There's nothing to hide. I just received news that this master is very likely hiding among the 4 great academies." "Hiding among the 4 great academies?" And Xingzhong laughed and said, "He really is a master. Small concealment in the wilderness, medium concealment in the city, great concealment in the court. This person is hiding in the 4 great academies of Kyoto, and we were completely unaware. Truly a master." Xin Jingzai stood up and said, "Let's settle the matter of the trial base for now. First, we will arrest Wang Ming and convict him. As for whether to pursue the responsibility of the Education Bureau, we can discuss that later. For today, let's leave it at that, shall we?" Zhang Wuxian got up. "Alright, let's leave it at that. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Chen Zili laughed and stood up. "It seems everyone is eager to get this master. Well then, let's see who is quicker. Farewell." Lu Qingju felt that they couldn't just wait around like this. He had the most advantage, others still had to search the 4 great academies, while he had directly locked onto the Kyoto Academy. He immediately stood up to take his leave and hurried out the door. "Old Lu," and Xingzhong quickly followed him. "Olden, what is it?" Lu Qingju felt a bad premonition seeing in Xingzhong, this old fox. "You know who this master is, right?" And Xingzhong asked, staring into Lu Qingju's eyes. "What makes you say that? If I knew, I would have said it long ago." Lu Qingju's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly waved his hand to deny it.
You mentioned in the meeting that you were distracted today because of your daughter, Lu Xiaoyao, and Jingzhong analyzed.
This indicates that you just spoke with your daughter on the phone.
Further speculation suggests that your daughter might know this master.
Since he is hiding among the 4 great academies, by this reasoning, this master might be hiding in the Kyoto Academy, right?
Lu Qingzhu's palms broke out in a cold sweat. As expected of in the fox, his insight was sharp, and his thoughts meticulous. He could deduce all of Lu Qingzhu's thoughts from such a subtle remark.
Seeing Lu Qingzhu's reaction, and Jingzhong smiled and cupped his fists towards him, saying, "Thank you for the hint, Brother Lu. I'll take my leave now. Farewell."
Just as the 5 great families began to investigate this master, the forging community was also thrown into a huge uproar, especially the renowned forging master Tang Hao in Kyoto, who was shocked and pale when he learned that the Haotian hammer he forged had turned into a top-grade imperial soul weapon after passing through someone's hands. He knew the materials of the Haotian hammer all too well. At most, it was a top-grade heavenly item.
How could it be upgraded to imperial grade?
This person was definitely a master above him.
The Forging Association.
Tang Hao issued a task to all the forgers, at all costs, immediately and as quickly as possible, find this master and invite him to be the vice president of the Forging Association. At the same time, the military took immediate action upon learning of this matter. Every year, countless soul weapons are consumed in battles at the border, and discarding those old soul weapons and repurchasing them requires a huge amount of soul currency, which is a tremendous pressure for the military.
If they could get this person to turn waste into treasure and forge junk into divine artifacts, it would greatly alleviate their burden.
Bai Shindong said, "Hurry up and find him. We must bring this person to our military. We can't let others get the upper hand." Thus, a silent struggle for competition and search unfolded among the various families and forces. They used all kinds of connections and channels, bombarding the auction house's hall with inquiries, with the chairman and responsible person's phones ringing off the hook, one after another, non-stop. Mainly, they didn't dare to ignore the calls, because none of them knew which big shot in Kyoto was hiding behind the unfamiliar number that called in. But no matter who it was, they were not someone they could afford to offend. Wang Ming was very satisfied with the results of today's auction. 3 royal grade soul artifacts, 2 hell-level soul beasts, exchanged for 2 level 7 demon cores, 8 level 6 demon cores, 17 level 5 demon cores, and 31 level 4 demon cores. These demon cores were enough to support his breakthrough to level 20.
Meow.
On the sofa, the gluttonous beast stretched comfortably, changed its position, and slightly opened its eyes to glance at Wang Ming before closing them again, its belly making a gurgling sound as it slept soundly.
It was still more comfortable being a soul beast.
No worries, no thoughts, just sleep. Wang Ming envied the gluttonous beast, stood up to stretch his legs, feeling a bit numb in his knees and calves after a night of cultivation.
He opened a window to change the air, then opened the door to go buy lunch, turning back to the gluttonous beast and said, "Little Tiao, the gluttonous beast's name, stay here and be good. I'll be back soon."
Meow.
The gluttonous beast lazily responded without even opening its eyes. It was just lunchtime, and the cafeteria was crowded.
Wang Ming packed a meal to take away, and just as he reached the door, he saw Lu Xiaoyao rushing in, seemingly looking for something.
Wang Ming.
Lu Xiaoyao searched the crowd, and when she spotted Wang Ming, her eyes lit up with surprise. She quickly ran to him, grabbing his wrist and said, "Come with me.
Someone wants to arrest you." "Arrest me?" Wang Ming was bewildered as Lu Xiaoyao pulled him out of the cafeteria and back to the dormitory. "Yao Yao, what did you just say? Who wants to arrest me?" Wang Ming still looked confused.
"The Supreme Soul Master Court wants to arrest you, accusing you of intentionally harming a classmate," Lu Xiaoyao said anxiously.
"Harming a classmate?" Wang Ming was even more confused. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Is it Xin Changwang?"
"No, it's the trial base."
"The trial base?"
Wang Ming was even more puzzled.
"Isn't it normal to have casualties in the trial base?"
Besides, Director Chow also said that in the trial base, life and death depend on oneself.
"How can they blame me?"
Lu Xiaoyao said, "Someone accused you of taking advantage of the situation to intentionally harm a classmate in the trial base."
Wang Ming frowned and asked, "Who accused me?"
Lu Xiaoyao replied, "They brought in students who participated in the trial base. These students accused you of intentionally killing a classmate, and this accusation has already been established. The Soul Master Court and the Soul Master Law Enforcement Team will probably come to the school to arrest you soon." Wang Ming's expression darkened slightly as he felt the seriousness of the situation.
Someone was deliberately targeting him. It should be the Xin family. He turned to Lu Xiaoyao and asked, aren't the academy people going to intervene? Lu Xiaoyao shook her head. The Seoul Master Court is also investigating the academy and the Education Bureau's responsibility. They said that such significant casualties in the trial base either point to your indiscriminate killing and harming classmates or to the Academy and Education Bureau knowingly sending students into a trial base with level 8 demons. Wang Ming sneered, so, they have tacitly chosen to blame me for harming classmates, right? Lu Xiaoyao nodded. Ding ding. At that moment, his phone in his pocket rang. It was Enrushui calling. He answered, and Enrushui's anxious voice came through. Brother Ming, you need to leave the academy quickly, someone wants to harm you. I already know, Wang Ming said. It's the Xin family who started this, they want to kill you. Brother Ming, you must not get caught by them, otherwise. Enrushui's voice broke into sobs. Shui, don't cry, I'll be fine, Wang Ming comforted her. Brother Ming, can you contact Lu Xiaoyao? On the other end of the phone, Enrushui said. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyao stood up in surprise. Looking at the phone, you can take her car, sneak out of the academy, hide at her house, and even if the Seoul Master Court knows you're hiding at the Lu family, they wouldn't dare to search. Lu Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. Right. Minggui, you can hide at my house first. And Rushui felt a slight pang in her heart upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's voice. Minggu, is Lu Xiaoyao by your side? Wang Ming replied, yes, she just told me this news. Oh, then you. At this moment, and Rushui felt an inexplicable anxiety, not daring to let Wang Ming hide at the Lu family, but also fearing for his safety, unsure of what to say. Wang Ming smiled and said, how about letting Lu Xiaoyao take me to your house? Okay. And Rushui exclaimed in delight, but immediately felt downcast because her father would not welcome Wang Ming, let alone protect him. Her nose tinged with sadness, her eyes reddening as she reluctantly said, Minggu, you should go to Lu Xiaoyao's house instead. Wang Ming smiled, don't worry, Shui, I'm not going anywhere. I want to see if the Seoul Master Court can kill me. Both Lu Xiaoyao and Enrushui were taken aback. Lu Xiaoyao said, Minggu, as one of the 5 great families, the principle is that I can't help you, but I can't just watch you get framed by them. You should hide at my house for a while. Wang Ming's lips curled into a confident smile. Principle? I hold the principle in my hands. Lu Xiaoyao looked confused. What do you mean? Yao, can you cook? Suddenly, Wang Ming asked Lu Xiaoyao. Ha? Lu Xiaoyao was taken aback, then nodded, yes, I often cook for myself at home. Wang Ming smiled, good, then I want to taste your cooking tonight. Just prepare the meal, and come pick me up at the court entrance in the evening. Lu Xiaoyao exclaimed, huh? In the dormitory. Wang Ming opened the lunchbox and began to eat with great enjoyment. To be honest, today's meal was exceptionally fragrant. Whether it was the ingredients or the cooking time, everything was just right. He finished all the food in the box. After cleaning up the lunchbox, he took out a few beast-feeding pills and fed them to the iron-eating ant queen and the gluttonous beast. After this period of feeding, the iron-eating ant queen had clearly changed. Its brown exterior gradually turned yellow, seemingly indicating an advancement, and the number of iron-eating worker ants had also surpassed 5,000, which alone could give a level 4 demon a headache. After finishing these tasks, Wang Ming went to the bathroom and calmly took a big one. Returning to the sofa, Wang Ming sat cross-legged, took out dozens of demon cores, adjusted his breathing, and began immersive cultivation. Everything seemed normal. Knock. At 3:08 p.m., there was a knock at the dormitory door. So soon? Wang Ming's lips curled slightly as he waved his hand, causing all the demon cores and soul beasts in the room to enter the soul ring. Then he got up to open the door. Standing outside were 3 people in black uniforms, 2 men and 1 woman, and beside them stood 2 people Wang Ming recognized, Xin Jitian and Chen Tianyi. Seeing Chen Tianyi, Wang Ming frowned slightly. At this moment, the person standing outside was Zhang Tianjing, which he wasn't surprised about, but he didn't expect it to be Chen Tianyi. Recalling that he had hardly spoken to Chen Tianyi throughout the entire trial base, he wondered how he could have offended him. Are you Wang Ming? The leading man asked, looking at Wang Ming. Wang Ming nodded, yes. The leading man took a document from a folder and handed it to Wang Ming. You are now suspected of harming a classmate. This is an arrest warrant. Please come with us and cooperate with the investigation. The red-headed document in front of him read 3 large words, arrest warrant. Wang Ming glanced at the arrest warrant, then turned to Chen Tianyi. You guys are here to arrest me. What is he here for? Chen Tianyi smiled. I, of course, am here to accuse you. Wang Ming frowned slightly. You are accusing me? Wang Ming, do you really think so little of our 5 great families? Killing Xin Changwang in public and forcing us to become your servants at the trial base, do you really think that just because you're hiding in the Kyoto Academy, we can't do anything about you? Chen Tianyi raised an eyebrow and glared. Wang Ming sneered, so that's what this is about. When you were controlled by that level 9 demon back then, you weren't acting like this. What, do you feel ashamed now that you stood before me in the most humble manner at the brink of death? If you really had the guts, you shouldn't have begged me back then. Since you didn't dare to die standing, you have to learn to live kneeling. Now that there's no threat, do you feel ashamed of yourself? Ha, you really are like a brothel signboard, both standing and lying down. Wang Ming. His words struck at Chen Tiany's heart, completely infuriating him. You're still arguing when death is at your doorstep. Once you're inside, I'll make you kneel and beg me. Oh, is that so? I don't believe it. Wang Ming's lips curled up, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he looked at Chen Tiany. Seeing his expression, Chen Tiany was furious, gritting his teeth. Don't believe it, huh? Very well, I'll make you believe it right away. He waved his hand. Take him away. Wang Ming calmly got into the court vehicle and drove out of the academy. The court taking away the new king of Kyoto in broad daylight immediately attracted the attention of all the students, many of whom recorded videos and took photos to post online, curious about what had happened. The buzz from Wang Ming and Lu Xiaoyao just 2 days prior had not yet died down. When netizens posted videos and photos of Wang Ming being taken away by the court online, it quickly drew a lot of attention. Wang Ming's name once again topped the trending searches. Ding ding! Lu Xiaoyao anxiously thought of ways in her dormitory when her phone rang. She picked it up to see it was Zhang Tianjing. What does she want to call me for? Confused, she answered the call. Hello, Yao Yao. Zhang Tianjing's voice came through the line. What do you want? Lu Xiaoyao's tone was icy. Well, I heard this morning. I heard someone is targeting Wang Ming. Zhang Tianjing hesitated for a long time before finally calling Lu Xiaoyao. She only had Lu Xiaoyao's phone number and was stammering as she spoke. You're too late. Wang Ming was just taken away by the court. Lu Xiaoyao said angrily. So fast? Zhang Tianjing's voice was surprised. Fast? Humph. They must have treated it as a special case. Lu Xiaoyao sneered. Our 5 great families are really something. To kill someone, they can come up with such a ridiculous reason. It's truly laughable. Zhang Tianjing on the other end fell silent. Never mind, I'm hanging up. Bye. Lu Xiaoyao was anxious and had no time to waste with her. Although Wang Ming appeared confident, she didn't know where his confidence came from in facing the court. No, I can't just sit here and wait. I have to go to the court. Checking the time, it was already 3:36. She immediately went downstairs, bought some groceries at the supermarket, tossed them in the car, and drove towards the court. After Zhang Tianjing was hung up on, her mind was racing with thoughts. She took out her phone and found her father's number, but hesitated before dialing. Wang Ming's arrest was definitely approved by the 5 great families, and even if she called her father, it would be useless. This matter concerned the 4 great academies. She thought for a moment, swiped her finger, and changed her father's number to her mentor Zhao Qingshi, dialing it. Hello, Teacher Zhao, this is Zhang Tianjing, she said after the call connected. Tianjing, what's wrong? Zhao Qingshi was in the middle of training, the purple flame wing lion king behind her roaring deafeningly. She covered one ear with her hand while holding the phone with the other. Teacher, Wang Ming was taken away by the court, Zhang Tianjing said. The court? Zhao Qingshi was taken aback. Is picking up trash a crime now? It's not about picking up garbage. The 5 major families are suing Wang Ming for attempting to harm his classmates at the trial base, and they are also suing the 4 major academies and the Education Bureau for deliberately harming the children of the 5 major families. Wang Ming is already prepared for conviction, Zhang Tianjing spoke quickly. Where is Wang Ming? Zhao Qingshi asked, frowning. I just called Lu Xiaoyao, and she said Wang Ming has already been taken away by the court, Zhang Tianjing replied. Zhao Qingshi's expression turned cold. She didn't expect the 5 major families to act so quickly, convicting Wang Ming first. It seemed to be the work of the Xin family. She said, don't be anxious. This matter also involves the 4 major academies. Where are you? We're going to the court right now. Zhang Tianjing replied, I'm in the dormitory. Zhao Qingshi said, okay, come downstairs. I'm coming to find you right now. After hanging up, she pondered for a moment with a cold expression, then waved her hand to put the still raging purple flame wing lion king into her soul ring, grabbed her clothes, and hurried out the door. Inside the court, they had Wang Ming seated on the judgment chair, with 2 law enforcement personnel of the Great Soul Master level standing behind him. 3 meters in front, a table was arranged in a curved shape, divided into 2 levels. The first level had a higher table, with the presiding judge sitting in the center, flanked by 2 jurors, while the second level had 5 tables and chairs. The 5 major families were present in person. Aside from the 3 judges, the 2 law enforcement personnel, and the 5 family representatives, there was no one else in the room. It was likely an internal trial, with Wang Ming's charges not being made public, directly determining his guilt and executing the sentence here. It emphasized a special and efficient handling of the case. Just as Enrushi had said,
Once inside, there was truly no way out. Neither the 5 major families nor the Soul Master Court intended to let him leave alive. Wang Ming sat calmly in the chair, crossing his legs and leaning back comfortably, completely unlike someone undergoing a trial in court. It felt more like he was lounging on a big sofa at home. He exuded an air of nonchalance, and Xingzhong furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Wang Ming. This young man gave him an inscrutable feeling. Facing such a situation, he could still be so relaxed. Either he had a trump card and feared nothing, or he was truly unaware of the gravity of the situation. But from Wang Ming's demeanor, it didn't seem like he was unaware. He must have a trump card. What could that trump card be? And Xingzhong furrowed his brow, puzzled. Lu Qingzhu was also observing intently. He was curious about what charm this person possessed that made his daughter willingly accompany him to pick up garbage, wanting to know what made his daughter so invested. Xian Zhenzai was also staring at Wang Ming, but his feelings were more of hatred. It was this ignorant little bastard who had killed his son. Zhang Wuxian was not concerned about Wang Ming's trial. The master blacksmith had not yet been found, but he had already been pinpointed to the capital academy, and the person had yet to be located. His thoughts were still on that master. Chen Zili wore a smile. He had heard from his son that Wang Ming was very arrogant at the trial base, and today he wanted to see how this Wang Ming could walk out of the court doors. Alright, since the suspect has been brought in, let's begin the trial. The presiding judge tapped the gavel, adjusted his glasses that had slid down his nose, and looked at Wang Ming below, saying, Wang Ming, you are accused of randomly killing academy students and attempting to harm your classmates at the trial base. Do you plead guilty? Wang Ming smiled. May I ask, Your Honor, is it illegal to kill someone at the trial base? The presiding judge replied, randomly killing someone is illegal. Wang Ming's smile grew wider. So you mean to say that the trial base established by the 4 major academies in conjunction with the Education Bureau is an illegal place, is that right? The presiding judge responded, the trial base is not an illegal place. Wang Ming's smile remained. Since this is not an illegal place, it is legal, a legitimate existence according to the Soul Master Law. The trial base is meant to train students, and casualties occurring within it are a normal phenomenon. How can there be talk of breaking the law? Your Honor, by asking this, are you questioning the authority of the Soul Master Law? The presiding judge replied, Wang Ming, the purpose of establishing the trial base is to allow you to hunt soul beasts to improve your combat abilities, not to kill each other. If you indiscriminately kill the innocent within the trial base, that is breaking the law. Wang Ming shrugged, is that so? May I ask, Your Honor, who did I kill? The presiding judge raised his voice. You knew there were level 6 monsters present and did not warn your fellow students, leading to their deaths, and you still dare to ask who you killed. Wang Ming laughed, a laugh that seemed to mock the foolishness, shaking his head. Your Honor, may I ask, do I have the obligation to warn them? If there is an old lady crossing the street and I see a runaway truck coming, am I guilty for not saving her? The presiding judge asked. Then why didn't you save her? Wang Ming, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, looked at the presiding judge, thinking that with the conversation having reached this point, was there any need for further words? Xian Jingjai said to the presiding judge, Wang Ming deliberately harmed his classmates, the charges are established, and the evidence is conclusive. There is no need to waste words, a direct verdict can be given. Wang Ming guessed that the 5 people sitting below were likely from the 5 great families, but he did not know who was who. Seeing this person so eager to speak, he speculated that he might be Xian Changwang's father, Xian Jingjai, and asked, Are you Xian Jingjai? Xian Jingjai snorted, You are not worthy to call my name. Wang Ming nodded with a smile, Indeed, I am unworthy, but your son is worthy. He kept calling for you before he died, calling for you to save him, but unfortunately, no one could save him. My knife slowly cut open his throat, and when the blood spurted from his trachea, it was still scalding hot. Wang Ming, you are seeking death. Xian Jingjai immediately exploded in anger, slamming the table and standing up to make a move. Ha ha ha. Wang Ming laughed wildly. Today, I will definitely kill you. Xian Jingjai gritted his teeth in anger. If looks could kill, Wang Ming would have died 100 times under his gaze. May I ask, who is Chen Zili? Wang Ming no longer paid attention to him, shifting his gaze to the other 4. Chen Zili's muscles twitched, and he spoke up, I am. Do you know how your son begged me to save his life during the trial base? Wang Ming looked at him with a smile. Where were you when that level 9 monster trapped them in space? If I hadn't saved them, they would have long been dead at the hands of that level 9 monster, and now you dare to sit here and convict me. Do you think you are worthy? Wang Ming's tone was very calm, but every word struck Chen Zili's face. Chen Zili's face turned red from the accusation, and he retorted, Then you should have used that to blackmail them into becoming your slaves. You are making a joke in front of the 4 great families. Wang Ming chuckled lightly, If you want to save face,
then why kneel and beg for help at that time? Let him stand there and die, and wouldn't your Chen family have face? Ha ha, you and your son don't need a DNA test to know you are biological. Both are like a signboard in front of a brothel, both being both. Wang Ming, you are arrogant. Chen Zili also angrily slammed the table and jumped up. And Jingzhong, Lu Qingzhu, and Zhang Wuxian quickly turned their faces away, not daring to look at Wang Ming, because their daughters were all saved by Wang Ming from the trial base. If the insults fell on them, their old faces would indeed be hard to bear. As Wang Ming's gaze swept past them, they felt a sense of fear as if sitting in a classroom, afraid of being called out by the teacher. The presiding judge struck the gavel and shouted, "Wang Ming, you conspired to harm your classmates, disregarded the law, and showed contempt for the court. Now, on behalf of the Supreme Court of Soul Masters, I hereby sentence Wang Ming to death, to be executed immediately." Xian Jingzai and Chen Zili displayed triumphant smiles on their faces. Their gazes towards Wang Ming seemed to say, "Even if you are Zhuge Liang, the master of debate, you won't walk out of here alive. You're sentencing me to death?" Wang Ming said without a hint of panic, "Are you sure you don't want to review the case properly?" The presiding judge replied, "The evidence is conclusive. No need for further review." Wang Ming smirked, a smile on his face. "Is that so? What a pity. You don't get to decide my fate." As he spoke, the hand he had been clenching slowly opened, revealing a crystal-clear snowflake that appeared in his palm. Outside the courthouse, 2 sports cars and a luxury SUV almost simultaneously drove straight into the courthouse, the expensive vehicles immediately attracting the attention of those present. Under everyone's gaze, 4 stunning beauties stepped out of their respective cars. The luxury SUV carried Zhao Qingshi with Zheng Tianjing. The red sports car was driven by An Rushui, while the black sports car was driven by Lu Qiaoyao. None of them expected to meet here, and after getting out of the cars, they looked at each other in surprise. Due to Wang Ming's life-saving grace last time, Lu Qiaoyao had grown much closer to An Rushui, so she waved to greet her. Zhang Tianjing didn't have a good relationship with them, but seeing them, he acknowledged them with a nod. As a teacher, Zhao Qingshi naturally had to maintain an elder's demeanor and greeted them. "Shui, Yao Yao, you're also here to find a way to save Wang Ming, right?" And Rushui nodded, her gaze turning to Zhang Tianjing, her tone unfriendly. "What are you doing here? The courthouse isn't your family's. Why can you come and I can't?" Zhang Tianjing raised her chin and arched her eyebrows, her tone laced with disdain. And Rushui's eyes flashed with cold light. "It's all because of you that Minggu ended up in court, and you dare act arrogant in front of me? Are you looking for death?" As she spoke, and Rushui waved her jade hand, and a soul ring fell from above her head, shining with a black light, the ring adorned with 7 sharp points. It was a 70,000-year soul ring. Zhang Tianjing and the others showed expressions of shock. They all knew that An Rushui's first soul ring seemed to be a 7,000-year soul ring. How did it become a 70,000-year one? "It's the demon essence flower." Zhang Tianjing was the first to react. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, "Wang Ming gave you the demon essence flower. Humph, how biased." Lu Qiaoyao looked at her 70,000-year soul ring with envy. Shui, don't be impulsive, quickly put away the soul ring. "Tianjing and I came to the courthouse to save Wang Ming too." Zhao Qingshi hurriedly intervened as she saw them about to clash. "She's also here to save Wang Ming?" And Rushui was somewhat surprised. "Wang Ming isn't your family. Why can't I come to save him?" Zhang Tianjing snorted coldly, "And don't say that Wang Ming is my fault. In the courthouse, it's the 5 great families. Is your dad not here, or is your dad not here?" She pointed first at An Rushui, then at Lu Qiaoyao. "Why am I being blamed? If Wang Ming dies, we 3 are all implicated." Then she turned to Zhao Qingshi and said, "Teacher Zhao, let's go in." Zhao Qingshi smiled to ease the tension. "We're all here to save Wang Ming, so let's not argue. Let's hurry inside and see the situation. We must not let the court issue a verdict." Wang Ming's matter was important, and they dared not linger, quickly running into the courthouse. Inside the courthouse, when the snowflake appeared in Wang Ming's palm, the entire room fell into a deep silence. The snowflake emitted an invisible chill, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop significantly. Xian Jingzai and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, while the presiding judge stood up in shock, adjusting his glasses in fear of missing. They were all too familiar with this snowflake, and Jingzhong's expression was complex. If he had previously said that Wang Ming was like an ant that could be casually crushed, now that Wang Ming had taken out her snowflake, he was someone they dared not provoke. He now felt that his earlier statement had been somewhat arbitrary. Zhang Wuxian secretly rejoiced that he had not overly offended Wang Ming, while also secretly laughing at the Xian and Chen families, as well as the presiding judge Song Shuqing, wondering how they would handle the situation today. Lu Qingzhu was first shocked, then frowned in contemplation. How could he possess something of hers? Xian Zhengzai's eyes were fixed on the snowflake in Wang Ming's hand, unable to believe it was real. Wang Ming was just an orphan from Linzhong,
a wild child who scavenged for a living. How could he possibly be worthy of her belongings? Chen Zili's face turned pale, feeling as if he were in a fog, somewhat unreal. Wang Ming flipped his palm, putting away the snowflake and slowly standing up. The two law enforcement officers behind him did not dare to stop him. If they dared to act, they would be blocking not Wang Ming, but their own futures. Stepping down from the judge's chair, Wang Ming put his hands in his pockets, a smirk on his lips, and his gaze swept over the 5 family heads. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the presiding judge's face. I said, judging me, Wang Ming, is not up to you. As he spoke, a light smile played on Wang Ming's face. He then turned to Xin Zhengzai and Chen Zili, placing the snowflake back in front of them. Weren't you both quite angry just now? Go on, take it out on this. Feeling the terrifying chill emanating from the snowflake, both Xin Zhengzai and Chen Zili felt a shiver run through them. No one could have imagined that Wang Ming actually had her token. With this token in hand, if anyone dared to touch Wang Ming, it would be tantamount to opposing her. Opposing her? Not to mention the entire Dragon Kingdom, even globally, few would dare. When she gave me this snowflake, she told me that if I had any needs, I could infuse my soul power into it, and as long as I was within 100 miles, she would know instantly, Wang Ming said, raising another hand, his fingertips shimmering with soul power as he looked at them. What do you say? Should we invite her to help you judge today's matter? Don't. The presiding judge was genuinely frightened, repeatedly saying, young friend Wang Ming, please don't be impulsive. This matter need not be discussed further. We misunderstood you. I now declare that you are wronged and should be released without charge. Do you have any objections? Wang Ming asked, smiling as he looked at them. Xin Zhengzai was filled with anger, hatred, and fear, unable to speak. Chen Zili's face turned red, remaining silent. Lu Qingzhu, however, smiled and said, since the presiding judge has said so, we naturally have no objections. We have wronged you. You know best whether I am wronged or not. Wang Ming put away the snowflake, his lips curling up, eyes filled with a provocative smile as he looked at Xin Zhengzai and Chen Zili. You two know best. He. After saying this, Wang Ming turned and walked towards the court door, saying as he walked, Presiding Judge, please read my judgment decision loudly 3 times. The presiding judge quickly recited, I declare Wang Ming not guilty and released on the spot. As the presiding judge's voice echoed, Wang Ming reached the door, turned around, and opened his arms towards the court and the 5 great families, lifting his head and grinning proudly. I declare Wang Ming not guilty and released on the spot. This smile in the presiding judge's voice would forever be etched in their hearts. Creak! The court door was pulled open. At the same time, Rushui, who was standing outside the door, was just about to push the door open. Her hand had not yet touched the door when it was pulled open from the inside. Due to the force, she suddenly lost her balance and fell inside, her palm landing right on Wang Ming's chest. Rushui looked up in panic, just in time to meet Wang Ming's wicked smile. Lu Qiaoyao and the others, upon seeing Wang Ming's charming smile the moment the door was pushed open, widened their eyes in disbelief. The voice of the presiding judge rang out behind Wang Ming, I declare Wang Ming not guilty, and he is released on the spot. From entering the court to walking out, the entire process took less than an hour. They looked incredulously at Wang Ming at the door, and upon hearing the judge read the verdict, the 4 beautiful women widened their lovely eyes and gaped, unable to close their mouths for a long time. Their little minds simply couldn't comprehend it. The 5 major families had joined forces to trap Wang Ming, and in just 1 hour, he had effortlessly resolved it? This gave them the illusion that the combined pressure of the 5 families was nothing much after all. Wang Ming reached out and grasped the jade hand resting against his chest, his gaze locked onto her eyes, as if everything around them faded away at that moment, his smile becoming even more radiant. And Rushi saw Wang Ming again, overwhelmed with joy, her beautiful eyes instantly filled with tears. Wang Ming gently pulled her delicate body into his embrace, stroked her head, and softly said, Be good, don't cry. Didn't I come out safe and sound? Zhao Qingshi's gaze shifted to the courtroom behind Wang Ming. The presiding judge stood up, reading the verdict, one hand holding the gavel, striking it heavily on the judge's table, producing a loud bang. Below the judge's table, the 5 major families looked complex and worried as they stared at the door. The light of the setting sun streamed in through the entrance. Wang Ming's figure elongated in the courtroom, his massive silhouette overshadowing the judge and the 5 families entirely. At that moment, the courtroom and the 5 families became the backdrop for Wang Ming. Brother Ming. Zhang Tianjing had a fiery personality, never shy about her actions, but for some reason, upon seeing Wang Ming, her fiery nature turned timid, like a mouse encountering a cat, her voice becoming obedient. Releasing Rushi, Wang Ming's gaze shifted. Zhang Tianjing, Lu Qiao, Zhao Qingshi, and at that moment, Baishan, Lu Feifei, and Cha Yaojun, who had just arrived at the door, all saw him and Wang Ming broke into a smile. Although there were enemies, there were also many close friends. Let's go! Wang Ming faced the warm light, his handsome face illuminated by the sunset, and his close friends, relieved to see him safe, were also infected by his smile, all wearing grins. Wang Ming! At that moment, a sharp voice came from the side. Everyone turned to look. Uninformed, Chen Tianyi stood there, looking arrogant. Who let you out? Then he looked at Zhao Qingshi and the others. What's this? Preparing to rob the court in broad daylight? Robbing the court, Wang Ming, will only add to your crimes. Upon seeing Zhang Tianjing as well, thinking she was there to target Wang Ming, he displayed a sycophantic smile. Jinger, you're here too. That scoundrel Wang Ming insulted you while flaunting his power at the trial base. Today he can't escape. I'll take revenge for you. Zhang Tianjing disdainfully and disgustedly replied, I told you before, don't call me Jinger. If you call me that again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Also, Brother Ming saved my life at the trial base. I, Zhang Tianjing, am definitely not the kind of ungrateful person who repays kindness with enmity. I won't stoop to associating with heartless and ungrateful scoundrels. Jing, Tianjing, you. Chen Tianyi couldn't believe it. How could the proud and domineering Zhang Tianjing let Wang Ming, who had humiliated her, go? It's you, Wang Ming. Chen Tianyi shifted his target, glaring fiercely at Wang Ming. You left the court without permission, plotted against your classmates, and even dared to seduce Tianjing with your words. I'm going to kill you. As he spoke, a deep purple soul ring reappeared above his head, slowly descending to his waist. Immediately after, another black soul ring floated above his head. It turned out to be a level 21 Great Soul Master. Chen Tianyi sneered. Wang Ming, I want to see if your current strength can withstand my strike. Ha ha. My second soul ring is a 70,000-year soul ring. Ha ha ha. Noisy. Wang Ming was just holding his breath in the courtroom when he unexpectedly encountered Chen Tianyi looking for a fight. A thought crossed his mind, and he infused his soul power into the Thunder Soul Bone. With a crackling sound, his figure appeared before Chen Tianyi like a ghost. You. Chen Tianyi was taken aback. Bang! Wang Ming's palm struck his chest, and a surge of soul power exploded from his palm. With a loud crash, Chen Tianyi bent over like a shrimp, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a cannonball into the courtroom. The tremendous force shattered the tables and chairs that had just been used to judge Wang Ming, coming to a stop in front of the 5 great families. And Rushi and the others were horrified. No one expected Wang Ming would dare to act in front of the court, the 5 great families, and Chen Tianyi's father, and he showed no mercy, severely injuring Chen Tianyi with a single blow. Zhao Qingshi immediately waved her hand. The massive body of the purple flame-winged Lion King appeared, ready for action. And Rushi, Lu Qiaoyao, and Zhang Tianjing were somewhat at a loss, as there were still their fathers inside. Seeing this, Chen Zili clenched his fists in anger, his rage boiling within him. Just as he was about to stand up and explode, he was held down by Xin Jingjai beside him. He looked at Xin Jingjai, who was calmly staring at the doorway. Suddenly, a flurry of snowflakes flashed in his mind, causing his heart to tremble. He glanced down at his severely injured son, desperately suppressing the fire in his heart, his face burning with pain. Wang Ming's slap had struck him hard in front of everyone. This grudge was etched deep in his heart. Wang Ming stood at the door with his hands in his pockets, backlit, so no one could see his face. Yet, in his mind, the image of that eternally upward curving smile and nonchalant expression appeared. Your Honor, he fell by himself, right? The judge, sweating, glanced at Chen Zili below with a dazed look before nodding. Yes, he accidentally fell. And Rushi and the others. Was the judge blind, or were their ears malfunctioning? Wang Ming had severely injured Chen Tianyi in front of everyone, and he actually said it was an accident? At that moment, and Rushi and the others looked at Wang Ming with completely changed expressions. They could hardly imagine how much power Wang Ming had to intimidate the 5 great families in the Soul Master Court, even injuring Chen Zili's son in front of him and resolving it with a single sentence. Even more shocking was that Chen Zili did not make any statement at all. Wang Ming nodded in satisfaction, turned around to pat Rushi's little head, and then saw Zhang Tianjing beside him, asking, Can I call you Jinger? Zhang Tianjing's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, Why yes. Poof! Chen Tianyi, lying on the ground, convulsed and spat out another mouthful of blood. Wang Ming laughed and turned to Lu Qiaoyao. Yao, you came so early, is the food ready? Lu Qiaoyao replied, I bought the ingredients, but I was too anxious and haven't cooked yet. Zhang Tianjing shyly said, Brother Ming, my house is the closest, why don't we go to my place? I can cook too. Poof! Chen Tianyi's body convulsed again, blood spewing from his mouth. Alright, then let's go to Jinger's house for dinner, let's go. Under Wang Ming's lead, everyone followed him down the high steps of the court, facing the setting sun. Zhang Laodi, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation for what just happened, Xin Jingjai said with a dark expression, staring at Zhang Wuxian after Wang Ming and the others left. They had all heard that Zhang Wuxian's precious daughter had invited Wang Ming to their home for dinner and even offered to cook herself.
What explanation? Didn't you see? Zhang Wuxian replied irritably.
I've raised my precious daughter for over 10 years, and she hasn't cooked a meal for me, but she goes and cooks for another man.
Truly, a daughter grows up and cannot be kept. What did you see? Xin Jingjai suppressed his anger. My daughter is in love. Zhang Wuxian's old father's heart felt cold and desolate. Xin Jingjai glared fiercely at Zhang Wuxian, then turned to Lu Qingzhu. Lu, what's going on your side? Lu Qingzhu shrugged. What situation? Can't you see? My daughter is in love too. Xin Jingjai's jaw twitched in anger. He wished he could jump up and swallow Zhang Wuxian and Lu Qingzhu whole. He then turned to An Jingzhong, and, we have a marriage contract, so what's going on with your precious daughter? Are you planning to break the engagement? I heard you personally said that Wang Ming is not worthy of being your son-in-law. Did I agree? And Jingzhong shrugged. I haven't even gotten my daughter's consent, so where does the talk of breaking the engagement come from? As for what you said about Wang Ming, there are plenty of people named Wang Ming in this world. I didn't report an ID number. You all. Xin Zhengzai felt like his lungs were about to explode. Damn it, is everything settled? And Jingzhong stood up and said to the presiding judge, Song Shuqing, behind him, if there's nothing else, let's call it a day. We wasted an entire afternoon, it would be better to practice properly. Let's go, let's go. Lu Qingzhu stood up and left. Hey, wait for me, Zhang Wuxian hurriedly chased after them, grinning, where are you two planning to go? Lu Qingzhu replied, it's already dark. Where else can we go but home to cuddle with our wives? And Jingzhong nodded. Ahem, well, Zhang Wuxian chuckled awkwardly, how about we find a place to hang out? And Jingzhong secretly laughed and shook his head, waving his hands, no, I'm going home to sleep, my wife has already prepared dinner. Zhang Wuxian had no choice but to say, what am I supposed to do if you all go home? Lu Qingzhu said, you go home too. Zhang Wuxian said shyly, you know Wang Ming went home with my daughter, if I go back now and run into them, where am I supposed to put this old face of mine? Lu Qingzhu and Jingzhong couldn't help but laugh. Hey, what are you laughing at? Zhang Wuxian was a bit angry. Don't forget, both of your precious daughters are at our house. Should I go back and record a video for you too? No. Lu Qingzhu pulled Zhang Wuxian. Don't be angry, come on. I know a newly opened high-end massage parlor. Their techniques are quite good, and they even provide meals. Let's just spend the night there. Old Zhang is treating, and Jingzhong said. That's a must. Inside the luxurious Zhang family villa, and Rushui, Lu Qiaoyao, and Zhang Tianjing were busy in the kitchen, working energetically with clear divisions of labor. Zhang Tianjing's mother was the head chef, while the others could only be considered helpers, as their cooking skills were indeed concerning. The pampered young lady had hardly cooked a few times. Wang Ming, your charm with women is quite impressive. Zhao Qingshir's tone was somewhat sarcastic. You've managed to hook the famous daughters of Kyoto, do you feel proud? Lu Feifei chuckled beside her, of course, my brother Ming has both strength and looks. Eat your food. Wang Ming quickly stuffed some pastries into Lu Feifei's mouth to stop him from talking, then said to Zhao Qingshir, Teacher Zhao, please don't tease me. Zhao Qingshir tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and said, when we're not at the academy and there are no outsiders around, you can call me Sister Shirshir. Wang Ming, Bai Yishan, Lu Feifei, and Cha Yaojun? Lu Feifei coughed and said to Wang Ming, Brother Ming, calling her Sister Shirshir is great. You have to call her sister. Bai Yishan and Cha Yaojun covered their mouths and laughed. Wang Ming shot him a glare, wishing he could kick him out. What are you all so happy about? Zhang Tianjing's mother came out with the dishes, seeing them all smiling. The food is ready, we will start soon. I'll do it, Auntie. Bai Yishan hurriedly got up to take the dishes and put them on the table. Lu Feifei and Cha Yaojun rushed to get the rice. Only Wang Ming and Zhao Qingshir remained on the sofa. Ahem, sure, Sister Shirshir, have your injuries healed? Wang Ming felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward and quickly spoke to break the silence. It's been fine for a while. Zhao Qingshir smiled and curiously looked at Wang Ming. Wang Ming, can you tell me where your 900,000-year soul ring came from? We were together the whole time. Oh right, did you get it during those 15 days out? Wang Ming nodded. Yes, it was a heavenly gift. Heavenly gift soul ring? Zhao Qingshir's exquisite face showed surprise. Wang Ming truthfully said, otherwise, how could I have obtained it? I was only a level 10 soul master at the time, and 900,000 years only have monsters above level 7, so it certainly wasn't something I hunted. Zhao Qingshir nodded in agreement. At this moment, the dishes had all been served, and Enrushi came over with a smile, extending her hand. Brother Ming, it's time to eat. Then she said to Zhao Qingshi, Teacher Zhao, let's eat. Wang Ming took Enrushi's jade-like hand and stood up. Zhao Qingshi glanced at their intertwined hands and walked towards the dining table. The 9 of them filled the round table perfectly, which was laden with a full spread of fragrant, steaming dishes, creating an atmosphere that greatly whetted the appetite. Come on, sit down and eat. Zhang Tianjing's mother had a kind smile on her face, warmly attending to everyone. Wang Ming sat with Enrushi on his right, while Zhang Tianjing, taking advantage of her host status, sat on his left, and to the left was Zhang Tianjing's mother. Brother Ming, try my mom's cooking. Zhang Tianjing, feeling like the host, served Wang Ming some food, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with anticipation as she watched him eat. Wang Ming took a bite, the rich flavors spreading in his mouth, satisfying his taste buds, and he couldn't help but exclaim, delicious. Auntie's cooking is truly amazing. You are really skilled, Auntie, a triple threat in talent and beauty. Zhang Tianjing's mother was perceptive. She immediately saw through her daughter's little thoughts and noticed the relationship between Enrushi and Wang Ming, feeling a bit worried for her daughter. Hearing Wang Ming's words, she smiled and said, if it's good, eat more. Come on, everyone, dig in. Enrushi didn't feel jealous. She smiled and also served Wang Ming some food. Under their care, Wang Ming ate a lot, and fortunately, he was at a growing stage, so he had a big appetite and filled his belly. After finishing the meal, everyone chatted for a while before saying their goodbyes. Zhang Tianjing reluctantly saw Wang Ming off downstairs. She wanted to keep him but didn't dare to, only able to watch as he got into Enrushi's sports car and left the villa with a roar. Zhao Qingshi and the others drove out of Zhang's villa in an orderly manner. In the car, Enrushi held the steering wheel, pouting, Brother Ming, I think Zhang Tianjing seems to have fallen for you too. Wang Ming felt his scalp tingle, sensing this was a dangerous topic, and quickly said, don't talk nonsense, I'm not a golden nugget, she's the daughter of the Zhang family, how could she love a wild child like me? Enrushi turned to him and said, am I not a person? Wang Ming quickly replied, except for you. Humph, a man's words are deceitful. Enrushi felt sweet inside but wouldn't let him off easily. Don't play dumb with me, I don't believe you can't feel it. It's not just Zhang Tianjing, but also that Lu Qiaoyao who picked up trash with you. Humph, if I had known she wanted to compete for a man with me, I wouldn't have let you save her back then. Shui, you shouldn't say that, Wang Ming said. Then what are you going to do? What do you mean, what to do? They all like you, what are you going to do? Do you all want to marry me? Besides, with that broken house of yours by the river, it can't even fit a few dogs. How could you marry so many wives? I never said I wanted to marry them. Look at me, I'm so poor I can barely afford to eat. How could I afford a wife? Then can you afford me? You definitely think I would sell everything just to marry you. If I don't have enough money, I'll sell a kidney. Enrushi's smile was so bright it almost lifted her off the seat. Unable to contain the sweetness in her heart, she said, who said you have to sell a kidney? If you sell your kidney, what's the use of marrying a wife? Wang Ming chuckled, touching his nose. The car stopped by the roadside at the entrance of the Kyoto Academy. In the dim light, many students were coming and going, and there were many couples tugging at each other at the entrance. Wang Ming and Enrushi sat in the car, looking at each other with sweet smiles on their faces. The air inside the car was filled with a sweet atmosphere, as if urging them to say something sweet. Embrace moi. Enrushi's smooth cheeks were flushed with shyness, her voice low as she hid behind a foreign language, asking Wang Ming to kiss her. Wang Ming reached out, cupping her chin, gazing deeply into her charming, bright eyes, slowly leaning in, their breaths mingling. Enrushi felt her heart racing, her mind blank, her breathing slightly quickening, and she felt the blood rush to her face as she closed her eyes. When his lips touched hers, Enrushi trembled as if electrocuted, her hands instinctively wrapping around his neck. Feeling Enrushi's passionate response, a surge of desire swelled in Wang Ming's chest, making him feel as if his hair was standing on end, his arms trembling. He effortlessly found her little tongue to suck on, holding her tightly in his embrace. An uncontrollable desire urged him to hold her close to his chest, as if wanting to pull her into himself to achieve some vague purpose. Their breaths grew hotter and more urgent, tongues intertwined, breaths responding, passion like fire, the strong scent of hormones igniting an excess of dopamine, urging them to do something, filling the car with a fiery atmosphere of love. Ding ding, ding ding. At that moment, the phone rang through the car's sound system. Reluctantly, they pulled away from each other, breathing quickly, looking at each other, their lips forming a glistening thread. Wang Ming felt his heart thumping, watching Enrushi's little face turn red, her hair disheveled, the delicate flares of her nostrils fluttering with her breath, her bright eyes filled with shyness, intoxicating him. Enrushi covered her rising chest, adjusting her breathing, picked up her phone, turned back to Wang Ming and made a shoe gesture, answering the call. Hello, Mom. Shui, why haven't you come back so late? Came Qin Shuan's voice from the other end.
Almost there, I'm driving, and Rushi said nervously. Oh, then drive safely, Qin Shiwan said, hanging up without suspicion. And Rushi finally breathed a sigh of relief, turning back to look at Wang Ming, and they both laughed, feeling like thieves who had stolen a forbidden fruit, laughing very happily. It's getting late, you should go back, Wang Ming said, touching her warm, flushed cheek. And Rushi enjoyed his touch, reluctantly diving back into his arms, resting her head on his neck, saying, Minggu, what would you do if Lu Chaoyao and the others really fell in love with you? Wang Ming pressed his face against her silky hair. I only love you. And Rushi smiled contentedly, then said, I don't believe you. Online jokes say that men only behave when they're hung on the wall. No matter how you handle your relationship with them, I only want you. If they insist on marrying into your broken house, then they have to sleep outside. The bed is mine, and you are mine. As she spoke, she sat up, pouting her lips, looking just like a little tiger guarding its food. Wang Ming smiled and said, all right, I'm yours. Be good and hurry back, don't stay out too late. MHM. And Rushuwei pouted, reluctant to part. Wang Ming brushed her nose with his fingers, opened the car door, and waved at her. And Rushuwei forced a smile and waved back. Watching Wang Ming turn and walk away, and Rushuwei smiled sweetly, started the car, and drove off amidst the roar of the sports car. Back in the dormitory, it was already 10:57 p.m. After releasing the gluttonous beast and the iron-eating ant queen, Wang Ming fed them beast-feeding pills. The little gluttonous beast, having eaten its fill, meowed and found a comfortable spot to curl up and sleep, while the iron-eating ant queen crawled onto the table and lay down. Seeing them so content, Wang Ming felt a pang of envy. He waved his hand, and over 100 demon cores sparkled and floated around him, shining with dazzling colors. Having offended the Chen family again today, he estimated that his upcoming days would not be easy. It was crucial to improve his strength. To protect this sweet love of his, he needed sufficient power. First, break through to level 20 and absorb the second billion-year soul ring. Wang Ming retracted his thoughts, embraced the unity of his mind, activated the system, and began absorbing the energy from the demon cores. Absorbing demon core energy. 1%, 2%, 3%. The slow progress bar echoed in his mind as Wang Ming sat cross-legged on the sofa, breathing evenly, immersed in his cultivation. At 7:32 a.m., 98%, 99%, 100%, demon core energy absorption successful. Current cultivation level, level 19 Soul Master, 563200/10000000. Seeing the pop-up screen, Wang Ming took a deep breath. Half of the absorption was complete. In 3 more days, he would break through to a great soul master and absorb the billion-year soul ring. He wondered how significant the breakthrough from the second billion-year soul ring would be. That ancient figure, would he see it again? The emergence of a hidden master blacksmith in Kyoto was like a tornado, stirring up a storm and filling everyone with curiosity about this mysterious blacksmith, especially the soul weapon masters, who were particularly concerned about the matter. The commotion among the 5 great families, the military, and the forging community set off a ripple throughout Kyoto, especially the media. They keenly sensed the explosive news and began a thorough investigation, ultimately targeting the Kyoto Academy. At the same time, the 5 great families, the military, and the forging community all set their sights on the Kyoto Academy. The Education Bureau was also very concerned about this matter. It is known that a blacksmith capable of turning waste into treasure is even more precious than a normal blacksmith, not to mention one who can further enhance the quality of soul weapons forged by Master Tang Hao in Kyoto. This was enough to indicate that this blacksmith's forging level was above that of Master Tang Hao. The president of the Kyoto Academy, Hong Kajin, felt immense pressure. He could hardly imagine that such a mysterious blacksmith was hidden within the academy. If he had known earlier, this news would never have leaked, causing the upper echelons of Kyoto to be aware of it. Ding ding ding! Just as Hong Kajin was trying every means to investigate, the phone on his desk rang. It was the red phone. Hong Kajin hurriedly answered, his voice respectful, "Director." On the other end was the voice of Hu Delu, the director of the Education Bureau. "Old Hong, have you found that master hidden in your academy?" Hong Kajin found it difficult to respond. "Old leader, these are just rumors. There's no way to investigate. Our Kyoto Academy does have a soul weapon forging shop, but I know that blacksmith well. At most, he is just a low-grade heavenly quality, and it is impossible for him to forge imperial quality soul weapons. This matter has already caused a stir. You must understand the importance of a forging master who can turn waste into treasure. This is no joke. I give you 3 days to find this master." Hu Delu's tone was not to be questioned. "Yes, within 3 days, I will definitely find him." Hong Kajin knew the significance of this matter and dared not delay for a moment. "All right, the headquarters has already convened a meeting regarding this matter.
This person must remain with our education bureau, do you understand? Hu Delu's tone was serious. The 5 major families, the military, and the forging community have already taken action. You must be careful, you cannot let them find him first. Hong Kajin stood up straight and assured, rest assured, old leader, their people will never get through the gates of my Kyoto Academy. Good, you have 3 days. Hurry up. With that, the call ended. Hong Kajin let out a breath and put down the phone. After pondering for a moment, he picked up another landline and dialed the Academic Affairs office. Immediately notify everyone, all teachers must come to my office, all of them. Notify the security department, the school is to enter a state of alert immediately. All students must return to their dormitories and are not allowed to move around freely. Notify off-campus students to return to school, everyone must return to their posts immediately. In an instant, the entire school began to move. Students training on campus and couples on dates were called back. The school gates were tightly shut, no one was allowed in or out, and security personnel were fully armed at each entrance. Meanwhile, Hudelu summoned all personnel from the Education Bureau to the headquarters conference room. Except for the personnel from Kyoto Academy, the deans and vice-deans of Baifeng Academy, Qinglong Academy, and National Defense Academy were all present, and even an old professor from the Education Bureau was stirred. This old professor was a Soul Master level existence. Everyone rushed in, looking hurried, and some were still slightly out of breath as they took their seats in the conference room. The directive conveyed by Hudelu was, in 1 hour, all personnel above the dean level must be present at the Education Bureau headquarters for a meeting. Anyone who fails to arrive on time will not be needed in the future. Soon, everyone was present without exception. Zhao Qingshi's face was slightly flushed because she had just finished intense training when she received the call and rushed over. Is everyone here? Hu Delu scanned the room. Director, everyone is here, said the Deputy Director of the Education Bureau, Tian Tian, in a melodious voice. Good, let's sign this confidentiality agreement first. Saying this, Hu Delu opened his briefcase, took out a stack of agreements, and passed them around. Everyone already knew about this matter and signed without hesitation. I called you all here because you must have guessed, Hu Delu said straightforwardly, how important a forging master who can turn waste into treasure and enhance the quality of original soul tools is. According to our investigation, this person is hiding in Kyoto Academy. Old Hong has already set up strict defenses around Kyoto Academy based on my instructions to prevent other forces from taking action in secret. The purpose of today's meeting is to discuss how we should handle this matter. Tian Tian was the first to speak. First, we need to strengthen the protection of Kyoto Academy. The vice-deans from your 3 major academies will temporarily enter Kyoto Academy, and Hai Lao will also temporarily enter Kyoto Academy. Hiss! Everyone gasped at this, looking at Hai Lao. They did not expect Hai Lao to attend the meeting today with the intention of entering Kyoto Academy, highlighting the Education Bureau's seriousness about this matter. Director, this person's forging level is likely higher than Master Tang's. He is hidden in Kyoto Academy. Will our large-scale search not provoke his resentment? Zhao Qingshi said. Hu Delu nodded. Your concerns are valid, but others have already taken action. We had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Once we find this master, I will personally apologize to him, and we can offer any compensation he requires. The president of the National Defense Academy, Chen Jianjun, said, Director, such a powerful person, we might not be able to hold on to him. The military side probably needs him more than we do. Hu Delu smiled. Of course, our goal is not to monopolize but to prevent the 5 great families in the Forging Association from snatching him away. Humph. The 5 great families forcibly took away Wang Ming from the Soul Master Court. This matter will not be so easily settled. Zhao Qingshi nodded slightly. It seemed that the Education Bureau was not ignoring this matter. After all, it concerned the Bureau's reputation and the safety of the students. Hu Delu said seriously, fortunately, Vice President Zhao went in time yesterday to rescue Wang Ming, thwarting the 5 great families scheme. This time, we will use this incident to seal off the Kyoto Academy. They must not take Wang Ming away for any reason, nor enter the academy for any reason. Otherwise, it will be a declaration of war against our Education Bureau. I want to see whether the power of the 5 great families is greater or the strength of our national academies. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingshi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Education Bureau was not turning a blind eye to this matter. They were just hesitant to confront the 5 great families directly. No wonder the 5 great families were so eager to execute Wang Ming. They were afraid the Education Bureau would make a decisive move. But she still couldn't understand. Why were the 5 great families so anxious to execute Wang Ming, yet he had walked out of the court unscathed? Strange. What means did he possess that made both the 5 great families and the Soul Master Court wary? Today's topic is to discuss how to arrange for this master. Hu Delu's voice pulled Zhao Qingshi back to reality.
I have decided to treat him at the level of a professor and hire him as a forging professor at the Kyoto Academy.
Does anyone have any objections? Professor?
Everyone showed expressions of surprise. Those who could be awarded the title of professor were all experts above the sole respect level who had made significant contributions to the academy or the country. Although this person's abilities were strong, it was not to the extent of receiving the title of professor. Director, hiring him as a professor seems a bit exaggerated, said Su Jiantao, the president of the Qinglong Academy.
If his strength reaches the soul pill realm, then he could be hired as an associate professor. If not, I think it's not warranted.
For a forger, strength is secondary, the main thing is his forging ability, said Su Qingchan, the president of the Baifeng Academy. If he can forge a high-quality soul weapon, he can naturally attain the level of a professor.
Everyone nodded.
Seeing that everyone agreed, Hu Delu said, "All right, this matter is settled." At that moment, someone rushed in and whispered a few words in Hu Delu's ear.
What?
Hu Delu's expression darkened. They are truly despicable. Everyone looked at Hu Delu. Hu Delu waved for him to leave and turned to the others, saying, Tang Hao, the 5 great families, and military representatives have forcefully entered the Kyoto Academy. Hong Kajin could not stop them. They want to discuss this forging master with us.
Humph.
Chen Jianjun snorted coldly. The military can be counted as one thing, but the 5 great families are truly greedy, wanting a piece of everything. Hu Delu stood up and said, Everyone, immediately head to the Kyoto Academy. The vice presidents will also go with us to enhance the academy's defenses, and the presidents will accompany me to the meeting.
Yes. Everyone stood up and quickly exited.
Soon after, several black luxury cars drove out of the Education Bureau in an orderly fashion, heading towards the Kyoto Academy.
Inside the conference room of the Kyoto Academy,
military representatives by Shandong, the 5 great families, and the forging associations Tang Hao and Hong Kajin sat in the conference room, surrounded by swirling smoke. Everyone quietly smoked, not uttering a word.
Lu Qingzhu and In Jingzhong, not smoking, covered their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs, frowning.
Before long, the door to the conference room was pushed open. Upon seeing the leader, Hu Delu, everyone stood up to greet him.
Oh my, old Hu is really a busy man now.
Bai Shindong laughed as he shook hands. Now we have to line up just to see you. Hu Delu smiled and said, Not at all, compared to you all, I should be busier.
Please, take a seat.
He then beamed at the 5 great families, saying, You all are really quick. You finished with our Education Bureau's students and came right over.
What's this?
I heard your judgment was to release Wang Ming without charge? As he said this, a mocking smile appeared on Hu Delu's face, his gaze fixed on them, making the 5 great families too intimidated to meet his eyes. Although he didn't know the inside story, he was aware of the outcome. The 5 great families had dealt with a local kid and let him leave gracefully, losing face in the process.
Let's stick to the point.
Bai Shindong shifted the topic. You all must be very clear about our purpose for coming here. The importance of this forging master to the military is something you, Old Hu, should also understand.
Old Bai, I understand this matter. Our Education Bureau will not monopolize this forging master, unlike some people.
We are willing to cooperate with the military. I wonder how much sincerity the military can offer.
Hu Delu looked at Bai Shindong with a smile.
Bai Shindong smiled back. As long as we can talk, we will naturally present you with satisfactory sincerity.
Ahem.
Xin Jingjai cleared his throat and said, Director Hu, this forging master is only temporarily at the Kyoto Academy, but he is not necessarily a person of the Kyoto Academy. If he wishes to leave voluntarily, I hope you all will not obstruct him.
Tang Hao nodded. The head of the Xin family is right. I hope Director Hu will not act tyrannically.
Hu Delu frowned slightly.
Indeed, as Xin Jingjai said, they currently did not even know who this master was.
If the other party was unwilling to become a professor, or if he preferred to join the 5 great families, then discussing this was a bit premature. And Jingzhong said, Everyone, my suggestion is to first work together to find this forging master and see what his choice is.
Lu Qingzhu nodded. Yes, he is a forging master, not a cake. You haven't even found the person and you start talking about cooperation. Isn't that a bit disrespectful?
The angle of the 5 great families was quite sharp. This conversation made Hu Delu and Bai Shundong feel somewhat awkward. Alright, then let's join forces to find this master first. As for how he chooses, that will depend on the master.
Hu Delu could only nod and then asked, How do you all plan to find him? We can't just go around the Kyoto Academy asking one by one. Chen Zili laughed and said, That's simple.
We have already found the intermediary who dealt with the auction house at that time. The intermediary said he met the person who handed over the soul device. It was a student.
We guess this student is the errand runner. Finding this student will naturally lead us to the forging master.
Hong Kajin said, Does this student have any distinguishing features?
Can we draw a portrait? There are thousands of people at the Kyoto Academy. We can't search one by one.
Xing said from the side. The intermediary said this person does not want to reveal his identity, so he wore a mask when they met, making it impossible to draw a portrait, but he guaranteed that he would recognize him at a glance when he sees him again. According to him, a child of such a young age possessing such a soul device and soul beast left a very deep impression on him. Hong Kajin frowned, feeling that things were getting a bit out of hand, and looked at Hudelu. After pondering for a moment, Hudelu said, "Let's do it group by group, starting with the higher grades. We'll use the excuse of a strength assessment, claiming it's a preliminary evaluation by the military for the students of the Education Bureau. After the assessment, each student can receive a level 4 demon core. Of course, the demon cores will depend on the 5 families." Xian Jingjai sneered, "Alright, the demon cores will be handled by our 5 families." Hudelu turned to Hong Kajin and said, "Old Hong, have the education office issue a notice to the students, starting the assessments tomorrow morning, beginning with the higher grades." Hong Kajin nodded. Lu Qingju frowned slightly, unconsciously recalling his daughter's Shinbing sword. This was a powerful being capable of forging high-quality artifacts, and they could not afford to offend her easily. Such a large-scale operation would surely provoke her displeasure. After thinking it over, he decided to send a message to his daughter. At the very least, this would leave a good impression of the Lu family. Current cultivation level, level 19 Soul Master, 753200/10000000. Ha! Wang Ming slowly exhaled, seeing the results of a night of cultivation, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. If I cultivate for another day today, I can break through to level 20 by tomorrow morning, and at level 20, I can absorb the second soul ring, the second billion-year soul ring. Just thinking about it made Wang Ming feel a surge of excitement. He was really looking forward to how much the second billion-year soul ring would enhance his abilities. Even more so, he anticipated the second soul skill. Ding ding! Just as Wang Ming was filled with anticipation, the phone on the coffee table rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from Lu Xiaoyao. "Hello, hey, Mingge. My dad just sent me a message. The people from the 5 families, the Education Bureau, the military, and the forging community are all looking for you." "Looking for me?" "What I mean is, they learned from the last auction that someone can forge trash into divine artifacts and can also enhance the quality of existing soul tools, so they've started searching. They've already clearly locked onto our academy and are preparing to search one by one." "So soon?" Wang Ming was somewhat surprised. He had thought Bai Shan and the others were being very cautious, but it seemed they had still underestimated the strength of the 5 families. "Minggu, if they find out it's you, they will definitely try to win you over. But if the Xian family and the Chen family find out it's you, they probably won't let you off easily. This matter has its pros and cons for you. What are you planning to do?" The ability to forge trash into divine artifacts is an irresistible temptation for everyone, especially for soul tool masters. His status would naturally rise with this forging ability, but Wang Ming didn't want to be so high profile. Moreover, he only had one soul tool enhancement crystal and one soul beast evolution crystal left, which he could not afford to waste. Hiding it was no longer an option. With the Education Bureau, the 5 families, the military, and figures from the forging community joining forces, this forger must come to a conclusion. What to do? Right, his disciple. Wang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up as he remembered the master from the soul tool forging shop at the Kyoto Academy. He could have him impersonate himself, but that would mean these people would definitely want to verify the truth. It seemed the last soul tool enhancement crystal could not be kept hidden. After serious contemplation, he felt this plan was feasible and better than exposing himself. He said to Lu Xiaoyao, "Yao, you don't need to worry about this. I hope your dad can keep it confidential as well. I have a way to deal with it, so don't worry. Thanks for the reminder. I'm hanging up." After hanging up, Wang Ming immediately called Bai Yishan and Lu Feifei, then quickly left the house to head to the forging shop. Due to the lockdown at the school, there weren't many people on campus. Wang Ming quickly arrived at the forging shop. Just as he reached the door, a heavy knocking sound came from inside. "Sorry, classmate." As soon as Wang Ming stepped inside, the voice of the forger rang out. "The academy notified us to close the shop today. You, master." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Wang Ming, and his eyes lit up. He quickly ran to the door, his face full of respect. "Why do you have time to come today?" Wang Ming got straight to the point. "I'm offering you an opportunity. Do you want it?" The blacksmith replied. "Opportunity?" Wang Ming continued, "An opportunity to become a master of forging high-grade soul weapons." The blacksmith's eyes widened in surprise. "Master, you want to teach me the art of forging?" Wang Ming shook his head. "No." The blacksmith first felt disappointed, then confused. "Then what is it?" Wang Ming explained, "The academy is under lockdown today, and they've ordered you to close your shop. The purpose is to find me, but I don't want to be discovered by them. so I need you to stand in for me. Ah, the blacksmith was taken aback and quickly shook his head. Master, please don't joke with me. My skills are well known to Dean Hong. He would never believe it. Wang Ming frowned slightly. These people were indeed cunning and hard to deceive. After thinking for a moment, he said, "You don't need to impersonate me, just say you are my disciple. Previously, I forged 3 royal-grade soul weapons for auction, and they found out. You can say your master asked you to help sell them. As for who your master is, just say he is reclusive and doesn't seek fame. Do you understand?" This way, he could save his last soul weapon enhancement crystal. The blacksmith thought for a moment and said, "Master, does this mean you are willing to take me as your disciple?" Wang Ming nodded. "Don't you want to?" Disciple He Zhanggang pays respects to master. The blacksmith was overjoyed and hurriedly knelt down to perform a grand bow. "Good, now you are officially my disciple, and there's nothing more to hide," Wang Ming said. "Remember, you are selling on behalf of 2 students named by Yishan and Lu Feifei. Don't forget." They then reviewed various details. Not long after, footsteps were heard outside the door. They immediately fell silent, and Wang Ming gave He Zhanggang a look, signaling him not to make a mistake. He Zhanggang nodded. At that moment, several figures appeared at the door, and Hong Kajin's voice rang out, "Brother Xian, you still don't believe it? This master, he is a heavenly grade forger. Definitely not the one we are looking for." Then he called into the room, "Master He, are you there?" Under Wang Ming's gaze, the 5 great families, the 4 major academies, and the militaries by Shandong, along with the master of the forging world, Tang Hao, all appeared at the door, blocking the light and making the already dim forging shop even darker. He Zhanggang hurried to the door. "Oh, so it's Dean Hong, and who are the others?" Hong Kajin smiled and introduced the others to him, then said to He Zhanggang, "Old He, a forging master has recently appeared in our academy, and they are unwilling to miss any corner. You were the first they came to find." "Hey, Wang Ming, what are you doing here?" Hong Kajin suddenly noticed Wang Ming standing inside. Upon hearing the name Wang Ming, everyone's gaze turned to him in unison. The name was almost universally recognized, and he was now an online celebrity who had never shown his face. "Oh, I came this morning to find Master He, hoping he could forge a soul weapon for me," Wang Ming said truthfully. "The school just issued a notice that all students are not allowed to go out," Hong Kajin said. "We have matters to discuss with Master He, so it seems we won't be able to do it today. Why don't you wait a few more days?" "Alright." Wang Ming nodded and glanced at He Zhanggang. He Zhanggang happened to be looking at him. Wang Ming immediately averted his gaze and walked towards Xian Jingjai. Xian Jingjai glared at Wang Ming with a cold expression. Wang Ming walked straight past, and Xian Jingjai did not step aside. The two were almost face to face, coldly staring at each other. Due to Wang Ming's height, which was a whole head taller than Xian Jingjai had to look up to meet Wang Ming's gaze, giving him a feeling of being looked down upon. Wang Ming's lips curled into a smile as he lowered his eyes to look at him. "What's wrong, head of the Xian family? Do you enjoy blocking the way?" The implication was clear. Good dogs don't block the way. This statement made the corners of Xian Jingjai's eyes twitch, and the anger in his heart flared up again. However, with so many people around, he couldn't afford to lose his temper, yet he found himself in a difficult position. Neither could he let them pass nor could he refuse. Everyone present knew about the feud between the Xian family and Wang Ming. Most had only heard rumors and had never seen Wang Ming before. Seeing him today was indeed an eye-opener, and it was clear that Wang Ming was not someone to be trifled with. "This student," Bai Shindong looked up and said, "Did your teachers not teach you to respect your elders and care for the young when you were in school? Blocking the way in front of your elders without yielding, where is your upbringing? Where is your quality?" Wang Ming's smile remained, his eyes fixed on Xian Jingjai, neither turning his head nor responding. In his eyes, it was as if the person speaking did not exist. The others, seeing this, chose not to intervene, watching them with the attitude of bystanders. Being ignored in front of so many people made Bai Shindong's face flush with embarrassment, and in a fit of anger, he shouted, "Impudent! You are indeed a wild child raised without guidance, not even knowing the most basic respect. Today, I will teach you a good lesson." With that, he was about to make a move. Wang Ming remained unmoved, still smiling. This was the capital's academy, not a military territory, and certainly not outside, especially in front of Hong Kajin. Wang Ming's identity as the new king of the academy meant that if Bai Shindong attacked him, it would be a slap in the face to Hong Kajin, and a contempt for the academy and the education bureau. Therefore, just as he was about to strike, Hong Kajin's face darkened as he coldly said, "Old Bai, please show some restraint, this is my territory." This statement was quite disrespectful, clearly telling Bai Shindong that this was his territory and his people. If he dared to make a move, he would have to face the consequences. Bai Shindong's jaw clenched in anger, his eyes fixed on Wang Ming with a burning hatred, wishing he could kill him with a glance. But in front of Hong Kajin, he truly did not dare to act recklessly. whether he could win was one thing, but the consequences were something he could not afford. And Xinjiang observed seriously, shocked in his heart, this child is definitely not an ordinary person. Facing a military bigwig and a level 79 soul master, not only did he remain unperturbed, but he even managed to ignore him, cleverly resolving his own crisis while putting Xian Zhengzai in a difficult position.
This child's meticulous thinking and bold actions are truly one in a million.
And Xinjiang's evaluation and fondness for Wang Ming rose sharply. He increasingly felt that he had indeed underestimated Wang Ming before and secretly resolved not to interfere in his daughter's matters with Wang Ming. Han Kejin then turned to Xian Jingzai and said, Brother Xian, please make way and let our students pass. Don't delay our important business.
Wang Ming's smile widened.
Xian Jingzai gritted his teeth in anger, blaring fiercely at Wang Ming, but he realized that standing here was not a solution. Suppressing his anger, he said, Humph, I won't argue with a rude junior like you. With that, he stepped aside to make way.
Wang Ming's smile curved into a more pronounced arc, his gaze filled with provocation as he simply glanced at Xian Zhengzai and then at Bai Shandong before striding away. Everyone watched Wang Ming's departing figure.
Han Kejin shook his head helplessly, thinking that this guy was truly something else.
After watching Wang Ming leave, Han Kejin quickly asked He Zhanggang, Old He, have you heard about a master forger who has recently appeared in the academy? The one who can reforge old soul tools into new ones and even enhance their quality?
After the questioning, Han Kejin had already anticipated there would be no results, and his expression relaxed. The others, however, were fixated on He Zhanggang.
He Zhanggang said, I know.
Without a moment's hesitation, Han Kejin interjected, You see, I told you.
What? You know?
He was momentarily taken aback, then stared at He Zhanggang with an incredulous look, as if he were meeting him for the first time.
Are you sure you know?
Han Kejin stared intently at He Zhanggang, his tone growing more serious. I am sure I know, He Zhanggang replied earnestly. The others immediately showed signs of excitement. Xian Jingzai and Bai Shandong momentarily forgot their earlier displeasure, staring at He Zhanggang as if he were a priceless treasure or a stunning beauty. Don't look at me like that, He Zhanggang said somewhat uncomfortably. It's not like I forged it.
If not you, then who?
Xian Zhengzai asked eagerly. He Zhanggang really wanted to say, it's the one you just chased away, but he didn't dare, so he said, naturally, it was forged by my master. Those scraps were all his idea for me to pick up and reforge.
If you don't believe me, ask the head of the Lu family.
Everyone's gaze shifted to Lu Qingzhu.
Lu Qingzhu said,
He was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized what he had said and hurried to explain. Oh, it's like this. Last time at the trial base, my daughter's sole weapon, the Xianbing sword, was shattered by a level 6 demon. Later, I sought this master for help, and after he reforged it, my daughter's sole weapon was completely restored, and the quality reached the low.
Respected grade. Respected grade? Everyone's eyes widened.
Han Kejin snapped out of his shock and grabbed He Zhanggang's hand, saying, Old He, where is your master now?
Would he be willing to meet with us?
He Zhanggang smiled, Director Hong, with my master's abilities, if he wanted to come out into the world, he would have long become a national-level forging master.
Why would he need you to find him?
He simply finds the mundane world too troublesome and wants to focus solely on the path of forging. If it weren't for the fact that I earn too little and my family is struggling, I wouldn't have picked up a few scraps to reforge and sell.
In that case,
Han Kejin immediately said, I understand the master's dedication to the path of forging.
From now on, we will hire your master as a forging professor.
He won't have to appear in public, and we won't trouble him too much. We just hope he can help us forge a few things in his spare time. From now on, you and your master's living expenses will all be at the professor level.
What do you think? This is all you can offer.
Xian Jingzai sneered, then turned to He Zhanggang and said, Master He, how about this? Our 5 families are willing to offer 300 million soul coins each year to hire your master as a guest elder for our families. We are willing to build a quiet residence for the master, allowing him to focus on the path of forging.
How does that sound, Master He?
Master Tang Hao from the forging community quickly said, Your master is a respected grade master, and he is dedicated to the path of forging. It would be most appropriate for him to join our association. We have many books on forging and many forgers to discuss the path of forging with. They are all friends of the same path. We hope your master can join our association. Bai Shandong immediately added, No, in that case, the master should naturally serve the country.
Without the country, there is no home. If your master wishes to live in seclusion, he must ensure national security.
We are willing to hire your master as a military forging master, with all requirements according to your master's wishes.
What do you think, Master He? Everyone surrounded He Zhanggang, each speaking in turn.
The sincerity was palpable, and the offers kept getting higher. He Zhanggang was taken aback. Being a high-level forging master was indeed in demand. These conditions made his heart race, but he didn't dare to agree hastily. Instead, he said as he had discussed with Wang Ming, "Well, I can't make decisions for my master. How about I make a call to ask?" Sure. Everyone said in unison, eagerly looking at He Zhanggang, wishing they could make the call for him. "Please wait a moment, everyone." Under their intense gaze, He Zhanggang felt immense pressure. He turned and walked a few steps inside, with the others closely following, their eyes fixed on him, afraid he might run away. Under everyone's watchful eyes, He Zhanggang took out his phone and dialed Wang Ming's number, which he had just saved. Wang Ming had just arrived at the dormitory when the phone rang. So soon? He was a bit surprised, but he didn't rush to answer. Instead, he watched the phone ring. Wang Ming didn't pick up. Xan Zhengzai, Hong Kajin, Tang Hao, and others were anxious and nervous, eagerly listening to the phone's beep-beep sound, hoping for the other end to connect with a buzz. "Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." "Sorry, the number you..." He Zhanggang turned to the eager crowd and said, "Sorry, my master gets so absorbed in his research that he probably didn't hear it. It's okay, that's very normal. Yes, the master is deeply devoted to the path of forging, naturally immersed in it. When I'm researching, my phone is always off. The master can stay focused without turning it off, which shows how deeply he is in the path, making us admire him." The big shots instantly became understanding, speaking very politely and courteously. "Master Yi, please have a seat, and call again later." Xian Zhengzai wisely offered a chair. "We mustn't disturb your master. We have time, waiting is no problem." The others looked at Xian Zhengzai with disdain, but their hands were honest. "Zhenzili, yes, I'll pour a cup of tea for Master Yi. Take your time, don't disturb your master." Saying this, he very consciously picked up the kettle on the table to pour water. The others quickly looked for something to do. The shop was small, and they couldn't find other tasks, so they could only flatter with their words. He Zhanggang sighed deeply, feeling comfortable to receive service from the 5 great families, the 4 prestigious academies, and greetings from military and forging figures. In his lifetime, it was worth it. After waiting another 30 minutes, under the eager gazes of everyone, He Zhanggang dialed Wang Ming's number again. The phone emitted a faint beep sound. Although the sound was small, in front of the experts above the soul realm, it was no different from being on speakerphone. Wang Ming's phone rang again. The phone was placed on the table, and the vibrating sound came from the surface, producing a buzzing noise as it slightly moved. Wang Ming smiled, leisurely watching the vibrating phone, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the sofa cushion. After a long wait, he slowly picked up the phone and slid to answer. "Hello?" Wang Ming's voice was very hoarse. "Hello, master, it's Xiao Zhang." He Zhangdong's voice came from the other end. "Oh, it's Xiao Zhang. I wonder if my master is busy at this time. Why are you calling?" Wang Ming continued to speak in a low voice. "It's like this, master. A few days ago, the soul weapon you forged was recognized when I took it out for auction due to my incompetence. The 5 great families of Kyoto, the 4 prestigious academies, the military, and the masters of the forging world." He Zhanggang looked at Tang Hao. "I am Tang Hao, the president of the Forging Association," Tang Hao said very humbly. "The master of the forging world, Master Tang Hao, they found me and want to invite you out of retirement, offering many conditions. Would you consider it?" He Zhanggang held the phone with both hands, speaking very respectfully. "Oh, it's Master Tang Hao. I have heard of his name for a long time." Wang Ming's lips curled up, his eyes filled with laughter. "Unfortunately, I am deeply engrossed in the art of forging and truly do not wish to be entangled in trivial matters." No, master, you misunderstand," Tang Hao quickly said. "We would never dare to trouble you. We just want to find a place more conducive for you to study the art of forging, ensuring all your daily needs are met. We only hope that in your spare time, you might share a thing or two with us." "I see." Wang Ming's voice was slow. Seeing that Tang Hao had gained the upper hand, the others immediately turned red with envy. Xian Zhengzai immediately said, "Master, hello, I am Xian Zhengzai, a representative of the 5 great families of Kyoto. We would like to invite you to be a guest elder for our 5 families. We will specially create a quiet courtyard for you to study the art of forging. We are willing to bear all your needs, so please do not disdain us." Master! Others rushed forward to speak, even pushing He Zhanggang out of the way. The phone was passed from Xian Zhengzai's hand to Hong Kajin's, and then from Hong Kajin's hand to Bai Shindong's, all eager to speak, wishing they could dive into the phone and come before the master through the network cable. Wang Ming stopped speaking. He placed the phone on the table, turned on the speaker, and with a smile on his lips, enjoyed the sunlight streaming in through the window while listening to the various tempting conditions being proposed from the other end of the line. The phone rang for a full 7 or 8 minutes before it quieted down. The phone was passed to Tang Hao, who cautiously asked, Master, are you still listening?" "Yes. May I ask?" "We sincerely request you." I can hear your intentions, Wang Ming said slowly, but I truly do not wish to get involved in worldly matters. As for guest elders and professors, I have long since lost interest in such empty titles. However, upon hearing the word however, everyone immediately held their breath. They didn't even dare to breathe, fearing they might mishear the master's choice. They stretched their necks, perked up their ears, and widened their eyes, afraid of missing a single word. I am quite interested in the quiet place proposed by this Xin family head. My current residence indeed troubles me, but unfortunately, land in Kyoto is as precious as gold, and I am truly short on funds.
Wang Ming's lips curved into a smile. Xin Jingzai and the others' eyes lit up.
They were so surprised they almost shouted in joy. What moved the master was merely a simple quiet courtyard. Others chimed in, Master, the courtyard you desire is no problem at all.
As long as you come, we can provide a courtyard larger and quieter than that of the 5 great families.
Upon hearing this, Xin Zhengzai hurriedly dove in to snatch the phone from Tang Hao's hand, but Tang Hao held on too tightly and couldn't pull it out.
He immediately used his soul power to exert force. Tang Hao, too, panicked and used his soul power to resist, desperately trying to persuade him. Crack!
The two exerted too much force, and the phone broke.
Tang Hao's eyes widened in panic, glaring at Xin Zhengzai and cursing, Xin Zhengzai, what the hell are you trying to do?
Xin Zhengzai refused to back down. Tang Hao, this master has already agreed to our request.
What are you doing? Neither of them would yield to the other.
The two stared each other down, and Jingzhong shook his head, then took out his own phone and handed it to Yi Zhanggang. Master Yi, I'm sorry, your master has accepted our 5 families' proposal.
Could you please use my phone to call again?
Yi Zhanggang helplessly said, I
don't know the phone number. You don't know the number? Everyone was shocked.
Yi Zhanggang was on the verge of tears.
By heaven's conscience, he truly didn't know. The number was saved by Wang Ming, and he genuinely had no idea.
I rarely call my master.
If I need to call, I just look it up in the contacts. I've never memorized it.
Yi Zhanggang explained.
Tang Hao said, I remember, I'll call. Yi Zhanggang. Tang Hao explained, I have a photographic memory.
Just now, when I made the call, I glanced at the number.
Just a moment, I'll call.
Saying this, Tang Hao took out his phone and first entered the number to save it. Everyone watched him input the number. Then they all took out their phones to input and save the number as well.
Tang Hao. Beep, beep. Hello?
This time, Wang Ming answered directly.
Hello, Master, this is Tang Hao, the one who just called you. Tang Hao said carefully while holding his phone, his gaze fixed on Xin Jingzai, warning him, this is my phone. Oh, Master Tang, hello. It's like this, Master.
The courtyard proposed by the 5 great families, our blacksmith association can also provide, and it might even be more luxurious and quieter than theirs.
How about you come? The blacksmith association is too troublesome, and I don't need luxury. How about this, you give the phone to Xin. Xin
Jingzai was overjoyed, hurriedly leaning over, just about to reach for the phone, but then remembered it was Tang Hao's phone, quickly retracting his hand and stretching his neck to say, Hello, Master, my name is Xin Jingzai, currently the head of the Xin family.
Oh, head Xin, actually, I've had my eye on a place for a long time, but I don't know if head Xin would be willing to part with it. As he spoke, Wang Ming's smile deepened, quietly waiting for Xin Jingzai's response. Xin Jingzai immediately said, as long as Master has taken a liking to it, I will definitely comply.
And Jingzhong and the others also gathered around. Wang Ming smiled and said, a few years ago, I passed by your residence and saw that it had an ancient charm. Though located in a bustling area, it was quiet and elegant. I was quite moved, but unfortunately, I didn't want to show my face back then and didn't want to get into trouble.
If head Xin is willing to part with the residence, I would be willing. Xin Jingzai. The house was stolen.
And Jingzhong and Lu Qingju were initially surprised. Then they chuckled. The Xin family indeed had an ancient charm, resembling an ancient royal residence, located in the center of the capital, but surrounded by tranquility, far from the road, with a large artificial mountain, very suitable for retirement.
This. Xin Jingzai didn't know what to say. Lu Qingju suppressed a laugh and said, Brother Xin, we can co-invest to find you another place to live. And Jingzhong, yes, the master is important. Zhang Wuxian, yeah. Let's agree to the master first. Chen Zili, Brother Xin, I think you should agree to the master. As long as we can gain the master's support, a place to live is worth it. Xin Jingzai wanted to curse. It's not your house, you speak so easily.
If head Xin agrees, I am willing to provide a premium, even a sacred grade soul weapon for the Xin family. Wang Ming said with a smile. Sacred grade? Everyone present gasped. Wang Ming's smile remained unchanged as he rhythmically tapped the sofa with his fingers and said, previously, the Xianbing sword from the Lu family could only be upgraded to a low-grade premium with the best materials. If you can provide better materials, I am confident I can forge a sacred-grade soul weapon. Premium-grade blacksmith masters are already quite rare. Sacred-grade blacksmith masters. It seems there is only one in the entire dragon country, and that one hasn't appeared for a very long time. Everyone's hearts were once again overturned. They were even more envious. Tang Hao could no longer hold back and said, Master, I implore you to reconsider. The Xin family's residence in the capital is not just one. Our blacksmith association is willing to spare no effort to let the master have an identical Xin family residence. No! Xin Jingjai's gaze was firm, as if he had made a certain decision, breathing heavily as he said, Master, my Xin family is willing to give up the residence for you. And Jingzhong and Lu Qingju and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Ming's lips curled up even more, and he slowly said, Then thank you, head of the Xin family. I have 2 requests that I hope you will agree to. First, I do not wish to show my face to avoid being remembered by others. Just keep the courtyard clean. Second, I need demon cores. With no limit on quantity, the more, the better. I will provide you with 2 high-quality soul artifacts each year as compensation. How does that sound? Every year, 2 high-quality soul artifacts. Everyone gasped in shock. Even with the combined resources of the 5 great families over the years, they probably couldn't produce 3 high-quality soul artifacts, yet the other party was offering 2 each year. Because high-quality soul artifacts are valuable yet rare, even Tang Hao and the others would need to collaborate to create a high-quality soul artifact, with a failure rate still reaching 78%. Of course, the materials must be provided by you. If you can provide materials to create a sacred quality soul artifact, then a sacred quality soul artifact is also possible, but I will need more for that, Wang Ming said, lowering his voice and curling his lips. Alright. Xin Zhengjai felt they had struck gold, grinning widely, Master, rest assured, we will definitely meet your requirements. Wang Ming nodded in satisfaction. That's excellent. There's no need for me to demonstrate my strength. If you don't believe me, you can have the girl from the Lu family verify the soul artifacts I forged. If you are eager for the soul artifacts, just leave the materials at the residence, and you can pick them up in 6 months. But the demon cores, I need you to provide them early. I will keep Master Tang's number, Wang Ming said before hanging up the phone. Xin Jingjai and the others trembled with excitement. They never expected such immense fortune to fall upon their family. It was truly an unexpected joy. Hong Kajin and the others sighed helplessly. Chen Zili said to Lu Qingju, Lu, you've been hiding too deep. Why didn't you mention your daughter's high-quality soul artifact earlier? She's at the academy now. Call her over so we can see the master's masterpiece. Everyone turned to Lu Qingju. After all, they had only heard about it and had never seen the master's work. Royal quality soul artifacts could not represent high-quality soul artifacts. The two were worlds apart. Lu Qingju had no choice but to call Lu Xiaoyao. Lu Xiaoyao, knowing Wang Ming's plan, came over. Yao, take out your soul artifact and let the uncles have a look, Lu Qingju said gently to his daughter. Oh, okay. Lu Xiaoyao immediately focused her thoughts, and the Xianbing sword flashed out from her soul ring, instantly bringing a chilling aura that lowered the room's temperature significantly. Tang Hao couldn't wait to pick up the Xianbing sword, observing it in detail with a professional eye, as if he were admiring a stunning beauty, not even missing the hilt. After examining it, he was left in shock. The master truly deserves the title. The materials of this sword have been brought to their utmost potential. If I were to forge it, I could never create a high-quality artifact with these materials. Oh my! Everyone took turns inspecting it. Convinced that this master was indeed a genuine master, they cast envious glances at the 5 great families. Are you questioning my master? He Zhanggang said with an unfriendly expression upon seeing their demeanor. If you think my master is a fraud, you are free to leave. Not at all. Master please don't be angry. Everyone hurriedly said, fearing to provoke him and, in turn, anger the master. The joy of Xin Jingjai and the others was evident. Alright, Xin Jingjai humbly asked He Zhanggang, Master we would like to ask, what is the surname of your master, our esteemed guest elder? He Zhanggang smiled and said, my master's surname is Wang, as in Wang Ming. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ming stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the autumn scenery outside in October, with a gentle breeze rustling the willows, the autumn atmosphere vibrant. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. As soon as he connected the call with Lu Xiaoyao, a lightning-fast scheme targeting the Xin family flashed through Wang Ming's mind, a grand plan that would lead to the Xin family's ruin and destruction. This plan was to use the Xin family's money to fulfill his own needs. It should be known that forging high-quality soul weapons is quite expensive.
XIN family, let your money satisfy my needs.
The smile on Wang Ming's lips grew wider. He would never allow his enemies to live in this world.
And the Chun family, a cold glint flashed in Wang Ming's eyes, I will make you fall one by one before my eyes. If you want to kill me, Wang Ming, be prepared to be counter-killed. XIN family, Chen family, are you ready? Retracting his thoughts, Wang Ming first fed the little glutton and the iron-eating ant queen.
The iron-eating ant queen had already begun to advance to maturity. A mature soul beast would reach the level of a great soul master, and at the same time, the combat power and vitality of the iron-eating worker ants would increase significantly, becoming one of his greatest weapons. After doing all this, Wang Ming took out 100 various level demon cores. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, he closed his eyes to adjust his state, striving to elevate his strength to level 20 by tomorrow morning. The second soul ring and second soul skill he anticipated were about to arrive. The actions of the 5 great families were very swift. That same day, Xin Jingjai ordered the family to move immediately, making room for Master Wang.
The Liu, and Chen, and Zhang families began searching for a new residence for the Xin family.
They leveraged their connections, and within half a day, they found a villa for the Xin family. This villa was very close to the city center, nestled between mountains and water, originally priced at 300 million soul coins, but due to the strong connections of the 5 families, it was purchased for 250 million.
The Xin family moved in that same day.
Over 100 people and dozens of vehicles worked tirelessly, and after half a day and night of urgent arrangements, by the next morning, Xin Jingjai handed the keys of the Xin family residence to He Zhengang, reluctantly gazing at his home with a sigh.
He turned and left indifferently.
He Zhengang, seeing them leave, could hardly believe it was real. The dignified Xin family, one of the 5 great families, had just given away their meticulously crafted residence that they had lived in for 100 years. He immediately took out his phone and called Wang Ming. Current cultivation level, level 19 Soul Master, 100012/10000000. Ha! Just as the Xin family was handing over the house, Wang Ming took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light passing through, joy appearing on his face. After half a day and night of cultivation, he had reached 19 energy points. Finally, it was full. Next was to absorb the million-year soul ring and become a great soul master.
Ding ding! At that moment, the phone rang. Hello? Hello, Master, it's Xiao Zhang.
He Zhengang said cautiously.
What's up? Wang Ming asked. Master, the Xin family has already cleared out their home. Do you want to come take a look?
He Zhengang said.
No need, you go in. For now, this is your home.
Just stay inside and bring me the demon cores and materials they left to the academy. You don't need to worry about anything else, Wang Ming said.
He Zhengang was incredulous, pointing at his own nose. Me, I live? Wang Ming replied, who else? You are now Master Wang's disciple. If you don't live here, who will? Hang up. After finishing, he hung up the phone and called in Rushui. Hello, Shui. And Rushui had just woken up, her voice lazy. What's up, Ming Gu? Wang Ming said, can I borrow your car for a bit? And Rushui laughed, it's all yours, just a car. If you want it, I can give it to you.
Wang Ming quickly refused. No need, I just want to borrow your name to go out for a bit.
You want to go out?
And Rushui suddenly became alert. Minggu, the Xin and Chen families hate you to the bone.
If you go out and they find you.
And Rushui's words poured out like beans, making Wang Ming feel warm inside. This was the feeling of being loved.
So you should take your car out.
Wang Ming said with a smile, if I drive your car, the Xin family and the Chen family won't find out.
They wouldn't dare to touch you, right? And Rushi replied, Brother Ming, where do you want to go?
I'll go with you. He was planning to go deep into Bai Liang Mountain to absorb the soul rings of billions of years. He couldn't let anyone know about this, it was his deepest secret, not even his own mother would be told. He believed in Rushi would keep this matter under wraps if she knew, but he still wouldn't say anything. This was, in fact, a form of protection for her.
Don't worry, I'll be careful. You don't need to go, I can handle it myself.
Wang Ming didn't directly refuse, but his words were clear. And Rushi thought for a moment and said, alright, then be careful.
Come over to pick it up. Wang Ming responded with a sound and hung up the phone.
With a wave of his hand, Xiao Tao and Xiaoyi, the iron-eating ant queen, were summoned into the soul ring, and he went out to knock on Rushi's dormitory door.
Come in.
And Rushi's sweet voice rang out.
Wang Ming pushed the door open, and Rushi was wearing a white silk nightgown, casually draped in a blue shawl, looking beautifully disheveled as she sat on the sofa, her alluring figure subtly visible beneath the nightgown, her long, rounded legs crossed on the sofa. Here's the key.
And Rushi held out the car key with her delicate hand.
Wang Ming walked over and took the key.
And Rushi suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him down. He was caught off guard and fell into her embrace,
feeling a soft warmth on his head, and Rushi hugged him and giggled. "Brother Ming, what secret are you hiding that you dare not say?" Wang Ming wrapped his arms around her back, pressing her down, slowly leaning closer, the fragrance enveloping them, their noses almost touching, gazing into each other's eyes, and Rushi's cheeks visibly flushed. "Kiss." Wang Ming lightly kissed her lips and said, "It's not really a secret, just some things I need to take care of. Don't worry, I won't foolishly go looking for trouble with the Xin family and the Chun family." And Rushi's cheeks grew even hotter. Then, "Be careful." Wang Ming got up. "If you're going home, you can have Lu Xiaoyao give you a ride." "I'm leaving now." And Rushi replied, "I'm not going back. My dad seems to be busy with that master craftsman lately. I want to cook for you tonight." It's strange, that Master Wang is quite interesting. He actually took over the Xin family's mansion. Wang Ming looked at Enrushi. "What do you think of the Xin family's mansion?" Enrushi said, "Of course it's good. The Xin family's mansion is unique in Kyoto. I've only been there once, and it felt pretty nice. I really like this kind of ancient architectural style, but unfortunately, my dad prefers European styles. I might not be back tonight," he said. Last time, it took him 15 days to absorb the first soul ring, and he wasn't sure how long it would take this time. "This time, I can't guarantee the time." "You don't have to worry, I'll call you when the time comes. You have to make me a good meal, and after dinner, I'll take you out." After saying that, he turned and left, and Rushi looked at the now empty doorway in confusion, not knowing where he meant by "I'll take you." Wang Ming drove Enrushi's red sports car out of the school, following the navigation towards Bailiang Mountain. This was Wang Ming's first true solo venture out of the academy and into Kyoto. Along the way, Wang Ming leisurely drove the sports car, following the navigation out of the city. What he didn't expect was how vast and congested the city was, filled with all sorts of sports cars he had never seen before. It took half an hour just to get through the traffic. What should have been a 3-hour journey ended up taking 3 hours just to leave the city. He greedily admired the skyscrapers of the metropolis while driving slowly. By the time he reached Bailiang Mountain, it was already noon. He did not visit the scenic area ahead but drove straight into the back mountain of Bailiang Mountain, which is the location of the trial base. Due to the last incident where a level 9 demon broke through the protective membrane of the trial base, the base was temporarily paralyzed. The 4 major academies hired several Soul Dan mirror experts to defend this area, preventing internal demons from coming out. He parked the car by the mountain road at the back of Bailiang Mountain, locked it, and with his backpack on, Wang Ming unleashed his soul power, accelerating towards the trial base. As he got closer, he carefully observed the surroundings. The trial base was large, and the temporary personnel sent by the 4 major academies were not many. Wang Ming found an opportunity to channel all his soul power into the Thunder Soul Bone. With a crackling sound, a bolt of lightning flashed along the ground, and the next moment, he appeared inside the trial base. First, he took out the food he had prepared in his backpack to fill his stomach. Only then did he leisurely walk deeper into the trial base, with the first task being to find demons that could absorb enough demonic essence to produce demonic souls. It was estimated that only the demons near 1mo Mountain had demonic souls. System detecting demons within a 2-kilometer range. With Wang Ming's current strength, he could compete with level 5 demons while using his first soul skill. Without using soul skills, he was still unsure of his combat ability, but with the enhancement of the royal grade soul weapon, 1000 Blades, he should be able to fight against level 3 demons. "I have been overly reliant on the system and soul power. My own combat experience is insufficient. I should take this opportunity to train my physical strength without using soul power." With this thought, Wang Ming accelerated deeper into the trial base. System detects level 3 demons within 2 kilometers of the host. As he approached the area around 1mo Mountain, the system quickly detected the presence of a level 3 demon. Wang Ming immediately sped towards the direction of the demon, leaping and crouching on the trunk of a large tree, his gaze fixed on a demon 300 meters ahead. Wang Ming turned off the system analysis function. Just from the appearance of this demon, he could tell it was a mutated demon that had absorbed demonic essence, resembling a wild boar, standing 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, with tusks half a foot long. At that moment, the demon was lowering its head, gnawing on the grass on the ground. The system searched the surroundings and found no other demons. Wang Ming swiftly jumped down from the tree. Since he needed to train his combat ability, he had to engage in direct combat. As he landed, the 1000 Blades appeared in his right hand, his expression calm as he stared at the demon. Roar! Roar! The demon sensed Wang Ming, startled at first, but upon realizing Wang Ming's strength, it let out 2 angry roars, slightly lowering its head, its tusks aimed at Wang Ming, its crimson eyes fixed intently on him. "Ha!" Wang Ming took a deep breath, gripping the knife tightly, readying himself. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, both the demon and Wang Ming launched their attacks, rushing towards each other. The demon charged forward with its massive body, like an unstoppable tank. Wang Ming focused his thoughts, and the scale armor appeared on him. Holding the knife with both hands, he jumped up at the moment they were about to collide, striking down fiercely at the demon's head. Block! The knife came down. The sharp 1,000 blades left a shocking scar on the demon's head. At the same time, Wang Ming felt as if a heavy truck with malfunctioning brakes was crashing into him, the terrifying impact making him feel weak, easily sending him flying backward. The enraged demon did not slow down. Instead, it increased its speed, aiming to crush Wang Ming with its body and stab him with its tusks. Wang Ming's expression darkened. As he was being knocked back, he quickly adjusted his posture, reversing the grip on his knife and stabbing it fiercely into the ground. The sharp blade carved a deep and long crack in the earth, halting his backward momentum, and only then did his feet touch the ground. The demon was already charging at him. He exerted force with his legs, soul power exploding from beneath his feet, his body flipping in midair, preparing to avoid the demon's head and target its tail instead. Unexpectedly, the demon was very clever. In the next second after Wang Ming jumped, it also leaped up fiercely. Its 2-meter-tall body actually jumped 2 meters high. Wang Ming was horrified. His combat experience was indeed too limited, and facing a level 3 demon put him in a perilous situation. 1,000 blades, scatter. In a flash of inspiration, he commanded, and the 1,000 blades instantly shattered into 1,001 pieces, each fragment shimmering with a blood-red luster, incredibly sharp. Go! With a fierce wave of his hand, the 1,000 blades shot down like a torrential rain, aimed at the demon's head. Puff! The lethality carried by the royal-grade soul weapon was terrifying. The demon's tough skin was easily pierced, and a shard precisely shot into one of its eyes. Roar! The intense pain made the demon let out a mournful scream, its body losing momentum and crashing down. It hit the ground heavily, and under the stimulation of the excruciating pain, the demon continued to scream, thrashing about and kicking up a cloud of dust. Combine! Wang Ming rolled forward, and with a thought, the 1,000 shards embedded in the demon's body trembled violently, bursting out and inflicting a second wave of pain, as the 1,000 blades returned to their original form amidst the demon's cries. Roar! Roar! The demon, feeling the threat to its life, sensed danger. Its single eye made its vision one-sided, forcing it to turn its head and glare at Wang Ming with its crimson gaze, filled with malice. Ha! Wang Ming sneered, gripping his blade and shooting forward. The demon roared in fury, charging at him with all its might, its hooves pounding the ground, unstoppable. But Wang Ming's figure flickered and vanished from the demon's line of sight. The demon was startled, guessing that the cunning human would surely attack from its blind side. It immediately swung its massive body, executing a drift in place, its single eye fixed on the side. There was no one there. The demon felt a chill run down its spine. Kill! Wang Ming leaped into the air, watching the demon turn around, and with all his strength, he thrust his blade down towards the demon's back. The sharp tip paused slightly upon hitting the demon's rough skin, then with a puff, it pierced into the demon's abdomen. Scatter! With a thought, the blade fragments inside the demon's body exploded, darting around under Wang Ming's mental control. Roar! The intense pain in its abdomen made the demon scream, convulsing and collapsing to the ground. Break! Wang Ming shouted coldly, and the shattered blades burst out from all directions, completely ending the demon's life. With a final, mournful cry, the demon's body jerked violently, its massive head crashing to the ground. Its skull shattered. A crystal-clear demon core appeared. At the same time, a white magic ring slowly emerged, the white circle evenly displaying 5 sharp points, indicating that the demon soul's age was 50 years. Wang Ming did not rush to absorb the soul ring. The recent battle made him acutely aware that without the help of soul skills in the system, his combat experience was severely lacking, a significant shortcoming. In a special environment without soul power, he would undoubtedly suffer great losses. Next, Wang Ming specifically sought out level 3 demons in the trial base, beginning to hunt soul beasts without using soul skills. Hunting demons not only improved his practical combat experience but also trained his temperament and improved his meals. This time in the mountains, he brought plenty of barbecue ingredients and cumin in his backpack. He couldn't easily pass up so much natural delicacy. The 900,000-year soul ring brought not only an enhancement in strength but also a change in his physique. In terms of strength, explosiveness, reaction speed, and sensory perception, Wang Ming far surpassed normal humans, fully leveraging his advantages in battles against demons, fighting fiercely. At the most dangerous moment, one person fought against 2 level 3 demons. 15 days later, inside a cave at the trial base, firewood crackled as it burned, and above the flames, the meat of a demon was roasting to a golden brown, oozing with juices and emitting a rich meaty aroma. Wang Ming patiently turned the meat, ensuring it cooked evenly. During the rotation, he occasionally sprinkled on some seasoning to enhance the flavor,
then took out a can of beer from his backpack. Barbecue paired with beer, a joy surpassing that of the gods. Once the meat was cooked, Wang Ming eagerly dug in, washing it down with beer, consuming about 5 pounds of meat. It was hard to believe how his not-so-large stomach could hold so much. After finishing, Wang Ming stood up to digest, preparing to absorb his soul ring. His second soul ring, Kyoto Academy. Wang Ming had been away from Kyoto Academy for 15 days, and Rushi was thinking about cooking for him when he didn't return for a long time. After trying to call him several times without an answer, her mother, Qin Shiwan, urged her to come back. After pondering, she decided to borrow Lu Qiaoyao's car to return home for a while. She arrived at Lu Qiaoyao's dormitory. Just as she was about to knock on the door, she noticed it was wide open, so she walked straight in. A strong smell of instant noodles hit her, and it reminded her that she hadn't eaten instant noodles in a long time. The aroma instantly whetted her appetite. Following the smell, she walked to the dining table and saw a pack of noodles soaking in an aluminum basin, with the plastic bag torn open and placed on top, pressed down with chopsticks. Oh, it's not in a cup. And Rushi was surprised. A bag of instant noodles only costs 1 soul coin, while a cup costs 5. Given Lu Qiaoyao's status, she wouldn't be eating bagged noodles just to satisfy a craving, would she? Curiosity piqued. She peeked into the kitchen. What she saw shocked her. The kitchen was neatly stacked with 3 boxes of bagged instant noodles. What does she need so many instant noodles for? And Rushi was even more puzzled. At that moment, the sound of a flushing toilet came from the master bedroom's bathroom, followed by the sound of a faucet. Lu Qiaoyao came out, wiping her hands with a tissue. Seeing in Rushi, she was momentarily surprised and smiled, saying, "Sister Shui, what brings you here?" "Oh, it's like this. Brother Ming took my car, and my mom asked me to go back, so I thought I'd borrow your car for a bit," and Rushi quickly explained her purpose. Sure. Lu Qiaoyao didn't hesitate at all. She walked to the coat rack by the door, took out the car keys from her pocket, and handed them to Enrushi, smiling shyly. "Sister Shui, you can use my car, but I'll need you to make a trip to the gas station to refuel." "Is it out of gas?" Enrushi asked, puzzled. "There's about half a tank left, but I'm a bit tight on cash right now, so I probably can't afford to refuel," Lu Qiaoyao said with a hint of embarrassment. "You, out of money?" Enrushi was utterly shocked. She couldn't believe it. The princess of the Lu family, a daughter of one of the 5 great families, was actually out of money for gas. If she told someone, they wouldn't believe it. Then she realized, pointing at the 3 boxes of instant noodles in the kitchen, "You bought so many instant noodles, is it for?" "Oh my god, Xiaoyao, what's going on?" Lu Qiaoyao smiled and said, "Not long ago, Brother Ming helped me a lot, and I promised to do everything I could to help him provide demon cores, so I've been a bit tight on cash this month." And Rushi frowned. "So you spent all your money on demon cores for Brother Ming?" Lu Qiaoyao lowered her head, a bit embarrassed. "Actually, I feel a bit guilty towards Brother Ming because I didn't give it my all and left 100 soul coins for myself to buy instant noodles." And Rushi felt a bit angry, even a bit jealous. She didn't even know what she was angry about. Was it because Lu Qiaoyao was too foolish to give so much for Wang Ming? Or was it because Lu Qiaoyao had no right to give so much for Wang Ming? But more than that, she was jealous that Lu Qiaoyao's love for Wang Ming surpassed her love for herself. Lu Qiaoyao lowered her head and said nothing, and Ru Shui stared at Lu Qiaoyao with a complicated expression, and after a long time, she walked in front of Lu Qiaoyao and asked her, "Yao, I want to ask you a question, and you must answer me honestly, otherwise, we will sever our friendship." Lu Qiaoyao's heart trembled, looking at Ru Shui in disbelief, and Ru Shui took a deep breath, her voice trembling. Do you like Mingo?" Lu Qiaoyao dared not speak. "Answer me honestly, we are both women, you can't lie to me." And Ru Shui's tone was very firm, but behind that firmness was a trembling heart. "I'm sorry." Lu Qiaoyao lowered her head, her eyes already red, tears streaming down her cheeks, dropping onto the floor. Her answer left Ru Shui feeling suffocated. She felt as if a giant rock was pressing down on her chest, making it hard to breathe, and her heart felt like it was being brutally sliced apart, cut again and again. She regretted a bit now, thinking she shouldn't have brought this matter to light, because the pain that followed was something she could hardly bear. She had actually guessed this outcome long ago, but when Lu Qiaoyao admitted it herself, it became hard for her to accept. And Ru Shui took a couple of deep breaths, trying to calm her emotions, took out her phone, found Lu Qiaoyao, and quickly transferred her 50,000 soul coins, saying, "Yao, this 50,000 is a gift from me as a good friend, a good sister. If you don't accept it, then you don't consider me a good friend, a good sister. I'm borrowing your car for now. Bye." After saying that, she was afraid she would cry, so she ran out. Lu Qiaoyao had already prepared for the worst. She didn't expect that after bringing this matter to light, and Ru Shuwei would still treat her as a good friend, a good sister. This left her a bit confused, a bit excited, and a bit at a loss. She picked up her phone. Looking at the transfer notification on her phone, she couldn't help but feel her nose tingle, her eyes reddening, and she covered her mouth, crying out loud. In a cave on the back mountain of Bai Liang Mountain. I wonder what kind of surprise the second billion-year soul ring will bring me. Wang Ming sat cross-legged on a stone, filled with anticipation, adjusting his state to the best possible preparation. With a thought, a white soul ring flew out from the soul ring, spinning in front of his chest, emitting dazzling white light, and a faint soul power slowly spread out. This was the demon soul of that monster. System: use the billion-year soul ring crystal stone. Billion-year soul ring crystal stone is starting to be used, detecting usable soul rings. Detecting host soul power value meets the requirements. As a soft female voice echoed in his mind, a golden light flashed from his forehead, and a crystal the size of an egg, pointed at both ends, appeared above the soul ring on his chest. Detection successful. Billion-year soul ring crystal stone can be used. Attention! The billion-year soul ring crystal stone must be absorbed simultaneously with the host soul ring. Attention! The soul power of the billion-year soul ring crystal stone exceeds the host's bearable range. Should the soul power sealing function be activated during absorption? Activate. Soul power sealing function activated. Under Wang Ming's gaze, the crystal floated autonomously above the center of the soul ring, and then, the crystal emitted a blinding colorful light, which transformed into streams of energy flowing down like a waterfall into the soul ring. The white soul ring began to tremble slightly as it absorbed the immense soul power, spinning faster. In the rapid spinning, the originally 5-pointed corners of the white soul ring gradually transformed into 6, 7, 8. Finally, the color of the soul ring also gradually changed from white to 100-year brown, and the pointed corners of the brown soul ring began to increase from nothing. At the same time, Wang Ming embraced the unity of his spirit, focusing intently on absorbing the soul power within the soul ring. Waves of scorching energy flowed into his body like small rivers, coursing through his meridians, making him feel as if he were soaking in a boiling hot bath or in a sauna, the heat both intense and pleasurable. The overwhelming external energy gradually enveloped him, like a colorful cocoon, with vibrant energy ribbons wrapping around his body. The searing energy surged within him, and his limbs felt as if they were bathing in an ocean of soul power. Wang Ming devoted himself wholeheartedly to the absorption of the soul ring, completely focused. His consciousness seemed to break free from the constraints of his body, beginning to rise slowly. In the depths of his mind, it felt as if he lifted his head to gaze at the sky. That familiar sensation returned. This time, he was no longer as nervous and chaotic as a newlywed. He entered without collapsing. As his consciousness floated weightlessly into the air, everything around him transformed into points of light, rushing backward, still bringing him immense visual shock. Soon, his consciousness crossed millions of miles, traversing the atmosphere and entering the vastness of the starry universe. He observed the starry sky with great seriousness. Looking down, the blue planet had blended into countless stars, becoming indistinguishable. Surrounding him were various massive, irregularly shaped celestial bodies. Wang Ming could determine that this distance had surpassed what humanity could currently see. Perhaps, he had already left the Milky Way. Of course, this was merely his speculation, as he had no means to observe astronomy. That figure. This time, he clearly saw the enormous silhouette. This figure had not always existed in this starry sky. It slowly appeared from afar after his arrival, as if his presence had triggered its emergence. He felt that this figure seemed closer to him than last time, for he thought he could see its face, though still a blurred outline, but its features, face, nose, and eyes had taken on a vague form. Last time, it had been facing away from him. This time, it was facing him directly, an ancient aura wafting toward him, filling the entire starry sky with the scent of time. He scrutinized this figure seriously. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The figure was boundless, for he could only see the upper part above its chest, as if the rest could not be contained within this starry sky. This left him utterly astonished. "We meet again." Wang Ming took the initiative to speak this time. "You have come. Come, come." The response was still 3 words, like a tape recorder, but the voice was clearer, each word resonating in his ears, the astonishing sound waves echoing in the vast starry sky, as if the voice came from all directions. "Are you a deity?" Wang Ming earnestly tried to see its appearance, but could only make out a blurred outline, his voice echoing in the starry sky. The response was its slowly raised arm. Under Wang Ming's gaze, the arm it raised was long, the palm facing down as it slowly came toward him, but visually, it felt insufficient to reach him from such a great distance. Yet, the palm descended. A gigantic hand crossed countless light years and galaxies, carrying an ancient aura as it came down. The celestial bodies beneath the palm exploded instantly before even touching it, the vast starry sky appearing fragile before the palm. As the hand descended rapidly, it grew larger, nearly obscuring the entire starry sky above. Wang Ming felt as if the entire world was pressing down on him. The overwhelming sense of pressure made his breath quicken, his muscles tense, and the oppressive wind raged through the starry sky where he stood, causing ripples to form in the surrounding space, which gradually increased until the space began to tremble violently. This starry sky could not withstand the might of that palm. Wang Ming raised his head, the strong wind blowing his shoulder-length hair, revealing his bright forehead. Everywhere he looked, there were enormous yellow hands, the palm lines clearly visible. Boom! 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 The surrounding planets exploded under the might of the hand, shattered debris floating in the starry sky, a terrifying energy storm raging through the cosmos, the gale growing ever more powerful. Wang Ming stood firm and unmoving. He tilted his head back, calmly watching the descent of the hand. Crack! 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 The starry sky finally could not withstand the descending hand and shattered, the surrounding cosmos breaking like a mirror, turning black as ink. The hand finally descended upon Wang Ming's head. He did not close his eyes, did not evade, nor did he feel nervous, he simply watched calmly. Bang! The moment the palm's center touched Wang Ming's brow, everything around him was extinguished with a bang, and he clearly saw the hand penetrate his brow and disappear. A weathered voice exploded in his mind, ancient divine palm. The instant this voice sounded, Wang Ming's consciousness became hazy, everything around him turned into chaos, the world dimmed, and only that palm seemed to be deeply imprinted in his memory. In his final awareness, he felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, surrounded by darkness, his blurred vision unable to see anything clearly, a constant buzzing in his ears, his body sinking like a heavy lead ball, deeper and deeper. This feeling lasted for an unknown amount of time. At a certain moment, Wang Ming in the cave suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! The moment he opened his eyes, a surge of energy erupted from within him, a powerful shockwave crashing against the cave wall, which exploded with a roar, debris flying everywhere. At the same time, golden light flickered in his eyes, his entire body seemed to be coated in gold, resembling a statue made of gold, the golden light illuminating the entire cave in a golden hue. In front of him, a soul ring the size of a hand emitted golden light, solid as a golden bracelet. The eternal soul ring crystal above the soul ring had turned to nothingness, and the golden energy within the soul ring surged into Wang Ming's body like a roaring yellow river, turning his body golden. Not long after, the soul ring trembled, slowly rising, gradually enlarging as it ascended. Finally, it floated above Wang Ming's head, the soul ring spinning and revealing three prominent sharp points, terrifying waves of energy spreading from the soul ring, creating ripples in the air. Eternal Soul Ring Soul Power Seal. 20%, 50%, 70%, 90%, 99.9%, releasing host's bearable soul power 0.07 zeros, 3%, soul ring lifespan compressed to 3 million years. Cultivation +9, current cultivation, level 28 Great Soul Master, 1000/8000000, soul ring, first soul ring 900,000 years, currently bearable lifespan, second soul ring 3 million years, currently bearable lifespan. Soul skills, first soul skill Ancient One Finger, second Ancient Divine Palm. Soul essence, 3,200,000, detection range, 5 kilometers, buzz. As the system's voice fell, the golden soul ring shone brightly, a terrifying soul power spreading out, the strong shockwave crashing heavily against the cave wall, shaking the entire cave. Then, a beam of light shot up into the sky, the cave ceiling instantly shattered, a golden pillar shooting straight into the clouds, vanishing in a flash. This light came quickly and left quickly. Everyone around the capital seemed to sense something unusual in the sky, but when they looked, it had disappeared without a trace. During this process, the golden soul ring rapidly shrank, becoming smaller and smaller, until it finally transformed into a golden, vanishing into Wang Ming's brow. The absorption of the 3 million year soul ring was complete. Who? In the cave. Wang Ming took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. With a thought, golden light enveloped his entire body, and the fully absorbed golden soul ring appeared out of thin air at his waist, 3 exquisite sharp horns protruding from it. The moment the 3 million year soul ring manifested, the surrounding air was noticeably suppressed, as if the normally circulating air had developed fractures. Within a radius of 30 meters around the unspent soul ring, everything was under its control. The dust that had been floating in the air was pressed down against the ground the instant the soul ring appeared. Against an opponent of the same level, if Wang Ming were to strike, he wouldn't need any soul skills. He could completely suppress his opponent solely with the soul ring. Is this the power of a million-year soul ring? Feeling this pressure, Wang Ming was secretly astonished. With just the soul ring, he could easily achieve spatial suppression, a power only possessed by experts above the soul sec level. He retracted the soul ring and sensed the changes within his body. His strength had broken through from a level 19 soul master to a level 28 great soul master. The meridians in his body flowed with a torrent of heat, and his robust physique harbored terrifying soul power. Clenching his fists, his taut muscles bulged, the graceful lines of his muscles outlining a perfect figure. Beneath his fair skin, golden lines flowed through his meridians, representing the soul power circulating within. His height had also suddenly reached 188 meters, with long, straight, powerful legs. After more than 10 days of hunting and training, Wang Ming's gaze had become sharper, his face more chiseled, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, giving him a more rugged and mature appearance, exuding a sense of reliability. His shoulder-length hair flowed freely without wind, appearing ethereal. 1,000 blades, arise! With a thought, the 1,000 blades flashed out from his soul ring, floating in front of him. A surge of soul power was injected into the blade. The blade rapidly enlarged. Wang Ming stood firmly on the blade, extending his finger to his brow, the golden soul power flickering at his fingertip, controlling the blade. His brows slightly furrowed, and his high nose bridge appeared even more handsome under his serious expression. Rise! The 1,000 blades beneath his feet trembled slightly, slowly lifting Wang Ming into the air. Controlling objects or beasts to fly was a hallmark of a soul beast master entering the Great Soul Master realm. Only the soul power stored within a Great Soul Master could support short-distance flight, and when one reached the Soul Dan realm, long-distance flight became possible. Wang Ming's expression was serious as he focused on controlling the flying blade, gliding just a meter above the ground. This was his first attempt at flying with the blade, and his technique was not yet proficient. Standing on the blade, Wang Ming concentrated on controlling it to avoid tilting left or right. At first, he was a bit shaky, either injecting too much soul power and shooting off or too little and dropping, but this was not particularly difficult. With a few more practices, he would master it. Wang Ming's million-year soul ring provided him with soul power dozens of times greater than that of an ordinary Great Soul Master, allowing him to sustain flight, nearly comparable to that of a Soul Dan realm expert. After half a day's practice, Wang Ming quickly mastered the skill of flying with the blade, even able to make quick turns in mid-air. Standing on the flying blade, he controlled it to ascend rapidly, soon reaching a height of 100 meters. The gentle breeze brushed against his face, refreshing and pleasant. Flying in the sky gave him a sense of freedom and the joy of soaring through the heavens. Why not take this opportunity to test the power of the ancient divine palm? Seeing that no one was around, Wang Ming felt a surge of excitement and decided to try out the power of his second soul skill. With a thought, he slowly raised his arm, and the golden 300-year soul ring appeared on his wrist like a golden bracelet, emanating a terrifying pressure. The soul power within him flowed rapidly, gathering in his palm, turning it golden, and the brilliance of the soul ring intensified. Ancient divine palm, go! The golden palm shot forth, and as soon as it left his hand, it transformed into a size of over 3 meters, crashing down towards the ground. Before the palm even landed, a massive energy pressure had already formed a huge storm below, causing the grass and trees to sway violently in the wind. Boom! The palm struck the ground. The earth trembled, revealing a massive handprint several meters deep. Beneath the palm, grass and stones were crushed to dust, and even a few second-level monsters were flattened into meat patties. Moreover, this was just a casual release of a soul skill by Wang Ming. Truly, it was worthy of being a century-old soul ring skill. How terrifying it was! Wang Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Putting away the soul ring, Wang Ming looked down at the handprint with satisfaction, summoned his sword back to the cave, opened his backpack, and took out his phone to check the time. November 13th, 2325, 1437. 40 days. After calculating the time, Wang Ming was slightly startled. Subtracting the 15 days spent hunting monsters, it took 25 days to absorb the million-year soul ring. It seemed that the longer the age of the soul ring, the greater the difficulty of absorption. Looking below, there were many missed calls and messages from Shui, Yao Yao, Bai Yishan, and others. Wang Ming first replied to their messages, then prepared to return. At that moment, the Tao Mao beast in his soul ring suddenly became restless, startling him. He immediately released the Tao Mao beast. The Tao Mao beast meowed, rubbing its head against Wang Ming's ankle, then lowered its head, carefully sniffing the ground with its nose. Meow! Suddenly, it seemed to discover something and dashed wildly towards the direction of Wanma Mountain. The Tao Mao beast accelerated towards Wanma Mountain. Wang Ming's heart raced. The 9th-level monster from years ago had long left Wanma Mountain. He wondered if the 6th-level monster was still there. If it was, their reckless intrusion would spell disaster. Even with his strength reaching level 28 as a great soul master, facing a 6th-level monster would only lead to a desperate fight. Little Tao, come back! As they got closer to Wanma Mountain,
Wang Ning feared it would alert the 6th level monster and immediately ordered the Taomao beast to return. Although the Taomao beast was not yet contracted, it was very obedient to his words. After receiving the command, the Taomao beast hesitated, spinning in place reluctantly before finally returning to his feet, looking up at him with eager eyes. "Don't worry, I'll take you in." Wang Ning would not disappoint the Taomao beast. With the system's advantage and his greatly increased soul power, he might not be able to defeat a 6th level monster, but he could certainly escape using the limitless Thunderbolt Soulbone. System, search for monsters within a 5-kilometer radius. System detecting. 50%, 80%, 100%, detection successful. There are 7 monsters within the 5-kilometer range of the host, including 4 3rd-level monsters, 2 4th-level monsters, and 1 6th-level monster. As expected, the 6th-level monster was still in Wanma Mountain. However, according to the system's provided location, this monster had become more cautious, hiding deep within the cave once sealed by the 9th-level monster. It seemed that the rampaging 9th-level monster had intimidated it, which also affected this 6th-level monster. From this perspective, the magic soul of this 6th-level monster must be quite high, likely reaching 100,000 years, because Tuasin had mentioned that there was something called the demon platform at the sealing site, which could greatly enhance a monster's demonic nature and increase its magic soul. With this item present, the magic soul of this 6th-level monster must be considerable. Unfortunately, with his current strength, he could only avoid this 6th-level monster, and as for its magic soul, it was better to leave it alone. Meow. The tabby cat in his arms softly called out, as if urging Wang Ning to delve deeper. "Little Tao, there's a 6th-level monster inside. We must not go too deep, and our actions must not be reckless, understand?" Wang Ning gently stroked the little Tao's head and cautioned. "Meow." Little Tao responded. Wang Ning then set the little Tao down. The little Tao continued to sniff the ground, this time moving slowly and cautiously forward, sniffing as it walked. But as they gradually advanced, Wang Ming suddenly realized that the direction the little Tao was sniffing towards was precisely the place where the 9th-level monster had been sealed, as they had arrived at the location where the demon essence flower was contested back then. What was the little Tao Tai really looking for? Wang Ming felt puzzled. Just then, meow. The little Tao's body trembled, letting out a cry, its forepaws gripping the ground tightly, muscles tensed and fur bristling as if facing a great enemy. Following that, the little Taodai took a deep breath and began to inhale. With such a simple action, the surrounding dense magical essence was all drawn in, completely entering the little Taota's nostrils. Wang Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, the name of the Taotai beast was not just for show. The little Taotai could truly devour magical essence. As it consumed the magical essence, the little Taota's fur gradually changed from its original yellow tiger stripes to a deep black. Its brick-red nose was still diligently inhaling, and its large, round, apricot-shaped eyes widened even more in effort. Its strong limbs gripped the ground, showcasing clearly defined muscles. Soon, the magical essence within a 100-meter radius was completely consumed, and the originally dark air suddenly became clear, as if a bright light had been pulled from the dark heart. The little Taota's fur had completely turned black, transforming it into a little black cat. After finishing its meal, the little Taotai licked its nose with its tongue, looking quite satisfied, then its body began to shake violently. During the shaking, the black color of its fur seemed to shake off like black dust clinging to its hair. Wang Ning watched in amazement. He activated the system to check the status of the Taotai beast. Target Taotai beast detection in progress. 30%, 50%, 80%, 100% detection successful. Soul beast, Taotai, soul beast status, initial body peak, bloodline, epic level, soul beast ability, feeds on magical essence, can devour any magical essence to enhance physique. Currently at the initial stage of Taotai, awaiting evolution. It seems the potential of the Taotai beast is quite significant. Wang Ning analyzed silently. It was currently at the initial body peak. If it consumed more magical essence, it should quickly advance to the mature stage. We're still a few kilometers away from that level 6 demon. Going a bit deeper shouldn't attract its attention. Wang Ning pondered for a moment and decided to take the little Taotai a few hundred meters deeper. Even if that level 6 demon discovered them, they could escape using the Thunder Soul Bone. Little Taotai, let's go a bit deeper. The deeper they went, the higher the concentration of magical essence in the air, and visibility became very low, with sight becoming blurry just a few meters away. Here, the concentration of magical essence around was already very high. Little Taotai, once you finish absorbing here, we'll retreat, Wang Ning said, patting the little Taota's head. Meow. The little Taotai responded. Then, the little Taotai continued its previous actions, its brick-red nose suddenly inhaling, and the surrounding magical essence flowed towards its nostrils as if summoned, gathering from all around and finally flowing into the little Taoya's small nostrils. The little Taoya's fur gradually turned black again. This time, Wang Ming noticed that the color change in the little Taoya's fur started from the roots, and as the color climbed to the tips, black substances would be expelled from the tips, falling onto its body. How amazing! Wang Ming exclaimed. Indeed, the world of Soul Masters was full of wonders. Soon, the magical essence within 100-meter radius was completely consumed by the little Taotai, creating a bright white area, as if a strong flashlight had suddenly illuminated a section of the night, but it was quickly tainted by the magical essence surging in from the surroundings. The little Taotai shook its body, its fur regaining its color, looking quite satisfied. Are you happy now? Wang Ming squatted down, stroking its soft head. If you're satisfied, let's head back. We can't go too deep. That level 6 demon inside is not something we can handle. Meow. The little Taotai responded, nudging his palm with its head. Wang Ming smiled, then placed it on his shoulder, controlling the 1,000 blades to swiftly rise and dash towards the front mountain of Baileon Mountain. As they exited, the trial base has begun repairs, and the system detected the presence of several Soul Emperors. Wang Ming did not dare to fly out boldly on his sword. Instead, he chose a detour to a place without Soul Emperors and used the Thunderbolt Soul Bone, quickly jumping out of the trial base. Fortunately, the trial base had not yet been fully repaired, otherwise, he would have likely been trapped inside. Once outside the trial base, Wang Ming quickly found Enru Shui's red supercar, got into the car, and sent her a message. Shui, I'm coming back for dinner tonight. After dinner, I'll take you out. Enru Shui was overjoyed to receive Wang Ming's text. He had been gone for 40 days, and she had been extremely worried, fearing he might have fallen into the hands of the Xin and Qin families. She had contacted Lu Xiaoyao several times for information, but Lu Xiaoyao also did not know Wang Ming's whereabouts. The two had been anxious for a long time, and today they finally received news from Wang Ming, and Enru Shui immediately sent a message to Lu Xiaoyao. Their relationship had not soured after breaking that barrier. Instead, it had deepened. Especially during Wang Ming's absence, they had been checking on each other daily and had talked a lot more. They had originally been good friends and sisters. However, the appearance of Xin Shangguan years ago had caused misunderstandings between Lu Xiaoyao and Enru Shui, which had now been completely resolved. Seeing Enru Shui's message, the stone in Lu Xiaoyao's heart finally fell. She replied to Enru Shui, saying she would cook dinner in the dormitory tonight, then changed into her pajamas and got dressed to go grocery shopping at the school supermarket. When Wang Ming returned to the dormitory entrance, a wave of delicious aromas greeted him. Lu Xiaoyao and Enru Shui were wearing aprons, standing gracefully at the stove, clearly dividing their tasks. One was cooking, and the other was chopping vegetables. It was obvious that Enru Shui was the assistant, while Lu Xiaoyao was the head chef. He was surprised. How did Lu Xiaoyao end up here? Minggu, where have you been for so long? We were so worried. I asked and saw several times, but she didn't know your whereabouts. Baishan, who had just seen the figure passing by the window, immediately opened the door and saw it was Wang Ming, scolding him. I had to take care of some things outside. Sorry to worry you, Wang Ming said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Minggu. Hearing the voices at the door, both Enru Shui and Lu Xiaoyao turned around with bright eyes, their faces filled with surprise. When they saw Wang Ming, two beams of light flashed in their eyes, and their joy was written all over their faces. Enru Shui ran out directly and threw herself into Wang Ming's arms. Minggu, where have you been for so long? You made us worry for so long. You can't go out next time. Enru Shui said, already shedding tears of concern. Wang Ming patted her head. I won't do it again next time. Shui, be good. I'm back now. Looking up, he saw Lu Xiaoyao joyfully running out as well, but she didn't dare to hug him like Enru Shui did. Instead, she nervously held the spatula, standing behind Enru Shui, her eyes full of concern. Minggu, you're back. Wang Ming smiled and nodded. Let's go inside. He whispered to Enru Shui, then turned to Baishan. Lao Bai, call Lao Lu over. We're having dinner at my place tonight. Got it. Baishan replied loudly, turning to find Lu Feifei. Yao. Wang Ming let go of Enru Shui and walked in front of Lu Xiaoyao, looking at her in an apron, holding the spatula, her expression shy. This was the kind of fear that came from facing the person she loved after Enru Shui had broken that barrier. Like the closer to home, the more timid. Wang Ming did not know what had happened between them and politely said, thank you for your trouble today. What trouble? Enru Shui said with a mischievous smile beside her. She's cooking for her beloved, how could it be? Shui jia. As Enruchi's words were not yet finished, Lu Xiaoyao immediately blushed and anxiously said to Enruchi, if you keep saying that, I won't talk to you anymore. Enruchi covered her mouth and laughed. Wang Ming could tell at a glance that they seemed to have a different relationship. He was not as dull as Guo Jing,
He had long sensed that Lu Xiaoyao had feelings for him. However, since he had already established a relationship with Enrushi, he naturally couldn't accept Lu Xiaoyao. But this time he returned, he found that they seemed to be coexisting peacefully. Could it be that he was being accommodated by them? Lu Xiaoyao's cooking skills were indeed impressive. The dining table in the dormitory was not very large, yet it was filled with delicacies. Aishan, Lu Feifei, Lu Xiaoyao, and Rushi, and Wang Ming, the 5 closest friends, ate and chatted happily. After dinner, they played for a while. By the time they finished, it was already 10:32 p.m. After Bai Yishan and Lu Feifei left, only the 3 of them remained in the dormitory. Wang Ming mysteriously said to them, "Come on, I'll take you two to a mysterious place." And Rushi recalled what he had said earlier and curiously asked, "Is it the place you promised to take me to? Where exactly is it?" Lu Xiaoyao had long known about Wang Ming's other identity and vaguely guessed that he might be taking them to the Xin residence. "No, it should be the Wang residence now. You'll know when you get there." Wang Ming mysteriously scratched her nose and turned to Lu Xiaoyao, saying, "Let's go." "You know?" And Rushi keenly sensed Lu Xiaoyao and Wang Ming's actions and turned to ask Lu Xiaoyao, I should know, right?" Lu Xiaoyao said somewhat timidly, "So you two have secrets from me too?" And Rushi said slightly displeased, "I was just about to tell you." "Don't ask now, you'll know when we get there." Wang Ming patted her head and took her hand to walk out of the dormitory, while Lu Xiaoyao locked the door and followed them down. Wang Ming and Enrushi sat in the back seat, while Lu Xiaoyao drove. Wang Ming still didn't know the roads in Kyoto. The night in Kyoto was even more bustling, with lights illuminating almost the entire city, and vehicles and pedestrians bustling everywhere, especially the young girls dressed in cool clothes, some even in shorts, walking down the streets, attracting countless gazes. "Where exactly are we going?" And Rushi curiously looked at the route, which was heading towards the city center of Kyoto. "Don't ask, you'll know when we get there," Wang Ming said mysteriously, and Rushi pouted but became even more curious. As the vehicle slowly entered the city and turned right into the unique street of the Xin family, and Rushi's eyes widened. "This is the Xin family. Master Wang's house." "Minggu, Xiaoyao, are we really going to find Master Wang?" "Minggu, do you also know Master Wang?" And Rushi was shocked. She knew Lu Xiaoyao was acquainted with Master Wang, but she never expected that Wang Ming also knew him. Lu Xiaoyao smiled and said, "Sister Shui, you'll know soon. Not only do I know him, but you also know him." "I know him too?" And Rushi pointed at her own nose. "Yes." Lu Xiaoyao nodded confidently. Lu Xiaoyao's car smoothly drove into the quaint courtyard, parked in the garage, and the 3 of them got out of the car. And Rushi looked at them in confusion and whispered, "Are you sure we can just come in like this? The master won't blame us, will he? If he gets angry, we can't afford it." Lu Xiaoyao covered her mouth and laughed. "Sister Shui, don't worry, he wouldn't dare to be angry with you." Saying this, she looked at Wang Ming. Wang Ming scratched his nose and said, "Come on, let's go in." Just as they reached the door, He Zhangong had already received the news and was waiting at the entrance. Seeing Wang Ming and the others come in, he quickly opened the door from the inside and respectfully bowed to Wang Ming. "Welcome back, master." And Rushi was just about to greet He Zhangong politely when she was stunned by the scene before her. He Zhangong's master? That mysterious forging master? It was Wang Ming? "Why you?" And Rushi looked at Wang Ming with disbelief in her bright eyes and exclaimed, "You are Master Wang?" Wang Ming smiled at Enrushi and gently said, "What, doesn't it look like me?" Lu Xiaoyao, standing beside her, said, "Sister Shui, although it's hard to believe, Brother Ming is indeed the mysterious master that the 5 great families, for prestigious academies, military, and forging world have all tried to win over." And Rushi still found it hard to believe that precious soul tool of yours was also forged by Brother Ming. Lu Xiaoyao nodded. "I mentioned before that Brother Ming helped me a lot, and this is it." My goodness. And Rushi even doubted whether she was dreaming. Wang Ming, her beloved boyfriend, the garbage king of Linjiang, not only a full red talent holder and a 900,000-year soul ring owner, but also a mysterious forging master, a master who even Master Tang Hao from the capital admired. "Brother Ming, when did you start forging?" And Rushi asked incredulously. Wang Ming honestly replied, "Don't you remember the soul tool I contracted in Linjiang? My royal grade soul tool was forged from discarded garbage, and it was then that I became enamored with the path of forging." "Brother Ming, you are amazing." And Rushi looked at Wang Ming with starry eyes, filled with admiration. Although she had doubts about Wang Ming's words, she knew that everyone in the cultivation world had their own secrets, and she believed in her brother Ming, so she didn't delve deeper into the matter. As long as he had the ability, the stronger the better. "Come on, let's go in and take a good look at the residence of this forging master," Wang Ming said, opening his arms generously. The 2 women exchanged smiles and followed behind him. This truly deserved to be called the #1 residence in the capital, covering an area of 16 acres. This was the city center of the capital, and to occupy such a large area here was enough to show the power and influence of the residence's owner. In front were several courtyards, connected by corridors, and between the courtyards, it was indeed a building every 5 steps, a pavilion every 10 steps, with winding corridors and high eaves, each embracing the terrain, with intricate designs. Looking at the rooftops, the structure was free of nails and iron, and all the furniture in the house was in traditional Chinese style, showcasing the family's grandeur. There was even more that Wang Ming had never heard of or seen before. He could only look on in admiration, marveling at the extravagance of the wealthy. In such a large courtyard, under He Jingang's guidance, they spent a full hour just exploring the front courtyards before arriving at the back, where a 10-meter-high artificial hill suddenly appeared before them. The autumn wind had fallen, leaving the ground covered in golden leaves. Under the silver-white moonlight, it had a unique charm. The artificial lake rippled gently, the water was crystal clear, and fish swam in the water, truly a serene and elegant place in the city.
The surrounding lanterns were ancient Chia phone lamps, reflecting beautiful scenes in the lake.
The Xan family really knows how to enjoy life, making one feel as if they are in an ancient royal residence, Lu Xiaoyao said. She had visited the Xan family a few times but had never roamed so freely. Today, strolling comfortably within, it made her feel as if she were in an ancient dynasty. This residence was originally a royal palace, and Rushi said. Now, it is our residence. Wang Ming said with a smile, from now on, we are its masters. Who are we? And Rushi said mischievously, now you really don't need that broken house in Linjiang to marry a wife. With so many courtyards here, I just looked around, and it's enough for you to marry 7 or 8 wives. Then she turned to Lu Xiaoyao and asked, Xiaoyao, which one did you like just now? Lu Xiaoyao's cheeks flushed. I don't have. If you don't choose, I'll choose for you, and Rushui smiled, looking at Wang Ming and said, Brother Ming, which room are you planning to stay in? Wang Ming replied with a smile, I don't care, the place I stay doesn't matter to me, any room is fine. Master, both of you can just turn around for now, I'll take my leave. He Zhangong saw that they were about to flirt, and it was inappropriate for him to stand there, so he quickly stepped back. Let's go to that patch of fallen leaves over there. And Rushui pointed to the small slope in the forest path ahead, covered with fallen leaves. The 3 of them walked over. On the small slope, there were a few stones with some words carved on them. They sat on the stones, the moonlight shining brightly above them, the lake shimmering in front, and the beautiful women by their side, with a faint fragrance wafting through the air. Wang Ming suddenly felt a wave of contentment. Life should be like this. Far up the cold mountain, the stone path slopes down, white clouds drift deep into the homes of people. Stopping my car, I sit in love with the maple forest at dusk. The frost leaves are redder than the flowers of February. Lu Xiaoyao gazed at the autumn scenery and couldn't help but recite this poem. And Rushui smiled dreamily. Yao Yao, what were you just reciting? Lu Xiaoyao said, a poem, by the Tang Dynasty poet Du. Recite the last 2 lines again. Stopping my car, I sit in love with the maple forest. Lu Xiaoyao immediately realized this was in Rushui's prank. Her cheeks flushed. Sister Shui, you're so annoying. And Rushui laughed and said, maple forest, making love, with whom? Wang Ming shook his head helplessly, enjoying the feeling of relaxation and freedom. He wrapped his arms around their shoulders, pulling them back so they lay on the stones, gazing at the bright moon above. Brother Ming. And Rushui lay on Wang Ming's chest, softly calling out. Wang Ming stroked her silky hair. Lu Xiaoyao timidly lay in Wang Ming's embrace, too nervous to move. Yao Yao said she wants you to kiss her, and Rushui said, Lu Xiaoyao, huh? Wang Ming slightly turned his head to glance at Lu Xiaoyao lying beside him, smiling as he stroked her head but did not kiss her. This feeling is really nice, Wang Ming said, looking at the moon. I really wish tonight could last forever, lying in your arms, listening to your heartbeat, gazing at the pure white moonlight, not thinking about anything, not doing anything, just letting time freeze at this moment, Rushui said. Wang Ming replied. Lu Xiaoyao also felt this was the best. She wanted her life to be forever frozen at this moment, and she would be very satisfied. The 3 of them lay quietly like this. The noisy city could not penetrate the tranquil courtyard. They felt as if they were in ancient times, without the honking of cars, without the glare of lights, only the gentle moonlight caressing the earth, shining in their eyes. Tonight, the night breeze blows, and the moon is beautiful. They embraced happiness, quietly admiring the moonlight. Before long, Wang Ming heard the even breathing of Rushui and Lu Xiaoyao. He lowered his head slightly and saw that both women had peacefully fallen asleep on his chest, their lips curling into sweet smiles. After lying like this for a while, Wang Ming gently got up, carefully placing Lu Xiaoyao beside him, then picked up Rushui and walked into the house ahead, laying her on the bed, covering her with a quilt, and immediately returning. Lu Xiaoyao was sound asleep. He cautiously extended his arm to wrap around her plump thigh, holding her waist and gently lifting her up.
Lu Xiaoyao's eyes fluttered slightly, slowly opening.
The two looked at each other.
Brother Ming, Lu Xiaoyao shyly lowered her gaze, not daring to look.
Seeing this, Wang Ming lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. Her tender lips felt like jelly, soft and bouncy. She trembled lightly as if electrified, then passionately wrapped her arms around his neck, returning the kiss fervently. Their breaths intertwined, passion igniting like fire under the bright moonlight. She held him tightly, her breathing becoming heavier. Wang Ming held her back with one hand, while the other began to climb up involuntarily, as if navigating. He felt a heat all over his body, his heart seemed to leap to his throat, and the warmth of her soft palm intoxicated him. Her silky hair brushed against his neck, making him feel as if he might burn up. A tide of passion surged within his chest, blood rushing to his face. He pressed her down beneath him, aiming for a state of unity between them. Lu Xiaoyao's small body trembled, her breath hot and rapid, responding to the urgency of their passion. They only parted reluctantly when their breaths became somewhat suffocating. Their faces were flushed, breathing heavy.
Xiaoyao, Wang Ming said, holding Lu Xiaoyao, it's getting late. I should take you home.
Lu Xiaoyao softly replied with an but her hands clung tightly to Wang Ming, her face pressed against his, as if feeling.
Wang Ming dared not delay any longer.
Too much friction could spark a terrible fire, so he quickly carried her back.
The next morning,
He Zhanggang handed Wang Ming the soul rings left by the 5 great families, and after having breakfast at the mansion, the three returned to the academy.
At 10:32 a.m., announcement.
All elite students outside the academy must gather in the school motto conference room by 12:30 p.m. today. Those who fail to arrive on time will be automatically expelled.
Please be informed. Kyoto Academy Notification Office.
Just as Wang Ming finished his shower and came out, he saw a text message on his phone and paused. This was the first time he had received a message from the academy since enrolling, and he was puzzled about how the school got his phone number. The phone card was bought for him by Shui, and he didn't think he had told the school. All elite students, could something have happened again? With this doubt, Wang Ming summoned his soul beast and went out.
Brother Ming.
As soon as he stepped outside, Bai Yishan and Lu Feifei, who had just left their dormitory, greeted him in the hallway.
Wang Ming responded while asking, "Did you guys receive the text from the academy just now?"
Lu Feifei replied, "Of course.
We are elites." Wang Ming smiled. "Do you know what it's about?"
Bai Yishan walked over and said loudly, "My dad called me last night and said there might be an abnormal situation in the north. The current situation is unknown, and there are regional restrictions. Soldan level experts can't get in at all, and even if they do, they can't move an inch, as they are directly locked by space."
Wang Ming frowned. Even Soul Saint level experts can't get in?
Bai Yishan shook his head, lowering his voice further. "My dad heard that she seems to have gone in, and not long after, she came out. That's why he issued orders to all academies nationwide to gather all elite disciples to enter, as if to retrieve something.
If they can't get in, wouldn't we just be walking to our deaths?" Wang Ming frowned.
"I don't know, but people from other countries will also go in, so we not only have to face demons but also people from other countries, which is very dangerous," Bai Yishan said.
"Actually, it's not that bad,
because the demons inside are also restricted, with no demons above level 4, Lu Feifei said nonchalantly.
Wang Ming nodded.
The three walked towards the cafeteria, and halfway there, they received text messages from Enrushui and Lu Xiaoyao, telling them their location. They also ordered food for them, and Lu Feifei swiped her card, choosing a seat by the window.
Wang Ming glanced out the window and happened to see Enrushui's red sports car parked downstairs. Lu Feifei said beside him, "Truly worthy of a big family, the sports car is custom-made. Hey, Brother Ming, do you know how much this car costs in soul coins?" Wang Ming guessed, "At least 1 million, right?" "A million?" Lu Feifei looked at Wang Ming with an ignorant expression. "1 million would only buy a car door. This car costs 30 million when it hits the ground. TSK, Brother Ming really knows how to choose a wife. You're simply my idol, the Laoi of Kyoto."
"Put."
Bai Yishan couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Wang Ming said, "If you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute." Bai Yishan replied, "Brother Ming, I think what the fat guy said is actually quite fitting. Look at Zhang Tianjing, Lu Xiaoyao, and Enrushui, they are the 3 beauties of Kyoto.
If you manage to get them all, wouldn't that make you the Kyoto Lao AI?" Although Wang Ming felt they had a point, he couldn't help but want to hit them. "I think you guys are itching for a beating. What are you talking about?"
Enrushui walked over and sat down next to Wang Ming, smiling brightly. "Nothing at all," Bai Yishan quickly said. "Right, we didn't say Brother Ming is the Kyoto Lao AI, Lu Feifei chimed in cheekily.
"Kyoto Lao AI?
Enrushui was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood and burst into laughter. looking at Wang Ming as she laughed. Wang Ming's fists clenched. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Qiaoyao approached, seeing them so amused, and sat on the other side of Wang Ming, looking at them curiously. We didn't say anything. Ha ha. Bai Yishan was starting to lose it. Right, we didn't say Brother Ming. Ha 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 ha. Lu Feifei's composure was even worse than Bai Yishan's, and she couldn't hold back her laughter halfway through. And Rushui grabbed Wang Ming's arm, laughing so hard she was shaking. Lu Qiaoyao was infected by their laughter and asked Wang Ming, "Brother Ming, what are they really laughing about?" Wang Ming was speechless and said to Lu Qiaoyao, "These two are just asking for a beating. Just wait and see how I deal with them." Lu Qiaoyao asked, "So what did they say?" Wang Ming replied, "They said I'm the Kyoto Lao AI. Kyoto Lao AI? Lu Qiaoyao was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Seeing them all laughing, Wang Ming couldn't help but laugh too. During the meal, the five of them laughed and coughed, and finally finished eating. Looking at the time, it was already 12:01, so they cleaned up the dishes and headed towards the meeting room for the academy's motto. There were already quite a few people in the meeting room. All the students made way for Wang Ming and the others as they entered, and Wang Ming walked down the aisle to the front row, where the names of the five of them were prominently displayed, with Wang Ming in the center. This was the treatment of the newcomer king. Not long after Wang Ming sat down, a sound of footsteps came from the front, and the dean, Hong Kajin, the vice dean, Xin Jitin, the director, Jia Shuiren, and the newcomer king mentor, Li Huayuan, walked in and took their seats at the front. "Is everyone here?" Hong Kajin asked Li Huayuan. Li Huayuan scanned the room and, seeing no empty seats, replied, "Dean, everyone is here. Today, I've gathered everyone to inform you of something," Hong Kajin said. "Last night, a large-scale demonic presence suddenly appeared to the north. This demonic energy is extremely dense and has a strong suppressive effect. Experts above the Soul Pill Mirror cannot enter. The country issued an emergency notice last night, asking all universities to gather elite students to go to this area, find an egg, and bring it back." An egg? Everyone was a bit surprised. "We're not sure what kind of egg it is. You'll only know once you enter. The situation inside is unknown, and the danger level is very high, but this concerns the nation. As students of our dragon country, you must take on this responsibility. Since this area borders the other three countries, they will also send their elite students in, so you must ensure that you bring this egg out safely." Cough. Xin interjected, "This operation is very dangerous, and the number of people should not be too many. The country has limited slots for other universities. We 4 major universities each have 5 slots, and these 5 slots will be selected from among you. According to the country's requirements, all elite students must participate in the selection process and cannot give up. No slacking off. Of course, it goes without saying that our academy's newcomer king, Wang Ming, is the first in line to secure a spot. If anyone present disagrees, they can challenge him." Hong Kajin and the others looked at Xin in surprise. Who made this decision? However, due to the large number of teachers and students present, and Wang Ming's undeniable strength as the newcomer king, no one spoke up. The gazes of the others turned to Wang Ming, and no one dared to propose a challenge. "Are you kidding? Everyone here was saved by Wang Ming from the trial base, who didn't know his strength. Since there are no objections, the other 4 spots will be selected from among you. The selection will take place this afternoon, and tomorrow morning, a special vehicle will take you to that area." Since the number of participants was not large, the selection ended in just 1 hour. The final participants were Wang Ming and Rushui, Lu Qiaoyao, Bai Yishan, and Lu Feifei. Originally, Bai Yishan and Lu Feifei's strengths were hard to distinguish among the many elite students, but after taking the magic essence flower gifted by Wang Ming, their soul rings reached the 10,000-year level. Coupled with their second soul rings also being of the 10,000-year level, their soul power surged, allowing them to defeat several unconvinced students and successfully secure their spots. During this selection, Wang Ming discovered that Rushui and the others had all reached the Great Soul Master level. It seemed that while he was diligently cultivating, everyone else was also training hard. And Rushui was a 23rd level Great Soul Master, with a first soul ring of 70,000 years and a second soul ring of 90,000 years. Lu Qiaoyao was a 23rd level Great Soul Master, with a first soul ring of 7,000 years and a second soul ring of 50,000 years. Bai Yishan was a 22nd level Great Soul Master, with a first soul ring of 20,000 years and a second soul ring of 40,000 years. Lu Feifei was a 21st level Great Soul Master, with a first soul ring of 10,000 years and a second soul ring of 30,000 years. Wang Ming relied entirely on his terrifying reputation to suppress any challenges. No one dared to confront him. At the same time, he also realized that although Rushui and the others had leveled up to above level 20, in terms of soul power, they were no match for him. His level 20 was simply too abnormal. After the selection ended, Hong Kajin called the 5 of them to his office, specifically advising them to be cautious and careful, and he also gave each of them some emergency treatment medicine and monster cores, reminding Wang Ming, as the newcomer king of the Kyoto Academy, when you go out, you represent the Kyoto Academy. You must not act recklessly, understand? Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. You must ensure their safe return. Wang Ming replied, rest assured, Dean, I will bring them back safely. The next morning, Wang Ming and the others arrived at the school gate at the agreed time, all dressed in the academy's stylish long robes. A luxury MPV was parked at the entrance, and inside sat Chao Shuiren, with Li Huayuan driving. Get in the car, Chao Shuiren said. No way, Director Chao, Teacher Li, are we really taking a car? Lu Feifei complained, it's so far, my poor but will turn into iron. Yes, we're driving, Li Huayuan explained, there is a high-speed train going north from Kyoto, but it doesn't reach the final destination, and even when we get there, we still have a long way to go. We must drive. This vehicle has been specially modified, it will take us at most 2 days to arrive. Director Chao and I will take turns driving, so you can rest. Wang Ming felt helpless. Be grateful, Chao Shuiren said, at least we have a special vehicle, you can recline the seats and rest. Other academy students are all taking buses. Well, a special vehicle is better, let's take the special vehicle. After the comparison, Lu Feifei immediately felt no complaints. Is it really a 2-day journey? Wang Ming asked. To be precise, it's 2 days and 2 nights, Chao Shuiren said. Wang Ming, everyone has high expectations for you in this operation. You must do your best. Under no circumstances can you let the monsters or foreigners take that egg. Okay, Wang Ming nodded. Lu Feifei directly laid back on the chair, starting to take a nap, while Baishan took out a demon core and began to cultivate in his palm. Lu Qiaoyao also took out a demon core to start her cultivation, and Rushui sat beside them, surrounded by a fragrant aroma, leaning against Wang Ming's shoulder, comfortably closing her eyes. Wang Ming sniffed the fragrance of her hair, took out a demon core, and began to cultivate silently. The entire carriage fell into silence, accompanied only by the sound of the engine throughout the journey. In a villa in the city, the Xin family, Xin Jingzai sat on the sofa, holding a cigar, a cold smile on his face. The 5 candidates from the Kyoto Academy this time are quite good. Wang Ming and Rushui, Lu Qiaoyao, Baishan, Lu Feifei, all of them are Wang Ming's friends and brothers. Interesting. Chen Zili, sitting opposite, said, going to the northern frontier, the odds are against them. Wang Ming and the others shouldn't expect to come back alive. Xin Zhengzai continued, originally, when they participated in the trial, I secretly intervened, using the demon essence flower as bait to lure that level 6 demon out to kill Wang Ming. I didn't expect them to escape with their lives. That demon essence flower was your doing? Chen Zili was shocked. Xin Zhengzai sneered, what do you think? With such harsh growing conditions, the demon essence flower could not be exposed so openly. I initially wanted to lure out that level 8 demon, but upon discovering the demon essence flower, I used it as bait and indeed lured out a level 6 demon. I thought that this level 6 demon would take their lives, but unexpectedly, they still managed to survive. This time on the northern frontier, I want to see if Wang Ming still has such good luck to come back alive. Chen Zili looked at Xin Zhengzai in surprise, then thought for a moment and said, you should have mentioned this earlier. My son almost died in there. Xin Zhengzai apologized, I'm sorry, it was a tight schedule, and I didn't have time to say it. So how do you plan to deal with Wang Ming and the others this time in the northern frontier? This time, we don't need to intervene. The dangers inside the northern frontier are beyond our reach, and she will also be watching. We can't act, but if they want to come out alive, they will probably have to shed some skin. Xin Zhengzai said confidently. Chen Zili raised his eyelids to look at Xin Zhengzai. Brother Xin is so sure, do you have some insider information? Xin Zhengzai shifted his position, sinking deep into the sofa, and smiled, to tell you the truth, although the demons inside are level 4, their strength is extraordinary. Although these demons can only appear within a certain range, the egg they want is right among these demons. Of course, there are also many treasures and secrets unknown to us inside. Letting these great soul masters search for secrets is no different from seeking death. Chen Zili nodded, then thought of his son being inside, saying, no, I need to send a message to Tianyi to let him be careful and avoid any accidents. Xin Zhengzai nodded, his gaze turning to the window. This time, Wang Ming absolutely shouldn't expect to come back alive from that place. 2 days and 2 nights later, the car stopped at a desolate hillside. As Wang Ming and the others got out, a dry, cold wind rushed towards them, the chilly air pouring down their necks, causing everyone to instinctively tighten their clothes as they stepped out of the car. It had already snowed here. The weather today was nice, with the sun shining brightly, but the winter sun was like a light in a refrigerator, bright but without warmth, and the snow on the hillside could not melt. Wang Ming, wearing his winter school uniform, circulated his soul power within his body, so he felt no cold. Lu Xiaoyao and the others got out of the car, frowning as they surveyed their surroundings. Looking out over the hillside, the distant sky and earth were a deep black, as if it were raining black rain, connecting that area into one. That should be the destination they were to explore on this trip. Zhao Xueran got out of the car and said to Wang Ming, "Let's go, everyone else has arrived today. Once everyone is here, you can enter together." "Brother Ming." Just as they walked down the slope, a familiar voice came from the side. It was Zhang Tianjing, and there were people from the Baifeng Academy in the tent, including a teacher who had come to recruit students for the Lingjiang Academy, still wearing that alluring red outfit. "Wang Daming, do you remember me?" The female teacher walked to the entrance of the tent and smiled at Wang Ming. "Hello, teacher, of course I remember. I was honored by your attention at Lingjiang," Wang Ming replied with a smile. "I didn't realize back then that your potential was so great. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have let Li Huayuan take you away," the red-dressed teacher said with a smile. "Then I wouldn't have to suffer from the longing of Baifeng Academy's new star, the campus beauty." Teacher Yang Zhang Tianjing said, her cheeks slightly flushed. All right, no more talking." She then looked at Lu Xiaoyao and Enrushui beside Wang Ming, chuckling, "This kid really has quite the luck with the ladies. The three beauties of Kyoto have all been taken by you. TSK. You really are like Lao Ai of the Qin state." Put. As soon as she said this, Bai Shan and Lu Feifei couldn't help but laugh. Lu Xiaoyao and Enrushui maintained their ladylike demeanor but couldn't help covering their mouths and giggling. Wang Ming felt a black line on his forehead. It seemed that this label of being like Lao Ai of Kyoto would stick with him for life. "Teacher Yang, how can you make fun of the students?" Zhao Xueran walked over, smiling at Teacher Yang. "You all arrived so quickly. I just got here after switching with Oldly." Teacher Yang rolled her eyes. "With your speed, you're like a turtle." At that moment, a bus arrived beside the mountain road, and a group of people got off, roughly the same age as them, seemingly top students from other academies. Behind the bus, the vehicles from Qinglong Academy and National Defense Academy pulled over to the side of the road. "They're all here, let's get ready." Li Huayuan slowly walked over, looking at the students getting off the bus. There are 12 first-tier academies, 2 spots each, 24 second-tier academies, 1 spot each, totaling 48 people, plus 20 from the 4 major academies, making 68 of you on this trip. Everyone nodded. Xiao Yaojun from the National Defense Academy spotted Wang Ming and the others from a distance and walked over with a smile to greet them. Chen Zili from Qinglong Academy hated Wang Ming to the core and naturally wouldn't walk with them. The other academy students, seeing the 4 major academies people, felt a sense of inferiority brought on by the academy's pressure, daring neither to come down easily nor to greet them, huddling near the bus, chatting with those they knew, while remaining silent with those they didn't. But their gazes occasionally drifted toward the 4 major academies. "Everyone, gather under the dragon flag." At that moment, a bright light flashed, and a figure stood in the air, looking down at the crowd below, a powerful voice resonating with soul power in the air. It was a master of the soul sect level. "Let's go down." Zhao Xueran glanced at the person and said to them. Everyone walked toward the dragon flag, and the other academy students followed behind. They quickly arrived beneath the fluttering dragon flag, and the figure in the sky slowly descended, standing on the platform under the dragon flag. "Today, you all know the purpose of your visit here," he said, pointing to the distance behind him. Everyone followed his finger to see a dark area in the distance. "Entering this place is fraught with danger, but as the elites of Longhua, you have a duty. I will be here waiting for your safe return." Upon entering this place, there are no distinctions of academies, only comrades and siblings. Tear off the emblems of your schools and replace them with the emblem of the Dragon Kingdom. Once you enter here, you will face not only demons but also soul masters from other countries. I won't waste words. After changing your emblems, you will set off. With a wave of his hand, countless emblems were precisely delivered to each student below. The emblems were rectangular, the same size as the school emblems, with the flag of the Dragon Kingdom printed on them, representing the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Ning tore off the emblem of his school from his shoulder and affixed the emblem of the Dragon Kingdom. "All right, everyone, let's set off." The one above shouted. "Let's go!" Wang Ming said to Enrushui and the others beside him, then released 1,000 blades, controlling the flying daggers to shoot up first. Enrushui and the others each used their soul power, either controlling soul beasts or soul tools, heading forward. Wang Ming looked back. Only then did he notice that beneath Enrushui's feet was a 3-tailed white fox, which was cute and agile, flying through the air. The cold wind was biting. As they gradually approached this blackened land, Wang Ming sensed an invisible pressure. The pitch-black unknown gave him an inexplicable feeling of unease. He looked up, and the blackness shot up into the clouds, resembling a sudden cliff that appeared between heaven and earth. The demonic energy inside did not spill out, as if it were being controlled by something. As they got closer, Wang Ming could see more clearly that there seemed to be an invisible membrane separating the rampant demonic energy inside from the outside. Standing in front of this membrane and looking up brought an even stronger visual shock. This membrane seemed to come from beyond the planet, with no end in sight.
Such dense demonic energy!
And Rushui exclaimed, her eyes filled with shock as she looked inside. The thick demonic gas had stained the world within black, a complete blackness where visibility did not exceed half a meter, instilling a sense of unknown fear. The others, upon seeing this, all showed signs of unease on their faces. In the face of such a situation, to say they were not afraid would be a lie. The people from the 4 major academies focused their attention on Wang Ming, and soon more people turned their gaze toward him. Those from other academies began to whisper among themselves upon seeing Wang Ming, the man who had long been a hot topic and naturally drew attention.
Wang Ming slowly extended his hand toward that membrane.
To his surprise, it seemed as if that membrane did not exist. His fingers entered the pitch-black demonic space without any obstruction, and he felt nothing unusual.
Wang Ming frowned.
The more this happened, the more he felt that this place was extraordinary.
Shui, Yao Yao, old Bai, old Lu, stay close to me, and don't fall behind.
Wang Ming said to them, then shouted to the people behind, everyone, visibility inside is extremely low. If you don't want to be left alone, stay close to me. After saying this, Wang Ming took a deep breath, his muscles tensed, soul power quietly circulating, and he slowly stepped forward, crossing into the space filled with demonic energy. Buzz! The moment Wang Ming stepped into the demonic space, a sound rang in his ears, and the world before him seemed to reverse, making him dizzy, while his body felt weightless. Realizing that the flying daggers had lost control of their soul power, he immediately closed his eyes to avoid the effects of dizziness, reacting in the moment of sudden change, his high nose bridge making his calm face appear even more stern. His right hand pointed like a sword in front of his brow, using soul power to control the 1,000 blades. When his feet steadied on the 1,000 blades again, the feeling of weightlessness disappeared. With a single wave of his hand, a golden soul ring transformed into a golden bracelet, spinning on his left wrist, always ready to strike. After doing all this, Wang Ming slowly opened his deep, star-like eyes. Before him lay a desolate scene, not the pitch blackness he had imagined. The entire world was a shade of black and gray, with visibility akin to a crescent moonlit night, yet it was daytime. His gaze extended, and he could see no boundaries. He turned around and saw no sign of Enrushui and the others, nor could he see the membrane that had been there when he entered.
Could it be that this is a space of its own?
Wang Ming gently waved his right hand, and the flying knife beneath him spun and flew back in the direction he had come from.
After about 10 minutes of flying, he still couldn't see the way back. Perhaps the dizziness just now made me lose my direction, Wang Ming speculated.
Using his previous direction as a reference, he tried flying from other directions, but he still couldn't see that membrane and didn't encounter any classmates who had entered here, as if this world contained only him. Search within a 5-kilometer radius for all people and monsters.
Wang Ming activated the system. System detecting. 50%, 80%,
100%, detection successful, no targets detected within a 5-kilometer range.
The system's gentle female voice echoed in his mind, causing Wang Ming's heart to sink. Could it be that this space really contained only him? Strange.
After pondering for a moment, Wang Ming manipulated his fingers and directed the flying knife toward a certain direction. The system continuously monitored the surroundings, and finally, after about half an hour of flying, it detected the presence of level 2 and level 3 monsters nearby.
This eased his tense heart considerably.
The existence of monsters indicated that this space was not just occupied by him, perhaps it was vast, and everyone had been transported to different locations the moment they entered.
Boom!
Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed, as if someone was fighting. Wang Ming was overjoyed. He finally saw other people and immediately accelerated toward the battle. The distance of several kilometers was covered in just a few breaths, and when he reached the outskirts of the fight, he was stunned to see a level 3 monster on the opposite side. The monster resembled a bull, with 2 horns on its head and a tail as long as a whip, but it was terrifyingly large. From a distance, this bull stood about 8 or 9 meters tall, as high as a 3-story building, and was over 10 meters long. Its massive body, combined with its formidable strength, indicated that this monster's power far exceeded that of an ordinary level 3 monster. It was likely comparable to a level 4 or even higher monster. Looking at the people fighting this monster, there were 7 unknown students, their arm badges clearly indicating they were from the Dragon Kingdom. It seemed that everyone around him was from the Dragon Kingdom, and they were not far apart. If Enrushui and the others were alone against such a scale of monsters, they would undoubtedly be in danger.
With this thought, a worried expression appeared on Wang Ming's face.
Classmate, the monsters here are strange.
we are struggling to fight them. We need your help." The students engaged in battle called out to Wang Ming for assistance upon seeing him. They were all top students from various academies in the Dragon Kingdom. How could he not help? Wang Ming waved his hand, and the flying knife shot toward the monster with a whoosh. A flash of red light appeared in midair, and the next second, it was right above the monster's head. Clang! The monster sensed the power of the strike and suddenly raised its front hooves, charging at the incoming knife like a ram, producing a crisp sound as it collided with the blade. The flying knife was actually knocked away by its head and embedded heavily into a nearby dead tree trunk. Ha! Wang Ming was surprised. The royal-grade soul weapon, under the enhancement of his level 28 soul power, had failed to slay this level 3 monster with a single strike. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a deep wound between the monster's 2 horns, but it had not caused a fatal injury, indicating the monster's strong defense and vigorous vitality. Don't underestimate it, classmate. This monster's combat power can at least match that of a level 4 monster outside. The student fighting in front was startled by Wang Ming's strike and quickly explained. Moo! The monster let out an angry roar, its eyes turning red as it charged violently at the people in front. Everyone hurriedly took to the air, dodging the attacks of the demon, and soon each unleashed their soul power to engage in battle. Among them, the strongest was a soul beast master, whose soul beast was a poisonous scorpion. It could entangle with the demon for a moment, but could not inflict any real damage. Wang Ming, however, had no intention of wasting time with this demon. First soul skill. He raised his hand, his sharp gaze fixed on the demon ahead. A black-red light shone from above his head, illuminating the surroundings instantly. As the soul ring slowly rose, it expanded, resembling the eye of a demon, hovering in the air. Ancient desolation. With a gentle downward motion of his finger, an ancient aura surged from the black-red soul ring. The terrifying soul power quickly condensed within the soul ring, bringing with it a sense of age and an overwhelming pressure that made everything around seem to freeze. One finger. The soul power rapidly condensed into a yellow finger within the soul ring. As Wang Ming pressed down with his finger, the enormous finger in the soul ring seemed to move slowly, pointing down at the demon below. Ripples of air spread around the finger. The few students who had just witnessed this scene gasped in shock. They all had soul rings, but why was his so terrifying? It's a 900,000-year soul ring. He is the new king of the Kyoto Academy, Wang Ming. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. What? He is Wang Ming? Damn, this is the first time I've seen a living idol. Others exclaimed in awe. The demon sensed the life-threatening pressure from that finger and, enraged, began to dig its hind hooves into the ground, its crimson eyes fixated on the finger that made it uneasy, snorting heavily through its nostrils. Roar! With a long, deep roar, the demon suddenly exerted all its strength and charged at the finger. As the finger descended, the demon leaped from the ground, its front hooves bent, neck arched, and head thrusting fiercely against the finger. Boom! The impact between the finger and the top of the demon's head produced a thunderous sound, and a terrifying shockwave of energy rapidly spread out, creating gusts of wind. The moment the demon made contact with the finger, its entire body went rigid. Boom! Another loud explosion followed. The enormous finger unleashed a terrifying force, sending the demon's body flying back like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a deep pit several meters wide, with cracks spreading around it. Silence enveloped the area. The pupils of the few students trembled in their sockets. The scene they had just witnessed shattered their understanding of great soul masters. Somewhere in the demon-infested land, and Rushui felt a wave of dizziness upon entering, her body spinning like a leaf caught in a whirlpool, disoriented and faint. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Pain coursed through her body, likely from a fall from a great height. Fortunately, her soul bone protected her from death. Looking around, she realized she was alone. Wang Ming, Lu Qiaoyao, and the others who had entered with her were nowhere to be seen. I wonder how Minggu and the others are doing. And Rushui felt a twinge of worry. Her gaze swept around, the gray surroundings making it hard to discern direction. After a moment of thought, she chose a direction she recognized, summoned her soul beast, and took to the skies. I hope they are safe. Wandering blindly like this, it will be hard to meet up with them in a short time, and I can't even determine my own position. This place is truly strange. She scanned the area below, fully alert, her mind racing. Roar! At that moment, a demon's roar echoed ahead. The roar was deep and powerful, sending terrifying sound waves rippling through the air, as if demonstrating strength, or perhaps warning. Awah! The roar of the first beast had not yet ended when another cry rang out, two sound waves colliding in the air, producing a buzzing sound, as if the air in this world rippled like the surface of water, and Rushi's heart jolted. What level of demon was this, that even its roar held such power? She waved her jade hand, and the three-tailed white fox quickly shrank to the size of a normal house cat,
diving into her embrace as her feet swiftly touched the ground. Hiding behind a rock, she cautiously poked her head out to take a look, and saw two towering demons, each several dozen meters high, a sight reminiscent of dinosaurs from the Jurassic period, their massive bodies emitting deafening roars as they glared at each other, warning one another. What kind of demons are these? And Rushi was utterly shocked. She had never seen such a form of demon before, and their strength seemed to be at level 4, yet they possessed such terrifying power. This place was indeed strange. Demons fighting each other are either after treasures or territory, and Rushi thought to herself, and then cautiously used her spirit to probe the surroundings. With her strength as a level 24 Great Soul Master, her maximum detection range was 400 meters, and Rushi pointed her sword at her forehead, her eyes slightly closed. An invisible force spread from her forehead like a light membrane, slowly extending along the ground, with everything around her being fed back into her mind through this force. Soon, her spirit detected the entrance of a cave. The cave entrance was large, likely the lair of one of the two demons. As her spirit slowly entered the cave, and Rushi's face revealed a look of shock. This is a demon platform? It seemed that these two demons were fighting for possession of the demon platform. The demon platform was of little use to humans, as it was filled with demonic energy that humans could not absorb. However, there were certain humans who could manipulate demons to use items containing demonic energy. They referred to such items as demon artifacts. And Rushi had no interest in the demon platform and prepared to leave. Roar! Suddenly, the two demons sensed her spirit. They roared in unison, their eyes glaring angrily in Rushi's direction. Not good. And Rushi's expression changed. She dared not hide any longer. With a wave of her jade hand, she infused her soul power into the white fox, urging, "Little fox, hurry." The three-tailed white fox let out a soft cry, its body rapidly enlarging, carrying Rushi swiftly into the air. Roar! The two demons, seeing a human, had their eyes light up. How could they easily let go of such a delicious meal presented to them? They immediately opened their mouths, channeling their soul power to form demonic orbs filled with demonic energy, shooting them towards Rushi. Accelerate! And Rushi pointed her sword at her forehead, the soul light at her fingertips shining even brighter. With the enhancement of her soul power, the white fox's speed increased, its body nimbly dodging the incoming demonic orbs. Roar! At that moment, the demons below let out a furious roar. Boom! 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 The demonic orbs that Rushi had just avoided exploded violently, the terrifying blast shaking the surrounding air violently, the demonic energy within unleashing a horrific killing force that covered a radius of 10 meters. Little fox, protect! And Rushi's expression darkened, and at the moment the demonic orb exploded, she unleashed her soul power, causing the white fox beneath her to tremble slightly as a spherical soul power membrane enveloped them. But the terrifying shockwave caused the air to tremble incessantly, making it difficult for the white fox to maintain its balance. Its body shook in the shockwave, and the protective membrane developed countless tiny cracks under the impact of the explosive demonic energy, producing a dense crackling sound. Knowing she was no match for the two demons below, Rushi could only grit her teeth and charge out of the explosion zone, frantically unleashing her soul power to repair the ruptured protective membrane while urging the white fox to accelerate and break through. But the two demons would not let her escape. Their muscles tensed, their foreclaws firmly gripping the ground, and the demonic energy beneath their skin gathered into countless threads converging towards their mouths. Puff! Two demons simultaneously shot out two beams of black light towards Rushiwei. The two beams of black light flashed and pierced through the exploding demonic energy, heading straight for Rushiwei. Are these really level 4 demons? Faced with such an onslaught, Rushiwei was horrified. The strength displayed by these two demons far exceeded her understanding of level 4 demons. With the two beams of black light racing towards her, Rushiwei had no way to evade and could only desperately channel her soul power to resist. Bang! Rushiwei felt an irresistible force instantly shatter her protective barrier, and the two beams, undiminished in power, shot straight for her chest. At that moment, a layer of light illuminated her chest, blocking the blow. Puff! The tremendous impact injured her internal organs, and a surge of blood rushed up her throat, forcing her to spit out a mouthful of blood, her face pale as paper. The white fox, losing its soul power support, transformed into a streak of light and dove into the soul ring, and Rushiwei's body fell like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground. The layer of light on her chest lit up again, protecting her from a fatal fall. Cough, cough. And Rushiwei hit the ground, feeling dizzy, her vision blurring, but she was acutely aware that she could not afford to lose consciousness. Fainting meant death. She bit down hard on her tongue, forcing herself to stay awake. The ground trembled, and Rushiwei struggled to lift her eyelids and saw the two demons quickly approaching her. But at that moment, her body was weak and powerless, she couldn't even stand. Faced with such ferocious demons, despair filled her heart, and thoughts of her Mingu surged within her.
How she wished her Mingu could appear at this moment. Mingu, she called weakly, her voice faint and powerless. The tremors of the ground intensified, the two demons had closed in. In her blurred vision, she saw the corners of the demons' mouths dripping with disgusting saliva as they stared at her. She could imagine that these two demons would surely tear her apart and devour her. Mingu, save me! And Rushue knew her call was futile and impossible, but she desperately wished her Mingu would appear from the horizon like he did at the start of school. Ancient, divine palm. Just as Rushue was engulfed in despair, a resonant voice rang out above her. That familiar voice echoed in the air, invigorating Rushue, and she looked up. In the sky, Wang Ming's expression was grim, his clothes billowing in the wind, and a massive black-red soul ring above him glimmered with a dim light, resembling the eye of a demon. A gigantic yellow finger slowly extended from the soul ring, pointing down at the two demons below. Immediately, a terrifying pressure descended from the finger, as if the surrounding air was about to solidify. The finger continued to lower. It was as if a great mountain pressed down on the two demons, their claws digging deep into the ground, their limbs straightened and immobilized. They desperately lifted their heads, shooting out two beams of black light towards the descending finger. Boom! The moment the finger made contact with the light beams, a violent roar erupted between heaven and earth, and the shockwave from the impact released layers of ripples in the air. The finger paused slightly before continuing to press down. The two beams of light shrank as the finger descended, and the two demons below desperately spewed out demonic energy to resist the descending finger. But as the finger continued to lower, the terrifying pressure intensified, the weight of the mountain on them grew heavier, and their bodies could not withstand such pressure. The sound of their bodies cracking echoed, blood gushed forth, and their limbs pressed into the ground, already submerged past their knees. The ground around them began to crack with numerous fissures, and everything on the surface was pressed flat against the ground. Boom! The ground beneath the demons suddenly sank, and dust flew into the air. The finger almost led above the heads of the two demons, and the ground suddenly caved in, creating a massive deep pit. The bodies of the two demons burst open in several places under the high pressure, blood staining the ground red. And Rushi saw that familiar figure, a happy smile breaking across her face, and the tension in her body instantly relaxed. A wave of fatigue washed over her, and she felt darkness envelop her as she fainted. Kill! Wang Ming saw Rushi faint and immediately released more soul power into the soul ring. That finger emitted a buzzing sound, and ripples began to form around it before it crashed down. Boom! The earth trembled noticeably, and more shocking cracks appeared around, a huge fingerprint emerging where the two demons stood, a finger deeply piercing down. At the bottom of the deep pit, the two demons were already a bloody mess, their demon cores pressed against the ground, emitting a bright glow. Wang Ming waved his hand. The two demon cores shot up from the pit and landed in his palm. These two level 4 demon cores were much heavier than ordinary level 4 demon cores, their colors brighter, and the soul power contained within was naturally much greater, which was perfect for Wang Ming, who urgently needed vast energy. Landing quickly, Wang Ming's face was somewhat pale, but he hurriedly picked up Rushi to check her condition. Fortunately, her internal organs only suffered minor shock injuries and were not fatal. She just needed a few days of rest to fully recover. At that moment, several beams of light flashed in the sky. It was the 7 other people from different academies that Wang Ming had saved earlier, 2 women and 5 men. When they caught up and saw the scene before them, the shock on their faces was hard to conceal. Upon seeing the beauty in Wang Ming's arms, they immediately understood. It seemed that these 2 clueless demons had touched this big shot's reverse scale and were crushed into meat paste by a single finger. What a tragic death! The 2 girls glanced at Rushi and Wang Ming's arms, a hint of envy and jealousy in their eyes, but they dared not show it, nearly pouting. After all, they were girls too. Why her? You all keep watch around, I'll heal her. Wang Ming's tone left no room for doubt. Yes, Brother Ming. They did not dare to defy Wang Ming's words and immediately dispersed. Wang Ming lifted Rushi's delicate wrist, infused soul power to check her injuries, which were not severe, and there were no broken bones, making treatment easier. He then began to slowly channel his energy to heal her. After about 3 hours, Wang Ming's face grew even paler, and Rushi's long, curved eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing that familiar face so close, she could no longer contain her fear and grievance, throwing her arms around Wang Ming's neck and crying, "Ming, Brother Ming, I thought I would never see you again." Wang Ming stroked her hair. "Be good. I'm here, aren't I?" And Rushi held on tighter, afraid he would disappear. Wang Ming comforted her for a while and then said, Shui, be good. There are other people from different academies nearby. We don't want them to see the school flower of the Kyoto Academy making a fool of herself. With my brother Ming here, I don't see who would dare to laugh at me. And Rushi said playfully, but her body honestly relaxed as she got up,
taking out a wet wipe to clean the dust off her face. "How do you feel?" Wang Ming asked with concern. And Rushi circulated her soul power to check herself and said, "Much better. I should be fine to walk with you." "That's good. We need to hurry and find Lu Xiaoyao and Baishan. The demons here are strange, much stronger than the ones outside. If they get any closer, it will be dangerous," Wang Ming said. And Rushi nodded and then said to Wang Ming, "Brother Ming, I just discovered a magic platform in the lair of these two demons. They sensed me as soon as I found it." "Magic platform?" Wang Ming was momentarily surprised. Inside the 10,000 demon mountain, there is also a demon platform, which was told to him by Tuasen at the time. He also said that the purpose of the demon platform is to release demonic energy, an important treasure for the cultivation of demons, comparable to miraculous elixirs. Therefore, the preciousness of the demon platform is self-evident. Such a treasure, how could it easily appear in a demon's lair? Could it be that the high concentration of demonic energy here is achieved through a large number of demon platforms? Wang Ming speculated this and immediately said to Enrushui, "You rest here for a while, I'll go take a look at this demon platform." Then he addressed the 7 of them. "Come here, take care of her for a bit, I'll be right back." After saying that, he controlled his flying knife and transformed it into a beam of golden light as he left. Soon, he found the cave that Enrushui mentioned. This cave was very large, giving a sense of spaciousness, yet it was extremely dark inside, akin to being locked in a small black room. Wang Ming was confident in his strength. However, in such a strange place, caution was paramount. He didn't want to capsize in the gutter. He waved his hand. Thousands of iron-eating worker ants appeared behind him, their wings buzzing as they had evolved into mature forms, and the iron-eating worker ants had correspondingly evolved, enhancing their overall strength. "Go!" With a command, thousands of iron-eating worker ants surged in. The thousands of iron-eating worker ants were like Wang Ming's 1,000 eyes. Although visibility was low, it was not completely obscured. Finally, deep within the cave, he discovered a passage. Following the passage to the end, he found the so-called demon platform. The demon platform was octagonal, about the thickness of a baby's arm, and stood 9 feet tall. What was this if not a demon pillar or a demon staff? Wang Ming thought to himself. He then controlled his flying knife to enter the cave, passing through the passage to stand before the demon platform. Observing it closely, he saw it was densely carved with unknown designs, and the demonic energy seemed to rise like smoke, filling the entire cave. Wang Ming slowly extended his hand to grasp the demon platform. "Warning, warning, the host will face life-threatening danger, danger level, stars. Activating system rewards. If the host survives the crisis, rewards will include Soul Artifact Enhancement Crystal +1, Soul Beast Evolution Crystal +1, a piece of pure soul bone, and 1 teleportation. 5-star danger?" Wang Ming was startled, quickly retracting his hand that was about to touch the demon platform, while channeling his soul power into the Thunder Soul Bone, transforming himself into a bolt of lightning with a crackle as he dashed out. At the same time, the demon platform emitted a low hum. Immediately, the demonic energy in the cave surged towards the demon platform as if summoned, and in an instant, the demonic energy within the cave vanished, revealing a pitch-black figure beside the demon platform. This figure resembled a human, with 2 horns on its head, black scales covering its body, a single vertical eye, a nose like that of a bull demon, and fangs protruding from its mouth, emitting a terrible roar. This left Wang Ming horrified. "What the hell is this thing? Human!" The creature surprisingly spoke in a human voice, its vertical eye glowing faintly as it fixed its gaze on Wang Ming, who had just flashed out. It lifted the demon platform beside it. Now it seemed that the so-called demon platform was actually this creature's weapon. "Who are you?" Hearing this creature speak, Wang Ming's shock was beyond words. This completely overturned his understanding, as he had never heard of such a thing hidden within a demon platform. "Remnant of a deity." The creature stared at Wang Ming, and he could sense a feeling of its seeing a delicacy, which made his scalp tingle and his heart race. But when he heard remnant of a deity, he was startled again. "What remnant of a deity?" he asked. "Remnant of a deity." The creature did not reply, brandishing the demon platform and charging at Wang Ming. Its speed was astonishing, almost instantaneously reaching above Wang Ming's head, the demon platform whistling through the air as it swung down towards him. Crackle! Using the Thunderbolt Soul Bone, Wang Ming's figure transformed into a streak of lightning to evade, but what shocked him was the incredible speed of this thing, which followed closely behind him. That stick seemed to have navigation, coming straight down. With no choice, Wang Ming immediately trembled his feet, and 2 circles of soul rings lit up beneath him. With the enhancement of the soul rings, Wang Ming raised the 1,000-blade knife to block this attack. Boom! The demon platform stick struck the 1,000-blade knife, and in that instant, Wang Ming's arms were instantly numbed. A terrifying force surged into his arms. If it weren't for the protection of his soul power, his arms would have been shattered. His body struggled to withstand such a terrifying force, and with one strike, Wang Ming's body was sent flying backward like a bullet from a chamber, soaring out of the cave entrance, flying 80 to 90 meters before hitting the ground. He exerted force with his feet, digging the knife into the ground. 3 deep marks were left on the surface. The commotion naturally startled Rushui and the others nearby. They heard a loud boom from ahead, and then saw Wang Ming flying out and landing far away. They widened their eyes in shock. They had witnessed Wang Ming's strength, and to be able to send him flying showed just how terrifying the opponent's power was. Poof! The force from the earlier strike surged through his arms into his internal organs, twisting them and causing a wave of intense pain that contorted his face. Blood surged from his mouth. The power of this thing was too terrifying. System: restore soul power value, detect target situation, soul power restoring. 50%, 100%, soul power restoration successful. Target detection in progress. 30%, 50%, 80%, 100%, detection successful. Target: demon spirit beast, parasitic on a demon artifact. Target: demon spirit beast level 6, feeds on remnants of divine beings, can invade human bodies to control humans, has corrosive properties. Hearing the system's analysis, Wang Ming's heart sank. It was likely that the emergence of this demonic land was prepared for these demon spirit beasts. They could actually invade humans. Detecting target: charging, about to launch an attack. Predicted attack is a cleaving strike, force exceeds host's tolerance range, can release first soul skill to resist. Target predicted to launch attack. 30%, 50%, first soul skill. Wang Ming did not hesitate at all, releasing the first soul ring, raising his hand to point. The soul ring quickly ascended and expanded, the black-red light illuminating half the sky, an ancient aura flowing out, filling the entire space with a sense of antiquity. Ancient. Wang Ming's voice was deep and solemn, as if an ancient god had possessed him. His entire body was covered in golden light, like a solemn statue, a terrifying aura flowing from within him. This time, the ancient energy did not disperse randomly but flowed into Wang Ming's body, while the soul power within him surged wildly into the soul ring. This was the first time he had completely unleashed the ancient finger since obtaining the first soul skill. In that instant, the soul power within him was drained. His face turned slightly pale. What a domineering soul skill! The few people who had just witnessed such a grand scene were shocked, their eyes wide open. Under the immense pressure of the soul ring's soul skill, they felt a wave of oppression. Is this the worth of the new king of Kyoto? A girl murmured, her gaze towards Wang Ming filled with admiration. 900,000-year soul ring, wow! Wang Ming, I want to have your babies, another girl said with starry eyes. And Rushui, who was worried about Wang Ming, suddenly heard the girl's words, her expression darkened, and she coldly stared at her. I see you want to be reborn. The girl felt Rushui's killing intent and shrank her neck in fear. And Rushui ignored her and focused intently on Wang Ming in the sky. She did not know how terrifying the opponent's strength was, to have forced Wang Ming to unleash such a powerful attack. 80%, 100%, target launching attack. One finger. The voice of the system and Wang Ming's mind synchronized with his own, and within the soul ring, a finger slowly pointed down towards the cave below. The weathered yellow finger descended gradually, causing ripples in the surrounding air, and beneath the finger, this world was pressed down by an overwhelming force, the air stagnating. Roar! The creature below, wielding a magic staff, suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. Facing the pointed finger, it let out a furious roar, its muscles swelling with a bang-bang sound, its body expanding, the bulging muscles becoming solid and hard, and the magic staff in its hand also grew larger, its enormous eyes turning a blood-red hue. What is that thing? The few people exclaimed in terror, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to close. Oh my god, what it's holding is the magic staff? And Rushi covered her lips, which had opened in excessive fear, her bright eyes trembling. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. Humans! The creature roared, gripping the magic staff with both hands, swinging its arm in a wide arc, and struck down fiercely at the pointed finger. The terrifying force of the staff shattered the suppressed air, and cracks appeared in the surrounding space under the dual pressure. Two terrifying forces rushed towards each other. The finger remained calm and steady, pointing downwards without haste. The staff's might seemed explosive, carrying the power to tear through space as it swung towards that finger, the two forces rapidly closing in, causing the space to tremble. Boom! The two forces finally collided. A blinding light illuminated the world, and time seemed to freeze at that moment, a profound silence enveloping everything, all sounds seemingly muted, this instant flashing by. Following that was a terrifying roar, erupting with layers of shockwaves shooting out at an invisible speed. Crack! The ancient finger actually developed cracks under the blow of the staff, the cracks spreading all over the finger, densely packed, making it look as if it would shatter at any moment. At the same time, the magic staff was knocked away by the terrifying force of the finger, and the creature's body exploded with countless fissures, blood gushing forth, its breath rapidly weakening, its massive body swaying as if about to collapse. Ancient! The creature's voice was filled with disbelief, trying to speak, but the blood surging within blocked its throat, preventing it from uttering a complete word. Yet its hand pointed at Wang Ming. Ancient. 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 Ugh. Wang Ming's face turned pale, his body trembling slightly. As the ancient finger shattered, the backlash surged into him, his soul power flowing backward, his meridians suffering severe damage. A mouthful of blood surged up, but he held it back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Detecting target status. Target status detection in progress. 50%, 80%, 100%, target detection successful, target life signs are fading, detection of possible survival rate. 50%, 80%, 100%, target survival rate is 0, target has lost life signs. Host successfully survived, received system rewards, Soul Artifact Enhancement Crystal +1, Soul Beast Evolution Crystal +1, Pure Soul Bone 1 piece, shift and swap once. As the system voice fell, the massive figure ahead transformed into countless specks of light, scattering in the air like fireworks blooming in this dim world, vibrant and colorful. Detecting the life seed of the magic spirit beast, host please collect. As the specks of light dispersed, a small object, resembling a melon seed, floated in place. This small object was not black but silver-white, shining brightly. Magic spirit beast life seed? Wang Ming clutched his chest, adjusting the surging energy and blood within, asking in confusion. The appearance of the magic spirit beast relies on the magic spirit seed, which is nurtured by demonic essence, residing within the magic platform. The so-called magic platform is actually a magic womb, the place where the magic spirit beast grows, akin to a human female's uterus. The shapes of magic wombs vary, and the strength and appearance of the magic spirit beasts they nurture differ. The demon beasts can invade humans by spreading demonic seeds. Each demon beast, once fully matured, can reach a minimum strength of level 5 or higher, and can control lower-level demons. The demonic influence will begin to invade Blue Star in the form of demon beasts. So, this land of demonic influence is specifically for transporting these demon beasts? Wang Ming's expression darkened. If that were the case, humanity's situation would become even more dangerous. The system cannot provide an answer. Then what use is this demonic seed to me? Wang Ming beckoned, and the seed flew into his hand. It resembled a crystal, warm to the touch, as if it were alive. The demonic seed contains a demon spirit. If humans refine the demonic seed, they can resist the control of demon beasts. At the same time, after refining the demonic seed, one can control the magical artifact of the original demon spirit. The demon fetus will become the magical artifact of the demon beast after completing its gestation. The demonic seed contains powerful soul energy, which can purify both soul energy and physical constitution. It seems this demonic seed has quite a few uses. Wang Ming nodded, recalling how the magical artifact that had just been struck by his finger was sent flying without a scratch. He was very interested in this soul artifact and asked, "System, is the soul artifact enhancement crystal useful for magical artifacts?" It is usable. Then what is the difference between a soul artifact and a magical artifact? There is no difference. Human soul energy comes from the demonic soul produced by demonic influence. The fundamental nature of the power of humans and demons is the same, but magical artifacts contain demon spirits, and prolonged or improper use can lead to erosion. I see. Wang Ming nodded. Brother Ming. At that moment, and Rushui hurriedly rode her soul beast and rushed over, holding Wang Ming's arm with a worried expression. Brother Ming, are you okay? I'm fine. Wang Ming forced a smile. The situation inside him was not optimistic. His meridians were damaged, and he would need a period of rest at the very least. Brother Ming. Others quickly flew over, their eyes filled with concern, but more so with awe. If it had been them facing the demon beast from earlier, they would likely have just awaited death. Let's go down first, Wang Ming said. Everyone landed and entered the cave they had just been in. Wang Ming asked in Rushui to find the stick that had been knocked away and sent a few others to prepare some food, while he took out the demonic seed and attempted to refine it. The demonic seed was about the size of a normal sunflower seed. It was hard to imagine how much energy it contained, and he was very curious about how much power he could wield over the magical artifact after refining this demonic seed. System, refined the demonic seed. Detecting the demonic seed, detection successful, beginning refinement. 10%, 20%. A soft female voice from the system echoed in his mind, and then a beam of energy shone from his forehead onto the demonic seed. Buzz! The demonic seed trembled slightly, emitting a bright light, and then a continuous flow of energy began to move toward his forehead, causing the seed to spin rapidly on its own. The moment this energy entered his brain, Wang Ming felt a refreshing sensation, like mint. His brain felt light, and his body gradually relaxed under this energy, slowly comprehending as it spread from his brain downwards, soothing every inch and every fiber of his being. The soul energy within him became purer under the flow of this energy. From head to toe, after this energy flowed through his entire body, it began to retract, returning to his brain and coalescing into a crystal clear seed. At the same time, it seemed that a connection to something had formed in his perception. This connection was subtle, intangible, yet possessing a strong sense of awareness. 90%, 100%, the demonic seed has been fully absorbed. Ha! Wang Ming slowly opened his eyes. The magic spirit seed in front of him had disappeared, and his internal injuries had somewhat healed. His body felt much lighter, as if he had laid down a heavy burden, and his skin was also brighter. I didn't expect the magic spirit seed to have such effects, Wang Ming said, touching his face in surprise. Brother Ming. And Rushui walked in, holding a stick, and said with confusion, "This is the magic platform I saw before. It looks more like a weapon." Wang Ming explained, "This thing is actually a weapon," and then elaborated, and Rushui nodded in realization. "Come." Wang Ming beckoned to the stick. The stick flew into Wang Ming's hand with a whoosh. Its size could change at will, resembling a Rui Jingu Bang. He swung it a few times but felt it wasn't suitable for him, so he stored it in his soul ring and said to Rushui, Shui, let's rest for a bit before we go find Yao Yao and the others. I hope they haven't encountered those terrifying magic spirit beasts. Yeah, I hope they're okay, and Rushui said hopefully. Soon after, the rest of the group returned, having hunted a level 1 demon. They roasted and ate it before setting off to find Lu Chao Yao and the others. With the experience from the last time, Wang Ming was cautious about touching the magic embryo, fearing that a higher-level magic spirit beast might emerge. With the system's help, they traveled safely. They found Lu Chao Yao, Bai Yishan, Lu Feifei, and Xiao Yao Jun from the National Defense Academy, while others from Long Country's various academies gradually gathered. During this time, they also discovered several human limbs that had been devoured by demons. Out of the 68 people who entered, Wang Ming had only found 31 so far. The rest were either unaccounted for or had perished at the hands of demons. In the last few days, they unexpectedly encountered Chen Zili. Beside Chen Zili stood several Gao Yao Chi people. Their encounter with Chen Zili was due to the appearance of a magic spirit beast here. However, this magic spirit beast did not appear on its own. It seemed that these Gao Yao Chi people had deliberately sought it out. When Wang Ming first arrived, he had detected the presence of the magic embryo using the system, and there were 2 demons nearby. According to the system's explanation, these 2 demons were likely puppets of the magic spirit beast that had planted the magic spirit seeds. As Wang Ming prepared to bypass the magic embryo, he noticed that Chen Zili and the others were rushing towards him as if they had discovered a treasure, heading straight for the location of the magic embryo, clearly intent on it. This piqued Wang Ming's curiosity. The magic spirit beast within the magic embryo was exceptionally powerful, not something ordinary people could handle. What were these Gao Yao Chi people searching for the magic embryo for? Did they intend to use the power within it for some nefarious purpose? It was well known that the Gao Yao Chi were a notoriously treacherous people. Chen Zili, accompanied by a few lackeys, although dressed in Long Country attire, were clearly not from the Qing Long Academy. He recognized several elites from there. Wang Ming? Chen Zili was surprised to see Wang Ming, then chuckled lightly. I was planning to find you after capturing this magic embryo. I didn't expect you to come to me instead. Chen Zili. Xiao Yao Jun, who was extremely patriotic, saw him serving the Gao Yao Chi and furiously shouted, You're a damn traitor, working for these beasts. Aren't you afraid of being branded a disgrace by the people of the nation? Chen Zili sneered twice. Xiao Yao Jun, don't stand there looking down on me. I'll tell you, the things in there are very strange, not something you can handle. Even Wang Ming, if he encounters what's inside the magic embryo, will die, you know? And this guy, speaking of which, he proudly extended his thumb, pointing at a young man beside him. He is the royal heir of the great medicinal flag, of noble status. Do you know? His first soul ring is 300,000 years, and the second soul ring is even 600,000 years, capable of slaying the monsters within the demon embryo. 300,000 years, 600,000 years? Upon hearing Chen Zili's words, everyone was shocked. Seeing their astonished expressions, Chen Zili laughed arrogantly, as if he were the one possessing such long-lived soul rings. He confidently pointed at Wang Ming and the others. Not only that, this prince is also a full red prodigy, and his soul tool is of superior quality, surpassing Wang Ming's. Hiss! Everyone gasped. If that's the case, this person's strength is indeed far superior to Wang Ming's. Although Wang Ming's first soul ring is 900,000 years, the 900,000 years of the first soul ring is like a child's knife, unable to unleash the full power of the 900,000-year soul ring, while the 300,000 years can exert greater power. Moreover, his second soul ring is 600,000 years, with talent equal to Wang Ming's, and the quality of the soul tool is even superior. In such a comparison, the opponent's strength is truly terrifying. Brothers of the Dragon Kingdom, he shouted loudly, don't blame me for not notifying you in advance. When the things inside the demon embryo come out, Wang Ming won't be able to protect you. If you want to live, come over and follow me. Don't feel ashamed, living is more important than anything. Let me tell you the truth, today's Wang Ming is undoubtedly doomed. Following him is just seeking death. If you want to live, come over. I absolutely won't make things difficult for you. I hope everyone doesn't misjudge the situation. Those who know the times are the true heroes. Wang Ming's lips curled slightly, his gaze cold as he looked at Chen Zili, and Rushi looked at Chen Zili with disgust. In Xiao Yaojuan's eyes, there was a murderous intent to eliminate traitors. The young man from the medicinal flag locked eyes with Wang Ming, their gazes clashing without avoidance, as if there were immense opposing forces in their eyes. After a moment of staring, the young man from the medicinal flag turned to ask Chen Zili, chattering away. Wang Ming disdainfully refused to learn the medicinal flag's language, naturally unable to understand. Chen Zili clearly could. After listening to the young man's words, Chen Zili bent at the waist and nodded, then took a step forward, straightening up in front of Wang Ming and the others, and declared loudly, Wang Ming, just now, Fujihara Ryushin told me that as long as you are willing to submit to him, he can guarantee your safety. Chen Zili, you are seeking death. Xiao Yaojun could no longer tolerate this traitor and immediately struck out. With a roar like a tiger, a majestic tiger appeared, pouncing towards Chen Zili. Humph! Chen Zili snorted coldly, am I afraid of you? With a wave of his hand, a gray-haired giant ape appeared in front of him. The giant ape pounded its chest with its fists, letting out a roar, and spread its arms to meet the tiger, swinging its fists down hard. Xiao Yaojun pointed his sword at his brow, the soul light shining at his fingertips, enhancing the soul beast. The tiger leaped higher than the giant ape, baring its fangs and biting down hard on the giant ape's head, letting out a tiger's roar. Humph! Chen Zili snorted coldly, forming a hand seal and shouting, first soul skill, shock fist. The soul ring lit up beneath the giant ape's feet, and immediately, the giant ape's momentum surged, its fists clenched tightly, and it smashed a punch towards the oncoming tiger, sending ripples of shockwaves ahead, causing the surrounding air to tremble in terror. Within the shockwave, the tiger's body began to tremble, its flesh and bones feeling the vibrations, as if it were about to fall apart. First soul skill. Xiao Yaojun snorted coldly and quickly unleashed his soul skill, Tiger Roar in the Mountains. The purple soul ring lit up beneath the tiger's claws, slowly rising and spinning around its waist. The tiger shook its head and let out a roar, then stepped forward, roaring at the giant ape's fist. The roar of the tiger was deafening, like a force that could topple mountains and seas, with waves of sound layering upon one another. The two were evenly matched in strength. But facing the traitor Chen Zili, Xiao Yaojun unleashed his passionate spirit, his face filled with rage, and with a change of stance, he roared, second soul skill, Fierce Tiger Diamond Transformation. Instantly, the fierce tiger ahead let out a roar. Its fur bristled, glowing with a golden light, its momentum even more ferocious as it charged towards the giant ape with incredible speed. Chen Zili quickly activated his second soul skill, Xiao Yaojun, you seek death. Second soul skill, Titan's Fury. Following this, the giant ape's second soul ring lit up, its crimson eyes standing tall as it raised its fists to the sky and pounded its chest with a roar, its exaggerated muscular body tensing, fists clenched like boulders, charging towards the fierce tiger. Roar! The fierce tiger lunged, and the giant ape swung a fist towards the tiger's head, a gust of wind swirling around. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yaojun did not dodge but took the punch head-on. As the punch landed, the fierce tiger's body shook violently, letting out a howl, relying on the fierce tiger diamond transformation to withstand the blow. The tiger's jaws bit down hard on the giant ape's neck. Chen Zili was taken aback. He never expected Xiao Yaojun to use such a reckless killing move and hurriedly turned his head to evade. Unfortunately, it was too late. The fierce tiger clamped down, biting into the giant ape's neck, its fangs sinking deep, bringing it crashing to the ground. Chen Zili's face turned pale as he frantically called for help from his master behind him. Prince Fujiwara, save me. Wang Ming. This time, he looked cold and indifferent as he gazed at the scene. Fujiwara Ryushin did not take action himself but gestured to someone beside him. That person bowed deeply, hi. Then, with a hand gesture, he transformed into a gust of wind and vanished. The next moment, he reappeared above the fierce tiger, holding a knife, and plunged it down towards the tiger's neck. Lu Feifei moved the instant the other party acted. Just as the treacherous person was about to launch a sneak attack, Lu Feifei's mocking voice rang out behind him, you little dog, turn around and look at your master, daddy. The treacherous person was startled and turned around abruptly.
Good dog. Lu Feifei chuckled, holding up a gold-edged mirror towards him. Look, little dog, there's an ugly dog inside, with an underbite. At the moment the treacherous person turned his head, he saw the mirror, which reflected an ugly dog with its lower teeth protruding, indeed having an underbite. As he looked at the dog, his body seemed to sink into a quagmire, frozen in place. Little dog, look at your daddy, Lu Feifei shouted, his voice ringing out, startling the treacherous person. The image in the mirror changed, revealing a pair of eyes. Two captivating lights flashed from the mirror, piercing into the treacherous person's eyes, causing him to tremble and stand dazedly, his expression relaxing. Lu Feifei shouted, listen up, you little brat. You are my son, I am your father. You call me father, and I call you son. To recognize your father, listen to the sound and see the eyes to identify your real father. Recognize your father. The treacherous person trembled suddenly and opened his mouth. Father. He. Truly a good son of daddy. Go kill him for daddy. Lu Feifei pointed at Chen Zili. Hi. The treacherous person shouted and transformed into a gust of wind, disappearing from the spot, only to reappear behind Chen Zili the next second, his curved knife flashing as it aimed for Chen Zili's neck. Lu Feifei chuckled. This was his soul weapon, the seven-colored illusionary sky, first soul skill, bewitching heart. Of course, these mocking and trickster phrases were devised by his clever mind, perfectly combining with his soul skill, making it very effective. Anyone caught would enter a 15-second period of bewitchment, unaffected by the outside world until the time ended. In other words, as long as one is affected, they can only wake up after 15 seconds. After being entranced, the outside world cannot awaken them, unless the person is killed or the one who has been affected is killed. Chen Zili was taken aback and hurriedly shouted, Prince Fujiwara, save me. This person has been hit by Lu Feifei's soul technique and has become his entrancer. Please save me. Fujiwara Ryushin frowned. He looked at Lu Feifei with a hint of disgust. His method of attack was too repulsive. He then waved his hand. A beam of soul light flashed, forming a rope that bound the plaster flag person, causing him to fall to the ground. The plaster flag person struggled like a fish out of water, shouting, have my dad kill him, have my dad kill him. Lu Feifei laughed heartily, good son, you really are a good son of mine. The plaster flag person replied, good son, I am my dad's good son. Lu Feifei said, son, since you can't kill him for your dad, then you owe me an apology. Hurry up and bite your tongue to death as a form of atonement. The plaster flag person suddenly shook and shouted, I'm sorry, Dad. He then bit down hard on his tongue, and blood immediately gushed from his mouth. 15 seconds passed. Woo woo woo. The plaster flag person woke up in excruciating pain, instantly realizing what he had done to his tongue. Terrified, he whimpered, wanting to speak but finding he no longer had a tongue, and his throat was blocked with blood, producing sounds like a dog groaned. But he did not die, and the amount of blood in his mouth was not much. Lu Feifei, using the mirror light to return, saw that the plaster flag person was still alive and puzzledly said, huh? Why isn't he dead yet? I thought people died quickly on TV? Lu Qiaoyao explained, the tongue is the strongest and most flexible muscle in the human body, with a rich supply of blood vessels. However, only the front part can extend outside the mouth to be bitten by teeth. Most of it consists of capillaries, so even if bitten, there won't be a large amount of bleeding. Only biting the lingual artery or vein can be fatal, but they are hidden at the root of the tongue, making the chance of biting them almost zero. You should watch less TV and read more books. Lu Feifei said disappointedly, Yasai, if I had known, I would have let him commit seppuku in an instant. At that moment, the fierce tiger controlled by Cha Yaojun was tightly biting the giant ape's throat. No matter how Chen Zili struggled, he couldn't break free, and the giant ape's breathing was gradually weakening. Fujiwara Ryushin frowned. He glanced at his subordinate, who was holding his mouth and rolling on the ground in pain, and a killing intent flickered in his eyes. Roar! Just then, a violent screech erupted from a nearby pit. It was two demons controlled by the demon spirit beast. These two demons sensed the fighting outside, roared, and charged out towards them. The appearance of these two demons actually saved Chen Zili's life. They were two level 4 demons, but Wang Ming and the others knew that the greatest threat in this place was not the demons, but the demon spirit beasts hidden in the demon fetus. These demon spirit beasts were incredibly powerful and their greatest opponents. After the two demons charged out, they split left and right, heading towards Fujiwara Ryushin and Wang Ming. Wang Ming, with his hands in his pockets and a stern expression, did not make a move. Behind him, Lu Qiaoyao, Cha Yaojun, Baishan, and others rushed forward to attack together. Although the strength of the level 4 demons far exceeded that of the outside demons, facing so many soul masters, it was still difficult for them to fight back. Fujiwara Ryushin also did not move. His subordinates all took action to intercept the demon in front. Soon, the two demons finally fell under the siege of the crowd, transforming into two dazzling demon cores. Wang Ming,
Fujiwara Ryushin surprisingly spoke dragon language fluently, kill the 2 puppet demons, and the demon spirit beasts and the demon fetus will appear immediately. I give you and your friends 2 choices, either submit to me, or die. Don't rush to answer. Perhaps you have not yet witnessed the power of the demon spirit beast inside. I can responsibly tell you that once the demon spirit beast appears, none of you combined will be its match. I hope you can recognize that those who know the times are the true heroes. Wang Ming, I've heard you are also a full red talent and possess a 900,000-year soul ring. I admire you, and I hope you do not misjudge yourself. Upon hearing Tosaka Ryushin's words, everyone's gaze turned to Wang Ming. Some people's eyes showed signs of conflict. After all, when faced with life and dignity, many would choose to live. However, there are always some things more important than life. In the end, Wang Ming stood tall in front of everyone, like a towering wall, blocking the danger ahead and stabilizing the hearts of those behind him. No one moved. Boom! A loud rumble echoed from the cave, and the surrounding demonic energy began to flow back into the cave, a surging momentum pouring out from within. Warning! Warning! The host is about to face star-level danger. Activating system rewards. If the host safely overcomes the crisis, rewards will include Soul Tool Enhancement Crystal +1, Soul Beast Evolution Crystal +1, Teleportation 1 time. A sharp roar from within the cave caused everyone present to change color. Just that one roar frightened many into a state of panic, their gazes filled with fear as they looked towards the source of the sound in the cave. Boom! 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 A series of earth-shaking tremors followed, the sound of the demon spirit beast moving. Boom! A tremendous noise. The surface of the cave was violently broken by something hard, the ground trembled, and a gigantic creature slowly emerged from the broken cave, growing taller as it walked, the gazes of the crowd gradually rising. The pupils in everyone's eyes trembled. This demon spirit beast stood a full 10 meters tall and was 30 meters long, with 2 elephant-like trunks and a long, white tusk growing between them. This tusk was the demon fetus of this beast. Its 4 sturdy legs resembled the pillars of a grand hall, supporting its massive body. Detecting target situation, target, demon spirit beast, level 7. When the system's voice echoed in Wang Ming's mind, his heart jolted. It was indeed a level 7 demon spirit beast. The demon spirit beast he had killed a few days ago was level 6. He had only managed to defeat it after fully unleashing his first soul skill, with all his soul power activated, and he had suffered backlash injuries himself. Facing a level 7 demon spirit beast, Wang Ming feared he would have to fully unleash his second soul skill to have a chance of defeating it. However, with his current strength, it was impossible to fully unleash the second soul skill, as the soul power required for a million-year soul ring was extraordinarily high. Unless all soul essence was exhausted. But there were so many demon spirit beasts in the land of demonic energy, if he used it all now, encountering another demon spirit beast later would mean certain death. No! Wang Ming suddenly felt something was off. The system's assessment of this level 7 demon spirit beast was 6-star level, while the previous level 6 demon spirit beast he encountered was also assessed at level 6. What was going on? It was risk differentiation. Wang Ming concluded after careful thought. For example, when he first encountered her, the system gave a danger assessment of 6-star level because a master of her caliber had a danger assessment of level 6 when not exuding killing intent. Tosaka's appearance was also level 6. The demon spirit beast from a few days ago had a murderous aura that posed a 6-star danger to him. Recently, when facing the level 7 demon spirit beast, he had a master from the Gao Yao flag beside him, sharing part of the risk, which led to a lower risk assessment from the system. It's a level 7 demon spirit beast, Chen Zili shouted, hurriedly fleeing behind Tosaka Ryushin, and sneered at Wang Ming. Wang Ming, this is a level 7 demon spirit beast. Only Prince Tosaka has the ability to subdue it. Even if your first soul ring is 900,000 years, what about your second soul ring? You overestimate yourself. This place is about to become your grave. The people behind Wang Ming changed color in unison. Only those facing the threat to their lives could make a firm choice amidst their wavering hearts. Young Master Chen, can we back out now? Some people looked fearfully at the level 7 demon beast and timidly asked Chen Zili. Considering you are all compatriots, how could I, Chen Zili, refuse? Anyone who wants to live, hurry over to seek the protection of Prince Fujiwara. Following Wang Ming means certain death. Chen Zili shouted proudly. Brother Ming, I am sorry. Some hurriedly ran towards Chen Zili. I'm sorry. Following that, several others rushed over. Moo! At that moment, the demon beast let out a roar, perhaps looking down on the weak and timid, and raised its foot to stomp down on those who were fleeing. The enormous hoof blocked out the sun. Those people had no chance to escape, watching helplessly as the massive hoof came down. Boom! The ground was violently stomped into a large pit, shaking and sending dust flying, with countless cracks forming around the hoof of the demon beast. All those who had tried to run were crushed to death.
Everyone, don't move!
Wang Ming shouted sternly, this demon beast has no eyes, it relies on seismic waves to determine our location.
Everyone, stay still! Upon hearing this, everyone immediately dared not move. Fujiwara Ryushin sneered coldly, those who refuse to submit will only die.
With a wave of his hand, he casually tossed the person bound to the ground towards Wang Ming.
Wang Ming acted.
The 1,000 blades flashed out from the soul ring, a red light streaking across the sky, and the person's body was severed in midair, split into 2 segments, one landing near Fujiwara Ryushin and the other near Wang Ming.
Moo!
The moment the 2 halves of the corpse hit the ground, the demon beast roared, its 2 nostrils suddenly whipping left and right.
Can those nostrils extend?
The crowd was astonished and scrambled to avoid the whip-like nostrils.
Humph!
Fujiwara Ryushin snorted coldly, soaring into the air. He bit the tip of his left middle finger, drew a drop of blood, and placed it on a plate in his right hand, chanting incantations.
Demon binding plate, rise!
With a flick of his finger, the circular plate emitted a brilliant light, descending upon the demon beast, shining directly on its forehead.
Control! Moo!
The 2 voices sounded simultaneously, and the nostrils that had been aimed at the person bound to the ground abruptly stopped.
Obey my command, go!
Fujiwara Ryushin pointed, and the demon beast roared, turning to charge at Wang Ming, lifting its massive leg, able to cover 100 meters in a single step.
Damn it! That bastard from the bandage flag can control the demon beast! Lu Feifei exclaimed in shock. Wang Ming's expression darkened. It seemed this group of bandage flag people was indeed well prepared. But how did they know there would be a demon embryo and a demon beast here? Even she didn't know.
No, she couldn't possibly be unaware of the situation here.
Since she knew, why did she send us in?
What was her purpose?
Fly up! Aishan shouted, this beast is so heavy, it definitely can't fly.
Everyone, upon hearing this, began to control their soul beasts and soul devices to ascend.
Moo!
At that moment, the demon beast let out a long howl towards the sky, sending waves of sound rippling through the air, the powerful waves knocking down those who had taken flight.
The path to high-altitude flight was blocked.
Wang Ming held the rear, allowing everyone to escape first. The demon beast sensed Wang Ming's presence and lashed out a nostril towards him.
1,000 blades!
Wang Ming shouted,
the 1,000 blades appearing in his hand, and with a thought, an iron-eating ant flew out and landed in his palm. He pointed a single hand at the back of the iron-eating ant, use shift and swap. Shift and swap used successfully. Go!
The iron-eating ant flapped its wings and soared into the air, flying towards the direction of the plaster flag people. At the same time, the demon spirit beast's whip-like nose lashed out.
Wang Ming used his soul power to resist. Boom!
A tremendous force struck, and Wang Ming's defense was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. For just a moment, he held on, but his body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. In the distance, Fujiwara Ryushin saw this and sneered, a talent from the Dragon Kingdom, a 900,000-year soul ring owner, is nothing special. Chen Zili, standing beside him, flattered, he is merely a name without substance. How can he compare to you, your highness?
Ha! Just empty words.
Before he could finish, he sensed something was wrong. Wang Ming, who had just been sent flying, suddenly vanished mid-air, disappearing without a trace, as if he had never existed.
1,000 blades, kill!
At that moment, a resounding voice came from above them. Everyone immediately looked up, only to see a knife, dozens of meters long, split into countless fragments wrapped in golden soul power, descending from the sky. It had the momentum to split mountains and rivers.
Wang Ming? Chen Zili's shocked pupils trembled, and he stammered, how is this possible? How did he traverse from there to here?
Fujiwara Ryushin snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a curved knife appeared, and soul power surged from within him as he struck upward with all his might.
Clang! The 2 blades clashed head-on. The force pressed down, and Fujiwara Ryushin's knife was of higher quality than Wang Ming's imperial-grade weapon, but his soul power was far inferior to Wang Ming's robust strength. In the clash, Fujiwara Ryushin felt an overwhelming force from above, his arm instantly numbed, his palm cracked, and blood flowed freely. This force forced him back several steps before he could stabilize himself. After the strike, the knife above suddenly scattered into pieces. Fall!
A cold, merciless voice echoed from above. Whoosh! 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 1,000 shards rained down like a torrential storm, enveloping everyone below.
The crowd was alarmed and quickly used their soul skills for protection. Chen Zili's giant ape crouched down, shielding him in the center. Puff! Puff! Puff!
The sharpness of the imperial-grade soul weapon was not something that could be easily resisted, especially under the enhancement of Wang Ming's immense soul power. Some people's defenses were like thin paper before the shards, easily pierced through. Chen Zili's giant ape, a creature of the Hell bloodline, was pierced through several times but still managed to protect Shinzili tightly. Fujiwara Ryushin, on the other hand, swung his knife to deflect the incoming shards without any protection. In a single strike, 7 or 8 of the 20 or so plaster flag people were shot dead by the shards, while the rest were all injured. Combine. In midair, as Wang Ming's body slowly descended, he waved the hilt of his knife, and countless shards shot upward, clang, 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 returning to their original positions, restoring the 1,000 blades. This also dealt secondary damage to those below. Wang Ming. Fujiwara Ryushin frowned, looking up at Wang Ming in midair, his face darkening. His own kin had suffered under the opponent's special treatment without exception, and the anger in his heart was hard to suppress. If you do not wish to submit to me, then you have only one path, death. First soul skill. As his voice fell, a red light shone from above his head, and the 300,000-year soul ring slowly released, bringing a terrifying pressure. Fujiwara Ryushin's body gradually rose into the air under the enhancement of the soul ring. 3,000? Slash! Fujiwara Ryushin's expression turned serious, the knife held before his chest. With a command, the knife trembled lightly, its light intensifying, and a terrifying blade intent emanated from it, shooting straight into the sky as if to split the heavens and earth. The demonic aura in the air was severed the moment it came into contact with the blade intent. Wang Ming frowned slightly. As expected of a 300,000-year soul ring, this strike was indeed terrifying. Even the surrounding air became sharp, and the wind blowing against his face felt like a slight sting. Second soul skill. Fujiwara Ryushin commanded again, and another soul ring lit up above his head, slowly releasing an even more terrifying pressure. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. This was Wang Ming's first time facing an opponent with a soul ring over 100,000 years old. Wang Ming, Fujiwara Ryushin said, tremble beneath my soul ring. Those who defy my will are defying the great Gao Yao God clan. I represent the divine clan and pronounce your death. Blade, essence, clang. As the sound fell, a resonant clang echoed through the heavens and earth. This sound seemed to come from above, spreading across the land, with countless essences of blades present everywhere, the sharpness feeling even more intense. The wind blew silently. A massive boulder split in two as if it were made of fragile paper. It is the second soul skill granted by the gods, the essence of the blade. Several surviving Gao Yao flag bearers chattered excitedly. This is the wrath of the divine clan. Offending the divine clan means paying with your life. This ignorant person from the Dragon Kingdom is about to die under the fury of the divine clan. The Gao Yao flag bearers said proudly. The great divine clan will bestow upon me, the Gao Yao clan, supreme divine power. One of them knelt in worship. Shinzili's expression was weak. The heavy injuries from the giant ape had backfired on him. At this moment, he felt the pervasive sharpness of the blade intent and slowly raised his head, seeing the soul skill unleashed by Fujiwara Ryushin, a smile cracking at the corners of his mouth. He believed, under the combined soul power of Fujiwara Ryushin, even if Wang Ming possessed a 900,000-year soul ring, he would still be unable to escape death. He exerted the last bit of his strength and shouted at Wang Ming in the sky, Wang Ming, let's see how you escape Fujiwara Ryushin's soul skill. This time, I want to watch you die. Is that so? Wang Ming's face revealed a calm and confident smile as he glanced down at Shinzili with disdain. I'm afraid you will be disappointed again. Fujiwara Ryushin indeed felt very strong, but it did not pose any threat to him. The system hadn't even triggered a half-star crisis when Fujiwara Ryushin unleashed his first and second soul skills, indicating that these two attacks were insufficient. Fujiwara Ryushin. Wang Ming stood in midair, his gaze carrying an unassailable disdain. Your soul ring is 300,000 years. That's because the greatest ability of your Gao Yao flag can only reach this point, while my soul ring is 900,000 years because that is the maximum I can currently endure. Do you think you are worthy to be my opponent? I admire your confidence. Fujiwara Ryushin remained unmoved, slowly channeling his soul power. Unfortunately, your verbal skills cannot change the fact that you are about to die. Wang Ming, accept the judgment of my great Gao Yao God clan. Is that so? Wang Ming's lips curled up as he took a step forward. Buzz! The moment he stepped out, a black-red light shone from beneath his feet, illuminating the heavens and earth, suppressing Fujiwara Ryushin's soul ring pressure. A regal aura erupted. The earlier blade intent that had split the heavens and earth was easily shattered the moment the 900,000-year soul ring appeared, and everything in this world was suppressed by the might of the soul ring. First soul skill. Wang Ming's lips parted, and his voice echoed for a long time in the suppressed world. As the sound fell, the originally radiant black-red soul ring emitted a buzzing sound, slowly releasing its power. The soul ring gradually rose from beneath his feet, expanding as it ascended. When it reached above his head, the soul ring was as large as a demonic eye in the sky. Ancient chaos. Wang Ming slowly raised his hand, an ancient aura emanating from the soul ring, intensifying the pressure in this world, especially for Chen Zili and the others below, who felt a wave of oppression, their bodies heavily weighed down, unable to move. Some even knelt down, unable to withstand the pressure. Fujiwara Ryushin. The Solomon imposing Wang Ming slowly pointed at him, and within the soul ring, a massive yellow finger followed his gesture, slowly pointing outwards. A booming voice resonated through the heavens and the earth. I represent the spirits of millions of compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom, and I declare your death. The moment these words fell, Wang Ming's finger pointed downward. Boom! The pressure from the finger compressed the surrounding air, creating a thunderous sound as it descended. At the same time, the finger, empowered by soul power in the soul ring, pointed downwards, causing the sky below to tremble with a buzzing sound. Wherever the finger went, the solidified air was obliterated, and everything turned to nothingness. Kill! Fujiwara Ryushin's heart trembled the instant the finger appeared. An irresistible sense of fear surged from within, a shock to his soul brought by the ancient aura, suffocating him with dread, causing his chest to heave more violently. But with the glory of the divine clan attached to him, he could not be so easily subdued. Gathering immense courage, Fujiwara Ryushin let out a desperate roar, the veins on his neck, forehead, and wrists bulging, his twisted face looking particularly ferocious. A blade empowered by the first and second soul skills. It seemed to pierce through the heavens and the earth. A long, resonant sound echoed, and in a fraction of a second, the blade's light flashed before the massive finger. The yellow finger appeared to gently point downwards. In that moment, everyone's hearts rose to their throats. They felt a dryness in their throats, their eyes fixed on the impending battle above. The respect and confidence the Gao Yaochi people had for the divine clan faltered after Wang Ming fully unleashed his first soul skill. The sense of oppression and deep-seated fear Wang Ming brought them was not something Fujiwara Ryushin possessed. His sense of oppression came from external strength, while Wang Ming instilled a fear that resonated from deep within. Crack! Under everyone's gaze, the blade that pierced through the heavens shattered before it even touched the finger, the sound of shattering echoing like firecrackers in the vast sky. Yet the finger continued to descend slowly. This scene left the Gao Yaochi people with their mouths agape and eyes wide open. They forgot to breathe, left only with disbelief and daze. They believed that the divine clan royalty could not even make a single move against this Dragon Kingdom person, which was simply unbelievable. Chen Zili was stunned. Puff! As the combined soul skill of the first and second soul skills shattered, Fujiwara Ryushin suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale and weak, his body staggering, hunched over as he looked at the descending finger, the fear within him intensifying. Without the obstruction of the blade's intent, the pressure from the finger descended, all bearing down on him, causing his expression to change drastically as he let out a muffled groan. At that moment, he felt as if he were carrying an immense weight, his body pressed down to the point of being unable to breathe, as if sinking into an endless sea, unable to draw a breath. He tried to mobilize his soul power to resist, but it seemed even more futile. Under the weight of 10,000 pounds, his body fell straight down with the finger, finally crashing heavily onto the ground, creating a pit as the shape of a finger was imprinted on the earth. The weight of 10,000 pounds instantly felt like 100,000 pounds, pinning Fujiwara Ryushin firmly to the ground, his face making contact with the earth, and as the finger above continued to descend, the pressure only intensified. He felt as if his body was about to be crushed into pieces. Wang Ming, he shouted with the last of his strength, kill me, and you will still find it difficult to subdue that demon beast. I can control and tame it for my use. The overwhelming pressure above suddenly halted. Wang Ming's cold and merciless voice rang out from above, undeniable, die, or plant a soul thought. Plant a soul thought. Fujiwara Ryushin, not wanting to die, immediately chose to comply. Wang Ming hovered high in the air, looking down at Fujiwara Ryushin, who was completely pressed against the ground. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he lifted his foot and stepped forward, a thousand-blade knife appearing beneath him, slowly descending in front of Fujiwara Ryushin. Release the soul, Wang Ming commanded. Fujiwara Ryushin dared not defy him in the slightest, raising his head to release the soul. Wang Ming pointed a finger. A flash of soul light entered, embedding itself in Fujiwara Ryushin's heart and soul, planting a thread of his own soul thought that could completely control Fujiwara Ryushin. Immediately, Wang Ming waved his hand. The finger in the sky and the black-red 900,000-year soul ring flashed and disappeared, and the air in the world began to flow again. Due to the sudden movement of this space, the airflow created a rupture, stirring up a gust of wind. Go, subdue the demon spirit beast, Wang Ming ordered. Yes. Fujiwara Ryushin gritted his teeth against the pain in his body, not daring to hesitate for a moment. He got up, picked up the previous plate, and began to control the demon spirit beast. Wang Ming walked slowly towards Chen Zili. Immersed in shock, Chenzili suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Turning his eyes, he saw that familiar face that filled him with fear, the upturned corners of the mouth, the smiling eyes. In Chenzili's eyes, this face was like the Grim Reaper. Wang. Chenzili was so frightened that he stuttered, his trembling lips unable to form a coherent sentence. What do you want? Don't you know? The thousand-blade knife in Wang Ming's hand gleamed coldly. Brother Ming, have you forgotten what the deputy director said when we came in? Chenzili desperately tried to awaken Wang Ming's memory of the deputy director's words. We are all from the Dragon Kingdom. People from the Dragon Kingdom do not kill each other. People from the Dragon Kingdom do not kill each other, but unfortunately, are you still from the Dragon Kingdom now? Wang Ming had already walked in front of Chenzili, the tip of the knife pressed against his throat. The sharp tip made his neck feel a sharp pain. This pain filled him with fear, and he looked at Wang Ming with pleading eyes. Brother Ming, I just want to live. What wrong have I done? These plaster flag people are indeed too powerful. I am no match for them. Brother Ming, so, you would rather betray your country to save your life? Wang Ming's tone was icy. Brother Ming, please spare me. Chenzili tried to plead for mercy, but Wang Ming would never give his enemies any space to survive. Since he chose to stand on the opposite side, he had to be prepared for death. Puff! The tip of the thousand-blade knife ruthlessly pierced through Chenzili's throat, the blade emerging from the back of his neck. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Chenzili opened his mouth wide, making strange sounds from his throat blocked by the blade, his body convulsing, his hands clawing at his neck, the intense pain preventing him from moving, his eyes rolling back. Wang Ming expressionlessly withdrew the knife. Chenzili's body collapsed to the ground as the knife was pulled out, still convulsing, thick blood staining the black ground. Holding the bloodied knife, Wang Ming turned around. The surrounding plaster flag people trembled in fear, lowering their heads and not daring to meet Wang Ming's gaze. At this moment, Fujiwara Ryushin's face was pale as he desperately controlled the demon binding plate. As soul power was injected, the plate rapidly enlarged, glowing with a layer of light in its octagonal shape, followed by a layer of light film illuminating its 8 edges. Fujiwara Ryushin chanted incantations, squeezing out a drop of blood. Bind! With a commanding shout, the demon binding plate flew up with a whoosh, heading towards the distant demon spirit beast. The enlarged demon binding plate landed on the head of the raging demon spirit beast, which suddenly trembled and froze in place. Immediately, the octagonal demon binding plate shone brightly, a strange energy illuminating the demon spirit beast like a searchlight. Instantly, the magic beast seemed as if a zombie had seen the sunlight, with waves of smoky magic emanating from its body, and the octagonal magic confinement disc instantly turned black, covered in dense magical energy. Moments later, the magic disc vibrated with a hum, slowly rising, and a beam of light within it remained bright. As the magic disc ascended, an ivory-like object rose along with the light. This was the magic embryo of the magic beast. Wang Ming frowned as he stared at the octagonal magic confinement disc. This little treasure of the plaster flag was indeed impressive, capable of easily capturing this magic beast. What surprised him even more was that the magic disc could revert the magic beast to its original form and capture it alive. Were they researching magic beasts? It was well known that the plaster flag had an obsessive fervor and ruthless heart for studying organisms, especially alternative ones. Presumably, this magic disc was invented by the plaster flag through research on the magic embryo, and Rushi and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the magic beast subdued. Brother Ming, are you okay? And Rushi quickly approached Wang Ming, riding her white fox, looking at him with concern, fearing he was missing some parts. I'm fine. What was the casualty situation just now? The battle with Fujiwara Ryushin lasted no more than a minute, but the combat power of this level 7 magic beast was truly terrifying. A minute was enough to cause casualties. Baishan lowered his head and said, 3 died, 8 were injured, and the others are fine. Including the previous few lackeys, there should be 9 dead, a total of 31 people, now only 22 are left. Chao Yajuan's face turned a bit pale. The losses were significant. Wang Ming nodded. Everyone's gaze turned to Fujiwara Ryushin and the other plaster flag members. The plaster flag members no longer had their previous arrogance. Sensing the gaze of the Dragon Kingdom people, everyone felt a tightening in their chests, especially those few who followed Chenzili, who were even more nervous. Wang Ming pointed at everyone in front and ordered Fujiwara Ryushin, kill them. Everyone present was taken aback. Fujiwara Ryushin looked incredulous. Wang, Brother Ming, I've already been marked by your soul thought. Why must you go to such extremes? Wang Ming's expression was cold. Do you have the right to choose? *%UN #at. The other plaster flag members, seeing the murderous intent on Wang Ming's face, seemed to realize something and knelt down, pleading with Fujiwara Ryushin in a flurry. A few with backbone chose to commit seppuku. The few Dragon Kingdom people were also shocked, questioning, Wang Ming, you would even kill us?
Chao Yaojun and the others were very surprised.
Wang Ming said expressionlessly, "Since you chose to stand against us, in my eyes, you are no longer Dragon Kingdom people.
Fujihara Ryushin, make your move."
Fujihara Ryushin gritted his teeth, drew his knife, and easily slaughtered everyone.
Go! Throughout the ordeal, Wang Ming's face remained frosty.
Chao Yaojun and the others wanted to plead for those few people, but seeing Wang Ming's expression, they didn't dare to speak. After Fujihara Ryushin killed them, Wang Ming finally spoke.
Everyone rode their treasures, following Wang Ming into the sky, flying deeper. Fujihara Ryushin, as they walked, Wang Ming played with the magic confinement disc in his hand and asked Fujihara Ryushin beside him, "Did you already know what was inside?"
"Yes."
"So your purpose in coming here was to capture magic beasts?"
"Yes."
"What is the purpose of capturing magic beasts?"
"Research."
"Research what?"
"Research magic beasts."
"Ha!"
Wang Ming let out a cold laugh, and with a thought, Fujihara Ryushin's face immediately turned as pale as paper, and the intense headache twisted his features into a grimace, causing him to fall from the flying knife beneath him.
Wang Ming descended with the knife.
Everyone quickly followed Wang Ming down, and when they landed on the ground, Fujihara Ryushin was trembling in pain. Wang Ming held a blood-red knife against Fujihara Ryushin's throat. "Do not challenge my patience with your life.
Research the compatibility of demon beasts and humans."
Fujihara Ryushin dared not hold back any longer, as he truly felt the cold killing intent emanating from Wang Ming.
"Research the compatibility of demon beasts and humans?" Lu Qiaoyao exclaimed in surprise.
"Yes, the demon womb is equivalent to a human female's uterus, possessing the ability to nurture life.
The life born from the demon womb contains powerful demonic energy.
Demon beasts below level 7 lack intelligence and only scatter demon seeds to develop new demon wombs. They are more like living plants."
"Then what is the purpose of your research on the compatibility of demon beasts and humans?" and Rushue asked.
Fujihara Ryushin paused for a moment and said, "To study whether humans can nurture life through the demon womb. In this way, we can give birth to powerful beings infused with demonic energy." The others felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this.
This little patchwork flag was truly insane. "Have you already conducted experiments in this area?" Wang Ming's tone was icy.
"Yes. You probably don't have the technology for this alone. Is there a shadow of the white-headed eagle behind this?"
"Yes."
The group fell silent again. Fujihara Ryushin looked at Wang Ming and said, "Wang Ming, demonic energy is invincible, many people understand this.
Whether human or demon, our strength ultimately comes from demonic energy. The emergence of the demon womb is actually humanity's last chance. Assimilation, humans assimilating demonic energy, just as humans can absorb oxygen to survive.
In this way, we can exist within demonic energy."
"Humph, demonic energy cannot erode us humans. How can we talk about assimilation?" Lu Feifei scoffed.
Fujihara Ryushin sneered, "Cannot erode?
That's because there is still a faint divine thought within us humans, which isolates us from the erosion of demonic energy. But as the ancient gods fade away, this divine thought will weaken until it completely disappears, and then demonic energy will inevitably invade humanity. At that time, we will all become mindless, soulless corpses."
Fujihara Ryushin's voice was deafening. In that moment, everyone fell silent, especially Wang Ming, for he knew that the beings within the demon womb had an erosive nature, manifesting through the form of demon seeds.
"We are searching for the last chance of survival for humanity. Don't say that your dragon kingdom is unaware."
Fujihara Ryushin looked at Wang Ming with a cold smile.
"Aren't you here for the demon womb?" Wang Ming remained silent for a moment before asking, "Do you know there is an egg inside?"
Ha ha ha.
Upon hearing this, Fujihara Ryushin burst into laughter.
His laughter made everyone frown, as they all had a very bad premonition.
Fujihara Ryushin's voice turned cold and eerie. "You still say you haven't researched it? Perhaps you don't even know that the egg you are looking for is the demon womb, and inside this demon womb is a person. A person."
Fujihara Ryushin's words sent a chill through everyone.
How could a person possibly be inside an egg?
Wang Ming furrowed his brows. His intuition told him that what Fujihara Ryushin said was likely true. If it was true, it indicated that the Dragon Kingdom had also conducted research on this, but it was being kept secret. The expressions of the others varied. Perhaps the members of the 5 great families should know some of these secrets, but they likely didn't know much, as this involved state secrets. However, from the changes in Rushue, Lu Qiaoyao, and Chao Yaojuan's expressions, Wang Ming could infer that they were also unaware.
"No matter what is inside, our mission is to bring this egg back."
Wang Ming pondered for a moment, feeling that regardless of the truth, since the state valued it so highly, it must be brought back.
"Bring it back?"
Fujihara Ryushin sneered. "With your strength, it is probably impossible." Wang Ming looked at him coldly.
Fujiwara Ryushin said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm speaking the truth. My people from the Great Medicinal Flag and the White Feather Eagle all want to take this egg back. Wang Ming, your strength is indeed impressive, but against the people from the White Feather Eagle this time, I'm afraid you're not their match. Oh, really? Wang Ming sneered. Ha! Seeing Wang Ming so confident, Fujiwara Ryushin directly said, because among the people from the White Feather Eagle this time, there is a daughter of God, and her first soul ring is 600,000 years, and the second soul ring is even 1,000,000 years. What? And Rushi and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. How is that possible? Lu Xiaoyao also couldn't believe it. 1,000,000-year soul ring was no small matter. How could a great soul master possess such an exaggerated soul ring? Don't doubt it, I saw it with my own eyes, Fujiwara Ryushin said. Wang Ming, unless your second soul ring is also 1,000,000 years, but unfortunately, is it? Ha ha ha. Everyone's gaze turned to Wang Ming. Wang Ming remained silent. Fujiwara Ryushin laughed even more wildly. Your first soul ring is indeed surprising at 900,000 years, but your second soul ring is at most a few 100,000 years. With such strength, facing the 1,000,000-year soul ring of the White Feather Eagle is simply not enough. Moreover, the seed demon of this egg has over 100 heads, all of which are level 4 demons. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Wang Ming pondered for a moment and asked, Fujiwara Ryushin, can the demon binding disc capture the demon spirit beast in that egg? Fujiwara Ryushin shook his head. This egg has not fully matured yet. Right now, it is merely a so-called demon platform, not even a demon fetus. It would be easy to take it away, but first, you need to be able to get close to this egg. Wang Ming said, alright, you don't need to worry about the rest, then turned to Enrushi and the others. Zheng Tianjing and the others haven't been found yet. Let's move forward while searching for them. Everyone nodded. Wang Ming put away the demon binding disc, wielded his flying knife, and headed deeper into the land of demonic energy. Everyone followed closely behind. Brother Ming, Enrushi and Lu Xiaoya walked side by side, and Enrushi said, if what Fujiwara Ryushin said is true, then the strength of the White Feather Eagle is terrifying. Brother Ming, if you can't win, you must not confront them head-on. 1,000,000-year soul ring, there are not many possessors in our dragon kingdom. That daughter of God must be extraordinary. We can only do our best. Brother Ming, we must be careful, Lu Xiaoyao added. Wang Ming smiled and whispered to them, what do you think? Is it possible that my second soul ring is also 1,000,000 years? Both of their pupils visibly trembled. They exchanged glances, both showing expressions of shock. Everyone quickly moved deeper. The further they went, the stronger the demonic energy around them became, and they encountered very few people. A few people from the Dragon Kingdom joined their ranks, but they still hadn't seen Zheng Tianjing and the others. This made Wang Ming somewhat worried. Could it be that they had already encountered misfortune? Old Lu. Wang Ming called to Lu Feifei, use your 7-colored illusionary sky to scout the surroundings and see if you can find anyone else, from any country. Got it, Brother Ming. Lu Feifei readily agreed, then unleashed her soul power. A beam of light shot from the mirror, and Lu Feifei's figure connected with the mirror, disappearing from the spot. This was the soul skill of Lu Feifei's soul tool, Light Refraction Phantom. The others quickened their pace to follow Wang Ming. 3 days later, ahead appeared a range of mountains. The mountains were not very high, but they stretched endlessly within the black demonic energy, with only the outlines of the mountains visible from afar. Thick demonic energy permeated the air, creating a sea of darkness. Brother Ming. Before they could approach the mountains, a voice came from ahead, followed by a beam of light shooting towards them, which was Lu Feifei's 7-colored illusionary sky. As the light and shadow fell, Lu Feifei's figure appeared. What's wrong? Wang Ming asked. Lu Feifei hurriedly said, Mingge, there are a few people ahead, they look like the white-haired eagles, and Zhang Tianjing and the others are with them. They have been captured by those white-haired eagle people. Captured? Wang Ming's expression turned cold. Yes, Zhang Tianjing and the others can't use their soul power. Their hands are tied behind their backs, following behind them, Lu Feifei said. Let's go. A glint of killing intent flashed in Wang Ming's eyes. Wang Ming, Fujiwara Ryushin said, don't forget, their leader is the daughter of God. You're no match for her. If you go, you'll be walking to your death. Everyone looked at Wang Ming. Wang Ming sneered, who dies is still uncertain. Let's go. He then flew forward with his sword, and everyone hurriedly followed. In less than an hour, they caught up with the white-haired eagle people Lu Feifei mentioned. The other side also sensed someone approaching from behind, immediately stopping and turning to take a defensive stance. When Zhang Tianjing turned her head and saw Wang Ming's cold face emerging from the thick darkness of demonic energy, her heart trembled violently,
her nose tinged with bitterness, and her eyes reddened. The person she had longed for had finally appeared.
That man is the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom you mentioned?
The leader of the white-haired eagles was a tall, aloof blonde woman with blue eyes. She keenly noticed the change in Zhang Tianjing's expression and asked as she watched Wang Ming fly towards them.
Humph.
Zhang Tianjing snorted coldly, Jenny Heifel, you'll find out soon enough. I will make Wang Ming strip you of your clothes and throw you into the demon's lair to feed the monsters.
Ha!
Jenny Heifel chuckled, looking at the rapidly approaching Wang Ming. Is that so? But he really is a handsome and valiant man, just my type. If he is willing to kneel at my feet and kiss my toes, I might consider sparing his life.
Zhang Tianjing retorted, ridiculous, Jenny Heifel.
If you are willing to stick your butt out and beg my Minggu to take you as his servant, I can plead for your life.
Do you trust him that much?
Jenny Heifel asked. You'll find out soon enough, Zhang Tianjing replied.
Is that so? Then I am looking forward to his performance.
Jenny Heifel's gaze towards Wang Ming held a hint of anticipation, unable to resist licking her lips. Such a handsome man must be quite skilled in bed. In front of Wang Ming, a woman blocked his path. The two sides were separated by more than 10 meters. The woman wore a sky-blue long dress, the hem floating in the air, and a beautiful sea-blue shark floated beneath her feet, swimming as if it were in the ocean.
Man, are you here to save her?
Jenny Heifel said with a charming smile, speaking fluent Chinese.
Wang Ming's gaze shifted towards Zhang Tianjing.
Besides Zhang Tianjing, there were 4 people from the White Phoenix Academy and 2 from other academies. Their expressions were haggard, looking as if they had suffered unfair treatment.
Only Zhang Tianjing's situation was the best. Who are you?
Wang Ming withdrew his gaze and looked at her.
Jenny Heifel, she said, noticing Fujihara Ryushin behind Wang Ming.
Oh, it seems your strength is quite impressive. Even Fujihara Ryushin has become your captive.
If you don't let her go, soon you will also become a captive, Wang Ming said. Is that so?
Jenny Heifel smiled, then waved her hand behind her. Did you not hear? This handsome guy said if I don't let them go, I'll become a captive too.
Hurry up and release them, everyone.
Of course, Jenny Heifel said with a smile to Wang Ming. I can let them go, I'm quite obedient, but
I have a small request. Wang Ming frowned. What request?
Jenny Heifel smiled and gracefully walked towards Wang Ming, the shark beneath her feet slowly swimming, supporting her steps, and Rushui and Lu Qiaoyao immediately became alert, their cold gazes fixed on the approaching woman.
He. Jenny Heifel smiled at Rushui and Lu Qiaoyao, walking to Wang Ming's side, her voice alluring. Are they all your women?
As the woman drew near, a faint, cool fragrance wafted in, filling the air and making one feel comfortable, but Wang Ming had no time for distractions and asked in a deep voice, state your demands.
Truly lacking in romance.
Jenny Heifel chuckled, but I like it. My request is simple, just sleep with me for a night, and then I'll let them go.
What? Everyone was taken aback.
And Rushui and Lu Qiaoyao were even more furious. This despicable woman was utterly shameless to say such things in public. Even worse, she was trying to steal their man right in front of them. This was intolerable.
You filthy wretch, you're asking for death.
And Rushui immediately unleashed her soul power, the white fox beneath her ready to release its soul technique, while Lu Qiaoyao shouted angrily, brandishing her sword, ready to strike.
He.
Jenny Heifel laughed lightly, pointing a finger, and a stream of soul light slowly flowed, a salty chill spreading through the air, causing Rushui and Lu Qiaoyao to feel their bodies stiffen, as if they were being imprisoned.
Humph.
Wang Ming snorted coldly, releasing his own soul power, which immediately pushed back Jenny Heifel's chill, restoring Rushui and Lu Qiaoyao's control over their bodies. I'm not interested in sleeping with you, Wang Ming said, his expression unchanged. If you don't let them go, I'll do it myself. As his words fell, he vanished with a whoosh from his spot, reappearing behind Zhang Tianjing, startling the white-haired eagles people, who prepared to act. Jenny Heifel waved her hand to stop them. Wang Ming tapped Zhang Tianjing, breaking the soul power that had bound her. After being restrained for several days, the moment the binding was lifted, Zhang Tianjing felt her body go soft and fell into Wang Ming's arms, shyly saying, Ming, thank you.
Wang Ming responded, holding her as he continued to free the others.
Humph. And Rushui and Lu Qiaoyao snorted in displeasure.
Jenny Heifel smiled as she watched Wang Ming rescue Zhang Tianjing and the others, and upon hearing Rushui and Lu Qiaoyao's cold snorts, she laughed. Men, aren't they all playboys?
Their existence, from a physiological standpoint, is merely that of a machine that sows seeds everywhere. Only we women are the true essence of this world.
Not a woman like you. And Rushui retorted.
My Ming is definitely not the kind of man you speak of.
Lu Qiaoyao added.
Lu Feifei pouted, saying, TSK, the way you say that, it's as if you've tried every man in the world.
You must be so lonely. Are you that afraid of your own barren land?
Jenny Heifel giggled at Lu Feifei. Oh, little fatty, your mouth is so tempting,
it makes me want to fill it with dog hair. Even if I'm a public bus, you wouldn't dare to board. Lu Feifei replied, hee, then I must thank you. I never ride public buses. At that moment, Wang Ming returned, holding Zheng Tianjing. Wang Ming, I've released your people. If you won't agree to sleep with me, how about I make another request? Jenny Haefel said with a smile. Speak. Wang Ming replied. Our goal should be the same, but there are many monsters around that egg, and I can't handle them alone. Why don't we join forces? Jenny Haefel proposed. Agreed. Wang Ming answered without hesitation, but I want all the monster cores we hunt inside. After all, he couldn't guarantee he could easily deal with so many monsters. Although having Jenny Haefel by his side was like a ticking time bomb, who would blow up first was still uncertain. Okay, no problem, Jenny Haefel said with a smile. They had already ventured into the mountain range ahead, but encountered too many monsters, along with several demonic beasts from the magic embryos, which they simply couldn't handle, so they had to retreat temporarily. Now, with the addition of Wang Ming and the others, their strength had greatly increased. Wang Ming inquired about the egg, and Jenny Haefel's response surprised him. Throughout the entire mountain range he had seen, there were monsters, and that egg was hidden somewhere within this range, but it was hard to say exactly where. They would have to search for it. Wang Ming felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, the strongest monsters here were only level 4, and at most level 5 outside, and their goal was to find that egg, not to engage in a battle with such a large number of monsters. Wang Ming, we must first locate the position of that egg before we can decide what to do next. Otherwise, with so many mountains, how long will it take us to kill them all? Jenny Haefel said. Wang Ming nodded and pointed to the left, saying, I'll go left, you go right, let's split up and find the egg first. Jenny Haefel agreed with a nod. Then, Wang Ming returned to Enrushui and the others, saying, You all wait at a distance. I will split up with that white-haired woman to find the egg. Stay far away. If the monsters inside are disturbed, you can escape easily, understand? Brother Ming, be careful. Enrushui said with concern. Don't worry. Wang Ming smiled. Brother Ming, how far should we hide? Lu Feifei whispered. Wang Ming smiled and told him, Once I go in with that woman, you all leave quickly, as far as you can. Don't worry about me. With my speed, I can find you soon. As he spoke, he gently patted Enrushui's shoulder. Okay. Lu Feifei nodded. Brother Ming, be careful. I think that blonde woman wants to sleep with you. Wang Ming, get lost. After a brief exchange, Wang Ming approached Jenny Haefel, the fragrance still captivating. Have you made your arrangements? Jenny Haefel asked. Yes. Wang Ming nodded. Do you know how to get out of this place? Suddenly, Jenny Haefel turned to Wang Ming and asked, her expression carrying a faint smile. You know? Wang Ming frowned. Since you're so handsome, I'll tell you, Jenny Haefel said with a smile. The key to getting out is that egg. The location of that egg has a teleportation array. When you obtain this egg, you will be teleported out. Wang Ming stared seriously into her eyes. She smiled back. He could only trust half of what this woman said, but he completely disbelieved this particular statement. The current world was a parallel blue star world, not a cultivation world, and as for the so-called teleportation array, he guessed this woman must have read some fantasy novels from the Dragon Country. Is that so? Wang Ming chuckled lightly. Then let's find that egg first and talk about it. Wang Ming, the monsters inside are very powerful. You must have known that already. If your soul power runs low, get out quickly. The soul beasts here are under control and cannot leave this mountain range. Before leaving, Jenny Haefel said, Okay, got it. After saying that, Wang Ming activated the soul power within him and infused it into the thunder soul bone beneath his feet, and with a crackle, he disappeared from the spot. Jenny Haefel watched as Wang Ming transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. It's a speed-type soul bone. Wang Ming, you give me a feeling of fear. What exactly is it that makes me feel this way? Wang Ming, you really make me curious. Sister, I must push you down and strip you of all your secrets. He. Amidst a series of laughter, Jenny Haefel rode her sea shark and flew to the other side. Wang Ming quickly traversed the mountain peaks, searching for that egg. In this mountain range, there are numerous peaks, and each peak is guarded by 1 to 2 demons. According to Fujihara Ryushin, these demons are the guardians of that egg. If all these level 4 demons were to be alarmed, he would either die or suffer greatly. Fortunately, he has a cheat. The system's detection range is 5 kilometers, and standing on each peak, he can utilize the system's detection function to assess the situation without needing to venture deep into the mountains. This also avoids being hunted by the demons. I wonder how Jenny Haefel is searching for that egg. Wang Ming pondered, suddenly envisioning a scene in his mind, a woman frantically weaving through the mountains, pursued by a horde of demons. System detecting. System detecting. System detecting. After 3 days and nights of searching,
he still had not found any trace of the egg. Wang Ming meticulously searched every peak in this mountain range, but to no avail. The vast mountain range had been thoroughly checked. Could that egg be on the side where that white-haired eagle woman is searching? Wang Ming frowned, looking at the dwindling mountains before him, deciding to finish his search first. Meanwhile, Jenny Haefel was exhausted, having only searched half of the mountain range. Without a cheat, she had to rely on her spirit to search, but this would inevitably lead her to encounter the spirits of the demons. Once detected by the demons, it would result in relentless pursuit. These demons were the puppet guardians of the egg, and they would stop at nothing to capture her. She was very strong, but facing such a number of demons, even a Soul Emperor-level expert would only be able to flee. Thus, she had to escape the mountains every day to rest for a night. Because these demons were under control, they would not pursue her once she left the mountain range. But what shocked her was that Wang Ming had been inside for 3 days and nights without ever coming out. Really? Jenny Haefel could hardly believe her ears. He has never come out since he went in? Yes, dear Princess Jenny Haefel, you may have overestimated the strength of this Dragon Kingdom person. If it weren't for God himself coming down, with that person's strength, he would have likely died inside long ago, becoming food for the demons, one of Jenny Haefel's subordinates said. My God, that foolish man. Jenny Haefel found it hard to believe that Wang Ming would die inside, but it was unbelievable that he had not appeared for such a long time. I said he should come out before his soul power was exhausted. How foolish. Such a good appearance wasted. I wonder if he has been eaten by some lucky female demon. Sigh. What a waste. From then on, she could only rely on herself. What troubled her even more was that even if she found the egg, without sufficient power to protect herself, so many demons would prevent her from leaving the mountain range. Therefore, the hardest part was not finding the egg, but how to take it out. First, find the egg. Unable to rely on others, Jenny Haefel could only depend on herself. After resting for a night, she continued to enter the mountains and search one by one. Wang Ming, on the other hand, had been searching tirelessly for 4 days. He had scoured all the peaks in this area, yet he had not seen any trace of the egg. So, after resting for a night, he began searching in Jenny Haefel's area of the mountains on the 5th day, with the system quickly relaying detection results in his mind. Unsurprisingly, it was all negative. Searching in such a vast mountain range was extremely frustrating. Wang Ming was a person of great patience. As long as he did not touch his reverse scales, his heart could remain as calm as still water, undisturbed. Faced with countless peaks, he carefully and diligently searched. In his mind, the system's voice provided feedback at any moment. As the day approached afternoon, detecting a large number of demons and a human appearing directly ahead of the host, the target is 5 kilometers away and is accelerating towards the host, 4,500 meters. 4,000 meters. Wang Ming heard the prompt in his mind and immediately thought of who it was. Boom! Roar! Before the system's prompt reached 2,000 meters, the roar of the demons and the sound of them rushing like a torrent came. Just from the deafening noise, Wang Ming could judge how many demons were chasing after Jenny Haefel, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Jenny Haefel really has limitless charm. She's attracting so many demons. If they catch up, they will definitely love her to pieces. 2,500 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,500 meters. Jenny Haefel was moving quickly, appearing far ahead in just a few seconds. In her frantic escape and search, Jenny Haefel was completely unaware of Wang Ming's presence, instead immersing herself in searching one peak after another, which resulted in drawing the demons from the mountain into the pursuit. Finally, when Jenny Haefel quickly appeared on the mountain opposite Wang Ming, it was as if she had been hit by a freezing spell, standing still in place, her eyes wide and mouth agape, hands covering her mouth, shouting, "Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, my God!" Jenny Haefel could hardly believe her eyes. The Wang Ming she had long thought was dead in the belly of a demon was actually standing alive in front of her. Even more unbelievable was that there wasn't a single demon chasing him. This left her in utter disbelief, gasping in shock. "Are you seeing me this excited?" Jenny Haefel's sharp voice drowned out the sound of the demons behind her, piercing Wang Ming's ears. "Oh my God!" Jenny Haefel approached Wang Ming, her bright eyes wide open, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if he were a priceless treasure. "You're still alive, my God. It's simply unbelievable. I can't believe my eyes. You're actually alive, and there are no demons chasing you. How did you do it? My God!" Jenny Haefel's tone was quite exaggerated. "Because I am the son of a deity," Wang Ming said with a smile. Jenny Haefel. "What?" Wang Ming smiled and said, "Aren't you the daughter of God? But it seems now that you're not only the daughter of God but also the mother of demons, otherwise, so many demons wouldn't be chasing you." Jenny Haefel rolled her eyes at Wang Ming. "All right, I'll take that as a compliment. Dear son of a deity, those demons behind you are up to you. Anyway, I'm already exhausted and can't muster a bit of strength." Wang Ming sneered,
I'm not the mother of demons. Jenny Hafel, if you don't want to be torn to pieces by this group of demons, I think we need to get out of here immediately. After saying that, she accelerated and flew towards the outside. Wang Ming controlled his flying knife and followed her towards the outer edge of the mountain range. Since their current position was close to the other side of the mountain, there was no long way back, and after an hour, they reached the border of the mountain range, where the demons finally stopped at the boundary. Phew! Jenny Hafel collapsed on the ground, looking nothing like a lady, gasping heavily, her flawless face slightly flushed. She glanced up at Wang Ming, her curiosity even stronger. She simply couldn't understand how Wang Ming managed to avoid the demon's pursuit to check for that egg's existence. Fortunately, she had collaborated with Wang Ming, otherwise, with his speed, he would have definitely found that egg before her. Dear Wang, didn't you find that egg over there? Jenny Hafel took a deep breath and looked at Wang Ming, somewhat disbelieving. If I find it, you won't meet me, Wang Ming said. Alright, I believe you. Jenny Hafel shrugged and added, I'm really curious, how do you avoid those monsters? No comment, Wang Ming replied. What are we having for dinner? Jenny Hafel asked. Figure it out yourself. With that, Wang Ming walked off a short distance. Where are you going? Jenny Hafel's voice came from behind. Wang Ming said nothing and quickly disappeared from her sight. About half an hour later, Wang Ming reappeared, dragging a monster behind him. He set a fire and began to skin the monster, the process flowing smoothly. Soon, the monster was sizzling over the fire, exuding a golden oil and a mouth-watering aroma. Jenny Hafel watched, swallowing hard. Her self-heating meal suddenly lost its appeal. She stared at Wang Ming, who didn't even glance her way, showing no intention of inviting her to eat. The meat was cooked, and he took out some barbecue seasoning from his soul ring, sprinkling it on top, making it even more tempting. Oh, it smells so good. Jenny Hafel couldn't help but put down her self-heating meal and walked over. Dear Wang, as such an elegant gentleman, don't you want to invite me to dinner? Want to eat? Wang Ming asked without turning his head. Jenny Hafel nodded. Wang Ming extended his hand. If you want to eat, give me all the monster cores you obtained here. Jenny Hafel's eyes widened. Are you robbing me? Wang Ming retracted his hand. You refused the deal. With that, he waved his hand, and a bottle of red wine and a goblet flashed out from his soul ring, the aroma of the wine wafting through the air. When Jenny Hafel saw the wine, she couldn't hold back any longer. Anyone who knew her was aware she was a wine lover, but unfortunately, her stock had been confiscated due to her mission this time. She had been longing for good wine. Now, smelling the fragrance, she immediately said, Okay, I agree to the deal. I'll give you all the monster cores. Can you invite me for wine and dinner? Wang Ming, sure. The deal was struck. Jenny Hafel readily handed over the monster cores, eagerly snatching the wine bottle from Wang Ming's hand and directly chugged it. A whole 500 milliliters bottle of high-end red wine was down by her. Wang Ming was left dumbfounded. This woman really had a high tolerance for alcohol. Gulping it down, Jenny Hafel, still wanting more, walked over to the roasted meat, cut off a piece, and began to eat heartily. Wang Ming took out another bottle and warned Jenny Hafel, this is the last bottle. If you finish it, we won't have any more to drink. Use the goblet. Jenny Hafel, okay. Since Wang Ming only had one goblet, they had to share. Jenny Hafel, with her cheerful and bold personality, after chugging a bottle, became a bit tipsy and started eating and drinking with Wang Ming, quickly getting a little drunk. She pulled Wang Ming into her ample bosom, almost wanting to feed him, raising her goblet. Dear Wang, let's drink together. Cheers to our delightful encounter tonight. Wang Ming felt a bit dizzy, his face pressed against her soft chest, making it hard for him to breathe, but it was indeed comfortable. Struggling out of her gentle embrace, Wang Ming felt his blood surging, a wave of heat rising in his lower abdomen, his mouth dry, throat burning, and chest tight. He snatched the goblet from her hand and took a big gulp. This woman was truly something. Wang Ming had never experienced such a scene before, almost losing control. Jenny Hafel had long wanted to sleep with Wang Ming and was using the alcohol to initiate a deeper exchange. But Wang Ming wasn't interested. That's enough. He stood up. Let's rest for a night, and we'll go in tomorrow morning. After saying that, he turned and walked away, casually finding a place to sit cross-legged. Humph. Jenny Hafel huffed in displeasure, her wish unfulfilled, and turned to look at Wang Ming, who was sitting upright. From the side, his high-nose bridge and perfect jawline outlined a handsome face, strikingly attractive. Coupled with a sense of unease that made her heart race, she felt drawn to him. She hadn't expected that her initiative tonight would not lead this man to succumb, which left her with a sense of frustration, secretly thinking, alright, Wang Ming, I don't believe I can't have you. The next morning at dawn, this world was forever shrouded in darkness, thick demonic energy permeating the air, making it impossible to distinguish between day and night.
yet the time on the watch remained unaffected. Wang Ming glanced at the time on his wrist, 7:32. He took a deep breath. After a night of cultivation, his soul power had returned to its peak. Turning to look at Jenny Hazel, she was lying not far away, hugging her sea shark spirit beast as she slept, the sea shark serving as her pillow. Get up! Wang Ming flicked his fingers, sending a wave of soul power that hit her like a jolt. Ah! Wang Ming had been a bit too rough, producing a loud bang, and Jenny Hazel was jolted awake, covering her smooth forehead, unable to open her eyes, yet cursing, "Damn Wang, how dare you treat me like this? It's about time, let's go," Wang Ming said without any tenderness. Reluctantly, Jenny Hazel got up, rubbed her face, casually brushed her golden long hair, took a deep breath, and finally felt a bit more awake, looking up at Wang Ming. "Good morning, Wang. Let's go." Wang Ming didn't wait for her, controlling his flying knife to dash towards the mountains. Seriously, a steel-straight man who doesn't understand romance is destined to be single for life. Jenny Hazel grumbled as she got up, kicking the still-sleeping spirit beast. "Stop sleeping, let's go." The sea shark shook its head in displeasure, like Zhuangzhou's fish, and then carried Jenny Hazel as they swam after Wang Ming. Soon, the two arrived at the place where they had met yesterday. "Let's start." Jenny Hazel pointed at the mountain below, saying, "Do you believe that 80% of what's inside is a bunch of nasty monsters? System, start detection." System detecting. 50%. 100%, detection successful. There are 2 level 4 monsters inside the mountain. Seeing Wang Ming silent, Jenny Hazel pouted and prepared to check it out herself. At that moment, Wang Ming said, "No need to go in, there are 2 monsters inside." Jenny Hazel's eyes widened. "Really? Next mountain." Without answering her, he controlled the flying knife to head towards the next mountain. "Dear Wang, are you joking?" Jenny Hazel chased after him, bombarding him with questions. "How can you be sure there are monsters inside? What if it's that egg? Who told you?" Wang Ming replied, "Your god told me, okay?" Jenny Hazel looked at him in disbelief. "There is a level 4 monster inside this mountain. Let's go." After staying at this mountain for less than 3 seconds, Wang Ming left that sentence and turned to leave. Jenny Hazel, "I don't believe it." So, she released her soul and probed towards the mountain, quickly delving deep into the bottom, finding the entrance to the monster's lair, and indeed saw a level 4 monster. Then, roar! An angry roar echoed from within the lair as the monster sensed Jenny Hazel's soul presence and charged out. Wang Ming heard the monster's roar, turned his head, and frowned at Jenny Hazel. Jenny Hazel shrank her neck weakly. "Hee, just a little hug. Wang Ming, you go down and deal with it yourself, and bring me the monster core. Obey your command," Jenny Hazel said, then lowered her head to pat her soul beast, the sea shark. "Buddy, go down and kill it." The sea shark trembled all over and swam down. Another octopus appeared beneath Jenny Hazel's feet, its tentacles very dense and its head quite large. Wang Ming frowned slightly. It seemed that this daughter of the gods should not be underestimated. Gathering his thoughts, Wang Ming turned and flew towards the next peak, continuing to use the system to search. Jenny Hazel quickly caught up with 2 soul beasts, grinning as she presented a crystal-clear, shining demon core to Wang Ming. "Dear Wang, I have fulfilled my mission." Wang Ming accepted the demon core without hesitation and continued searching. Now, Jenny Hazel completely believed in Wang Ming's searching abilities, quietly following behind him. Without the pursuit of demons, the two leisurely continued their search. "Dear Wang, how did you know about the demons here?" Jenny Hazel asked curiously as she noticed Wang Ming spent no more than 3 seconds at each peak. "Dear Wang, I heard your first soul ring is 900,000 years old. How did you get it?" Seeing he remained silent, she pressed on. "Dear Wang, would you like to sleep with me? I have a very sexy figure." "Dear Wang, you come." Wang Ming turned around, staring at her. "Ha!" Jenny Hazel's small head was in a daze. "You come find me. I'll find a place to rest and see how you were chased by demons." Wang Ming sat down, gesturing for her to come over. No. Jenny Hazel chuckled. "Dear Wang, please, I won't say another word." No, you come here, I see you're too idle." "No, dear Wang, I have sincerely recognized my mistake. Please don't mind," Jenny Hazel said very sincerely. Wang Ming stood up. "If you talk any more nonsense, I'll throw you off the mountain." "Okay." Wang Ming continued to search one by one. This tedious process repeated over and over, with Wang Ming meticulously checking, while Jenny Hazel quietly followed like a little shadow. System detection in progress. 50%. 100%. Detection successful. A magic embryo appears in the peak. Just as Wang Ming walked away mechanically, he suddenly shook and froze in place. An egg-shaped magic embryo feedback appeared in his mind. It was that egg. Jenny Hazel bumped into Wang Ming, touching her forehead. "Why did you stop suddenly?" Before she finished speaking, a gleam of greed sparkled in her eyes. "Go down." Before the words fell, Wang Ming's body had already transformed into a beam of light, rushing downwards. Jenny Hafel closely followed, and the two beams of light flashed down, appearing in a cave. The cave was pitch black, with a rich demonic aura permeating inside, yet it did not leak out. Buzz! Jenny Hafel released a ball that emitted white light, the dense demonic energy swirling chaotically under the light, illuminating the cave and revealing the situation inside to the two. It was an ordinary cave, with a deep passage ahead. The two exchanged glances and walked towards the long passage. The cave was silent, only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the passage, pat-pat, as they held their breath, cautiously surveying their surroundings, slowly moving deeper inside. This passage seemed endless. They felt they had been walking for a long time, but Wang Ming determined that the passage was not far, otherwise, the system would not be able to detect the presence of this egg within a 5-kilometer range. Finally, they reached the end and saw the egg they had been searching for. When they saw the egg, disbelief spread across their faces. Both of them stood there, frozen as if paralyzed, their gazes fixed on that egg. For what stood before them was not an egg, but a person, an ice-sculpted woman, a stunningly beautiful woman, completely naked. The woman looked like a fairy from the heavens, exuding an otherworldly aura. Wrapped in a thick layer of ice, this ice took on a spherical shape, resembling a giant egg that had yet to hatch. "Oh my god! This is the magic egg?" Jenny Hafel exclaimed, her eyes wide with incredulity. The shapes of magic eggs were indeed varied, to the extent that they could completely take on human form. Even the triangle had fully manifested as a human female. From her exquisitely beautiful face to her flawless skin, every limb of her body presented an almost perfect woman. There were even faint wisps of hair. Her long eyelashes curled slightly upward, and even with her eyes closed, one could sense the size of her eyes. Inside the egg-shaped ice sphere, slender silvery tubular strands crisscrossed like human veins, and standing before her, one could truly feel the craftsmanship of nature, sending shivers down their spines. This was the egg they had been searching for. Although the egg was completely covered in ice, they felt no chill in the cave, and the temperature showed no signs of dropping, while the ice layer of the egg showed no intention of melting. She was completely naked, yet radiated a sense of purity. Wang Ming dared not harbor any thoughts of desecration. There was no lust. "My god, she is so beautiful." Jenny Hafel stared at her, unable to contain her admiration. "A perfect woman, she is simply a work of art. She should be what we are looking for," Wang Ming said. "Tingyuan Longshin said there was a person inside, but I didn't expect her to present herself to us in this way." Jenny Hafel replied, "Wang Ming, thank you for finding her for me, she now belongs to me." Wang Ming smiled lightly, "No need to thank me, because what I found is not for you. From now on, she belongs to me." Jenny Hafel, "You cannot take her away." "I admit you surprised me," Jenny Hafel said, "but I told you, this egg belongs to us, for she is a gift from God." "Did your God help you escape those demons?" Wang Ming countered. "What do you mean? I was able to find her without disturbing the demons at all. Do you know why?" Wang Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. "Why? Because I am the son of a deity, and there is an inexplicable connection between her and me. As long as we are within 5 kilometers of each other, I can sense her presence. Therefore, she is mine, not yours. You found her because of me," Wang Ming said honestly. Jenny Hafel displayed a look of skepticism. She truly could not explain how Wang Ming was able to locate her without alarming the demons. "If you dare to compete with me, that would be going against the will of the deity. When the deity descends punishment, it will be something you cannot bear. I hope you do not misjudge yourself," Wang Ming said with a smile. No. Jenny Hafel refused to believe this was true. "Wang Ming, don't try to deceive me with such nonsense. Do you know how Tingyuan Longshin found out about this egg? It was us who told them. To be precise, it was I who told them. Because when I appeared in this place, I had a strange dream, dreaming that a person descended from beyond the universe to the blue star. We searched the entire blue star and found this place." Wang Ming was shocked but still wore a smile. "And then? Let me tell you, there are 7 places on the entire blue star where such magical lands appear simultaneously. This is just one of them. The other 6 are unknown, but they will appear one day." 7 places? Wang Ming was astonished. "Do they all have something similar to humans inside?" "I don't know, but what I can confirm is that there are 6 more of these places. God revealed it to me. She belongs to me." "Wang Ming, you can't take her away," said Jenny Hafel. "Oh, really? I don't believe it." Wang Ming smiled. "It seems we can't avoid using our own means," Jenny Hafel said. Seeing that Wang Ming wouldn't give up, her expression darkened. "Dear Wang, I feel you have found her for me, but you absolutely cannot take her away unless you step over my dead body." After saying this, Jenny Hafel slowly raised her hand. Buzz! A faint buzzing sound echoed in the cave, and a red soul ring lit up above her head, slowly descending, followed by another deep buzzing sound.
the entire cave trembled. A terrifying pressure filled the cave, even the magical energy in the air could not flow under this pressure. The air inside felt compressed and solidified. A golden light slowly appeared above Jenny Hafel's head, a million-year soul ring. The smooth soul ring emitted a dazzling golden light, illuminating the cave. Under the golden light, Jenny Hafel appeared solemn and dignified, as if she were a naturally descended saint, exuding an air of nobility. Dear Wang, I know your first soul ring is 900,000 years, but under my million-year soul ring, you won't even have a chance to resist. Releasing my soul ring is because I don't want to fight with you. Give her up, and we can be friends or even lovers. Jenny Hafel looked down from above, her gaze as if she were a queen. Indeed, a million-year soul ring. Wang Ming was shocked when he saw her second soul ring. Jenny Hafel, is your soul power that of a full red demon talent? Wang Ming asked curiously, because when he tested it, his soul power ball exploded, so it was defined as full red demon talent, but he knew his soul power talent was definitely not that. Yes, Jenny Hafel did not hide it. Where did your million-year soul ring come from? Wang Ming was even more curious about her soul ring. I can tell you, my soul ring was granted by God, which is why I call myself the daughter of God. My second soul ring is also known as the God soul ring. At this point, Jenny Hafel's expression was proud. So, your God can only grant million-year soul rings? Wang Ming asked. No, that's because the limit I can bear is 1,000,000 years. If my strength reaches a higher level, the age of the soul ring will be even more terrifying, Jenny Hafel said. I see. Wang Ming nodded. So, dear Wang, do you still want to compete with me for her ownership? Jenny Hafel asked. Sorry. Wang Ming slowly stepped forward, taking a step into the air, and a buzzing sound came from the air as a black-red light lit up beneath his feet. The 900,000-year soul ring appeared, lifting his body. I will not give her up. Humph. Just based on your 900,000-year soul ring? Jenny Hafel's tone was dismissive. Ha! Wang Ming smiled indifferently, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. A tremendous force surged from within him, and a blinding golden light lit up from beneath his feet, while his voice seemed to come from a distant deity. Jenny Hafel, I advise you to give up with my 3,000,000-year soul ring. At the moment the 3,000,000-year soul ring appeared, the pressure displayed by Jenny Hafel's million-year soul ring was instantly shattered. The 2,000,000-year gap between them was like the difference between clouds and mud, utterly incomparable. Jenny Hafel's eyes widened again. Oh my god. She could hardly imagine how Wang Ming could possess a million-year soul ring, let alone a 3,000,000-year soul ring. Her full red talent could only withstand a million-year soul ring, yet he could endure a 3,000,000-year soul ring. Jenny Hafel, do you still want to compete with me for her? Wang Ming's voice was filled with pressure, as if he were a deity. No. Jenny Hafel shook her head, taking a deep breath to calm her astonished heart. Looking at Wang Ming, I admit your soul ring shocks me, but I will absolutely not give up on her. After saying that, she waved her hand. 3 enormous soul beasts appeared behind her, a sea shark, an octopus, and a giant turtle. Wang Ming, let me see just how powerful your 3,000,000-year soul ring really is. Jenny Hafel shouted, first soul skill, Rage of the Sea. With her command, the 3 soul beasts revealed their soul rings. Among them, the sea shark's soul ring was a true soul ring, while the other 2 soul beasts displayed phantom soul rings, but the power they unleashed was heart-stopping. The 3 soul beasts roared. Endless waves surged before them, and Wang Ming felt as if he were in the ocean, the breath of the waves hitting him. The 3 soul beasts leaped from the surface of the sea, charging towards Wang Ming. First soul skill. Wang Ming immediately unleashed his first soul skill, the black-red soul ring emitting dazzling light, quickly rising to his head, a sense of ancientness surging forth as soul power rapidly gathered into the soul ring. Ancient. With a command, that ancient aura began to flow towards Wang Ming, the aura from the ancient times suddenly rising. One finger. A yellow finger slowly extended from the soul ring, the turbulent sea horizon calming under the pressure of the finger, ripples forming in the air. Faced with a 900,000-year soul skill, Jenny Hafel's soul skill was simply insufficient. They were not on the same level at all. The 3 soul beasts showed fear in their eyes at the sight of this finger. This was the suppression brought by the age of the soul ring, and it was the fear Jenny Hafel felt. The enormous yellow finger slowly descended, and at the same time, the terrifying pressure pressed down on the sea soul beasts below, greatly diminishing the combat power released by the 3 sea soul beasts. Second soul skill. Jenny Hafel felt this pressure and had to unleash her million-year soul ring to resist. Divine Spirit Pet, Fury of the Roaring Sea. Boom! Like an explosion, the waves on the sea erupted into sprays dozens of meters high. Amidst the exploding waves, a gigantic sea shark leaped out, its body towering over dozens of stories, blocking Wang Ming's line of sight, its entire body swirling with soul power, a golden soul ring spinning beneath it. With a gentle shake of its body,
the pressure of the finger collapsed under the waves produced by this soul beast. This was the power of a million-year soul ring. However, this only represented that both sides' soul power had reached the level of combat. After all, Jenny Haefel could never imagine that Wang Ming's first soul ring was not 900,000 years. It was absolutely compressed to 900,000 years. Even when facing a million-year soul ring, he did not fall behind. The pressure dissipated. The enormous yellow finger, carrying an undeniable power, slowly pointed downwards. The sea shark let out a shriek, violently whipping its tail towards the sky. A thick jet of seawater sprang out, charging towards the finger above. Boom! The two terrifying energies erupted with a horrifying shockwave upon collision, the sound of the impact ringing out, and the entire sea surface began to churn, the surrounding space unable to withstand such terrifying energy, cracking under the pressure. Crack, the sound of shattering filled the air. The scene that Wang Ming had been observing vanished, and the cave reappeared in his view. Opposite him, Jenny Haefel looked at Wang Ming in shock. Her second soul skill had not managed to determine a winner against Wang Ming's first soul skill. The other party hadn't even used their second soul skill. My God, how much power is Wang Ming hiding? A storm of emotions surged within her. It seemed that to defeat Wang Ming, she would have to reveal her trump card, otherwise, it would be difficult to overcome him. Dear Wang, your strength exceeds my expectations. It seems that today's outcome can only be a fight to the death. As she spoke, Jenny Haefel's expression grew serious, and she formed a complex hand seal in front of her chest. Wang Ming, I told you, I am the daughter of God. Next, I will let you truly feel the power of God. As her words fell, the hand seal in her hands accelerated. A strange wave of energy slowly appeared around her, like points of light gathering behind her. As the energy points increased, a blurry silhouette gradually formed behind her. In that moment, the entire mountain began to tremble slightly. Wang Ming felt a pang of fear. The silhouette instilled a sense of dread in him, and he marveled, is this Jenny Haefel's trump card? At the same time, he took a deep breath, preparing to unleash his second soul skill to counter Jenny Haefel's strike. Buzz! Just then, the egg below suddenly emitted a faint buzzing sound. Wang Ming and Jenny Haefel hurriedly looked at the egg, seeing it tremble slightly, as if it were sending out a signal. Immediately after, the air was filled with the furious roars of countless demons, their sounds echoing like a raging torrent. It's the demons! Jenny Haefel's face turned pale with shock. She sensed danger and has sent a signal to the demons throughout the mountain. Wang Ming's expression darkened. He no longer engaged with Jenny Haefel and poured all his energy into the Thunder Soulbone. With a crackle, he transformed into a streak of lightning, disappearing from his spot and appearing in front of the egg in a fraction of a second. No! Jenny Haefel's face changed dramatically as she rushed downward. Wang Ming's figure appeared before the frozen egg. Taking a deep breath, he decisively placed his hand on the egg, feeling a chilling cold emanating from it. The moment his hand touched the egg, the cold sensation spread through his body in a fraction of a second. He felt an extreme chill, and everything before his eyes began to twist, the world turning upside down. Warning! Warning! The host is facing life-threatening danger, danger level, stars, activating system rewards. A soft female voice echoed in his mind. Demonic invasion detected within the body. Demonic invasion detected within the body. Invasion rate, 100%, the host is about to lose life signs, 80%, 50%, 30%, 0%, beep, host has lost subjective consciousness, carotid pulse absent, no autonomous breathing, beep, host has lost life signs, the system will shut down automatically, 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%, system shutting down automatically, beep, the coral mountain is slender, with light hair gathered, a cloud born from the sleeve. Last night, the beauty was first named by chance, discussing feelings as they twirled together. Several layers of red waves in the quilt, secretly feeling the gold hairpin, the sound of clinking interlocks. Since the person from the Chu platform dreamed after, the desolate evening rain dampens the embroidered cover. Life is short, in the end, it is but a pile of white bones. It is better to enjoy the spring night and go to Wushan together. Whom the seductive voice whispered in his ear, the hands caressing his body were even softer, and the hot breath brushed against him, making Wang Ming feel a shiver. The sultry sounds by his ear continued, pulling at his heart and making him sink deeper. What is this? In the hazy confusion, these alluring sounds awakened Wang Ming's consciousness, and the external stimuli gradually brought him back to awareness. He slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself in a pink ocean. Where is this? His body floated in the pink sea, with the sky also a shade of pink, countless petals drifting in the ocean, their fragrance wafting through the air, intoxicating him with the scent of flowers. Little brother, you're awake. I've been waiting for you for a long time. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the water in front of him, a completely naked woman rising from the water, droplets unable to cling to her delicate skin, cascading down in a mesmerizing flow.
This woman was indeed the one from the egg. She wore a charming smile on her exquisite face, her beautiful peach blossom eyes holding an irresistible allure, the corners of her mouth curling up with a playful smile. "Were you waiting for me?" Wang Ming looked her up and down, finally locking his gaze on her eyes as he asked. "I've been waiting for a long time, little brother. Your body is just too good. It really satisfies me. Hee hee, you're truly a perfect man," making it hard for me to resist, the woman's sultry voice echoed in his ears. "Where is this?" Wang Ming had no intention of getting entangled with her. "Who are you?" "Hee hee, little brother, you're so annoying. You chose me, and you've forgotten me so soon? If you're willing to satisfy my loneliness, I'll tell you," the woman said with a flirtatious glance. "Vile temptress." Wang Ming snorted coldly, filled with disdain. "Is that so?" The woman smiled seductively, her eyes gently lowering. "But your body is very honest." Wang Ming hurriedly looked down. His expression darkened. He a stubborn man," the woman giggled, slowly wading towards him. "I really like you. Can't get enough of you. He, trying to disturb my resolve?" Wang Ming steadied his mind. The figure before him was a demonic spirit beast from the demonic egg. No, it was a being even more terrifying than a spirit beast. A spirit beast was merely a low-intelligence creature, while this one before him not only had intelligence surpassing that of a human but also possessed an almost perfect female human form. "Little brother, is it pleasurable?" The woman laughed sweetly, her hand gently resting on Wang Ming's chest. "Don't think too much, just enjoy it. Come, I will make you feel explosive pleasure." Vile demon. In this uncertain situation, how could Wang Ming engage with her? He shook off her hand and took a step back, trying to avoid the sensations below affecting his judgment. "Tell me, who are you really?" "Oh dear, little brother, are you really not satisfied with my personal service? Alright, then I'll call my sisters out." The woman laughed playfully, her long jade-like hand gently gesturing. The pink ocean rippled. Immediately after, dozens of naked women slowly appeared before him. When Wang Ming saw these women, his scalp tingled, and his eyes widened in shock. Ningxue and Rushui, Lu Qiao, Zheng Tianjing, Zhao Qingshi, Jenny Haifel. Almost every woman he had ever thought of appeared before him, completely naked. "Ming Gu! Ming Gu! Ming Gu!" They called out to him with familiar voices, rushing towards him with concerned expressions. "Ming Gu, are you alright? Shui misses you so much." And Rushui cupped his face with both hands, tears glistening in her eyes. Shui. Looking at Rushui so close, Wang Ming felt dazed. "Brother Ming, I miss you too." Lu Qiao held his hand, cradling it in the softness between them, while her other hand was pulled by Zheng Tianjing. "Oh, Wang Ming, it's only been a short while since we last met, and I didn't expect you to have developed so well. It truly surprises the teacher," Ningxue said with a smile from behind. "Brother Ming, I want." And Rushui suddenly kissed his lips. "Brother Ming, I want too. Brother Ming, I want too." The voices of Lu Qiao, Zheng Tianjing, and Jenny Haifel echoed in his ears. "No!" Wang Ming shouted in his heart, awakening to the realization that all of this was fake, a lewd dream conjured by this woman. He must not sink into it, otherwise, he would be doomed forever. "Get away from me!" Wang Ming roared, pushing everyone around him away. "Demoness, how dare you conjure my people to desecrate me? You're seeking death." As his words fell, he attempted to summon his soul power, only to find his empty body devoid of any soul energy. "What's going on?" Wang Ming was alarmed. "Ha ha ha." The woman laughed, and Rushui and the others transformed into transparent water, falling into the ocean below. "Dear little brother, this is my magic mirror." "Magic mirror?" "Indeed, when your hand touched mine, your body was eroded by my magic, completely becoming my vessel. Now, you are merely an existence of consciousness. TSK. What a perfect body," the woman said with a smile. "So, I am already dead? You could understand it that way, but not entirely, because your consciousness still exists. It will forever remain within the consciousness of this body, and I will become the master of this body," the woman said cheerfully. Wang Ming's heart sank. He never expected such a thing to happen. "Little brother, as long as you submit to me, I will let you enjoy services that no other man can ever experience. All kinds of women in the world will become yours to toy with. How about that?" The woman's voice was intensely seductive. "No." Wang Ming frowned slightly, thinking to himself, if this woman could so easily occupy my body, why would she be so eager to persuade me to submit? There must be a problem. I cannot fall for her beauty trap. "System, are you there?" Wang Ming tried to call out, but there was no response in his mind. He, the woman's sultry laughter rang in his ears. "So, how about it, little brother? My figure is truly one of a kind in this world. I am willing to serve you, allowing you to experience absolute pleasure." "No!" Wang Ming shook his head. "Woman, I have no interest in your skin. What? The woman's face showed shock. Not interested? Do you know that I am the epitome of allure? What woman can match my perfect figure? No.
Wang Ming shook his head, glancing at her proud figure.
Your body is indeed flawless, but it is merely a soulless flesh. Someone like you will never feel the existence of love. You are just a useless body. Without the desire for love, you are trash. Trash?
The woman was furious. Her greatest pride was her body. Any man would surrender before her figure, yet this man dared to call her body trash. How dare you say my body is trash?
Isn't it? Wang Ming sneered. This soulless body can only satisfy a man's desires. What else can it do? Isn't that enough? The woman retorted angrily. Aren't you men just animals who think with your lower bodies? Besides, wasn't your body very honest just now?
That was merely a man's nature, not my conscious will.
Wang Ming replied. The woman's expression darkened. Yes, active will.
A rainbow flashed through Wang Ming's mind, as if he had grasped something, and a beam of light ignited in his eyes.
Active will. This woman cannot force him to achieve physical unity. It can only be completed through his own initiative. My active will. No,
this is not this woman's magic mirror. It is within my consciousness. Everything she just did was to lure me to her. Only by taking the initiative can she completely occupy my body within my consciousness. This indicates that she has not truly entered my consciousness. She merely projected herself into my awareness in a special way, altering the surrounding environment.
Wang Ming's brain raced, quickly making deductions.
But all of this is speculation. He must find a way to verify whether his deductions are correct. He, the woman's laughter rang in his ears, and a pair of hands slowly fell on his shoulders, delicate and smooth fingers caressing Wang Ming's cheek.
Little brother, I just want to have some fun with you. Why be so cautious? I'm just a weak woman. How could I possibly eat you? Wang Ming quickly thought of a countermeasure.
Suddenly, he thought of something and chuckled. That's true, a man should be a bit more carefree.
Why bother thinking so much about right and wrong? If we can have fun, we should enjoy the moment. He, little brother is so insightful. The woman was delighted to hear this.
Wang Ming said, Beautiful lady, my skills in bed are quite impressive. I just wonder if your sister can withstand my torment.
Little brother is really naughty. The woman laughed. I'm quite skilled too. I excel in all 18 arts, but I wonder what my brother likes to play. Do you prefer S or M? Wang Ming sneered. Humph. Of course, S.
The woman's figure was indeed flawless, perfect in every aspect. Long, straight, and smooth legs, a delicate and fair waist, a perfect curve of the hips, and shallow dimples at her waist, with long, silky hair.
Few could resist such temptation.
Although Wang Ming was lecherous, he would never risk his life for lust.
If he had enough confidence, taking her down wouldn't be impossible, but not now. The woman blinked, humming softly.
Wang Ming curled his lips and chuckled. My final request is
to disappear.
Ha! The woman thought Wang Ming had succumbed to her beauty. Men have a strong desire for conquest. As long as she satisfied his request, she was sure to entice him to lose control. So when Wang Ming made his final request, she agreed without hesitation. The moment she agreed, she realized, her eyes widened in anger as she glared at Wang Ming and shouted, No! And Wang Ming, with a smile on his face, quietly watched as the woman transformed into countless black dots of light, slowly dissipating. Everything around began to undergo a tremendous change. The world started to spin, the pink ocean, the petals on the ocean, and the pink sky quickly vanished.
System starting. 10%, 30%, 50%, 80%, 100%, system reboot successful.
Congratulations, host, for reactivating the God-level garbage system. The host has passed the danger period and received system rewards. Soul Tool Enhancement Crystal +5, Soul Beast Evolution Crystal +5, Billion Year Soul Ring Crystal +1, God-level Fusion Capsule +1, detecting host's physical condition.
30%, 60%, 100%, detection successful.
The host has encountered a super strong demonic erosion, mixing demonic energy with soul power within the body. The current condition is poor. It is recommended that the host use the God-level fusion capsule.
Detecting the presence of demonic soul consciousness within the host.
Detecting demonic soul recognition, 30%, 50%, 70%, 100%, detection successful. The host's demonic soul recognition is one of the 7 demonic children. The color domain demon, dual nature, magic power, color heart. In a whirlwind of sensations, Wang Ming suddenly opened his eyes, seeing the azure sky, a vast expanse without clouds, the scorching sun shining down, making his cheeks feel hot.
Wang Ming got up.
He found himself in a grassland, the grass stretching endlessly, and in the distance, a group of cattle and sheep were grazing with their heads down on a hillside.
Where am I?
He clearly remembered fighting with Jenny Hayful in a cave in the land of demons for that egg. Yes, the color heart, one of the 7 demonic children.
How did he end up here? Buzz, suddenly, his vision began to flicker, a long-lasting hum filled his ears, and it felt as if something was trying to invade his mind, making him feel dizzy. Wang Ming, you shameless scoundrel! The sharp scream of that woman echoed in his mind. I will kill you, eat your heart. Warning, warning, demonic energy is beginning to invade the soul, use the divine level fusion capsule. Wang Ming commanded immediately. Divine level fusion capsule, starting use, 30%, 50%. Wang Ming felt a sharp pain throughout his body, the demonic energy inside him began to run rampant, and the demonic energy in his soul started to convulse. My magic power. The woman's voice screamed in his mind. Wang Ming, what are you doing? You dare to devour my demonic energy? How is that possible? Wang Ming, you are seeking death. Seeking death? I am indeed seeking death. Wang Ming gritted his teeth. No, stop it. If you die, I die too. Stop it. Foolish human. The screams in his mind became even more heart-wrenching. Demonic energy covers soul power. Attention. Demonic energy covers soul power. A soft female voice from the system echoed in his mind. Demonic energy coverage, 30%. 50%, 80%, 100%, demonic energy coverage 100%. I won't let you succeed. The woman screamed, various seductive voices filled Wang Ming's ears, and this magic power even seeped into reality, making Wang Ming feel as if countless naked beauties were there to serve him. Pure soul bone. Purify. Previously unable to control his body, the pure soul bone could not be used, but now regaining control of his body, the previously unused pure soul bone could take effect. Buzz. The pure soul bone emitted a cool sensation. This coolness flowed into his brain like a watery membrane, dispersing those seductive voices, and the images in his mind vanished. This pure soul bone is truly effective against demonic energy, a perfect remedy. Using the pure soul bone for the first time, Wang Ming felt his mind lighten, immensely refreshing. 70%, 80%, 100%, fusion successful. Demonic energy condensing, 30%, 50%, 80%, 100%, demonic energy condensing successful, condensed demonic energy into a magic artifact. Spade nope. A heart-wrenching scream from the woman echoed in his mind, her scream dissipating with the end of the system fusion, the dizzy feeling gradually fading away. He opened his eyes far away. He carefully checked his body, finding no abnormalities, as if nothing had changed, but on his unseen face, there was an added touch of delicate charm. System, display the main interface screen. As the voice fell, a black screen appeared before Wang Ming. Current cultivation level, level 29 Great Soul Master, 50000000100000000. Demonic rings, first demonic ring 900,000 years, currently bearable limit 1 million years, second soul ring 3 million years, currently bearable limit 5 million years. Magic essence, 50,000,000 detection range, 5 kilometers. Magic artifacts, demon blade, 1,000 blades, demon platform staff, heart of color black spade A. Magical beasts, iron-eating ant queen, mature body, 1021 iron-eating worker ants, gluttonous demon beast, mature body. Magic artifact enhancement crystal, plus 6 magical beast evolution crystal, plus 6 billion year magic ring crystal, plus 1 soul bone, thunderbolt soul bone, pure soul bone. After reading the light screen that appeared before him, Wang Ming stood frozen in place, his eyes wide open. Magic ring? Wasn't he a soul master? Why had everything turned into magic rings, magic essences, and magic artifacts? Could it be because of the divine level fusion capsule? He hurriedly checked his soul rings. When the 2 soul rings were fully released, his expression changed drastically. The 900,000 year soul ring was still black-red, but the black was heavier, and the red was almost fading. Looking at the million-year soul ring, it had completely turned into an inky black, as dark as ink. When releasing the soul rings, the soul power flowing through his blood vessels also turned black, and the color of the soul power he unleashed became black as well. He never expected that the fusion of demonic nature and soul power would turn out like this. What was that magic artifact? Heart of color black spade A? Wang Ming's mind stirred. A playing card appeared in his hand, a black spade A, and the heart on this black spade A had a seductive aura. Detect magic artifact. Magic artifact detection in progress, 50%, 100%, detection successful, target magic artifact. Heart of color black spade A, level, supreme, soul artifact comes with soul skill, infinite magic card. This magic artifact was born from the host's demonic nature and is one with the host. One with me? Wang Ming looked bewildered. Carefully examining the black spade A in his hand, it felt quite nice. As he rubbed it casually, another black spade A appeared below, and then another with another rub. Wang Ming was surprised. Could this be a magic card? Transform into Diamond A. The black spade A in his hand transformed into a diamond A. Interesting. Wang Ming smiled. It turned out to be a magician's trick. It seemed that the fusion of demonic nature combined with the ability of the heart of color likely included not just illusionary magic but also lust. He put away the black spade A and took out his phone, instantly shocked. Time, May 21st, 2326. He clearly remembered that he had entered the realm of demonic nature in November of last year. He didn't expect that half a year had already passed. Just as he was about to close his phone, a message popped up on the screen with the title, Breaking News, Genius Student, New King of Kyoto Academy, 900,000-year soul ring holder, Lin Zhang Wang Ming, has actually become an A-class wanted criminal. Netizens, he deserves it. It must be said, clickbait titles are indeed very attractive. Such titles can pique people's reading interest and stir their curiosity, which also piqued Wang Ming's curiosity about how he had become a wanted criminal. He clicked on the title to open the required reading interface. As a result, the sides of the interface were filled with various pop-ups: free live broadcast, on-site training, simplified, super value service. Wang Ming had to carefully click the flashing X's to close these pop-ups, pulling down the text below to enlarge it, and as he read on, his expression gradually darkened. After his mysterious disappearance, the furious Jenny Highfield firmly believed that Wang Ming had used some despicable means to escape with that egg and had pressured the Dragon Kingdom through diplomatic channels. Of course, the pressure from the white-haired eagle posed no threat to the Dragon Kingdom. However, his disappearance was an established fact. The Xian and Chen families firmly believed that Wang Ming had obtained the egg and had glimpsed the secrets within it. Coupled with Jenny Hayfield's excessive promotion, Wang Ming had obtained this egg and learned the secrets of demonic nature from it, etc. The militaries by Shendong also proposed a request to apprehend Wang Ming. Under multiple pressures, the Dragon Kingdom issued an A-class wanted order for Wang Ming, wanted for carrying confidential information and fleeing in fear of punishment. Anyone who can provide any clues will be rewarded with 1 million soul coins. I didn't expect that I would be worth so much now, reaching 1 million. Wang Ming's lips curled up. It was obvious that this wanted notice was the work of the Chen family, the Xian family, and by Shendong. The purpose, of course, was his life. However, the matter of that egg was now quite complicated, as he had completely absorbed and integrated the demonic power of one of the 7 demonic sons, turning it into his own strength. Now everyone knew he had taken that egg. If he went back and couldn't hand it over, things would get serious. At that moment, he saw a pop-up that surprised him, the 3 most eye-catching words grabbing his attention: Demon Invader. What is a demon invader? Filled with curiosity, Wang Ming immediately clicked to check it out. What he saw shocked him. It turned out that since he took that egg, the land of demonic energy had disappeared, and the demonic embryos hidden within it had appeared in several nearby countries in a bizarre form. These demonic embryos invaded humans in the form of demonic spirit seeds, turning humans into their puppets to do their bidding. These demonic embryos lurked within humans, and the invaded humans acted just like normal people, doing whatever they needed to do. But once night fell, they began to hunt humans, feeding on human hearts and brain matter. This made humans wary of each other, especially strangers, who they dared not approach, fearing they might be hunted and devoured by a demon invader. There were even those with ulterior motives who took this opportunity to eliminate dissenters and seize power. After reading this message, Wang Ming's heart sank. According to the explanation, he should also be considered a demon invader, but he was somewhat special. With the help of the divine-level fusion capsule, he had fused with demonic power, making him seem like a demon who could freely wield demonic abilities. He was now a dual cultivator of demonic souls and beast weapons. Maybe I should go back first and see what the situation is, Wang Ming thought to himself. He had been gone for so long that Enrushi and the others must be worried sick. Enrushi still had the spatial imprint he left on her, and with his current unknown location, flying could take an indefinite amount of time. So he called Enrushi. Far away in Kyoto, Enrushi sat at her vanity with her hands propping up her chin, staring blankly out at some distant point, her expression haggard, her red-rimmed eyes slightly swollen, tears slowly streaming down her cheeks. Half a year had passed. There had been no news from Wang Ming, and the Xian family was certain he was dead, pressuring her family with the Chen and Bai families to arrange a marriage. Faced with the current situation, and Xingzhong reluctantly chose to agree. This made Enrushi even more heartbroken. She joined the demon-slaying team of the 4 major academies in the military, frantically taking on missions to slay demons, hoping to alleviate her sorrow through high-intensity pressure. But when she finally relaxed her body and mind, the pain surged back like a tide, dragging her heart into the abyss of grief without resistance. Ding! 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 At that moment, her phone on the bed rang.
Her vacant expression was pulled back to reality as she slowly turned to look at the phone, her eyes filled with cold indifference. She guessed it was that despicable man from the XIN family calling.
This person was XIN Gtian's son, XIN Kichin, the one with whom the marriage was arranged.
After the two families confirmed the engagement, he called Enrushi several times a day, trying to win her over through this method. It was simply ridiculous. Thinking of XIN Kichin's detestable face, she transformed her sorrow into a fiery hatred for him, rushing to pick up the phone without even glancing at the caller ID, and answered the call with a sharp reprimand. "I've already said we can't be together."
"Impossible. Do you hear me? Why do you keep calling? A man of your size should have some shame." On the other end, Wang Ming. "We can't be together?"
But just as he was about to explain that he was Wang Ming, he suddenly realized that the other party had already hung up. This left Wang Ming with a wry smile, and he guessed that someone might have learned about his wanted status and was harboring ill intentions. He redialed the number, and Ru Shui, who had just vented her frustrations, let out a long sigh, feeling much better after releasing the anger that had built up inside her. If it weren't for her father's strict order not to block anyone, she would have loved to lock this detestable person in a small dark room.
Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the phone vibrated again, and Ru Shui's anger flared up once more. Her hand was about to slide to the answer button when she suddenly saw the caller ID, Minggu. As soon as she saw those two words, her nose turned sour, tears blurred her vision, and they dripped onto the phone screen. She trembled as she reached to answer the call.
"Hello? Is it Minggu?" And Ru Shui's voice trembled with emotion.
Shui, it's me."
The familiar voice she had longed for came through the phone. Upon confirming it was Wang Ming, and Ru Shui burst into tears, releasing all the grievances and worry she had accumulated over the past 6 months, sobbing uncontrollably while holding the phone.
Shui, what's wrong?"
At that moment, Qin Shiwan, outside the door, heard her daughter's cries and asked with concern at the door, and Ru Shui immediately covered her mouth, afraid to speak. She desperately tried to suppress her tears, and Wang Ming's voice came through the phone. Shui, find a safe place. I'll come to you right away."
And Ru Shui replied repeatedly, "Minggu, wait a moment, I'll find a place and call you."
After saying that, she hurriedly changed her clothes, grabbed her car keys, and opened the door. Qin Shiwan stood at the door, her expression filled with concern and heartache.
"Mom, I'm fine, I'm just going out for a bit."
After saying that, she rushed downstairs, went to the garage, opened her phone, and casually searched for nearby hotels, booking a room under her name and speeding off in her sports car.
A romantic, luxurious suite.
When Ru Shui entered the hotel, her face immediately turned red. She was in such a hurry that she randomly chose the nearest hotel, not realizing it was a couple's hotel. Various suggestive items were laid out in plain sight, making her blush.
There were SM props, various outfits, and even a hammock.
She took out her phone and called Wang Ming. "Hello, Minggu, I've arrived. The room number is
Joching Nongai 999.
"Okay,"
Wang Ming responded.
Then he activated his teleportation ability, and the space before him began to blur, as if he were about to leap. His body felt a moment of weightlessness, and everything went dark. In just a moment, dim light appeared, a strong scent of perfume pierced his nostrils, and before his eyes was a heart-shaped bed. And Ru Shui, with tears in her eyes, widened them in shock, her small mouth agape.
"Minggu, you, how?"
She had just hung up and sat down, not even having time to react when Wang Ming's figure appeared before her, leaving her in disbelief.
Shui, I'm back."
Wang Ming gently caressed her face and said softly,
"Minggu."
Seeing the person she had longed for, and Ru Shui could no longer control her emotions and tightly wrapped her arms around Wang Ming's neck, holding him close.
"Minggu."
After embracing for a while, and Ru Shui remembered something, released her grip, looked into Wang Ming's eyes, and asked, "What about that egg? Now the entire Blue Star is looking for you, saying you fled after obtaining that egg."
"I did get that egg, but I can't take it out now."
Wang Ming then recounted his experiences, omitting the details about the system. After listening, and Ru Shui furrowed her brows. "So, Minggu, you can't escape the wanted status, especially from the Xin and Chen families. They won't let you go." Wang Ming nodded. "I know, they won't believe me." And Ru Shi said worriedly, "What should we do next?" Wang Ming smiled and said, "Have you forgotten? Your brother Ming still has another identity. For now, I can only appear as a master blacksmith." And Rushi seemed to awaken from a dream. "Right, Brother Ming is still a super blacksmith, the renowned master of turning waste into treasure." Seeing her smile like a blooming flower, Wang Ming felt a sweet tenderness in his heart, gently stroking her head, and asked, "I saw something about the demon invaders on my phone.
What exactly is going on?"
"It happened after you disappeared," and Rushi said. "After we returned to Kyoto, there were many shocking murder cases across the country. The methods of the killers were very brutal, and all the corpses were missing their hearts and brains. The Soul Master law enforcement team immediately deployed a large number of personnel to investigate this matter. Later, they captured several strange individuals, and after research, it was discovered that these people had been corrupted by demonic energy. But so far, no one has figured out how these people were invaded by demonic energy. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's expression darkened. He knew that these people had been planted with demonic seeds by the demon embryo, corrupting their souls and turning them into puppets of the demonic seeds. Are such incidents common? Wang Ming asked. Very common, and Rushi replied, and the trend is increasing. The number of murders occurring every night is skyrocketing. According to diplomatic news, several small countries have already been wiped out. Are there incidents in other places too? Wang Ming was alarmed. Yes, this is a catastrophe affecting the entire blue star. Such incidents have appeared everywhere, and in some places, it's even worse, Rushi said. Wang Ming speculated. The main reason why the demon invaders near the dragon country were not as severe as in other places was due to the lustful heart. As the master of all demon embryos, the demonic power of lustful heart had been absorbed by itself, causing these demon embryos to lose control and completely turn into mindless, spontaneous low-intelligence beings, randomly hunting humans. And Rushi continued, the 4 major academies in the military have organized demon-slaying teams. Yao, Tianjing, Baishan, Xiaojun, and Lu Feifei have all joined. Dean Zhao Qingshi is the team leader, and teacher Li Huayuan is the deputy leader, leading us in demon slaying. Wang Ming nodded slightly. It seemed the situation was worse than he had anticipated. The spread of the demonic beasts exceeded his expectations. In just half a year, so many demon invaders had appeared within the dragon country. According to Jenny Hafel, there were still 6 other locations. If a few more years passed, the entire blue star would likely be dominated by demon invaders. The matter of demon slaying was urgent. The 7 demonic seeds. Lustful heart had already been absorbed by him, leaving 6 others scattered around the world, unsure if other places could hold out. All right, earlier I heard you cursing on the phone. What happened? Wang Ming asked. Upon hearing this, and Rushi's expression dimmed, it's the Xin family. After you disappeared, the Chen and Xin families joined forces to pressure me into marrying Xin Kachin. My dad has already agreed, and they are preparing for the wedding this August. The Xin family again. Wang Ming felt a surge of anger in his heart. But now I'm not afraid anymore because you are back. And Rushi looked at Wang Ming with a smile in her eyes. If my dad knew you were back, he definitely wouldn't agree. Don't worry, I will make the Xin family pay the price. Wang Ming said. And Rushi responded, then leaned closer to Wang Ming and sniffed, covering her nose and frowning. Brother Ming, you smell bad. You need to wash up. Wang Ming looked down and laughed. I haven't bathed in half a year. Of course, I smell. And Rushi said, you wash inside. I'll watch TV outside while waiting for you, and then I'll take you to the mansion. We can discuss the next steps then. Okay. Wang Ming took off his shirt, and Rushi picked up the remote control and turned on the hotel TV. As soon as it was on, the screen displayed fiery scenes. And Rushi's face instantly turned as red as blood, and she exclaimed in panic, hurriedly trying to turn off the television. In her fluster, she mistakenly pressed the volume up button. The sound grew louder, and Rushi, feeling shy, wished she could find a hole to hide in. Her hand fumbled on the remote, and finally managed to turn off the TV. Truly, it was a couple's hotel. The content playing on the television was indeed explosive, and Rushi buried her face in the bed, her ears burning, too embarrassed to look up, shouting, I'm not a good girl anymore, I'm dirty. Wang Ming walked over with a smile, stroking her hair, and said, No, it's them who are dirty, not you. Calm down a bit, I'll take a shower, and then we'll leave. And Rushi still felt shy and didn't dare to look up. Wang Ming smiled, turned, and entered the bathroom, took off his clothes, and turned on the shower, hot water spraying out, filling the entire bathroom with steam. Standing under the hot water, he felt a wave of comfort. Warning! The host is facing life-threatening danger, danger level, stars. Activating system rewards. If the host survives the crisis, rewards will include Magic Tool Enhancement Crystal +1, Beast Evolution Crystal +1. Wang Ming? Taking a shower could trigger a 6-star danger? Before he could react, a sense of oppression descended from the bathroom ceiling. The air in the bathroom seemed to freeze, and the mist that filled the room stopped moving. Just from this entrance, Wang Ming had already guessed who it was. She had arrived, but he was still completely naked. This was too. It was time. He saw parts of the mist in the bathroom begin to slowly writhe, quickly forming a perfectly curved figure, and the woman appeared. Wang. She was about to speak when she saw Wang Ming standing there completely naked, instantly stunned. In a bedroom somewhere in Kyoto, she sensed her snowflake appearing within 100 kilometers, detected Wang Ming's location, and just as she was about to question him after teleporting, she never expected this guy would be standing in the bathroom taking a shower. Now she had seen everything. Although she held a high position and had a noble identity, she was still an inexperienced woman, having never witnessed such a big scene. Her face flushed red, and the words of reprimand stuck in her throat. Wang Ming also didn't expect her to arrive so coincidentally. With her imposing presence pressing down on him, he couldn't even move to cover himself. How about I take a shower first? Wang Ming felt the pressure on him lessen slightly in that moment and quickly spoke up. 3 minutes. The woman's voice rang out, and the oppressive feeling around him instantly vanished. Outside the bathroom, she waved her hand, and Enrushi, who was shyly lying on the bed, fell into a deep sleep. Sitting on the edge of the bed, her mind replayed the scene she had just witnessed, her ears, cheeks, and neck all flushed, like a perfect flawless red jade. Her full chest rose and fell as she tried to calm her emotions. 3 minutes later. Ahem, Wang Ming's voice echoed in the bathroom. Shui, could you help me get my clothes? She turned her gaze and saw clothes lying on the floor at the bathroom door. Her brows furrowed even deeper when she saw the pile of clothes. Stinky man. The dirty pants contained underwear, and the legs of the underwear had socks, indicating he had taken off his pants, underwear, and socks all at once. She didn't want to help him, but thinking about how dirty he would be in those clothes, she gritted her teeth, waved her hand, and a black tracksuit appeared in her hand as she walked to the door. Open. A white figure appeared behind the glass door, and the door opened a crack from the inside. She handed the clothes inside. This isn't my clothes, Wang Ming exclaimed upon seeing the fragrant black tracksuit, bewildered. A woman's voice came from outside. Yours is too dirty. I don't want to take it. This is my clothes. Put them on properly and come out quickly. Wang Ming had no choice but to put it on. The woman's height was about the same as his, and it fit him just right. The clothes had a faint, uniquely feminine fragrance that was refreshing. Quite nice. As he stepped out, Wang Ming finally saw clearly. She was wearing a milk tea-colored strapless long shirt today. Her full figure was enticing, and she wore tight jeans that outlined her long, curvy legs. With light makeup on her face, her tall stature was almost the same as Wang Ming's. A faint blush adorned her cheeks. Do you know why I came to find you? The hotel curtains were drawn open, and she stood by the window, her back to Wang Ming. I know, Wang Ming replied. Where is it? She turned around, looking at Wang Ming with her beautiful eyes. Are you referring to that egg, or the person inside the egg? Wang Ming asked. The egg? It's gone. The person? Also gone. Show me your second soul ring. At her words, she was momentarily taken aback, then a faint smile appeared on her lips as she said, What? Wang Ming felt a tightness in his chest. He didn't know why, but in front of her, he felt exposed. Of course, he had already been seen through. Is it that I didn't make myself clear enough? Or are you afraid to show your second soul ring? She crossed her arms in front of her chest, her smile still present. I can, but can I make a condition? Wang Ming said. Sure. Who are you? Wang Ming had been curious for a long time. Which me are you asking about? She replied with a smile. Wang Ming was momentarily confused and said, The you right now. The me right now is someone you know, named Su Lingyun, Su Lingyun said. And the you after that? Still called Su Lingyun. She laughed. Wang Ming was speechless. Was this a joke? He then raised his right hand, and at the wrist, a soul ring as dark as a bracelet lit up. A pressure emanating from the soul ring filled the room with an invisible sense of oppression. 300,000-year soul ring? Su Lingyun looked at the soul ring, her beautiful eyes showing slight shock and a hint of confusion. Why is your soul ring black? Because of that egg. That egg? Yes, the person inside that egg is the master of that demonic land. She wanted to erode me, but I ended up merging with her, and my soul ring and soul tool turned into demonic rings and demonic tools. It can be like this? Su Lingyun exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Wang Ming said. Then tell me, where did your second million-year soul ring come from? She asked. A divine gift soul ring. Wang Ming could only say the truth. Do you think I should believe you? She countered. I'm sure you should believe. Wang Ming said. You learn some things from Tuasan, but what he knows is very limited. What I know is also not comprehensive. The demonic nature and the divine are indeed in conflict, but the divine lost. She said. Is this also the reason for the emergence of that demonic land? Wang Ming inquired. Unclear, but what is certain is that the emergence of demonic nature is a catastrophic disaster for humanity. The arrival of the demonic land, or the demonic fetus, is to completely sever humanity, she said. What is the purpose? Wang Ming asked. Because humans possess remnants of the divine that cannot be eroded by demonic nature. These remnants might allow the divine to resurrect. She explained. If the divine couldn't defeat the demonic nature at its peak, can it defeat it after resurrection? Wang Ming asked in confusion.
I don't know. She shook her head slightly, then stared into Wang Ming's eyes and said, what I want to clarify the most right now is you. Wang Ming, you have many secrets that interest me. Me? Wang Ming pointed to his own nose. Yes, your soul rings and soul skills have piqued my curiosity, she said. I now want to know what your second soul skill is, and if it still carries that ancient aura. Wang Ming dared not speak. This woman was truly terrifying. Are all your soul rings granted to you by him? She asked. When you obtained your soul rings and skills, did you see his presence? Wang Ming remained silent, not daring to speak. She chuckled softly, saying, it's okay, you're still too weak now. Even if I ask, you can't help me. But there's one thing you must understand. He may not be granting you, but could also be using you. After Su Lingyun finished that sentence, she vanished, and Rushi lay peacefully on the bed, sleeping deeply, a sweet smile on her lips, as if she were having a wonderful dream. But Wang Ming felt a sense of unease in his heart. His system was a golden finger that came from another world. How could he see his presence when obtaining a billion-year soul ring? Moreover, his billion-year soul ring crystals appeared as his strength increased. Without reaching a certain level of power, he couldn't obtain the billion-year soul ring crystals, no matter how great the danger he faced. After pondering for a long time, Wang Ming slowly exhaled, looking out at the bustling traffic outside, shaking his head in self-mockery. Right. With my current strength, I can't do anything. What's the use of thinking so far ahead? At the very least, I really need this power right now, whether to eliminate the demon spirit beasts or to confront my enemies. Turning to look at the sleeping beauty on the bed, Wang Ming climbed onto the bed, gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist, one hand slipping under her neck, resting softly on her fullness, holding her close, inhaling her body fragrance, and peacefully falling asleep. Wang Ming hadn't slept well for a long time. Since he began his cultivation, his advancement required an exaggerated amount of energy points, forcing him to practice day and night. Counting the time, aside from the 6 months he had been unconscious, he hadn't slept at all. Today, he decided to take a good rest. Closing his eyes, he didn't even have time to dream. As if he had been struck on the back of the head, it was a pure, hurried sleep. If the beauty in his arms hadn't woken up, he estimated he could have slept for a long time. And Rushi pouted her delicate lips, slowly opening her eyes, surveying her surroundings, and gradually recalling that she was in the hotel with Minggu, who was taking a shower. Where was Minggu? She was startled, instantly waking up, and then felt someone holding her from behind, the deep breaths brushing against her neck, giving a warm, ticklish sensation. It was a familiar scent. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be Minggu finished showering and slept with her? Thinking of this, she immediately looked down at herself, finding her clothes still neatly on, but Ming Ji's hand resting on her chest, moving occasionally. Her cheeks flushed slightly. And Rushi's movements naturally woke Wang Ming, who slowly opened his eyes and saw the small head slightly turning, unable to resist kissing her on the head. Awake? I don't know how, I accidentally fell asleep, and Rushi replied, maybe you haven't been resting well lately. Wang Ming naturally couldn't say it was because she had come. Not to mention recently, she hadn't had a good sleep in the past 6 months, always thinking of him, so she turned over, their noses touching, breaths mingling, gazing into each other's eyes. In that moment, both felt a wave of intoxicating dopamine in the air. Perhaps it was the love that had been brewing from long-standing longing, and Rushi couldn't help but suddenly wrap her arms around Wang Ming's neck and deeply kiss his lips. That little tongue boldly slipped inside. The little girl still didn't know how to French kiss. Wang Ming secretly smiled in his heart, wrapping his arms around her back, responding passionately, his hands wandering restlessly over her body. And Rushi's breathing became more rapid, her body pressing against Wang Ming. Wang Ming suddenly flipped her over, pinning her beneath him, kissing her more fervently, one hand slowly climbing to her peak. Under the urging of their fiery love, the two kissed for a long time, and as they kissed, their clothes became fewer and fewer, uncontrollable desire filling the entire room, along with their heated breaths. Not long after, a painful gasp echoed in the room. Next door at the hotel, a family of 3 was visiting Kyoto. After the 2 adults coaxed their child to sleep, they embraced each other for a romantic night. The child gradually woke up and, seeing his parents asleep in bed, felt a bit bored. Suddenly, he heard a scream from next door. He walked over slowly, pressing his ear against the wall to listen carefully, hearing some faint sounds, as if a sister was screaming, being hit. Cleverly, he quickly grabbed a disposable cup, tore off the bottom, and pressed the cup's opening against the wall to listen closely, and he could hear it very clearly. A sister's voice was calling out. Accompanied by the sound, he thought, oh no, this must be a bad person committing violence against the sister. As a member of the young pioneers, I must stop this from happening. I will rescue the sister and become a young hero. So, he picked up his phone watch and unhesitatingly dialed the emergency number. Hello, is this the law enforcement uncle? I am a second-grade student from Liuzhou Primary School in Liuzhou City, Dongchuan Province. I want to report that there is a bad person next to my hotel room who is abusing his sister. Oh, little friend, this is the Kyoto Reporting Center. Are you currently in Kyoto? Yes, I am on vacation in Kyoto with my mom and dad. What hotel are you in? What is your room number? We will send someone to investigate immediately. The child said, we are at the Times Hotel, room number 888. I know the room next door is 999. Please hurry, I'm afraid the bad person will run away. Okay. After hanging up, the child quickly took the cup to listen again. The bad person was still committing violence against the sister. What a despicable villain. When the law enforcement uncle catches him, he must be taught a good lesson. At that time, this sister will definitely reward me with a kiss. He imagined this beautiful scenario. He then searched the hotel for a suitable weapon to prevent the bad person from escaping, and finally found a clothes-drying rack. Next door, after the battle ended, the two embraced tightly. Ding ding, ding ding. At that moment, Enrushi's phone rang in her pocket, and she quickly got up to find her clothes. From a pile of messy underwear, socks, and other items, she found her phone. Ah, it's my mom calling. Enrushi felt a bit flustered, like a child who had done something wrong. What time is it? Wang Ming asked. It's already 7 p.m., Enrushi replied. Then let's go back first, get dressed, and call auntie back once we get in the car. Wang Ming said. The two quickly got dressed, tidied up their things, and walked out of the hotel. But just as they stepped out the door, a childish voice rang out. Big bad guy, let go of this sister. Enrushi and Wang Ming looked at each other in confusion. Don't pretend. I heard everything you did to the sister just now. I am a young pioneer, and I have already called the police. The law enforcement uncle is coming soon. The child raised the clothes-drying rack, looking very serious. Come back in here. At that moment, the door next to the hotel opened, and a young woman came out, grabbing the child and apologizing to Wang Ming and Enrushi. I'm so sorry, really sorry, the child doesn't understand. It's fine. What else could Wang Ming say? Enrushi lowered her head in embarrassment, not daring to speak. Bad man. He's a bad man, Mom. I heard him just now in the hotel hitting my sister, making her scream. The child's sharp voice shouted out. Wang Ming, Enrushi was so embarrassed she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The young woman's cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment as she pulled the child inside, leaving an apology for Wang Ming and Enrushi before quickly shutting the door. The child's voice could still be heard from inside. Mom, I'm telling the truth. That bad man hit my sister and made her scream. Shut up, the young woman scolded. Wang Ming and Enrushi hurriedly left the hotel. Once they got into Enrushi's sports car, the feeling of guilt slowly faded away, and they exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. I'll take you home first, Enrushi said as she started the engine. Okay, Mingu, what are you planning to do next? Enrushi asked as the car drove out of the hotel parking lot and onto the main road. Exorcise demons, Wang Ming said. Tomorrow morning I'll invite Director Zhao and others to discuss this matter. Right now, I'm a wanted criminal, so I can only change my identity to join you in the exorcism operation. Enrushi nodded and added, in 3 months, my wedding date is coming up. Don't worry. Wang Ming reached out to pat her head. 3 months from now, whether the Xan family still exists is another question. Who would dare to marry you then? Enrushi? Mingu, are you planning to take action against the Xin family? Wang Ming smiled. Don't worry, I already have a plan specifically targeting the Xin family. I will make them pay the price. Enrushi nodded, suddenly remembering something. She said, oh right. Mingu, do you still remember our teacher Ninging Xue from Linjiang High School? Of course I remember. She helped me a lot back then. If it weren't for her, I might have starved to death outside. Wang Ming would certainly not forget those who had shown him kindness. You should go see her when you have time. She heard that you disappeared and became a wanted criminal, and she was worried for several days without eating. In the first few days, she called me every day on video. I could see she had lost a lot of weight, Enrushi said. Hearing this, Wang Ming felt a pang of guilt. Since he left Linjiang, he hadn't contacted her at all. He had been somewhat ungrateful. Nodding, he said, okay, send me teacher Ning's number. I'll call her as soon as I get back. It's my fault for not calling her after getting a phone. Okay. Enrushi nodded and reminded him, Mingu, the Xin family has become one of the 5 great families. Their foundation and strength should not be underestimated. If you want to take them down, relying on just yourself is definitely not enough. At the very least, you need power that can suppress them. In the past, Blue Star valued power. Now, Blue Star values strength. Wang Ming smiled and said, then guess how much influence a master craftsman at the respected level can have?
Enrushi smiled, her eyes curving.
Back at the mansion, after Enrushi escorted Wang Ming inside, she first returned a call to her mother and then went back to her room.
He Zhanggang saw Enrushi's car and thought it was his teacher's wife returning, so he hurried to the door to greet her.
But when he saw Wang Ming, he was completely stunned. Master, master, master? He Zhanggang stammered. Don't you recognize me? Wang Ming smiled lightly and walked inside.
It's not that I don't recognize you, it's just hard to believe.
My goodness, master, there's been a lot of talk outside saying you had long. I didn't expect you to have returned.
He Zhanggang said excitedly, then, looking around like a thief, he closed the door and whispered, Master, do you know that the country is currently looking for you?
Wang Ming nodded, I know.
He Zhanggang said, you should stay in for now and avoid the limelight.
In this mansion, no one dares to harm you. Wang Ming nodded, yes, you make a good point.
Call the people from the 5 major families and inform them that tomorrow morning, the master forger will deliver the promised high-quality soul artifact, one every 6 months.
A look of surprise appeared on He Zhenggang's face as Master, have you already forged the high-quality soul artifact? Wang Ming nodded, yes, go ahead and call them. Understood. He Zhanggang hurried off.
Back in his room, Wang Ming first changed into Su Lingyun's clothes and hung them up, then put on his comfortable pajamas and sat in a recliner, contemplating his next actions.
Regarding the Xin family, as Enrushui had said, the Xin family was deeply rooted and definitely not easy to deal with.
The most important thing now was to recruit a few Soul Emperor-level experts under the name of a high-quality forger to build his own power to counter the Xin family.
Moreover, these people had to be credible. The only option was to start from the academy. The families of Baishan, Cha Yaojun, and Lu Feifei all had credibility. Although their families were not on par with the 5 major families, they still had strength.
If they added the high-quality soul artifacts to enhance their combat power, the combined strength of these families would be formidable. Dealing with the Xin family required not only brute force but also some soft power, which naturally referred to economic strength.
It is well known that the operation of a large family requires substantial economic support.
The same goes for the 5 major families. Their expenses are not trivial, and of course, their daily income is also quite exaggerated.
Wang Ming aimed to drain the Xin family dry. Oh, I need to call Teacher Ning.
Suddenly, he realized and jumped out of bed, slapping his forehead, nearly forgetting an important matter.
He quickly dialed Teacher Ning's number. Beep, beep, hello, Wang Ming?
A surprised voice came through as soon as the call connected. Hearing the concerned tone, Wang Ming felt a pang of guilt.
Hello, Teacher Ning, it's Wang Ming. I'm sorry for calling you now and making you worry. Wang Ming said apologetically. It's okay, as long as you're fine. Wang Ming, you need to pay attention to your safety.
I saw on the news that you're being hunted globally, but I believe in you, you're not that kind of person. You must have your own difficulties, and the teacher will firmly stand by you and support you,
Ning Yingshuas said. Wang Ming felt a sudden tightness in his throat. When he entered Linjian High School, it was Ning Yingxue who led the class.
While others mocked and insulted him, she was the only one who cared for him, giving him soul coins, taking him out to eat, buying him clothes. All those buried memories surged in Wang Ming's mind, making him feel even more guilty and remorseful.
Teacher, I'm sorry for worrying you. The teacher said it's fine, as long as you're okay. You are the teacher's pride,
Ning Yingxue said with a smile.
Wang Ming nodded, feeling even more emotional. Ah, teacher wants to ask you something quietly. Ning Yingxue asked somewhat curiously, have you gotten together with that girl from the Yin family?
Yes, teacher,
Wang Ming replied. Oh, that's great. Our Wang Ming is impressive.
I heard people say that you became quite the sensation in Kyoto, charming all the 3,000 beauties there. They even call you the Kyoto Lao AI.
Ning Yingxue laughed. Wang Ming.
After hanging up the phone, Wang Ming took a deep breath, adjusted his state of mind, and with a wave of his hand, hundreds of colorful, glowing demon cores appeared in the room. These demon cores were obtained from Jenny Haefel and contained ample energy. To break through to level 30, an astonishing 10 million energy points are required, a truly terrifying number. Fortunately, during the fusion with demonic energy, the magic power from his desires provided him with 5 million points, along with an additional 50 million points of magical essence, leaving him with 5 million energy points.
This reduced the requirement by half.
There are also soul rings, or rather, they should now be called magic rings. The lifespan of the first magic ring has increased to 1 million years. The lifespan of the second magic ring has also increased to 5 million years. The enhancement of the magic ring's lifespan significantly boosted his strength. Now, he is a globally wanted criminal. To join the demon-slaying team, he must adopt a normal identity and soul weapon, and he has already asked Enrushui for help with his identity. As for the soul weapon, the top-grade magic weapon, Spade A, is the best choice. His 2 black magic rings, unless seen by someone with particularly sharp eyes, would be recognized as 10,000-year soul rings. System, upgrade the first and second soul rings to the maximum lifespan the body can withstand. Activating magic soul seal, enhancing magic ring lifespan, 10%, 30%, as the system's gentle female voice echoed. Wang Ming felt a warm energy flowing from an unknown source within him, gradually spreading throughout his body. 80%, 100%, lifespan enhancement successful. Host's first soul ring is 1 million years, second soul ring is 5 million years. Billion-year magic ring seal successful. Host's current cultivation, level 29 Great Soul Master, 6000000/100000000. As the system's voice faded, Wang Ming felt a refreshing sensation, warmth flowing through him, and the 100 million energy points required for level 29 increased by 1,000,000 points. He could clearly feel that despite only being a level 29 Great Soul Master, the richness of his soul power was not inferior even when facing experts in the Soul Dan realm or even the Soul King realm. After all, at level 19, his soul power energy value had already reached a terrifying 10,000 years, and at level 29, it had reached 10 million. Such abundant soul power made his strength far exceed that of others at the same level. Even in battles against higher levels, Wang Ming felt he had the strength to fight. I haven't fought against Soul King level experts yet. I wonder how strong they are. Wang Ming thought to himself, but soon shook his head. Soul King level experts might have soul power values higher than his. Moreover, everyone has their own opportunities and secrets. If he encounters a particularly tricky Soul King, it could very well cost him his life, so it's better not to entertain such thoughts. After releasing the maximum lifespan of the soul rings, he took a deep breath. There are still 4 million years of gaps to fill, and Wang Ming felt a tremendous pressure. The soul weapons and soul beast evolution crystals he had on hand were running low, and he could only rely on squeezing the resources from the Xin and Qin families. Sigh, there's no other way. I can only make things tough for the Xin and Qin families for now. Wang Ming sighed and then began to absorb the demon core energy obtained from the land of demonic energy. Time flies when cultivating. When the first ray of sunlight rose the next day, luxury cars from the 5 major families began to arrive at the estate, hosted by He Zhengang. Wang Ming declined to appear, citing his busy schedule with forging, and their wish to meet this master forger fell through once again. This is the top-grade soul weapon promised by my master, the Golden Lotus. He Zhengang waved his hand, and a servant carefully entered with a tray. The necks of Xin Jingzai and the others immediately stretched out, their eyes fixed on the tray. The tray was covered with a red cloth. Placing it in the center of the tea table, He Zhengang lifted the red cloth and said, "Esteemed family heads, please take a close look. My master has never failed in his work. This soul weapon was originally a royal-grade soul weapon crafted by Master Tang Hao, and after being reforged by my master, its quality has been upgraded to the highest quality of this soul weapon, a medium top-grade soul weapon." As he pulled away the red cloth, a faint cool fragrance wafted out, and a vividly lifelike golden lotus flower appeared before everyone, reflecting a variety of beautiful colors in the sunlight. Everyone's eyes lit up. Oh my! Truly worthy of a master's craftsmanship. Xin Jingzhai immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the item and praised it repeatedly. Just the soul power contained within this soul artifact is enough to astonish us. Shen Zili nodded. Indeed. It's no wonder it's from a master. In just half a year, he has forged such a soul artifact. In all the world, only Master Wang can achieve this. And Jingzhong and Lu Qingju followed suit in admiration. Brothers! Xin Jingzhai looked at Enrushui and the others and said, "Please, for the sake of the master, my Xin family has put in the most effort. This first-grade soul artifact should rightfully belong to us. Do you all have any objections?" The others felt envious yet were somewhat embarrassed to refuse. After all, the Xin family had even given away the residence of the first mansion in the capital to invite this master, so it was only natural for them to claim the first item. Seeing that no one spoke, Xin Jingzhai laughed heartily. Good. Since you all are willing to concede, my Xin family will graciously accept this first soul artifact. As for the soul artifacts that come later, my Xin family will definitely not compete with you. Master Xin, please don't rush about this soul artifact, He Zhengang suddenly said, because regarding this soul artifact, My master has already informed me that he has someone in mind for it. What? The crowd looked at He Zhanggang in surprise. Xin Jingjai's expression darkened slightly. He Zhanggang explained with a smile, Master Xin need not compete for this small first-grade soul artifact. My master is very satisfied with the residence of the first mansion in the capital that the Xin family provided. As a token of gratitude, my master is already preparing to forge a holy-grade soul artifact for the Xin family. What? The five of them stood up in shock simultaneously. Their expressions could only be described as exaggerated. A holy-grade soul artifact? Are you kidding? There are hardly a few in all of Longwa, and this Master Wang actually wants to forge one for the Xin family? Is this true? Xin Jingjai could hardly believe his ears. The overwhelming wealth made him feel dizzy, and he instantly felt that his efforts were worth it. Master Xin, are you questioning my master? He Zhanggang, hearing his doubt, pulled a long face and said, Humph. Let me tell you, if my master cannot forge a holy-grade soul artifact, he will move out himself. No. Xin Jingjai dared not offend them and immediately smiled. How could I dare to question Master Wang? It's just that Master Wang's generosity has left me somewhat flabbergasted. Then does that mean you don't want it? If you don't want it, it saves my master from tiring himself. I want it. Xin Jingjai hurriedly said, since it's the master's intention, how could I dare refuse? As for this first-grade soul artifact, I won't compete with you all. Xin Jingjai smiled at the other four. The four looked at Xin Jingjai with envy. That was a holy-grade soul artifact. Although they had never seen this master forge a holy-grade soul artifact, the other party's certainty must mean he had some confidence. If it really got forged, the strength of the Xin family would surely surge dramatically. Lu Qingju glanced at the soul artifact on the coffee table, feeling it was very suitable for his daughter, and said, Master He, has this first-grade soul artifact been designated for anyone? He Zhanggang nodded, yes, this soul artifact is for the daughter of Master Zhang, Zhang Tianjing, Zhang Wuxian, ******. He never expected that this soul artifact was actually being crafted by this master for his own daughter, which truly surprised him. He Zhanggang explained, my master said he had met Master Zhang's daughter once and found her to be a good person, so he decided to forge a soul artifact as a gift. Zhang Wuxian quickly clasped his fists in thanks. Master He, please convey my gratitude to Master Wang. He Zhanggang replied, no problem. Xin Jingjai eagerly asked, Master He, may I ask when the holy-grade soul artifact will be ready? He Zhanggang smiled, Master Xin, don't be anxious. My master said it will be delivered to you within a year and a half at most. However, the materials will likely need to be sent by the Xin family early. Alright. Xin Jingjai agreed without hesitation. I will gather all the materials within a month. Although the materials for a holy-grade soul weapon are rare, they are not impossible to find. It's just that the cost is quite high. Previously, there was no hope in this regard, so there was no need to search vigorously. Now that there is hope, naturally, he will spare no expense in gathering them. And, He Zhanggang said, forging a soul weapon, especially a holy-grade soul weapon, requires a tremendous amount of demon core energy. My master has said that he hopes that Master Xin can provide enough demon cores. Alright, how many do you need, Master He? Just say the word. As many as you have, just send them over. He Zhanggang said with a smile, then turned to the Chun family, Master Chen, my master specifically mentioned you, saying that if you also want a holy-grade soul weapon, you can try to gather the materials and demon cores as well. Chen Zili's face was filled with surprise. I can too? He Zhanggang nodded, yes. The others became anxious. And Jingzhong said, Master He, can our family participate? Lu Qingju said, Master, my Lu family, your master knows my daughter. Zhang Wuxian added, Master, what about my Zhang family? In the bedroom of the Wang residence, Wang Ming sat cross-legged, watching the five family heads enthusiastically surround He Zhanggang on the surveillance. He shook his head helplessly. The allure of the holy-grade soul weapon is indeed great. That's fine. The Chen and Xin families are just waiting to be drained. As for the Yin, Lu, and Zhang families, it will depend on their performance. If they are willing to stand on his side, a holy-grade soul weapon is not out of reach. If they stand on the opposing side, then sorry. Wang Ming. He absolutely cannot allow his enemies to continue living in this world. After sending off the five families, and Rushui also sent someone with a new identity and capital information, by Feng Academy new student, Wang Mo, strength, level 23 Great Soul Master, soul weapon, playing cards, temporarily joining the 9th Demon Extermination Team. Team Leader, Peng Zichong, level 36 Soul Pill Realm, Soul Beast, Devouring Wolf.
Vice Team Leader, Gon Yang, Level 34 Soul Pill Realm, Soul Weapon, Vine Whip. Team members, 7 people. Rushui handles things efficiently. After reading the information sent over, a happy smile crept onto Wang Ming's face. Indeed, having a considerate and caring wife is great. Many things do not require his worry. Only Rushui knows about his return for now. Today, he gathered the 5 families, and soon Lu Xiaoyao will also know, but they are quite reassured about Wang Ming. He believes they won't speak out of turn. After all, he is still a wanted criminal. He has some confidence in that. After a day of cultivation, the demon core energy in the demonic realm is 1.5 times that of the outside world. In just one day, with the system's help, he absorbed 300,000 energy points. Ding! At this moment, his phone vibrated. Wang Ming picked up his phone and found that he had entered a group called 9th Demon Extermination Team. 8 people had just been added to the group, and the group owner was someone named Proud Wolf. I am your team leader, Peng Ziqiang. Proud Wolf sent a message. Hello, team leader. Hello, team leader. Everyone sent greetings to the team leader. Wang Ming did not like to stand out alone. He followed suit and sent, hello, team leader. Peng Ziqiang changed the group notes to the format of name plus grade plus strength level. Now everyone gather immediately at Ma Zi Road Alley in Area A. There is a mission tonight. Yes, everyone responded in a flurry. Wang Ming took out the scale armor gifted by Tuasen, put it on, tied his shoulder-length hair up with a hair tie, wore a baseball cap and glasses. His appearance had slightly changed after absorbing the demonic energy last time, and with this disguise, even acquaintances would find it hard to recognize him. After doing all this, he entered the basement, rode a motorcycle, and headed to the designated location. The night was hazy, and the neon lights flickered. Wang Ming sped along, as the Wang residence was located in the city center of Kyoto, far from Area A. Even riding a motorcycle without worrying about traffic jams, he arrived at the designated location half an hour later. By the time he got there, everyone else had already arrived. Wang Mo? As soon as Wang Ming's vehicle came to a stop, someone asked in a deep voice, clearly a bit harsh. Yes, Wang Ming replied. Your strength is at level 23 Soul Master? The person asked again. Yes, Wang Ming answered. With such weak strength, how did you manage to get into our 9th team? A disdainful female voice came from the side. Wang Ming turned his head slightly. It was a woman with big waves in her hair, wearing very short shorts, heavily perfumed, and not bad looking. After modifying the notes in the group, everyone's strength was mostly between levels 30 and 33, with only the captain at level 36 and the vice captain at level 34. He was the weakest. Another useless connection. Another person sneered. Who told him to have connections? Others cast envious, jealous, and disdainful glances at Wang Ming. Alright, the man who had asked the questions glanced coldly at Wang Ming, then turned to say, our target tonight is a level 4 magical beast. This beast has already killed 5 people in this area and is growing stronger quickly. This mission was arranged for everyone, so I hope you all work hard to kill it. Yes, everyone replied in unison. There are a total of 6 blocks in Area A, and our team is responsible for Matzi Alley. Matzi Alley is relatively long. We 9 will split into 3 groups, stationed at the beginning, end, and middle of Matzi Alley. Then, Peng Ziqiang assigned the groups. Perhaps considering Wang Ming's low strength, he placed him in the middle section, along with the earlier mentioned wave-haired woman and a tall, chubby man. Captain Peng Ziqiang and Vice Captain Gon Yang each led their teams to guard the ends of the alley. TSK. After everyone left, only the 3 of them remained in the middle section. The wave-haired woman sized up Wang Ming, clicking her tongue. Little brother really has strong connections. Even the captain takes such good care of you. Wang Ming glanced at her with a neutral expression and said nothing. Oh, still quite temperamental. The woman smirked disdainfully. With this little strength, you dare to come out for a demon-slaying mission? Is it to show off? I haven't heard of any prominent Wang family in Kyoto. Which connection do you have? Wang Ming frowned slightly. This woman was really talkative, chattering non-stop. Sister, he's just a mute, can't speak. Why not talk to me instead? The tall, chubby man squinted and said with a grin. Unexpectedly, the wave-haired woman rolled her eyes at him. Why don't you take a look at your own worth? Want to sleep with me? First, show me 1 million soul coins to prove your assets. Cut. The tall, chubby man scoffed. Do you really think you're the school beauty Zhang Tianjing? 1 million. What do you mean cut? Fatty, even if you take out 1 million, I still wouldn't want it. I'd rather sleep with this little brother for free than with you. The wave-haired woman retorted angrily. Wang Ming sat on the motorcycle seat, casually playing with a deck of cards in his hands. System detected a magical beast approaching, level 4 peak, distance from host 5,000 meters, 4,500 meters, 4,000 meters. It's actually a nearly level 5 seed magical beast. Wang Ming was slightly startled. He didn't expect to encounter a peak level 4 magical beast right after starting the mission. A beast of this level would be enough to give the Soul Pill Mirror experts present a run for their money. 2,000 meters. 1,500 meters. With the system's alerts, the magical beast was quickly closing in. Not good. The tall, fat man was the first to sense the approach of the magical beast. With a startled shout, he waved his hand, and a large hunting dog, 7 or 8 meters tall, appeared, its body engulfed in flames like molten lava, long fangs glinting coldly as it barked furiously in the direction of the magical beast's emergence. Humph! The woman coldly snorted, turning to smile sweetly at Wang Ming. Little brother, the magical beast is coming. Why don't you come and hide behind your sister? I'm the gentlest and most considerate. I promise to protect you well. Wang Ming remained silent. Little brother, you're quite the tsundere. When you see the magical beast, you won't be so proud anymore. The woman with the big waves sneered twice, then waved her hand, summoning a long green snake that appeared behind her. The snake was as thick as an adult's waist and over 10 meters long, coiling its body as the woman sat down on it, looking ahead with a smile in her eyes. Roar! At that moment, a furious roar came from the front. Wang Ming turned his head to look at the source of the sound. It was a humanoid creature, dressed in human clothing, but its head was horrifyingly split open, filled with small, sharp teeth, and the voice came from deep within its throat. This scene sent chills down the spine. The tall, fat man and the woman clearly weren't seeing this for the first time, but their expressions were extremely serious. Damn! It's a level 4 magical beast. The fat man, upon seeing the creature, sensed the threat it posed, his face changing as he said heavily, "Quick, call for the captain's support. The 3 of us are no match for it." The captain should have sensed it already, the woman with the big waves said, her expression also grave. "We need to hold it off. As long as the captain arrives, we can work together to take this beast down." The fat man turned to Wang Ming and shouted, "Wang Mo, if you don't want to die, hide behind us." Roar! The magical beast roared, swinging its arms violently. Its arms stretched out like rubber, transforming into sharp spearheads, charging towards the tall, fat man and the woman with the big waves, who posed the greatest threat. Humph! The tall, fat man roared, first soul skill, lava flow fire. A black soul ring lit up beneath the feet of the lava dog, and waves of scorching fire rolled within its body, as if it were splitting apart, with molten lava slowly oozing out and flowing onto the ground, bubbling with scorching steam. Rise! As the arm lunged towards him, the fat man shouted angrily. From the ground covered in lava, several columns of hot lava shot up, rapidly shooting towards the arm. On the other side, the woman with the big waves unleashed her first soul skill, a beam of green light shooting from the snake's mouth, also aimed at the arm. This level 4 magical beast is far weaker than the magical beasts in the demon domain. Wang Ming assessed the situation. In the demon domain, the combat power of a level 6 magical beast was enough to rival that of a soul emperor. At that time, to kill that level 6 magical beast, he had fully unleashed his first soul skill and used the soul essence 3 times, suffering backlash from his soul power. As for the magical beast before him, although it was a peak level 4 magical beast, its combat power was far inferior to that of a true magical beast, and it lacked magical artifacts. It seemed that the combat power of seed magical beasts would be correspondingly weakened. Poof! But even a weakened magical beast was still a peak level 4 magical beast. That sharp black arm was filled with demonic energy, easily shattering the incoming lava fire columns, heading straight for the lava dog. The tall, fat man roared, continuously unleashing his second and third soul skills, managing to withstand one of the magical beast's arms, while the woman with the big waves did the same, her pale face completely devoid of its previous pride. Roar! The magical beast howled again, swinging its arm once more. This time its speed was extremely fast. The previous moves may have just been a test, but now it was a real attack. The 2 arms appeared before the big wave and the tall fat man in almost 1,000th of a second. This speed! The big wave and the tall fat man were instantly frozen in fear. Their terrified pupils, bulging like a chicken's eyes, stared at the sharp arms that appeared before their foreheads, glinting with a cold black light, watching helplessly as the arm was about to strike their skulls without having time to react. First soul skill. At that moment, a hurried voice rang out, "Judgment gun." Click! As the sound fell, the noise of a mechanism striking was heard, followed by 2 loud bangs, but no bullets were fired. However, at the same time, a terrifying wave of energy flashed from the gun's muzzle, as if an invisible bullet had completely shattered matter at the molecular level. This bullet appeared before the 2 arms in 1,000th of a second. Puff! Puff! The invisible bullets penetrated the 2 arms, which were forcibly broken apart under the immense power, the front segments of the arms exploding directly. Wang Ming was slightly startled. Turning to look, the newcomer was the vice captain of the team, Gan Shiyang,
a level 34 weapon spirit master. He didn't expect this person's sole weapon to be a gun. It was truly surprising. Hoo-hoo! The two of them had escaped the clutches of death, their faces pale as they collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes somewhat vacant. The scene just now had truly frightened them. Roar! The demon spirit beast let out a roar, and the arm that had been shot to pieces actually began to regenerate. A shriek came from its split head, and its whole body trembled, releasing waves of black demonic power. Under this demonic power, the demon spirit beast's body began to writhe. It was as if countless worms were hidden beneath the surface of its skin, making one feel nauseous. The surrounding demonic energy surged rapidly, wrapping around the demon spirit beast, making it even darker against the backdrop of the night. Not good, this demon spirit beast is about to reveal its true form, quickly kill it. At that moment, Captain Peng Zicheng also rushed over. Seeing this scene, his face changed dramatically, and with a roar, he released his soul beast, directly unleashing his third soul skill, Diamond Wolf Claw. The soul beast roared, its long and sharp claws extending, suddenly slashing forward. Several crossed wolf claw marks fiercely attacked. Third soul skill, Obliteration Gun. Don Shiyang unhesitatingly unleashed his third soul skill. Two terrifying energies, carrying immense killing intent, charged toward the mass of black gas. Puff! The sharp energies sliced through the black gas, revealing the demon spirit beast inside. The demon spirit beast was half human, half beast. Its legs were still human, but its upper body had completely transformed into a bizarre form, covered in tentacles that were slimy and foul-smelling, as if pulled from thick crude oil. Facing the two terrifying killing moves, the demon spirit beast waved its tentacles to block the invisible bullets and the diamond wolf claw. Clang! Clang! The tentacles were as hard as iron, producing a metallic sound when clashing against the two powerful attacks. At the same time, a voice echoed in Wang Ming's mind, "Warning! Warning! The host is facing star-level danger, activating system rewards." The host successfully overcomes the crisis and receives rewards: Soul Weapon Enhancement Crystal +1, Soul Beast Evolution Crystal +1. It actually reached 5-star danger. Hearing the system's danger alert, Wang Ming was slightly startled. The 5-star danger indicated that the strength of this demon spirit beast had broken through from level 4 peak to level 5, corresponding to the human Soul King realm. Not good. Captain Peng Zicheng also sensed the danger, his face turning grim. Just now, the third soul skill that he and the vice captain unleashed simultaneously surprisingly did not inflict any substantial damage on this magical spirit beast. Although it was activated in a hurry, it still showcased 50% of their combined strength. This is bad. Don Shiryang's face turned somewhat grim. Old Peng, we've run into a tough opponent tonight. I'm afraid we might not make it out of here. Hee. At that moment, a human-like giggle unexpectedly came from the mouth of the magical spirit beast ahead. This laugh sent chills down the spines of everyone present, making their skin crawl with goosebumps, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They looked at the magical spirit beast with eyes full of fear. Human! On the chest of the sticky, black upper body of the magical spirit beast, with a sudden pop, an eye the size of a basketball opened wide. Its countless tentacles were as bizarre as hair on a human head, strange and horrifying in equal measure. What kind of monster is this? The tall, chubby man was already pale with fright, his voice trembling. It's a magical spirit beast, Wang Ming said. No kidding, I know that. The chubby man was about to retort when suddenly he remembered something. The others also seemed to think of something at the same time, looking at the magical spirit beast with horrified eyes, then back at Wang Ming, their voices trembling. A demon fetus magical spirit beast? It should be. Wang Ming nodded. And no way. The chubby man couldn't believe it. Demon fetus magical spirit beasts have demon artifacts. It doesn't have a demon artifact. Wang Ming stared into the magical spirit beast's eyes and coldly said, if I'm not mistaken, its eyes are the demon fetus, which means they are its demon artifact. Eyes? Everyone turned to look at the magical spirit beast's eyes. Upon closer inspection, they found that the eyes of this magical spirit beast were somewhat eerie. Normally, eyes are bright and lively, but this magical spirit beast's eyes were, how to put it, like fake eyes. Rather than being eyes, they looked more like stones with painted pupils. Hee. At that moment, the magical spirit beast's giggle echoed in everyone's ears. You found me. How interesting. Hee. Being discovered means you'll be eaten up. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, the countless tentacles of the magical spirit beast's upper body extended towards them. Everyone hurriedly unleashed their soul skills to fend off these tentacles, but only Wang Ming stood still. Peng Zicheng noticed that Wang Ming was unmoved and thought he was scared silly, roaring, Wang Mo, quickly use your soul skill to resist. Is he really scared silly? This is bad.
Gan Shiyang shouted angrily. Wang Mo. The tall, chubby man also yelled. A tentacle shot towards Wang Ming at an incredible speed. In everyone's eyes, this tentacle appeared right in front of Wang Ming's forehead in an instant, and they braced themselves for the sight of Wang Ming's head being pierced. But just then, the ferocious tentacle suddenly halted less than 3 inches from Wang Ming's forehead. Not only that, all the tentacles that had been shot out stopped at that moment. The magical spirit beast seemed to be bound by something, almost as if someone had sealed its acupoints, becoming rigid and immobile. Everyone, what is going on? Humph. As expected, Wang Ming saw this effect and a slight smile crept onto his lips, revealing a charming grin. When Wang Ming confirmed that this magical spirit beast was a demon fetus, he thought about whether he could use the essence of lust to control it. After all, the essence of lust is the master of all magical spirit beasts in this realm, and he had absorbed the demonic nature of the essence, while the demon fetus had transformed into the demon artifact Black Spade A. The inherent skills of Black Spade A: summon, demonize. Just now, at the moment the magical spirit beast's tentacle touched him, he activated Black Spade A to unleash the skill demonize. At this moment, the magical spirit beast was facing a reprimand from the essence of lust in its mind. Thus, to the outside world, this magical spirit beast appeared as if it had been subjected to a binding spell. What is going on? The crowd looked on in disbelief at the scene before them. Although they suspected that this was likely the work of Wang Ming, they couldn't bring themselves to believe it. After all, Wang Ming was just a 23rd level soul master. How could he possess such power? Could it be that some great deity is helping us? De Bolon glanced at Wang Ming, asking the others with a hint of disbelief. It could be. The others replied vaguely, their eyes occasionally darting towards Wang Ming. Wang Mo. Pang Ziqian's intuition told him that this might all be Wang Ming's doing. Is it you? Wang Ming did not answer. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, he took a step forward, slowly approaching the magical beast. As he got closer, he caught a whiff of a terrible stench that made him involuntarily wrinkle his nose. Wang Mo, be careful. Seeing Wang Ming's boldness, Gan Shiyang was quite frightened and hurriedly whispered, afraid of startling the magical beast. Wang Ming covered his mouth and nose with one hand, carefully staring into the magical beast's eyes for a moment. Indeed, it was the magical embryo of this beast. The formation of the magical embryo is influenced by external environmental factors, resulting in various strange shapes. Each magical embryo, upon completion, would form a magical artifact. Magical artifacts have high value for reforging and are excellent materials for forging soul weapons. But what Wang Ming cared about most was the magical seed in the beast's brain. The magical seed is rich in energy, which is extremely precious to him. Roar! As Wang Ming approached, the magical beast showed signs of fear and trembling, like a mouse seeing a cat, anxious and uneasy. This scene shocked everyone. Wang Ming, do you know the locations of the other magical embryos? Roar! The magical beast nodded obediently, resembling an ugly but well-behaved child. Very good, tell me its location. Roar! The magical beast indicated the location. Very good. With the knowledge of the next magical beast's existence, Wang Ming nodded in satisfaction. Pang Ziqiang and the others, they could hardly believe their eyes and ears. It was the first time they had seen a magical beast so obedient and compliant. What exactly was Wang Mo? How could he instill such fear in a magical beast? Was Wang Mo the leader of all magical beasts? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wang Ming said to the magical beast, very well, now, I command you as the Lord of Spirits. Die! Roar! The magical beast trembled all over, its body began to fade, and the magical energy started to contract, gradually shrinking until all its magical essence was absorbed into a single magical seed, and the magical beast completely vanished. The crowd watched this scene, their eyes wide open. Wang Ming casually waved his hand to collect the magical seed, then turned to Pang Ziqiang and the others, saying, the magical beast here has been eliminated. Captain, do we have any other tasks? And no, we don't. Pang Ziqiang felt his throat dry, speaking with little confidence. So can we disband now? Wang Ming asked. Yes, Pang Ziqiang replied. Good. Wang Ming nodded slightly, then mounted his motorcycle. With a roar, he twisted the throttle to start the engine, casting a cold glance at the crowd, and said in a calm voice, Captain, fellow teammates, we didn't encounter any magical beasts tonight, did we? The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. They increasingly felt that this Wang Mo was a more terrifying figure than the magical beasts themselves. Yes. The tall, chubby man trembled, his voice shaking. Wang Ming looked at the others. Yes. De Bolong, Gan Shiyang, and Pang Ziqiang all nodded in agreement. Captain, if there's a mission, just at me and the group." After saying this, Wang Ming shifted gears, twisted the throttle, and disappeared into the alley under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Phew! The tall, chubby guy waited until the motorcycle's taillights completely vanished from sight before he let out a heavy sigh. My god, this Wang Mo is truly terrifying. What a charming little brother. The big wave-haired guy recalled Wang Ming's devilish image from earlier, feeling a bit smitten. Peng Ziqian looked at Gan Shiyang. What do you think? Gan Shiyang shook his head slightly. This person displays a strength of level 23, but his true power is likely very frightening. Having him as our teammate is both a blessing and a curse. The tall, chubby guy exclaimed, "Hey, Vice Captain, what do you mean? I don't understand. Is it a blessing or a curse?" Gan Shiyang replied, "I can't guarantee whether it's a blessing or a curse. The blessing is that with him around, we won't have to worry about life-threatening dangers in our future missions. The demon beasts are like mice in front of him, that's our blessing. As for the curse, I can't say for now, but for us, it's a case of blessings and curses coexisting. Regardless, with him here, we are temporarily safe." Peng Ziqian looked at the team members and said, "What happened tonight must not be spoken of, otherwise, he will definitely kill us all to silence us." Understood. Everyone nodded. "Very well, you all can disperse now. Tonight, we did not encounter any demon beasts." Peng Ziqian waved his hand to signal the dispersal. The host successfully navigated the crisis and received system rewards. Soul Artifact Enhancement Crystal +1, Soul Beast Evolution Crystal +1. A gentle breeze brushed against him as the motorcycle sped down the road, the system's voice echoing in his mind. Indeed, the seductive power of the demonic heart has sufficient control over these demon beasts. Wang Ming thought to himself, realizing that his understanding of the demonic power within him was still too limited. When he activated the Spade A earlier, it was a moment of inspiration. He had prepared two plans. One was to verify whether the skill formed by the demonic heart's power, Spade A, had control over the demon beasts. The other was to be ready with his scale armor for defense. The level 9 demon scale armor had unprecedented defensive capabilities. Following the guidance of the earlier demon beast, Wang Ming arrived outside a courtyard. It was already midnight. After parking the motorcycle, Wang Ming swiftly appeared on the courtyard wall, hiding behind a large tree to observe the situation inside. It appeared to be a courtyard specifically for rent, not very large, with dozens of small houses neatly arranged inside. Roughly estimating, each house was less than 10 square meters, but don't underestimate these small houses. The rent was several thousand. The bathroom was still communal. Showers were charged separately. The residents here were a mixed bag, with all kinds of talents: white-collar workers, streamers, delivery guys, restaurant staff, and so on. At this hour, the lights in dozens of rooms were all on. Following the rooms, he quickly locked onto one room with curtains drawn and lights on. With Wang Ming's current spiritual sense, he could clearly hear the voice of a person inside. It was a beautiful female streamer. All of them have had demon seeds planted by the demon beasts, yet they still act like normal people while live streaming. How interesting. Wang Ming's lips curled up slightly. These demon beasts are really impressive, hiding so deeply. System detected a Soul Dan realm expert rapidly approaching the host within a 2,000-meter range. At that moment, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. A Soul Dan realm expert? Wang Ming was initially surprised, then immediately held his breath and concealed himself, quietly waiting for the person's arrival. Whoosh! Soon, a figure silently landed on the courtyard wall beside Wang Ming. Judging by the person's silhouette, it appeared to be a woman. The two were less than 50 meters apart. She wore a sleek, capable tight-fitting outfit and held a long sword, indicating she was a weapon soul master. Could her target also be this demon beast? Wang Ming saw the woman arrive behind the courtyard wall and focused his gaze on the room from earlier. Their goals were aligned. Strange, how does she know about the existence of this magical beast? Curiosity arose in Wang Ming's heart as he quietly observed her actions. Time passed second by second. The two stood motionless by the courtyard wall, like statues. As the clock struck a little past 2 a.m., it finally happened. The lights in dozens of rooms went out. Whoosh! The woman moved, transforming into a streak of blue light as she appeared at the door of that room. Her figure was agile, and under Wang Ming's watchful gaze, she gently approached the door. Using some unknown method, she effortlessly opened the door and stepped inside. Wang Ming dared not probe the situation inside with his spiritual sense and could only wait quietly. Soon, there was almost no sound from within, as if nothing had happened. The woman cautiously exited the room, closed the door behind her, and then swiftly flew upward on her sword. So fast? Wang Ming was slightly startled. He could silently eliminate magical beasts using the power of his demonic heart, yet this woman could also so easily take down a magical beast. Strange. After the woman left,
Wang Ming quickly moved to the door, gently pushed it, and it opened. He cautiously stepped inside. The room was dim, and as his spiritual sense swept across, he saw the woman inside was sleeping naked, her legs wrapped in the blanket, a large expanse of pale skin exposed to the air, but she was lifeless. There was a slight wound on her forehead. The woman from earlier had already taken the magical seed from her body and left. Wang Ming quickly exited the room, infused his soul power into the Thunder Soul Bone, and transformed into a beam of light, rapidly pursuing the woman from before. With the system's search capabilities, Wang Ming quickly locked onto the woman's position and accelerated after her. It was in the direction of Bai Liang Mountain. Recognizing the direction of the pursuit, a wave of bad premonition surged in Wang Ming's heart. He knew there was also a demon embryo in the Bai Liang Mountain area, and according to Tuasen, this demon embryo had existed for a long time. Why did this woman come to this place after obtaining the magical seed? Wang Ming followed the woman from a distance and soon arrived at the fully restored trial base. The woman unexpectedly took out something and created a hole in the protective membrane surrounding the trial base, slipping inside. It's actually the control card for the trial base. Wang Ming was taken aback. Anyone who possessed the control card for the trial base must be from one of the 4 major academies or the Education Bureau. What were they doing? Without a control card, Wang Ming could not enter the trial base, so he decided to wait outside. The woman would surely come out before dawn, otherwise, she would risk exposure, especially since the front mountain of Bai Liang Mountain was a tourist area with many visitors during the day. In this era of universal soul masters, everyone had some level of power. If she tried to enter or exit the trial base during the day, she would definitely be discovered. With this in mind, Wang Ming settled in a certain spot in the forest, expanded the system's detection range, and quietly waited for the woman to appear. However, the area of the trial base was vast, and he could not guarantee that she would return the same way. He could only silently pray. Unfortunately, he waited until just after 7 a.m. the next day and still did not see the woman emerge. She must have exited from another location. Wang Ming shook his head helplessly. It seemed this person had strong counter-surveillance abilities, preventing anyone from tracking her. Reluctantly, he had to give up on the stakeout. This woman hunted the magical seed and sent it to Bai Liang Mountain. She will definitely come again. I'll stake out here again tonight. I refuse to believe you won't come out from this place, Wang Ming thought to himself. This time, he did not return to the residence but entered the Baifeng Academy. Now, his identity was that of a new student at Baifeng Academy, a member of Group 12, with teacher Ma Su, currently ranked in the 9th Demon Elimination Team of Baifeng Academy. According to the information provided by Enrushui, Wang Ming successfully found Wang Mo's dormitory room. He opened the door and went in. The furnishings inside were not much different from those at the Kyoto Academy, consisting of a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom, with various facilities quite complete. Knock, knock. Wang Ming returned to his dormitory, took a shower, tidied his hair, and was just about to start his training when he heard a knock at the door. He was a bit puzzled, having just arrived at the academy and knowing no one who could be knocking. With his curiosity piqued, he opened the door. Standing outside was the tall, chubby guy he had met yesterday. Hello, Junior, how are you? I'm the fat guy you saw in our team yesterday. My name is Lu Chan, just like Lu Shan, the son of Liu Bei from the Three Kingdoms, the chubby guy said with a big smile. Is there something you need? Wang Ming asked. Mo Ge, I heard you are the new special student, Lu Chan said with a grin. Is there a problem? Wang Ming frowned. Indeed, he had entered the Baifeng Academy thanks to Enrushui's connections, securing a special student status. A special student is an elite disciple selected from the top national academies to be specially recruited for further studies at the 4 major academies. No problem. The events of yesterday were still fresh in his mind, and he dared not offend this powerful figure. He wore a flattering smile. Today is the sports meet at our Baifeng Academy. I heard our academy's campus belle, Zheng Tianjing, will also participate. Mo Ge, do you want to go and take a look? Sports meet? Oh, Mo Ge, you might not know. The sports meet is an event organized by the academy to enhance interaction and exchange among students. After all, students nowadays communicate too little, and classmates know very few people. Most students prefer to cultivate alone, which leads to not very close relationships among us, Lu Chan explained. Not interested, you go by yourself. Wang Ming refused. But that's our Baifeng Academy's campus bell, Lu Chan exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? With Moge's good looks, if you catch the eye of our campus bell, you will surely soar to great heights in the future. You probably don't know, but our campus bell is one of the 3,000 golds from the 5 great families of Kyoto. Is that so? Wang Ming smiled. Come on, let's go take a look together, Lu Chan said. Alright, let's go take a look. Wang Ming thought for a moment and decided to go out for a stroll, both to familiarize himself with Baifeng Academy and to adapt to his current identity.
Great! Luchan was very happy, walking and introducing, Mogu, you might not know, our Baifeng Academy's campus belle, Zhang Tianjing, is simply stunning. Just one glance can satisfy you. Is that so?
Wang Ming recalled Zhang Tianjing's beautiful face and smiled.
Hey, Mogu, you might not believe it, but I know a huge secret. Do you want to know? Luchan said mysteriously.
What secret?
Wang Ming asked. All the 3,000 golds in Kyoto are chasing one person. Luchan emphasized. Really? Who is so lucky? Wang Ming asked. Who else could it be? He is extremely famous in Kyoto and even nationwide. I don't believe you can't guess. Luchan looked at Wang Ming with a disbelieving gaze. I don't know. Who is it? Wang Ming said. It seems Mogu really doesn't know. He is the renowned Liao Ai from Kyoto, the owner of a 900,000-year soul ring, a prodigy with full red talent, the new king of Kyoto, Wang Ming. Luchan said excitedly. Oh, so it's him. Wang Ming said expressionlessly. You know him, right? Oh my. He is the public enemy of all men in the 4 major academies.
All the 3,000 golds in Kyoto are his women. That kind of luck is truly enviable, Luchan said with a look of envy.
Is that so? Wang Ming touched his nose.
You wouldn't believe it, but I've seen this guy from a distance, and he really is handsome and incredibly strong. Back during the entrance exam, he directly cut down the eldest son of the Xian family, Xian Shangguang, and withstood a level 9 demon at the trial base, managing to keep the 4 major academies students safe.
TSK. His deeds are simply legendary. Luchan spoke non-stop, recounting Wang Ming's exploits like a treasured story. Really? Is he that impressive? Wang Ming asked. Hey, you wouldn't believe it. Just ask anyone in the capital who doesn't know. What a pity.
Luchan suddenly sighed and shook her head. When he entered the land of demons, he openly defied the national order, took treasures, and became a globally wanted criminal.
Oh, Mogu, such a legendary hero, and you only say oh? Luchan's expression was excited. What else should I say? Wang Ming shrugged. As they spoke, the two had already entered the playground of the Baifeng Academy.
At this moment, the playground was packed with people. Young boys and girls filled with youthful energy were laughing and playing. Familiar melodies echoed across the field. The so-called sports meet was actually a campus competition event. There were no track and field events or long jumps, of course, it was still competition-focused, with events like Soul Power Control, Soul Beast Racing, and Flying Device contests.
Anyone wanting to sign up could do so at any time. Hey, little Mogu, you're here too.
Not long after Wang Ming entered the playground, he saw the girl with big waves from last night walking over, smiling and greeting him. Today, she wore super short shorts that showcased her long legs, and a shoulder-bearing short-sleeve top that highlighted her proud figure.
Wang Ming nodded in response. Her name is, you say. Luchan was about to introduce her when she was interrupted, then cheerfully said to Wang Ming, Mogu, I'm Bai Jiruo from Group 10, please take care of me. Wang Ming nodded. Bai Jiruo stared at Wang Ming's face for a moment and smiled. Mogu, has anyone ever told you that you look like someone? Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at her warily. Like who? Like a celebrity, Bai Jiruo said with a grin. Wang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. Really? That's the first time I've heard that. Ah, Zhang Tianjing is here, the school beauty is here.
At that moment, Luchan shouted excitedly, immediately drawing the attention of those around them.
Is that really Zhang Tianjing? My goodness. Wow, my goddess has finally appeared, so beautiful. Look, our Baifeng Academy's second school beauty, Bai Shuechuan, is here too. As everyone exclaimed, Wang Ming's gaze followed the direction of the playground entrance, and sure enough, he saw Zhang Tianjing.
She was wearing sports pants and a sports top, her smooth long hair cascading down her back, her delicate face fair and smooth.
At 1.76 meters tall, she stood out in the crowd.
Beside her walked another stunning beauty, who must be the second school beauty, Bai Shuechuan.
Wow, she's really beautiful. Luchan was practically drooling. But, aren't all women like that? Is it really that exaggerated?
Bai Jiruo beside her scoffed, speaking with jealousy.
What do you think I should do if both Zhang Tianjing and Bai Shuechuan came after me at the same time?
Someone nearby said with a dreamy expression.
Humph, someone coldly snorted. You might as well lie down and let them take a picture of you. Exactly, ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd.
Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Tianjing entered the playground, her eyes straight ahead, not looking at anyone. This was a scene she experienced every time she went out, and she had long since become accustomed to the adoration of the crowd. The reason she participated in today's sports meet was entirely due to Zhao Qingshi's advice, urging her not to dwell on Wang Ming's uncertain fate and to come out for some fresh air, using the sports meet as a way to get some exercise. There was no way to refuse Zhao Qingshi's kindness, so I could only go out for a stroll and called my good sister Bai Xuechuan to accompany me. Entering the playground, Zhang Tianjing elegantly sat down in the audience seats, her cold gaze aimlessly scanning the sea of people on the field, various sounds ringing in her ears. But her head felt heavy, as if separated by a layer of membrane, the outside world unable to penetrate.
What sport do you want to participate in? Bai Xuechuan asked beside her. Anything. Just as the word left her lips, she suddenly changed her mind and said, let's go sign up for the competition. Bai Xuechuan laughed, looking to find a few unlucky ones to vent your frustrations? Holding it in isn't a solution. Zhang Tianjing said, it's been several months, and my period has been irregular, plus I feel uncomfortable holding it in. I need a way to let it out. Alright, then let's go sign up. With that, the two stood up and walked to the registration desk. Their movements had been closely monitored. When the boys saw Zhang Tianjing and Bai Xuechuan signing up, a group of boys rushed over eager to register. To them, even if they got beaten to a pulp by Zhang Tianjing, it would still be worth it. Mo-go, I want to sign up, Lu Chan said excitedly. You? Right now, Zhang Tianjing is at level 36 in the Soul Dan realm, with a third soul ring that's 90,000 years old. Going up there is just asking for trouble, Bai Zhirua said. But I still want to, Lu Chan replied, then urged Wang Ming, Mo-go, don't you want to go? Wang Ming shook his head. You go ahead, I'll just watch from here. Bai Zhirua smiled. Mo-go is still so open-minded. She's the daughter of the Zhang family, and you guys can only fantasize, not even able to touch her hand, just imagining her figure and wetting your pants at night. TCH, you're just jealous, Lu Chan scoffed, then ran towards the registration desk. Mo-go, do you want to sit over there? Bai Zhirua said with a warm smile to Wang Ming, I'll treat you to milk tea. No need, you go by yourself. Wang Ming replied indifferently. Bai Zhirua pouted, not saying more, but unwilling to leave, following behind Wang Ming. The competition was about to start on the stage ahead. Due to Zhang Tianjing and Bai Xuechuan's participation, the previously deserted stage was now surrounded by people, forming 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Zhang Tianjing stood on the stage with a cold expression, giving off an air that kept strangers at bay. Those who were blinded by her beauty completely ignored her anger, cheerfully rushing onto the stage, ready to be beaten by their goddess. Wang Ming stood not far from the stage, watching Zhang Tianjing. Over the past 6 months, Zhang Tianjing had lost a lot of weight, her once lively expression now replaced by coldness, and Wang Ming knew that all of this was related to him. Thinking of this, a dull pain throbbed in his heart. But he couldn't let Zhang Tianjing know. The longer she remained unaware, the better. The battle on the stage began. Zhang Tianjing wielded the exquisite soul weapon she had designated, the Golden Lotus. The Golden Lotus shone brightly, wreaking havoc on the stage, sending all her opponents crashing down. If it weren't for the friendly sparring that wouldn't harm lives, those people would probably be dead. After 4 or 5 rounds of battle, Zhang Tianjing seemed like a war goddess, the Golden Lotus blooming beautifully, forcing those below to dare not look directly at her. Zhang Tianjing. At that moment, a woman stepped onto the stage, glaring at Zhang Tianjing. I want to challenge you. Ha, why is there still a girl here making a fuss? Could it be a Yuri situation? Everyone looked over with curiosity, only to find it was the previous school beauty of Baifeng Academy, Wu Shaoqin. Ever since Zhang Tianjing entered Baifeng Academy, Wu Shaoqin's title as school beauty had been taken away by her. Not only that, but she had also lost her position as the second school beauty to the newcomer Bai Xuechuan. How could this not make Wu Shaoqin feel jealousy in her heart? Unfortunately, Zhang Tianjing often did not show up, and she could never find an opportunity to vent her pent-up resentment. Today, at the sports meet, she finally found that opportunity. Zhang Tianjing glanced at Wu Shaoqin with an indifferent expression and said, sure. Nether cat, Wu Shaoqin shouted, and a shadow flashed behind her, rushing towards Zhang Tianjing at an invisible speed. In the blink of an eye, a fierce cat appeared behind Zhang Tianjing's head. Golden Lotus Bloom. Zhang Tianjing calmly pointed her finger. The lotus in her palm expanded in an instant, enveloping her body in the center of the Golden Lotus, blocking the cat's claw attack with sheer force. Third soul skill. Wu Shaoqin, realizing her first plan had failed, immediately unleashed her soul skill, Soul of the Nether. A circle of black soul rings appeared beneath the cat, releasing energy, and the cat vanished without a trace before everyone's eyes. This was the Nether. Zhang Tianjing's expression darkened. However, holding a high-grade soul weapon, she remained unperturbed, waiting for the cat to reappear. Meow. Suddenly, the cat appeared above Zhang Tianjing's head without warning, its sharp claws aimed directly at her forehead. Zhang Tianjing was taken aback. She hurriedly shouted, "Lotus domain." In an instant, countless beautiful lotus flowers bloomed across the entire arena, filling the air with fragrance. Even outside the arena, one could smell the floral scent, and the two people on the stage were surrounded by a sea of flowers, disappearing from sight. They had entered the domain. Suddenly, a warning sound echoed in Wang Ming's mind. Warning! A level 5 seed demon beast has appeared within 500 meters of the host. A level 5 demon beast? Wang Ming was startled and quickly looked towards the sea of flowers ahead, using his senses to detect that indeed, a strong demonic aura was concealed within the endless floral expanse. What a deep scheme! Wang Ming was shocked. He never expected that this woman had calculated that Zhang Tianjing would unleash the unique domain skill of her high-grade soul weapon. She intended to enter the domain and unleash her demonic power to subdue Zhang Tianjing, planting a demon seed in her to control her. Seeking death. Touching Wang Ming's reverse scale in front of him meant certain death. In front of so many people, Wang Ming could not directly reveal his identity and break his killing ban, especially with a follower like Bai Jirua beside him. I need to use the restroom. Wang Ming made an excuse to leave. At the same time, a playing card appeared in his palm, silently falling to the ground under his control, then advancing along the ground, quickly reaching below the arena. It then slipped into the center of the arena, vanishing into the lotus flowers. In the lotus domain, Zhang Tianjing's face turned pale. With her current strength, she was no match for a level 5 demon beast, and after just a few breaths of confrontation, she was already at her limit. Ha ha ha! Wu Shaoqin laughed wildly. Zhang Tianjing, you despicable wench. It's all because of you. The school beauty of Baifeng Academy should have belonged to me. Mine. It's all because of you. All because of you. Wench, I will plant a demon seed in you, making you my servant. Ha ha! I will turn you into the most despicable, most lewd, most shameless slut, to be enjoyed by all the men of Baifeng Academy. Ha ha ha! Looking at the somewhat crazed Wu Shaoqin, Zhang Tianjing was taken aback. She never expected that Wu Shaoqin would become so insane over the title of school beauty, willing to risk her life for such vanity. You are mistaken, Zhang Tianjing said, facing the crazed Wu Shaoqin. I am mistaken? Wu Shaoqin was taken aback. Zhang Tianjing sneered and said, you are absurdly mistaken. The so-called school beauty is merely a ranking of our appearances by these boys, more like a commodity waiting to be sold. I don't care about this disgusting title at all, yet you, for the sake of this commodity title, are even willing to plant the demon spirit seed at the cost of your life. How pathetic, how pitiable, how lamentable. The Baifeng Academy selects a school flower every 3 years. Do you think you can hold on to it forever? Shut up! Wu Shaoqin suddenly felt that Zhang Tianjing was right, but she had no way out now. You filthy servant, you took away the glory that belonged to me. Today, I will plant the demon spirit seed in you, making you just like me. Ha ha! The daughter of one of the 5 great families in Kyoto is about to become my servant. Zhang Tianjing, I will make your stinking skin into a plaything for all the men in Kyoto. Come on! Wu Shaoqin roared, her entire body filled with demonic energy surging wildly. Soon, her figure was enveloped by the thick demonic energy, and a sharp cry erupted from the dense blackness. Roar! With a roar, the demonic energy gradually faded. An extremely ugly monster appeared before Zhang Tianjing. Seeing this creature that was neither human nor ghost, hideously ugly, Zhang Tianjing showed a mocking expression. Jealousy had turned a beautiful girl into this form for the sake of the school flower title. Roar! The monster was covered in long, black fur, resembling her own soul beast, the nether cat. The monster roared and lunged at Zhang Tianjing with incredible speed. Third soul skill. Zhang Tianjing hurriedly unleashed her third soul skill, Thousand Thread Strangulation. This was a soul skill she obtained from a spider demon with a 10,000-year soul ring, Thousand Thread Strangulation. As the words fell, countless silver-white, slender threads appeared around Zhang Tianjing, binding the charging demon beast tightly from all angles. As the threads tightened rapidly, the demon beast's fur was sliced open, leaving fine wounds. Roar! But for a level 5 demon beast, this was not enough to be fatal. It roared, and a surge of demonic energy exploded from within, breaking the threads that bound it. Then, in a flash, it charged straight for Zhang Tianjing. Golden Lotus Domain, turn! The entire lotus field suddenly began to spin, countless lotus flowers flying through the air, obscuring Zhang Tianjing's figure. The demon beast lunged, slicing through several lotus flowers, but Zhang Tianjing was nowhere to be seen. Roar! The demon beast was furious, letting out a sharp and prolonged howl. In the midst of the howl, its fur began to grow wildly, the demonic power circulating within. Long strands of hair shot out like steel needles in all directions without any blind spots. Puff, puff! Hidden among the lotus flowers, Zhang Tianjing did not expect it to have such a move. Just as she was about to dodge, she was pierced through the arms by the hair shooting from another direction. Ah! Zhang Tianjing screamed in agony as her pierced arms were lifted by 2 strands of hair, her body hanging in midair. Ha ha ha! The demon beast's body began to slowly squirm and change, transforming back into Wu Xiaoqin's appearance, but the countless long hairs still remained, suspending Zhang Tianjing. Wu Xiaoqin laughed loudly. Zhang Tianjing, you are finally caught by me. Zhang Tianjing gritted her teeth, desperately trying to use her soul power to resist the hair piercing her wrists, but to no avail. Don't struggle, Wu Xiaoqin said with a smile. Once I catch you, you will never escape in this lifetime. Be a good maid and kneel at my feet to serve me every day. You wish, Zhang Tianjing replied coldly. Ha ha, now you are my prisoner, and you still talk back. Wu Xiaoqin laughed triumphantly. Zhang Tianjing, I will soon make you just like me, in this inhuman, ghostly form. I will make your life worse than death. Is that so? Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in the space. Both of them were startled, but the most shocking of all was Wu Xiaoqin. Her face changed dramatically as she warily scanned her surroundings. Who is it? If you have the ability, don't hide in the shadows. Come out. Zhang Tianjing also looked around in surprise. This lotus domain was the realm of her soul weapon, yet she couldn't sense anyone else's presence. Perhaps it was because she was currently quite weak. As you wish. Wang Ming's figure slowly materialized in front of Zhang Tianjing. Ming Gu. Perhaps others wouldn't recognize the slightly changed Wang Ming, but Zhang Tianjing could instantly identify her beloved man. The moment Wang Ming's back appeared, Zhang Tianjing's heart trembled violently, and her vision instantly blurred with tears. Ming Gu, is it really you? Wang Ming turned his head, and 2 playing cards flew out. The long hair piercing through Zhang Tianjing's arms severed the connection. Zhang Tianjing's body went limp, about to fall, but Wang Ming caught her waist, holding her gently and saying, Jinger, it's me, Ming Gu. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Tianjing finally couldn't hold back and cried out all the longing and worry she had felt for so long. Wang Ming? Wu Xiaoqin's expression changed slightly upon hearing that it was Wang Ming. She then remembered that she was now a level 5 demon beast and wouldn't fear a mere Wang Ming. With a cold laugh, she said, What can you do by coming here? To me, you're just an extra servant. To think I could turn the new king of Kyoto, the Kyoto Laoi, into my servant, just the thought is thrilling. Ha! Ming Gu, be careful. She has now become a level 5 demon beast, Zhang Tianjing said with concern to Wang Ming. Wang Ming checked the wound on her wrist, feeling a pang in his heart, and softly said, Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you again. Zhang Tianjing nodded, filled with happiness. Damn it! Wu Xiaoqin, seeing them still showing affection, immediately flew into a rage. How dare you ignore my existence, seeking death? I will make you wish you were dead. Roar! A sharp roar erupted as Wu Xiaoqin transformed, her body covered in black fur, looking grotesque beyond measure. After being demonized, a human's appearance would vary based on their preferences, psychology, and living environment. But Wu Xiaoqin's demonized form was truly unflattering. It was evident how unbearable this person was in real life. After transforming, Wu Xiaoqin let out a roar and lunged at Wang Ming, her ugly appearance making one feel nauseous. Yet Wang Ming remained completely still. Zhang Tianjing watched the demon beast charging towards them but felt no fear, as Wang Ming stood beside her, giving her an immense sense of confidence and safety. As the demon beast approached, Wang Ming secretly summoned the demonic power within him, and his magic began to circulate. His eyes gradually turned pitch black, and a faint demonic light shot out from his gaze, causing the demon beast to abruptly stop. Its body seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move. Facing Wang Ming, it felt a shuddering fear, almost as if it wanted to worship him. Wang Ming said, Aren't you going to kneel? The demon beast knelt down in front of Zhang Tianjing's incredulous eyes. How is this possible? Zhang Tianjing looked at Wang Ming in disbelief. Minggu, how can it obey you like that? I'll explain later. Wang Ming smiled at Zhang Tianjing, then turned coldly to the demon beast, saying, You dare to touch my reverse scale? Hurry up and die to atone for your sins. Roar! The demon beast seemed to plead for mercy. Die! Wang Ming gave it no chance, and his eyes emitted another beam of demonic light. The demon beast began to tremble, initially putting up a slight resistance, but after struggling for a moment, its magic started to contract, quickly condensing into a small demon seed. How dare you struggle? Wang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that the stronger the magical beast, the less controllable it becomes. Although I have gained the magical power of desire, I am not the embodiment of desire itself. Once it surpasses a certain level of strength, it is likely very difficult to control it easily. The transition from level 5 to level 6 is a watershed. For magical beasts above level 6, controlling them would require an enhancement of the magical power within oneself. With a wave of his hand, Wang Ming collected the magical seed.
After losing the support of her magical power, Wu Xiaoqin's body weakened and fell to the ground, her breath faint. This was on the campus of Baifeng Academy. If a life were lost, it would be a terrible situation. Jinger, I'm going out first. Wait until the sports meet here is over, and then come find me. I am now Wang Mo, a student from Group 12, part of the 9th demon-slaying team, Wang Ming said, gently touching her delicate cheek. Seeing Wang Ming safe and sound filled Zhang Tianjing's heart with immense joy and happiness. Wang Ming transformed into a playing card and quietly slipped away. Boom! At the same time, a loud explosion erupted from the arena, and Wu Xiaoqin's body was sent flying, while Zhang Tianjing stood proudly in mid-air, holding the golden lotus. Wow! So cool! My goddess is amazing! Truly worthy of being my dream lover, so impressive. The crowd, witnessing Zhang Tianjing emerging from the field, displayed looks of admiration, with no one caring about Wu Xiaoqin's life or death. Wang Ming walked out of the restroom. You just missed a great show. Bai Jiruo said with a smile, Zhang Tianjing truly lives up to being the daughter of the Zhang family, even her soul weapon is of high quality. This Wu Xiaoqin is just asking for trouble. Wang Ming said nothing, simply nodding. Ouch. Lu Chan walked over, holding her waist and grimacing in pain. Ouch. It hurts so much. Bai Jiruo mocked. Hurts? Your goddess hit you, shouldn't it be sweet? How could it hurt? Lu Chan replied, you don't understand, this is pain in my body, sweetness in my heart. TCH, Bai Jiruo rolled her eyes at him. After the battle ended, Zhang Tianjing's gaze quickly swept across the entire playground, soon locking onto Wang Ming's position. Her eyes briefly scanned Wang Ming, and a smile she couldn't suppress appeared on her face. My goodness, my goddess smiled. So beautiful. Is she smiling at me? A group of people below the stage discussed among themselves, all believing the goddess was smiling at them. Mo-gu. Lu Chan whispered beside him. Mo-gu, just now I felt like my goddess was smiling at me. Could it be that my performance caught her attention? Wang Ming. Bai Jiruo, I think you've been hit in the head. Oh my. Suddenly, Lu Chan exclaimed, her voice trembling, my goddess is walking towards me. Bai Jiruo looked over and indeed saw Zhang Tianjing flying down from the stage, walking straight towards them. Wang Ming smiled faintly, watching calmly. No way, no way. My goddess is coming towards me? No, I can hardly breathe. She wouldn't be confessing to me, would she? The boy standing in front of Wang Ming felt a suffocating excitement as he watched the goddess approach them. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Tianjing naturally didn't dare to acknowledge Wang Ming. She walked directly to his side, brushing past him, leaving behind a sweet smile. Sigh, leaving a group of boys sighing in disappointment. That night, knock, knock, knock. Wang Ming sat cross-legged, immersed in his cultivation, when a knock sounded at the door. Without thinking, he knew who it was. He opened the door. A faint fragrance wafted in, and under the moonlight, Zhang Tianjing's graceful figure appeared even more beautiful, dressed in a long gown, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Come in. Wang Ming invited her in. Zhang Tianjing's cheeks were slightly flushed with happiness as she inquired about what had happened after his disappearance. Wang Ming omitted some details and roughly recounted the story to her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianjing angrily said, that white-haired eagle woman is truly despicable. If she can't have it, she wants to bring down Minggu. Wang Ming replied, conspiracy is merely a trick of the incompetent. Zhang Tianjing hugged Wang Ming and lay in his arms, saying, I'm just glad you're okay. I've been so worried during this time. Teacher Zhao has asked about you several times. Zhao Qingshi? Wang Ming was surprised. Yes, Zhang Tianjing said. Wang Ming held Zhang Tianjing and chatted for a while. Perhaps he hadn't rested well for a long time, as he soon fell sweetly asleep in his embrace. He placed her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Wang Ming glanced at her before leaving the room. He then flew towards the trial base, wanting to see who this woman was. Arriving at the outskirts of the trial base, the system automatically activated a 5-kilometer range detection. Wang Ming found a hidden tree hole, sat cross-legged to cultivate, while keeping watch for this mysterious woman. He waited from day until dawn, but saw no sign of her. Wang Ming returned to the dormitory in the morning. When he arrived, a bowl of millet porridge was already set on the table, and Zhang Tianjing was busy in the kitchen. Minggu, where have you been? I woke up this morning and didn't see you. Wang Ming casually made up an excuse and asked, where did the millet porridge come from? I bought it at the supermarket. Zhang Tianjing replied, your dormitory has nothing, and since we're temporarily staying at Baifeng Academy, it should have some warmth, otherwise, it feels too desolate. I went downstairs to buy some things. Don't worry, I wrapped myself up tightly, no one recognized me. Wang Ming nodded. After breakfast,
Zhang Tianjing felt it was inappropriate to linger and left. Ding! Just as Wang Ming was about to cultivate, his phone vibrated. He opened it to find a message in the 9th Team's group chat from Lu Chan. Captain, it's been quiet these past few days. Is there no mission? Bai Zhirua replied, yeah. I saw in the news that it seems the demon beasts have appeared less recently. After a while, Peng Zichang responded, maybe it's because of our large-scale hunting. We've probably killed off most of the demon beasts. If there were more, the entire dragon country would be doomed. Wang Ming frowned. It shouldn't be. Anyone who had entered the realm of demonic nature should know that it was entirely a nest of demon beasts. There must be at least tens of thousands of demon embryos inside, if not more, and the demon embryos can plant demon seeds without restriction. Calculating over half a year, the demon beasts in Dragon Country should be at least in the millions. There must be quite a few in the capital. How could they be hunted down in just a few months? In Wang Ming's view, the demon beasts wouldn't be exterminated. On the contrary, they would only multiply. The most likely scenario is that the demon beasts have started to hide. Perhaps it has something to do with the trial base. Based on the time Tuosin was imprisoned, the demon embryos in the trial base must have existed for at least 1 million years. Such ancient demon embryos would surely harbor extraordinary demon beasts. The woman who entered and exited the trial base at midnight was the key to his investigation. After a day of cultivation, in the evening, Wang Ming returned to the tree hole at the outskirts of the trial base to keep watch. This woman, in order to avoid being tracked, entered and exited the trial base randomly. As long as he had enough patience, he was sure to catch her, but to improve efficiency, Wang Ming released the iron-eating ants. The number of iron-eating ants had now reached a terrifying 50,000. They surrounded the entire perimeter of the trial base every 100 meters. At 12:02 a.m., Wang Ming suddenly opened his eyes in the tree hole. The iron-eating ants in the southeast direction discovered the mysterious woman entering the trial base, and Wang Ming immediately became alert, waiting quietly. At 2:31 a.m., Wang Ming suddenly flashed out and rapidly pursued in one direction, while the surrounding iron-eating ants quickly followed him, with one of the iron-eating ants trailing far behind the mysterious woman. About half an hour later, Wang Ming slowly landed on the rooftop of an old building in a residential area on the outskirts of Kyoto. So this is where she's hiding. Through the perspective of the iron-eating ant, Wang Ming entered the woman's home, concealed behind the lampshade in the living room. The woman returned home, first changing into her pajamas, then heading to the bathroom for a shower. The iron-eating ant flew under the light in the master bedroom, and soon after, the woman emerged wrapped in a towel, sitting at the vanity by the bed to dry her hair. She then took off her pajamas, turned off the light, and went to sleep. Wang Ming frowned slightly. This woman gave him a very ordinary feeling. Aside from her perfectly shaped body, there was nothing particularly special about her. Strange, could I have followed the wrong person? Wang Ming began to doubt whether he had made a mistake. Suddenly, he felt as if he were being watched. The system did not provide any alerts, but his sixth sense sharply detected that somewhere, a pair of eyes was staring at him. In that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. At a distance of over 5 kilometers, it would be impossible to see him unless through a special telescope. If it were a soul monitoring him, the system would definitely be able to sense it. No, was he being monitored, or was he caught while watching this woman? He pondered briefly. Wang Ming immediately released the gluttonous beast, quickly mounting it and racing off into the distance. He wanted to see if this person would chase him, showcasing his strength as a level 29 soul master. There were many people in the suburbs of Kyoto, even at dawn. As Wang Ming rode the gluttonous beast through the air, the feeling of being watched gradually faded. Didn't they follow? Wang Ming frowned. System detection. A human is rapidly approaching within a 5,000-meter range. Here they come. Hearing the system's alert, a cold smile crept onto Wang Ming's lips as he sprinted forward. To accommodate the pursuer behind him, he didn't even use the Thunder Soul Bone. Soon, the pursuer caught up. Damn! A big soul master, and he can really run. The man who caught up was wearing a mask and standing on a knife. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? Who are you? Wang Ming looked at him curiously. What were you watching that girl for? Ha! A dying man? What do you need to know that for? The man sneered. Just take your questions and go ask the king of hell below. With that, the man waved his hand, and 6 knives appeared in front of him, pointing towards Wang Ming. Kill! The 6 knives shot towards Wang Ming. Little glutton! Wang Ming pointed his finger at the gluttonous beast's head. The gluttonous beast roared, its body rapidly enlarging, and its tail whipped out, swatting the incoming knives away with a series of loud cracks. Ha! The man sneered, waving his hand to return the 6 knives, glancing at the gluttonous beast. Not a bad soul beast. You really have some tricks, but if that's all you've got, then you can die. Third soul skill. The man shouted coldly, and a black soul ring beneath him shone with a blinding light. A 30,000-year soul ring,
heavy wave triple blade. Instantly, a knife several dozen meters long, imbued with sharp intent, came crashing down from above the man's head, striking 3 times in total, merging into one blade, its momentum like a rainbow, as if the surrounding air was about to be sliced apart by this knife. Wang Ming slowly raised his right hand. A dark, jade-like soul ring appeared on his wrist, exuding a terrifying pressure. First soul skill. This was Wang Ming's first time using a smaller, easily wielded soul skill, indicating that his mastery of soul skills had reached an extraordinary level. Ancient One Finger. The sound fell, and a primal aura erupted from his fingertips. Wang Ming's entire hand turned pitch black, and then, a black fingerprint shot up towards the sky. As soon as the black imprint left his hand, it rapidly expanded several feet, its power overwhelming. Boom! With a thunderous roar, an energy wave exploded from the center of the confrontation. The massive shockwave, combined with the force of the finger pressing down, caused the man to spit out a mouthful of blood, staggering back several steps before steadying himself, his expression one of horror as he looked at me. At that moment, another figure rushed in, disdainfully saying, "Useless, just a level 29 soul master, and you still haven't dealt with him after all this time." The man shouted angrily, "What the hell are you talking about? You call this a level 29 soul master? If he's not level 29, could he possibly be level 39? The newly arrived man scoffed with a cold snort. "You can't even handle such a trivial matter, you really are useless. Step aside, let me handle it." "Ah, yes. The man squinted and nodded, "You go ahead." "Humph." The newcomer coldly snorted, looking at Wang Ming with a cruel smile. "Kid, come over here, let me kill you obediently, and I might leave you with a whole corpse, otherwise, I'll tear you to pieces." "Is that so? I don't believe it." Wang Ming's lips curled up, a calm smile on his face. "A mere level 29 soul master dares to be rampant in front of me, so arrogant." The man shouted coldly, suddenly stepping forward, and a massive spider soul beast appeared behind him, its 8 long, sharp legs looking terrifying and fierce. "Kill." He didn't use any soul skills, directly commanding the soul beast to attack. "Humph." Wang Ming coldly snorted, waving his hand, and a series of sounds erupted as countless iron-eating ants appeared densely behind him. "Little ones, you probably haven't eaten a soul beast before. Today, let you have a good meal. Go, eat it." Buzz, buzz, buzz. The swarm of iron-eating ants surged towards the spider. This is iron fire ants?" The man stared at the soul beast in Wang Ming's hand for a while before recognizing it as iron fire ants, then burst into laughter. "It's actually such a trash soul beast, ha ha. This thing isn't even worthy of being called a soul beast. At most, it's a soul pet. I can't believe someone has contracted a soul pet. Ha ha ha. A little trash soul pet dares to be rampant here. Stinky kid, today I'll let you see what a real high-level soul beast is." First soul skill, web binding. Collect. The spider trembled, and a ring of soul rings appeared around its waist. A vast amount of soul power gathered within the soul beast, and it slightly raised its body, suddenly spitting out a massive web aimed at the swarm of iron-eating ants, intending to catch them all in one go. Combine. Wang Ming still had a smile on his face, his lips curling up as he uttered a single word. Suddenly, countless iron-eating ants began to converge towards the center, and in an instant, they formed a gigantic supersized iron-eating ant, exuding an extraordinary presence. Iron fire. Wang Ming continued to command. The enormous iron-eating ant trembled, gradually turning fiery red, like red-hot iron. This was the skill possessed by the epic bloodline iron-eating ant after evolution. All insects returned to one, iron fire. The current iron-eating ant was a mature body, while the iron-eating ants were still in their initial form. But once all the initial form iron-eating ants gathered into one, their strength would advance further, transforming into a beast core body. It is well known that the levels of soul beasts are initial body, mature body, adult body, beast core body, beast king body, beast emperor body, beast sect body, beast sovereign body, beast saint body, beast emperor. Wang Ming's current strength is at level 29. The strength of the soul beast itself is also influenced by its master's power, but the iron fire ant can rely on its epic level talent to surpass this limitation and reach the strength of a beast core. What the hell? How is this possible? The previously arrogant man was dumbfounded upon seeing the merged iron fire ant. The man gasped in shock. It actually reached the beast core. My god, how is this possible? Is this iron fire ant still the one I know? Humph, it must be just a bluff. The arrogant man refused to believe it. Meanwhile, the net had already reached the iron fire ant, which completely ignored its presence, flapping its wings and transforming into a streak of fire, charging forward. Sizzle! A burning sound rang out. The net, upon contact with the high temperature of around 1000 degrees, instantly dissolved. Humph! The man remained unfazed. I want to see just how capable a mere soul beast that advanced to the beast core through merging really is. You little brat,
Just got lucky with a mutated soul beast, and you dare to act wild in front of me? Tonight, I will take your mind. Second soul skill, Spider Leg Hunt. The spider activated a purple soul ring again, screeching as it transformed into a blur, attacking the iron fire ant with incredible speed, its 8 legs giving it a significant advantage as it appeared above the iron fire ant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chilling wind howled as the spider's long, sharp legs struck down like blades, launching a flurry of attacks at the iron fire ant below. The iron fire ant roared, and in an instant, it vanished, transforming into countless tiny iron fire ants that scattered and flew towards the spider above. Soon, countless iron fire ants crawled all over the spider. No matter how strong this spider was or how long its legs were, it couldn't shake off the swarm of iron fire ants covering its body. Devour, Wang Ming commanded. With the command, countless iron fire ants began to frantically consume the spider, the biting pain causing the spider to break its defenses instantly, trembling and screeching, while the man also suffered a backlash, grunting in pain. Dare to eat my soul beast? Seeking death. Third soul skill, 10,000 threads binding. At the same time, he shouted at the man beside him, "Damn it, why aren't you making a move? Are you waiting for us to die here?" The man replied, "TCH, I thought you were something special." He then made another move, using his soul skill to bypass the soul beast in charge at Wang Ming. The spider trembled, spewing countless threads to wrap itself up, these threads starting to bind the iron fire ants that were consuming its body. Iron fire, Wang Ming commanded. The iron fire ants on the spider's body immediately emitted a scorching heat, making the spider's surface seem to ignite, glowing with a fiery red light. The intense backlash pain made the man scream, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the soul weapon man immediately slashed his blade towards Wang Ming, aiming to interrupt his control over the soul beast. Facing the incoming slash, Wang Ming remained unfazed, a smile on his lips as he looked at the man's twisted expression, lightly stepping back. Zing! He created distance between them. The slash missed. What incredible speed! The man's expression changed in shock as he looked at Wang Ming's legs, even more astonished. Is that a soul bone? A speed-type soul bone. You have a good eye, Wang Ming said with a smile. Humph. Being called out by a level 29 Great Soul Master made him feel humiliated. He snorted coldly, then greedily glanced at the soul bone. Arrogant little brat, you have something, but soon you will be mine. Is that so? I don't believe it. Wang Ming continued to smile. Damn it! He found Wang Ming's smile utterly disgusting. What a detestable smile. Third soul skill, Heavy Wave Triple Blade. Wang Ming shook his head slightly. Boring. If we're done playing, let's end this. Come back. Wang Ming waved at the iron-eating ants. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless iron-eating ants buzzed as they flapped their wings, quickly returning to burrow into the soul ring on his finger. The spider, suffering from burns and bites, immediately breathed a sigh of relief, trembling and struggling to stand. Its master quickly fed it some beast-feeding pills to help it recover. Second soul skill. Wang Ming slowly raised his right hand, a faint smile on his face. His wrist suddenly glowed with a dark black bracelet, and a pressure slowly radiated from it. Humph. The man saw Wang Ming's black soul ring and snorted coldly, his tone dismissive. Just a 10,000-year soul ring, but you sure have a big mouth. I want to see just how capable you are of blocking my third soul skill. As his words fell, the blade light was already coming at him. Ancient ruins. The bracelet-like soul ring shone brightly, and black energy quickly gathered towards his palm, making his right hand as dark as ink. Divine palm. Kill. Just as the blade was about to strike, Wang Ming calmly pushed out a palm. The black, solidified palm rapidly enlarged in an instant, reaching the height of a person, sweeping horizontally towards the opponent. The blade that was slashing down was directly shattered by the domineering palm, yet the palm's force did not diminish, heading straight for the two behind. Damn! The man who had just fed the spider soul beast realized the danger and turned around, only to see a gigantic palm deforming the face of the person in front of him, coming straight for him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm in deep trouble." There was no time to care about others, he had to escape first. But how could his speed compare to the ancient divine palm? Just as he turned to flee, the divine palm had already surged forward with unmatched dominance. Due to the open space above, the two were sent flying 700 or 800 meters away by the ancient divine palm, until the palm lost its soul power support and dissipated, their bodies falling like projectiles, crashing heavily to the ground. Almost all their bones felt shattered. Zzz. Wang Ming stood before them with his hands in his pockets, still wearing that faint smile, looking down at them. If you want to live, answer my questions obediently. Of course, if you want to die, I can send you on your way. Why you? Who are you? The soul beast man struggled to lift his head, looking at Wang Ming. If you want to know, you won't be able to live.
Wang Ming said with a smile. He. The man, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, laughed. We can't answer any of your questions. Come on, if you want to kill us, just do it. Put. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light flashed by, and that cold light returned to Wang Ming's hand, the thousand blades fragment taking the man's life. If you want to die, I will naturally fulfill your wish. Ugh. The man's eyes bulged, hands clutching his throat, his body slumping back. The man beside him trembled in fear. Looking at Wang Ming, his eyes were filled with terror. The other truly was a devil who killed without blinking. It's your turn. Wang Ming slowly turned his face, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just that simple glance frightened the man, his body shaking. Spare me. I'll tell you everything I know. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, two sharp sounds of something cutting through the air came rushing in. Wang Ming's heart jolted, and he quickly reacted, sending the thousand blades fragment shooting out. In midair, there were two bang sounds as the incoming objects were shattered by the thousand blades fragment, but there were no figures around, and the system did not provide any prompts. To be able to escape the system's search, could this person be over 5 kilometers away? Wang Ming pondered, suddenly remembering something, turning back to look, and was even more shocked. The man was already dead. Approaching to inspect, the man's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had seen something terrifying. His fingers curled up as if trying to grasp something, his muscles were in a state of spasm, and his deathly expression was somewhat grotesque. There were no visible injuries on his body. What a peculiar way to kill! Wang Ming was astonished. The other party hadn't even shown themselves, yet they could kill this man right under his nose. It seemed their strength was not weak. If it was not weak, then why not directly confront him? He examined the cause of death in detail. It was as if something sinister was at work inside him, causing intense pain in an instant, so much so that he couldn't even let out a cry of agony before dying. However, upon examining his body, no abnormalities were found. Not good, that woman. After collecting the soul rings of the two, he released the iron-eating ant and quickly headed towards the woman's home. When he landed on the rooftop and synchronized with the previous iron-eating ant, he finally let out a slow breath. The woman lay peacefully on her bed. The feeling of being watched had also disappeared. To avoid being monitored this time, Wang Ming had specifically chosen a concealed location and secretly controlled the iron-eating ant to watch over this woman. The next morning at 7:30, the alarm clock rang. After getting up, the woman quickly dressed, washed up, and casually grabbed some food before heading downstairs. Is she going to work? Wang Ming was surprised. Based on the woman's current behavior, he deduced that she was most likely invaded by a demon spirit beast. He never expected someone invaded by a demon spirit beast would still have to work. Truly a dedicated worker. This woman was a factory worker, performing completely mechanical repetitive tasks, and Wang Ming monitored her throughout a very, very boring day at work. In the evening, the woman returned home. After dinner, around 11:32, her eyes suddenly turned red, and her entire demeanor changed in that instant. There was a hint of malice. Demon spirit beast. Wang Ming keenly sensed the demonic nature within the woman. Under Wang Ming's watch, the woman stepped outside and suddenly transformed into a streak of light in a deserted corner, quickly flying in a certain direction at high speed. Based on Wang Ming's estimation, this woman's strength had at least reached the Soul Pill realm. A master at the Soul Pill realm was still working in that rundown factory? Wang Ming immediately followed the woman. Before long, the woman arrived outside a building. It was an old, dilapidated place, with the outer walls seemingly about to peel off, showing signs of having weathered many storms. After entering the community, the woman went straight to a building. She reached the 6th floor, the top floor of the community, and knocked on a door. Who is it? A voice from inside responded, an old woman. The woman remained silent, just knocking. Soon, the old woman slowly opened the door. Through the perspective of the iron-eating ant, Wang Ming could see the old woman hunched over, with a head full of silver hair and a face full of wrinkles, looking to be in her 70s or 80s. You're looking for... Before the old woman could finish her sentence, the woman suddenly struck, grabbing the old woman's neck with one hand and lifting her inside, casually shutting the door. Once inside, the woman's other hand pressed against the old woman's forehead. The old woman trembled all over. A demon spirit seed actually floated out from her forehead. This old woman is actually a demon spirit beast. How did she know? Wang Ming was curious. After obtaining the demon spirit seed, the woman released the old woman and turned to leave the room, speeding off towards the back mountain of Bailiang Mountain. Wang Ming was taken aback. Is she collecting demon spirit seeds? After the woman entered the trial base, Wang Ming continued to wait outside. In less than an hour, the woman emerged, flying towards the city center of Kyoto. Is this woman specifically delivering demon spirit seeds to the trial base? Wang Ming frowned. According to the system's introduction, the role of the demon spirit seed is only to erode humans and provide energy. Whether it's humans or demons, their demand for the demon spirit seed is solely for energy, it cannot be for control.
Moreover, this woman has already been controlled by the demon spirit seed, which indicates that the one controlling her is the demon spirit beast. The demon spirit seed of the demon spirit beast can reproduce infinitely. How could it possibly need someone else to send in more demon spirit seeds? He monitored the woman returning home. However, the doubts in Wang Ming's heart were perplexing. The deaths of the two people who were monitoring her last night were also very strange, especially the last one's death, which could be described as gruesome. Wang Ming wanted to lie in wait. He would see if anyone would come to monitor the woman again tonight. He had killed two people last night, which had already drawn their attention. They would surely send someone else, likely targeting him specifically. But he kept watch all night, and no one came, nor did anyone specifically target him. This made him even more puzzled. The other party's behavior was very illogical. Logically speaking, after he killed two people last night and continued to monitor the woman, it should have startled the snake in the grass. Shouldn't they have hurriedly sent someone to kill him and silence him? Why was there not even a sound? Could it be that those two last night were simply perverted lechers? That didn't make sense either. If they were just simple perverted lechers, no one would have taken action to kill them and prevent them from speaking. Unable to find an answer for now, Wang Ming could only return for the time being. The next morning, Wang Ming had just finished washing up and taking a shower when he heard his phone vibrate. He picked it up to see it was a call from Enru Shui. Hello, Shui. Brother Ming, where are you right now? Is it convenient to talk? Enru Shui's urgent voice came through the phone. In the dormitory of Baifeng Academy, just me here. What's up? Wang Ming had a bad premonition. Brother Ming, have you heard about what happened last night? What happened? Wang Ming was puzzled. Last night, Lu Qiaodao's father was assassinated, and Ru Shui whispered this shocking secret. What? Wang Ming was stunned. Lu Qingzhu was the head of the Lu family, a sole emperor-level expert, surrounded by elite guards. How could he possibly be assassinated? Who would dare to assassinate Lu Qingzhu? That would be openly opposing the five great families. In Kyoto, even she wouldn't dare to directly confront the five great families. After all, the five great families had existed for 100 years, with deep foundations. They weren't something anyone could easily provoke. Have you found out who the murderer is? Wang Ming asked. No, the assassination last night was premeditated. The people they sent were very powerful. The strongest among them probably reached the soul sect level. Fortunately, Uncle Lu had the clan's soul beast to protect him, otherwise, the situation would have been dire, Enru Shui said. A soul sect level expert? Wang Ming's heart sank. Those who could reach the soul sect level were basically hidden experts of the five great families, the backbone of the five great families. There were not many people in all of Kyoto whose strength reached the soul sect level. Who would send a soul sect expert to assassinate Lu Qingzhu? Actually, this person was originally targeting my dad and Lu Qiaoyao's dad, and Ru Shui continued. Last night, my dad and Uncle Lu were supposed to go out together, but my dad had something come up at the last minute and didn't go. Uncle Lu went alone and ended up being assassinated. So you mean someone is targeting your five great families? It's very possible. The other party acted very covertly and didn't dare to reveal their tracks, so they couldn't kill Uncle Lu immediately. In that case, it does seem like someone is targeting you. You all need to be careful, Wang Ming analyzed. And Ru Shui nodded obediently and added, Brother Ming, ever since the demon spirit beast appeared, I've felt that the atmosphere in Kyoto was a bit off, a strange feeling that's hard to describe. It might be that the demonic energy in Kyoto has increased. Wang Ming said, maybe. Shui, can you get a badge to enter the trial base? Trial base? And Rushi was taken aback. Brother Ming, do you want to enter the trial base? Wang Ming thought for a moment and recounted the matter of tracking that woman, including the gruesome deaths of the two people he had been monitoring. If what you said is true, then this person must have been infected with a parasitic poison, and Rushi said. Parasitic poison? Wang Ming looked confused. Yes, only parasitic poison can control someone's life and death from a distance. Those infected with it die in a very tragic manner, as if they have undergone inhuman torture, looking very grotesque, and Rushi explained. Do you know who has parasitic poison? I don't know. I'm just analyzing based on what you said. Parasitic poison is banned in Longwa because its toxicity is too strong. If it exists, it might only be in remote southern areas, where there are people who specialize in being poison spirit masters. Poison spirit masters? This was the first time Wang Ming had heard of it. Indeed, the world was vast and full of wonders. I'll see if I can get a badge for the trial base, but I'm currently under house arrest by my dad. I'm not allowed to go out except for necessary situations, so I can only find a way to mail it to you. Alright, Wang Ming nodded. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ming sat on the sofa, frowning. Lu Qingzhu had actually been assassinated in Kyoto. This was definitely big news,
but there were no reports on his phone, indicating that the news had been suppressed.
Parasitic poison had appeared again in Kyoto.
It felt like the atmosphere in Kyoto was about to change. Just as Enrushi had said, something was off. Perhaps the sky in Kyoto was really about to change. Wang Ming took out his phone and specifically searched for this poison spirit master, only to find that poison spirit masters were quite common in the south, and some of their poisons could even kill from a distance. He searched for parasitic poison but found no useful information, only a simple introduction to its dangers, unable to trace back to which prominent family had practiced it before.
In the afternoon, Enrushi sent someone to deliver the badge.
Wang Ming immediately set off for the woman's residence, determined to track her into the trial base and investigate what she was doing. But what he never expected was that when he found the woman again, she was already dead in her bedroom, her death mirroring that of the man before.
Wang Ming was shocked and hurried inside to check.
The woman's facial expression was grotesque, her eyes bulging and filled with bloodshot veins, her joints twisted in exaggerated angles, and her mouth was wide open, so much so that the corners of her mouth had split.
Wang Ming felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of parasitic poison could cause such a tragic death? Just from the woman's condition, one could infer the immense suffering she endured before dying.
Suddenly, Wang Ming seemed to see something. He crouched down, staring at the woman's gaping mouth, and at that moment, the tongue of the already deceased woman moved slightly.
What the hell?
In broad daylight, seeing such a horrific scene was shocking enough, but he never expected the corpse to move. Even Wang Ming, who was quite bold, was so frightened that he stumbled back, nearly falling to the ground. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise, it would have been too embarrassing. He pressed his hand against his heaving chest, calming his startled heart, and looked again at the woman's mouth, where her tongue was still moving, as if something was inside. He probed with a bit of soul power.
A small creature was pulled out from her mouth.
It turned out to be a very, very small white worm, which looked no different from an ordinary caterpillar, its body milky white like jade, even somewhat beautiful. Anyone who saw this worm would never associate it with a poisonous creature. Indeed, one should not judge a worm by its appearance.
Is this the poisonous worm?
Wang Ming did not dare to use his hands but instead wrapped the insect with his soul power to study it carefully.
It was indeed no different from an ordinary insect.
Suddenly, the surface of the insect turned red quickly, and a faint soul power began to circulate.
Wang Ming immediately output more soul power to control the poisonous insect, suppressing it. Bang! At that moment, the poisonous insect exploded. Wang Ming was startled. This poisonous insect had actually self-destructed. Someone was remotely controlling this poisonous insect to self-destruct.
Wang Ming stood up abruptly, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings, releasing both the system detection range and soul detection simultaneously. Within a 5-kilometer radius, he found no suspicious individuals.
Hiding so deeply?
Wang Ming frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "Humph.
I want to see what secrets you are hiding in the trial base." That night, Wang Ming arrived at the trial base. He.
Just as he was about to take out his badge to enter the trial base, a harsh laughter echoed from a distance. The voice was somewhat hoarse and sharp, very unpleasant. Just hearing it made Wang Ming feel uncomfortable.
There really is someone laughing like that. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed it. Who would make such a laugh?
It seemed it was just that he hadn't encountered it before, not that it didn't exist.
Kid, you really have guts. The person, hearing Wang Ming's words, sounded somewhat irritated. The person from the night before and the woman today, were you the one who killed them?
Wang Ming slowly turned around to look at the person. The figure stood under a dark tree, as if afraid to appear before others, more like a venomous snake, always hiding in unseen places to strike. Wang Ming couldn't see his face clearly, only vaguely discerned the outline of his figure. He appeared to be about 1 meter 56 tall, and judging by the voice, he should be in his 40s or 50s.
That's right, I killed them, the person said. Originally, I didn't want to show myself. I killed that man and that woman to give you a warning, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Since that's the case, I can only show myself and send you to hell. Is that so? I don't believe it.
A faint smile appeared at the corner of Wang Ming's mouth. I saw you fighting with them the night before. You have some skills, but if that's all there is, then tonight you can stay here to feed the insects. As the words fell, the person slowly took a step forward, and a blood-red light shone from beneath his feet, illuminating the darkness and casting a blood-red reflection on his face. 3 sharp angles were evenly distributed, slowly rotating, exuding a terrifying pressure. A 300,000-year soul ring.
Wang Ming's breath tightened suddenly.
He was not afraid of the opponent's strength but of the unbelievable 300,000-year soul ring. This person's first soul ring was actually a 300,000-year soul ring. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there were hardly any people with soul rings over 100,000 years, He never expected this person to possess a soul ring of 300,000 years. Buzz! Immediately after, when the person took a second step, another bright red soul ring lit up, and 5 sharp angles emitted a chilling light, a wave of pressure slowly spreading.
Wang Ming was shocked again.
A 500,000-year soul ring. If the 300,000-year ring was shocking, the 500,000-year one was unbelievable.
When did soul rings over 100,000 years become so common? How could this person obtain such an ancient soul ring?
Even the members of the 5 great families could not obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, yet this person had 2. Under Wang Ming's gaze, the person took another step forward, and another circle of deep red light lit up. A 700,000-year soul ring.
Wang Ming gasped.
His gaze towards the person changed. 3 soul rings over 100,000 years flashed with dazzling red light, illuminating the surroundings and casting a red hue on Wang Ming's face, a powerful pressure suppressing the air around him, making him feel a sense of suffocation. Aside from the last time in the land of demons with Fujiwara Ryushin and Jenny Haefel, he had not encountered any powerful beings with soul rings over 100,000 years old.
He never expected to meet one today.
What shocked him even more was that the person opposite him looked very young, even younger than he appeared, probably around 17 or 18 years old, but his voice sounded very old.
How about it? The person stood amidst 3 soul rings, looking down at Wang Ming with an arrogant expression. With your 2 10,000-year soul rings, do you still have the audacity to speak in front of my 100,000-year soul ring?
You, who exactly are you?
Wang Ming's expression grew serious.
He had 2 million-year soul rings backing him, so he naturally wasn't afraid of the other party. What concerned him was the origin of the opponent's soul rings. It was almost impossible for someone to possess soul rings of such age unless they had some sort of cheat.
You probably want to ask about my soul rings, right?
The person said with a smile.
Yes. Unfortunately, I can't answer your question. You might as well take your doubts to hell and ask King Yin.
The person slowly raised his hand, and countless insects appeared in his palm, gathering into a knife.
Wang Ming was startled again.
This person was a soul beast master, but he could actually use insects to transform into a soul tool master, which was quite unheard of.
Tonight, this person had given him too many shocks and surprises. Interesting.
Wang Ming smiled indifferently, the corners of his mouth curling with a hint of charm.
With a thought, a circle of pitch-black soul rings lit up beneath his feet, and a wave of pressure spread out.
Ha! 10,000-year soul rings. The person chuckled lightly.
Is that so?
Wang Ming smiled calmly, slowly releasing the pressure of his soul rings.
Then feel it again. As the pressure from his soul rings was released, the pressure from the opponent's 100,000-year soul rings was suppressed.
Although the other party had 300,000-year soul rings, they were all subdued by Wang Ming's circle of soul rings.
How is that possible? The person was shocked, staring incredulously at Wang Ming's soul rings.
Clearly 10,000-year soul rings. How can they possess such terrifying pressure?
Ha! Ignorant! Wang Ming sneered, putting on an act. My abilities are not something a country bumpkin like you can see through.
Good. I want to see just how capable your soul rings are. The person coldly snorted, his figure flashing, and he appeared behind Wang Ming like a ghost, aiming a knife directly at Wang Ming's head.
Wang Ming didn't even turn around as he backhanded the knife, accurately blocking the opponent's attack. What a fast reaction speed!
A hint of seriousness appeared in the person's eyes. Wang Ming's strength and combat experience made him wary, and he was soon filled with shock. Shouldn't this person be a soul beast master?
How did he become a soul tool master tonight? Could it be that they weren't the same person?
But no matter how many people there were, the person in front of him was undoubtedly going to die. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he uttered a single word, scatter. Instantly, the knife made of thousands of poisonous insects broke apart, rushing towards Wang Ming with killing intent. Wang Ming didn't know how these poisonous insects caused poisoning, but he certainly didn't dare to come into contact with them. Fortunately, the opponent's attack was just to his taste. Thus, Wang Ming uttered a single word, shatter. The 1,000-blade knife instantly transformed into 1,001 shards, rushing towards the poisonous insects.
Damn!
The person was taken aback, never expecting the knife could be used like this. These poisonous insects were extremely precious to him. How could he dare to squander them by letting the opponent's blades destroy them?
He immediately called out, "Come back."
"Humph,
now you want to take them back? It's too late." Wang Ming tightened his grip on the knife handle, infusing it with powerful soul energy, and the flying shards shot out.
One could hear a series of puff-puff sounds in the air.
The poisonous insects fell in droves from the sky. My poisonous insects!
The person let out a mournful cry, looking as if he had lost a beloved father, which made Wang Ming feel quite pleased.
"I will kill you!"
The man roared, waving his hand, and over 1,000 poisonous insects appeared. First soul skill, Poison Insect Devour. With a command, the thousands of poisonous insects glowed with a faint red light, emitting toxic gas as they rushed towards Wang Ming.
Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat.
This person's soul skills were all poisonous insects. It seemed he was an expert in toxins.
I want to see if the iron-eating ants can withstand these poisonous insects. I wonder what will happen if they eat them.
A thought flashed through his mind like lightning, and without hesitation, he acted, waving his hand as thousands of iron-eating ants appeared, glowing red.
Wang Ming commanded, "Go, eat them." Following the order, the iron-eating ants flapped their wings and flew off.
Soul beast? The person opposite was shocked.
You actually contracted a soul beast? How is that possible? How can you contract both a soul tool and a soul beast at the same time? Is it not allowed?
Wang Ming smirked, and then with a crackling sound, the thunder soul bone beneath his feet activated, making him disappear from his spot and reappear behind the man, swinging his 1,000-blade knife fiercely towards the opponent's head.
Out! The man reacted quickly, summoning thousands of poisonous insects to form an insect blade to block Wang Ming's strike. Clang, clang, clang.
The two engaged in a rapid exchange, with flashes of blades in mid-air, their speed astonishing, the sound of clashing weapons ringing continuously.
Second soul skill.
In the brief moment of their exchange, the man skillfully raised a hand, his soul ring glowing red like a bracelet on his wrist, exposed insect poison light.
A blinding beam of light, like a laser, shot towards Wang Ming in an instant.
Humph! Wang Ming was not to be outdone. As the opponent raised his hand, he had already reacted. First soul skill, Ancient One Finger. Both sides unleashed their first soul skills simultaneously.
Boom!
The powerful soul forces collided, neither side giving way, and in the clash, they dissipated, sending a strong shockwave spreading outward.
Wang Ming charged against the shockwave, leveraging the advantage of the thunder soul bone, and struck down with his knife.
Humph! The man was astonished by Wang Ming's strength but quickly reacted, raising his insect blade to engage Wang Ming.
Meanwhile, the iron-eating ants were battling the poisonous insects.
The iron-eating ants, with their terrifyingly high temperature, directly evaporated the toxic gas of the insects. Once they caught the poisonous insects, their pincers greedily began to devour them, as if they had tasted a delicacy.
Soon, the man's thousands of poisonous insects were completely consumed by the iron-eating ants.
Put! As the insects were eaten, the man suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, his gaze turning to the battlefield beside him as he cried out in pain, "My poisonous insects!" Wang Ming sneered, "I suggest you stop worrying about the insects and consider whether you can leave alive tonight. You pervert! I will kill you!" The man, filled with grief and anger, turned red-eyed and lunged at Wang Ming. This person's strength was at the 39th level of the Soul Dan realm, a full 10 levels above Wang Ming.
However, Wang Ming's monstrous energy requirements and the age of his soul rings had forcibly elevated his strength to an abnormal level.
Facing a 39th level Soul Dan expert, especially one with a 100,000-year soul ring, he still handled it with ease.
But for this man, Wang Ming's performance could only be described as monstrous.
Clearly possessing a 10,000-year soul ring, yet able to suppress his 100,000-year soul ring. Clearly only a 29th level Great Soul Master, yet able to overpower him, a 39th level Soul Dan expert.
Clearly a Tool Soul Master, yet still able to contract a Soul Beast.
And that soul tool that could shatter into pieces, the soul bone in his leg, the instant soul skills. It was simply beyond monstrous. And he was still so young. Given time, he would undoubtedly become a terrifying existence.
He absolutely could not allow such a formidable enemy to grow unchecked.
Third soul skill. The man took a deep breath, and 3 soul rings simultaneously emitted a blinding light. A terrifying pressure slowly released, and the air around them seemed to freeze at that moment.
Insect King Poison Mist.
As the words fell, an invisible red blood mist surged out from the soul rings, instantly turning the surrounding air red. The debris floating in the air turned into pus the moment it came into contact with the poison. This toxin had an extremely strong corrosive property.
Wang Ming was shocked.
No wonder he was a master of poison. All his soul skills were toxic. Perverse. My poison mist is everywhere. Nothing can escape it.
Tonight, I want to see how you can escape my poison mist. Ha ha ha.
He seemed to envision Wang Ming dying in his poison mist, revealing a sinister smile.
Is that so?
Wang Ming's lips curled up, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he looked at him.
That expression again. Damn it!
He had seen this expression several times tonight.
After releasing his third soul skill, Wang Ming still wore that expression, infuriating him. Arrogant! I will definitely make you die tonight.
He pushed with both palms. The poison mist, hiding poisonous insects, surged toward Wang Ming.
Humph! Filthy tricks!
Wang Ming scoffed disdainfully, slowly raising his palm.
The jet-black bracelet reappeared on his wrist, and the soul rings released soul power. A terrifying pressure suddenly emerged.
The approaching poison mist instantly halted, unable to get closer to Wang Ming despite the man's efforts.
Wang Ming continued to show off, let me show you what real strength is. Second soul skill, ancient divine palm. As the words fell, a black palm swept out, enlarging to 3 meters high the moment it left his hand, sweeping across. The poisonous substances ahead had no resistance under the palm's force and were pushed aside. Boom! With a loud bang, the man and his poison mist exploded under the palm's pressure. The poison mist dissipated, and the man's body flew down into the depths of the forest like a projectile. Wang Ming flew down, and after confirming the man was dead, he searched his body and found his identification card. Name, Miao Linpu, age, 29, gender, male, address, Heyuan County, Chuanyu City. Indeed, a poison soul master from the south. Seeing the man's information, Wang Ming frowned, mainly surprised by the man's age, 29 years old. His appearance seemed to be 30 years older than his actual age. It seems this is the fate of those who practice evil paths. Wang Ming muttered to himself, collecting the man's soul ring. He continued to the outskirts of the trial base, determined to figure out what was inside that made the poison soul master from the south so wary. Moreover, the age of this poison soul master's soul rings truly astonished him. Although the number of demonic entities had increased significantly in recent times, the age of their demonic souls shouldn't have increased by 100,000 years. Miao Linpu's 3 soul rings were all over 100,000 years old, which was quite abnormal. After all, these were soul rings that even the prominent families in the capital found difficult to obtain. How could they be so easily acquired by a southern family unless this person belonged to a hidden family of the Dragon Kingdom? But Wang Ming knew that among the 4 great hidden families of the Dragon Kingdom, there was definitely no family with the surname Mao. Arriving at the outskirts of the trial base, Wang Ming found a relatively hidden spot, took out a token, and the protective membrane in front rippled like water, opening a passage about a person's height. It was already deep into the night, the darkness thick, with no moonlight visible. Taking advantage of the night, Wang Ming crept along the ground, swiftly making his way toward Wanma Mountain. If there was a place that raised his suspicions, it was undoubtedly the demonic fetus hidden within Wanma Mountain. This demonic fetus, concealed within Wanma Mountain, was something even she might not know about. After all, it was the ceremonial item that allowed Tuosen to advance back in the day. If she knew, she would definitely take it away. The trial base was very quiet in the deep night. Occasionally, the cries of demons echoed in the air. Wang Ming, relying on the system's prompts, avoided all the demons, steering clear of any unnecessary trouble. There were guards outside, and surely there were people inside as well. Indeed, as Wang Ming gradually approached Wanma Mountain, the system keenly detected someone hiding in the woods at the 1 o'clock position ahead, clearly a lookout. Wang Ming dared not rush in. He first stopped by a large tree to assess the surroundings. The enemy ahead was a level 42 Soul King. Generally, a Soul King level expert stationed outside would be a guardian of a region, or even the strongest combat force within a family in a city. Yet, near the trial base of Wanma Mountain, this person was merely a lookout. This indicated that whatever lay inside was certainly extraordinary, otherwise, such a powerful expert would not be stationed here. With the power of a Soul King, Wang Ming knew he could not enter. If he attracted the others' attention, a great battle would inevitably ensue, and he had no absolute confidence in dealing with a Soul King unless he was prepared to fight to the death. He was not here to fight to the death. I need to think of a way to sneak in, Wang Ming pondered quietly. Perhaps he could use the skill of the Spada Demon Tool. The inherent soul skill of Spada was similar to Miyu's first skill in the game, allowing him to switch places and enter, but this also carried the risk of being discovered by the Soul King. At that moment, the iron-eating ant stationed outside transmitted a visual feed, indicating that someone had entered the trial base. As expected, after that woman died today, these people are looking for a new target to deliver demon spirit seeds. Thus, Wang Ming quickly shot towards that person. Coincidentally, this person was male, appearing to be of a similar age to Wang Ming, with a strength of level 36 soul pill. Thunderbolt Soul Bone. 1,000 blades. Shatter. Wang Ming infused half of his soul power into the Thunderbolt Soul Bone while simultaneously laying an ambush with 1,000 blades on the path the person would take. The moment the person appeared, he unleashed both the Thunderbolt Soul Bone and 1,000 blades, materializing right in front of him. The man trembled in shock at the sudden turn of events. Just as he was about to react, Wang Ming's finger was already pressed against his forehead. I command you in the name of the Demon Spirit Lord, from now on, submit to me. As he spoke, Wang Ming was enveloped in a powerful demonic aura, his eyes dark as jade, radiating a formidable demonic presence, resembling a terrifying demon spirit king. In his mind, the pure soul bone shone brightly, guarding against the invasion of demonic influence into his soul. Yes, the man's expression shifted, his eyes gradually losing focus, becoming vacant, his voice returning in a dazed manner. What is your name, and what brings you here? Wang Ming inquired. My name is Zhang Jun, a student of the Qinglong Academy. I came here to deliver demon spirit seeds to Lord Tiger, Zhang Jun replied. Deliver demon spirit seeds? Lord Tiger? Wang Ming asked, puzzled. Yes, Lord Tiger needs a lot of demon spirit seeds, Zhang Jun said mechanically. Do you know what they need so many demon spirit seeds for? Wang Ming questioned. I don't know, that's a matter for the adults. I don't know, Zhang Jun answered. Wang Ming frowned. Who was this Lord Tiger? He recalled encountering Tuasen at the trial base, that level 6 demon, whom Tuasen referred to as Little Tiger. Could it be that this was the current Lord Tiger? What would a demon want with demon spirit seeds? You will go in to deliver the demon spirit seeds and report back everything you see, Wang Ming ordered. Yes. The man nodded mechanically and turned towards Wanma Mountain. Wang Ming hid an iron-eating ant in the man's hair and another in his ear. The man slowly approached Wanma Mountain. Soon, a soul swept over Zhang Jun, clearly recognizing him. After the soul passed, Zhang Jun quickly made his way deeper into Wanma Mountain. At that moment, an even more powerful soul swept over. He is a Soul Emperor level expert. Wang Ming was secretly shocked. Indeed, there were experts hidden here, but what astonished him was that even a Soul Emperor level expert could only guard the interior of the 10,000 Demon Mountain. How exaggerated must the core figures inside be? This Soul Emperor level soul scanned Zhang Jun and still found no issues, allowing him to pass through safely. Zhang Jun quickly made his way to the depths of the 10,000 Demon Mountain, following the passage that Wang Ming had taken earlier to reach the innermost part. At this moment, the passage was even darker, but a greenish light surprisingly emanated through the dense demonic aura, illuminating the passage in a turquoise hue. Zhang Jun entered the interior. What came into view were several old men studying something, with dozens of demons and dozens of humans confined inside. This scene made Wang Ming's pupils tremble. What are they studying? He then saw several figures appear ahead, the light of the soul rings casting a dim and bright glow in the depths of the cave, a red light. Beside them lay a dead demon, and in the center of the soul ring sat a person in a meditative posture. Is that a soul ring? Wang Ming's shock was beyond words. They are actually studying soul rings? Who? At that moment, a stern voice echoed from deep within the cave, and Wang Ming saw a tall figure appear before Zhang Jun, waving a hand, causing 2 iron-eating ants to be pulled out by the other party. Is that a soul sect level expert? Wang Ming's heart trembled. Warning! Warning! The host is about to face life-threatening danger, danger level, stars, activating system rewards. If the host successfully survives the danger period, they can receive system rewards, Soul Tool Enhancement Crystal +1, Soul Beast Evolution Crystal +1, Shapeshifting +1. The moment this person sensed the iron-eating ants, he locked onto Wang Ming's position. 2 piercing beams of light shot from his murky, aged eyes, reflecting back to Wang Ming through the eyes of the iron-eating ants, causing Wang Ming to shudder. As expected of a soul sect level expert, he was so keenly aware of the existence of the iron-eating ants. Junior, seeking death. The soul sect expert snorted coldly, taking a step forward, instantly compressing the space beneath his feet, and in one step, he was already before Wang Ming. The surrounding air instantly solidified, and Wang Ming felt as if he had sunk into a quagmire, unable to move. Looking at this person again, he was a middle-aged man, around 30 to 40 years old, with a full beard, dressed in strange attire, wearing a large silver ornament around his neck, robust in build, standing about 1 meter 80 tall, exuding a strong presence. Wang Ming remained calm and composed. No matter how strong the other party was, could they be stronger than Tosin? It was no exaggeration to say that in this world, no one had been born who could keep him, Wang Ming. Here, they would die at birth. This man did not rush to act because, in his eyes, a mere 29th level Great Soul Master was like an ant, incapable of escaping his grasp. However, seeing the other party calm and composed, completely devoid of the panic and humility expected at his age and level of strength, he concluded that such a person could only be in one of 2 situations. Either he had a deep family background with hidden experts around him, completely unafraid of him taking action against him, or he was a madman who was completely unafraid of death and unaware of the heavens and earth. He did not dare to gamble, lest it cause unnecessary trouble. Junior, who are you, and what do you want here? He stared at Wang Ming and asked. A nameless junior, not worth mentioning. I came here, of course, to see what you are secretly up to, Wang Ming replied with a smile. I advise you to speak the truth. The man's expression was unfriendly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. After all, ignorance is no excuse. I said, just a nameless junior, Wang Ming said. This is interesting. The man smiled and slowly raised his hand. Since you are unwilling to reveal your name, I have no choice but to kill you. I want to see what gives you the courage to speak to me like that. How about we make a bet? Wang Ming said with a smile. Oh, the man was momentarily surprised and no longer rushed to act, looking at Wang Ming with great interest. Alright, What do you want to bet with me? Wang Ming replied, I bet you can't kill me. The man was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Interesting, this is truly amusing. I haven't heard such arrogant words in a long time, especially from a level 29 soul master. Wang Ming said, if you lose, from now on, whenever you see me, you have to call me Grandpa. How about that? And if I manage to kill you? No, you can't kill me. Is that so? I don't know who gave you such confidence, the man said, his powerful soul scanning the surroundings, finding no hidden experts. If I kill you and you die, wouldn't this bet be very unfair to me? Wang Ming shook his head again. No, I told you, you can't kill me. Are you that confident? No, it's not confidence in myself, but pure disdain for scum like you. You! The man was instantly furious, his eyes wide with rage. Good. What a sharp-tongued little brat. Tonight, I want to see who gave you such courage to speak to me like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed a finger fiercely at Wang Ming. Without using any soul skills, just a simple finger, a powerful force broke through the surrounding air and instantly struck towards Wang Ming, showcasing the strength of a soul sect level. Facing this finger, Wang Ming felt the terrifying power of the soul sect. He had almost no ability to resist. Even if he unleashed his first and second soul skills, it would be difficult to withstand. Even if he managed to block it, his internal organs would shatter and he would die. But Wang Ming still maintained that mocking expression, the corners of his mouth curled up, his eyes sparkling with laughter. As the finger approached Wang Ming, he waved his hand at the man. I have things to do tonight, so I won't play with you. Bye-bye, you scoundrel. As the words fell, his body quickly dissipated. That terrifying force, wrapped in a strong killing intent, shot through the air towards the deep night sky. What? The man's shocked expression was like discovering a new continent, staring blankly at the spot where the person had disappeared, unable to believe that the other party had not used any soul skills or emitted any soul power fluctuations, and had simply vanished before him without a trace. Impossible. How could this be? He couldn't believe his eyes. He maximized his soul to search, but found no trace of the person, as if they had never existed, leaving no evidence behind. How did he leave? This completely exceeded his understanding. Even the most powerful soul sage level experts would leave spatial cracks when traversing space. This person left nothing behind and just disappeared. The voice saying bye-bye, you scoundrel, still echoed in his ears, a complete humiliation. You bastard! He was furious, jumping up in rage. You bastard, I must catch you. I will tear you to pieces and dismember you. His helpless roar echoed in the empty night sky. At the White Phoenix Academy, in Wang Ming's dormitory, Wang Ming's figure appeared out of nowhere on the sofa in the dormitory, with no changes in the space around him. Shifting positions is truly amazing. Wang Ming touched his intact body inside. If only I had such powers, coming and going without a trace, provoking others, and then running away, it would drive them crazy. I bet my grandson is furious right now. Wang Ming laughed. After drinking a cup of water, Wang Ming returned to the sofa, first taking out the soul ring of Miao Linpu. He did not open it, as there were many poisonous insects inside. The soul ring was likely toxic, and he dared not move it carelessly for fear of a mishap. These people are actually hiding in the trial base to study soul rings. Remembering the scene he had seen in the cave, Wang Ming couldn't help but feel a bit heavy-hearted. It was likely that this soul ring of Miao Linpu was developed by these people. And what about those who were confined in the cave, both humans and demons? They would all become research subjects like little white mice, becoming their sacrifices. These people are really audacious, daring to secretly study these things right under the nose of the capital. They are simply asking for death. Wang Ming said angrily. Wait! Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through Wang Ming's mind. Did she know about this? Although they were being very discreet, he had managed to uncover this matter without much effort. Surely others had some awareness. Studying soul rings could significantly enhance one's power. Although it was somewhat immoral, under the temptation of absolute power, it was hard for anyone to refuse. Could this be something she tacitly approved of? Otherwise, these people studying this in the trial base of the capital were being too bold. Current cultivation level, level 29 Great Soul Master, 692000/10000000, Magic Essence, 51,200,000. The next morning, Wang Ming slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the series of zeros on the system panel, he felt speechless. His savings were not even a fraction of others, and after a night of cultivation, he had only absorbed 200,000 magic power, still far from the target of 10 million. So annoying, when will this miserable life come to an end? Wang Ming shouted to the sky. The soul rings of billions of years are good, but the demand is exaggeratedly high. Sigh. With a helpless sigh, he got up, stretched, walked into the bathroom to take a shower, put on the uniform of Baifeng Academy, and headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. He had been at the academy for quite some time, and he hadn't properly explored it yet. Since it was still early, he decided to take a walk and relax. However, as soon as he turned the corner of the playground, he encountered someone very, very familiar. Zhao Qingshi. He was now Wang Mo, not Wang Ming, and he dared not acknowledge her, especially since she was accompanied by a man, so he immediately turned back. But Zhao Qingshi still saw him. Sure, do you know him? The moment Zhao Qingshi saw Wang Mo, her eyes lit up. She was very, very sure that this person was definitely Wang Ming. The light in her eyes was keenly captured by the man beside her, who felt both jealous and resentful. He had been pursuing Zhao Qingshi for 3 years, and she had ignored him, yet this man made her eyes shine. And no, I don't know him. You must have mistaken him for someone else. She quickly shook her head. Wang Ming was now a globally wanted criminal. His appearance at Baifeng Academy must be under another identity, and she certainly couldn't acknowledge him. Is that so? The man looked at Zhao Qingshi with confusion, then seriously stared at Wang Ming for a moment, but Wang Ming's back quickly disappeared from their sight. Alright, Tang Yunfeng, Zhao Qingshi said to the man beside her, is this the big matter you called me out for? That master blacksmith actually forged a top-grade soul weapon. Isn't that a big deal? Tang Yunfeng said. My dad has already agreed that if I can visit this master this afternoon, he will propose that I become his apprentice. If I become his apprentice, I will definitely become the top blacksmith in the capital in the future. At that time, uncle and aunt will definitely agree to our marriage. Tang Yunfeng. Zhao Qingshi interrupted him. What you're doing will only make me more disgusted with you. Our families have been friends for generations, and I don't want to ruin the relationship between our parents because of us, but don't think you can use this to threaten me. My matters are for me to decide. Please don't bring this up with me again. Is it because of that globally wanted Wang Ming? Tang Yunfeng raised his voice. Ever since you came back last time, your attitude towards me has changed drastically. He's just a shameless traitor. He probably died a long time ago out there. Enough. Zhao Qingshi's face turned angry. What you're saying is too much. I have things to do now and don't want to waste time here. With that, she strode away, giving Tang Yunfeng no chance to respond. Tang Yunfeng gritted his teeth in anger, his gaze fixed on Zhao Qingshi's graceful figure as she gradually walked away, swearing, damn, that filthy bitch, I will make you kneel before me and scream one day. Wang Ming, he probably died a long time ago. By the way, that kid just now, Zhao Qingshi looked at him strangely. Could he be Wang Ming? Tang Yunfeng's mind raced. It's very possible, otherwise, Zhao Qingshi wouldn't have reacted like that. I need to investigate him thoroughly. Immediately, he ran towards the teaching building. With his status and means, he quickly accessed the academy's surveillance and found information on Wang Mo. Wang Mo, a newly recruited special student this year, shares the same surname Wang, and his background is so clean. His soul weapon is also a knife. There must be something fishy. Let's probe this kid's background. So, he headed towards Wang Ming's dormitory. At that moment, Wang Ming had just returned to his dormitory, having narrowly avoided being recognized by Zhao Qingshi. That was really close. It seemed having too many acquaintances was not a good thing. If only he had let An Rushue arrange for him to be at Qinglong Academy. There, he wouldn't have any acquaintances. All the familiar faces were dead. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Wang Ming was about to start his training, he heard a knock on the door, which surprised him. Could it be that Zhao Qingshi has already found me? With confusion, he opened the door. Who are you looking for? Seeing the person outside, Wang Ming's heart inexplicably tightened. This person was the same man who had been with Zhao Qingshi before. He didn't expect to be found so quickly. I knocked on your door, so naturally, I'm here to find you. Tang Yunfeng looked at Wang Ming with a cold smile. Wang Ming felt uncomfortable under his gaze and was even more afraid that he was trying to identify him, so he turned his head and said, What do you want with me? Of course, I want to know your name, Tang Yunfeng asked. Wang Ming countered, Who is your father? Tang Yunfeng. Wang Ming, did you not understand? I want to know your father's name. Tang Yunfeng sneered, why should I tell you? Wang Ming also sneered, right, why should I tell you? You're looking for death. Tang Yunfeng, furious and embarrassed, raised his hand and swung a punch at Wang Ming's face. Wang Ming quickly raised his hand, firmly catching his punch. With a strong grip, he squeezed Tang Yunfeng's fist until it deformed, making a cracking sound. A scream erupted from Tang Yunfeng's twisted mouth, his face turning pale. A mere 30-second level soul pill dares to act tough in front of me, looking for death. Wang Ming unhesitatingly kicked him hard in the chest. With a loud bang, Tang Yunfeng's body shot out like a cannonball, crashing against the corridor wall and creating a dent. Poof! Tang Yunfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing meekly to the ground. The commotion attracted the attention of nearby students, who poked their heads out to see what was happening. Tang Yunfeng was a well-known figure in Kyoto, and soon he was recognized by those around him. Wow, isn't he Tang Master's youngest son, Tang Yunfeng? My goodness, even Master Tang's youngest son dares to fight. Wang Mo is too fierce. Humph. A specially selected student from out of town, doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, has angered Tang Yunfeng. This kid is probably finished. The crowd murmured. Tang Yunfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, struggled to stand up, and glared at Wang Ming, shouting angrily, Wang Mo, how dare you touch me? I see you're just looking for death. Tang Yunfeng stared menacingly at Wang Ming, now convinced that the person before him was not Wang Ming because this person's strength was only that of a level 29 Great Soul Master. Although strong, he was definitely not Wang Ming. In his view, everyone else was in their 30s, and Wang Ming should at least have reached the Soul Pill realm. But Wang Ming wanted to take action, to make him shut up forever. Stop it! Just as Wang Ming was about to strike, a commanding voice came from the end of the corridor. Everyone turned to see Director Lan from the Baifeng Academy. Director Lan looked at them and said, students are prohibited from fighting privately within the academy. What are you doing? Do you not take the school rules seriously? Director Lan. Tang Yunfeng quickly stood up, pointing at Wang Ming. He started it, he wants to hit me. Director Lan looked at Wang Ming, then at Tang Yunfeng, and asked Wang Ming, what's your name? Wang Ming replied, specially selected student, Wang Mo. Wang Mo, the academy has rules. Fighting privately, especially in serious cases, can lead to expulsion. Since this is your first offense, I won't pursue it further. Apologize to Tang Yunfeng quickly. Director Lan said seemingly fairly. Tang Yunfeng smirked, looking down on Wang Mo, waiting for his apology. Wang Ming remained unfazed, smiling calmly. Director Lan, he was at my dormitory door. According to the law, this constitutes trespassing into my room and poses a threat to me. I can take action against him without any responsibility. This is a school, Director Lan emphasized, but a school is not a lawless place. Wang Ming retorted immediately. Wang Mo, are you going to ignore the school rules? If so, I will have to report to the dean for serious action against you. Director Lan threatened. Apologize to me quickly. Tang Yunfeng sneered, a country bumpkin from outside dares to touch me in the capital. There are really not many who would. If you dare to act, I will make sure you regret it. Is that so? Wang Ming smirked, I don't believe it. Don't believe it? He. Tang Yunfeng laughed, no problem, you will soon believe in my abilities. Hurry up and apologize, or you will be expelled from Baifeng Academy and sent back where you came from. Wang Mo, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't apologize, prepare to be expelled from the academy. Director Lan said sternly. Wang Ming turned to Director Lan, maintaining his smile. Is that so? What if you can't expel me? Humph. Director Lan scoffed. I have never seen a specially selected student from out of town so arrogant. Do you really think I can't expel you? Wang Ming asked. You say I violated school rules, do you have any evidence? Isn't it evidence that you injured me? Tang Yunfeng shouted loudly, pointing at the people nearby. Didn't you all see it? Wasn't it him who injured me? The others lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Tang Yunfeng stepped forward, pressing them. I'm asking you a question, aren't I? Yes. No one dared to offend Tang Yunfeng, and they all nodded repeatedly in agreement. That's more like it. Tang Yunfeng turned proudly to Wang Ming. See? They are all my witnesses. Wang Mo, what else do you have to say? Wang Mo shrugged and said nonchalantly, I have nothing to say, so please, Director Lan, go to the dean and expel me. Director Lan squinted his eyes, staring at Wang Mo. Wang Mo, I don't want to favor anyone, but I must act fairly. Everyone saw you hit classmate Tang Yunfeng. I advise you not to be stubborn. Let's downplay this matter. You apologize to classmate Tang Yunfeng, and this will be over. Apologize? Wang Mo smirked. The word apology doesn't exist in my dictionary. You are arrogant. Tang Yunfeng shouted angrily. Director Lan's expression turned cold. Since you are so ungrateful, don't blame the academy for being heartless. I will go find the dean now. You should prepare to pack your things and leave the academy. Wang Mo chuckled lightly. Oh really? Then I'll wait for your news here. Humph. Director Lan snorted and quickly left. Tang Yunfeng followed Director Lan out, not forgetting to give Wang Mo a fierce glare as he left. In the dean's office. Dean, this is what happened. These students are too unruly. I suggest you deal with this matter severely to set an example and warn the other students, Director Lan said. Dean, this Wang Mo is too arrogant. He hit me in front of so many classmates. He simply doesn't take our Baifeng Academy seriously. Tang Yunfeng added fuel to the fire. Tang Yunfeng, what were you doing at Wang Mo's dormitory? Dean Su Qingchan asked. I
I was. For a moment, he couldn't come up with a good reason to explain why he was at Wang Mo's dormitory and had a conflict with him.
You went to find Wang Mo on purpose, didn't you? Su Qingchan said. You went to the investigation room to check the surveillance, found Wang Mo, and then rushed to his dormitory. What were you doing? Tang Yunfeng stammered, unable to articulate. Su Qingchan looked at Director Lan again. Director Lan, you said so much, so you know the whole story, right? Dean, I just saw Wang Mo injure classmate Tang Yunfeng.
I didn't see the earlier part clearly.
Director Lan's confidence dwindled as he spoke. You dare to expel a student without understanding the reason behind the incident? How are you fit to be a director? Su Qingchan's tone was somewhat icy as she questioned Director Lan.
Dean, I was eager to uphold the academy's rules. I only saw classmate Wang Mo hit classmate Tang Yunfeng without clarifying the reason for this matter. I admit I was a bit hasty. Director Lan quickly acknowledged his mistake.
Are you upholding the academy's rules? Su Qingchan snorted coldly. You are protecting the son of Master Tang.
Let me tell you, at Baifeng Academy, there are only students of the academy, no distinctions of big families or masters.
Yes.
Director Lan repeatedly agreed.
Su Qingchan then looked at Tang Yunfeng. This matter ends here.
If you are not satisfied, you can have your dad come to find me, or I can call your dad right now.
No.
Upon hearing that his dad might be called, Tang Yunfeng immediately backed down. No need. Aunt Su, let's just let this matter go.
I won't provoke Wang Mo again.
Alright, everyone get out.
I have things to attend to. Su Qingchan waved her hand. Dean, you get busy. We won't disturb you.
Director Lan wiped the sweat from his forehead and carefully retreated. Once they were gone, Su Qingchan shook her head helplessly.
What background does this Wang Mo have? Why is that girl from the Yin family so concerned? Su Qingchan murmured, I really don't understand today's young people.
Ding ding ding. At that moment, the phone on the desk rang.
Hello? Su Qingchan answered the call.
Hello, Dean, this is Zhao Qingshi. Zhao Qingshi's voice came from the other end.
Oh, Qingshi, what's up? Su Qingchan asked.
Dean, I just heard that Tang Yunfeng went to find trouble with Wang Mo, and it even escalated to your side.
Zhao Qingshi said.
Right, Su Qingchan replied, her eyes darting. Wang Mo has already been expelled by me.
Dean, Zhao Qingshi was clearly anxious. This must be Tang Yunfeng deliberately provoking Wang Mo using his family's background. How can you expel a student so rashly?
I believe your decision does not comply with school regulations.
Please reconsider.
Before Zhao Qingshi could finish, Su Qingchan burst out laughing. Sure, I was just saying that casually.
Why are you so anxious? Is he your little lover? Cough.
Director Chao returned to Wang Ming's dormitory, looking somewhat awkward, and cleared his throat, saying, after careful consideration by the academy, we have decided to give Wang Mo a chance.
This matter is hereby dropped.
The students all showed incredulous expressions. Just a moment ago, they were fiercely demanding Wang Mo's expulsion, and now there was a sudden 180-degree turnaround. It was truly an unexpected turn of events, throwing him off balance.
Wang Ming sneered.
Even Tang Yunfeng didn't dare to come over. It was this Director Lan who had the thick skin to come and explain the matter.
Alright, I understand. Wang Ming turned and closed the dormitory door.
Director Lan gave a helpless smile. He originally wanted to curry favor with Master Tang but ended up licking the heel instead and got himself into trouble.
What bad luck!
Wang Ming also felt speechless. He just wanted to take a stroll around the campus, but he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. It was really unfortunate. He took out his phone and first called Zheng Tianjing, asking her to help investigate the situation regarding Miao Linpu, to find out when he came to Kyoto, how he arrived, if there were any flight, high-speed rail, or highway information, how many people came, and if there was any information about others.
Last night's incident had a significant impact on Wang Ming.
Researching soul rings was a big deal.
With a wave of his hand, a beautiful snowflake appeared in his palm. This was given by her. Looking at the snowflake, Wang Ming fell into deep thought. The trial base was only a short distance of a few dozen kilometers from downtown Kyoto. With her abilities, could she really not notice? If she did notice, why didn't she intervene? Or perhaps, this matter was very likely something she tacitly approved of.
Judging by the strength Miao Linpu displayed yesterday, they probably had already researched soul rings at the 100,000-year level, and now they were likely studying the million-year level.
Truly keeping up with the times. The era is developing. Technology has even penetrated into soul rings. Ding ding. At that moment, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from He Zhangong. Hello, master.
He Zhangong's voice came from the other end.
The experts you wanted to recruit have been found during this time.
I promised them they would stay in the mansion for 3 years and gave them a piece of high-quality soul weapon.
He Zhangong said. How many people? Wang Ming asked. 3 people have come, all are Soul Emperor level experts, and one of them has even reached level 69 Soul Emperor, just 1 level away from Soul Sect. Good. I'll meet them tonight. Also, the Xian family and Chen family have sent materials for refining holy grade soul weapons and entrusted me to tell you not to rush. They can wait, and they also sent a lot of demon cores. Is that so? Wang Ming chuckled lightly. Are they afraid I'll ruin their materials? Mainly because holy grade materials are too expensive. I heard that the Chen family and Xian family almost broke their funding chain for their companies just to gather the materials for the holy grade soul weapon. Alright, I understand. Master Tang said he wanted to see you. He is waiting for you to let him know when you have time. Let's do it tonight. I'll stay here for the night, and let Master Tang come to the mansion at 7 o'clock. I need to prepare, my appearance is too young and needs some changes, Wang Ming said. Yes, Master. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ming immediately took action. First, I borrowed a car from Zhang Tianjing. It was a spare car he kept at school, a metallic black G-Class, which perfectly matched Zhang Tianjing's generous personality. In the Soul Master world, there is something called a face change sticker. This item, when applied to the face, can alter one's appearance. The more expensive it is, the harder it is to recognize the person. Some face change stickers are so advanced that even Soul Emperor level experts find them difficult to discern. Wang Ming wanted a high-grade face change sticker, and money was not an issue. After purchasing the sticker, Wang Ming went directly to the residence, which was already past 3 p.m. Upon entering the residence, Wang Ming had completely changed his appearance, becoming an elderly man who looked to be in his 70s or 80s, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, appearing robust and spirited. He Zhanggang looked at his master, somewhat unrecognizable. Don't you recognize your master anymore? Wang Ming lowered his voice, a hint of a smile on his face. I really don't recognize you, He Zhanggang replied with a smile. Not just me, even Anton probably wouldn't recognize you. This is exactly the effect I wanted. Come, let's first meet these 3 Soul Emperor level experts, Wang Ming said. Master, please. He Zhanggang led Wang Ming to the side courtyard. The 3 men, who had just met, were chatting when they saw He Zhanggang respectfully bringing in an elderly man. They hurriedly stood up, their expressions respectful. Everyone, this is my master, Master Wang, He Zhanggang introduced. Hello, Master Wang. The 3 quickly greeted. Good. Please sit down. Wang Ming appeared very amiable. Once they were seated, He Zhanggang hurriedly poured tea. Wang Ming said, the main reason for inviting you to the Wang residence is that my reputation outside is a bit too big, and I'm a timid old man, afraid someone might kidnap me. Everyone laughed along. I used to hesitate to invite people mainly because I was poor and didn't care for fame and fortune. Now that I can invite you all, it's thanks to the financial support of the 5 great families. If you want to express your gratitude, thank the sponsorship of the 5 great families first. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere became lively. Master Wang, I'm Chang Gang, from the Northwest, a level 65 Soul Emperor, and I've been working hard in Kyoto for many years, now serving you. Chang Gang said. Master Wang, I'm Song Dejuan, from the South, a level 67 Soul Emperor, also here to make a living in Kyoto. I'll be troubling you from now on, Song Dejuan introduced himself. Master Wang, I'm Guan Dachuan, a local from Kyoto, a level 69 Soul Emperor, here for your esteemed soul weapon, Guan Dachuan said more directly. Good. I assume Xiao Gang has already told you the conditions, Wang Ming said. In 3 years, you will definitely have your esteemed soul weapon, you don't need to worry about that. But during these 3 years, I'm not a difficult or harsh person, you will come to understand this in our future interactions. I often study diligently in the backyard, so I won't disturb you too much. By the way, Guan Dachuan, how long have you been stuck at level 69? The system analyzed the 3, revealing that Guan Dachuan's strength had been permanently stuck at level 69, making it nearly impossible to advance. Guan Dachuan, hearing this, showed a bitter expression. It's been 5 years, I have no hope of advancing in this lifetime. Wang Ming said, I can help you break through to Soul Zone. Really? Guan Dachuan suddenly stood up, his face filled with surprise. Wang Ming smiled and said, although I can't guarantee 100% success, I have about 70 to 80% confidence. However, I have my own conditions. Guan Dachuan excitedly said, as long as Master can help me break through to Soul Zone, I, Guan Dachuan, am willing to go through fire and water for you, no matter the cost. Wang Ming laughed, it's not that serious. I won't make you go through fire and water, but your time frame will need to change from 3 years to 5 years. I will still provide you with the esteemed soul weapon after 3 years. Guan Dachuan could hardly believe his ears. This condition seemed too good to be true, but he could not believe that his strength had been stuck at level 69 for 5 years, making it nearly impossible to advance. How could this master blacksmith help him improve his cultivation? Master, What method are you referring to? What is the age of your sixth soul ring? The sixth soul ring is a 90,000-year soul ring, which I obtained with great effort. It is because of this soul ring that my strength has reached level 69, Guan Dachuan said. For ordinary people, a 10,000-year soul ring is already very rare. Unlike the 5 great families with substantial financial resources, the soul rings of their descendants are mostly over 10,000 years, and the strength brought by these soul rings is far beyond what ordinary family disciples can compare to. Wang Ming nodded slightly. If I can upgrade your 6th soul ring to 100,000 years and break your soul ring bottleneck, how confident do you feel about breaking through to level 70? A 100,000-year soul ring? Guan Dachuan's breath tightened, and his voice trembled. Cheng Gang and Song Dijuan could no longer sit still, looking at Wang Ming with eager eyes. A treasure that could enhance the age of a soul ring, and directly upgrade it to a 100,000-year soul ring, would be worth its weight in gold. Indeed, I can upgrade your soul ring to 100,000 years, Wang Ming said with a smile after taking a sip of tea. Master, if you can upgrade my soul ring to 100,000 years and help me break through to the soul master level, I, Guan Dachuan, am willing to take you as my adoptive father, with no ulterior motives. Cheng Gang and Song Dijuan were envious beyond measure. Good, good, good. Wang Ming waved his hand. Instantly, a beautiful flower appeared on the tea table, the last magic marrow flower obtained from the trial base. The magic marrow flower. The 3 of them exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening. I don't need to elaborate on the effects of the magic marrow flower, do I? Wang Ming said with a smile. Master, Guan Dachuan observed carefully for a moment and said, this is indeed a magic marrow flower, but it seems that this flower is only a few decades old. Even if I consume the entire flower, my strength probably won't reach 100,000 years. You may not know that there is an insurmountable gap between a 90,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul ring. Even with 10 magic marrow flowers, it would be difficult to upgrade my soul ring's age to 100,000 years. Wang Ming nodded, acknowledging, I know what you said, but since I have said it, I have the confidence to do so. As he spoke, Wang Ming stood up, pointing his right index finger at the top of the magic marrow flower. A drop of milky white liquid fell from his fingertip into the magic marrow flower. The flower emitted a buzzing sound and began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. This was a drop of 10,000-year spiritual liquid obtained as a reward from the system when he was chased by a level 6 demon at the trial base. This spiritual liquid could increase the age of any plant to 10,000 years. Therefore, in the widened eyes of Cheng Gang, Song Dejuan, and Guan Dachuan, the white jade-like magic marrow flower grew quickly, its color gradually changing from jade white to golden, finally transforming into a brilliant golden 10,000-year magic marrow flower. How is it? Wang Ming smiled at the 3 of them. This. The 3 were stunned by the sight before them, struggling to speak. Guan Dachuan, can this 10,000-year magic marrow flower upgrade your 6th soul ring to 100,000 years? Wang Ming asked with a smile. Why yes. Guan Dachuan felt a wave of dryness in his mouth. But, we have just met, how can I trust what you say? Wang Ming countered. Master. Guan Dachuan withdrew his gaze and turned to Wang Ming solemnly. Anyone who knows me, Guan Dachuan, knows that I value my word above all. Master Wang treats me with integrity, and I will not let down your expectations. Master, I feel the same. Cheng Gang immediately expressed his agreement. Me too. Song Dijuan immediately expressed his stance. I trust those I employ. If I have doubts, I won't use them. Wang Ming stood up and said, since I can bring this out to show you, it is a sign of my trust in you. Guan Dachuan, you can take the demon essence flower. How long will it take to break through? Guan Dachuan replied, at most 3 months, at least 1 month. I will not disappoint the master's expectations. Good, I will wait for your good news. He then looked at Cheng Gang and Song Dijuan. I only have 1 demon essence flower, so I can't give it to you, but the high-quality soul tools produced later will be prioritized for you. How about that? Thank you, master. The 2 immediately clasped their fists in gratitude. Master. He Zhanggang came over and said, Master Tang and his group have arrived. Stepping out of the house, Wang Ming walked towards the living room. As soon as he entered, he saw Tang Hao sitting properly in a chair with his young son, Tang Yunfeng. Upon seeing an elder with an ethereal demeanor enter, Tang Hao immediately recognized him as Master Wang and quickly stood up. Walking over briskly, Master Wang, hello. He Zhanggang added, Master, this is the renowned Master Tang Hao from Kyoto. Oh, Master Tang, I've long admired your name. Wang Ming greeted him warmly, shaking his hand. I don't deserve such praise. In front of Master Wang, I'm just a novice. He then introduced his son, Master, this is my youngest son, Tang Yunfeng. Ah, so Tang Yunfeng is Tang Hao's son. Oh, so he is Master Tang's son. Not bad, he looks quite talented. Wang Ming nodded and smiled. Tang Yunfeng thought, what does it mean to look talented? What about in reality? Tang Hao didn't mind this and sat down, saying, I apologize for disturbing you tonight, but I do have a request. It's not a disturbance, I've been a bit tired lately and came out to chat, which counts as a rest, Wang Ming said with a smile. If Master Tang has something to say, please go ahead. It's like this, I have some questions regarding the path of forging, and I hope Master can enlighten me. You see, Wang Ming felt a bit flustered. He was just a novice and didn't dare to enlighten a true master like him, quickly saying, I just said I was a bit tired and wanted to relax, yet you want to discuss forging techniques. It was my rudeness, Master Tang quickly apologized. Let's put it off for tonight, I just came out, and if we really start discussing, we probably won't finish tonight. Wang Ming hurriedly declined. Alright, I have one more request, though I'm not sure if it's convenient for the master. Since you've come this far, can we still talk about convenience? Master Tang, please go ahead. I would like to ask the master to take my youngest son as a disciple, Tang Hao said. Although my son is young, he has great talent in the path of forging, so I hope the master can accept him as a disciple. Tang Yunfeng immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to Wang Ming. Wang Ming squinted slightly, sizing up Tang Yunfeng. If you want to worship me as your master, then I must make you pay your respects properly. Master Tang's son must be a chip off the old block, but unfortunately, I currently have limited time and may find it difficult to take on disciples, lest I mislead others. Not at all. Being able to become a disciple of Master Wang is his fortune, Tang Hao, seeing a glimmer of hope, quickly said. How about this? Wang Ming said, let him take my disciple as his master. If he needs something, he can find him. My disciple can now forge imperial-grade soul tools, so it should be fine for him to be his master. I have time to guide him. This was something Tang Hao hadn't anticipated. He then looked at He Zhanggang. In his 40s or 50s, he looked very honest, presumably a sincere person. He then turned to Tang Yunfeng and asked, Fomer, what do you think? Tang Yunfeng was naturally unwilling, as He Zhanggang's forging skills were not even as good as his father's, but with Master Wang backing him, he could only nod. I am willing. Alright, as long as you're willing. Tang Hao nodded. Whether it was to apprentice under He Zhanggang or Master Wang, there was no doubt that the relationship between the Tang family and Master Wang had advanced to a new level. This was a qualitative leap and breakthrough. With this connection, both families could engage in proper dealings. Master Tang. Wang Ming waved his hand, and a golden soul ring appeared on the tea table. Inside are some high-quality materials for refining sacred soul artifacts, brought by the Chen and Xian families, for me to create sacred soul artifacts. You take these materials and refine them yourself. Tang Hao's eyes widened. No, master, you know my forging ability is at most at the level of a respected artifact, and the success rate for respected artifacts is not high. How could I dare to waste such precious materials for sacred soul artifacts? Please, master, don't joke with me. Of course, I'm not joking with you, Wang Ming said, feigning profundity. There is indeed a world of difference between sacred and respected soul artifacts, but they are not unattainable. After all, whether it's respected, sacred, or even imperial, they are all crafted by humans, not conjured from thin air. What you say is very true, Tang Hao nodded, glancing at the materials again, and then worriedly said, Master, I absolutely cannot create a sacred soul artifact. As for a respected soul artifact, I have some confidence, but the Chen and Xian families want sacred ones. How could I dare? You don't need to worry about that. As long as you can refine even a failed imperial artifact, I will cover for you. Just go ahead and refine it boldly. Wang Ming said. What a joke. If you don't turn these materials into a proper soul artifact, how can I? I can only turn waste into treasure. I can't create something from nothing. Otherwise, do you think I would take your worthless son as my apprentice? Ridiculous. But he explained, recently, I've been researching a soul artifact and don't have time to start from scratch, so I'll let you practice. You need to forge according to the requirements of a sacred soul artifact. It doesn't matter if you fail, just bring it to me. Yes. With Master Wang backing him up, Tang Hao had no worries about failing, and naturally, he didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. He nodded repeatedly, his expression towards the sacred soul artifact materials changing. Alright, it's getting late. Come tomorrow, and let him come to apprentice. Wang Ming stood up and said, Okay, then I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Tang Hao dared not linger and immediately stood to take his leave. Tang Yunfeng quickly stood up, bowing respectfully. Goodbye, master. Goodbye, teacher. Wang Ming. Good. He Zhanggang. Good. He. After sending off the father and son Tang, He Zhanggang asked in confusion, Master, why did you take Tang Yunfeng as your apprentice, and even want me to take him? You know my strength. Wang Ming knew that He Zhanggang wanted him to pass on some real skills. After all, since he became an apprentice, he hadn't learned the forging techniques,
and even meeting Wang Ming was difficult. Wang Ming wanted to help. Unfortunately, he had no strength at all. He could only rely on his connections to get this far. Ahem. Wang Ming cleared his throat and said, letting Tang Yunfeng apprentice under you is purely to annoy him. You don't need to teach him anything, just let him do chores at home. How do I explain this to Master Tang Hao? Explain? Do I, a dignified master of sacred soul artifacts, need to explain anything to him? Wang Ming scoffed disdainfully, then, truly like a master, he folded his arms and walked with a swagger towards the courtyard. Ding ding! Returning to his room, the phone rang. It was Zhang Tianjing calling. She must have found out about the matter she was investigating. Hello, Jinger. Wang Ming answered the call. Brother Ming, I've found out. They came half a year ago, took a plane, and there was another person with them named Miao Hadong. Miao Hadong? How old is he? The information shows that this person is 67 years old. We checked the movements of Miao Linpu and Miao Hadong in Kyoto and found some issues. What issues? Miao Linpu and Miao Hadong have been in Kyoto for such a long time without leaving any traces. They haven't registered at any hotels, nor have they appeared at any important events. The tourist spots in Kyoto have cameras. I checked all the cameras my family could access, but found no trace of them. It's as if they disappeared right after getting off the plane. Wang Ming nodded at this. That's right. They did disappear after getting off the plane because they didn't come to Kyoto for tourism or visiting. They came for something else. What is it? Zhang Tianjing asked curiously. I'm still investigating this matter, so you shouldn't get involved. Once I have clarity, I'll let you know. This matter was dangerous, and Wang Ming didn't want to drag her into it. Oh, then you need to be careful, Zhang Tianjing said, then added, Brother Ming, there's something I don't know if you've heard about? What is it? In a few days, someone from a hidden family is coming to Kyoto. My dad has already received the news. She wants us 5 major families and the 4 prestigious academies to welcome her. What kind of person requires such a reception? Wang Ming was surprised. It seems to be a young master from a hidden family. I heard that this person's soul ring. Zhang Tianjing lowered her voice. I heard that this young master is quite young but has already reached the terrifying level of 42 as a soul king. And the 4th soul ring is an astonishing million years. A million years? A million-year soul ring? Wang Ming felt a deep sense of surprise. It seemed everyone had their own opportunities, and he had encountered another genius with a million-year soul ring. There are 4 hidden families in the Dragon Kingdom. If this person's soul ring is a million years, what about the other 3? They probably wouldn't be too shabby either. He just didn't know where this hidden young master's soul ring came from. Could it be a divine gift like Jenny Hafel's? If it wasn't a divine gift, then where did his soul ring come from? Suddenly, images of the trial base researching soul rings appeared in his mind. More importantly, the timing of this person's arrival was quite coincidental, as it happened to coincide with the trial base's research on soul rings. Could it be that the trial base's research on the million-year soul ring had succeeded? Could this person be in cahoots with those at the trial base? Wang Ming muttered to himself. What did you say, Brother Ming? Zhang Tianjing didn't hear clearly. Oh, it's nothing. I already know what you said. By the way, can you lend me your car recently? I don't have one, and it's not convenient to go out. Wang Ming said. Then you have to call me something nice, and I'll lend it to you. Zhang Tianjing said playfully. You little girl, I see you want to get beaten. How dare you tease your brother Ming? Wang Ming laughed. Ha ha. Zhang Tianjing's laughter came through the phone. Before Guan Dachuan's strength broke through to Soul Master, he would never dare to enter the trial base again. He had one more chance to shift positions, and he couldn't waste it carelessly. After thinking seriously for a moment, Wang Ming decided to wait for the young master from the hidden family to arrive before making any moves. He wanted to see what this young master from the hidden family was up to in Kyoto. He was sure it was not a trivial matter, otherwise, they wouldn't have specifically sent this young master. In the following days, Wang Ming first called Lu Qiaoyao to inquire about Lu Qingzhu's injuries. Fortunately, Lu Qingzhu was protected by the clan's treasure. He was injured but not fatal. After a few days of recuperation, he had improved a lot but still needed some time to rest. Lu Qiaoyao had already known that Wang Ming was back. She had originally planned to call to check on him, but unexpectedly, her father had an incident, and she was busy taking care of him, so she hadn't called Wang Ming. Today, receiving Wang Ming's call, she was ready to ask him properly. The two chatted for several hours until the phone ran out of battery. In the following days, Wang Ming stayed in the mansion, focusing on his cultivation. He had been stuck at level 29 for too long, and he still needed several million energy points to break through to level 30, which was a terrifying figure. Wang Ming felt a headache coming on. 7 days later,
Current cultivation level, level 29 Great Soul Master, 8632, 200/10000000. Huh. Wang Ming slowly opened his eyes, seeing that his continuous 7-day cultivation had finally shown some progress, and he let out a sigh of relief. He was finally getting closer to 10 million. What a huge injustice! Wang Ming lamented. A Great Soul Master needs energy points in the tens of millions, and who knows how exaggerated it will be later on. I hope I won't need over 100 million energy points when I reach Soul Saint. Damn! Wang Ming couldn't help but curse. Thinking about it this way, it really might be possible. Ding ding! At that moment, his phone rang. It was Ru Shui calling. Brother Ming, the young master of the hidden family is coming today. Our family and the academy's dean are preparing to receive them at the Tiandu International Hotel, and Ru Shui's voice came through the phone. I've arranged everything for you. You can head to the Tiandu International Hotel first as a waiter. Okay, I got it. Wang Ming nodded. Brother Ming, you could have me arrange a managerial position for you. Isn't it too small to be a waiter? Ru Shui said. No need, a higher status would attract too much attention. What I need to do must be discreet. Wang Ming replied. Alright, the room number for this young master of the hidden family is VIP 888 Presidential Suite, and Ru Shui said. This is confidential. I saw it secretly on my dad's phone. Also, be careful while doing your job. This young master must have experts protecting him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wang Ming then drove to the Tiandu International Hotel. The time was 3:29 p.m. He heard that the young master of the hidden family had already arrived at the hotel to rest. As Wang Ming approached the hotel entrance, he saw two men in suits standing at the door. They stopped Wang Ming. What do you want? I'm going into the hotel. What's the matter? Is this hotel yours? Wang Ming replied irritably. Sorry, this hotel has been booked by someone and is not accepting guests. Please choose another place, said the security guard. So what? Booking the hotel is impressive. Wang Ming retorted defiantly. I advise you not to cause trouble. The person inside is someone you can't afford to offend. The security guard's tone turned cold. What if he's impressive? Don't you need people to serve you in a booked hotel? Wang Ming said arrogantly. The two security guards looked at Wang Ming in confusion. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Wang Ming snorted coldly, showing his badge. I am a staff member of this hotel. If I don't go in, who will serve you? The two security guards widened their eyes. Damn, are waiters really this impressive? Ha! Of course, when your pants are on fire, you have to act tough. Wang Ming held up his badge and walked in with a swagger. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the two security guards, Wang Ming arrogantly entered the hotel. Since Wang Ming was a specially arranged person, many people were unfamiliar with him or even unaware of his existence. After entering the hotel, Wang Ming retrieved the room card from a flower pot that had been prepared for him. This room card was for the floor below the hidden young master's room. Opening the window, Wang Ming released an iron-eating ant that flew out and landed on the window of the upper floor. Unexpectedly, there was a soul power barrier on that window, blocking the iron-eating ant's line of sight and preventing it from hearing any sounds. Wang Ming dared not force his way in and had to give up. This person acts so cautiously, he must be guilty of something, and it's highly likely related to the trial base. With this thought in mind, Wang Ming lay on the large bed in the hotel, contemplating how to sneak into this young master's room. He was engaging in risky behavior. After all, there was no evidence yet. He was merely speculating. The timing of this young master's arrival was too coincidental, suspiciously so. If there was a connection, there would surely be research reports about the trial base in his room, which was exactly what Wang Ming wanted. Only by obtaining the research reports could he grasp the situation of the other party. The time was around 7 p.m. Ding ding! At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhang Tianjing, accompanied by a photo. The message read, Miao Hadong has also arrived. Is that him? Wang Ming immediately enlarged the photo. It was taken through a car window, likely a covert shot by Zhang Tianjing, and the angle just happened to capture the person's profile. This person possessed a terrifying soul rank. If Zhang Tianjing had taken a frontal shot, it would have undoubtedly raised suspicion and caused unnecessary trouble. But from the profile, Wang Ming could recognize that this was indeed the person who had attacked him at the trial base, Miao Hadong. Wang Ming sent a message to Zhang Tianjing. Do you know the relationship between Miao Hadong and Miao Linpu? Ding! Zhang Tianjing replied instantly, grandfather and grandson. Wang Ming, haha, what a coincidence, I killed his grandson. Zhang Tianjing, you need to be careful. If Miao Hadong finds out you're at the hotel, he definitely won't let you off. Wang Ming, smiley face, please watch the VCR. He then sent a video. When Zhang Tianjing opened the video and saw its content, her beautiful eyes widened, and her cherry lips parted in shock. The video showed Wang Ming betting with Miao Hedong that very night. The last line was, "Goodbye, grandson thief." The voice was very clear, and one could vaguely see Miao Hedong's furious expression. After watching, Zhang Tianjing messaged, "Minggu, if Miao Hedong sees this video, he will definitely kill you. You better hide well. A soul rank of that level is very powerful." Wang Ming replied, "I know. How confident are you about the million-year soul ring?" In the VIP 888 private room, Ouyang Sheng crossed his legs, looking at the report in his hand, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke as he asked. Opposite him was a gray-haired researcher with large eyes, the expert Shi Zhongman, who specialized in demonic seeds and soul rings. In the past, without demonic seeds, we could only develop a 100,000-year soul ring at most. Now, with the energy from demonic seeds, the possibility of developing a million-year soul ring has reached 80%, Shi Zhongman said with a smile. 80%? Ouyang Sheng nodded with a smile. It was worth my trip out of retirement. The possibility is high, but to develop it, we still need some experiments and clinical tests, Shi Zhongman continued, and we need a considerable number of test subjects, and their soul power levels must at least be at the red demon level, otherwise, they won't be able to withstand the soul power brought by the million-year soul ring. You invited me out of retirement mainly for these people, right? Ouyang Sheng asked. Exactly. Miao Hedong chimed in, this is Kyoto, we can't act too recklessly. In the past, capturing ordinary people wouldn't attract too much attention, but to obtain those with red demon talent, we can only target the 4 major academies. As everyone knows, the 4 major academies are a paradise for red demon talent. The students there are enough for us to successfully research a million-year soul ring. That's not easy. Ouyang Sheng shook his head. The students from these 4 major academies are the talents of our country, and most of them have backgrounds. If we make a move, it will undoubtedly cause social unrest, not to mention the large population involved. Miao Hedong smiled and said, if it weren't difficult, we wouldn't have asked for your help. He. Ouyang Sheng chuckled and said, these people don't necessarily have to come from the 4 great academies. I've heard that there are quite a few talented individuals among the Gao Yaochi people in the East. I'll specifically send someone to kidnap a few for you to study, and consider it a way to repay our ancestors. As for the others, let's just get some from the academies. Everyone nodded. Miao Hedong said, young Master Ouyang, what I mean is, it would be best if we could get someone from the 4 great academies to open a door for us, so we can work together quietly to take some people away. You know, the security measures at the 4 great academies are very tight. Even I would find it difficult to break in. Break in? Ouyang Sheng sneered. This is the capital. Not to mention you, even I wouldn't dare to act recklessly, otherwise, it would be certain death. She is not someone to be trifled with. Mentioning her, Miao Hedong's expression changed slightly. By the way, I've heard that someone has already found out about you? Ouyang Sheng asked, staring at Miao Hedong. Yes, a young man with good intentions has found out some inside information and probably saw some secrets. I've already started a secret investigation, and once I find this person, I will definitely eliminate him. At the mention of this person, Miao Hedong felt a surge of anger. Someone who can escape from your soul sect must be no ordinary person, Ouyang Sheng said. Indeed, this person has some strength. He vanished without any spatial fluctuations. I can't even understand what kind of technique or treasure he used to achieve such a feat. Remembering that night, Miao Hedong frowned and shook his head. I am also very curious, so after you find him, don't kill him. I want to see his abilities for myself. Understood. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. A bodyguard walked in. Young master, the people from the 5 great families and the 4 great academies have arrived. Ouyang Sheng stood up and said, let's pause here for now. Among the 4 great academies, who do you think we can win over? I'll try to make some connections tonight to secure some experimental subjects for you. Shi Zhongman said, the Xin family. The second in command, Xin Jitian, serves as the vice president at the Capital Academy. Ouyang Sheng nodded, alright, Xin Jitian. I'll have a good talk with him. Let's go. They are all prominent figures in the capital, so we shouldn't keep them waiting too long, or they'll say I'm getting too arrogant. Ha! Everyone laughed as they walked out. The hotel lobby was already filled with people, mainly from the 5 great families and the 4 great academies, along with a few professors and experts from family guest positions. It was truly a sea of people. With Ouyang Sheng's appearance, Xin Jingjai, Hong Kajin, and others stood up to greet him, engaging in cheerful conversations. Zhao Qingshi and Rushui, Lu Qiaoyao, and Zhang Tianjing sat at one table, chatting and laughing. Zhang Tianjing and Rushui, however, appeared somewhat restless, because they knew Wang Ming was hiding somewhere in the hotel. Beautiful ladies. Ouyang Sheng,
who had a good tolerance for alcohol, was poised and elegant, speaking with gentlemanly charm as he toasted to those present. When he reached Zhao Qingshi's table, he said, "Nice to meet you." They quickly stood up. "Young Master Ouyang, nice to meet you." When Ouyang Shang saw An Rushui, his gaze clearly lit up, and he smiled at her, saying, "If I remember correctly, this is the daughter of Uncle An Rushui, right?" And Rushui smiled, "That's right, young Master Ouyang, you flatter me. You forgot, we met once when we were young, back when your grandfather brought you along." Ouyang Shang said with a smile, "Is that so? I forgot." And Rushui replied, "You should be 4 years younger than me. After such a long time, it's natural to forget." Ouyang Shang chuckled. "What's this? So busy talking to Shui that you don't even know to talk to us?" Zhang Tianjing had sharp eyes and clearly sensed that Ouyang Xiao was being overly enthusiastic towards An Rushui. He immediately stepped forward and said, "It's us who are unworthy." "If we are unworthy, Ouyang Xiao, you should have said so earlier, and we would have left sooner, not to disturb your enjoyment." "Ha ha ha," Ouyang Shang laughed, speaking so boldly, "You must be Jinger. Just call me Tianjing." Such an intimate address can only be used by one person, no one else is allowed. Zhang Tianjing was not one to be obedient. All right, Tianjing." Ouyang Shang smiled without a care, "How could I not welcome you? Come, let me toast to a few sisters. This must be Sister Yao Yao." Ouyang Shang's gaze turned to Lu Xiaoyao. He secretly praised her in his heart. Truly, she was one of the famous 3,000 beauties of the capital. Each had her own unique beauty, incomparable to ordinary families. Ouyang Shang had seen countless women. As a young master from a prominent family, he was often surrounded by various beauties, and he had long grown tired of them. Today, seeing the 3,000 beauties of the capital stirred an inexplicable desire for conquest within him. He was not the core figure in his family. His brothers were all vying for the position of family heir, each putting in great effort. If he could gain the support of the 5 great families of the capital, his status within his own family would undoubtedly rise significantly. The best way to achieve this? To marry 3 at once. In hidden aristocratic families, it was quite common to have multiple wives. With this thought, a smile slowly crept onto Ouyang Shang's lips. In terms of appearance, background, talent, and strength, who could compare to him? Inside the hotel, Wang Ming, disguised as a service staff member, arrived on the floor where this hidden young master was located. As he reached the hallway, he saw 2 people standing not far away, standing straight like nails, completely motionless. Well trained. Wang Ming took out the ace of spades, and with a thought, a playing card appeared in his hand. He used his soul power to control the card, making it slowly move forward along the ground. To ensure he wouldn't be discovered, the color of the pattern on the back of the ace of spades matched the carpet, making it nearly impossible to notice. A faint soul power guided the ace of spades forward. However, to Wang Ming's surprise, the 2 bodyguards at the hallway entrance had reached the level of Soul King. The amount of soul power needed to control the ace of spades was very weak, yet they still managed to detect it. "Who?" One bodyguard suddenly sensed something, letting out a sharp shout, his gaze sweeping like a knife towards the source of the soul power. Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly controlled the playing card to stick to the ground, releasing his control. At the sound of the bodyguard's shout, the 4 bodyguards in the hallway immediately became alert, searching in the direction of his gaze. Thanks to Wang Ming's timely disconnection, the faint soul power vanished, and the small playing card merely stuck to the ground, hard to detect. The 4 searched for a moment but found nothing unusual. "Big brother, did you sense anything just now?" one person asked. The man with thick brows and big eyes looked rather rugged but was actually very meticulous. He frowned, staring at the ground. "I just sensed a weak flow of soul power that was just cut off." "Look closely." "Yes." The other 3 responded and began to search. The man walked straight towards the position of the playing card, lowering his head and stepping forward to investigate, getting closer to the card's location. Wang Ming's heart raced. "Go!" With his thought controlling it, the playing card suddenly trembled, and with a whoosh, it shot like a beam of light towards the young master's room. How bold! The man was startled, and the others also noticed the card, immediately surrounding it with their soul power to chase and intercept. First, one person blocked the entrance with soul power, while the other 3 unleashed their soul power like lines towards the playing cards. Seeing that they couldn't enter, the playing cards hurriedly shot towards the window at the end of the corridor. Trying to escape. "Stop it!" The 4 immediately chased after the corridor entrance. At that moment, a small, inconspicuous bug quietly flew into the corridor, slowly landing on the gap at the door, but was blocked by the soul power and couldn't get in, so it had to wait in the gap. Meow! As the playing cards flew to the window, a cat's meow sounded, and then, under their watch, the cat used its sharp claws to scratch the glass twice, allowing the playing cards to slip out through the crack. The black cat caught the playing cards and jumped away.
Don't chase. The man shouted coldly, be careful of their diversion tactic. The others immediately returned. Check the situation in the corridor right away, see if there's anything unusual. The entrance is sealed with soul power, nothing can get in. The man issued orders. The others began to search carefully. Wang Ming's heart sank again. These people were too dedicated, weren't they? A few children in a month? Why work so hard? The men searched inch by inch for a long time, but they never searched the entrance because there was a soul power membrane there, preventing anyone from entering. This relieved Wang Ming, who then returned to the lower hotel to wait. Inside the hotel, Ouyang Shang was very composed, with good drinking skills, effortlessly mingling among the seniors, attending to everyone, speaking freely, with grace, charm, and capability. Truly worthy of being a young master cultivated by a prominent family. In terms of appearance and strength, he was among the best in the entire capital circle. He was the dream of countless young women in the capital. But he was not the dream of the 3,000 young ladies of the capital. They were still worried about Wang Ming. Lu Xiaoyao also learned from An Rushui and Zhang Tianjing that Wang Ming was in the hotel and began to worry as well. Only Zhao Qingshi was unaware. Shui, Yao, you sit here, I'll find a way to go out and take a look. Zhang Tianjing stood up, speaking as she left her seat and walked towards the restroom. Upon reaching the restroom, she did not enter but turned and walked outside. There was no one at the door. The hotel banquet hall was on the 5th floor, and the presidential suite was on the 8th floor. She walked up the corridor. At the banquet, Ouyang Shang quietly approached the head of the Xan family, Xan Jingjai, and raised a toast, saying, I've long heard of the great name of the Xan family head, like thunder in my ears. Uncle Xan, I am your junior. In your presence, I dare not act grandly, just call me Ouyang. He. Xan Jingjai smiled and said, Oh, I wouldn't dare. A generation is a generation, and status is status. In terms of status, you are higher than me. Ha! Uncle Xan is being polite, Ouyang Shang said with a smile. When I was at home, I heard that brother Changguan was murdered, and I was heartbroken. I originally thought of sending someone to mourn, but due to the elders at home forcing me to cultivate, I truly couldn't come out. I am very sorry. Xan Jingjai shook his head and sighed. I heard that the one who killed Changguan is someone named Wang Ming. I've seen this person online. I heard his first soul ring is 900,000 years old. This person disappeared from the demonic realm. Has he returned now? Ouyang Shang asked. Xan Jingjai replied, he probably survived against all odds. He is now wanted globally. Even if he is still alive, he can't escape. Ouyang Shang nodded and said, oh right, I heard that Uncle Xan's strength has been stuck at the 77th level Soul Master realm for many years. It has been difficult to advance. Xan Jingjai smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's tough. Ouyang Shang said, the younger generation has a way to help Uncle advance his strength further. I wonder if Uncle has any thoughts? Xan Jingjai glanced at Ouyang Shang and smiled, saying, the path of cultivation requires opportunities. If the opportunity hasn't arrived, how can one force it? Ouyang Shang smiled and nodded. Uncle Xan is right. The path of cultivation indeed requires opportunities. The two exchanged knowing smiles and nods. Soon after, Ouyang Shang left with his wine glass, but he toasted to others. Xan Jingjai began to ponder. From Ouyang Shang's earlier words, it was clear that the involvement of hidden families was not merely a simple visit to the capital. There must be something more significant at play. What could it be? What could stir the hidden families? Meanwhile, Zhang Tianjing had cautiously arrived at the entrance of the 8th floor corridor, one hand holding her high heels and the other grasping the hem of her evening gown, tiptoeing forward. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a figure lurking at the corridor entrance. Could it be that Minggu hasn't succeeded yet? Zhang Tianjing thought to herself. She hadn't seen Wang Ming when she came up. Was he hiding somewhere? No, I must find a way to help Minggu. Ding ding. At that moment, her phone suddenly vibrated. The sound was not loud, but in the empty corridor, it echoed sharply. Who? This sound naturally did not escape the man's ears. The instant he heard it, he reacted. A flying knife was already launched, shooting towards Zhang Tianjing. Whoosh! Zhang Tianjing waved her hand, and the golden lotus burst into light, blocking the incoming knife. At the same time, she waved her hand, and a mask covered her face. Seeking death. Having been toyed with before, the man was furious this time. With a single hand movement, 6 flying knives appeared before him, and he waved them towards Zhang Tianjing, commanding, kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 flying knives shot out rapidly. Facing a Soul King level expert, Zhang Tianjing remained calm. The golden lotus bloomed, filling the corridor with golden lotuses that spun and flew up, blocking the 6 flying knives. At the same time, another bodyguard moved. A scorpion, swift as lightning, crawled along the wall and appeared behind Zhang Tianjing in the blink of an eye.
its tail aimed directly at the top of her head. A Soul King was still manageable for Zhang Tianjing, but being attacked by two at once made it difficult for her to resist. Standing on the lotus, she quickly dodged from her original position. However, the two were far stronger than Zhang Tianjing, and they would not let her escape so easily. The man snorted coldly, and with a stomp, the entire space twisted. His figure directly appeared on the 7th floor.
Zhang Tianjing's eyes narrowed.
She stared at the shining soul bone at the man's waist and exclaimed, "Spatial soul bone." Truly, the hidden families were impressive. Even their bodyguards possessed such precious soul bones.
Thinking of leaving?
The man waved his hand, and dozens of flying knives appeared, surrounding Zhang Tianjing from all angles. At the same time, the scorpion soul beast appeared above her head. Due to the narrow corridor, the scorpion's body shrank, making it more advantageous for combat, constantly threatening Zhang Tianjing. "This beautiful lady, I advise you not to resist.
Judging by your attire, you must be here for tonight's banquet.
We don't want to cause any trouble, but your presence here is suspicious, and you must give us an explanation,"
the man said. "An explanation?" Zhang Tianjing scoffed. "I've never given anyone an explanation."
"The Ouyang family is indeed powerful, but I'm not someone to be trifled with."
"Then you leave us no choice."
As he spoke, the man tightened his grip, and dozens of flying knives shot towards Zhang Tianjing almost simultaneously, while the scorpion above her viciously lunged at her.
1,000 blades, shatter.
Just then, Wang Ming sensed the situation outside the corridor and immediately acted, unleashing countless shards of 1,000 blades towards the two attackers. To protect themselves, they could only retract the flying knives and scorpion to intercept the incoming shards.
Go! ZZZ!
At the moment when Wang Ming injected all his soul power into the Thunderbolt soul bone, it transformed into a streak of light and appeared at the entrance of the 5th floor corridor within a thousandth of a second, and then his figure flashed again, reappearing at the entrance of the 6th floor corridor. The man had already used his spatial soul bone to appear on the 6th floor.
Second soul skill.
Wang Ming immediately unleashed his killing move, the black soul ring appearing like a bracelet on his wrist, rapidly condensing soul power, releasing a terrifying pressure that suppressed the entire space.
Ancient God Palm.
Kill. The palm formed almost instantaneously, and without hesitation, he struck towards the man.
Damn!
The man was startled at first, feeling the power of the palm directly, and quickly waved his hand, summoning 3 soul rings that surrounded him with dozens of flying knives, forming a protective circle.
Wang Ming's attack was decisive and swift.
He was still preparing to chase down to the next floor, not expecting Wang Ming to appear here and unleash a killing move. His reaction was already quite fast. After all, the speed brought by Wang Ming injecting all his soul power into the Thunderbolt soul bone was no different from short-distance teleportation.
Boom!
As the palm struck, a deafening roar echoed from the wall, and the front and back walls of the building were directly smashed open, leaving a huge palm-shaped hole. Wang Ming then jumped out of the corridor window, transforming into a streak of light and flying away. At this moment, Zhang Tianjing had already taken off his mask and changed his clothes, appearing at the banquet on the 5th floor, the loud noise shaking the event.
Not good.
Miao Hadong heard the sound coming from upstairs and guessed that someone was investigating them, immediately flashing to the scene of the battle.
Almost at the same time, Hong Kajin, Xian Jingjai, and Jingzhong, and others all appeared in the 6th floor corridor in an instant.
They saw the handprint left by the smashed wall and narrowed their eyes slightly. Looking inside, the man was actually injured, indicating that his strength was certainly not low.
He escaped through the window.
Miao Hadong turned to see the window and prepared to pursue, but Hong Kajin moved first, saying, "Everyone wait a moment, I'll chase." He then transformed into a streak of light and shot away.
Miao Hadong glanced at him and said nothing more. Ouyang Sheng slowly walked to the 6th floor, looked at the man, and asked, "Are you okay?"
"I'm fine, this person was too fast, I was caught off guard." The man replied, "There is an accomplice at our banquet, a woman, wearing a purple evening dress and purple high heels, about 1.7 meters tall, with black hair." This man's observation was indeed sharp, as he had noticed the details of Zhang Tianjing. Zhang Tianjing felt a bit nervous inside, quickly looking up and was secretly surprised. The man's strength was at least that of a Soul King at level 37 or 38, not weak at all. Wang Ming had actually reacted and left so calmly in such a short time. Hearing the man's description, she was slightly startled. She immediately turned to look at Enrushui and the others. Seeing that Enrushui and the others all had long black hair and were of similar height, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. There were also many ladies present. Besides Zhang Tianjing and her group, there were dozens more, all from the academy or brought by their families.
"Are you doubting us now?" Enrushui joked.
The man glanced at Enrushui. "I wouldn't dare, I'm just describing what I saw."
Ouyang Sheng quickly glanced at the banquet with a smile and said, "Don't joke with me here, this is specifically to entertain us, How could there be accomplices of thieves? The man immediately realized, laughing, I was too hasty just now. That might have been a mistake. Alright, with Dean Hong going after them, unless the opponent is too strong, they definitely won't escape from Dean Hong's grasp. Let's go back and continue. Ouyang Shang said cheerfully, with the speed of Hong Kajin at the Soul Sect level. Even if Wang Ming's strength reached the Soul King level and he had the Thunderbolt Soul Bone, he could not escape from the palm of his hand. Tracking the fluctuations of soul power, Hong Kajin appeared behind Wang Ming in a flash. This was the preliminary spatial ability of the Soul Sect level. Wang Ming's speed had already decreased. At most, he could use his last teleportation, which would not lead to his demise here. Just as Wang Ming was pondering his strategy, a hearty laugh came from behind him. This familiar voice made Wang Ming's heart tremble slightly. It was Hong Kajin, the president of the Kyoto Academy. Little guy, you have quite the spirit and courage, Hong Kajin said leisurely from behind, daring to stir up trouble right under the noses of us old fellows from the hidden families. With your mere 29th level Great Soul Master strength, to escape so far in such a short time is truly impressive. Wang Ming remained silent. At this moment, he could not gauge Hong Kajin's attitude towards him and did not dare to stop easily. However, Hong Kajin followed behind at a leisurely pace, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters. Young man, can you tell me what your purpose was in infiltrating the hotel? The hidden families rarely enter Kyoto. The purpose of sending someone this time must not be simple. Since you went in, you must have some information. Could you share it with me? I promise I won't make things difficult for you. Wang Ming pondered for a moment, maintaining his speed, and simply turned his head to say, I only know that there are unspeakable secrets in the trial base. I am investigating Mao Hadong, and the timing of the hidden family's arrival is too coincidental. I suspect Miao Hadong is colluding with the hidden family, but I have not found any results yet, so there is no need for you to pursue further. Good. Young friend, could you tell me what you are investigating about Miao Hadong? About the soul rings, I am not clear on the other matters. Soul rings? Hong Kajin was taken aback for a moment, suddenly stopping in place, lost in thought as he watched the figure gradually disappear from view. Hong Kajin was certainly not a fool. He was not completely unaware that someone was secretly active in the trial base. It just hadn't caught his attention. He did not expect that this matter was related to soul rings. Since the invasion of the demon spirit beasts, human problems had been increasing, with all sorts of strange occurrences happening one after another, and the powerful demon spirit beasts were a great headache for them, especially some powerful demon spirit beasts that even he could not contend with. Could it be that there were demon spirit beasts in the trial base as well? It seems that Ouyang Shang's purpose for coming here is not simple. If it is truly for the soul rings, then humanity may face a change. Alas, this is really a headache. Hong Kajin shook his head slightly. Miao Hadong, this person actually dares to investigate a soul sect with just a 29th level Great Soul Master strength. How interesting. A look of approval appeared in Hong Kajin's eyes, but then he thought of something else and sighed. Alas, if Wang Ming were still alive, his strength would probably have reached the Soul Pill realm by now. So many promising talents, what a pity. After saying this, he turned and headed back to the hotel. 1,000 meters away, Wang Ming hid in an unfinished building, holding his breath and sensing the surroundings. The system's detection range was fully activated, and he saw no signs of anyone for a long time. It seems that President Hong did not pursue me. Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He had saved his teleportation. After staying in the unfinished building for 3 hours and ensuring there were no traces of pursuit, Wang Ming got up and left the building, returning to the vicinity of the hotel. Wang Ming sat in Zhang Tianjing's Big G, silently sensing the iron-eating ant hidden at the door of Ouyang Sheng's room. The corridor was very quiet. One could hear a pin drop. The iron-eating ant was concealed at the door, its vision completely dark. Wang Ming quietly squatted in the car, practicing while waiting. As the time approached around midnight, footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Judging by the density of the footsteps, there were at least 3 people accompanying. Today, the Shinji Tian smiled and said, although we are one of the few large families in the Dragon Kingdom, we are still quite inferior compared to the Ouyang family. It is reasonable to say that this phrase about humble beginnings is quite fitting. The 3 of them laughed. They took their seats and enjoyed tea. The young girl sat gracefully beside Ouyang Shang, her admiring gaze filled with affection for him. Young Master Ouyang, Xian Zhengzai said with a smile, did you come to the Xian family today at the behest of your elders, or? It is both my father's intention and my own, Ouyang Shang replied. Oh, Xian Zhengzai nodded, his gaze silently colliding with Shinji Tian's, and then he said, as long as the Ouyang family has needs, our Xian family will definitely cooperate without hesitation in the capital. Then I must thank Uncle Xian in advance, Ouyang Shang said with a smile. I do have a matter to trouble Uncle Xin with this time, and of course, the benefits are quite substantial. Oh, what is it? Xin Zhengzai squinted slightly. Uncle Xin, do you know that the magic spirit beast has only the magic spirit seed but cannot produce a magic ring? Ouyang Shang asked with a smile. Xin Zhengzai's gaze immediately turned to Xinji Tian. Xinji Tian, who was able to become the vice president of the academy in the capital, relied not only on connections and strength but was also a walking encyclopedia, well-versed in various matters of the Soul Master world. He immediately answered, because the magic spirit beast is born from the magic fetus, it inherently possesses intelligence, unlike demons, which need to develop their intelligence later. Therefore, once the magic spirit beast is fully gestated in the magic fetus, it will not produce a magic ring. Right, that explanation is correct. But do you know the uses of the magic spirit seed? The magic spirit seed contains an extremely rich magical power. When absorbed by humans, it can significantly enhance soul power, and the absorbed magic spirit seed will leave a seed in the human's mind. But this seed has already been completely controlled by humans. That's right, but the uses of the magic spirit seed go far beyond that, Ouyang Shang said with a smile. According to our research, the magic spirit seed is more like a high-grade magic essence flower, which can extend the lifespan of soul rings. What? Both Xin Zhengzai and Xinji Tian were taken aback. One must know how tempting it is in the Soul Master world to be able to extend the lifespan of soul rings. We have already obtained conclusive verification of this. It is not false, Ouyang Shang said. Whether it is soul power or soul rings, they are products of magical power, and the main force we are combating is also magical. The magic spirit seed contains abundant magical power, as Uncle Xin has just mentioned. But what you may not know is that the magic spirit seed can also extend the lifespan of soul rings because soul rings also come from the magic rings within demons. Once the magic ring is produced, the magical power will be locked, making it difficult to increase or decrease. But the magic spirit seed is the original power of magic. It can, under certain circumstances, extend the lifespan of soul rings. Under what conditions? Xin Zhengzai asked anxiously. Ouyang Shang's gaze turned to the beautiful girl beside him. Zhao Zhao, could you step out for a moment? Zhao Zhao responded with an "oh" and quickly stood up, looking at Xin Zhengzai and Xinji Tian. Xin Zhengzai nodded. After Zhao Zhao left, Ouyang Shang slowly said, we have already conducted experiments. When a human's soul power level reaches the genius blue level, after the demon produces a magic ring, under the influence of the magic spirit seed, the two can give birth to different soul rings, and by increasing the magic spirit seed, the lifespan of the soul ring will also increase. We have now researched a 900,000-year soul ring. Hiss! Upon hearing 900,000-year soul ring, Xin Zhengzai and Xinji Tian were so shocked that their eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Have you really successfully developed a 900,000-year soul ring? Xin Zhengzai exclaimed. Ouyang Shang signaled to Wang Hu beside him. Wang Hu stepped forward, waved his hand, and a red light instantly illuminated the room. Even in the daytime, the room was still bathed in a crimson glow, and an invisible pressure was released, suppressing everything. 900,000-year soul rings, without a doubt. This is truly unimaginable. Xin Zhengzai recovered from his shock, glanced at Ouyang Shang, and quickly pondered in his mind, saying, Young Master Ouyang, you just said that a genius with a blue talent can research a 900,000-year soul ring, which means they can also refine a million-year soul ring, but it requires a monstrous red talent, right? Ha, Uncle Xin is indeed impressive, just as you predicted. However, we have only just begun this research, but we are quite confident that we can succeed. Ouyang Shang replied. A monstrous red talent is not something you can find easily. Xin Zhengzai shook his head slightly. You must understand that all the students from the 4 major academies combined do not exceed 500 people. These students are the recorded elite of the country. You came to find me, it must be for these people. But I must tell you, this matter is very dangerous. If we were to lose such talents on a large scale, it would inevitably raise her vigilance. At the mention of her, Ouyang Shang's expression noticeably changed. If she were to find out about this, let alone the 5 great families, even the elders of the Ouyang family would likely struggle to protect him. The temper of this big shot was something they all remembered vividly. In the past, there was an elite general from the Dragon Kingdom, a level 79 soul master, who was targeted by a certain family and forced to marry into their clan, even leading to the death of the general's family. When she learned of this, she directly dispatched 3 major generals and personally led the charge to eliminate the family. That hidden family was completely wiped out. In that battle, all the high-ranking officials realized just how terrifying her strength was. Even a few hidden old-timers working together had no confidence in defeating her.
From that moment on, no one dared to offend this godlike woman. The status of the Dragon Kingdom's families and academies was also elevated because of her presence.
So when Xin Jingjai mentioned her,
Ouyang Sheng felt a bit scared but smiled and said, "We have also considered this matter. After all, this is not specifically to harm anyone, but rather for the future of our Dragon Kingdom and to combat the demonic nature.
If we don't research it, foreigners will.
If they all turn into million-year soul rings, then our Dragon Kingdom will be in grave danger. Therefore, our journey is for the country and the people, who else if not us?"
Ouyang Sheng's words were powerful and resonant, making one think he was a patriotic person.
However, as long as the banner of patriotism was raised, it could significantly reduce feelings of guilt and crisis. "Yes, we are doing this for the country and the people, not for ourselves,"
Xin Jitian said. Xin Jingjai asked, "So what do you mean to do?" Ouyang Sheng lowered his voice and said, "Uncle Xian, I would like to ask Uncle Jitian to open a door for me to take 3 people from the Kyoto Academy for research.
Of course, these 3 should preferably have no relatives or connections to avoid unnecessary trouble."
This, Uncle Jitian should know better than I do. Xin Jingjai looked at Xin Jitian.
Xin Jitian thought for a moment and said, "All right, let me investigate this matter. I will give you a reply in 3 days.
Brother Ming, oh my gosh."
Bai Shan had just gotten out of the car when Lu Feifei from the passenger seat ran over.
"Wow, you've become handsome, but something feels off."
While saying this, he looked up and down at Wang Ming.
"Why do you have a somewhat effeminate vibe?"
"No way, Brother Ming, after disappearing in the land of demonic nature, did that female demonic spirit beast
castrate you? Get lost." Wang Ming was speechless.
"Then why do you have this effeminate feeling? Like
a fierce eunuch," Lu Feifei continued. Wang Ming's fists clenched.
"Old Lu, please shut up."
Bai Shan shot Lu Feifei a look and turned to Wang Ming, asking, "Brother Ming, when did you come back? What exactly happened?"
Wang Ming said, "I'll explain this later. Right now, I'm Wang Mo from the Baifeng Academy, not Wang Ming."
"What the heck? Was it that girl Zhang Tianjing who arranged this?"
Lu Feifei exclaimed again. "And Rushui and Lu Qiaoyao must have known you were back long ago, while we were the only ones worrying about you for nothing."
Truly prioritizing romance over friendship, isn't that right, old Bai? Bai Shan remained silent, which was taken as an acknowledgement.
Wang Ming rubbed his nose and said, "I didn't tell you this to protect you."
Cut. Lu Feifei scoffed. "Protect us? So you mean you prioritize friendship over romance, willing to expose your own life to protect us?"
"If it were someone else, I might believe it, but for Kyoto's Lao AI, I don't buy it."
"Right, old Bai?" Bai Shan nodded in agreement.
Wang Ming said, Wrong.
"Is it okay, my 2 brothers? I was wrong, okay?
I'll treat you to a meal later."
"That's more like it." Lu Feifei finally felt satisfied. "Now, how do we help?"
The 3 of them got into the car, with Lu Feifei driving. Wang Ming briefly shared what he knew with them.
"They're using humans for research?"
Bai Shan said with disgust, "That's outrageous, a complete loss of conscience. If this hidden family and the Xin family are really involved in this, I will definitely expose them and eliminate the threat to the people."
Lu Feifei replied, "It's not that simple.
They're researching soul rings. Nowadays, people only care about strength, everything else doesn't matter.
Reputation, money, it's all superficial. Strength is the only truth."
If they develop a 100,000-year soul ring or even a million-year soul ring, it would be beneficial for most people. Don't say just a few deaths, even if thousands die, some people wouldn't care. Such things only provoke fierce resistance when they happen to oneself. Others just enjoy the benefits. This society is very selfish.
Lu Feifei's words left Bai Shan and Wang Ming in silence.
His words were very realistic.
"You are right, but we can't pretend to be deaf and mute.
Some things need someone to stand up," Bai Shan said.
"Indeed, as old Lu said, this matter seems beneficial in the short term, but what about the long term?"
"If they really develop a million-year soul ring, the demand will inevitably increase significantly, which means more people will become research subjects. By then, society will be in chaos, and everyone will be on edge.
So we must stop this," Wang Ming declared decisively.
As they spoke, they had already arrived at the entrance to the Xin family. They parked the car on a hillside in the distance, monitoring the movements of the Xin family.
"The Ouyang family is really insatiable.
I've heard that many of these hidden families have million-year soul rings, yet they're still not satisfied, greedily hoarding more million-year soul rings,"
Lu Feifei said with disdain. "Even mountains of gold and silver can be exhausted."
Wang Ming shook his head. "Nowadays, 100-year soul rings are already extremely rare."
"They're coming out," Bai Shan said.
Wang Ming immediately saw the 3 cars slowly driving out of the Xin family's gate, following the asphalt road.
"Quick, follow them."
Lu Feifei drove, taking them from another road, approaching from a distance like a passing car to avoid drawing attention. Looks like about 5 people. Lu Feifei analyzed, all are Soul King level experts. Mingo, we're no match for them. If we're discovered, we're done for. What level are you two at now? I'm at level 35, Soul Dan Realm. Lu Feifei said. Hey, I'm at level 37, Soul Dan Mirror. How about that? Always one step ahead of old Lu, Bai Shan said with a grin. Cut. Lu Feifei scoffed again and asked, Mingu, what about you? Do I even need to ask? Bai Shan said confidently, who is our Mingu? Owner of a 900,000-year soul ring, the new king of Kyoto, Kyoto's Lao AI, his strength must have reached the Soul King level, right? Ha! Wang Ming rubbed his nose and said, I'm currently a level 29 Great Soul Master. Confused face? The disbelief was written all over their faces. You're joking, right, Mingu? Bai Shan laughed. Don't tease us like that. Who would believe you if you said that, right? Exactly, Mingu is just being Loki, Lu Feifei said. Wang Ming smiled bitterly, he wished it were true, but the exaggerated data of his soul power energy value was not something that could be easily filled. This was just a great soul master, when it came to the Soul Dan realm, who knew how much exaggerated energy value was needed to break through to the Soul King? It was truly astronomical. The car in front is accelerating, Lu Feifei said, her little eyes fixed on the front. Accelerate, catch up to them, Bai Shan said. Don't, just follow them like this, gradually increase speed. If they accelerate, we accelerate, it will definitely raise their suspicions. There's only this one road, they can't escape, take it slow, Wang Ming said. Okay. Lu Feifei maintained a steady speed, slowly increasing it. When Lu Feifei's speed reached 120, they finally saw the back of the other car, but the distance between the 3 cars gradually widened, with the last car being a full 3 to 4 kilometers behind the first 2. Why is there such a large gap between them? Bai Shan wondered. Wang Ming frowned slightly. Maybe our car raised their suspicions, and they are using the last car to test us. What should we do? Lu Feifei asked. Just keep following. Their strength is strong. If they confirm we are tracking them, we 3 will be done for, Wang Ming said. Lu Feifei maintained the speed, neither fast nor slow. Perhaps the car in front confirmed they were not the pursuers and gradually increased its speed. At that moment, another sports car appeared behind Wang Ming and the others, moving extremely fast, estimated to be around 180. A red light flashed by, and the car zoomed in front of them, making a stylish drift around the bend ahead. Wow, cool. Lu Feifei gave a thumbs up. Cool my ass, hurry up and catch up, Bai Shan said. Lu Feifei quickly accelerated. This car belonged to Bai Shan, a luxury vehicle. Lu Feifei pressed the gas pedal, and the engine roared as they chased after it. Hey, this car looks so familiar. As the car took the bend, Bai Shan recognized it, furrowing his brows. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, oh my, that's Lemon's car. Who? Wang Ming frowned. Lemon. Oh, she's Director Hong's granddaughter, Hong Xiaoming, nicknamed Lemon, Bai Shan explained. Lu Feifei exclaimed, no way, is it my goddess Meng Meng? Wang Ming stared at the car ahead, seeing the pursued vehicle blocking the road in the middle, obstructing the sports car's path. The appearance of the sports car raised their suspicions. A harsh screech of brakes came from ahead. Lu Feifei also quickly reduced speed. Just as they got closer, they heard Lemon's voice. Why should I? Did you build this road? Hurry up and move your broken car, or I'll run you over. Miss, I advise you to wait here for 30 minutes. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Several bodyguards said seriously. Why should I wait here for 30 minutes? Who do you think you are? Boom! As she spoke, Lemon slammed the gas pedal, threatening the people in front. I don't have time to waste with you here. Since you won't let me through, don't blame me for being rude. With that, the sports car almost launched forward, crashing through. As the car got closer, Wang Ming saw clearly that the person blocking the road was Wang Hu, the one who had ambushed Zhang Tianjing in the hallway yesterday. At this moment, Wang Hu noticed the car driven by Ning Meng rushing towards him, and with a simple gesture of his hand, he unleashed a wave of soul power that solidly intercepted the oncoming vehicle like a wall. Boom! The front of the car slammed hard against the invisible wall of soul power, crumpling the hood. Ning Meng kicked the car door open with a bang and got out unscathed. She first glanced at her beloved car and immediately shouted in anger, "You bully! Not only are you blocking the road and robbing me, but you also dare to damage my car. This is Kyoto. How dare you disrespect me here? Just wait, I'll call my grandpa to deal with you." Saying this, she was about to take out her phone to make a call. Wang Hu's figure flashed as he attempted to snatch Ning Meng's phone. However, Ning Meng directly grasped the jade pendant around her neck, and a powerful wave of soul power erupted, causing a phantom to appear above her head. Who dares to touch my granddaughter?
Wang Ming, Bai Yishan, and Lu Feifei were all dumbfounded. Is this the benefit of having a grandpa? Wang Hu was also stunned.
He had not expected that his simple action, without using any soul power or soul artifacts, would provoke such a response. This was not scientific. At this moment, Hong Kajin, protective of his granddaughter, fixed his gaze on Wang Hu with a stern tone. Aren't you Ouyang Shang's bodyguard? What, do you want to kill my granddaughter here? Is Ouyang Shang provoking me? Or is he provoking the Kyoto Academy? Or is he provoking the entire Education Bureau? No. Wang Hu was drenched in sweat from the pressure. He had only intended to intercept the car, not realizing he had kicked a steel plate, and he certainly did not expect the person in the car to be Hong Kajin's granddaughter.
Director Hong, we didn't mean it.
My girl was just passing by here, and your granddaughter chased after her.
I thought someone was following my young master, so, this road was built with Ouyang Shang's money? No, it wasn't? Then why can he pass, but others cannot? Does that mean if someone else passes by, they are following him? Ouyang Shang is also from a prominent family. Why is he so narcissistic? No, Director Hong, you misunderstood. Misunderstood? Hong Kajin sneered. If it's a misunderstanding, let Ouyang Shang explain it to me in person. If he can't clarify, I'll personally visit the Ouyang family to get to the bottom of it. Grandpa, kill him.
Ning Meng pouted, angrily pointing at Wang Hu. He crashed my car like this. I hate him.
Wang Hu. Hong Kajin, go back and tell Ouyang Shang to compensate my granddaughter for the car immediately.
After saying this to Wang Hu with an air of authority, he turned to his granddaughter with a doting expression. Meng, be good.
Grandpa will make sure they get you a new car, okay? That's so annoying.
Ning Meng pouted, looking displeased, with tears of grievance welling up in her eyes.
Hong Kajin immediately felt a pang of heartache. Hong director. Slap.
Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt his body stiffen, and a slap landed hard on his face, stinging painfully.
This is the consequence of bullying my granddaughter. If there's a next time, don't blame me for not giving the Ouyang family face. If you dare to utter another word, I will kill you.
Hong Kajin, unable to vent his anger for his granddaughter, directed all his frustration at Wang Hu. Wang Hu felt aggrieved, but he dared not express any dissatisfaction, only enduring the fiery pain on his face, bowing to Hong Kajin before quickly getting back into his car and leaving.
Hong Kajin gently touched Ning Meng's face. Alright, Meng, look, isn't there a car behind? You can ride in the back car. There's a brother you want to see in that car. Really?
In Hong Xiaomeng's eyes, a gleam of excitement sparked at the sight of money.
With a wave of her hand, she took back the ring from her grandfather, leaving behind a cheerful goodbye, Grandpa. As she dashed over, Lu Feifei exclaimed, what did I just see? My goddess is running towards me. His exaggerated expression was incredibly flamboyant. Old Bai, Mingu, quick, help me check if my hair is messy. How's my outfit? Do I look cool enough? Lu Feifei was both excited and nervous. Bai Yishan said, so handsome, so cool, it's simply beyond description. He. Lu Feifei squinted his eyes and smiled. You, hey, Lu Feifei, Bai Yishan, why are you two here? Hong Xiaomeng smiled and greeted them upon seeing Bai Yishan and Lu Feifei. Hi, Meng. Lu Feifei enthusiastically extended his hand to greet her. Oh, Feifei go, you're still so sleazy. Hong Xiaomeng teased with a smile, then leaned into the car, her beautiful eyes looking at the person in the back seat, Wang Ming, and asked, are you Wang Ming? Wang Ming's heart tightened. Damn, could he be so easily seen through? Lu Feifei and Bai Yishan were also taken aback. Hong Xiaomeng had never met Wang Ming. How did she know he was Wang Ming? Lu Feifei exclaimed, damn, how did you see? Wang Ming quickly interjected, you got the wrong person. I'm Wang Mo, not Wang Ming. Is that so? Hong Xiaomeng didn't suspect further and opened the car door to sit inside. Hello, Wang Mo, I'm Hong Xiaomeng, my nickname is Lemon.
You can call me Lemon or Meng, but I prefer being called Lemon, so just call me Lemon.
Wang Ming replied, hello, Lemon. Wang Mo, you're really handsome. Hong Xiaomeng gazed at Wang Mo with infatuation. Wang Ming touched his nose. It's okay, I guess. No, you're really very handsome, way more handsome than the stars I see on TV, and you have this delicate vibe, just like the eunuch played by, that kind of delicate handsomeness. Hong Xiaomeng was truly smitten. Lu Feifei lamented, it's over, I've been taken down by the Kyoto Laoi. Kyoto Laoi? Hong Xiaomeng looked at Lu Feifei with great curiosity. Who do you mean by Kyoto Laoi? Bai Yishan quickly said, no, it's nobody, Feifei, hurry up and drive us back. Wang Ming added, let's head back first, I need to get the car. Hong Xiaomeng chimed in, right, I want to ride in Wang Mo's car. Wang Mo, you're so handsome. Wang Mo, do you have a girlfriend? I'm a more traditional girl, if you have a girlfriend, I wouldn't suggest being a mistress. Wang mo. All the way, Hong Xiaoming sat in the passenger seat, her little mouth chattering like a machine gun, making Wang Ming's ears feel like they were about to explode, until they finally arrived at the entrance of the Kyoto Academy. Lemon, we're here, hurry and go back. Wang Ming wished this little ancestor would leave quickly. No. Lemon grabbed Wang Mo's arm. Brother, do you want to come home with me? My grandpa will definitely like you. No. Wang Ming immediately refused. Are you kidding? Yesterday, I almost got caught by your grandpa. If I go in today, wouldn't that be walking into a trap? Hong Xiaoming was just a simple, naive, and cute girl, completely enchanted by her own looks. Please. Hong Xiaoming tugged at Wang Ming's arm, looking as if she was about to cry. All right. Wang Ming was at a loss for words, thought for a moment, and said, how about this? I'll give you my phone number, and you can call me to set up a date when you have time, okay? At first, we shouldn't be too close. We need to maintain a sense of mystery, right? Oh, right, we need to maintain a sense of mystery. Hong Xiaoming quickly took out her phone, and Wang Ming dictated his number. Hong Xiaoming saved it as Laoi Gu. Wang Ming saw it and exploded. What the hell? Why is it Laoi Gu? Hong Xiaoming, didn't Fei Fei just call you Kyoto Lao AI? Then I'll save you as Lao AI Gu. Wang Ming, Lu Fei Fei, you little. After sending off Hong Xiaoming, Wang Ming immediately headed towards the hotel. Bai Yishan and Lu Fei Fei were waiting outside the hotel. Before he reached the hotel, he received a call from Bai Yishan, the voice urgent. Minggu, their car has moved again. It looks like they are heading to the outskirts, probably to Bai Liang Mountain. To Bai Liang Mountain? Upon hearing the name, Wang Ming immediately said, follow them, I'll be there soon. With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped towards Bai Liang Mountain. It was just around lunchtime. There were many people commuting, and the traffic was heavily congested, especially on Kyoto Road, where it was completely jammed. Wang Ming couldn't wait any longer, so he parked the car by the roadside and flew towards Bai Liang Mountain. He wanted to see what Ouyang Shan was up to. The speed of the car couldn't match that of flying. After about 30 minutes, Wang Ming spotted Ouyang Shang's familiar old car in the distance, but this time there was only one. The moment he saw the car, Wang Ming suddenly felt a sense of being tricked. Could it be a ploy to lure him away? But it was too late to turn back now. He could only see what this car was up to. The car quickly drove into the back mountain of Bai Liang Mountain. However, it didn't head towards the trial base but randomly parked on a hillside after entering the back mountain, and 3 people got out of the car. They were Ouyang Shang's 3 bodyguards. It seemed they had long discovered Wang Ming and the others, but were interrupted by Hong Xiaoming's appearance earlier. This time they came out specifically to lure them in. Lu Feifei's car was parked not far away, and the 2 got out. Wang Ming slowly descended in front of them. Hey, you were the one who fought with me yesterday, right? Wang Hu pointed at Wang Ming and said, looking at your figure, it must be you. You have some skills, daring to be arrogant in front of me as a mere 29th level Great Soul Master. It's been many years since I've seen someone like you. You're so full of yourself, a defeated opponent daring to speak so boldly. I've never seen such shamelessness. Wang Ming retorted. Ha ha ha. Wang Hu, however, was not angry but laughed. You do have some skills, but that was under the condition of a sneak attack. Since you're so confident, let me see just how capable you really are. As he spoke, Wang Hu waved his hand, and a silver spear appeared in his grasp. Wang Ming's mind moved, and a knife appeared in his hand. The 2 locked eyes coldly. At a certain moment, their figures vanished from the spot, and within 1,000th of a second, the sound of clashing echoed in the air. Sparks flew from their fierce exchanges, yet neither could be seen. Wang Hu was likely a genuine martial arts master. His spear technique was extraordinary. Wang Ming's knife, in a state of shattering and reassembling, posed no threat to Wang Hu. The silver spear in his hand seemed alive, blocking Wang Ming's attacks. Supported by powerful soul energy, the 2 fought fiercely, neither able to gain the upper hand. The others were astonished. Because Wang Ming's strength was merely that of a 29th level Great Soul Master, yet he could engage in such a fierce battle with a Soul King. It was known that there was a huge difference between a Soul King and a Great Soul Master. Indeed a bit strange. Wang Hu stepped back, shaking his silver spear, staring at Wang Ming. With the strength of a 29th level Great Soul Master, you can fight me like this. Even an average Soul King couldn't do it. You must be hiding your strength. Wang Ming smiled wryly. He wished he could, but he truly wasn't hiding anything. A dead man doesn't need to know too much. As the words fell, Wang Ming appeared behind Wang Hu with a sizzle and slashed down with his knife. Ha! Arrogant! Wang Hu stood motionless, his clothes billowing, a surge of soul power swirling around him. A soul ring appeared beneath his feet. Wang Hu shook his spear and uttered a single word, shock. Wang Hu's first soul skill, shock. As the sound fell, a terrifying shockwave erupted from within him,
causing the surrounding air and soul power to tremble. The powerful shockwave forced Wang Ming back, making his entire body feel as if it were about to fall apart, and he was compelled to retreat, the shockwave resonating throughout the forest. This was just the beginning. Gun shock! Wang Hu held the spear with both hands and thrust it towards Wang Ming, the spear tip bursting with terrifying shock power. Wang Ming felt as if his body had turned to water, rippling under the shockwave that spread from within, threatening to shatter his bones. First, soul skill. As the spear tip approached, Wang Ming hurriedly raised his hand to unleash his first soul skill, but his body was overwhelmed by the tremendous shock, and he couldn't gather his soul power. This terrifying shockwave was even capable of disrupting soul power. The first soul skill could not be activated. Zing! The spear tip aimed straight for Wang Ming's heart, piercing his body with a loud sound, sending him flying like a cannonball. Armor! The previous thrust did not penetrate Wang Ming's body but was intercepted by something, leaving him shocked. What kind of protective gear could withstand his full-powered strike? Cough, cough. Although the spear tip was blocked, the immense impact shook through his body, nearly breaking his ribs, and he couldn't help but cough a few times. Wang Ming got up and laughed. A level 9 demon's hide, can you really break it? Level 9 demon? Wang Hu was taken aback, then immediately looked skeptical. Be careful not to blow your own horn. With your level 29 Great Soul Master status, you probably haven't even seen a level 7 demon, let alone a level 9. Hey, I'm telling you, my brother Ming is not just boasting. Lu Feifei perked up at this. Back in the day when my brother Ming was still a soul master, he encountered the level 9 demon Tozin at the trial base. Not only did he toy with Tozin, but he also made Tozin serve him tea and bring him treasures. You probably know about what happened at the trial base back then, right? That was all my brother Ming's doing. So, tell me, isn't that impressive? Oh, you are Wang Ming? Wang Hu smirked, revealing a sarcastic smile. Lu Feifei stammered, that. Bai Yishan slapped Lu Feifei on the neck. You talk too much. Then he turned to Wang Hu and said, Wang Ming is now a globally wanted criminal. He probably died in some corner long ago. This is Bai Feng Academy's selected student, Wang Mo. Is that so? I don't believe it. Wang Hu shook his head. You really are Wang Ming. I thought you looked somewhat familiar when I first saw you, but I couldn't recall it for a moment. Just now, his reminder made me remember. You are the new king of Kyoto, Wang Ming. Wang Ming sneered, so what if I am? Ha ha ha. Seeing Wang Ming's confident expression, Wang Hu laughed. It seems you really have a lot of confidence in yourself. To say such things in front of 3 Soul Kings, I truly don't know where your confidence comes from. Wang Ming smiled indifferently. Soul Kings, are they really that impressive? Wang Hu said nothing and stepped forward, her soul ring slowly emerging from above his head and descending to his feet, 1 purple, 2 black, and 1 red. The purple ring was 9,000 years old. The 2 black ones were 50,000 and 80,000 years old respectively. The red one was 100,000 years old. Truly worthy of being a bodyguard from the Ouyang family, with a soul ring of 100,000 years, showcasing the profound heritage of the hidden family. The other 2 also revealed their soul rings. Although they were not as powerful as Wang Hu's, they were not to be underestimated, especially the 4th soul ring, which had reached 90,000 years. Wang Ming nodded. It's indeed quite impressive, really awesome. Lu Feifei said somewhat sheepishly, Brother Ming, among the 3 Soul Kings, you're the most formidable. Can you take on all 3 of us? I can't even handle 1 Soul King, I can only run away. Wang Ming replied, can you have a bit more ambition? Lu Feifei said, it's not that. They have 100,000 year soul rings, and I have nothing but a broken mirror. Fighting them is just asking for death. How about we run first and not hold you back? Wang Ming smiled, no need, they can't escape. Lu Feifei and Bai Yishan exclaimed, huh? Wang Hu laughed upon hearing this, we can't escape? Ha ha ha, alright, you're indeed confident. I want to see how you can defeat us. After saying that, the 3 of them simultaneously began to unleash their 4th soul skills. Especially after Wang Hu activated his 4th soul skill, the terrifying pressure released by the 100,000 year soul ring suddenly suppressed the entire forest. Wang Hu hovered in midair, his spear held before his chest, a murderous intent enveloping the area. So cool! Lu Feifei exclaimed, I really wish my soul weapon was a spear too. Bai Yishan replied, isn't your broken mirror fun to use? Lu Feifei said, it is fun, but it feels a bit cheap. Oh, when did you become so self-aware? Bai Yishan teased. Wang Hu, seeing them still joking around, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He had already unleashed his killing move, yet they remained so indifferent. Arrogant and ignorant brats, today I will ensure you have no place to be buried. 4th soul skill, Dragon Spear. With a commanding shout, the silver spear came to life, trembling and transforming into a silver dragon, letting out a roar as it lunged towards Wang Ming and the others. Wang Ming snorted coldly and slowly raised his hand, second soul skill. As his voice fell, a jet-black soul ring rapidly appeared above his head, and the powerful pressure released by the soul power descended upon Wang Hu and the others like a mountain. The momentum Wang Hu had just gathered was instantly shattered by the power of the soul ring. The black soul ring slowly moved upward, gradually enlarging, revealing a pitch-black black hole within it, as if it contained an endless abyss. Primordial. A breath from the primordial era leisurely drifted out from the black hole, filling the area and converging within Wang Ming's body. As the primordial aura flowed in, a sacred and inviolable presence expanded around Wang Ming, evoking a sense of worship. Wang Hu and the others stared wide-eyed. This aura instilled a deep-seated fear within him. Even the most fearless outlaw felt weak-kneed in the face of this presence. This is, Wang Hu stammered, his lips trembling, a million-year soul ring? His voice was filled with disbelief. He had been quite confident in his 100,000-year soul ring, but he never expected the opponent to possess a million-year soul ring, making his own soul ring feel like a mouse before a cat. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Hu shook his head. Who else could have a million-year soul ring besides the hidden families? Wang Ming curled his lips, smiling. Impossible? Could it be fake? No. The color of a million-year soul ring is golden, and his is black. It must be fake. Wang Hu stared at the pitch-black soul ring, as if suddenly realizing something. He exclaimed, Fake, just a bluff. Wang Hu refused to believe it. Today, I want to see how capable a mere great soul master can be. Dragon Spear, kill. With that, Wang Hu unleashed all his soul power, the overwhelming force giving him enough confidence. The massive dragon burst forth with powerful offensive strength, and as Wang Hu shook his hands in the air, the silver dragon charged towards Wang Ming. Divine Palm, kill. Wang Ming raised his palm and gently struck at the incoming silver dragon. In the soul ring, a massive palm slowly struck out, enveloped in a powerful oppressive force, aimed at the dragon. The terrifying pressure was suddenly released, suppressing everything around. Even the leaves on the trees drooped down. The palm attacked. The silver dragon roared, fiercely charging its dragon head towards the center of the palm. It must be said that Wang Hu's strength was indeed formidable, much stronger than the Miao Linpu encountered the previous night, although Miao Linpu's soul ring was quite exaggerated. However, compared to Wang Hu, he was lacking significantly, especially with Wang Hu's 100,000-year soul ring unleashing a fourth soul skill that dared to fatally contend with the soul skill unleashed by Wang Ming's 500,000-year soul ring. Of course, this was also because Wang Ming's current strength was only at level 29. Boom! The two energies collided, producing a thunderous sound. The dragon's head exploded under everyone's gaze, while the black palm also showed cracks amidst the explosion, yet it did not completely shatter. Instead, with its remaining energy, it continued to strike towards Wang Hu. Feeling the palpable killing intent rushing towards him, Wang Hu confirmed that Wang Ming was indeed not bluffing. He was a genuine million-year soul ring. The other three were stunned by this scene. A mere level 29 Great Soul Master, with just a second soul skill, had actually shattered a Soul King's fourth soul skill, and it was a direct confrontation. Damn! Hurry up and make a move! As the palm came crashing down, Wang Hu urgently shouted at the other two. Only then did they react, hastily releasing their own fourth soul skills to counter the palm. With a loud boom, the palm and the two soul skills simultaneously dissipated in mid-air, turning into specks of light that vanished. Damn! I didn't expect to run into a tough opponent. Wang Hu looked warily at Wang Ming, then turned his gaze to Lu Feifei and Baishan, sneering, Your strength is impressive, but what about them? I want to see if your strength can save them in the hands of the three of us Soul Kings. You deal with them, I'll deal with him. The three immediately divided their tasks. Lu Feifei, seeing them splitting up, quickly said to Wang Ming, Brother Ming, can you take on three by yourself? Wang Ming shot him a glance. What do you think? Baishan exclaimed, Damn, what are we waiting for? Let's run! Run! Lu Feifei and Baishan shouted as they turned to flee, without any hesitation, especially Lu Feifei, who tossed his broken mirror into the air, disappearing in the mirror's light, transforming into several beams of light, quickly escaping. Baishan exclaimed, Damn, you bastard, you're running so fast. Warning! Warning! The host is about to face a star-level danger, activating system rewards. If the host safely passes through the danger period, they can receive rewards, Soul Tool Enhancement Crystal +1, Soul Beast Evolution Crystal +1. Just as the three were fleeing, a warning sound immediately rang in Wang Ming's mind. This sound jolted Wang Ming's heart. It seemed the opponent was well prepared. Being able to trigger a system-level danger of 6 stars was undoubtedly due to the presence of Miao Hedong, a master at the Soul Sect level.
Ha ha ha.
Sure enough, Miao Hadong's laughter echoed from the horizon, and the system detected two figures slowly appearing in Wang Ming's mind, Miao Hadong and Ouyang Shang. Miao Hadong laughed as he hovered above them. This time he was clever, not directly targeting Wang Ming, but with a wave of his hand, a spatial force locked onto Lu Feifei and Baishan, smiling at Wang Ming. This time, I want to see how you escape.
If you dare to run, I will have them killed on the spot.
Lu Feifei, squeezed by the spatial force until his body was nearly flattened, had his flesh pressed tightly, and he forced a smile, saying, "Damn,
do you even know who we are?
If you kill us, you too can forget about mixing in Kyoto." The white-clad mountain squeezed out a voice, saying, "Exactly, you dare to act without even inquiring who we are. If we die, you all will have to accompany us in death."
Ha ha ha. Miao Hadong stroked his beard and laughed, his laughter indifferent.
"Good, then I shall properly experience the power of your two families. Aside from the 5 great families and 4 prestigious academies in the capital, I truly do not take anyone else seriously." When Miao Hadong said this, those who did not know him would think he was the boss of the capital. Of course, the presence of Ouyang Shang beside him also gave him great confidence. "All right, we surrender," Wang Ming said with a smile, looking at Miao Hadong.
"I won't run, you can let them go, right? Not so fast.
Your teleportation is truly uncanny. I must first control you before I can release them." Miao Hadong waved his hand with a smile, and a surge of soul power rushed in. Wang Ming felt as if something was pressing down on him, rendering him unable to move.
"All right," Miao Hadong nodded with a smile. Wang Ming asked, "Can you let my friends go now?" Ha ha ha.
Miao Hadong laughed heartily. "I didn't expect you to be so naive.
If I let them go, wouldn't that be digging my own grave?
It's better to have them contribute to the million-year soul ring."
"Humph, I knew it. My grandson's words don't count."
Wang Ming sighed and shook his head. Hearing the word grandson, Miao Hadong's eyes turned red with anger, glaring at Wang Ming as if he had stepped on a monkey's tail.
"What a sharp-tongued beast. I will make you wish you were dead."
Ouyang Shang said, "Just right, 3 red talent holders, it really is effortless.
Let's send them into the trial base for research."
Thus, Miao Hadong led them to the trial base.
Red talent holders? Wang Ming's mind raced, and he quickly understood that the research on soul rings was likely related to human talent.
He asked, "You've already researched the 100,000-year soul ring, but not the million-year soul ring. Does it require the talent of red talent holders?"
Ha ha ha. Ouyang Shang laughed. "Indeed, you're quite clever to analyze that."
"Yes, researching the million-year soul ring requires the talent of red prodigies, and just so happens, you 3 are all of that."
"There are very few red talent holders in the entire dragon country. Aren't you afraid of her finding out about your bold use of red talent holders for soul ring research?" Wang Ming said. "Humph, you think you're worthy to mention her?"
Miao Hadong scoffed coldly. "Don't flatter yourself, you should worry about yourself first." As he spoke, Miao Hadong waved his hand. Wang Ming felt the space before him begin to cave in, his vision blurred, a sharp pain struck his eardrums, and his mind felt a swelling pressure, as if it were about to explode. This was the power possessed by a soul sect master, teleportation. Although it was only short-distance teleportation, the combat power it brought in battle was terrifying. When his vision finally cleared, Wang Ming felt a dizzying sensation, and before him was darkness, filled with the burning greenish-blue flames of a cave, preventing it from being too dark. The cave was lined with various cages on both sides, each housing dozens of people. The people inside were pale and emaciated, exuding a lifeless aura. "Welcome to the experimental base," Miao Hadong introduced proudly. "Of course, you are precious red talent holders, and I will arrange individual rooms for you." Saying this, he led Wang Ming and the others to the innermost empty cage. At that moment, Shi Zhong'an, wearing a mask, walked out, looked at Wang Ming and the others, and smiled. "Old Miao's speed is impressive. In just half a day, he has captured 3 red prodigies." Miao Hadong said, "Don't underestimate them, especially this guy. He's the one who escaped from me last time." Shi Zhong'an stared at Wang Ming with great interest. "So it's you. Indeed, a heroic youth. This hero, now use your life to make a great contribution to the cause of human soul rings." "Ouyang Shang, can it be realized now?" "Everything is ready, we just lack the east wind." Shi Zhong'an smiled. "It's not easy to wait for someone to arrive. How can we wait any longer? Old Miao, bring him in, let's take him first. What if he runs away again?" Miao Hadong laughed. "All right, let's take him first." "Wait," Wang Ming said, "I'm about to die. Can I at least have a drink before the execution?" Miao Hadong chuckled. "Ha, even at this time you still want a drink? I'm really sorry, but I don't have any alcohol here." Wang Ming shook his head. "That's not acceptable. I don't want to die without a drink." Ha ha ha. Shi Zhong'an laughed heartily. "You are quite interesting. You're already meat on the chopping block, and you still think you have a choice?" Wang Ming smiled lightly. "What if I do?" Miao Hadong frowned, staring hard at Wang Ming. "Humph, I want to see what tricks you can still play." Wang Ming smiled.
I have plenty of tricks, just don't know if you can handle them." As he spoke, a crystal-clear snowflake floated out. This snowflake, seemingly ordinary, illuminated Wang Ming's smiling face. Miao Hadong had never seen such a snowflake. So when he saw Wang Ming take it out, his first reaction was to think that this guy must be out of his mind, threatening him with a snowflake. Just because he hadn't seen it didn't mean others hadn't. Ouyang Shang had seen it. So when he saw the snowflake, his eyes widened in shock, the fear evident without any disguise, because the intimidation it brought was deeply felt by him. "Hee, interesting, you think showing a broken snow." "Shut up." Ouyang Shang's voice carried a deep sense of helpless fear. Miao Hadong noticed something was off with Ouyang Shang. Something that could make this young master of a hidden family so afraid must be extraordinary, otherwise, Wang Ming wouldn't be so calm and confident. Lu Feifei naturally couldn't know what this object was, but seeing her Manga take out something that made Ouyang Shang so fearful, she felt a glimmer of hope and laughed. "Now you know, huh? Humph. I told you before, our young master is not to be trifled with. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and let us go, otherwise, you'll definitely find it hard to live and hard to die." Ha ha ha. Bai Yishan was meticulous in thought. When he saw the snowflake and the reactions of Ouyang Shang and the others, he realized something, and his gaze towards Wang Ming changed. No wonder Wang Ming could possess 900,000 year and 1 million year soul rings. He must be her illegitimate son. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, how could an unknown person from Linjiang have such terrifying soul rings? No wonder he dared to kill Xayan Changguang, the eldest son of one of the 5 great families in Kyoto, in front of everyone. It turns out his background is so powerful. He and Lu Feifei were completely climbing high by getting to know Wang Ming. "Ha!" Bai Yishan laughed loudly. "Now you know to be afraid, right? I tell you, my Minggu is her illegitimate son. If you dare to touch him, you're looking for death." Ouyang Shang, confused face. Wang Ming, confused face. Lu Feifei suddenly realized, right. I was wondering why my Minggu has a 900,000 year soul ring, dares to kill Xayan Changguang, and is unafraid of the 5 great families' sanctions, even daring to challenge the soul sect. It turns out he is her illegitimate son. This explains everything, this makes sense. My goodness. Minggu, you must have had a hard time hiding this from us. Why didn't you say it earlier? If you had, we wouldn't have been so scared. Ouyang Shang's gaze towards Wang Ming instantly changed, becoming clear. Miao Hadong looked at Wang Ming with disbelief. Shi Zhongman was completely bewildered. This news was indeed too explosive, so explosive that no one could accept it. Wang Ming was actually her illegitimate son. Wang Ming felt a wave of insecurity. Looking at the snowflake shimmering with a silvery light in front of him, he felt a pang of anxiety. He was definitely not her illegitimate son because, according to the original owner's memories, his parents had passed away shortly after he was born. With the hi-hats put on him by Bai Yishan and Lu Feifei, he felt a bit scared. Scared that she might slap him to death for the sake of her reputation. Brother Ming. This shot of Brother Ming came from Ouyang Shang, whose tone had turned warm and friendly. "It's a misunderstanding." "This is all a misunderstanding, old Miao. Quickly, let Brother Ming go." This. Miao Hadong hesitated. This sudden turn of events caught him off guard. How could he let go of someone he had finally captured just because of a small snowflake? If it turned out to be fake, wouldn't that be a great humiliation? Miao Hadong had already been humiliated by Wang Ming once and would not accept a second time. He said, "Young Master Ouyang, please do not be anxious. The authenticity of this item has yet to be determined. Moreover, I have heard that she has been alone all along, and there have been no rumors about her. How could such a significant illegitimate child suddenly appear? This child is about 20 years old. Calculating the time, she could not have had an illegitimate child 20 years ago." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Shang finally seemed to wake up from a dream and nodded, realizing he had been frightened by her reputation and misled by Lu Feifei and Bai Yishan's words. Looking at Wang Ming again, he felt anger and shame for his earlier fear and gritted his teeth, saying, "Ridiculous. You think you can use her to pressure me? You really have deep calculations. But unfortunately, I, Ouyang Shang, am not so easily fooled." "Is that so?" Wang Ming smirked. "Then do you think this item is fake? How about this? Let's each take a step back." As a master of the soul sect level, Miao Hadong could sense the terrifying energy contained in the snowflake, so he chose a stable approach. "I will let you go, but you must not reveal a word about what happened here." "How about that?" "Not good." Wang Ming shook his head with a smile. "You killed so many compatriots for your own selfish desires. Do you think it can just end like this?" Miao Hadong's eyes narrowed, coldly staring at Wang Ming. "Then what do you want?" "Don't go too far. She is indeed very strong, but it's still about 60 or 70 miles from here to the capital. Even if she comes, it will take some time, and that time is enough for me to kill you. At worst, we can perish together." Miao Hadong's words were not an exaggeration. Although she was strong, she was not present. With Miao Hadong's soul sect level strength, he was confident he could kill them in an instant. Wang Ming thought for a moment, realizing that his abilities were not enough to threaten Miao Hadong, and said, "Fine, you let us go, and I don't want to invite her out, so please have my grandson let me go." The fire in Miao Hadong's eyes flickered, his jaw clenched. The more he looked, the angrier he became. In the end, with a wave of his hand, he directly used spatial teleportation to throw Wang Ming, Lu Feifei, and Baishan far away, wishing he could throw them to their deaths. "This beast, I really want to kill him." Miao Hadong gritted his teeth and said. Yang Sheng frowned, slowly pondering, "Old Miao, old Shi, what do you think the possibility is that this brother Ming is her illegitimate son?" Shi Zhongyan shook his head. "Absolutely no more than 50%, even less than 30%. From what I know of her, she would never have an illegitimate child. She is like an iceberg, a tough tree. How could she love someone else?" Miao Hadong said, "I don't know her well, but I believe he is definitely not her illegitimate son." Yang Sheng nodded slightly, thinking for a moment, "No matter how much certainty we have, we must investigate thoroughly. This person knows too much about what happened here. We must kill him." "How can we kill him when he has this snowflake in his hand?" Professor Shi Zhongyan said, "There will always be a way. By the way, who were those two people just now?" Yang Sheng thought for a moment. "These matters should be handled by the locals. Let's ask the Xin family to investigate thoroughly. We need to treat the symptoms." Immediately, Miao Hadong used his teleportation ability to take Yang Sheng directly to the Xin family to investigate the matter. Those two are Lu Feifei and Baishan. After hearing their description, Xin Jitian immediately stood up, his expression excited as he said, "The Manga they mentioned must be the globally wanted criminal Wang Ming. Humph, he really isn't dead. Is it Wang Ming?" Yang Sheng frowned. "It must be him. He took that precious egg and disappeared. I didn't expect he has returned," Xin Jitian said excitedly. As night fell, Wang Ming slowly opened his eyes. After Miao Hadong threw them out of the trial base, Wang Ming first let Lu Feifei and Baishan go back while he continued to lurk around the outskirts of Bailiang Mountain, waiting for the right moment. The first reason was that his energy value was almost full, and the second was that he wanted to go in and save someone. As long as that soul master level guy left, he would have a way to sneak into the innermost part of the trial base. Phew! When he saw that his million energy value finally saw the light of victory, Wang Ming felt a surge of excitement. He was finally about to step into the ranks of Soul Pill Masters. Checking the time, it was 11:03 p.m. The night was particularly dark, the sky overcast as if it were about to rain, and the air was somewhat humid. But for Wang Ming, tonight's night was just right. "Not bad, it's a good night for murder." A cold smile appeared on Wang Ming's face, and then he transformed into countless playing cards, drifting towards the depths of the trial base. He successfully entered Wanma Mountain. Wang Ming flew close to the ground, moving with the slightest of movements, and finally made it to the depths of Wanma Mountain, arriving at the cave entrance he had visited for the third time. The first time was when Tuasen invited him in. There was no one guarding the cave entrance, and Wang Ming cautiously entered. Countless playing cards gathered to form Wang Ming's figure. With a thought, the 1,000-blade knife appeared in his hand, and he donned his scale armor, carefully entering inside. Fortunately, Yang Sheng and Miao Hadong were not there, but Professor Shi Zhongyan was inside, deeply engrossed in his research. There was no one guarding the door because there were 4 Soul Emperor-level experts around Wanma Mountain, making it very safe inside. However, Wang Hu and others were inside. Professor Shi Zhongyan was a simple professor, with strength only at the Soul Master level, but Wang Hu and others were more troublesome. Wang Ming was confident he could kill them, but as soon as he made a move, it would definitely attract the attention of the Soul Emperors outside. Facing Soul Emperor-level experts, Wang Ming did not dare to confront them with his limited strength. Fortunately, he had a disguise patch. After changing into Yang Sheng's face, Wang Ming boldly walked in. Wang Hu and the others were startled at first when they heard the sound, but upon seeing this face, they immediately relaxed and continued to guard their posts. Professor Shi Zhongyan sat in a chair, wearing high myopia glasses, deeply focused on his research, completely unaware of Wang Ming's entrance. Wang Ming quietly observed. This Professor Shi Zhongyan was indeed a talent. He had a very high achievement in biological research and had dedicated his life to biology. Disguised as Yang Sheng, Wang Ming took an interest in the cave, quietly throwing the 1,000-blade fragments at the feet of the other two, then returned behind Wang Hu inside. Wang Hu stood firm, like a nail, right there. Indeed, a good bodyguard. Clap. Wang Ming patted his shoulder. "Young master." Wang Hu immediately bowed in respect. "How many years have you followed Yang Sheng?" Wang Ming asked. 12. Before he could finish his instinctive words, he suddenly looked up at the familiar face in front of him, carefully discerning.
only to realize that the person before him was a fake. In that instant, he was stunned in shock. But Wang Ming did not give him a chance to react. The moment he came to his senses, the 1,000 blades ruthlessly pierced through his throat. Wang Hu stared intently at Wang Ming, his hands still trying to grab him, but life was quickly slipping away, until his body softened and he collapsed to the ground. The other two also died without any reaction at the same time. After killing Wang Hu, Wang Ming finally felt relieved and slowly walked behind Shi Zhongnan. Seeing his head full of silver hair, he thought for a moment and delivered a heavy knife hand to the back of his head, causing Shi Zhongnan to let out an ugh and faint. Wang Ming did not kill him, feeling that this person was still quite useful, and it would be a pity to kill him. After doing all this, Wang Ming continued deeper into the cave, wanting to see what the demon fetus hidden in the Wanma mountain for 100 years was really like. After walking a few hundred meters into the cave, he arrived at the place where Tuasin used to live. The iron chains that had once bound Tuasin had disappeared, and with the departure of Tuasin's massive body, the entire cave space appeared very spacious, almost the size of a football field, highlighting the enormity of Tuasin's form. Soon, Wang Ming found the demon platform that Tuasin had mentioned in this area. This was a proper demon platform. It looked like a round grinding disc, tall and heavy, with waves of demonic power slowly flowing out from the platform, permeating the air, the greenish light illuminating the demonic lines clearly. Wang Ming examined it carefully. He found that there were no signs of any life being nurtured within this demon fetus. This inevitably raised questions. Could it be that the demon platform and the demon fetus are completely different things? After Wang Ming's careful inspection confirmed that there was no life being nurtured within this demon fetus, at that moment, the Taomo beast in the soul ring began to show signs of agitation. Wang Ming was taken aback. It suddenly dawned on him. When he was in the land of demonic energy, encountering so many demon fetuses and such dense demonic energy, the Taomo beast had shown no signs of agitation at all, not even moving. Wang Ming had forgotten about the Taomo beast due to the dangers of entering an unfamiliar place. Now that he thought about it, it felt strange. Why would the demon fetus here cause the Taomo beast to react, while the demon fetuses in the land of demonic energy did not? With this question in mind, he released the Taomo beast. Meow! The Taomo beast, upon landing, was very cautious, standing in front of Wang Ming and gently sniffing the ground with its little nose. Suddenly, it caught a whiff of something, excitedly lifting its head and looking towards the demon platform. Wang Ming was very curious and said, "Do whatever you want, it's very safe here." Meow! The Taomo beast responded to Wang Ming and then excitedly ran towards the demon platform. Upon reaching the side of the platform, it first circled around the grinding disc-sized demon platform, carefully sniffing it with its nose. Then it extended its tongue and boldly licked the platform, looking utterly delighted, as if it had tasted a delicacy from the human world. Interesting. Wang Ming found it very intriguing. The reason he had accepted the Taomo beast was that its name was quite interesting. Tao means to devour, to swallow, and Mo refers to demonic energy, so Taomo means to devour demonic energy. Because of this name, Wang Ming had kept the Taomo beast, not expecting it to actually be able to consume demonic energy. He had seen it before on the outskirts of Wanma Mountain, but that was just a minor skirmish. This time, he wanted to see how the Taomo beast truly devoured demonic energy. Inside the cave, the Taomo beast lowered its head, gently sniffing the demon platform, like a hungry person greedily inhaling the aroma of food wafting from a restaurant. Wang Ming watched the Taomo beast closely. Previously, he had seen the gluttonous beast increase its power by consuming demonic energy, but he had never fought alongside it and did not know its combat strength or how it devoured the demon platform. Meow! The gluttonous beast continued to lick the demon platform. No way, is it really going to lick the demon platform clean? Wang Ming frowned slightly, watching the gluttonous beast seriously. Just then, the entire body of the gluttonous beast trembled, its fur standing up like silver needles, a powerful demonic force swirling within it, its body swelling like an inflated balloon. Under Wang Ming's gaze, the gluttonous beast's body rapidly grew larger, and in just a moment, it had transformed into a creature as mighty as a tiger, its body enormous, limbs strong, and its claws large and thick, looking imposing overall. If it weren't for the meow-meow sounds coming from its mouth, Wang Ming would have thought it had turned into a tiger. Wang Ming did not expect it to have such a magical ability. Meow! The enlarged gluttonous beast slowly turned 2 steps towards the demon platform, letting out a sound that was no longer a pure meow but a deep and powerful roar. Just as Wang Ming was curious about how it would absorb the demon platform, the next move of the gluttonous beast surprised him. The gluttonous beast opened its mouth wide, and a powerful suction force came like a gale, pulling the demon platform, which was the size of a grinding stone, directly into its mouth. Wang Ming, so fierce? He had thought the gluttonous beast would absorb it or use some other method, but he never expected it to swallow it whole. The material of the demon platform was similar to the rocks on Blue Star, incredibly hard. Even a stone crusher would find it difficult to grind such a hard grinding stone, let alone the stomach of a demon or soul beast.
Wang Ming stared in astonishment. After the gluttonous beast devoured the demon platform, it licked its lips, looking unsatisfied, as if it hadn't eaten enough. Wow, is it really that fierce?
Wang Ming walked over, looked up at the giant gluttonous beast that stood 2 to 3 meters tall, came to its belly, and patted its furry stomach.
Little glutton, are you sure you can digest such a hard thing? Meow.
The gluttonous beast, satisfied, licked its lips, shook its head, and its body trembled, quickly shrinking as if it were deflating, until it returned to its original size, and the grinding stone in its belly seemed to shrink along with it.
Interesting, interesting.
Wang Ming laughed as he squatted down and patted the gluttonous beast's head. After devouring the demon platform, the gluttonous beast would likely have a digestion period, and once it digested the demon platform, its strength would surely undergo a qualitative leap.
He wondered what kind of changes little glutton would undergo after absorbing the demon platform.
Not daring to stay here any longer, Wang Ming first went to the experimental site of Shizhongan, searched around, and took away 5 soul rings that had been researched for over 100,000 years. As for how many years they were, he didn't care. After all, they were harmful things that had been researched, so he took them all and destroyed the equipment there.
Outside were the imprisoned people.
These individuals looked lifeless, having gone through several experiments, and all of them seemed to have a sense of mental instability.
Alas, poor these people, even if they are released, it will be hard for them to recover.
Wang Ming sighed, opened the cage, and all the people trembled in fear at the sound of the cage door opening, their eyes wide with terror as they stared at Wang Ming.
You are free,
Wang Ming said. If you want to live, leave immediately. As for whether you can return to normal, that depends on your fate.
Some cautiously stepped out.
Once they confirmed there was no danger, they dashed out desperately, and seeing this, the others immediately followed suit. But they all had one thing in common: they had completely lost their soul power. In this era of universal soul masters, these people had forcibly had their soul power talents taken away by some terrifying force, losing the conditions to absorb soul rings.
Who dares to cause trouble here?
The released person immediately caught the attention of the Soul Emperor outside, and a powerful voice came from afar.
Wang Ming had anticipated this. The moment the voice appeared, he infused his soul power into the Thunder Soul Bone, and with a crackle, he quickly appeared outside the cave, shouting, "It's your grandpa."
After shouting, he immediately accelerated and fled towards the outskirts of the trial base.
For Soul Emperor level experts immediately chased after Wang Ming.
Although the speed of the Soul Emperor was not as fast as that of the Soul Sect, it was still beyond the reach of a great soul master like Wang Ming.
In just a few breaths, they caught up.
During the rapid chase, Wang Ming dodged out of the trial base and flew eastward, while the 4 Soul Emperors relentlessly pursued him, the distance between them closing rapidly. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Wang Ming stopped fleeing, instead putting his hands in his pockets and smirking, waiting for the pursuers to arrive.
What a reckless junior!
A middle-aged man who had caught up sneered when he saw Wang Ming stop fleeing. A mere great soul master thinks he can escape from us?
Think so? Wang Ming replied disdainfully. If I were to escape, wouldn't that be a slap in your face?
Ha! The man laughed. I want to see just how capable a mere 29th level Great Soul Master is at escaping from me.
Just because I don't have it, doesn't mean others don't.
Wang Ming chuckled lightly and then shouted, 2 seniors, please step forward.
Fellow soul friends.
As Wang Ming's voice fell, a voice echoed from afar, I hope you fellow soul friends will show mercy. 2 figures appeared before everyone. They were 2 of the 3 Soul Emperors Wang Ming had invited, 65th level Soul Emperor Cheng Gang and 67th level Soul Emperor Song Dijuan.
Wang Ming's current identity was the grandson of a master.
2. This person we 4 must kill. It would be wise for you to leave early. The middle-aged man frowned, his gaze warily fixed on the 2 Soul Emperor level experts. Ha! Song Dijuan laughed. I'm really sorry, but this young friend cannot be touched by you, and you cannot afford to touch him. I hope you won't make things difficult for me.
Humph, you think you can dismiss us with just your words?
The middle-aged man snorted coldly, slowly raising his hand, and a massive soul beast appeared behind him.
Cheng Gang also sneered. It seems you fellow soul friends are not giving us face. In that case, let's see your skills. Wang Ming said to Cheng Gang and Song Dijuan, I'll trouble you too. After saying that, Wang Ming quickly left. Junior, don't run.
Seeing Wang Ming about to leave, the others immediately took action. Cheng Gang waved his hand, taking out his soul weapon. Everyone, your opponents are us.
Meanwhile, inside the Xin family villa,
Xin Jingjai and Xin Jitian's faces immediately darkened upon hearing the news of Wang Ming's return. This was a great enemy of their Xin family, and a formidable one at that.
If this person was not eliminated soon, their Xin family would face a catastrophic disaster.
They had previously thought Wang Ming had died outside, but unexpectedly, he returned unscathed. It was better that he returned, so they wouldn't be suspicious. Now they could concentrate their efforts on eliminating Wang Ming. No matter how powerful he was, could he defeat a soul sect level expert? The answer was certainly yes. But let's not forget, Wang Ming had a gold medal, which was her snowflake. As long as he faced a life and death crisis, as long as he took out this snowflake, no one would dare to act rashly. This was her deterrent power. They had to silently and swiftly kill Wang Ming without giving him any chance to react. Fortunately, Wang Ming was just a small 29th level Great Soul Master. Even if his strength temporarily rose to the Soul Dan realm, or even to the Soul King level, a Soul Emperor level expert could instantly kill him, of course, under the condition of a sneak attack. This person must die.
Xin Zhengzai's tone was firm. He is the greatest enemy of our Xin family right now.
I must kill him. He cannot be allowed to live any longer.
Xin Jitian said, Young Master Ouyang, where is this person now?
Miao Hadong shook his head with a bitter smile. Where else could he be?
Naturally, he has gone home.
He has her treasure in his hands. How dare we act against him?
This thing is more intimidating than an ancient imperial edict. How could we not comply?
Ouyang Shang said, Our purpose in coming here is to thoroughly investigate this Wang Ming, to see what his background is, and whether he could possibly be her illegitimate child.
Whose illegitimate child? Xin Zhengzai felt his mind was a bit overwhelmed. Her, who else could it be? Who else's illegitimate child could make the Ouyang family feel fear? Ouyang Shang slammed the table.
The her you're talking about is her.
Xin Jitian's eyes widened. How is this possible? Xin Zhengzai was stunned.
Ouyang Shang repeated what Lu Feifei and Bai Shan had said. Think about it. Wang Ming was just born. His parents first offered sacrifices to the heavens. He had no brothers by his side, relying solely on himself. Isn't this the perfect setup for a male protagonist in a novel? The first soul ring is 900,000 years, and he dares to kill your Xin Shangguang as soon as he arrives in Kyoto, disrupts the trial base, causes a ruckus in the court, and holds her treasure in his hands.
Isn't this enough to show that his relationship with Wang Ming is not shallow? Damn, that makes sense. Xin Jitian slapped his forehead and said, Now that you mention it, it really does make sense.
Big brother, could this kid really be her illegitimate child?
Nonsense. Xin Zhengzai shot Xin Jitian a glare. Don't you think about who she is? Where would an illegitimate child come from?
He then looked at Ouyang Shang and Miao Hadong and said, Wang Ming absolutely cannot be her illegitimate child. From what I know, she is a person who dares to take responsibility. If she really had an illegitimate child, she would never hide it. Moreover, she is very domineering in her actions and doesn't need to explain herself to anyone, so I can assure you, Wang Ming is definitely not her illegitimate child.
Hearing Xin Zhengzai's analysis, everyone nodded. A person who could destroy a hidden family back then would never give anyone an explanation.
If he were truly her child, he would not be so obscure, with not even a whisper of news about him. As long as that's the case, Ouyang Shang said with a smile, as long as that's the case, we absolutely cannot let him live. But he has her treasure in his hands, so he cannot act in Kyoto.
Miao Hadong nodded. It's best to lure him to another place, find 3 soul-level experts to lock down the space.
Even if he has her treasure, it won't help her.
Xin Jitian said, Wang Ming is from Linjiang. It's best to lure him back to Linjiang.
We've investigated before. He is an orphan, having grown up in a garbage dump, with no friends or family.
If we had to say there are connections, there are probably only 2 people. One is Enrushui.
Of course, Enrushui would absolutely not dare to act, otherwise, the Olden family would fight us to the death. The other is his teacher, Ningxue.
Wang Ming has been alone since childhood. If he receives help from Ningxue, he would definitely be grateful to her.
If Ningxue is in danger, Wang Ming would surely return from afar to rescue her, and we would have the opportunity to completely kill Wang Ming.
Xin Zhengzai added. Good, then let's target Ningxue, Ouyang Shang said.
I count as one soul-level expert, but we can't leave the trial base without someone to watch over it. I might not be able to escape.
Miao Hadong said. This is simple. For soul-level experts, I will find a way. As long as we can kill Wang Ming, we are willing to pay any price. Xin Zhengzai said.
Also, Wang Ming must have things he obtained in the land of demonic nature. Those things must belong to our Xin family.
Xin Jitian added. Good.
Ouyang Shang agreed without hesitation. He felt that the treasure in Wang Ming's hands was indeed precious, but compared to the allure of the million-year soul ring, the latter was far more tempting.
All right, young Master Ouyang, Xin Jingzai said with a smile, the people you want, Tian has already prepared them. We can act in a few days, there are 5 of them.
Good. Upon hearing that there were candidates, Ouyang Shang's eyes sparkled. "I must thank you both, uncles." His main task this time was to complete the research on the million-year soul ring and bring it back. As long as he had a red demon talent user, it would expedite the research process, allowing him to study the million-year soul ring sooner and return home to report. "It's just a small effort." Xian Jingjai smiled and said, "This, young Master Ouyang, after the million-year soul ring is researched, you see, our Xian family." Uncle Xian, you can rest assured. As long as the research is completed, I will first report to the family, and then, when the second batch of soul rings comes out, they will be delivered to you first," Ouyang Shang said with a smile. Good. Xian Jingjai repeatedly said good words in delight. After Ouyang Shang left, Xian Jingjai immediately began to contact people, starting to arrange a tense and meticulous plan targeting Wang Ming. The most crucial part was the 3 soul master level experts. These 3 must not be from the Xian family to avoid any errors that could lead to trouble. After all, Wang Ming had her things, and he could not let Wang Ming die openly at the hands of the Xian family. As long as there was no evidence, even if she had great suspicions, she could only suspect. Meanwhile, Wang Ming had already left the battlefield and was hiding in a cave far from the trial base on by Liang Mountain, a naturally formed large cave. Inside the cave was a small lake, and surprisingly, there were fish in it. Wang Ming planned to absorb his 3rd soul ring in this cave. He first sent messages to Enrushui, Lu Xiaoyao, and Zhang Tianjing, letting them know not to worry about him, as he didn't know how long it would take to absorb the soul ring. After choosing a good spot, he went out to hunt a demon and had a hearty meal. Then he took out all the demon spirit seeds and demon cores, which shone brightly in the cave, reflecting beautifully with the nearby lake. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming sat cross-legged and began the final sprint as a level 29 Great Soul Master. Host, Wang Ming, current cultivation, level 29 Great Soul Master, 1000000/100000000. Soul Rings, first Soul Ring 1 million years, currently bearable years, second Soul Ring 5 million years, currently bearable years. Soul Skills, first Soul Skill Ancient Finger, second Soul Skill Ancient Divine Palm, Soul Essence Value, 78290000, Detection Range, 5 kilometers, Soul Weapon Enhancement Crystal, +5, Soul Beast Evolution Crystal, +5, Teleportation, +2, Billion Year Soul Ring Crystal, +1, Soul Weapons, 1000 Blades, Spade A, Demon Platform Staff. Soul Beasts, Iron Eating Ant Queen, Gluttonous Demon Beast. A series of system information floated on the light panel, and what excited him the most was that string of zeros. After a night of cultivation, he finally filled that terrifying bottomless pit. But he did not rush to absorb the soul ring. Instead, he took out the soul rings he had obtained from Wanma Mountain earlier. The soul rings were placed in a jade box. It was unclear what material this jade box was made of, but it fit perfectly, ensuring the soul rings could be preserved for a long time. Opening the soul ring, a deep red light illuminated Wang Ming's eyes. Inside were 7 soul rings neatly arranged, with ages ranging from 300,000 years to 900,000 years. No wonder Miao Linpu could obtain 200,000-year soul rings at such a young age. His grandfather Miao Hedong has so many soul rings, naturally he would. Wait! Wang Ming suddenly thought of something, his eyes showing a look of shock. The soul rings had only begun to be researched in the past 6 months. But Miao Linpu was around 20 years old, which means that before he researched the 100,000-year soul ring, he had already absorbed other soul rings. However, on the night of the battle, all of Miao Linpu's soul rings were over 100,000 years old. Is that possible? Do they have a way to change the years of the soul rings they have already absorbed? That would be too outrageous. Thinking this, Wang Ming suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If that were the case, this world would surely go crazy because of it. No! Wang Ming shook his head, dismissing his own speculation. If there really were such technology, Miao Hedong would have used it on himself long ago. How could it possibly be Miao Linpu's turn? There must be a problem here. Unable to figure it out for the time being, he decided to set it aside, knowing that the truth would eventually come to light. Let's absorb the soul ring first. Wang Ming put away the jade box. These soul rings can be used by Shui and the others, letting this group of villains end up with nothing. With a thought, a white light flew out from the soul ring, revealing a 30-year soul ring. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his mind, aiming to reach his optimal state. The white soul ring spun before him, and a crystal-clear light floated out from Wang Ming's brow, slowly descending into the center of the white soul ring. The billion-year soul ring crystal. As the crystal made contact with the white soul ring, it immediately released a massive amount of soul power that cascaded down like a waterfall. The flowing soul power touched the white soul ring, quickly drilling into it, causing the white soul ring to begin to tremble slightly, emitting a buzzing sound. At the same time, Wang Ming naturally closed his eyes and began to absorb the soul ring. The immense power of the soul ring flowed through his body like a warm current, as if he were in a sauna. After experiencing the absorption of soul rings twice before, Wang Ming was very familiar with the changes that followed. As the power of the soul ring flowed into his body, that familiar feeling returned, and the sensation of weightlessness no longer surprised him. His consciousness traversed Blue Star and continued into the vast, endless starry sky that he was familiar with. A very familiar scene. Wang Ming had been crushed here twice before. This would be the third time. He looked out at the vast universe, where the colorful points of light remained clear, just as they appeared on Blue Star, the only difference being the pure blackness that made one feel truly immersed. It was a terrifying sense of loneliness. Aside from a few massive planets, there was nothing around, only black, pure black. The first time he felt fear, he did not have that feeling the second time when he was curious about the giant. This was the third time, and he felt neither panic nor strong curiosity, allowing him to observe this universe. Endless. At that moment, the familiar, gigantic figure slowly emerged at the edge of the vast universe as if summoned. This time, Wang Ming clearly felt the distance between them, which was extremely, extremely far. You have come. Judging by its rich, magnetic voice, it should be male, but he could still only see a rough outline, not the specifics. Can you tell me who you are now? Wang Ming tried to ask, hoping for an answer. Because Su Lingyun had mentioned that it might not necessarily be bestowing upon you, it could also be using you. Wang Ming did not like the feeling of being used, nor did he enjoy doing things he had no confidence in. But in the face of it, he seemed to have no choice. The only way to resist was to simply not absorb the billion-year soul ring crystal. As long as he did not absorb it, he would not see it. Correspondingly, his own strength would also be greatly diminished. No, yes, its voice echoed in the distant universe, resonating across vast distances. What Wang Ming heard was the omnipresent response of this universe. Wang Ming's heart tightened. He didn't expect that he would actually respond. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he asked, "Why?" His voice echoed in the universe. No, yes. The answer was still the simple repetition of 3 words, the voice resonating in the vast, boundless universe. Alright, then come on. What is my third soul skill? Seeing no other response, Wang Ming could only give up. As his words fell, at the far end of the universe, a figure slowly moved. Its form quickly rose, but in Wang Ming's eyes, it seemed as if the place he was in was rapidly descending. A few seconds passed. Wang Ming appeared beneath its feet. Looking up, its visage was so high that it seemed to touch the very top of the universe. He tilted his neck to 90 degrees, yet could not see its full appearance. How enormous must it be? Wang Ming marveled in his heart. Could it be the god of this universe? Otherwise, it wouldn't appear so freely in this realm. Could it be the deity that Tuasen spoke of? Under Wang Ming's gaze, it slowly lifted its foot and stepped down towards him. At the moment it raised its foot, Wang Ming felt as if the entire sky of the universe was being covered by something, and then, a pressure suddenly descended from above, suppressing this universe with a force. Wang Ming felt that the world he was in was like a balloon, and its foot was stepping on the balloon. He stood inside the balloon. The compressed space was rapidly shrinking, the density decreasing quickly, and Wang Ming felt a wave of suffocation, struggling to breathe. Is this my third soul skill? Feeling the terror of that foot, Wang Ming secretly rejoiced. Although he didn't know the level of its existence or its purpose, it was undoubtedly very beneficial for him at the moment. That foot came crashing down. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering filled his ears as Wang Ming stood straight, feeling the power of that foot descending. Its voice echoed in his mind, ancient desolation, heaven treader. Linjiang City. The current Linjiang City was made by Wang Ming and also lost by him. When Wang Ming entered the capital academy with excellent results, his appearance greatly elevated the fame of Linjiang City, making it a hot topic online and boosting economic development. The Dragon Kingdom also valued local rewards, and with the national support and the fame brought by Wang Ming, Linjiang's economy rapidly improved. Later, Wang Ming received the title of Rookie King in the capital. Linjiang's fame soared even higher. Following that, Wang Ming's popularity remained high, and Linjiang capitalized on his fame, attracting more investors to vigorously develop the local economy. Linjiang High School regarded Wang Ming as a role model and even erected a statue of him. When Linjiang people mentioned Wang Ming, the first sentence was always about how great Wang Ming was. It was filled with pride. However, after Wang Ming went missing in the land of demons and was listed as a global A-level wanted criminal, Linjiang's popularity plummeted to freezing point, and no one mentioned Wang Ming's name anymore. Linjiang High School quietly covered up the statue but did not destroy it, because the principal of Linjiang High School believed that no matter what Wang Ming had done outside, there was no doubt that in the entire history of Linjiang's education, Wang Ming's existence was undoubtedly the most outstanding in all of Linjiang.
Linjiang High School. In the teacher's office.
Ning Yingxue rested her chin on her hand, holding her phone with the other, gazing out the window.
She was truly happy to receive news of Wang Ming's safety.
With her understanding of Wang Ming, she believed he was definitely not as the report said. There must be unspeakable reasons behind it.
I wonder how he is doing now,
Ning Yingxue murmured to herself.
Meanwhile,
outside the gate of Linjiang High School, a car slowly came to a stop at the entrance. A middle-aged man got out and walked up to the school gate, carefully examining the somewhat old-fashioned entrance.
Doubts crept into his mind.
How could such a school produce someone like Wang Ming?
Are you here to find someone?
Just as he was about to enter, a voice came from the side.
He turned to see a young man and asked, "Yes, I'm looking for someone. Are you a student of this school?" "I used to be, but I graduated. I just happened to come back to take a look." The newcomer was none other than Li Yolu, who had just returned from a second-rate university.
"Oh, that's perfect.
I want to ask you about someone."
"Who?
Do you know Wang Ming?"
"Of course, he's a graduate from my class."
"Really? That's great. We want to learn more about him. Can you tell us everything you know?"
"Why should I tell you?"
Li Yolu was afraid of revealing anything that might benefit Wang Ming.
He still held a grudge about the past, and he had been delighted for a long time upon hearing that Wang Ming had become a global wanted criminal.
Why would he let him turn things around? Well, you see, Wang Ming is currently a wanted criminal.
Only by thoroughly understanding him can we revoke this wanted status. You know, this wanted status has a huge impact on Linjiang City. The man knew that the people of Linjiang City would protect Wang Ming, so he used this approach, confident that he would receive a warm reception from them. Whether he gets his wanted status revoked has nothing to do with me.
If you want to find Wang Ming, go ahead, but he definitely isn't here, Li Yolu said, rolling his eyes and preparing to walk inside. The man was momentarily taken aback.
"Hey,
this isn't how it's supposed to go."
However, from the tone of the person, it seemed there was some animosity towards Wang Ming.
"Wait."
The man quickly stepped forward. "Actually, our purpose isn't to revoke Wang Ming's wanted status, but we have a mission. Wang Ming has committed a serious crime this time. We heard he has secretly returned to Kyoto, and we are specifically investigating his past to lure him back to Linjiang and arrest him."
"Really?" Upon hearing this, Li Yolu immediately perked up. "Absolutely true."
The man was also surprised, not expecting the other party to light up at this news.
It seemed there was a deep-seated hatred towards Wang Ming.
"If you want to arrest Wang Ming, I can help, but you absolutely cannot arrest him within Linjiang City," Li Yolu said, "because the entire Linjiang City would never agree to that. It would be best to lure him to the outskirts."
"How do we lure him?" The man pressed.
"That's simple. Just capture Ning Yingxue, and oh, you might not know," Li Yolu explained. "Wang Ming grew up in a garbage dump, without parents. Only our teacher, Ning Yingxue, treated him like a human.
Wang Ming was able to survive and get into a prestigious school in Kyoto largely thanks to Ning Yingxue."
"I see." The man became more certain about this operation.
"I have a question about Wang Ming. Was he always very strong?"
"I mean in terms of soul skills and soul power," the man asked.
"How would I know?
We weren't even soul practitioners before we graduated, but he was indeed very smart. He always ranked at the top in theoretical studies, but then things got strange."
"What do you mean strange?"
"His soul weapon was strange from the start. I saw it with my own eyes. I absolutely saw it."
Wang Ming clearly contracted a trash soul weapon, one that was utterly worthless, and guess what?
During the exam, that trash soul weapon actually turned into a royal grade soul weapon.
"Isn't that strange?"
The man frowned slightly. "It was indeed a bit strange. I'm not just talking nonsense, because this is what I saw with my own eyes," Li Yolu said. "Also, during the exam, he faced a first-level demon and immediately used a killing move, taking it down in one hit.
You have to know, at that time, we weren't even soul practitioners. In that case, Wang Ming is indeed quite remarkable." The man nodded slightly.
But deep down, he calculated that Wang Ming's incredible strength must have come from some extraordinary treasure. After capturing Wang Ming, he must obtain this treasure. By the way, Wang Ming's first soul ring is 900,000 years old. You know that, right?
"I know, and that's even more astonishing. He's just a poor kid who can't even afford a 30-year soul ring.
How could he possibly have a 900,000-year soul ring?
It's simply unbelievable, you know?"
"All right,
I understand. Can you take me to Ning Yingshue's office?" the man asked.
"Sure," Li Yolu nodded, then proposed a condition. "But I have one condition."
"You say, after you kill Wang Ming, can I get 1/3 of the treasures on him? I'm not asking for much, right?"
The man secretly chuckled. The kid in front of him was only a level 23 Great Soul Master, yet he dared to make such a bold request. Wang Ming, who possessed great treasures, would never give him 1/3. But he nodded, "That's for sure, you will take the lead." "That's more like it." Li Yolu happily nodded. "Let's go, I'll take you to find Ningxue." More than a month later, a black streak of light dashed past the peak of Bailiang Mountain, disappearing without a trace in just a few breaths. Facing the wind, Wang Ming felt elated. After a month of cultivation, his strength finally reached the Soul Dan realm, and the age of his third soul ring had reached a terrifying 8 million years, pushing his power directly to level 39 Soul Dan. The required energy value had correspondingly doubled to 20 million. This value is truly terrifying. Last time, because of the merging of the Lust Demon's power within me, I completed half of the energy value, which shortened the time. This time, with 20 million, how long will it take to cultivate? Thinking of this, Wang Ming instantly stopped smiling. The demon core and magic spirit seeds in his hand were almost depleted. It was a brand new beginning. His head ached. Of course, the terrifying energy value requirement brought about equally terrifying strength. With his current Soul Dan realm power, even facing a Soul Emperor level expert, he had enough strength to fight back. He even felt that with his current abundant soul power, he could probably outmatch half of the Soul Emperors. After all, over 10 million soul power values are not something ordinary people can achieve. He was an exception. Putting that aside, with my current strength, while I may not be able to walk sideways, I can at least face Soul Emperor level experts with composure. Wang Ming thought to himself. Not only that, his soul beast, the iron-eating Ant Queen, had also grown with his strength, becoming an epic bloodline soul beast of the Beast Dan body, and the combat power of the iron-eating worker ant had also risen to adulthood, with combined combat power approaching that of a Beast King body. It seems the future development of the iron-eating ant still has great potential. Wang Ming nodded in satisfaction. The advancement of the gluttonous demon beast, however, was somewhat different. Perhaps it was due to the demon in its name. The gluttonous demon beast did not advance alongside Wang Ming's strength. After devouring the demon platform in the 10,000 Demon Mountain, it fell into a deep sleep within the soul ring, as if entering hibernation. Wang Ming didn't know what this meant, but he felt that if the gluttonous demon beast could absorb the demon platform, its strength would surely undergo a qualitative leap. Beep beep. As soon as he arrived in the suburbs of Kyoto, his phone buzzed incessantly. Previously, the signal was poor on by Liang Mountain, and he had been unable to receive any messages. He quickly took out his phone to check, and saw that Enrushui, Lu Xiaoyao, Baishan, and others had sent numerous messages and made many missed calls. Could something have happened? Seeing so many missed calls, Wang Ming's heart sank slightly, and he immediately dialed Enrushui's number. But no one answered. He tried calling Baishan's number, but still no answer. What's going on? He quickly opened the messages, which were a series of voice notes from Enrushui. Minggu, where are you? Teacher Ning is in danger. Someone has taken her hostage and demands that you arrive within 20 days. If you are even 1 day late, they will harm Teacher Ning. Minggu, I can't wait for your reply. I have to go to Linjiang first. As soon as you see this message, come to Linjiang immediately. The other party is clearly targeting you. Minggu, I'm bringing several experts from my family with me. You must be careful when you come, don't let them set you up. Then came a message from 3 days ago from Enrushui. Minggu, this is their trap. Ah! The voice cut off abruptly, followed by what was clearly Enrushui's scream of pain. Next were messages from Lu Xiaoyao and Baishan. Lu Xiaoyao, Zhang Tianjing, Baishan, and Lu Feifei were all heading to Linjiang with Enrushui, and Baishan bluntly said, Minggu, the other side has soul-level experts, you must not come to Linjiang. Wang Ming's heart sank. Ding! At that moment, Lu Feifei sent a message, but it was clear that this message was not sent by her. Someone was using Lu Feifei's phone. It was a video. The first thing visible in the video was Lu Feifei, tightly bound and blindfolded. Wang Ming's heart tightened as he clicked on the video. Wang Ming, ha 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 ha, I don't know where you're hiding, but your friends are all in my hands. As he spoke, the camera panned over Lu Feifei, Baishan, and Ning Yingxue, while Zhang Tianjing, and Rushui, and Lu Xiaoyao were not in the video. I'll give you 3 more days. If you don't come by then, I'll break one of their arms every day. Ha ha ha. The person in the video was masked, and the voice was distorted, making it impossible to see who it was. Wang Ming's face turned as cold as frost. This time, they had truly touched his reverse scale. The absence of Enrushui, Zhang Tianjing, and Lu Xiaoyao in the video did not mean they were not captured. Rather, their identities were too special. If they appeared in the video, Wang Ming could directly take it to the 3 major families. If he involved the 3 major families, no matter who the other party was, as long as they were within Longwa, no one could protect them except for her. Even if it was a hidden family, it would still cause significant harm. The 5 major families of Kyoto were not to be trifled with. Without thinking, Wang Ming knew this was definitely due to his investigation into their research on soul rings, which was likely related to the strength of the hidden family. Wang Ming pondered for a moment and called He Zhanggang. Master, has Guan Dashuan broken through to the soul level? He broke through a few days ago, now a level 71 soul master, and is currently stabilizing his cultivation at home.
There's no time. Have Guan Dachuan, Changgang, and Song Dejuan come to Bailiang Mountain in the suburbs of Kyoto immediately.
Tell them that this mission is over, and I'll give them the soul artifacts I promised them ahead of time. Yes, Master. He Zhanggang didn't ask further and immediately hung up to get to work.
Hello, Master Tang.
Wang Ming called Tang Hao, his voice hoarse.
Oh, it's Master Wang.
What a surprise to receive your call.
Tang Hao was taken aback, his voice slightly excited. I need your help with something. No need to be polite, just tell me what you need. Tang Hao replied. Do you have a helicopter over there? My grandson needs it for a few days to go to Linjiang. Wang Ming said. Although the spatial teleportation of a soul master is quick, the distance is still too far. Nowadays, the power of technology is very advanced. The speed of a helicopter combined with soul power assistance is extremely fast. Yes. Where is it now? On Bailiang Mountain in the outskirts of Kyoto. Okay, I'll get ready right now.
About 30 minutes later, the air in front of Wang Ming rippled, and 3 people appeared out of thin air. This was the spatial ability that Guan Dachuan had gained after breaking through to the Soul Master level.
Young Master Wang.
The 3 showed great respect upon seeing Wang Ming, especially Guan Dachuan. His breakthrough to the Soul Master level was entirely thanks to Master Wang's treasure. Guan Dachuan was a very loyal person, and now he held Master Wang in high esteem, which naturally extended to Master Wang's grandson, Wang Ming. Uncles, this operation is somewhat dangerous, but my grandfather said that as long as we complete this task, we can print your items in advance.
How about that?
Wang Ming's tone was cold, suppressing his anger.
Guan Dachuan decisively replied, It's our duty. Cheng Gang and Song Dejuan nodded. Young Master Wang, don't worry, we will do our utmost to assist.
Wang Ming clasped his fists. Then I thank you 3 uncles in advance.
Somewhere on the outskirts of Linjiang, Fan Debiao was feeling a headache.
Originally, their plan was to kidnap Ning Yingshui and have her contact Wang Ming, luring him back to Linjiang quickly, into the trap they had set.
But they never expected that.
The phone calls wouldn't go through. They had been calling for 5 days straight, almost non-stop, but the response was always, sorry, the number you dialed is not in service area.
It was truly frustrating. Fan Debiao asked Ning Yingshui if there was anyone else in Kyoto who could contact Wang Ming. Ning Yingshui said there was. Fan Debiao asked her for the phone number.
Then, she dialed in Rushui's number, and coincidentally, Rushui was having dinner with Lu Qiaoyao, Zheng Tianjing, and Zhao Qingshi, and they all heard the call.
Because Fan Debiao's first sentence was, if you don't want Ning Yingshui to die, hurry up and get Wang Ming to Linjiang. Although the others didn't know who Ning Yingshui was, upon hearing Wang Ming's name, they immediately became unsettled and anticipated that this was a trap.
So, Rushui and the others quickly contacted everyone they could mobilize, bringing in 9 Soul Emperor level experts, plus Zhao Qingshi, making a total of 10 Soul Emperor level experts, rushing towards Linjiang at the fastest speed. Fan Debiao also didn't expect that his phone call would attract 3 of the 5 major families in Kyoto. Although he was a Soul Master level expert, with 2 other Soul Master level experts by his side, dealing with 10, even 20 Soul Emperor level experts would be easy. But the opponents were surnamed in Lu and Zhang. He didn't dare to use lethal force. Although Fan Debiao wasn't well connected in Kyoto, he knew the reputation of the 5 major families. If their younger generation could mobilize 9 Soul Emperor level experts, if the elders found out, even if he was a Soul Master, he would be doomed. This led to them being somewhat hesitant in their actions. Despite this, he gritted his teeth and decided to capture them all and imprison them. But Wang Ming was still unreachable, and Rushui and the others had special identities, and the time he could secretly detain them absolutely couldn't exceed 3 days. Otherwise, the 3 major families would definitely send someone to look for them. It was truly a situation where killing was not an option, nor was releasing them. They could only wait, but Wang Ming seemed to have evaporated from the world, making him impossible to contact.
Old Fan, why not just kill Ning Yingshui and we retreat?
One person suggested, as long as we kill Ning Yingshui, Wang Ming will definitely not let it go and will seek revenge on us. At that time, we can deal with that bastard Wang Ming. Old Xing is right, these 3 princesses really can't be held any longer. Young Master Ouyang has sent word for us to hurry. The 3 major families have already started to take notice of this matter.
Another said, let's wait 1 more day.
Fan Debiao said, if that little bastard Wang Ming doesn't show up by midnight tonight, then we'll kill Ning Yingshui.
What about the other 2?
The one surnamed Xing asked. They're from the capital, they probably have some background. Our three brothers have licked blood in the martial world, so it's best not to offend these people too deeply, another replied. Let them go, just kill the one surnamed Ning. Old Yang has a point, Fan de Biao nodded, if they were from the underworld, we could just kill them, but these young nobles and princesses, we should tread carefully. After all, these families from the capital are not to be trifled with. Alas, big brother, I heard that this Wang is quite a character. The one surnamed Xing said, he's a student from the capital. So, we need to kill them quietly, Old Yang said. The one surnamed Xing sneered, quietly? This is about to shake the heavens. Alas, big brother, what if we just took the plunge and assaulted all these girls from the three major families, then killed them? Wouldn't we make a name for ourselves in Manhwa? Old Yang said with a sudden idea. Ha! Fan de Biao scoffed at this, then we would indeed be famous in Manhwa, and we'd be done for. What are we afraid of? Worst case, we just run out of the country, right? Old Yang said, I don't believe that Manhwa's reach can extend overseas. Although our three brothers are weak, we are still experts at the soul sect level. Once we get there, we would be quite impressive. You guys underestimate the five major families of the capital. Fan de Biao shook his head. Let's put it this way, although the five major families seem to have deep contradictions, they are very united when it comes to external matters. Once a family starts to decline, the other four will follow suit. For many years, they have been closely connected through marriage. If we dare to kill, I can guarantee that by tomorrow morning, we will become street rats, living with our tails between our legs. And you think we can go abroad? Oomph, don't dream. Fan de Biao shook his head. These girls are really beautiful. Old Yang said, they make one's heart itch. Old Yang. Fan de Biao warned, I'm seriously warning you, don't mess around. If you want to do something reckless, don't drag us down with you. After we kill Wang Ming, how about you and I withdraw first? If you're not afraid of dying, you can stay. No, I was just saying. Old Yang quickly laughed. Fan de Biao looked at the time, 3:42 p.m., squinting at the sun outside the cave, and said, I hope Wang Ming can come today, so we can end this quickly and get our things. Big brother, actually I think it would be best to assault and then kill them. Old Yang whispered, these girls are willing to come here for that Wang Ming. They must have a close relationship with him. If we kill Wang Ming, will they let us three brothers go? Fan de Biao listened and found it reasonable. At the same time, he felt a bit restless. These girls were indeed stunning, both in figure and appearance, truly one of a kind. If he could have a go, it would be quite exhilarating. After thinking for a moment, he said, all right, to avoid you always thinking about it, this opportunity is indeed rare. If we miss it, it might be gone. So, let's wait until midnight, and if Wang Ming doesn't come, then we. Okay. Old Yang grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth, laughing lewdly. The one surnamed Xing also laughed. The three stood quietly outside the cave, their moods different this time. They both hoped Wang Ming would come and hoped he wouldn't come. As the time drew closer to midnight, their lust burned even more fiercely. Old Yang's gaze occasionally flicked to the time on his wrist, then back to the girl in the cave, growing increasingly impatient. Time was dragging on, second by second. He wished he could push the hour hand forward, from 11:30 to 12 o'clock. Ding! Finally, Old Yang's phone rang. It was midnight. Ha, it's midnight, that little bastard Wang Ming doesn't dare to come. Old Yang rubbed his hands together eagerly, a lewd smile on his face, standing up and walking towards the cave. Fan de Biao still had some concerns and said, should we wait a bit longer? Wait for what? I tell you, brother, even if Wang Ming comes, we can't keep these girls. Whether he comes or not, we can't keep them. So why wait so painfully? Let the brothers enjoy first. Brother, there are 4 girls in total, you pick first? Old Yang tempted. Fan de Biao sighed, you two are really blinded by lust, so bold to even think about the people from the Kyoto family. You two will definitely die in the arms of women. I'll choose the older one. Old Yang chuckled, pointing at Zhao Qingshi. Is it her? Yes, her, she has a very mature charm. Fan de Biao nodded, much more flavorful than these younger girls. Brother has good taste. Old Yang smiled, since brother chose her, then I'll choose her. Old Yang pointed at Enrushui and said, this girl has the fiercest temperament, that noble air is really appealing. I like it. He. You two have made your choices, then the remaining 2 girls are all mine. The man surnamed Xing leered at Lu Xiaoyao and Zhang Tianjing, licking his lips. Damn, old Xing, so greedy, be careful not to get drained. Old Yang said, he, dying under the peony flower, even as a ghost one is still charming. Ha. The man surnamed Xing laughed without a care. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a harsh noise echoed from the top of the cave, the roar of a helicopter's rotor blades. Fan de Biao was the first to sense someone approaching, and in a few breaths, they appeared at the mountaintop. They're here? Old Yang said somewhat displeased. Almost, the other side has another expert of the same level. Fan de Biao said, damn,
they really came at the wrong time, ruining my mood. The man surnamed Xing spat angrily against the cave wall. I'll go up first and take down that little beast, and in front of him, I'll kill these girls. Let's go out and take a look. Fan De Biao led the way outside the cave. The helicopter had turned and was already far away. Standing suspended at the mountaintop were 4 people, Wang Ming and his group. At this moment, Wang Ming's face was ashen, like eternal ice, his sharp gaze fixed on the cave below, fists clenched and silent. Young Master Wang, there are 3 Soul Realm level experts inside. Beside him, Guan Dachuan sensed the strength of the people inside with his spiritual awareness, his expression grim. They're tough to deal with. 3 Soul Realms? Cheng Gang and Song Dijuan looked at Wang Ming in shock. They simply couldn't understand how Wang Ming, a level 39 soul pill, had offended 3 Soul Realm level experts at the same time. Elder Guan, can you handle one? Wang Ming asked, his eyes fixed on the cave ahead, surprised to find 3 Soul Realm level experts inside. It seemed the Ouyang family was really going all out to deal with him. Their strengths are around level 70, 71, I can handle one without a problem. Guan Dachuan nodded. Old Song and I can hold off one level 70 Soul Realm for a short time, but it won't exceed 5 minutes. There's a huge difference between Soul Realm and Soul Emperor. 5 minutes is our limit, Cheng Gang said very objectively. Wang Ming nodded, I understand, I'll take care of the remaining one. Guan Dachuan and the others looked incredulously at the young figure standing before them, straight and exuding a sense of grandeur. What kind of courage did it take for him to face a soul sect master with the strength of a soul pill mirror? Young Master Wang, with your grandfather's influence, you could easily wait a bit longer and gather a few soul sect masters to surround them. Why put yourself in danger? Guan Dachuan reminded him. Wang Ming forced a bitter smile. He knew he was taking a risk by coming here. It would certainly be better to gather a few more soul sect masters, but the problem was, soul sect masters weren't cabbages that you could just find whenever you wanted. The soul sect in the capital held an extraordinary status. Even if he tried, it would take at least 4 or 5 days to find them, and he couldn't afford to wait. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a laugh echoed from below, and 3 figures slowly flew up, surrounding them in a triangle. The leader was an old man with a painted beard, none other than Fan De Biao. Warning! Warning! The system has detected that the host is facing life-threatening danger. Danger level, star rating, activating system rewards. If the host safely navigates through the danger, rewards will include Soul Tool Enhancement Crystal +1, Soul Beast Evolution Crystal +1, Shift and Swap +1, Turtle Shell Soul Bone +1, estimated probability of host resistance, 30%, estimated probability of host escape, 100%, using Shift and Swap, estimated survival probability of the host, analysis, combat survival rate, 10%, can escape but cannot save others. It was actually a 7-star danger. Hearing the system's analysis in his mind, Wang Ming took a deep breath. This was the first time he faced a 7-star danger directly. You really are a heroic young man, quite bold. Fan De Biao smiled at Wang Ming, then turned to Guan Dachuan and the others, saying, this matter only concerns Wang Ming and has nothing to do with you. You all have decent strength, but you are definitely not a match for us 3 brothers. I advise you to leave quickly and not get yourselves into trouble. Just 2 soul emperors dare to come to their deaths. How interesting. Old Yang sneered disdainfully. I'm not in a good mood right now, so you might as well stay and keep this little brat Wang Ming company. Wang Ming quietly nudged Song Dijuan beside him and whispered, Senior Song, during the battle, find a way to leave this thing on their backs. Song Dijuan casually acknowledged him with a hum, not even looking at what Wang Ming had given him. Everyone. Guan Dachuan fixed his gaze on the 3 of them. Do you know who Wang Ming is? If you kill him, you will likely face endless pursuit. Really? A piece of trash from Linjiang. Who could he possibly be? What kind of background could he have? Old Yang scoffed. Listen carefully, he is a master craftsman of holy grade soul tools, a guest master of the 5 great families in the capital, and the grandson of Master Wang. Guan Dachuan's voice was deep and imposing. If you kill him, you will offend a holy grade crafting master. I don't think I need to explain the weight of that. What? A holy grade crafting master? The one surnamed Xing's eyes widened. Damn, big brother, Ouyang didn't mention this to us. Is he trying to use us to kill someone? Old Yan looked at Fan De Biao. Fan De Biao stared at Wang Ming, pondering for a moment, then said, they are just talking nonsense. We have investigated Wang Ming's background thoroughly. Where did this grandfather come from? The other 2 nodded in realization. Daring to deceive me, I'm really angry now. Old Yang suppressed his anger and said to the one surnamed Xing, Second, this kid Wang Ming is yours.
I'll take these two Soul Emperors. Big brother, the Soul Sect is up to you. The one surnamed Xing looked at Wang Ming and sneered, alright, this job is easy. A mere 39th level soul pill, I haven't played with one for a long time, hee hee. Kid, have you ever seen a Soul Sect in action? Vanderbiao said, don't waste time, kill him cleanly. The old man with the surname Xing sneered twice, alright, don't worry, we'll definitely deal with this kid before old Yang. Wang Ming's expression was cold and steady as he stared intently at the old man Xing, whose face was full of wrinkles, small eyes, and missing a front tooth, looking somewhat ugly. Come on, kid, I'll let you have 3 moves first, Xing said confidently. Hee hee, then thank you. Wang Ming snorted coldly and immediately released his first soul ring. The pressure of a million-year soul ring suddenly descended. Even the few Soul Sect members felt this intense pressure. Everyone was shocked and surprised, staring at Wang Ming. No one expected that the first soul ring of this young man was actually a million years. Interesting, Vanderbiao smiled, this kid is indeed a bit unusual. The first soul ring is clearly 900,000 years, yet it has turned into a million years. Interesting. Old Xing, don't capsize in the gutter. Hee hee. The old man Xing chuckled, even if it was a million years, what of it? Just a mere 39th level soul master. Could he really turn the tide? First soul skill. Wang Ming wasted no time. The soul ring quickly rose to the top of his head. All his soul power poured into the soul ring. An ancient aura gushed out from the soul ring and flowed into Wang Ming's body. Primordial finger. As the aura rose, Wang Ming's robe billowed without wind. He raised a finger and pointed at the old man Xing. At the same time, a dark finger from the soul ring descended with immense pressure. You've got some skill. Feeling the lethality of the finger, the old man Xing smiled indifferently. This move was indeed strong, but facing a Soul Sect expert, it was somewhat lacking. Of course, he wouldn't ignore it. It seemed that what he said about letting him have 3 moves was not going to happen. Wang Ming saw the old man make a move and sneered, I thought you were impressive, but you're just an old fool who can only talk big. The slap to the face comes too quickly. Kid, you're looking for death. The old man Xing felt a bit embarrassed. I want to see how many moves you can last in my hands. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man did not use a soul ring skill, but waved his hand, and a red aura of disgust appeared behind him. From the thick disgust came a lonely wolf howl, and a huge skull slowly emerged. Kill! The old man waved his hand, and the giant skull charged towards the finger. At the same time, Wan Dashuan, holding a sword, attacked Vanderbiao. Neither side used soul skills, but first tested each other's strength and moves. Cheng Gang and Song Dejuan were under considerable pressure. The two faced Soul Sect experts and immediately released their respective soul rings and soul tools without hesitation, launching their strongest moves to seize the initiative. Hee hee. Old Zhang sneered disdainfully, a mere Soul Emperor dares to show off in front of me. Good, today I will let you see what a Soul Sect is. Boom! The primordial finger collided with the skull. Supported by powerful soul power, the skull overwhelmingly destroyed the primordial finger, and the skull developed several cracks, pausing slightly before charging towards Wang Ming. Oh, not bad. You actually managed to crack my skull. You have some strength. The old man Xing's tone was somewhat surprised. In his view, his one move could kill the opponent, but he didn't expect that just the opponent's first soul skill could destroy half of his skull's attack. Ha! Wang Ming took a deep breath, his mind moved, and all his soul power was restored, immediately pouring it into the Thunderbolt Soul Bone. The abundant soul power caused the Thunderbolt Soul Bone to explode with astonishing speed. With a sizzle sound, Wang Ming disappeared from his spot, and the next moment appeared behind the old man Xing. The 1,000 blades in his hand slashed down hard at the old man's head. Interesting. The old man did not turn his head, only to see the figure in front begin to tremble, and the next second, he actually teleported behind Wang Ming. This is the power of a Soul Sect level expert. The opponent casually made a move that had already reached Wang Ming's limit, completely overwhelming him in terms of reaction, strength, and speed. Game over. The old man appeared in an instant, casually slapping Wang Ming on the back. The killing intent that surged from his back sent a chill through Wang Ming, who immediately summoned all his soul power for protection behind him, while the 1,000 blades shattered into countless fragments, forming a protective net. Boom! A tremendous force crashed down from behind, shattering Wang Ming's defenses, a solid palm striking firmly against his back. In that moment, Wang Ming felt as if a massive mountain had hit his back, his vision blurred, and his body shot down like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground. Dust flew, and stones scattered. Wang Ming felt the world spinning around him, his head spinning, and his body felt as if it were about to fall apart. Fortunately, the protection of Tuo Sen's scale armor prevented it from being fatal, but he had already suffered severe internal injuries, and the system began to automatically assess the host's condition. Cough, cough, phew. Wang Ming struggled to crawl out of the pit he had created. He lifted his head. A gust of wind blew towards him, tousling his hair and revealing his determined eyes. Above, Wan Dachuan and the others had stopped fighting, watching Wang Ming below. If he died, the upcoming battle would lose all meaning. No one expected he was still alive. A 39th level Soul Dan mirror strength, withstanding a soul sect expert, and yet not dead. It was nothing short of a miracle. How interesting, you actually didn't die. He. The old man with the surname Xing sneered, rubbing his hands together. Interesting, very interesting. I want to see how many moves you can take from me. He was about to make a move, but Wang Ming waved his hand, and a piece of crystal-clear snowflake appeared before everyone. This was his greatest display. Even if she was far away in Linjiang, 1,000 miles away, with her strength, she could arrive in no more than half a minute. You all know what this is, right? Wang Ming said, struggling to stand. So it really is her thing. Fan Debiao was startled when he saw the snowflake in Wang Ming's hand. Although he had known for a long time, seeing it with his own eyes still left him somewhat incredulous. Let them go. If she comes, you will all die. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and said, Is that so? Old Jiang sneered, Let them go. Based on what? Just because of the snowflake in your hand? You really underestimate us soul sect experts. What? Are you not afraid? Wang Ming smiled confidently. Ha, afraid? This is the strongest in our dragon country. How could we not be afraid? But the premise of fear is whether you can really call her here. Old Yang laughed. You, a mere Soul Dan Mirror Jr., how could you know the boundless power of soul sect experts? Wang Ming, 3 soul sect experts are working together to seal this space. Your soul power summoning cannot escape. Guan Dachuan shouted loudly. What? Wang Ming was startled, hurriedly injecting soul power into the snowflake. Don't even think about it. Fan Debiao snorted coldly, moving several times faster than Wang Ming. He suddenly stomped his foot, causing the surrounding air to ripple, and the other two immediately struck at the same time. In an instant, a triangular space began to form in the air, as if a layer of light membrane had appeared. Wang Ming injected soul power into the snowflake, and a beam of light shot out, but it was firmly locked within this space. Wang Ming's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Ha. The old man with the surname Xing laughed heartily, hands on his hips. Wang Ming, today is your day to die. I want to see what other skills you have to turn the tide. Fan Debiao snorted coldly, secretly relieved. Fortunately, Wang Ming had played his cards openly. If he had quietly released the news beforehand, they wouldn't have had time to seal the space. Old Yang chuckled softly. Song Dijuan glanced at a mark behind Old Yang and silently signaled Wang Ming. Just as the 3 of them moved to seal off the space, Song Dijuan seized the opportunity to leave a mark on Old Yang's back using the unique skill of his soul tool. Kid, if you haven't hidden your strength, then go die. The old man with the surname Xing waved his hand, and a skeleton reappeared in the sky. Third soul skill. Wang Ming roared to the heavens, his heart-wrenching voice echoing in the air. Buzz. The world suddenly fell silent. The sealed space seemed to freeze, everyone stunned by Wang Ming's furious shout, and then a black soul ring with a golden edge slowly emerged from beneath Wang Ming's feet. This soul ring floated out calmly. The tranquil soul ring appeared unremarkable, but an invisible pressure was silently released, creating ripples in the air. With the enhancement of the soul ring, Wang Ming straightened his back, standing there with clenched fists, his eyes blood-red, staring intently at the old man with the surname Xing above him. The old man felt a bit uneasy under Wang Ming's gaze. An 80,000-year black soul ring? Old Yang furrowed his brow, staring at this somewhat strange soul ring in confusion. Normally, a 10,000-year soul ring is black, but Wang Ming's soul ring possessed a pressure far beyond that of a 10,000-year soul ring, and the outer frame of the soul ring was golden, which only appeared in a million-year soul ring. It couldn't possibly be an 800,000-year soul ring. Thinking of this, everyone gasped in shock. A million-year soul ring was already terrifying, but this guy actually had an 800,000-year soul ring, which was simply unbelievable. But what left them even more incredulous was yet to come. System, release the third soul ring's age 0, 6 zeros, 1%, soul ring age releasing. 50%. 100%, soul ring age release successful, current age, 999,999 years. Buzz. As the system's voice fell, the soul ring trembled lightly, and a shockwave suddenly spread out. The color of the soul ring could no longer be concealed, revealing a blinding golden light. The soul ring quivered, and terrifying soul power flowed within the sealed space. The sealed space began to tremble. A vast amount of soul power poured out from the soul ring, continuously flooding into Wang Ming's body, causing him to swell with this immense soul power. His body felt as if it was about to burst. With the power of the soul ring, Wang Ming slowly rose, hovering in midair. The enormous soul ring resembled a golden sun, illuminating the night sky. Damn.
This kid is indeed something else. The old man with the surname Xing widened his eyes, staring fixedly at Wang Ming. This soul ring, damn. This kid, damn. He's simply a monster. Quick, don't hold back, just kill him. Fan De Biao shouted fiercely. The fact that the soul ring could instantly increase its age had already exceeded their understanding. Even the others, like Guan Dashuan, were left dumbfounded. The old man with the surname Xing no longer dared to be arrogant and immediately released his seventh soul ring, a 90,000-year soul ring glowing with black light, the massive soul ring almost covering half the sky. Interesting, he can actually release a soul ring better than this old Xing. Old Yang chuckled lightly. Although Wang Ming's displayed strength was astonishing, it was still just that. Facing his seventh soul tool at the soul master level, it was useless. He turned to Chen Gang and Song Dijuan with a sneer. You too, Wang Ming is undoubtedly doomed this time. It's your turn next, let me send you on your way. Ha, a mere 70-level soul master, ugly as he is, still dares to flaunt his power, truly thick-skinned, bullying us juniors, and still so proud. Pfft. Shameless, Song Dijuan scolded. Old man with a white head, old thief with a gray beard, you live just to lower the average attractiveness of the Dragon Kingdom. Truly an old, ugly, and useless filthy thing. Sheng Gang cursed along with him. Damn it! Old Yang glared, you dare to insult me, seeking death. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Yang immediately unleashed his sixth soul skill. You little brat, I'll let you know the price of insulting me. Ancient chaos. At the same time, with a furious injection of soul power, Wang Ming gritted his teeth and roared. The aura of ancient chaos surged wildly, as if beneath the soul ring, a gigantic figure appeared, a leg emerging within the soul ring. This leg slowly lifted, as if from a distant ancient land. Under this foot, everyone felt a sense of insignificance, like a grain of sand in the desert, looking up at the vast sky. It was a suffocating feeling. Step on the sky. At this moment, Wang Ming resembled an ancient god. With a thunderous roar, the lifted foot crossed countless ages, obliterating everything, and came crashing down. Under this powerful pressure, the old man with the surname Xing found it hard to breathe. The fierce wind blew his hair wildly. Just as the foot was about to land, just as he was about to unleash his soul skill to resist, suddenly, everything before him vanished, the pressure disappeared, and the foot was gone. The old man with the surname Xing was left dumbfounded. Fan De Biao and Guan Dashuan were engaged in a fierce battle when they suddenly sensed something was off with the old man with the surname Xing, and both turned to look back almost simultaneously. The terrifying scene from before had suddenly vanished. In the next moment, the sky on the other side trembled, and the foot that had just disappeared reappeared behind Old Yan along with Wang Ming. The foot that was originally directed to the left, in an instant, seemed to be mirrored, appearing on the right. Just as Old Yan was about to strike hard to kill Chen Gang and Song Dijuan, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could react, a terrifying pressure descended upon him like Mount Tai. Old Zhang turned his head to look and was instantly terrified. What the hell is going on? Because as he looked up, he was met with a gigantic foot that came crashing down on his face. The distance between them was simply too close, coupled with the pressure of nearly 10 million years of soul rings. Even Old Yang, a soul sect expert, had no chance to react. With a roar of damn it, this foot heavily stomped down on Old Yang, creating a deafening thunderous sound. The surrounding mountains experienced landslides. The earth trembled. Everyone watched in stunned silence. The old man with the surname Xing was even more dumbfounded, clearly targeted by that foot. How did it suddenly land on Old Yang's face? Wang Ming, breathing heavily, had one hand protecting his chest while the other gripped the handle of the 1,000-blade knife, the blade having long since vanished. Everyone's gaze was shocked as they looked at this scene. No one could imagine or believe that a mere 39th-level Soul Dan strength dared to strike against a soul sect expert, even having the possibility of a one-hit kill. All eyes were fixed below. They were all waiting for the final result. If Wang Ming really managed to one-hit kill a soul sect-level master, it could truly be described as monstrous. Of course, what they didn't know was that all of this calculation was based on the system's prediction. When the system accurately calculated the timing of the third soul skill's descent, Wang Ming unhesitatingly used the shift technique to appear behind Old Yang, catching the opponent off guard. As the dust settled, a massive footprint appeared in view, measuring 2 football fields in size and 5 to 6 meters deep. The stones and trees beneath the foot turned to dust, compacted into the deep pit, and Old Yang's body was neatly pressed into the ground, perfectly level with the surface. The body of a soul sect level expert had reached an indestructible state. Incredibly hard. If it weren't for Wang Ming's terrifying soul ring enhancement, other soul masters below the rank of Soul King, even if the soul sect stood still, wouldn't be able to inflict any harm. Old Yang, the elder with the surname Xing's face changed drastically upon seeing this. In an instant, he appeared in the deep pit,
waving his hand to break open the solid ground and lift Old Yang. Old Yang had already been pierced by the 1,000-blade knife. The sharpness of a royal-grade soul weapon is enough to penetrate the skills of a soul emperor, and it poses a significant threat to soul sect level experts as well. Coupled with the pressure of the third soul skill, the 1,000-blade fragments had completely pierced into Old Yang's body, causing him fatal injuries. At this moment, Old Yang had already turned into a corpse. Wang Ming, at the level of Soul Dan, had killed a soul sect master in seconds. This achievement is unique across the entire Blue Star, as the difference between the two is like that between clouds and mud. The way Guan Dachuan and the others looked at Wang Ming changed. Their previous respect for him was based on Master Wang's reputation, but now their gazes were filled with genuine admiration. A young man, facing a soul sect expert with neither arrogance nor humility, willing to risk everything for a friend. In this era, such people are nearly extinct. The current mindset of young people can be summed up in 2 words: lie flat. What the hell are plastic friends? What the hell is bullshit love? Nothing is more real than money. As long as one lies flat enough, whether it's capital or government, they all have to step aside. Fan Debiao's lips trembled, his expression somewhat incredulous. Wang Ming's previous move was truly too bizarre. He hadn't even seen how Wang Ming had moved from one side to the other. There were no spatial fluctuations. It was even more terrifying than teleportation. What kind of monster is this? Soul essence recovery at 100%. Wang Ming secretly commanded the system, check body condition, can it repair bodily injuries? Soul power recovery in progress. 50%. Checking body condition. 50%, soul power recovery, check successful. The host is currently overloaded with soul power. The body has suffered severe injuries. The system cannot temporarily activate the repair function. With the full recovery of soul power, Wang Ming felt a warm sensation inside. That feeling of weakness disappeared instantly. However, the injuries within his body became clearer, and the pain followed suit, as if needles were pricking him all over. He raised his hand to look. There were slight cracks on the back of his hand, caused by forcibly increasing the soul ring's age. Old Yang. The elder with the surname Xing held Old Yang, grief-stricken. They were sworn brothers, having roamed the martial world for many years. All 3 had decent cultivation talent, but they were orphans. After swearing brotherhood, they looked out for each other, which led to their current achievements. They never expected their third brother to die today at the hands of a Soul Dan. Old 3, I, your second brother, will risk my life today to avenge you. The elder with the surname Xing shouted with red eyes. Old 3. Fan Debiao closed his eyes in sorrow. Elder brother. The elder with the surname Xing cried out. Wang Ming killed our third brother. We must take revenge. Revenge. Fan Debiao opened his eyes, staring fiercely at Wang Ming. Guan Dachuan, Chang Gang, and Song Dejuan immediately shielded Wang Ming. Good. Seeing the 3 blocking his way, Fan Debiao gritted his teeth and said, since you 3 insist on opposing us brothers, then today, you all will die here. As soon as he finished speaking, Fan Debiao waved his hand, and a silver needle appeared in his grasp. Upon seeing this silver needle, Guan Dachuan's expression changed, and he exclaimed, medium-grade soul weapon? Cheng Gang and Song Dejuan's faces also changed. No one expected that someone like Fan Debiao, who roamed the martial world, would possess such a precious medium-grade soul weapon. It was simply unbelievable. It should be known that the classification of soul weapons represents the combat power they can unleash. When a soul master reaches the rank of soul emperor or above, their body becomes incredibly solid through the tempering of soul power. At the level of soul emperor, soul tools and soul beasts below the royal grade pose no threat to a soul emperor. It's like using a knife to cut iron, completely fearless. When one reaches the level of soul zone, the physical condition becomes even more terrifying. Even high-grade royal soul tools cannot pose a threat, and at this point, one must possess a supreme-grade soul tool. Even a soul emperor must be wary if they have a supreme-grade soul tool in hand. This is the preciousness of supreme-grade soul tools, and it is also the reason why Song Dejuan, Chang Gang, and the others urgently want one. Facing a supreme-grade soul tool, especially in the hands of a soul zone expert, they must be extremely cautious. You have a good eye. Fan Debiao sneered, since you know this is a supreme-grade soul tool, I advise you 3 to think carefully and leave now. Perhaps there's a chance for survival. Otherwise, I will kill you. Sorry, we are determined to protect this boy. Guan Dachuan said. Good. Fan Debiao's face darkened. In that case, I will send you on your way. Silver dark blood needle. Kill. A vast amount of soul power surged into the small silver needle, which trembled slightly and instantly split into countless needles. As Fan Debiao's command to kill fell, these needles vanished in an instant, rushing towards them. Guan Dachuan snorted coldly and said, ever since I entered the soul zone, I have never used my 6th soul skill. Do you know why? Why? Fan Debiao asked. Guan Dachuan sneered and took a slow step forward, a red light shining from beneath his feet, illuminating half the sky with its blinding glow, as a 100,000-year soul ring emerged with a buzzing sound. Fan Debiao and the others were horrified. It was actually a 100,000-year soul ring.
Because my sixth soul ring is 100,000 years,
Guan Dachuan said proudly. This 100,000-year soul ring was the result of absorbing the magic marrow flower given to him by Wang Ming, with the 90,000-year soul ring crossing into the 100,000-year sixth soul ring.
Chang Gang and Song Dijuan looked on with envy. Sixth soul skill. Guan Dachuan waved his hand and shouted at Fan Debiao, 10,000 swords return to origin.
For wild soul masters like Fan Debiao, supreme-grade soul tools and soul rings over 100,000 years are particularly precious, but what moved Fan Debiao was the supreme-grade soul tool provided by the Ouyang family. Otherwise, with their background, status, and strength, it would be difficult for them to obtain a supreme-grade soul tool. Faced with Guan Dachuan's 100,000-year soul ring, Fan Debiao's expression grew serious as he exerted more effort to control the silver dark blood needle, which was as fine as hair and difficult to discern in the night sky, moving at incredible speed. Guan Dachuan, however, remained expressionless and shook his hand. The royal-grade soul tool sword rang out, and countless swords formed from condensed soul power split from 1 into 2, then from 2 into 4, creating a circle around them. Kill! With Guan Dachuan's command, countless flying swords shot out, immediately producing a cacophony of clanging sounds in mid-air, sword tips facing needle tips.
And I am here too!
An old man with the surname Xing below roared, his feet shaking as he shot up like an arrow, appearing above everyone.
You bastard, dare to kill my brother? Seeking death.
The old man with the surname Xing appeared overhead, a deep black soul ring flashing above him, rapidly enlarging, revealing a gigantic skull, with countless small skulls appearing beside it. Seventh soul skill, 10,000 skulls devour. Cheng Gang and Song Dijuan simultaneously unleashed their sixth soul skills, working together to resist the seventh soul skill of the old man with the surname Xing. But both sides realized the disparity was too great. In the moment of confrontation, Cheng Gang and Song Dijuan's sixth soul skills were easily shattered, and a tremendous force descended.
Wang Ming felt a powerful force crashing down from above.
Whoa! Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming knew he had to restrain the old man with the surname Xing and wait for the decisive battle between Guan Dachuan and Fan Debiao. Cheng Gang, Song Dijuan, and he found it difficult to resist the old man with the surname Xing. Third soul skill. Wang Ming forcibly unleashed his third soul skill again, and the 800,000-year soul ring floated out, appearing in midair, its enormous ring shining with a dazzling light like the sun. Indeed, when Wang Ming activated his third soul skill, a look of caution immediately appeared on the old man's face, while Fan Debiao, who was fighting Guan Dachuan, also became alert, as Wang Ming's sudden displacement had previously startled them. No one could predict who would be struck by this blow. Moreover, this strike from Wang Ming was indeed powerful. Even a soul master would surely die if caught off guard, as Old Yang had already proven with his life. Thus, both the old man with the surname Xing and Fan Debiao had to take certain precautions. Guan Dachuan, Cheng Gang, and Song Dijuan seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack against them, making the beleaguered old man with the surname Xing and Fan Debiao quite uncomfortable. They had to fend off Guan Dachuan and the others' attacks while also guarding against Wang Ming's powerful move.
Ancient steps to the sky.
Wang Ming knew that without the trick of shifting positions, it would be impossible to kill a soul master, but this time his target was not them. With Old Yang dead, the spatial blockade formed by the three had long been unstable. As long as they broke through the spatial blockade, they could use her name to scare off these two. Given their current strength, defeating these two soul masters was indeed too difficult. The ancient aura surged down, and a gigantic foot seemed to descend from the distant starry sky, stomping down towards this world.
Not good.
Fan Debiao was the first to sense something was wrong. Realizing Wang Ming's intention, he immediately shouted, "Old Two, that brat Wang Ming wants to break the spatial blockade, stop him quickly.
Your opponent is me, dare you to be distracted." Guan Dachuan instantly teleported behind Fan Debiao and slashed out with his sword.
Caught off guard, Fan Debiao was struck heavily in the back by the sword. Although Guan Dachuan's soul weapon was a royal-grade soul weapon, and he had the strength of a soul master backing him, it couldn't inflict fatal injuries on Fan Debiao, at most causing superficial wounds. Such deep calculations. Seeing this, the old man with the surname Xing used a teleportation to shake off Cheng Gang and Song Dijuan, appearing in front of Wang Ming. With a wave of his hand, a skull flew towards Wang Ming. Step to the sky. Wang Ming's eyes widened in anger as he stomped down hard. The enormous ancient foot came crashing down.
The previously sealed space could no longer stabilize due to Old Yang's death and could not withstand the force of the ancient foot.
Crack, crack, crack. A series of dense cracking sounds erupted. At the same time, the skull from the old man with the surname Xing charged at Wang Ming. At this moment, Wang Ming, already exhausted, had no strength to resist this blow and could only watch helplessly as the skull approached him. Meow! Just then, the Taotai beast, which had been asleep for over a month, suddenly let out a cry, its voice ringing in Wang Ming's ears. Immediately, the Taotai beast appeared on its own to protect its master. Wang Ming was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the Taotai beast to wake up at this moment, nor that it would protect him so fiercely, daring to step forward against a soul master's attack. In Wang Ming's astonished gaze, a massive, yellow-striped Taotai beast appeared before him, resembling a majestic tiger descending from the mountains. The old man with the surname Xing stared in shock. Wang Ming was clearly a weapon soul master. Where did this soul beast come from? But before he could figure it out, the soul beast roared, its entire body enveloped in a black demonic power, and facing the incoming skull, the Taotai beast bared its fangs and lunged forward to bite down fiercely. Crunch! In the mouth of the Taotai beast, the skull was crushed as if it were food, devoured with great relish. My soul weapon! The old man with the surname Xing felt a tremor throughout his body as the contract soul weapon was destroyed, causing a backlash that made him spit out a mouthful of old blood. He looked at the Taomo beast in disbelief. This soul beast could actually bite through his royal-grade soul weapon skull? Crack! At the same time, Huang Gu stomped down, completely shattering the sealed space, and everything that had been sealed returned to normal. Guan Dachuan and Chang Gang, seeing this, immediately retreated. There was no longer any need to stay. Wang Ming coughed violently a few times, waved his hand, and the Taomo beast roared, turning to appear behind Wang Ming, glaring at the two soul sect members. Before them, crystalline snowflakes appeared. Wang Ming glared at them. You have two choices, either roll away or die. Ha ha ha. Fan Debiao laughed heartily, looking at Wang Ming with a mocking gaze. Wang Ming, your strength is truly unexpected. Your goal in coming here is to save your teacher, Ninging Xue, right? Wang Ming frowned, a bad premonition creeping in. Fan Debiao laughed loudly. What a pity, what a pity. I'm afraid you will never see her again. You killed our third brother, we will not let you go. Today, with 3 people protecting you, I don't believe anyone will always be by your side to protect you. What about my teacher? Wang Ming gritted his teeth, glaring at them. Ah, your teacher has probably already turned into a soul ring. Ha ha ha. Fan Debiao laughed wildly, enjoying the sight of Wang Ming's furious expression. You are looking for death. Wang Ming was furious and was about to strike, but Fan Debiao and the old man with the surname Xing no longer entangled with Wang Ming. After all, the other party had her things, and they wanted to avoid bringing disaster upon themselves. The two of them simultaneously teleported, taking old Yang's corpse with them, and instantly disappeared. Wang Ming trembled with anger, gritting his teeth, his eyes fixed on the spot where they had vanished, fists clenched, nails digging into his palms, causing a sharp pain. Young Master Wang. Chen Gang wanted to comfort him but didn't know what to say, so he just stood there. Get down! Wang Ming quickly descended into the cave, wherein Rushi and the others lay quietly. He hurried to their side to check on them. Their outer clothing was intact. After carefully checking each person and examining Bai Yishan and Lu Feifei's injuries, he felt a lot more at ease. It seemed that although these people appeared to be ruthless, they still had some reservations and did not dare to act against Enrushi and the others. Otherwise, the outcome would surely be unacceptable. Young Master Wang, Guan Dachuan said, this group aims to kill you. Now that we have driven them away, they will not just give up. We should leave here and return to the capital. In the capital, no one dares to act recklessly. Wang Ming lowered his head in thought. Guan Dachuan's notion of the capital being safe was merely his opinion. If Ouyang Shang knew he was still alive, he would definitely not let it go easily. Right now, the most important thing was Teacher Ning. Analyzing the man's words, it was highly likely that Teacher Ning had been sent to the trial base in the capital, but the problem was that Teacher Ning's soul power talent was not very high. She didn't have that kind of value. Senior Fan. At that moment, a few faint calls came from outside the cave. Wang Ming frowned, the voice sounded so familiar. Wang Ming exchanged a glance with Guan Dachuan. Guan Dachuan immediately vanished from the spot and reappeared in the next moment, with another person appearing before Wang Ming. Senior Fan, have Wang Ming and the others already died? Just as Li Yolu snapped out of the dazzling confusion of teleportation, his words came to an abrupt halt because he saw a face that filled him with fear. It was a pale face, blood at the corners of the mouth, and eyes blood red. The extreme anger caused the flesh on his face to tremble as he gritted his teeth, staring fiercely at Li Yolu. Wang Ming. When Li Yolu saw Wang Ming, he was completely stunned, his voice trembling. It's you! Wang Ming stepped in front of Li Yolu, grabbing the collar of his shirt, his voice already hoarse. You brought them to find Teacher Ning? And no, it wasn't me. Li Yolu was so scared that he felt weak all over. It wasn't me, I didn't do it. It was them, yes, they found me and made me bring. No, it wasn't, they found Teacher Ning. You're asking for death. With a wave of his hand, 1,000 blades pierced through Li Yolu's thigh with a thud, the blade going straight through, blood gushing out. Ah! Li Yolu let out a piercing scream, kneeling on the ground, his muscles spasming in pain, his whole body trembling, his expression turning grotesque. Wang Ming stepped hard on his chest, gritting his teeth. I'll ask you one more time, if you don't answer honestly, I'll kill you. Tell me, where is Teacher Ning now? Wang Ming, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. Li Yolu finally got scared. I'll tell you everything. Where is Teacher Ning now? She was taken away. By whom? I don't know him, I just know he seems to have the surname Xin, and Boss Fan calls him Young Master Xin. Surname Xin, Young Master Xin? Wang Ming immediately thought of the Xin family in Kyoto, his enemies, and now besides the Xin family, there was also the Chun family, and now an additional Ouyang family. It was really getting more and more. Xin family? Guan Dachuan frowned. Young Master, could it be the Xin family from Kyoto? Who else could it be? Wang Ming gritted his teeth, his face filled with rage. Li Yolu heard Guan Dachuan call Wang Ming Young Master and suddenly felt his mind was a bit inadequate. He knew very well who Wang Ming was, a garbage king who picked up trash, yet he could make a Soul Master level expert willingly call him Young Master. Wasn't Wang Ming a globally wanted criminal now? How could there still be people willing to call him Young Master? Did he have some treasure that could influence people's minds and control their thoughts? Yes, it must be that. Ugh! With serious internal injuries and the bad news of Teacher Ning being taken by the Xin family, Wang Ming felt his anger boiling, his whole body felt like it was being fried in hot oil, a mouthful of blood surged up, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression weak. Previously, he had already sustained injuries from the seal on his soul ring, and then he forcibly used his third soul skill, worsening his injuries. He had been holding on by sheer will until now, but at this moment, he finally couldn't hold on anymore. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Wang Ming fell softly. Fortunately, Chang Gang was quick to support him, helping him sit down. After checking his injuries, with a serious expression, he said, Young Master, your internal injuries are very serious. You must use your energy to heal, otherwise, it will definitely leave after effects. Wang Ming shook his head slightly. First, check on them. Song Dejuan said, they are not injured, just drugged and unconscious. These two kids have sustained some injuries, but they are not life-threatening, so there's no need to worry. Only then did Wang Ming breathe a sigh of relief, saying to Guan Dachuan, let's go, we must return to Kyoto immediately. Teacher Ning must not be in any danger. Have the helicopter come to pick us up. 3 seniors. At that moment, Li Yolu, lying on the ground, saw Wang Ming's serious injuries and low spirit. Feeling this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he could awaken the independent thinking of the 3 seniors, he could put Wang Ming to death. He shouted loudly, 3 seniors, wake up. Don't be deceived by this garbage Wang Ming, you are powerful soul masters. Please wake up. Guan Dachuan was somewhat confused by his words. 3 seniors, I don't know what despicable means. Wang Ming used to control you, but he is just a piece of trash. How could he possibly manipulate 3 soul master level seniors? Seniors, can you hear my call? Wake up quickly, Wang Ming is using you. Guan Dachuan and the others finally realized that this guy thought they were controlled by Wang Ming, and couldn't help but sneer. It seemed this person was truly delusional. What a wild imagination. It would be a shame if he didn't write web novels. Humph. Wang Ming sneered, struggling to stand up, slowly walking towards Li Yuru, who was so frightened that he kept retreating, crawling backward with all his limbs. If you hadn't said anything, I might have almost forgotten to kill you. Wang Ming forced out a mocking smile. Li Yuru. Damn, if I had known, I wouldn't have spoken. I just can't keep my mouth shut. Li Yuru, Teacher Ning is not only my teacher but also yours. The way you treat your teacher shows that you are a heartless and ungrateful person. For a heartless and ungrateful scoundrel like you, killing you like this is already the best outcome for you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Li Yuru's voice trembled in fear. Wang. No, Mingge, have you forgotten? I even treated you to a meal. Don't kill me. I treated you to a meal. Poof. Wang Ming sneered, waving his hand, and 1,000 blades of fragments flashed by, piercing through Li Yuru's throat. Afterward, Wang Ming took everyone and boarded a helicopter, quickly heading towards Kyoto. Kyoto, Xin family. Xin Jingzai, Zhenzili, Ouyang Shang, and now Hudong sat in the hall, their faces grim. Because everything in the trial base had been destroyed by Wang Ming, many research results had been completely obliterated. Of course, many things had crashed into Shi Zhoumin's head, but a lot of equipment had to be prepared again. The venue also needed to be changed. With the 3 brothers of Van der Biao taking action, Wang Ming is undoubtedly dead. Zhenzili said, if he dies, the trial base actually doesn't need to be changed. but the most important thing right now is the demon spirit seeds. The reason for choosing the trial base back then was that it had enough demonic energy. If we chose another place, the demand for demonic energy would be a huge problem. Either we control or suppress a demon beast, or we need an extremely large number of demon spirit seeds. We have to change. Niao Hadong shook his head. After all, the trial base is a place of the 4 major academies. Our actions have already attracted Hong Kajin's attention. This place is no longer safe. Then let's change to another place. Ouyang Sheng said, Kyoto is so big, we can afford any expensive territory. We can just buy a building and secretly operate inside. We can do it under the light. Xian Zhengzai thought for a moment and said, this idea is good, but we can't be too close to her. So, let's find a place in the next few days. Ding ding. At this moment, Miao Hadong's phone rang. Miao Hadong picked it up and saw it was Van der Biao calling, smiling as he said, it's Van der Biao calling. It seems the matter over there is almost settled. Everyone's mood shifted, and they looked at Miao Hadong. Miao Hadong answered the call. Hello, Lao Fan, have you finished your business over there? Finish your mother's, censored. Damn. The rough and irritable voice of Van der Biao came through the phone, starting with a thunderous curse, your mother's, censored. What the hell is this Wang Ming to them? Miao Hadong felt a bit embarrassed from the scolding and forced himself to ask, answer my question, is Wang Ming dead? Damn. I lost a brother, did you hear that? Your mother's, censored. This damn Wang Ming is simply a monster, he killed one of my brothers. I asked you if Wang Ming is dead? Dead my ass. He is already on his way back to Kyoto. This damn Wang Ming is incredibly powerful. His 3rd soul ring is an 800,000 year soul ring. Damn, 800,000 years. Do you know what 800,000 years means? Van der Biao's voice on the other end was trembling. The entire room fell silent. Miao Hadong held the phone in one hand, sitting there like a wooden chicken, unable to believe his ears. They had worked hard, hiding and dodging, just to research a million-year soul ring, but unexpectedly, their opponent Wang Ming had million-year soul rings from the 1st to the 3rd. This was somewhat terrifying. Could he really be her illegitimate son? A brother of mine was killed by Wang Ming's 3rd soul skill. You heard me right. Wang Ming used his damn 3rd soul skill to kill a soul sect master. Damn it! If I had known this job was so tricky, I wouldn't have taken it no matter what. A high-grade soul tool cost my brother his life. Fan de Biao was still roaring on the other end of the phone, while Miao Hadong's phone slowly slipped from his hand. The entire hall was eerily quiet, everyone immersed in this explosive news. Wang Ming was still alive, and he possessed an 8 million year soul ring capable of killing soul sect level experts. 8 million year soul ring? Ouyang Sheng murmured, incredulous, how could he have it? Where did this soul ring come from? Even our hidden families only have million-year soul rings. Do you think he could really be her illegitimate son? Miao Hadong asked, staring at Chen Zili and Xian Jingzhai. I've said it before, absolutely not. Xian Jingzhai replied firmly, we have done a detailed investigation into Wang Ming's background, and she couldn't possibly be his mother, so you don't need to worry about that. Then where did he get the 8 million-year soul ring? Everyone, don't forget, the source of soul rings isn't just the demon's magic soul. Xian Jingzhai reminded, there is another source, although it's just a legend, but a legend doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Heavenly bestowed soul ring? Ouyang Sheng suggested. That's not impossible. Otherwise, with Wang Ming's strength, how could all 3 of his soul rings be million-year? Then heaven must be too generous with him. If he isn't her illegitimate son, is he heaven's illegitimate son? Miao Hadong felt this was nonsense. If Wang Ming is heaven's illegitimate son, then who the hell is he? You can't be telling me his mother is Niuhua. Then how do you explain the source of his soul rings? Chen Zili countered. We can only capture Wang Ming to know everything. Ouyang Sheng stood up and said, we must not let Wang Ming return alive, otherwise, our actions will definitely be exposed. The teacher Ning we captured is still in our hands. We can use her to threaten Wang Ming, Chen Zili said. Let's send Fan de Biao and the others. Xian Zhengzhai suggested. Humph. Miao Hadong sneered, didn't you hear Fan de Biao cursing? How would he be willing to take this job now? He will be willing. Who is Fan de Biao? He has been in the underworld for so many years. Although there is some brotherly loyalty, it won't be too much. Tell him we have leverage. If he kills Wang Ming, half of the treasures on Wang Ming will belong to him. Yes, don't kill him yet. We need to capture him alive. Ouyang Sheng said. Right, we need to capture him alive. Xian Jingzhai nodded. Make good use of this teacher Ning. If Wang Ming is willing to comply, we guarantee her safety. We are not terrorists. If Wang Ming doesn't cooperate, then there's nothing we can do. Ouyang Sheng said. Miao Hadong nodded. Okay, I'll call Fan de Biao. After the phone rang, Fan Debiao on the other end immediately exploded with curses when he heard Miao Hedong wanted him to go after Wang Ming, greeting Miao Hedong's parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents with affectionate remarks. He even expressed his willingness to engage in a physical relationship with Miao Hedong's entire family. It wasn't until Miao Hedong revealed their conditions that Fan Debiao stopped his tirade. After careful consideration, I felt there was a way to exploit this situation, as it revealed that Wang Ming was a person who valued loyalty deeply, and such a person is very easy to manipulate. Loyalty was his fatal weakness. With Teacher Ning in hand, he could easily force Wang Ming to comply. Then I slapped myself in the face. Back in the cave, I had several people under my control but failed to utilize them properly. What a waste. One of my own brothers died for nothing. Sigh. If he's dead, he's dead. Those who are alive must live well. At the same time, Wang Ming's helicopter rushed to Kyoto at top speed, heading straight back to his residence. As soon as he landed, he received a text from Fan Debiao. If you want to save Ningxue, come alone to the outskirts tonight. I will give you the location then. If you dare bring anyone, you will never see her again. Upon reading the message, Wang Ming's expression darkened. He knew this was the enemy's scheme, but for Teacher Ning's safety, he had no choice but to take the risk and fall into the trap they had meticulously set for him. What time tonight? Wang Ming asked. 9:30 p.m. I will send you the location then. The other party replied. How about 11:30 p.m.? Wang Ming tried to buy some time. I'm just heading back now. It will take at least until 11 to get back to Kyoto and separate from others. No, it has to be 9. Then I can't guarantee that others won't know my whereabouts. Then you can forget about seeing your teacher Ningxue for the rest of your life. Then let it be. Fan Debiao. Either 11, or you can make your move now. Everyone is quite tired. I've already rescued the people I needed to save. For the sake of my teacher, I've done my best. At this point, I have no regrets. You can act. Fan Debiao, Sigma Hey. It was clearly him who had the upper hand, so why did it feel like he was the one being controlled? After thinking it over, it seemed he had a grip on the other party's loyalty, but loyalty is something that can be there or not. The initiative seemed to be in Wang Ming's hands. Alright, 11:30, I'll give you enough time, but don't try any tricks, or else. Stop the noise, send the location when the time comes. After sending the message, Wang Ming turned off his phone, furrowed his brows, and fell into deep thought. He had to save Teacher Ning. It was something he must do. On his side, aside from Guan Dashuan, he was essentially isolated and without support. Although Rushui and the others had strength, they were powerless against the Soul Sect. Even with family power, it belonged to the family. Given their status within the family, it was easy to mobilize Soul Emperor level experts, but Soul Sect level experts would require their father to intervene. Clearly, this route was not feasible, as the 5 major families were not only concerned with surface issues. Relying solely on Guan Dachuan and Cheng Gang against Fan Debiao, as well as the Xan, Chen, and Ouyang families, was no different from seeking death. To defeat them, at the very least, the strength of the 5 major families or the 4 major academies was needed. Currently, mobilizing these forces was unrealistic. After much thought, Wang Ming decided to go alone. After all, he still had one chance to shift positions. As long as he had the slightest opportunity, he could instantly change positions, leaving them with nothing for their efforts. Time quickly approached past 10 p.m. To avoid worrying them, Wang Ming made arrangements for Guan Dachuan and He Zhenggang before driving away from the residence. Around 11:28, his phone vibrated with a location message from Fan Debiao, indicating an abandoned factory in the suburbs, a full 80 kilometers from Kyoto. This distance made driving impossible. Wang Ming wielded the 1,000-blade knife and sped towards that direction. About half an hour later, Wang Ming arrived outside the abandoned factory and sent a message to Fan Debiao. "I'm here. Where are you?" Very soon, Van der Biao replied, "Well done, you really came alone. Now, according to the location I sent you, head to the next place." Shortly after, another location came through on the phone. In an unfamiliar place 50 kilometers away, Wang Ming had no idea where it was and could only fly quickly according to the coordinates provided by Van der Biao. 20 minutes later, "I've arrived. You don't want to keep me on a leash, do you?" Wang Ming messaged. He. Van der Biao replied on the phone. "You really have some guts." At that moment, a cold laugh came from behind Wang Ming. It was the old man with the surname Xing, hunched over, his eyes glaring at Wang Ming. "You dare come alone?" Wang Ming sneered. "What's there to be afraid of?" As soon as he finished speaking, a snowflake appeared in his hand. "As long as I invite her here, no matter how many of you there are, you all have to die. Don't you think so?" Wang Ming said with a smile. "That's right, very right." The old man with the surname Xing laughed. "Then, please hand this thing over to me for safekeeping. Are you sure you dare to take it?" Wang Ming smirked. "I remember the last time she came looking for me. it was because she tracked me down through this snowflake. Are you trying to make her come find you on her own? The old man with the surname Xing was left speechless. If that was the case, he really didn't dare to take it. In that case, I won't take it. Put this thing away. I'll take you away, otherwise, she will die. Alright. Wang Ming put away the snowflake. At that moment, Wang Ming felt a flash before his eyes, a foul smell of dry smoke hit his nose, and he found himself unable to move. The old man with the surname Xing had already appeared behind him, trapping him. Without the protection of those three, a mere 39th level soul pill is just an ant, daring to be arrogant in front of our sect. Wang Ming, I will treat you well. After saying that, he took a step forward. Wang Ming felt a flash before his eyes, a sense of swelling in his brain. In an instant, when Wang Ming regained his vision, he found himself in an unknown basement. This basement was very small, only a few dozen square meters, but in this tiny basement, Xian Jingzai, Chen Zili, Ouyang Shang, Miao Hudong, and Vanderbiao were all present. The five of them stared intently at Wang Ming. Wang Ming sat in a chair, looking at them calmly, clicking his tongue and saying, TSK, Xian Jingzai, Chen Zili, Ouyang Shang, Miao Hudong, and these two, a total of 6 soul sect level experts, specifically targeting a 39th level soul pill. My face is really quite big, huh? Don't mention the soul pill, even an ordinary soul king, I wouldn't take seriously, but this soul pill of yours is indeed extraordinary. It's worth our combined effort. Miao Hudong said with a smile. Xian Jingzai, we meet again. Wang Ming said with a grin, looking at Xian Jingzai. Xian Jingzai coldly snorted upon seeing his enemy. Oh, head of the Chen family. Wang Ming turned to look at Chen Zili. We're all old acquaintances. You might not know, but back in the demon land, your son knelt at my feet, begging me to spare him, crawling like a dog. Chen Zili immediately glared in anger. Wang Ming laughed and said, guess what I said? I said, you're not worthy of being a Dragon Kingdom person, and I gave him a quick death, just a simple knife. He probably didn't even feel pain. How about that? I cleared the Chen family's name, preventing you from being labeled as traitors and lackeys. Shouldn't you thank me? You, seeking death. Chen Zili was furious and was about to strike. Brother Chen, please calm down. Xian Zhengzai immediately stopped Chen Zili, staring at Wang Ming. Kid, you really have a sharp tongue. Head of the Xian family, your father died much more tragically than his son. Damn it! Xian Zhengzai exploded in rage as if someone had stepped on his tail. Brother Xian, please calm down. Chen Zili felt more balanced in his heart and pulled Zenzai back, saying, calm down. Zenzai's face flushed, gritting his teeth. Sharp-tongued indeed, Miao Hudong sneered, Old Xing, bring that girl Ning over. Let's see if he dares to be tough now. Soon, Ning Yingxue was brought up. Her long hair was simply tied back, her clothes intact, indicating she hadn't been insulted, but her face was pale, clearly frightened by the ordeal. When she saw Wang Ming, her eyes lit up, and she cried sadly, Wang Ming, you shouldn't have come. Teacher. Wang Ming was excited to see Ning Yingxue. Are you okay, teacher? Did they bully you? No, you. Just because they didn't before doesn't mean they won't now. Miao Hudong's cold voice interrupted their conversation as he slowly walked behind Ning Yingxue, placing his hands on her trembling shoulders from fear. Miao Hudong smiled at Wang Ming and said, whether your teacher can return alive depends on your performance. Is that so? I don't believe it. Wang Ming smirked, showing a confident smile. You don't believe it? Fan Debiao was surprised. With 6 soul sect level experts present, could Wang Ming really turn the tables? How about we make a bet? Wang Ming wore a mocking smile as he looked at Miao Hudong. You. Seeing Wang Ming smile, he immediately recalled their bet at the trial base. I bet you can't keep me here. Ha ha ha. Fan Debiao burst into laughter. Interesting, this is too amusing. I haven't heard such arrogant words in a long time, especially from a level 39 soul pill. Miao Hudong. This line sounds so familiar. Wang Ming, have you lost your mind? Don't you see your situation? Who would believe such big talk? The old man with the surname Xing scoffed. I believe it. Miao Hudong said firmly. Everyone, confused face? Miao Hudong scanned the crowd. I believe it. Brother Miao, you. Zenzai was a bit confused. Wang Ming has a skill that allows him to instantly disappear from the spot, even more exaggerated than the soul sect's teleportation. Last time, he escaped from me. Miao Hudong looked at Wang Ming and smiled. But it seems your skill can't take others with you, right? That's right. Wang Ming replied with a smile. So, between her and me, you can only keep one. Either let her go quickly, or I will perform my disappearing act right in front of you. Disappearing act? Fan Debiao's eyes lit up as he looked at Wang Ming. Is that the name of a soul technique? Wang Ming replied sincerely, yes. Hand over that technique, and we can let her go. Fan Debiao said immediately. Are you an idiot? Wang Ming scoffed. I said, you have 10 seconds to think. Either let my teacher go immediately, or I will leave right now. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. Wang Ming, this deal seems unreasonable for us. Ouyang Shang said, if we let her go, won't we be unable to keep you as well? Wang Ming, I can tell you how to keep me, on the condition that you let her go first. Ouyang Shang looked at the old man with the surname Xing. You take her away. Wait. Wang Ming stood up, and no one stopped him. You take my hand, and they will send you to the entrance of the Yin family in Kyoto. Once you get inside, call me. No need, the phone can stay connected. Ouyang Shang said. Alright, Wang Ming, you go on your own. Your teacher is very proud to have a student like you and is very content in this life. You're still young, hurry and leave, don't worry about me. Ning Xue refused to leave, pleading for Wang Ming to hurry away. The old man with the surname Xing was unwilling to wait any longer, waved his hand, and the two instantly disappeared. Wang Ming sat back down in his chair as Fan Debiao dialed the video call. During the teleportation process, the video was completely interrupted. About a few minutes later, the video resumed normally, and Ning Xue stood at the entrance of the Yin family home, just a step away from crossing the threshold. If Wang Ming didn't say anything, the old man with the surname Xing could instantly bring Ning Xue back. Can I speak now? Ouyang Shang asked with a smile. Sure, Wang Ming nodded. It's simple to trap me. Just seal off the space like last time, right? A person with a brain should be able to think of such a simple thing. Ouyang Shang's expression darkened. They had long since locked down this space, but they lacked the confidence and courage to gamble. On the other side of the video, the old man with the surname Xing immediately took action to grab Ning Xue back, but she had already stepped into the Yin family's door, just as someone from the Yin family was coming out. The old man with the surname Xing had no choice but to retreat. Wang Ming smiled. Ning Xue was finally safe. Alright, now that Ning Xue is safe, it's your turn, Wang Ming. Ouyang Shang pulled over a chair and sat across from Wang Ming, his tone calm. I have a few questions I'd like to consult you about, is that okay? Can you stop pretending like this? Wang Ming squinted at him in disdain. We're already at this point, who are you trying to impress? Is it okay? I say it's not okay, is that fine? Ouyang Shang, however, smiled lightly and said, perhaps this is the influence of my upbringing. I can responsibly tell you that I have rarely been angry or furious because that is not allowed in my family. Wang Ming scrutinized him seriously. I have 3 questions to ask you. First, what exactly is this teleportation technique of yours? My theoretical knowledge is very solid. I've read many books on soul masters. Everything you've seen and not seen, I've read, but I've never seen any soul techniques. I can't answer that because it's a skill brought by the soul ring, Wang Ming replied truthfully. Alright, second question, since you are a weapon soul master, why can you still contract soul beasts? Everyone knows a person can only contract one, either a soul weapon or a soul beast. Don't you understand this? Wang Ming retorted. I heard that when you tested your soul power back then, the soul power ball exploded, is that true? Ouyang Shang continued to ask. Wang Ming nodded, yes. So, your soul power talent isn't the red anomaly, but the legendary golden one. As soon as Ouyang Shang said this, everyone's gaze in the room locked tightly onto Wang Ming, because for so many years, there had never been a golden legendary level soul power talent. I don't know, perhaps it's because the soul power ball was broken at that time. This matter cannot be confirmed for now, Wang Ming said very honestly. Alright, third question. Ouyang Shang stood up, slowly approached Wang Ming, and leaned down to stare into Wang Ming's eyes, asking, your soul rings, the first soul ring is 1 million years, the second soul ring is 5 million years, and the third soul ring is 8 million years. Can you explain that? I can. Wang Ming answered decisively. Everyone else was surprised. Wang Ming said, there's nothing to hide, the snowflakes I have in my hand were given to me by her after she knew about my soul rings, because all my soul rings are bestowed by heaven. Hiss. Everyone was shocked. So, when your strength breaks through to Soul King, the age of your soul rings might reach tens of millions of years? Ouyang Shang's breathing became heavy. Wang Ming replied, perhaps, I don't know. Ouyang Shang said, alright, then I wish you to become a Soul King. I want to witness your heavenly bestowed soul rings with my own eyes. Hee, that request might be hard to fulfill, at least not in the short term. Wang Ming said with a smile as he looked at Ouyang Shang. To be honest, this was absolutely the truth. After all, to level up from level 39 to above level 40, the required energy value is a terrifying 20 million. 20 million. That's not just a simple number, but a substantial energy value. Is that so? Where's the difficulty? Ouyang Shang maintained his smile. Wang Ming, you should face reality. In our hands, you're like fish on a chopping board. Do you really think you still have the qualifications to negotiate with us? Niao Hadong threatened from the side. You're right, but I'm not negotiating with you, I'm stating facts. Although I have a heavenly bestowed soul ring and hundreds of years of soul rings, the problem is that the energy value required for me to level up from 39 to Soul King is extremely terrifying. I'm afraid you won't be able to provide it, Wang Ming said. Ha! Wang Ming, you underestimate our Kyoto family and the hidden families too much. Xin Jingjai sneered. Oh, so you're saying that the head of the Xin family, the head of the Chun family, and this young Master Ouyang are willing to provide me with enough demon cores or magic spirit seeds? Wang Ming smirked. Don't worry, however many demon core energies you need, we will provide you with that. You can rest assured, Ouyang Shang said, but we need to see your heavenly bestowed soul ring. Wang Ming nodded, sure, but this process will take at least a few months, right? I can't just not eat, drink, or rest. Also, young Master Ouyang may not know, but the head of the Chen family and the head of the Xin family definitely know that I have deep ties with the Yin family, the Lu family, and the Zhang family. After such a long time without contacting them, they will definitely find a way to look for me. You should know their influence. If this matter escalates and attracts her attention, I have her things on me, and she can sense my location anytime, anywhere. Ha ha ha. Fan Debiao laughed heartily, looking at Wang Ming with an ignorant expression. Wang Ming, until you reach the realm of the Soul Sect, you will never understand the power of the Soul Sect experts. Do you really think we are that easy to deal with? Niao Hadong sneered. The space they have jointly sealed off, let alone the Yin family and the Lu family, even she, unless she directly appears in front of you, cannot sense it, Ouyang Shang explained. Wang Ming's heart sank. He indeed underestimated the experts at the Soul Sect level. The escape route he had prepared seemed to be completely cut off by their blockade. 6 Soul Sect experts working together to seal off a space would likely injure even a Soul Venerable level expert if they were caught off guard. Alright, I was too ignorant, Wang Ming shrugged, then please provide me with enough demon cores or magic spirit seeds, and I will strive to cultivate as soon as possible, break through to Soul King, and show you what a heavenly bestowed soul ring really is. How many do you need? Xin Jingjai asked. I don't know, just give them to me batch by batch. The higher the level of the demon cores, the better. It would be best if they were all level 7 or 8 demon cores, as that would greatly improve the efficiency of my cultivation. Wang Ming said casually. Do you think level 7 and 8 demon cores are cabbages? Chen Zili snorted unhappily. From now on, we will provide you with enough level 6 demon cores. Wang Ming, alright. Then, Xin Jingjai, Chen Zili, and Ouyang Sheng each took out demon cores, totaling 152 level 6 demon cores, 69 magic spirit seeds, and 342 level 5 demon cores. Level 6 demon cores can provide 15,000 energy points, while level 5 demon cores can provide 8,000 energy points. The energy value of magic spirit seeds is unstable. Some are higher than level 6, while some are lower than level 5, making it impossible to calculate uniformly, and can only be assessed based on the energy value obtained from cultivation. After calculating, the energy value from the demon cores can provide 5 million points, and the magic spirit seeds can provide at most 1 million points, totaling 6 million, which doesn't even meet the general requirements. Now we have to make the Xin family, Chen family, and Ouyang family bleed a little. These demon cores should be about enough. Chen Zili seemed to be speaking to Wang Ming, but also to Xin Jingjai and Ouyang Shang. The energy from these demon cores is enough for my cultivation. A mere 39th level soul pill is sufficient. Xin Jingjai nodded in agreement. Ouyang Shang also nodded in deep agreement. Wang Ming nodded as well, saying, almost, just enough for the first batch. Next time, let's stick to this amount and do it 3 more times, and that will be enough. Everyone, confused face? 3 more times? Fan Debiao, standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. Wang Ming, are you here to stock up or to feast? I've never seen so many demon cores, and you, with just a 39th level soul pill, need this many demon cores for what? To eat? Don't be too greedy, or else. Shut up! Wang Ming glared at him. A mere 90,000-year soul ring dares to question an 800,000-year soul ring owner. Do you even deserve it? You! Fan Debiao was hit where it hurt again, gritting his teeth, wishing he could take Wang Ming down. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to monitor me. Wang Ming said, and I've already said, the energy I need is terrifying, something you can't afford. Fine, we want to see how you absorb these demon cores. I'll make sure you burst. Xin Jingjai said through gritted teeth. Alright, time is tight, so let's not waste any more. Wang Ming, you just focus on your cultivation here. Lao Fan, Lao Xing, please keep an eye on him. Don't worry, I promise you, not a single item will be short. Ouyang Shang said. Okay. Fan Debiao and the old man with the surname Xing nodded. After everyone else left, only Fan Debiao, the old man with the surname Xing, and Wang Ming remained in the basement. Let's get started, Fan Debiao urged.
Can you two stand aside? Don't get me wrong.
Wang Ming said, I just simply think you two are ugly. Standing next to me will lower my looks.
You!
The old man with the surname Xing glared in anger.
Ha!
Fan De Biao sneered, lowering my looks is whatever. Hurry up and cultivate.
Fine.
Wang Ming shrugged indifferently, sitting cross-legged on the nearby earthen bed. With a thought, the demon cores he had just collected appeared around him, shining with various colors. Fan De Biao and the old man with the surname Xing stared at Wang Ming seriously. The old man with the surname Xing sneered, really greedy, we cultivate by absorbing one demon core at a time, and he takes out so many, he must be showing off, really.
Damn!
Before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed a scene that left him dumbfounded. The demon cores seemed to be summoned, and all the energy from the demon cores automatically flowed out, slowly converging towards Wang Ming. In the end, Wang Ming, sitting cross-legged, was surrounded by various energies, creating an ethereal feeling.
Damn! This guy Wang Ming is way too freaky.
The old man with the surname Xing swallowed hard and said with difficulty, This kind of cultivation method, I've never heard of it.
Fan De Biao nodded, this guy is not simple.
A month later, inside the Chen family's villa.
What? Not enough?
Chen Zili's voice was extremely shocked, his tone and expression exaggerated. Are you sure he absorbed all of it?
With so many demon cores and magic seeds, even with day and night cultivation, it should take 2 to 3 months, and he finished it in a month? Did you keep a close watch?
Don't let him stash any away. Fan De Biao recalled the scene of Wang Ming absorbing energy, swallowed hard, and said seriously, I'm sure, this guy definitely absorbed it all, not a bit hidden.
With so many demon cores, this guy is simply a bottomless pit. Sighed Xin Jingjai, sitting nearby. What do we do now? Do we really have to keep providing this guy with demon cores? Chen Zili's gaze swept back and forth between Xin Jingjai and Ouyang Shang. According to Wang Ming, we need 3 more.
3. Brother, our family fortune is going to be drained by this guy.
Don't forget, last time we provided Master Wang with materials for forging a Holy Soul weapon.
You know that forging a Holy Soul weapon comes with risks.
If it fails, you and I will have to reinvest. With such a large family business, we can't afford to invest on both sides, Brother Xin, we can't bear this. Chen Zili frowned, expressing his difficulties. Let's do it. After pondering for a moment, Xin Jingjai nodded seriously. If we can get Wang Ming's soul ring, it's all worth it.
Wang Ming's 3rd soul ring is 800,000 years old, and the 4th soul ring is very likely to be in the 10 million year range.
If we can obtain a 10 million year soul ring, brother, will we still fear her?
Xin Jingjai said, lowering his voice. But what use do we have for a 10 million year soul ring?
Chen Zili replied. Master Chen, have you forgotten about our Ouyang family? Ouyang Shang smiled. I've already reported the situation to the family.
The family's stance is that we have an ancestor in the Ouyang family who is now a full-level soul master and is very likely to step into the soul saint realm. If we can obtain a 10 million year soul ring, my ancestor is indeed someone who has the potential to reach that step, Ouyang Shang said elegantly, uttering astonishing words.
Chen Zili and Xin Jingjai exchanged glances. Was there enormous investment just to provide a dowry for the Ouyang family? What ancestor? This offered them no benefits at all. Speaking of ancestors, which family didn't have one?
Continuously sending demon cores to Wang Ming would inevitably affect the family's financial chain, and there could even be a risk of rupture.
This was very serious. With such a huge risk, how could they willingly hand over everything to the Ouyang family?
Xin Jingjai sneered, leaning back on the sofa, and said indifferently, I think Wang Ming is very dangerous. With just his soul pill strength, he can contend with soul sect experts.
If he reaches the Soul King or even the Soul Emperor, how can we handle that?
We are now mortal enemies with Wang Ming. There's no reason to nurture a mortal enemy. What I mean is, why not take advantage of his weakness and kill him directly to avoid future troubles? As for the so-called Heavenly Soul Ring, we haven't even seen it. How can we trust Wang Ming's word?
Brother Xin is right, I agree.
Killing him makes me feel more at ease.
Chen Zili immediately expressed his stance.
Ouyang Shang understood at once. The Chen and Xin families were dissatisfied with their family taking the 10 million year soul ring. Of course, he had anticipated this outcome, as no one was a fool.
Ha ha ha, Ouyang Shang laughed heartily. Uncles, I think you've misunderstood. How could our Ouyang family let you two uncles suffer? I hadn't finished my earlier statement. Chen Zili and Xin Jingjai exchanged glances and looked at Ouyang Shang.
Ouyang Shang continued, as for the 10 million year soul ring, our Ouyang family will take it, and in return, we will provide compensation to help both of you elevate your strength to soul master level, providing a 1,000,000 year soul ring.
How about that? Really? Chen Zili and Xin Jingjai's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, when has our Ouyang family ever deceived anyone? Ouyang Shang laughed.
Although helping you two uncles elevate to Soul Master level comes at a great cost, we Ouyang family are willing to pay it compared to the 10 million year soul ring.
Good. Xin Jingjai and Chen Zili agreed without hesitation. Soul Master level experts are quite rare in the entire Dragon Kingdom.
Besides a few in the capital, there are a few in hidden families, and there are also hidden experts in other places who are Soul Master level. But the total number of Soul Master level experts in the country does not exceed 30. As for Soul Saint level experts, they are few and far between. If their strength could reach the Soul Master level, their status in the capital would inevitably rise, and at that time, the other three major families would surely be suppressed. Thus, Xin Jingjai and Chen Zili began to gather the demon cores needed for Wang Ming's cultivation, providing a second batch according to the previous quantity. In their view, although Wang Ming needed a huge number of demon cores, it wasn't exaggerated to such an extent. Providing one more batch should be enough. With this sense of luck, they provided the demon cores as requested. Meanwhile, after Enrushui and the others were rescued, they learned from Ningxue that Wang Ming had been captured, and immediately took action. They mobilized all the forces they could muster to start a large-scale search. Another month passed. Head Xin, head Chen, have you prepared the demon cores from Wang Ming? Fan Debiao asked with a smile. Xin Jingjai gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Take them. Chen Zili added, take them. Fan Debiao received the demon cores, checked them, and frowned. Heads, why are most of these demon cores only level 4 and 5? Xin Jingjai glared at him. Do you think level 6 demon cores are cabbages? Chen Zili awkwardly replied, this is still what we managed to gather using our family's resources. If it were other families, they probably couldn't even gather these. Fan Debiao nodded, alright, I'll send them to Wang Ming. More than a month later, head Xin, head Chen, are the demon cores for Wang Ming ready? Fan Debiao visited again. Now, Xin Jingjai and Chen Zili felt a bit flustered upon seeing Fan Debiao, because collecting demon cores had become extremely difficult. The cash flow of both families had basically been spent on buying demon cores for Wang Ming, and with their own supply insufficient, they began to mobilize from external sources. Many of the previous demon cores were sourced externally. This time, they were indeed in a bit of a bind. How long is this going to last? Xin Jingjai was furious. This is the 4th time. Wang Ming is a bottomless pit, a gold-devouring beast. How much more do we have to fill in? Damn! Our prestigious families in the capital are going to be drained by this bottomless pit. According to Wang Ming, this should be the last time. Fan Debiao said, however, he mentioned that when the Heavenly Gift Soul Ring is bestowed, a massive amount of demon cores is also needed, so it seems there will be 2 more times. Of course, the last time won't require many demon cores. Damn it! Chen Zili couldn't help but curse. 2 more times? He's almost drained both our families dry. If this continues, we'll have to sell our assets. Find Ouyang Shang. You go find Ouyang Shang and ask him to handle it. Heads, young Master Ouyang is currently working on the Soul Ring research project, and the investment in this area is also quite substantial. Fan Debiao said. Damn it! Xin Jingjai was so angry he started pacing, scratching his scalp, unwilling to give up halfway. Fine. Give it to him, since it's the last time anyway. I want to see how the Heavenly Gift Soul Ring is actually bestowed. Wang Ming was very comfortable. Aside from being monitored and urged to cultivate by the old man with the surname Xing and Fan Debiao every day, everything else was quite pleasant. He was taken care of in terms of food and drink. Whatever he wanted, they provided. In short, it was just one word, enjoyable. After more than 2 months of interaction, Wang Ming found that these two were actually not difficult to get along with, because from the old man who was killed, it could be seen that these two still had some loyalty. However, this loyalty could not withstand temptation. For example, now that Fan Debiao was not present, only the old man with the surname Xing remained. This old man, named Xing Digang, was constantly flattering Wang Ming, with a clear goal, the soul techniques that Wang Ming had casually mentioned. With Miao Hudong as a witness, they had great faith in Wang Ming's soul techniques. It was mealtime. Xing Digang cheerfully added a chicken leg to Wang Ming's bowl, smiling as he said, "You've worked hard in your cultivation, eat more." I said, "Old Xing." Seeing his enthusiasm, Wang Ming went along with him. "You suddenly became so easy to talk to. You wouldn't be trying to get your hands on the Heavenly Gift Soul Ring, would you?" "No way, this thing is coveted by the Ouyang family. I'm just an old man with no background or status, how could I dare?" Xing Digang said with a smile, "I just want to inquire about your, living person disappearance technique. What exactly is it?" "Well, it's very mysterious and powerful." Wang Ming said seriously, "At that time, I was being chased by an enemy. It was just last year. I was at level 32 Soul Dan, facing a Soul Emperor's pursuit. I jumped off a cliff, and I thought I was dead. Guess what happened?" "What happened?" "A tree grew horizontally on the cliff, and that tree saved me." "That's not right. With the strength of a Soul Emperor, no matter how big the cliff or how small the tree, you can't escape the Soul Emperor's divine sense.
The key point is right here. Wang Ming tapped the bowl with his chopsticks. Do you know how I escaped the Soul Emperor's eyes? Because I entered a very mysterious cave.
Cave? Yes, at that time I fell off the cliff. My own weight was heavy. When I pressed down on the tree, its elasticity was great. It directly bounced me up and flung me into an upward slanting cave. The entrance of this cave is slanted upwards. Ordinary people can't see it at all. That Soul Emperor was probably too eager to chase me and didn't observe carefully, so he just went down and didn't find me.
Oh, I see. Xing Digang nodded repeatedly, then cleverly asked, so, you got your soul technique in this cave?
Yes, that's my opportunity, Wang Ming said earnestly. When I saw a skeleton and a jade box in this cave today, I knew my opportunity had come.
This jade box contains the living person disappearance technique? Oh, which family's technique has such an unpleasant name?
I made up that name to fool Miao Hadong and the others, Wang Ming laughed. The name of my soul technique is. Xing Digang straightened his neck and perked up his ears.
Hey, why am I telling you this?
Wang Ming changed the subject. Telling you is useless, I still have to die.
Well, hey.
Xing Digang was left hanging, not willing to give up without hearing the name of the soul technique. After thinking for a moment, he said, how about this, you tell me the name of the soul technique, and I can guarantee you won't die.
Are you trying to trick me? Wang Ming looked skeptical. You definitely won't let me go.
You're in my hands now. If I say I can let you go, I can let you go. Xing Digang patted his chest, then softened. But I'm not a match for the Ouyang family or the Kyoto families. I don't dare to let you go.
But speaking of which, we can just chat casually. If you tell me the name of the technique, you won't lose anything, and I won't be able to learn it, right? Wang Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. What you said makes sense.
But I still won't say the name of the soul technique, because it's really too against the heavens, and I'm afraid that if I say it, you'll be even more fixated on it.
Hey, if you don't say it, just thinking about it won't help me. Xing Digang felt itchy inside. Come on, what kind of soul technique is it?
Just hearing the name of this soul technique, you'll know how impressive it is. Let me tell you. Wang Ming leaned forward and lowered his voice. The name of my soul technique is shapeshifting and position switching technique.
Shapeshifting and position switching technique?
Yes, just hearing this name, you can clearly understand what it's for.
As the name suggests, shapeshifting and position switching, you understand? Xing Digang set a trap for Wang Ming.
I understand, this is indeed powerful, but can it compare to our soul sex instant teleportation?
Hey, you don't know about this, do you?
Wang Ming seemed to be trapped.
You don't know this, do you?
Your teleportation has distance and spatial limitations, but this has no restrictions at all. He is not limited by space, distance, or any situation. As long as he leaves a mark, he can go whenever he wants.
But that's not right. Aren't you currently trapped by our spatial blockade?
Xing Digang, not being foolish, immediately pointed out the flaw.
That's true. This soul technique is ultimately a soul technique, not omnipotent. You've locked down this entire area directly, and with the space locked, how can I move? Wang Ming explained.
This was the truth. If his strength had reached the Soul Emperor level and he had a preliminary grasp of space, he could completely ignore the soul sex blockade, but now he couldn't, he had already tried.
This space now completely belonged to the soul sex single lock space, and he couldn't move. That makes sense. Xing Digang nodded.
However, if one's strength reaches the soul sec level, no matter what kind of spatial lock it is, as long as one can mobilize even a bit of spatial power, they can perform the teleportation. Wang Ming said, just think, for example, if you were being chased by dozens of soul sec level experts.
When you are cornered, you could laugh at them and wave goodbye, saying, see you scoundrels. Then perform the teleportation and disappear without a trace. Do you think those dozens of soul sect members would be furious?
Xing Digang thought about it and felt that this soul technique was indeed impressive. No matter how unfavorable the situation, as long as he had this soul technique by his side, he could always come and go without a trace.
This is indeed powerful.
Xing Digang felt increasingly eager and looked at Wang Ming, but he didn't know how to trick this soul technique into his hands.
Alas, what a pity.
Wang Ming sighed and shook his head. Such a good technique, destined to be buried in my hands forever, losing its inheritance. It's really too unfortunate.
It really is too unfortunate.
Xing Digang sighed along with him. If it could be passed down, how wonderful that would be.
There are no fated people.
Wang Ming shook his head. Actually, I think if we weren't in a hostile relationship, you are quite worth getting to know. Although I am older, I really enjoy interacting with young people like you. Let's be friends across generations. Xing Digang said with a smile.
Old Xing, are you wanting to learn the soul technique? I do, but unfortunately, I have no hope.
It's not that there's no hope, Wang Ming said, because I don't want to die either.
but you have a way to save me, yet you lack the courage, so this soul technique can only be out of reach for you. Is that so? Tell me more. Xingdigang said. I just want to save my life, I don't want to die in this cave. You want my soul technique, so we both have our needs. Wang Ming said, if you save my life and take me out, I will give you the soul technique. If you had this soul technique, who would you be afraid of? The world is vast, and you can roam freely. If you can't win, you can still escape, right? Wang Ming said. Let me think about it. You. At that moment, Fan De Biao walked in from outside, and the two immediately fell silent. Current cultivation level 39 Soul Dan Realm, 1962000/20000000, Soul Essence Value, 60 million, Tortoise Shell Soul Bone, Defensive Soul Bone, with no upper limit on defensive capability, providing defense based on the amount of soul power input by the host. Note, if the host injects all 2000 million energy points, the defensive capability can withstand a full force strike from a Soul Emperor. Ha! In the cave, Wang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In order to complete his cultivation early, Wang Ming had been practicing day and night. In fact, the energy value needed to reach the Soul King level was no longer this much, but in order to squeeze the Chen and Xin families and create the illusion that absorbing these demon core energies would take a month, he had to do it for the third time. There are still 380,000 energy points left, and I can complete it by tomorrow morning. Next is to absorb the billion-year Soul Ring Crystal. Absorbing it is not a problem. The biggest issue now is that Xingdigang hasn't replied to me yet. Once my strength breaks through to the Soul King, it will definitely lead to a surge in power, and with the powerful force of the Soul Ring when it appears, it will be enough to affect the stability of the sealed space in a short time. But with both Van De Biao and Xingdigang around, they can instantly restore the space lock. If at this critical moment, Xingdigang takes action, I might have a chance to escape. The key point lies with Xingdigang, but this guy has been slow to give me a clear response. Van De Biao, who was meditating, stood up, stretched, and moved around a bit, casting an admiring glance at Wang Ming, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Ever since Wang Ming sat here, he hadn't moved at all except for necessary meals and bathroom breaks. He was simply a hard worker, practicing day and night for over 2 months. He was really tough on himself. If I had this kind of perseverance, my strength would probably be much stronger than it is now. Thinking this, Van De Biao walked to the cave entrance and said to Xingdigang, Old Xing, you stay here, I'm going to the entrance for a smoke. Wang Ming doesn't agree to smoke inside the cave. Xingdigang, immersed in his practice, responded softly. He heard Van De Biao's footsteps leaving. Wang Ming. Not long after, a voice echoed in his ears. It was Van De Biao's soul transmission. What? Does what you said count? Humph. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. As long as you agree, I can give you the first half of the soul technique. The second half, I'll give you after I get out. Do you know about the soul contract? It's a vow made with the soul. Those who violate it will perish. Right, I will save you, but you have to make a soul contract with me first, otherwise, I can't trust you. After all, you can use the shift technique. If you run away, where will I find you? Of course. Then, Xingdigang used his soul power to initiate the soul contract, and after completing it, he transmitted it to Wang Ming's mind. Immediately, a blood-red scroll appeared in Wang Ming's mind, slowly opening, with red background and black characters writing the contract between the two. Wang Ming sneered inwardly and signed without hesitation. All right, Wang Ming replied. The moment Wang Ming signed, Xingdigang felt it and nodded, transmitting, very good. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Just give me a signal when to act. Wang Ming, I need you to distract Van De Biao. Xingdigang frowned, thinking for a moment. Okay, I'll handle this. Then, Xingdigang stood up and walked out. He didn't know what he said to Van De Biao, but less than 10 minutes later, Xingdigang returned. During this time, he will guard outside, and I will guard inside. Wang Ming nodded. Good. Give me the first half of the soul technique. I'll study it well during this time. All right. Did you attend elementary and middle school theory classes? Wang Ming suddenly asked. No, does that matter? Xingdigang was puzzled. I was just asking. Then he transmitted a passage of text to him. Heaven clear, earth spiritual, step as if shrinking, palaces and towers at my command, the door of emptiness, transparent light, traversing time and space, reversing the forces of nature, stepping across thousands of miles. Wang Ming began to speak nonsense. Xingdigang listened very seriously, like a diligent student, taking notes earnestly. All right, this is the first half of the shift technique. Wang Ming sighed in relief. Actually, the first half mainly discusses theory, while the second half is about operating soul power. Since you are a soul sect expert, your manipulability is too strong, so I can only teach you the first half for now. The second half, I'll tell you after I get out. Xingdigang had no doubts at all.
his face full of excitement. Good, good, good. I'll first run the first half, and we'll talk about the second half when you come out. He then immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate earnestly. Wang Ming seized the time and started his own cultivation. After a night, the 20 million soul power had been fully cultivated. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, opened his eyes, and glanced at Xingdi Gang, who was sitting there motionless, slowly circulating his energy. Wang Ming chuckled to himself. With a wave of his hand, a milky white soul ring appeared. To prevent being discovered, Wang Ming did not release the crystal stone this time but directly absorbed the white soul ring into his body. In his mind, the milky white soul ring floated above his sea of consciousness, and the billion-year soul ring crystal hovered above the center of the soul ring. As the billion-year soul ring crystal released energy, the milky white soul ring began to tremble slightly, with powerful energy input causing the sharp points of the soul ring to increase in rotation. The color changed to purple after the sharp points increased to 9. At the same time, Wang Ming began to absorb the soul ring, and immense energy flowed out from the soul ring, cascading down through his head. With the experience from the previous 3 times, Wang Ming was familiar with the process, enjoying the physical pleasure brought by the overwhelming energy. This feeling was exhilarating. The previous tension was gone, replaced by immersion in the experience. Soon, the sensation of weightlessness returned, and his consciousness first floated out of his body. Looking down, he saw Xingdi Gang sitting cross-legged in his original position, immersed in cultivation, his body passing through the cave above. Wang Ming saw Fan De Biao and continued to ascend. He didn't know how long he had been rising when he saw the direction of the capital, realizing he was over 300 kilometers away from it. He continued to climb, the speed increasing. He passed through the atmosphere of Blue Star, leaving it behind and entering the vastness of the cosmic starry sky. Yet, the ascent speed showed no signs of slowing down. He continued to rise. In the vast universe, with no reference points, the planets before him quickly enlarged and then shrank, becoming tiny specks of dust beneath him until they vanished. This ascent lasted an unknown amount of time before finally stopping. However, Wang Ming could feel that the time spent on this ascent was far greater than before, and the space that appeared was unlike any he had encountered previously. He had a strong intuition about this, though in such a starry universe, he could not confirm his intuitive guess. Similarly, a figure appeared, but this time, it was not his massive body, but his head. In the vast starry sky, a gigantic head slowly emerged in the endless expanse, with the body below almost occupying the entire sky, unable to contain his form. "You're here." This time, the voice was very clear, even without an echo, as if 2 people were talking face to face. "Yes, I'm here," Wang Ming replied. With the continuous increase in strength, Wang Ming felt that the distance between him and himself seemed to be gradually closing. For this time, he vaguely saw the color of his clothing. Although it was still blurry, at least he could see it. But what surprised him was that he seemed to be getting closer, the contours of his face becoming clearer, with a high nose bridge, a perfect jawline, and flowing long hair. Although he still could not see his face clearly, the general outline was now visible. "Now, can you tell me who you are?" Wang Ming tilted his head back, trying hard to see his face clearly, but unfortunately, there was still a great distance between them, making it impossible to see clearly. Sigh. This time, it was met with a long, deep sigh, echoing in the starry sky, like an elderly man sighing helplessly in the face of farm work. "Did you give me my billion-year soul ring?" Wang Ming continued to ask, marveling at how wondrous his system was. At least the blue star he had crossed over from absolutely did not have such high technology. Crossing over to this blue star, where everyone is a soul master, there exists a fantastical world filled with possibilities beyond human reach. His system might also be a product of this world, but Wang Ming now leans more towards it being a product of his own thoughts, or rather, it was created by the being before him, who then chose him. The being did not answer Wang Ming. Wang Ming persistently asked, "Did you choose me? Or did the system choose me? Or is it because I am a traveler?" Wang Ming revealed his deeply hidden secret. "It was neither I who chose you, nor you who chose me. Everything was destined in the dark, perhaps." "You are me," the voice echoed in Wang Ming's ears. A wave of goosebumps spread across Wang Ming's body, a chill rapidly climbing from his spine to the top of his head, numbing his face. "You are me? What does that mean?" Wang Ming strained to see the being's face clearly, wanting to understand the meaning behind those words. "Don't rush. You will slowly know everything. You are not yet worthy of knowing because you are too weak, too weak." The voice resonated in Wang Ming's ears. "The vast universe, boundless and endless, the power of magic is as strong as a black hole, devouring the entire starry sky. No rush, no rush. It cannot be devoured all at once. Take your time, take your time." The being's voice gradually faded away. Wang Ming looked up, staring at the being, feeling as if it was moving away from him. At that moment, the being's eyes lit up above, shining with two beams of golden light, like two powerful spotlights digging tunnels in the dark heart, shining down. The instant those two beams of light illuminated, they vaguely revealed the being's face. Unfortunately, the brightness of the light was blinding. Wang Ming's eyes darkened for a moment, and when he looked again, everything around him turned golden, the two beams of light shining down directly into Wang Ming's eyes. Wang Ming stood there, motionless. He gazed into the two beams of light, his eyes straining to see the being's face behind them. The powerful light moved at incredible speed. Even though there was an unreachable distance between him and the being, the two beams appeared before Wang Ming in just a few breaths, this time without any pressure or lethality. The two beams of light pierced into Wang Ming's eyes. A heart-wrenching pain surged from his eyes, as if something had stabbed them, a strong pain causing Wang Ming's body to convulse uncontrollably. The being's voice echoed in Wang Ming's mind. "It appears, the universe shifts, the colors of heaven and earth change, in a single move, seizing the cause and effect of others, determining life and death, peering into the source, glimpsing all spiritual treasures, the power of confinement, connecting the cosmic forces of heaven and earth, imprisoning the void, the divine ability, capable of overshadowing the sun, moon, and stars, divine power awakens, with the might to obliterate the chaos of all things." As the being's voice rang out, Wang Ming's eyes no longer felt pain, but instead, a wave of scorching heat flowed through them, like magma coursing within his eyes. What Wang Ming could not see was that at this moment, his eyes were filled with runes, an eerie light flickering within. "Wang Ming, that is the path of invincibility. Why must you cultivate the ancient body? The ancient god originally had no eyes. Today, I shall give you my eyes, creating the invincible." The being's voice gradually faded. Wang Ming struggled to open his eyes, two beams of golden light shooting out from them. This time, he saw clearly. The being's eyes were bleeding. The ancient god is already powerful, yet still desires the eyes. How strong must their enemies be? Wang Ming's heart was shaken to the core, but he had no time to think further. A powerful force of attraction surged from beneath his feet, and Wang Ming was shocked. "What the hell? I'm in the cosmic starry sky. Where is this attraction coming from?" Before he could react, his consciousness shot down at an incredibly fast speed. Everything began to flow backward again. The blue planet reappeared before him, and in a flash, he found himself within the blue planet, the azure sky clearly visible. Immediately after, he saw the cave from before. Fan De Biao was still sitting outside the cave. He entered the cave. Boom! The moment he stepped into the cave, a powerful shockwave erupted from within him, a terrifying force comparable to a full-force strike from a soul emperor, shaking the cave. Xingdi Gang, who was immersed in cultivation inside, had no time to react and was thrown against the cave wall by the shockwave. A blinding ice-blue light illuminated the entire cave. In this light, an ice-blue soul ring silently appeared beside Wang Ming, exuding a chilling pressure. A million-year soul ring, in ice blue. With the emergence of the ice-blue soul ring, the entire cave began to tremble, the pressure unleashed by the soul ring enveloping the cave, causing even Xingdi Gang nearby to shudder under the terrifying pressure. This is a million-year soul ring? His voice trembled along with him. Boom! Before he could react, the powerful force of the soul ring directly caused the cave to explode, the entire mountain bursting apart as if it had been rigged with a significant amount of explosives. Rocks flew, dust billowed. Outside, Fan De Biao was shocked at the moment the explosion occurred, and he immediately teleported to appear above the cave, shouting down, "Old Xing, seal the space with me." Just then, Wang Ming, sitting cross-legged in meditation, heard Fan De Biao's voice, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he lifted his head, his eyelashes fluttering gently as he slowly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, two beams of golden light shot out from his gaze. The two beams erupted from the base of the crumbling mountain. Wherever they went, the debris and dust in the air were obliterated by the beams, which broke through the collapsing mountain and instantly appeared before Fan De Biao. Ancient heavy eyes, confinement. Fan De Biao's body shook, as if he had been struck by a paralysis spell, unable to move. However, Wang Ming's strength was far weaker than Fan De Biao's. At this moment, he could control Fan De Biao solely due to the power brought by the formation of the million-year soul ring. But confinement could only last a few seconds. "Old Xing, hurry!" Wang Ming shouted to Xingdi Gang. Xingdi Gang awoke from the million-year soul ring, looked up at Fan De Biao, and shouted, "Old Fan, I'm sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, he teleported to Wang Ming's side, taking him with him as they vanished. Cracks appeared in the sealed space. Xingdi Gang's figure appeared at the edge of the sealed space, and with a wave of his hand, a force burst forth, creating cracks in the sealed space. "Old Xing!" At that moment, Fan De Biao used his soul power to break through the confinement, shouting at Xingdi Gang. It was already too late. Xingdi Gang shattered the spatial seal, glanced back at Fan De Biao, and vanished. Fan De Biao did not pursue. With his strength,
He could easily catch up to Xingdi Gang, but there was no need to chase, as no one could stop Wang Ming once he was out of the spatial seal. Even if he caught up, he wouldn't be able to stop Wang Ming without anyone else's assistance. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of Xin Jingjai and the others. In less than 5 minutes, Ouyang Shang, Xin Jingjai, Shenzili, and now Hudong arrived at the scene. Seeing the mountain shattered, debris everywhere, and the scene in disarray, the four were stunned. A several hundred-meter-high mountain had been directly shattered from the inside. Although they, as Soul Sect experts, could do it too, they could not achieve such thoroughness. The entire mountain was flattened. Old fan, what on earth happened? Xin Jingjai's consciousness quickly scanned the area, not seeing Wang Ming and Xingdi Gang, and shouted at Fan Debiao, "Where are Old Xing and Wang Ming?" Fan Debiao, with hollow eyes, said, "Old Xing took Wang Ming and escaped." Old Xing took Wang Ming and escaped? Ouyang Shang felt it was unbelievable. Has Xingdi Gang gone mad? He actually escaped with Wang Ming? That greedy old fool. Shenzili gritted his teeth in anger. That stupid old man, he must have been played by Wang Ming. Old fan, it's one thing for that idiot Xingdi Gang to be deceived, but how did you fall for it too? Why didn't you stop him when Xingdi Gang left? Xin Jingjai said angrily. 10,000-year soul ring, ice blue. Fan Debiao murmured to himself. What? Everyone heard Fan Debiao's words, and their gazes immediately focused on him. What did you just say? Fan Debiao mechanically turned his head and said to them, I saw it. The 10,000-year soul ring is ice blue. Wang Ming's fourth soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. Ice blue, 10,000-year soul ring. Ouyang Shang's face showed a look of awakening, a shocked expression. The others were equally stunned. A heavenly bestowed soul ring? It really could be a heavenly bestowed soul ring. Ouyang Shang became excited, grabbing Fan Debiao's hands eagerly. Did you see how Wang Ming got the soul ring? Did you see it? The others stared at Fan Debiao without blinking. Fan Debiao shook his head. I didn't see it. It was very calm just a second ago. Then suddenly the whole mountain collapsed. A force so powerful that I couldn't resist rushed at me, and I teleported away. Then, 2 terrifying lights shot up from the base of the mountain, trapping me, and then Xingdi Gang broke through the spatial blockade with Wang Ming and escaped. Xingdi Gang, that stupid old fool. Xin Jingjai cursed angrily. A 10,000-year soul ring. It was absorbed by Wang Ming. Ouyang Shang felt a wave of regret. How could a mere Wang Ming, a garbage picker from Linjiang, be worthy of a heavenly bestowed soul ring? Find him. Ouyang Shang's eyes turned red. We must find Wang Ming. My 4th soul ring is 10,000 years, and my 5th soul ring must be 2. This time, I will make sure he can't escape. It might not be easy to find him this time. Xin Jingjai shook his head. Wang Ming will definitely escape to the capital, where there are many people and eyes everywhere, and it's too close to her. If we dare to seal the space, we definitely won't escape her notice. Moreover, we should be worried about whether Wang Ming will tell her about this. No, Ouyang Shang said, Wang Ming is too important now. We must get him. You all start moving. I will immediately report to the family and request support from the elders. First investigate where Xingdi Gang and Wang Ming went. Ouyang Shang said, we need to find out where that old guy Xingdi Gang dares to mess with my Ouyang family's affairs. Young Master Ouyang, our 3 brothers have already lost one for your Ouyang family. Fan Debiao stared at Ouyang Shang, his tone firm. But you also messed up my affairs. Ouyang Shang couldn't hold back any longer, angrily shouting, I gave you 2 tasks, both of which you failed. One of your brothers is dead, one has betrayed, and you're still the leader. How can you have the face to say that? Fan Debiao gritted his teeth, staring at Ouyang Shang, but said nothing. Xingdi Gang brought this upon himself, he deserves to die. Ouyang Shang was furious, but it was still a time to use people. No matter what, Xingdi Gang was a soul master expert, and it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Moreover, this time he was played by Wang Ming, he would definitely hate him to the bone. He said, considering your brotherhood, I don't want to pursue the matter with Xingdi Gang any further. Once we find him, let him come back, and you manage him well. Ouyang Shang nodded, thank you, young Master Ouyang. Meanwhile, on a certain mountain peak, the space rippled, and Xingdi Gang appeared with Wang Ming. Ha! Xingdi Gang, who had escaped, let out a sigh of relief, sitting on a rock, drenched in sweat, and said with a smile, finally escaped, sigh. It's still my big brother taking care of me. No one chased us. No, that's because your big brother is smarter than you. Why? Because he knows that once he leaves the spatial blockade area, no matter how fast he is, he won't be able to catch up with me. Why? Because I can use the shift technique. Oh right, you can use the shift technique. Now that I've rescued you, according to the soul contract, you should give me the second half of the soul technique. Are you stupid? Ha! If there really is such an amazing soul technique, would I give it to you? You, what do you mean? Xingdi Gang stood up. We signed a soul contract. Do you want to have your soul scattered? Heh, then take a look at what I signed. Xing Digang's expression changed, and he immediately used his soul to check. As a result, he saw that Wang Ming had written read in the place of the signature. You. Xing Digang's face turned pale instantly, but before he could finish his words, Wang Ming in front of him gradually became transparent. I censored your mother. Wang Ming, you censored. I censored. Watching Wang Ming completely disappear before his eyes, Xing Digang was utterly broken, his eyes red as he began to curse without restraint, looking like a shrew, his lungs nearly bursting with anger. He felt as if the sky had fallen. Not only had he betrayed Fan Debiao, but he had also taken Wang Ming away from the Ouyang, Chen, and Xan families, truly isolating himself. If those people saw him, would they let him go? Xing Digang was filled with regret and anger. He wished he could swallow Wang Ming alive. However, the other party had already disappeared, and he had no idea where Wang Ming had gone at that moment. In Kyoto, at Master Wan's residence, Wang Ming's figure slowly materialized, still wearing that smile that made enemies hate him. This trip had been a huge gain for him. The most important thing was his strength, having broken through to level 49 Soul King with the selfless contributions from the Ouyang, Chen, and Xan families, achieving a qualitative leap in power. In the world of Soul Masters, below the Soul King are ordinary people. Those with weak talent mostly remain stuck at the Soul Dan level. Only those with higher talent can advance further to above Soul King. Of course, this is not absolute. There are also some with mediocre talent who work exceptionally hard, and with some opportunities, they can reach the levels of Soul King or Soul Emperor. Once one reaches the Soul King level, a qualitative leap occurs. The most prominent change is the richness of soul power, with a significant difference in the speed of controlling objects and beasts for flight, no longer relying on cars and planes. I didn't expect this operation to really be a turning point. Wang Ming couldn't help but exclaim, Odang Shang, Xan Jingjai, Jinzili, you guys are now losing more than you gain, especially the Chen and Xan families. Wang Ming thought to himself, these two families probably emptied most of their resources to provide me with demon cores. If any crisis arises now, they might face bankruptcy. If I could add fuel to the fire and speed up their bankruptcy. But the Xan and Chen families in Kyoto were not so easy to bankrupt. He would need to rely on the power of others, and the most convenient would be the Yin, Lu, and Zhang families. However, with his current abilities, he couldn't mobilize them at all. Of course, if he were to use Master Wang's identity, he could, but whether to expose Master Wang's identity now needed careful consideration. After all, Master Wang had no grievances with the two major families and needed a legitimate reason. Wang Ming dialed He Zhenggang's phone. Hello, brother He. Since He Zhenggang is older than Wang Ming, but He Zhenggang has taken Wang Ming as his master, they address each other accordingly. Wang Ming calls him brother, and He Zhenggang calls him master. Come here. He Zhenggang, huh? Where to? Wang Ming, come to my room. Master, you're back? When did you come back? Let's talk later. Okay, just wait a moment, I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, within 5 minutes, there came the hurried footsteps of He Zhenggang outside the door, knocking. Master, come in. He Zhenggang pushed the door open and, upon seeing Wang Ming, was momentarily taken aback. Wang Ming himself had not yet noticed that after absorbing the soul rings of millions of years, his appearance had undergone a different change. First, in terms of temperament, he had become more mature and charming. His hair had also changed, becoming more jet black and smooth. But the most obvious change was in his eyes, which were black with a faint icy blue hue. Master? Seeing Wang Ming like this, He Zhenggang could still recognize him, but he felt somewhat uncertain. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Wang Ming did not notice his own changes. No, it's not that. It's just that your appearance has subtle changes, and I didn't recognize you at first, He Zhenggang explained. Is that so? Wang Ming touched his cheek and asked again, has Master Tang finished refining the soul tools I asked him to make? He finished a long time ago, He Zhenggang said respectfully, but the results are not very rational. Master Tang expressed his deep apologies, but he did his best. The first soul tool refined is a high-grade imperial item, a sword, and the second soul tool refined is a low-grade noble item, a bowl. As he spoke, he handed the two soul tools to Wang Ming. Wang Ming took the soul tools and examined them carefully. The first sword was entirely red, faintly exuding a molten high temperature, and the sword body was exquisite and beautiful, looking quite impressive. If placed on the market, it would surely be a sought-after soul tool. The second item was a golden bowl. The bowl was entirely golden, with a free space inside that could both attack and defend. It had its own space within, and as a low-grade noble item, it was still quite good. Wang Ming nodded. Master Tang is quite impressive. A 50% success rate is already rare. He Zhenggang's expression turned grim. But we can't explain this to the Xin family and the Chen family. Ha! Do I need to explain anything to them? Wang Ming said disdainfully.
Well, if they ask. No need, you can call them right now, have them come over, and show them these 2 items. They won't have anything to say. But, Master, the 5 great families are not to be trifled with. Am I easy to trifle with? No, that's not what I meant. Then go, and have them come quickly. Yes. By the way, during the time I disappeared, I heard that the Xin family is pressuring the Yin family to arrange a marriage. Do you know about this? I know. Didn't they set a 3-month deadline? Originally, they set a 3-month deadline, and according to the timeline, it should have been last month. I don't know what's going on. The Xin family hasn't mentioned it recently. Wang Ming nodded, thinking to himself, the Xin family has been busy catching themselves and seizing the heavenly soul rings. How could they have the mind to arrange a marriage? But he said, okay, I understand, you go ahead. He Zhanggang went down to make the call. Wang Ming took this opportunity to quickly consolidate his strength. Breaking through from level 39 to level 49 as a Soul King had been a bit rushed, and his current strength was still somewhat unstable. Xin Jingjai and Chen Zili were still searching for him outside the capital, and it would take at least a few hours for them to arrive. He then looked at his soul power requirement. 30 million. Seeing this long string of zeros, Wang Ming felt a headache coming on. Reaching level 49 from level 39 relied on the contributions of the Xin family, Chen family, and Ouyang family, but breaking through from level 49 to Soul Emperor was going to be tough. Such a terrifying number, when would it ever end? Wang Ming sighed helplessly. He began to consolidate his strength. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, He Zhanggang walked in and said that Chen Zili and Xin Jingjai had arrived, also mentioning that the 2 of them looked travel-worn, as if they had been on the road for a long time. Wang Ming nodded and walked out. Xin Zhengzai and Chen Zili felt a headache coming on. They had spent an entire day searching separately, mobilizing their family resources to look for Wang Ming. Xingdi Gang had indeed found him, but after bringing him back with Fan Debiao, Wang Ming had completely vanished without a trace. It could be described as having evaporated into thin air. Previously, they had discovered that Wang Ming was hiding under the alias Wang Mo at the Baifeng Academy, but he had not gone there. They had checked all the surveillance in the capital, but still could not find him. Ouyang Sheng, on the other hand, was determined to investigate. Wang Ming had obtained a million-year soul ring, and this news was explosive for Ouyang Sheng and the Ouyang family. The Ouyang family had dispatched an elder to secretly come to the capital to assist Ouyang Sheng in investigating Wang Ming. This time, they were prepared to capture Wang Ming and bring him back to the family, ensuring he would have no chance to escape. After a tiring day and night, Xin Jingzai and Chen Zili rushed over upon receiving a call from Yi Zhengang. Master. Upon seeing Wang Ming enter, Xin Jingzai and Chen Zili immediately stood up and clasped their fists respectfully. Please, take a seat, gentlemen. Wang Ming gestured with a smile, saying, I truly feel guilty for not living up to the trust of the 2 family heads. The 2 soul artifacts have been forged, but they did not achieve the desired effect. Disappointment was evident on Xin Zhengzai and Chen Zili's faces. With a wave of his hand, Wang Ming revealed 2 soul artifacts on the coffee table. One is a high-grade Soul Emperor, and the other is a low-grade respectable item. I am truly ashamed. Seeing the respectable soul artifact, both men showed signs of consolation. Although it was not the ideal sacred item they had hoped for, producing a respectable item was still quite impressive. Master, you have worked hard. It is already not easy to forge a respectable soul artifact. Xin Zhengzai forced a smile and said politely, Yes, Master need not blame yourself. Sacred soul artifacts are not easy to forge. Chen Zili quickly added. No. Wang Ming shook his head. I hold myself to very high and strict standards. Since I promised you both, I must achieve it. I will definitely forge a sacred soul artifact. Hearing this, Xin Zhengzai felt very pleased, thinking that inviting this master was worth it, and their previous efforts had not been in vain. Master's character is generous, but there is no need to rush. How can I not be anxious? Wang Ming said earnestly, I guarantee that by the end of next year or the beginning of the year after, I will definitely forge a sacred soul artifact for you. Really? Xin Zhengzai and Chen Zili's eyes lit up. I am very certain. Wang Ming stroked his beard and said seriously, although this attempt to forge a sacred soul artifact failed, I have already identified the key points of failure. Learning from this experience, I now have an 85% success rate. Such a high rate. Xin Zhengzai was surprised. Brother Xin, Master Wang is a sacred item master. Having this success rate is only natural. Chen Zili flattered. Yes. I spoke out of turn. Xin Zhengzai quickly apologized. Well. Wang Ming appeared somewhat embarrassed. Forging a sacred soul artifact again requires new materials. I know that the materials for sacred soul artifacts are quite precious. If the two family heads have any difficulties, please feel free to discuss them with me. Of course, with the resources of your two families, the materials for a sacred soul artifact should not be a problem. Well, the two exchanged glances. They indeed had difficulties. To satisfy Wang Ming's insatiable demands, they had already exhausted all their resources. If they were to gather materials for a sacred soul artifact, their family fortunes would be depleted.
To be honest with the master, we do have some difficulties, Xin Jingzai said. Recently, our two families have been collaborating on research and development, and the initial funding required is quite extravagant. It is very difficult for the family to allocate resources elsewhere.
Oh, developing something?
Wang Ming pretended to be curious, secretly sneering. The research project you mentioned, could it be about me? It's not convenient to tell Master Wang for now, Chen Zili replied.
No, I'm not interested in your research. I only care about whether the materials I need can be delivered on time.
Of course, if it's really difficult, I have other ways, Wang Ming said with a smile.
Oh, what ways?
The two asked joyfully.
Have you forgotten? I can not only reforge soul tools but also turn useless trash into soul tools. The two soul tools in front of you, although they haven't reached the saint level, their materials are of saint quality. Later, you two can provide some saint materials. It doesn't have to be all, just the parts one need for the soul tools. This way, it can greatly reduce your pressure. How about it? As long as you two can provide the soul tool materials on time, the timeline I mentioned earlier remains unchanged.
The two exchanged glances and then fell into deep thought.
To be honest, the Chen and Xin families were already facing some difficulties, and there would be a lot of investment in monitoring Wang Ming later. If they had to squeeze out funds to gather saint materials, it would indeed be challenging.
But they also didn't want to give up halfway.
The hall fell silent. Wang Ming comfortably leaned back in his chair, sipping the hot tea in his hand, waiting for their answer.
Master Wang.
After a brief contemplation, Xin Jingjai and Chen Zili exchanged glances, and Xin Jingjai spoke up. It's like this. As long as the master can guarantee that the refining can be completed by the end of next year or the beginning of the year after, even if our two families are facing difficulties, we can ensure that the materials are delivered on time.
Good. Wang Ming smiled. I can guarantee that.
Then we will trouble the master. We will send the materials to Master Wang's residence as soon as possible, and the master should not overwork himself,
Xin Jingjai said with a smile. The three chatted for a few more moments before parting ways.
Wang Ming saw them off, standing in the hall, watching their figures disappear at the door, and he smiled. After gathering the saint materials for this time, the Xin and Chen families would almost exhaust their resources, and there would still be a large economic demand ahead, which would inevitably drag both families down.
Ha! Wang Ming let out a comfortable breath. Humph.
Xin family, Chen family, dare to offend me, I will make your families fall apart.
Meanwhile, after Xin Jingjai and Chen Zili walked out, the two walked side by side in silence.
Their faces were heavy.
Sigh. Xin Jingjai sighed. Sigh.
Chen Zili sighed. The two exchanged glances. Sigh. Again looking for Wang Ming, again for Master Wang's materials, our family assets are going to be drained.
Chen Zili spread his hands, frowning.
Xin Jingjai smiled and comforted. No rush. As long as we get through this tough time, everything will be fine. Saint Soul Tools, million-year soul rings, our hardships will surely yield 100-fold return.
Just as Xin Jingjai and Chen Zili exchanged a few words, they received a call from Ouyang Shang.
The elder of the Ouyang family had arrived, calling them to discuss strategies together. The two immediately rushed to the hotel where Ouyang Shang was staying. The visitor was an old man who looked to be in his 80s or 90s, with white hair and beard, slicked back, full of spirit, wearing a comfortable white Zhongshan suit of high quality. Upon seeing Xin Jingjai and Chen Zili, the old man smiled and clasped his fists, saying, "Masters, long time no see."
Chen Zili and Xin Jingjai recognized him. He was a familiar face. This old man was the sixth elder of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Lang, who was 172 years old, over 70 years older than Xin Jingjai and Chen Zili, but he was quite kind and loved to joke. When he came down the mountain to Kyoto years ago, he had crossed paths with Chen Zili and Xin Jingjai.
Ah, it's the sixth elder. Long time no see. You still look as spirited as ever. Xin Jingjai quickly cupped his fists in greeting. It was good to see a familiar face.
Elder Lu, how have you been? Chen Zili also followed suit.
Good. Elder Lu said with a hearty laugh. I feel younger the more I live.
Just look at me. I've even put on some weight lately.
Recently, I've asked this young lad to help me find a wife so I can enjoy my old age a bit more. He chuckled as he spoke.
The others laughed along.
With you here to oversee things, we can rest easy.
Xin Zhengzai said with a smile.
When you left back then, you were just a soul sect member. Now, you must be a soul master level expert.
Alas, it's quite embarrassing to say. Ouyang Lang shook his head.
After 20 years of painstaking training from the family, I barely managed to rise from soul sect to soul master, but I'm only at level 80, and it's hard to improve. He finished with a pained expression, but then brightened up, saying, but now it's different. I heard there's a guy named Wang Ming. According to Xiao Shang, this kid is truly something special.
With him around, I might have a chance to break through my cultivation. Then you must be on the rise. Chen Zili laughed heartily.
If you can catch Wang Ming, I'll toast to your ascension into the sacred realm.
That's a bit exaggerated. Ouyang Lang chuckled and shook his head.
As it stands, a soul master lives for 100 years, a soul master for 120, a great soul master for 150, a soul dan for 180, a soul king for 200, a soul emperor for 300, a soul sect member for 500, and a soul saint can live up to 800 years. I'm already 172 this year. There's still time, no need to rush.
According to the family's elder, it's unlikely I'll make any more progress in this lifetime.
Now, I'm putting all my hopes on this kid named Wang Ming.
Xin Zhengzai said, Elder Lu, I'm sure young Master Ouyang has already told you about Wang Ming's situation.
Right now, he's completely off the radar, and with his treasures in hand, finding him in this vast capital is like searching for a needle in a haystack.
No matter how difficult, we must find him.
Miao Hadong, who was sitting nearby, said,
even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will find Wang Ming. I refuse to believe he can remain hidden forever. This is the capital, not the southern border. Chen Zili shook his head. There are other families and the 4 great academies watching us. As soon as we make a move, they will surely notice.
If they catch even a whiff of what we're doing, it will be hard for us to act.
Xin Zhengzai nodded in agreement.
What the Chen family head says is right. The capital is different from other places. Ouyang Lang also agreed.
In the capital, we can't solve this problem with violence. We can only use gentle means to coax Wang Ming to reveal himself. How is that even possible? Miao Hadong clearly didn't believe it.
Wang Ming has just escaped danger. If it were me, I would definitely find a place to hide.
I wouldn't come out for at least a year or a year and a half. Everyone fell into deep thought.
They faced 2 difficulties in capturing Wang Ming in the capital. The first was finding him. As long as he didn't show himself, it would be very difficult to search for him. The second difficulty was capturing him once found, as he had his treasures, meaning they would need to seal off the space.
However, sealing off space in the capital was quite challenging.
This Wang Ming is indeed quite a tough nut to crack.
Ouyang Lang tapped his head with his pinky nail.
Sealing off space is simple. My brothers and I can create a small space lock that can trap Wang Ming without a trace.
But right now, we can't even find Wang Ming. How can we lock him down? I don't have a dog's nose to track him down, right? Ha ha ha. Everyone fell silent. Head of the Xin family, I remember your son seems to be quite grown up now, right? Ouyang Lang suddenly asked Xin Zhengzai without any preamble.
This.
Sigh. Considering the age, it's indeed not small. Xin Zhengzai said with a face full of sorrow. Hey, what's wrong with you? Ouyang Lang still didn't know.
6th elder, said Chen Zili, who also bore the pain of losing a child. The beloved son of the Xin family was killed by that little scoundrel Wang Ming 2 years ago.
Ouyang Lang was shocked. Killed by Wang Ming? Chen Zili nodded. Wang Ming killed Chang Wang because of the Yin family's daughter. Oh dear. This Wang Ming is truly detestable. Brother Xin, I was rude. I sincerely apologize.
Once we find this Wang Ming, I will personally capture him and take his soul ring, and you can deal with him as you wish.
Thank you, 6th elder. Xin Zhengzai nodded slightly. And you? Ouyang Lang looked at Chen Zili. Me?
Chen Zili pointed at his own nose in confusion.
Considering the age, your son isn't small either, right? Ouyang Shang asked with a smile. Sigh. Chen Zili was filled with grief.
This, 6th elder, his son was also killed by Wang Ming.
Xin Zhengzai's voice was weak. The 6th elder's mouth hung open in shock for a long time. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk psi. Chen Zili and Xin Zhengzai sighed in unison. Sigh.
Suddenly, Ouyang Lang seemed to have an epiphany, looking at Chen Zili and Xin Zhengzai with a face full of surprise, leaving them both stunned.
I have a way. Ha 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 ha. Ouyang Lang laughed heartily. 6th grandpa, what way? Ouyang Sheng asked, looking at Ouyang Lang. Oh, such a simple method. How come you all didn't think of it?
Ouyang Lang said proudly, I am truly too clever.
Ha ha ha. 6th elder, what exactly is the method? Please tell us, it's killing us. Miao Hadong asked eagerly. Ha 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 ha. Oh, isn't this simple? Ouyang Lang said with a laugh, isn't this simple? Wang Ming killed Xin Changguan for the Yin family's daughter, which shows that this kid is infatuated. If I can step in and finalize the marriage of the Yin family's girl, do you think Wang Ming will show up on his own? Everyone's eyes lit up. Right. They had really been stuck in a rut, such a simple problem, and they had thought about it for so long. Oh dear. Chen Zili's eyes sparkled. The sixth elder is indeed wise. How come we didn't think of it? Sixth elder, you really came at the right time, isn't it? Ha ha ha, look. Oh dear. It has to be me stepping in. This kid Wang Ming will definitely not be able to escape this time. Ouyang Lang laughed with a flushed face. We need to plan this well. We absolutely cannot let Wang Ming escape again. Ouyang Sheng said. Everyone immediately began discussing the details of the operation, down to the smallest detail. Wang Ming returned without telling anyone, and Rushui, Lu Qiaoyao, Zheng Tianjing, Bai Yishan, and the others were still searching for Wang Ming all over the world. But there was no news. The forces they could mobilize were limited, making the search very difficult. Wang Ming didn't want to keep them in the dark, he was just afraid. While they were searching, Ouyang's people were also watching them. If they stopped searching, it would mean they knew Wang Ming was safe. They could then follow the clues to find Wang Ming's location. Just as Wang Ming had anticipated, every place in Rushui and the others had searched, every call they had made, was being monitored by the Chen, Xian, and Ouyang families through various means. In Zhao Qingshi's room, in Rushui, Lu Qiaoyao, Zheng Tianjing, Ning Yingxue, Bai Yishan, and Lu Feifei were all present, worried about how to find Wang Ming. It had been a full 3 months, and there was still no news from Wang Ming. Since they were awakened, they hadn't seen Wang Ming. The only news they had was from Ning Yingxue, who brought word that Wang Ming had been captured by someone. The information they had was limited. He was caught by a few people, and Ning Yingxue didn't know who they were. All she knew was that one person had the surname Fan, another had the surname Xian, and another had the surname Chen. And Rushui and the others speculated that it might be the Xian family and the Chen family, but they had too little information and could only search extensively outside the suburbs of Kyoto. Unfortunately, there was no news at all. And Rushui looked haggard, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having cried many times, and Lu Qiaoyao and the others also looked grim. Still no news. Zhao Qingshi sat by the window, gazing outside with a sorrowful expression. These bastards! How dare they act so boldly in Kyoto? It's truly despicable. It must be the Xian family and the Chen family, Lu Qiaoyao said firmly. What should we do now? It's been 3 months without any news. The longer we delay, the greater the danger for Minggu, Zheng Tianjing said with a choked voice. And sister, why not call Master He again and ask? Bai Yishan suggested. He has sent out a soul-level expert, and their range and speed of investigation are faster than ours. And Rushui thought for a moment and nodded, okay. She took out her phone and was about to dial Wang Ming's number when her phone rang. It was a call from An Jingzhong. Who is it? Lu Qiaoyao almost jumped up from her chair. My dad. And Rushui glanced at Lu Qiaoyao and answered the call. Hello, Dad. On the other end, and Jingzhong's voice was clearly suppressing his anger. Shui, where are you? I'm at Yao Yao's place. What's wrong? And Rushui had a bad premonition. You need to come back quickly, and Jingzhong said. The Xian family has come to propose marriage again. This time, it's not just the Xian and Chen families, even the elder from the Ouyang family is here. This time, Elder Ouyang is stepping in to secure your marriage. What? The Ouyang family is involved too? And Rushui was taken aback. You should hurry back, and Jingzhong said. I can temporarily suppress this matter for you, but you shouldn't go out anymore. Dad knows what you are doing, and he also knows that this matter is specifically targeting Wang Ming by the Chen, Xian, and Ouyang families. You are not their match. Dad, you know all this? In Kyoto, nothing escapes your dad's information network. It's not that Dad doesn't want to help you, it's just that he can't intervene. You need to understand, Dad. You know everything. Before she could finish, and Rushui's tears of grievance began to fall. Since they have come to propose marriage again, it can only mean one thing. Wang Ming is safe now. You don't need to search for him anymore. His lack of contact with you is for self-preservation and to protect you, do you understand? Hearing his daughter's cries, and Jingzhong's heart softened, and he comforted her. And Rushui responded softly. Alright, you come back first. You all go home and stop messing around. Even if you find Wang Ming, you won't be able to handle it. And Jingzhong said. He hung up the phone, and Rushui stared blankly at the phone in her hand. The others had also heard the conversation and looked at Rushui. Do you think Minggu has escaped from their clutches? Lu Feifei speculated. They can't find Minggu and want to use his sister's marriage as a means to force him to show up? You all know that Minggu never fights a battle he isn't sure of. He must have a way to escape, but when it comes to loyalty, Minggu will definitely be cautious. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Lu Feifei. Why are you all looking at me? I'm just guessing. From what I know of Minggu, that's just the kind of person he is. Lu Feifei said somewhat unconfidently. Old Lu, I think your brain is really useful, Aishan said, pinching Lu Feifei's chubby face. What you said makes a lot of sense. These people really go to great lengths, it's disgusting, Lu Qiaoyao said with disdain. Don't worry, I won't agree, unless I'm dead. And Ru Shuwei said very firmly, no way. Zhao Qingshi said, the Xian family, the Chen family, and the Ouyang family have joined forces. You definitely won't be able to withstand it. You don't have the final say in this matter. Your dad is under too much pressure. Sister Shishir, what do you mean by that? Zhang Tianjing immediately stared at Zhao Qingshi and questioned her. What I mean is, relying solely on the Yin family, it's hard to resist the pressure from the other families, not to mention the Ouyang family. Uncle Lin is under a lot of pressure, Zhao Qingshi explained. For now, we need to stabilize these families. Even if it's an engagement, it doesn't mean marriage, it's just to buy time. They can set the engagement date, but the wedding date will be set by Uncle Lin, dragging it out until there's a turning point. Yao, Tianjing, you three families better unite to deal with the Xian family, the Chen family, and the Ouyang family. If the Xian and Chen families rise up, they definitely won't let you go. Zhao Qingshi finished in one breath. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and thought. The hardest thing for Ru Shuwei to accept was being engaged to someone from the Xian family. It was even more unbearable than being killed. How about this? We all go back first. We are no match for the Chen and Xian families when we gather together. Even if we find Minggu, we can't save him. It's better to go back and discuss it with our families, Lu Qiaoyao said. Okay, I will try to persuade my dad, Zhang Tianjing said. Bai Yishan, Lu Feifei. Zhao Qingshi looked at them. For now, you two families should not get involved. The earlier you get involved, the worse it will be for you. If you have any news, give me a call. I will report their misdeeds at the trial base to the Education Bureau. By then, with the 4 major academies involved, I don't believe that even the Ouyang family can turn the tide. At worst, we can make a big fuss about this, stir things up on their side. Wang Ming stretched widely, moving his muscles and bones, standing by the window, facing the rising sun, his face warmed by the sunlight, feeling refreshed all over. After 2 days and nights of focused cultivation, his strength had stabilized at level 49 Soul King. 20 million energy points were too much. It was impossible to complete this daunting task in a short time. With his current strength, the Soul Emperor no longer posed a threat to him. Although there was a significant difference in realms, Wang Ming was fearless, supported by his terrifying energy value. Except for Soul Sect level experts, the Million-Year Soul Ring brought not only an increase in strength but also an understanding of space. It could only be said to be a preliminary simple control, unable to achieve the short-distance teleportation it will like Soul Sect powerhouses, but he could manipulate space in small, simple ways. Of course, this manipulation had no combat power, it only deepened his understanding of space. However, Wang Ming's eyes had undergone earth-shattering changes. Looking at the sun, Wang Ming's gaze completely ignored the blinding sunlight, staring directly at it, able to see the huge fireball clearly. Even more terrifying was the ability to see through. It could be said that as long as Wang Ming wanted, there was no difference between the women on the street and being completely undressed. Of course, Wang Ming was a gentleman, a proper person. How could a proper person do such a thing? Wang Ming just stood by the window, looking outside for a while. His gaze could ignore any obstruction. As long as he wanted, he could see anything he wished to see. Master, He Zhengong stood respectfully at the door. The Xian family and the Chen family have sent everything over. So fast, come in. Wang Ming didn't expect the actions of these two families to be so swift. It seemed that the foundation of the Kyoto family should not be underestimated. Given the situation of these two families, they could gather the materials for the Holy Soul weapon so quickly. Of course, these materials were not prepared for them. He Zhang just walked in, holding a silver soul ring with both hands, respectfully presenting it to Wang Ming. Inside are the materials prepared by both families, along with a certain number of demon cores. Wang Ming took the soul ring, probing inside with his spiritual sense to carefully check, confirming that everything was intact. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. Good, now I have all the materials I need. Master, Tang Hao's son, your disciple, my student, often comes here, but my strength can't teach him anything. What should I do? He Zhang said, somewhat troubled. Tell him not to come for a while, just say that you need to assist me in refining holy-grade soul weapons, and let him delve into the path of forging on his own. Tell him that I will test him when he comes out. Wang Ming said. Alright, I'll tell him next time he comes. He Zhang also breathed a sigh of relief, truly puzzled as to why the master wanted him to take on a disciple. Having received the materials, Wang Ming immediately entered the training room to begin forging his soul weapon, the 1,000 Blades. His current strength had already reached the Soul King level.
Although the Imperial-grade soul weapon in his hand was sufficient to handle many troubles, his current opponents were from the soul sect, so the soul weapon had to be upgraded a notch. The materials he obtained from the Xin and Chen families were tailored specifically for the 1,000 blades. With the enhancement of holy-grade materials, Wang Ming was eager to see how far the 1,000 blades could be strengthened this time, especially how powerful the soul skills would be once it reached the supreme grade. With a thought, the 1,000 blades appeared with a clink, its crimson glow illuminating the room, revealing a myriad of visible cracks, tightly interwoven together. The holy-grade soul weapon materials were taken out, each emitting a glow of various colors. Detecting target, host soul weapon, 1,000 blades, current blade grade, upper tier imperial, can be enhanced, material, upper tier refined soul iron, can be enhanced, inherent soul skill, everlasting, infinite restoration, to be continued, enhancement potential, 100%, system detected enhancement materials, can the host enhance the soul weapon?
Estimated enhancement grade, upper tier supreme.
The system's detection data was displayed before Wang Ming in a holographic form. Upon seeing the words upper tier supreme, his breath tightened slightly. Truly worthy of the system, with upper tier refined soul iron as the material, it could actually be enhanced to supreme grade. Of course, this was also due to the holy grade soul weapon materials. After this enhancement, the material of the 1,000 blades would change from upper tier refined soul iron to holy grade materials, and future enhancements would still be possible. He had already grown accustomed to the 1,000 blades, and it would be best if it could advance in sync.
Use the soul weapon enhancement crystal, start enhancement. Using soul weapon enhancement crystal, 5%.
10%, as the system's voice echoed in his mind, the surrounding holy-grade soul weapon materials began to swirl around the 1,000 blades in an orderly manner as if summoned.
5 days later,
a sound of clashing metal rang out in the room, powerful soul energy surged, and if it weren't for the special materials used to reinforce the training chamber of the former Xin family, the house would likely have collapsed. The 1,000 blades trembled, radiating a dazzling light, its sharp edge seeming to tear through space, exuding an invisible blade intent.
Is this the power of an upper-tier supreme soul weapon?
Feeling the changes brought by his blade reaching the supreme grade, Wang Ming exclaimed in awe. Previously, when forging supreme-grade soul weapons, he had never felt such depth. This time, forging for himself felt profoundly impactful. He reached out to grasp the hilt. A serene blade intent flowed from the hilt into Wang Ming's body, surging upward as if to pierce the heavens. Wang Ming stood straight, like a steel, sharp blade. A blade is the heart of all weapons. Holding the 1,000-blade knife, Wang Ming exuded an unstoppable aura, like a general commanding 1,000,000 troops. Buzz! Wang Ming felt the surrounding space part like water waves, and the room before him gradually vanished, transforming into an endless battlefield, filled with the scent of blood and a chilling killing intent. It resembled an ancient battlefield, with a sea of white bones and tattered battle flags standing on the distant hills.
This is the domain of the 1,000-blade knife, the shattered blade battle soul.
Wang Ming murmured to himself.
Boom, boom, boom.
The sound of war drums echoed from somewhere, and Wang Ming felt his blood boiling with the rhythm, his scalp and even his face tingling, as a surge of battle spirit swelled in his chest. Kill, kill, kill. The endless cries of battle filled his ears and mind, as if thousands of soldiers stood behind him, shouting and roaring at the enemy.
Purify Soul Bone. Wang Ming immediately activated the Purify Soul Bone.
The overwhelming battle intent began to ease, and Wang Ming was secretly alarmed. The power of this domain was truly terrifying, even he had nearly been unable to withstand it.
Exiting the domain, Wang Ming looked at the knife in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Knock, knock.
At that moment, a knock sounded at the door.
Wang Ming turned to see He Zhengong standing respectfully at the entrance. What is it?
He Zhengong replied, Master, Lu Qiaoyao is here, asking if you have returned.
Hearing Lu Qiaoyao's name, Wang Ming's brow furrowed slightly.
He hadn't expected her to come specifically looking for him.
After pondering for a moment, he said to He Zhengong, let her in.
Have Guan Dachuan check outside for any tales. If there are any, get rid of them immediately.
Yes, master.
Before long, hurried footsteps approached from outside. Just from the sound of the footsteps, Wang Ming could tell it was Lu Qiaoyao. She was light, long-legged, and walked quickly, clearly anxious.
Ming Gu.
Before she arrived, her voice reached him, breathy and soft, causing Wang Ming's heart to soften. He quickly went to the door, and a fragrant breeze rushed towards him. The moment Lu Qiaoyao saw Wang Ming, her eyes sparkled with surprise.
Ming Gu.
This call carried a sense of grievance and sorrow, tears already misting her beautiful eyes.
Xiaoyao, I'm here.
Wang Ming took her delicate, cool hand, and seeing her misty eyes, his heart ached immensely. He pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Lu Qiaoyao nestled into Wang Ming's chest, her ear pressed against him, her hands clutching his broad back. Mingo, after a moment of holding each other, Lu Xiaoyao's weak voice came through. You're so bad, coming back without telling us, making me, and Jia, and Tianjing Jia worry for so long. I didn't dare to tell you, afraid you would be implicated because of me, Wang Ming said, his face against her head. I'm not afraid. Lu Xiaoyao lifted her head, her sparkling eyes looking at Wang Ming. I'm not afraid of death, I'm only afraid of not seeing you. Mingo, next time, can you not hide it from me? I'm afraid I won't see you for the rest of my life. As she spoke, tears began to fall. Lu Xiaoyao was originally a very strong woman, until she met the one she loved. It was then she realized that this was love. In front of the one she cherished, the strength of her spirit could not be feigned. Okay, I won't next time. Wang Ming gently stroked her hair. Teacher Ning said you were captured by the Xin and Chen families. How dare they act against you in Kyoto? They are truly audacious. Xiaoyao, Wang Ming interrupted her, some things are beyond our control. Even if she knows about this, it probably won't change anything. In this world, strength is paramount. The weak can only be bullied, the so-called rules are tailored for the weak, understand? But they are too much. Lu Xiaoyao protested. It's fine, they bully me because I'm weaker now. But I believe that one day, I will become strong. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, they shouldn't underestimate the youth. Wang Ming said. Brother Ming, what you said is really cool. Lu Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wang Ming lowered his head, staring into her eyes, leaning in close. Is it me who is cool, or what I said? Lu Xiaoyao shyly replied, Brother Ming is cool. Wang Ming smiled with satisfaction, lowered his head, and kissed her beautiful eyes. Lu Xiaoyao felt her heart racing, beating faster and faster, her face flushed with heat, feeling Wang Ming's warm lips on her eyelids, which was very comfortable. Wang Ming's lips moved down to her nose, and finally kissed her lips. Lu Xiaoyao's whole body tensed, but when their lips met, she instantly softened, leaning against Wang Ming, passionately responding to his kiss. They only parted when they were both breathless. Brother Ming. Lu Xiaoyao shyly dared not look up. Wang Ming's voice was filled with a masculine, magnetic charm as he bent down to lift her up, turned, and closed the door with his foot, carrying her towards the bed. Before long, beautiful, heart-pounding sounds filled the room. A few hours later, the battle ended, and Wang Ming lay naked on the bed, with the beauty beside him sprawled on him, her fair body exposed to the air without any cover. Wang Ming's hand caressed her back. Brother Ming, Lu Xiaoyao's cheeks were flushed. Should we tell Sister An and Tianjing about what happened here? They are very worried about your safety. Let's not say anything for now, Wang Ming replied. The less they know, the safer it is. Brother Ming, why are the Ouyang family targeting you? Because they are greedy. An innocent man is often wronged by having something precious. Brother Ming, fighting against the Chen and Xin families is very dangerous. These two families are extremely powerful. Wang Ming acknowledged. A few days ago, Sister An received a call from Uncle An, saying that the Xin family has started pressuring for marriage again, and this time the Ouyang family is also applying pressure, wanting to complete the wedding as soon as possible. Lu Xiaoyao sat up, looking at Wang Ming, her ample chest pressing against the bed. They want to force me to show up. Wang Ming chuckled lightly. Lu Feifei analyzed it this way. They can't find you, so they can only use Sister An's marriage to force you to appear. How despicable. Wang Ming said angrily. What are you planning to do? Lu Xiaoyao asked worriedly. Sister An will absolutely not marry into the Xin family. This is forcing her to her death. But if you go, you'll fall into their trap. When is the wedding? Nothing has been decided yet. Sister Shirshir suggested that they get engaged first, with the engagement date set by the Xin family, but the wedding date set by the An family, and to find a way to delay it. Delaying time isn't a solution. Wang Ming shook his head, thinking carefully before saying, they just want to capture me. Humph. They underestimate me. Wang Ming, do you have a plan? Wang Ming thought for a moment and said, this time, you go back and tell Sister Shirshir to let her. Will that work? Lu Xiaoyao looked at Wang Ming in disbelief after hearing this. Wang Ming smiled, don't worry, they want me, not Shui. As for whether the Xin family and the An family will form a marriage alliance, the Ouyang family doesn't care at all. As long as I show up, they will definitely come. But if that's the case, wouldn't you be in danger? There's no other way. This is the only way to ensure my safety. Otherwise, both Shui and I will be in danger. Then, is there anything I need to do? Lu Xiaoyao said, actually, my strength isn't weak either. Although I haven't reached the Soul King level, I'm close. Wang Ming smiled and took out a few items from the Soul Ring, sending them into Lu Xiaoyao's Soul Ring. These are several Soul Rings, all at the 100,000-year level. You can give them to Shui and Tianjing. If you want to help me, hurry up and increase your strength. Only with enough strength can you truly help me. 100,000-year Soul Rings? Lu Xiaoyao looked at Wang Ming in surprise. Brother Ming,
Where did you get so many 100,000-year soul rings? That's the reason the Ouyang family captured me. Are you saying that these soul rings were all developed by them? Yes. Lu Qiaoyao's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Alright, just know this. You can't stay here for too long. Contact Sister Shirshir immediately after you go out, Wang Ming said. Okay. Ouyang Lang's involvement brought immense pressure to the Yin family, and Jingzhong secretly contacted the Lu and Zhang families. Due to the involvement of the Ouyang family, neither family gave a clear answer, but they didn't refuse either. After all, the Ouyang family's closeness to the Chen and Xin families would inevitably disrupt the delicate balance among the five families. But Jingzhong knew that his daughter's heart was set on this young man named Wang Ming. She was already taken. He understood his daughter's character better. Although she was a girl, she was absolutely strong-willed. Forcing his daughter to marry into the Xin family would be like pushing her to her death, which was the last outcome he wanted to see. Ouyang Lang was very assertive. I specifically arranged a match for the Xin family. Your daughter and the Xin family's young master are a perfect match, and family head. Such a beautiful thing, is there really any reason to refuse? And Jingzhong smiled bitterly. Whether it's a beautiful thing or not mainly depends on the children. What do the children know? Xin Jingjai laughed. They only know love now. How can they understand the various difficulties and helplessness in life? As parents, we should plan early for our children's future. Exactly, Shui has grown up now. A man should marry, and a woman should marry. I think the Xin family's boy is quite good and worthy of your daughter. They are well matched. I don't know what brother-in is hesitating about. Alas! And Jingzhong shook his head. You don't know, my daughter's character is strong-willed. I had a good talk with her about this. What was the result? Ouyang Lang asked. She agreed, and Jingzhong said, Isn't that enough? She agreed, so brother-in, what are you still hesitating about? Upon hearing this, everyone felt hopeful, and their tone became more enthusiastic. Oh, she agreed, but the problem is, she said she can get engaged, but must wait until after she graduates to get married. You all know, she just started her first year of college, and there are still 3 years until graduation, and Jingzhong pretended to be troubled. What's the problem with that? Xin Jingjai said, getting married doesn't affect cultivation. In the academy, it's just about cultivation. The theoretical knowledge was learned back in high school. The academy only provides some venues. We don't lack venues, Chen Zili said. Right, let them get married first, and get married immediately after the engagement, Ouyang Lang said. I say, everyone, who is getting married? And Jingzhong's tone became neither soft nor hard. If my daughter is to marry, it must be voluntary. If you all put pressure on me, I really want to see how that goes. Hey! Chen Zili saw this and immediately stepped in to smooth things over. No, there's no forcing in this matter. We're just thinking of the children. Since my daughter has set a time, let's go by that. If you all are not satisfied, I can't help it. And Jingzhong said, this result was achieved after I persuaded her for a long time. If you are not satisfied, then go find her. She is at her grandfather's house now. Ouyang Sr., you can go if you want. And Liaozhong? Ouyang Lang heard that he was being asked to find Jingzhong's father, and Liaozhong, and immediately shook his head. Then forget it. With his explosive temper, I'll just get beaten up if I go. The crowd fell silent. And Jingzhong was relatively mild-mannered and wouldn't easily lose his temper, which is why they dared to push a little further. But in Liaozhong was different. He was famously a powder keg, igniting at the slightest provocation. Moreover, this old man had an exceptionally high cultivation talent, and back in the day, the Yin family had spared no effort in nurturing him. At just over 130 years old, his strength had already reached the soul master level. This was the same person who had once scolded her existence right in front of her. His reputation was formidable. Although he had devoted himself to cultivation for many years and left the management of the Yin family to Jingzhong, it didn't mean Liaozhong was non-existent. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. At this moment, Jingzhong had brought up his own father, and what could the others say? They couldn't really tear the Yin family apart. Brother-in, you're being too harsh. Chen Zili laughed heartily. That's a bit serious. Let's leave our generation's matters to us to resolve. No need to disturb the older generation, right? Oh, brother-in, no need to get worked up. Let's just get engaged. Xin Jingjai said with a smile. I'll take care of this matter. I'll find a master to calculate the engagement date. Definitely a good day. How about that? That's it. And Jingzhong waved his hand, signaling the guests to leave. Everyone, I have some matters to attend to this afternoon, so I can't keep you company. Alright, then we won't disturb you. Seeing this, the crowd had no choice but to get up and leave. As they walked out of the Yin family, Chen Zili said with a displeased expression, that old Yin really is something, bringing out the elders of the Yin family to resist us. Don't push too hard. Xin Jingjai shook his head. the Yin family is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Don't forget, the Yin family has a little ant married into a hidden family. If they really pull the Ouyang family together to deal with the Yin family, it could be very difficult to handle.
Let's leave it at that for now. As for whether we can draw out Wang Ming, it's still hard to say.
Ouyang Lang was dissatisfied with this outcome but had no choice. It's very likely, even if it's just an engagement. Xin Jingjai said. Brother Xin, how can you be so sure? Chen Zili questioned.
Xin Jingjai sneered coldly, speaking firmly. Wang Ming, with his million-year soul ring and being a bestowed soul ring user, has absolute pride. His woman is definitely his Achilles heel, also his reverse scale. Even if it's just an engagement, he won't be able to accept this fact and will definitely come out. However, the way he appears might exceed our imagination.
Why do I feel like there's a sense of the male lead making an entrance from a TV show? Ouyang Lang asked half-jokingly. The male lead?
Xin Jingjai scoffed. I want to see which TV show or novel's male lead dies halfway through. I absolutely won't let him live.
Right. That talented kid, either use him for ourselves or cleanly kill him, Ouyang Lang said. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Xin Jingjai's phone rang.
He picked it up and saw it was a very unfamiliar number, and it was from out of town.
He frowned while holding the phone, thought for a moment, and said to Chen Zili and Ouyang Lang, do you two believe that this unfamiliar call is probably from Wang Ming?
I don't believe it.
Chen Zili shook his head.
I believe it. I'll bet $1 million.
Fine, I don't believe it. I'll bet $1 million. Chen Zili said, it's very likely just a scam call. Xin Jingjai confidently glanced at Chen Zili and Ouyang Lang, swiped the screen, and answered the call.
Hello,
Wang Ming.
Xin Jingjai confidently answered the call, calling out Wang Ming's name directly. Didn't expect this, did you?
Hello, sir, this is the 360 Loan Center.
Our system has detected that you are a premium customer, and you can receive a loan limit of up to 500,000, with a daily repayment of only 30 yuan.
Xin Jingjai. Ouyang Lang. What the hell? Chen Zili. Ha ha ha.
Hurry up, everyone gets $1 million. Transfer it to my account immediately.
Ha ha.
My phone number. When did it end up in the hands of these loan sharks?
Xin Jingjai was very angry. These people are getting bolder and bolder.
Let's not talk about that. Hurry up, $1 million.
Chen Zili felt great.
All right, it's just $1 million. I'll transfer it to your account later. Seriously, Ouyang Lang said unhappily, that Wang Ming made me lose $1 million.
Ding ding.
At that moment, Xin Jingjai's phone rang again.
Ouyang Lang and Chen Zili immediately leaned in to look at Xin Jingjai's screen, which showed an unknown number. Ahem. Chen Zili squinted and smiled. Still gambling? Xin Jingjai gritted his teeth. Gamble.
I'm betting $2 million. This time it must be Wang Ming.
Ouyang Lang shook his head. Don't be so stubborn, okay? I think this time it's not, so I'm betting $2 million. It's not. Chen Zili, don't look at me. I'm definitely betting it's not. $2 million.
Xin Jingjai glanced at them, slid to answer the call, and the three immediately held their breath, staring at the phone screen.
Xin Jingjai, this is Wang Ming. Ha ha ha.
When Xin Jingjai heard the name Wang Ming, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, looking provocatively at Chen Zili and Ouyang Lang, who both looked dejected, with Chen Zili shaking his head in a bitter smile. On the other end, Wang Ming.
What is Xin Jingjai laughing about? Is receiving his call that exciting? Has he gone mad? Hello, Wang Ming.
Xin Jingjai suppressed his laughter. Kid, I knew you would definitely come looking for us.
Sorry, I'm really not here to look for you. On the contrary, I heard you were looking for me, right? No, sorry, I'm currently busy arranging a marriage for the younger generation of the Xin family. I don't have time to look for you. Of course, this wedding might be very important to you and Rushi's daughter. Oh right, your little girlfriend. She will soon be my Xin family's daughter-in-law. Ha! Xin Jingjai knew how to provoke Wang Ming.
Hearing this, Wang Ming was, of course, furious, but he had long been mentally prepared, suppressing his anger and smiling. Is that so? Then I wish them both well in advance. Someone like me, who is always at the mercy of fate and constantly in danger, is indeed not suitable for marriage. Perhaps, this is her best choice.
On the other end, confused face? Hee, little brat.
Ouyang Lang chuckled. You say you don't care, but that's not your true feelings.
We old folks have been through this too.
You young ones are all about love. If you really didn't care, you wouldn't be making this call. Wang Ming, let me tell you, you're definitely caught, and Rushi, I'm marrying her for sure, and not just her, but also Lu Qiaoyao and Zheng Tianjing. In the future, they will all be the daughters-in-law of the Xin and Chen families. Don't worry, after you die, they will be taken care of.
Xin Jingjai said with a sinister smile. Is that so? If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability. Wang Ming's face darkened. Now I'll tell you, you have only two choices. First, I'm currently in Linjiang City, if you want to find me, feel free to come. Secondly, if you really have an engagement with Enrusue, then I'm sorry, at least for the next 4 or 5 years, you won't be able to find me. I will hide away, and with my talent, I believe I can reach the soul sect level in that time. By then, let's see who among you can stop me. On this point, I believe none of you have any doubts about my talent, right? Xin Jingjai and the others could no longer smile, exchanging glances. Wang Ming's words struck at their hearts. What they feared the most was Wang Ming's talent. If he were given 4 or 5 years to grow, they would be the ones passively taking the hits. Given the enmity between both sides, it was very possible that the Chen and Xin families could be wiped out. If Wang Ming left Kyoto to hide, finding him in the vast dragon country would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. It would be incredibly difficult. Little brat, am I in Linjiang now? Ouyang Lang asked after a moment of thought. His only target was Wang Ming. He didn't care about the engagement with the Yin family at all. Yes, Wang Ming replied. Very well, I advise you not to deceive me. If I arrive in Linjiang and you are not there, I will be very angry, Ouyang Lang threatened. Hee, is that so? And then what? You'll get angry and wipe out the Yin family? Wang Ming didn't care at all. Wang Ming, you'd better not play any tricks, Chen Zili shouted. I'm giving you this opportunity. I will show up in Linjiang. Whether you have the strength to catch me depends on yourselves. If you can't catch me, then just go home and practice. Arrogant. Xin Jingjai gritted his teeth in anger. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., there will be a large auction in Linjiang City. I will appear at the auction, and then it will depend on your skills, Wang Ming said before hanging up the phone. The three looked at the hung-up phone, their minds racing. Wang Ming is the key. Ouyang Lang said, as for the soul master from the Yin family, we can hold that off until we catch Wang Ming. We absolutely cannot let him escape, otherwise, we will be in danger. A rival who can obtain a heavenly gifted soul ring every time is truly terrifying if he grows. We must not give him this opportunity. Alright, I have the same intention. Wang Ming wants to use himself as bait to lure us south to Linjiang, just to disrupt the engagement with the Yin family. Then I will catch him first and marry the Yin family girl right in front of him. Xin Jingjai sneered. There's no time to waste. We need to set off now and prepare in advance. This time, we must capture Wang Ming, Chen Zili said. Thus, the three immediately took action. This operation was not just the few of them from the Soul Sect, even the Soul Emperors from their families were mobilized, totaling 8 Soul Emperors, 5 Soul Sects, and 1 Soul Master. Such a luxurious lineup was only to capture a mere level 49 Soul King. Linjiang City is now considered a tourist destination, and the local government has implemented many convenient policies to attract more visitors, keeping prices very low. This has led to tourists from all over the country being willing to come to Linjiang for a visit. Many people have also chosen to settle here, and in just 2 or 3 years, the population of Linjiang City has doubled, greatly boosting economic development. This is also the main reason why the auction can be held in Linjiang City. In the era of universal soul masters, everyone has their own opportunities to some extent. Those who obtain opportunities, due to various external reasons, find themselves unable to use the treasures in their hands and can only sell them. As the number of sellers increased, a pawnshop called Wangbage emerged. In just 1 year, Wangbage received various treasures brought by tourists from all over, and thus decided to hold a grand auction today. According to the news released, the highlight of this auction is actually the secret magma map from the western frontier. This news has attracted a lot of attention, with many outsiders rushing in just to obtain this secret magma map, as it hides many treasures. Among them, the most enticing treasure is the rumored secret that can help one break through to the Soul Emperor level. Wang Ming, dressed in a simple long-sleeve shirt, straight-leg jeans, and sneakers, walks down the street, the warm sunlight shining on him, with a cute little cat following behind, drawing the attention of those around him. He had just learned of this news upon arriving in Linjiang. Originally, he wanted to return to the old junkyard to reminisce about the past, but to his surprise, the junkyard had long been cleared out, transformed into a residential area with towering buildings. Fortunately, he left early. Had he waited a few more years, he would have been homeless. No, with Shui and Teacher Ning around, he wouldn't end up on the streets. Thinking of them, a warm current flowed through Wang Ming's heart. At the entrance of the auction, there was a sea of people, and the parking lot was filled with all kinds of luxury cars, symbolizing their status. Many were dressed in suits, cigars in their mouths. The ladies wore revealing gowns that accentuated their alluring figures, some looking as if they might burst out of their clothes. Wang Ming held a prestigious VIP ticket. After handing in his ticket at the entrance, the welcoming attendant said to a nearby beauty, "Please take this gentleman inside." The beauty, dressed very lightly in a simple bikini,
brazenly showcased her perfect figure, smiling as she gestured, "Sir, please." Wang Ming nodded and followed her. The beauty swayed her hips rhythmically, her exquisite back arching down to reveal a perfect backside, with shallow dimples appearing and disappearing at her waist, incredibly tempting. Truly, this was the rapidly rising capital, and their spending was indeed ruthless. After a short walk, the beauty led Wang Ming to a private booth, turning around with a smile, "Dear sir, this is your booth." Wang Ming stepped inside. The booth was luxuriously decorated, with a large floor-to-ceiling window in front, allowing a view of the auction floor from inside while keeping the outside from seeing in. Sitting on the sofa by the window, one could see the auction area below. Both the location and the view were perfect. "Sir, please enjoy some tea." The beauty slowly squatted down, presenting her back to Wang Ming, pouring tea with both hands. Just looking at the curve of her lower back was enough to ignite a fire within him. Wang Ming glanced over and quickly averted his eyes. Noticing Wang Ming's calm demeanor, the beauty was a bit surprised as she poured the tea, reminding him, "Sir, you are a distinguished VIP. I am here to serve you, and until the auction ends, I am your personal property. Anything goes?" "Yes," the beauty replied with a smile. Wang Ming nodded, lifted his leg onto the coffee table, and said, "Come on, massage my legs." The beauty exclaimed, "Huh?" Wang Ming gestured with his eyes. "What do you mean, huh? Hurry up and massage my legs." The beauty shot him a look as if he were foolish, but reluctantly squatted down to massage his legs, already thinking of what to complain to her friends. "I swear, girls, you won't believe it, I met a stupid VIP client today." Ding! At that moment, Wang Ming's phone rang. It was a message from Xinjingjai. "You said you'd show up. Where are you?" "Don't rush. I'm at the auction," Wang Ming replied. "How could I miss such a great auction? You'll see me once it ends." "Great." Xinjingjai replied with just 2 words. "Dear guests, good morning." At this moment, a voice from outside the private room announced, and Wang Ming looked down to see a beautiful woman standing on the central stage, holding a microphone, confidently addressing the crowd. Wang Ming was uninterested in the chatter and sat calmly. "Without further ado, let's begin the auction for the first item," the voice continued, and the platform in front of the woman slowly rose, revealing a round plate covered with a red cloth. "The first item for auction, the epic bloodline soul beast, Blaze Tiger." Wow! Starting off with an epic bloodline soul beast. Truly impressive, as expected from the treasure pavilion. As soon as the woman's voice fell, the crowd erupted in exclamations. An epic bloodline soul beast was akin to a top-tier soul artifact, presenting a deadly temptation for soul beast masters. For instance, Wang Ming's Iron-Eating Ant Queen. With his strength reaching the Soul King level, the Iron-Eating Ant Queen had also reached the Beast King form, and the Iron-Eating Worker Ants had reached the Beast Dan form, with their numbers in the hundreds of thousands. The innate skills of these iron-eating worker ants were terrifying, especially when hundreds of thousands merged into one. Their combat power could reach the Soul Emperor level. Even when scattered, hundreds of thousands of Soul Dan-level soul beasts would make even a soul sect feel a chill down their spine. Epic Soul Beast, starting bid, 1 million soul coins. The woman's melodious voice rang out. 1, 5 million, 1, 6 million. The crowd began to bid, with the highest price for an epic soul beast typically around 3 million, which was already the peak. The Blaze Tiger, being an attack-type soul beast, might fetch an additional 500,000. Wang Ming remained composed. "Sir, this is an epic soul beast, and it's the attack-type Blaze Tiger. Aren't you going to place a bid?" the woman beside him asked. "Humph, no need." Wang Ming shook his head. "It's just an epic soul beast, I don't think much of it." The woman thought to herself, impressive. Soon, the auction house pushed the price of the Blaze Tiger to 1 million, with very few bidders left. In the end, it was sold to someone for 2 million. Following that, a few more soul beasts and soul artifacts appeared at the auction, but Wang Ming did not bid, simply waiting quietly. Next up for auction is a dead demon embryo. As the woman's voice rang out, something resembling a stone was dragged up, entirely black. The moment this demon embryo appeared, the gluttonous demon beast reacted. Wang Ming was somewhat surprised. Why would the gluttonous demon beast show interest in the dead demon embryo? This demon embryo is a bit strange. There are no demon spirit beasts inside, but it has been gestating for 100 years, with an extremely dense demonic nature. Interested friends can place their bids, starting at 500,000 soul coins. The woman announced. "Hey, clarify. What's so special about this thing that it's worth 500,000 soul coins?" Someone shouted from the audience. "Exactly. We need to understand what we're buying. Without a demon spirit beast, what use is just having demonic nature? This world is full of demonic nature." The woman felt a bit troubled and could only share their speculation. "According to our knowledgeable elders in the pavilion, this thing resembling a demon embryo should not be a true demon embryo, as there is no demon spirit beast inside. it might be food for a demon beast or a soul beast. Food? The crowd immediately began to whisper among themselves.
Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the demon embryo the gluttonous demon beast devoured at the trial base was also this kind of food?
If that's the case, the gluttonous demon beast feeds on demonic nature, but not all demonic nature, rather specifically this type of food resembling a demon embryo. No wonder this thing caused a reaction from the gluttonous demon beast as soon as it appeared.
600,000. Suddenly, someone placed a bid. All eyes turned to see it was a bid from a VIP box on the second floor. 800,000. Wang Ming bid without hesitation.
The beautiful girl beside him looked at Wang Ming with some surprise. An epic-level soul beast and a royal-grade soul weapon had not made a move, yet he was willing to bid for food.
1 million.
The other party showed no signs of backing down.
5 million. Of course, Wang Ming wouldn't back down either.
After all, he had the resources provided by the Xin and Chen families in his hands. Not to mention 1 million, even 10 million wouldn't be a problem.
2 million.
The voice of the person in the VIP box was deep, clearly carrying a threat.
3 million. Wang Ming smiled calmly. 5 million. Hiss. Everyone gasped at the mention of such a price. What on earth was this item that its price jumped directly from 3 million to 5 million, surpassing even epic-level soul beasts?
Wang Ming frowned, not expecting the other party to raise the bid so fiercely. He had originally planned to raise it to 5 million, but the other party jumped straight to 5 million. After pondering for a moment, Wang Ming spoke. 6 million. The beautiful girl beside him widened her eyes in shock, not expecting the person sitting next to her to be so wealthy. Young friend, a mere soul king can afford this price. There may be some background, but in this world, one cannot rely solely on background, strength is also necessary.
Don't you understand the principle that a common man is guilty of possessing a treasure?
The other party saw through Wang Ming's cultivation level and directly issued a warning.
I bid 7 million.
Wang Ming thought for a moment and smiled. Since ancient times, treasures have gone to the highest bidder. If you can afford the price, then bid. If not, just be quiet. Why make a fuss here, relying on age to intimidate?
I bid 8 million.
Old man, if you don't dare to follow, then shut up.
Humph. I bid 9 million.
The old man was unwilling to lose face in front of the younger generation and gritted his teeth to raise the bid.
Wang Ming smiled. Good. You have spirit.
I concede. Congratulations to the senior for acquiring this treasure at 9 million.
Ha ha ha. Good lad.
The old man felt he had been tricked, having wasted a few million for nothing, and was so angry he felt like spitting blood.
I will remember you. Then I will trouble the senior to keep that in mind. Wang Ming chuckled.
Humph. The old man snorted coldly. Congratulations to VIP client number 88 for winning item number 6 at 9 million soul coins. The beautiful girl quickly interrupted their conversation, and the others were shocked by such a high price. They began to speculate about the purpose of this item.
Next, we will start the auction.
The beautiful girl continued to auction other items, while Wang Ming comfortably lay on the sofa, waiting for the appearance of the grand treasure.
The gluttonous beast in the soul ring made a displeased goo-goo-goo sound when its food was taken away.
Wang Ming comforted it a couple of times. The beautiful girl serving beside Wang Ming worked even harder, her figure twisting more seductively, like a cat in heat. Wang Ming had no thoughts about her. Although he was lecherous, he had standards. He didn't even want to touch someone like her. He didn't bid on the items that followed until something appeared that stirred the entire room, drawing everyone's gaze to a ball of fiery red flames in the center of the auction hall.
Soul fire. Soul masters rarely practiced soul fire.
Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth soul masters were extremely rare in this world, and soul fire was the flame seed cultivated by fire soul masters. It had the potential to grow. Fire soul masters could enhance their firepower by devouring other heavenly and earthly spiritual fires, thereby increasing their strength. Judging by this soul fire, the fire soul master must have been a soul emperor level expert before his death.
I won't elaborate on the rarity of soul fire here.
The starting bid for soul fire is 5 million, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 1 million. The beautiful girl announced the price of the soul fire.
Hiss.
Upon hearing this terrifying price, everyone gasped. Knowing that the soul fire was precious, no one expected it to be this expensive. This number had already made many present hesitate.
8 million soul coins. At that moment, a voice rang out.
Wang Ming frowned slightly, as he was very familiar with this voice. It was none other than Xin Jingjai.
It seemed that Xin Jingjai also had his eyes on the soul fire. 10 million soul coins.
Another voice chimed in, directly raising the bid by 2 million.
Everyone gasped.
The world of the wealthy was truly unimaginable. The increments were always by 2 million.
Upon hearing this, Xin Jingjai's brow furrowed.
In the past, he would have raised it to 15 million without a second thought, but after Wang Ming's big hole and 2 rounds of gathering materials for the Holy Soul weapon, the soul coins he had at his disposal were already limited. "Brother Xin, how about we join forces to secure it?" Chen Zili whispered from the side. Xin Jingjai nodded. 15 million. Just as the two were discussing, Ouyang Shang lazily spoke up from the side. The two's eyes narrowed. Ouyang Shang smiled and said, "The soul fire is indeed rare. Please don't blame me, uncles." Humph. The two snorted coldly and fell silent. As the price reached 15 million, many people stopped speaking. After all, their goal was the final map. If they spent all their money on the soul fire, they could only watch the subsequent treasures. Ouyang Shang's lips curled into a confident smile. A price of 15 million was already quite high. In the small city of Linjiang, even if the nearby powerful figures came, it would be difficult to raise the price any further. 15 million once, 15 million twice. The beautiful voice echoed in the large auction hall, and Ouyang Shang confidently leaned back on the sofa, waiting for the gavel to fall. 15 million 3, 16 million. Just as the beauty was about to bring down the gavel, a voice interrupted. Everyone was taken aback. Ouyang Shang suddenly sat up, his gaze fixed on the VIP box on the second floor across from him, his eyes burning with a desire to pierce through the box and kill the owner with his gaze. At that moment, within the box, a pair of eyes shone with a light that seemed to ignore the existence of the box, piercing through. These 2 beams of light shot into Ouyang Shang's eyes. In an instant, Ouyang Shang's vision changed, as if he had entered a realm of battle, with yellow sand swirling around, the sounds of war echoing, resembling an ancient battlefield. "Is this an ancient battlefield?" Ouyang Shang looked around in horror. "Who are you, able to comprehend such a terrifying battlefield domain?" "I am Ouyang Shang of the Ouyang family. I admit defeat just now." Humph. At that moment, in the yellow sand ahead, a pair of enormous eyes lit up like red lanterns, filled with a chilling killing intent. Ouyang Shang felt as if all the blood in his body was about to be imprisoned. "Young one, do not act recklessly." A voice rang out, and then everything around him instantly dissipated. Ouyang Shang's vision returned to the previous box, where Xin Jingjai and Chen Zili were still focused on the soul fire below. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shang felt as if he had just experienced a life and death moment. Just as Ouyang Shang had anticipated, the heavy pupil eye could seize a person's fate and determine life and death in an instant. If it weren't for the limitations of the venue, Wang Ming could fully unleash his 4th soul skill and turn Ouyang Shang into a corpse in the blink of an eye. Of course, Wang Ming's current strength was only effective against Ouyang Shang. If it were against experts like Xin Jingjai at the soul sect level, the result would likely be backlash. This was because using the heavy pupil eye against higher-level opponents could easily lead to a counterattack. 16 million once. The beauty on stage noticed that no one had raised the price for a long time, and since this price had already reached the auction house's expected price, she began the countdown, 16 million twice. "Young Master Ouyang." Chen Zili turned to look at Ouyang Shang. Xin Jingjai also looked at Ouyang Shang anxiously. "Now, the only family that can afford the price is the Ouyang family, but I don't know which family the people across from us belong to, as they bid 16 million right off the bat." Ouyang Shang felt a lingering fear as he glanced at the private room across, a sense of dread creeping in. 16 million, going 3 times. Smack! Congratulations to VIP client of room 666 for winning item number 9 with a bid of 16 million soul coins. The beautiful voice echoed throughout the venue, and all eyes turned to room 666. Wang Ming appeared unfazed, as if spending 16 million was not his money, showing no signs of regret. This made the young beauty beside him starry-eyed. She thought Wang Ming was a super rich man, completely unconcerned about a mere 16 million. "Esteemed sir, please enjoy some tea." The young beauty became even more attentive, her actions more animated, using all her charm to win over Wang Ming, hoping to latch onto a wealthy man and reach the pinnacle of life. "When can the item be delivered?" Wang Ming asked as he took the teacup. "As long as you wish, it can be done at any time. Someone will come to collect the soul coins, and once the coins are received, your item will be delivered," the beauty replied. Wang Ming nodded. At that moment, a knock came at the door. "Dear customer, hello. I am a staff member from Wangbao Pavilion, and I am pleased to serve you. Come in." The young beauty rushed to open the door, and a beautiful service staff member swayed her waist as she entered. "Hello, sir. You are the owner of item number 9, which is priced at 16 million soul coins. Please, sir. I don't have that many soul coins on hand, but I can exchange equivalent goods," Wang Ming said. "Yes," the beauty replied. Wang Ming nodded, waved his hand, and several items flew out of his soul ring. "Please appraise these items and see if they are worth 16 million soul coins." "Please wait a moment, sir." The beauty quickly retreated and closed the door. Wang Ming remained calm, watching the ongoing auction below. The items he produced were naturally several pieces of sacred materials and a low-grade soul weapon, which was that bowl, along with a magic staff obtained from the demonic realm. Soon, the beautiful service staff returned, dragging a tray, and respectfully said, "Esteemed sir, after appraisal by the elders of our pavilion, the treasures you provided are sufficient to cover the price of item number 9. Here is item number 9, please check it." Wang Ming waved his hand. The jade box on the tray was lifted by soul power, slowly flying into Wang Ming's hand. The soul fire was contained within the glass jade box, and even through the box, Wang Ming could feel the power of the soul fire inside, its scorching heat seeming to want to refine the jade box itself. Truly worthy of being crafted from the devouring fire of heaven and earth, its power was extraordinary. Not bad. Wang Ming nodded, then waved his hand, sending several thousand soul coins into the beauty's hand. "Thank you." The service staff was overjoyed at such a lavish tip, her brows dancing with delight, still somewhat in disbelief. Thank you. "Thank you so much." The beauty beside her looked on enviously. After the beauty left, the auction continued, but Wang Ming did not bid again. Finally, after waiting for several hours, the auction items had concluded, and what was next was the highlight treasure of this auction. All eyes were filled with intense anticipation, staring below. "Ladies and gentlemen," the beautiful voice rang out, "I believe you have been waiting for a long time. Many clients who have never bid before are waiting for this moment. Next up is the highlight treasure of this auction, the long-awaited treasure, the secret lava map." Wow, it really is the secret lava map. Wang Bao Pavilion really has the map. My goodness, after the great battle 300 years ago, countless soul saints fell here, turning into a lava land, and now a map has appeared. In the hidden magma, there are indeed many treasures, including holy soul artifacts or soul beasts, and one might even obtain the memory inheritance of a soul saint. The value of this map, I need not elaborate further. Next, we will begin the auction for the hidden magma map, starting price, 10 million. Hiss. Upon hearing this price, everyone gasped in shock. Compared to the price of the hidden magma map, the previous bid seemed like child's play. Each bid must not be less than 500,000. Now, please, everyone, place your bids. As an outstanding student in high school, Wang Ming naturally knew about the hidden magma, but in textbooks, it was considered one of the unsolved mysteries of the Dragon Kingdom, and also one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries in the world. He never expected to have a chance at this hidden treasure. It must be said, as a transmigrator with a system and so many opportunities, he had reason to believe he was the protagonist of this world. This hidden magma place was his for the taking. 20 million. Just as the auction began and everyone was preparing to bid, a commanding voice suppressed the entire room, directly raising the bid by 10 million, silencing everyone and cutting off a large portion of the bidding. A bid of 20 million was not something an ordinary person could afford. On the contrary, those who could afford this price were definitely not ordinary. Wang Ming was also taken aback. His gaze immediately turned towards the box from which the bid came, his eyes shimmering with golden light, yet he felt an invisible force blocking him, making his vision somewhat blurry. However, he could still see an elderly man sitting inside. The old man seemed to sense someone peering at him and met Wang Ming's gaze. As their eyes locked, Wang Ming quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look again. The other party's strength has probably reached the soul master level. Wang Ming felt his heart racing. If he were to lock eyes with this person, he might be exposed. The old man also looked puzzled. He had set up a soul realm in the box, making it difficult for even experts of the same level to peer in. He never expected someone to disregard his soul realm and look in. Just as he was about to see the other party clearly, he was surprised by how quickly the other party reacted, seeing nothing at all. Interesting. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. "Grandpa, what's interesting?" At that moment, a little girl of about 7 or 8 crawled out from behind the old man, her chubby face adorably curious as she looked at her grandfather. "Just now, someone was peeking at us. Grandpa was about to check it out, but he ran away. Don't you think that's interesting?" The old man said, affectionately stroking the girl's face. What's so interesting about that? You said you would take me out to play, and we came here." The little girl pouted in dissatisfaction. "I want to eat ice cream, and I want to go to the amusement park." All right, Grandpa will take you there soon, okay?" The old man hurriedly began to act like a doting grandfather. 21 million. Just then, after sitting quietly for a long time, Miao Hadong suddenly spoke up. "Ouyang Shang? Xin Jingjai, Shenzili." Ouyang Lang straightened up, looking astonished at Miao Hadong, who had been silent in the back. This guy was truly playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger. Even the Ouyang family had to think carefully about spending 20 million soul coins, yet Miao Hadong casually bid 21 million. What kind of family dared to offer such a price? Miao Hadong felt a bit embarrassed under everyone's gaze and scratched his nose, saying, "This is all I have. 25 million. The old man, hearing that someone had raised the bid, darkened his expression and directly raised it to 25 million, making everyone hesitant to follow suit.
28 million. Ouyang Lang spoke up.
Oh my goodness, the bidding has reached 28 million.
This map is worth so much. Is the Wangba Pavilion going to make a fortune from this auction? 30 million soul coins.
The old man, seeing that someone was still raising the bid, gritted his teeth and raised the price again, his earlier calmness gone, his eyes fixed on the bidding box. The other box was also from the soul realm, blocking his gaze. From the fact that the other party could block his spiritual sense, he could tell that their strength was not weaker than his own. Wang Ming watched them fight it out with indifference. There was nothing he could do. Although he had some money, compared to the battle between the big shots, he felt somewhat unqualified. Even though the secret magma map was quite precious, one still needed money to buy it. Even if he bought it, he needed to have the life to take such a treasure out. The other party were all experts at the soul sect and soul master level. He was simply not worth looking at in front of them.
Ah, this soul friend is truly wealthy. Ouyang Lang laughed. You've raised the price to my heart's content.
30 million soul coins is indeed a lot, but I am determined to obtain this item, so I ask my soul friend to be magnanimous.
31 million soul coins. Nonsense. If you have the money, just bid. Why make such a fuss here?
You are determined to get this item, and I am equally determined to get it. You bid, and I will follow.
32 million soul coins.
The muscles on Ouyang Lang's face twitched. It seemed the other party might also be from a big family, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to afford such a price. After thinking for a moment, he said, my soul friend has great spirit, then I will raise it again.
35 million soul coins.
The crowd was shocked. They began to speculate about who these two were, bidding so extravagantly. Wang Ming curled his lips. With a wave of his hand, thousands of soul coins flew out and landed in the arms of a nearby beauty. He said to her, this is boring. The two big families are fighting over things, I can't compete.
Take me away.
Dear sir, are you sure you want to leave now? There will be other activities here later.
No need, right now.
Wang Ming shook his head. Seeing that Wang Ming was determined to leave, the beauty had no choice but to nod. All right, I will take you away.
Please follow me.
Saying this, the beauty opened the door and led Wang Ming outside. Wang Ming slowly walked out of the box door. Since all the attendees were focused on the auction below, his appearance naturally attracted the attention of others.
The auction was not over yet, and someone was actually leaving?
Wang Ming stood in the corridor on the second floor, not in a hurry to leave, but gazing at the box across from him.
The people across were Ouyang Shang and the others. It's Wang Ming.
Xian Jingjai's eyes lit up as he stared intently at Wang Ming standing on the second floor. The person they had been searching for had finally appeared across from them.
He's leaving, Chen Zili shouted nervously. Elder Lu, Wang Ming is leaving now.
Ouyang Shang, seeing Wang Ming wave at them with a charming smile before turning away, shouted urgently.
Ouyang Lang turned and shouted, is the secret magma map more important, or is Wang Ming more important? Both are important, Elder Lu.
Xian Jingjai shouted, the secret magma is a treasure, and Wang Ming is a potentially very terrifying enemy. Both are important.
Ouyang Lang shouted, you go chase Wang Ming, with your soul sex strength, can you let him escape? After I get the secret magma, I will come after him.
Alright, we'll go chase him first. Xian Jingjai had no choice but to agree. Old Chen, Old Miao, Old Fan, and Xingdi Gang, let's go. We must catch Wang Ming and not let him escape. The few of them hurriedly rushed out to chase. After Wang Ming left the Wangbao Pavilion, he quickly escaped, the Thunder Soul Bone making a sizzling sound as Wang Ming transformed into a streak of lightning, shooting towards the sky. He. At that moment, a cold laugh echoed in his ear, the voice rapidly closing in on Wang Ming, Jr. Let's see where you can run. Wang Ming was startled at first, then looked down to see someone charging at him. It seemed to be the people from the Xin and Chen families stationed outside. Truly a lot of effort put into this.
Seeking death.
Seeing that the incoming person was a soul emperor, Wang Ming immediately braced himself, his soul ring appearing on his wrist, and he struck down with a heavy ancient divine palm. The person, initially dismissive, quickly turned to shock. The ancient divine palm unleashed by a level 49 Soul King was not something a level 39 Soul Dan could compare to. In terms of soul power and control over the soul ring, they were worlds apart.
With one palm strike, the Soul Emperor hurriedly unleashed a soul skill to resist. Boom! A loud crash resounded.
The pitch-black palm came crashing down, overwhelming the Soul Emperor, and as he hit the ground, a massive palm print appeared, the ground cracking around it, leaving the onlookers stunned in shock.
That Soul Emperor was directly pressed into the ground.
Wang Ming transformed into a streak of lightning, shooting rapidly towards the sky.
Wang Ming!
At that moment, an angry roar came from behind. It was Xin Jingjai and the others. Let's see where you can run.
Hearing Xin Jingjai's voice, Wang Ming unhesitatingly poured all his soul power into the Thunderbolt Soul Bone. Zila. In the eyes of Xin Jingjai and the others, Wang Ming almost vanished in an instant. What incredible speed! Fan De Biao exclaimed in surprise. Quick, chase! Everyone present were experts at the soul sect level. Using teleportation, they all vanished into thin air and pursued. The people on the street were dumbfounded by this scene. In the small city of Linjiang, it was the first time they had seen so many soul sect level experts, and they were all astonished. Many had only heard of soul sect level teleportation but had never seen it. Wang Ming infused all his Soul King level soul power into the Thunderbolt Soul Bone, which unleashed an astonishing speed. The rapid pace made him feel dizzy and uncomfortable, his ears ringing and his head buzzing. His strength had not reached the soul sect level, and his body couldn't keep up, causing discomfort at such speed. Wang Ming, this time I want to see where you can run. In an instant, he had covered nearly 100 miles, and just as he stopped, he heard Fan De Biao's loud laughter behind him. The speed of a soul sect expert was indeed terrifying. System, restore soul power to 100%. Using soul essence to restore soul power. 50%. 100%, restoration successful. Before the system's voice had finished, Wang Ming had already poured all his soul power into the Thunderbolt Soul Bone, and with a Zila, he disappeared again. Humph! Xin Jingjai snorted coldly. Wang Ming, using this speed-up secret technique, your soul power probably won't last long. I want to see how long you can escape. Xing Digang licked his lips, looking at the place where Wang Ming had vanished, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. He was sure this was Wang Ming's teleportation technique, but given Wang Ming's strength, it was quite taxing to use. If he could obtain this soul technique, he would undoubtedly be able to unleash even greater power. Wang Ming, your soul technique, I must have it. The others continued to chase relentlessly. Wang Ming was relieved that the Soul Venerable level expert did not pursue him, otherwise, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The system's teleportation only had one use left and couldn't be wasted carelessly. There was still plenty of soul essence, so he could play with them for a while. If a Soul Venerable expert appeared, he would have to run. System, restore soul power to 100%. Using soul essence to restore soul power. 50%. 100%. Restore soul power to 100%. Recovery successful. I don't know how many times I've recovered. Wang Ming kept relying on the Thunderbolt Soul Bone to escape. Originally, he had chosen to head north to the capital, but Xin Jingjai and the others anticipated Wang Ming's intentions and had already sent Fan De Biao ahead to block the northern route. With no choice, Wang Ming could only head west. Behind him, Xin Jingjai and the others were relentless in their pursuit. The two sides had been chasing for about 3 continuous hours. He had soul essence value that could be instantly restored. Xin Jingjai and the others could not. Although the strength of the soul sect experts was terrifying, it was not an endless pit. They had to take breaks every hour to recover their soul power. Wang Ming took advantage of this time to speed up his escape. System, restore soul power to 100%. Using soul essence value to restore. 50%. 100%. Recovery successful. Current soul essence value. 836500000. Seeing the soul essence value, Wang Ming licked his lips. He could still use it 4 more times. After that, he would have no way to escape. Would he have to rely on the last use of the spatial shift to save his life? The spatial shift was the most valuable life-saving method the system had given him. He couldn't guarantee that the next time he encountered danger, the system would still reward him with the spatial shift. If it didn't reward him, how would he save himself? He looked down. All around was a desolate wasteland. The blue sky stretched endlessly without a cloud in sight, and as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but yellow sand with no end in sight, with 2 dark green mountains nowhere to be seen. Have I already entered the desert region of the northwest? Wang Ming muttered to himself, thought for a moment, and decided to continue fleeing westward to see if he could shake off the pursuers behind him. Zila! A flash of lightning appeared in midair, and Wang Ming vanished from his spot. Not long after, the space here rippled, and several figures appeared out of thin air. It was Xin Jingjai and the others. At this moment, their faces were somewhat pale, having exhausted a lot of soul power in their pursuit of Wang Ming. Damn it, this Wang Ming is really something. After chasing for so long, he still has soul power. Fan De Biao cursed, panting. It's indeed quite remarkable. With our soul sect's soul power, we can't maintain such high-speed teleportation for so long, let alone a mere soul king? Chen Zili took a sip of water, his chest heaving. This time, we absolutely cannot let this beast escape. He's fleeing northwest, just as the secret magma map has appeared in the northwest. We can take this opportunity to explore it, Xin Zhenzai said. Hearing about the secret magma, greed appeared on everyone's faces. Elder Lu probably won't easily share the secret magma map with us, Xing Digang whispered. Humph, if the secret magma hasn't opened, we naturally can't share it. but if we arrive just as it opens, can he really decide whether to share or not? Xin Zhenzai said. Alright, then let's catch up, kill Wang Ming first, and then go for the secret magma. Chen Zili said. Let's go. The group continued to use teleportation, quickly pursuing Wang Ming's direction. Wang Ming wiped the sweat from his face with difficulty. The high temperature of the desert was simply terrifying. Even while flying at high speed, he couldn't avoid being drenched in sweat from the scorching heat. After running for so long, he hadn't seen the end of this desert at all. Haha! At that moment, a loud laugh came from the distant horizon. Wang Ming's heart jolted, and he turned to look behind him, only to see a figure slowly materializing in mid-air. Warning! Warning! The system detects that the host is about to face danger. Danger level, stars, activating system reward. The host can safely pass through the crisis and receive rewards. Soul Tool Enhancement Crystal +1, Soul Beast Evolution Crystal +1, Billion-Year Soul Ring Crystal +1, and 1 Fusion Fire Pill. Wang Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. 7-star danger. It was a Soul Master level expert. Ha! You little brat can really run. I've chased you for so long just to catch up. The old man was, of course, Ouyang Lang, who had the secret map of the molten magma. Wang Ming's face changed dramatically. The arrival of a Soul Master level expert completely cut off his escape route. It seemed that he would have to use his last teleportation technique, but unfortunately, the reward activated by the system this time did not include teleportation. Sigh. With a helpless sigh, Wang Ming raised his head and gazed at the Soul Master above, his expression calm. Still the same saying. You may be impressive, but if I want to leave, you really can't stop me. What am I afraid of? The vast desert stretched endlessly. Ouyang Lang looked down at Wang Ming with a leisurely demeanor. In his eyes, Wang Ming was already a turtle in a jar, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, unable to escape his grasp. Little brat, I advise you to surrender obediently. With your strength, it's impossible to escape from me. I know you have some impressive and strange teleportation skills, but in my eyes, your skills still lack a bit of refinement. A Soul Master can instantly seal off space, so little brat, you might as well not waste your effort. Ouyang Lang stood in the air with a cheerful smile, his tone friendly. One might think he and Wang Ming were having a grandfather-grandson conversation. Wang Ming frowned. The power of a Soul Master level expert was terrifying. If they could really seal off space instantly, then his teleportation would be difficult to execute. Facing a Soul Master was truly too challenging. Hiss! At that moment, a faint sound came from not far away, emanating from beneath the desert's surface. Indeed, there were monsters lurking. Wang Ming waved his hand, and the 1,000-blade knife appeared in his grasp, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. Ouyang Lang also sensed the movement beneath the desert and chuckled. It's the desert sand scorpions. Interesting, I didn't expect there to be such a massive number of sand scorpions in the northwest desert. It seems we are not far from the secret molten magma. Elder 6, Xin Zhengzai and the others arrived at this moment. Seeing Wang Ming not far away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had ultimately prevented Wang Ming from escaping. Be careful, don't act rashly, there are sand scorpions below, and their numbers are quite astonishing. Ouyang Lang's expression grew serious because the number of sand scorpions below seemed alarmingly high. Xin Zhengzai and the others used their spiritual senses to scan, and indeed found a large number of sand scorpion monsters below, most at levels 3 and 4, with several quite large sand scorpions at levels 5 and 6, and 3 sand scorpions reaching level 7. The strength of a level 7 monster was comparable to that of a Soul Sect level expert. More importantly, with so many sand scorpions and the presence of level 7 monsters, the king among them must be a high level 7 monster or an 8-level monster. An 8-level monster was equivalent to a human Soul Master level expert. Monsters of this realm were quite troublesome, and even Ouyang Lang did not have complete confidence, hence his serious expression. As the sand scorpions appeared, a thick black demonic aura began to seep out from the crevices of the sand, slowly rising and spreading, turning the yellow desert sand black. Wang Ming's face turned ashen. The sheer number of sand scorpions was nerve-wracking. However, relying on the speed of the Thunder Soul Bone, he still had the ability to protect himself among the thousands of sand scorpions. Hiss! Countless sand scorpions moved, creating the illusion that the desert was flowing, densely packed, enough to trigger anyone's fear of crowds. Puff puff puff! Suddenly, several level 5 and 6 sand scorpion monsters launched an attack on the humans in the air, with countless grains of sand converging into pillars and shooting upwards. Ouyang Lang let out a cold snort, not showing any soul skills, and with a single wave of his hand, a powerful palm force surged forth, rippling through the space. The sand columns shooting up from below were scattered with a single palm strike, sending sand and gravel flying everywhere. Wang Ming chose not to take it head-on but instead maneuvered, his legs flashing with lightning,
perfectly avoiding the incoming sand columns. At that moment, the originally clear sky was engulfed by swirling sands, the wind picked up, and a fierce gale swept across the surface of the sand, lifting debris into a chaotic dance, the wind raging from all directions. Suddenly, amidst the howling wind, the tail of a sand scorpion shot out like an arrow, aiming directly at Wang Ming's face. Ha! Wang Ming was taken aback. These sand scorpions had actually taken to the air, launching an attack against them using the fierce wind. It seems this wind must be strange. It's likely a hidden high-level sand scorpion creating this gale, specifically targeting us. Wang Ming pondered, and with a swift motion, he slashed with the 1,000 blades in his hand. The scorpion's tail coming at him was severed in two before the sharp soul weapon. Open, heavy pupil. With his thought, golden light ignited in Wang Ming's eyes, looking stunning as if he had beautiful contact lenses. The moment the golden light shone, the surroundings became clear. As clarity washed over him, Wang Ming's heart jolted. He saw countless sand scorpions hidden among the gravel, their eerie eyes fixated on him and the wind, ready to strike at any moment, a sight that sent chills down his spine. Boom! At that moment, a loud rumble echoed not far away, accompanied by a massive wave of soul power, indicating that a soul sec level expert had made a move, causing significant casualties among the sand scorpions. To Wang Ming's delight, due to the overwhelming strength of Xin Jingjai and the others, they had become the primary targets of the sand scorpions, and as they had just launched a counterattack, more sand scorpions shifted from Wang Ming's side to the opposite side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, countless sand scorpions began to stir, launching their assault. They took advantage of the wind, suddenly attacking from various tricky angles, making it hard to defend against. Wang Ming donned a blue-scaled armor, and with a thought, the 1,000 blades shattered, dispersing across his body. Clang, clang, clang. The attacks from the sand scorpions were met by the shards of the 1,000 blades, producing a series of dense metallic sounds, effortlessly countering the scorpion tails of level 3 and 4 sand scorpions. However, the consumption of soul power was immense, as these sand scorpions were truly endless, and his soul power could not sustain for long. I might as well take this opportunity to escape, Wang Ming thought, quickly descending in height. The sand scorpions below had no time to react, and the shards of the 1,000 blades erupted with terrifying lethality, piercing through those caught off guard. In a moment, Wang Ming's feet touched the ground, leaving 2 footprints. There were no sand scorpions. It seemed that those on the ground had been blown up into the air by the fierce wind. Wang Ming tried to hold his breath and remain calm, only countering the sand scorpions that attacked him, avoiding others as much as possible, flying close to the ground. Not far above his head, the sound of pu 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 echoed, the sound of sand scorpions being pierced by the 1,000 blades. Little brat! At that moment, Ouyang Lang's voice rang in Wang Ming's ears. I told you, you can't escape. Near sand scorpions can't block my spirit, so you might as well stay. As he spoke, a hand reached out, ignoring the countless sand scorpions, grasping towards Wang Ming. The sand scorpions were crushed to dust before the palm, and wherever the hand passed, the scorpions died upon contact. Wang Ming witnessed countless sand scorpions falling from above like a waterfall. This scene shocked him greatly. A soul master was indeed terrifying. Faced with the palm of a soul master, Wang Ming felt utterly powerless to resist. The power of that palm was formidable, but he did not sit idly by. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he slowly raised his palm, and the second soul ring appeared behind his head, rapidly magnifying hundreds of times, emanating a terrifying pressure. System, release the soul ring's age to the maximum limit of my body. Releasing soul ring age. 50%. 100%. Gradual release successful. The age of the second soul ring is 6 million years, an increase of 1 million years. The moment the system's voice echoed in his mind, the soul ring behind his head trembled majestically, a terrifying wave of soul power surged forth, and a powerful energy of soul power flowed into Wang Ming's body, causing it to swell rapidly. Second soul skill, Ancient Desolation. Wang Ming dared not delay for a moment, immediately channeling his soul power to unleash the second soul skill. The soul ring emitted a terrifying pressure, the surrounding gales were disturbed, and the powerful blocking force of the sand scorpions was unable to approach. A gigantic, pitch-black hand quickly formed within the soul ring. Divine Palm. Kill. The soul power within him rapidly flowed into the palm, and Wang Ming struck down hard against the incoming hand, the massive hand within the soul ring following suit, sending ripples of air around him. Nearby sand scorpions were smashed to pieces under this palm. 2 terrifying energies of soul power rapidly approached, and wherever the 2 hands reached, countless sand scorpion demons were obliterated, the air compressed under the immense pressure. The 2 hands drew closer. The entire world seemed to be pressed on pause, coming to an abrupt halt. The next moment, boom! A deafening roar echoed through the heavens and earth. The raging winds were disrupted. turning into countless aimless whirlwinds, colliding chaotically with the sand scorpions in the wind. Wang Ming felt an irresistible shockwave, a powerful force hit him head-on, and he felt as if he had been struck by a cannonball. His whole body was sent flying backward. The immense force coursed through his body. If it weren't for the scale armor intercepting most of it, the residual wave just now could have severely injured him. Boom! His body crashed heavily into the desert surface, his head spinning, ears ringing incessantly, a fiery pain coursing through him, blood surged up his throat, filling his mouth and spilling out. It hurts! A piercing pain radiated throughout his body, likely from the previous strike fracturing his ribs, bringing a wave of sharp pain.
Is this the power of a Soul Master level expert?
Wang Ming murmured to himself, realizing that the opponent's simple follow-up poem had nearly cost him his life. It seemed that with his current strength, he could handle a Soul Emperor without issue, struggle against a Soul Sect, but facing a Soul Master was tantamount to seeking death. The dizziness returned, his eyelids felt heavy and unliftable, his body was so weak that he had no strength at all.
No, he couldn't sleep, couldn't lose consciousness, or he would surely die.
Wang Ming kept encouraging himself, straining to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, lifting and then drooping again. He tried again and again.
No, don't sleep.
Wang Ming suddenly bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain bringing clarity to his mind. Perhaps he bit down too hard, tears sprang to his eyes the moment he bit down. He must have bitten through, but he couldn't taste blood because his mouth was full of it.
The intense pain brought his mind back to focus. System, restore soul power to 100%.
Soul reserve value in use.
50%.
100%, soul power restoration successful, remaining soul reserve value, 63,650,000. His soul power instantly restored. Wang Ming felt warmth throughout his body, able to muster some strength. He struggled to push himself up from the sandy ground. The wild wind howled around him, making it difficult to open his eyes.
Wang Ming squinted, looking around.
He didn't know how far the previous palm had sent him flying, but judging from the surrounding environment, he was at least several thousand meters away from where he had fought earlier.
Boom!
Distant roars echoed. It was Xin Jingjai and the others attacking the sand scorpions.
Cough, cough.
Unable to suppress a few coughs, Wang Ming got up, staggering as he walked deeper into the desert. His chest felt as if his ribs had been shattered, sending sharp pains through him from time to time. Wang Ming dared not stop. He could only walk while using his soul power to nurture the broken ribs. In the difficult journey, Wang Ming finally realized how fierce the gale was. Battling against the wind, he felt as if he might be blown away. The sand scorpions hidden in the howling wind occasionally prepared to launch an attack. Wang Ming used his heavy pupil to predict the scorpion strikes, countering with his 1,000-blade knife, trying to keep a low profile to avoid attracting a swarm of scorpions and the attention of higher-level ones.
Little brat. However, his movements had not escaped Ouyang Lang's notice.
Seeing Wang Ming trying to leave, he sneered, "I told you long ago, why struggle so hard?"
Wang Ming remained unmoved and continued to push forward.
He, truly a persistent little brat.
Well then, why don't you come to me instead?
As his words fell, a powerful wave of soul power surged from behind, and another hand reached out toward Wang Ming. But this hand did not carry a strong attack, it was primarily for grabbing. After all, they wanted Wang Ming alive, not as a corpse.
Boom!
Just as the hand reached for him, a black light pierced through the gale, shattering the hand and erupting with a deafening roar.
A voice of confusion came from midair. Ouyang Lang's voice, "Soul friend, are you going to intervene for this little brat?"
An old laugh echoed. "I'm not interested in this little brat, but a friend of mine is very interested in him, so you cannot take him away."
Your friend? Ouyang Lang's voice rang out. Do you demons have friends? Can you humans have friends while we demons cannot?
The voice then turned to Wang Ming. Little friend, you might be quite familiar with my friend. His name is Tuasen.
Hearing the name Tuasen, Wang Ming's expression darkened.
At first, I wasn't sure, but seeing the scale armor on you, I confirm you are the Wang Ming mentioned by Tuasen, little friend.
I didn't expect to meet you here.
The voice continued. Wang Ming felt as if the sky had fallen. He vividly remembered how he had bullied Tuasen back in the day. Now, he had fallen into the hands of the friend's associate, escaping from the tiger's mouth only to fall into the wolf's den. There was truly no way out.
Oh, does the soul friend also have an interest in Wang Ming, little friend?
Ouyang Lang frowned slightly, feeling displeased.
Is the soul friend interested as well? The demon retorted. Naturally.
Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening sound erupted, shaking the heavens.
The earth trembled.
The entire desert began to shake, and even the air in the sky rippled. In the violent shaking, even Soul Master level experts found it hard to stand.
Gravel jumped. Fine sand particles vibrated out from the gaps in the gravel, scattering into the air.
The raging wind grew even fiercer, and the sharp wind carried the gravel. If a Soldan realm contestant stood here, they could be injured by the gravel in the gale. This was not an exaggeration, because the scale armor Wang Ming wore was colliding with the gravel in the wind, making crackling sounds and sparking. Without the scale armor, Wang Ming would at least have to use soul power or protective soul bones to defend himself. The situation here is unclear, and there are 2 soul master level experts on the battlefield. This murky water is not easy to wade through. I should retreat first. Wang Ming thought to himself. While shifting positions is valuable, my own life is more important. With this thought, Wang Ming no longer hesitated and was about to use his shifting technique to return. Boom! At that moment, the ground cracked violently, the heavens and earth shook, and the air rippled. Little friend, I advise you not to move. Wang Ming was just about to use his teleportation ability when a voice rang in his ears. This voice did not seem to come from outside. It felt as if it appeared directly in his mind. I learned from Tuasen that you possess a remarkable ability to traverse space, but at this moment, the space is unstable. If you dare to use this ability, I can guarantee that you will be swallowed by the spatial rift, and at that time, you will be torn to pieces by the rift. Wang Ming's heart sank. He knew about the spatial rift. It was knowledge covered in high school textbooks. Only a soul master could withstand the cutting winds within a spatial rift. Below that level, entering meant certain death. Thank you for the warning, senior. Wang Ming quickly abandoned the idea of using teleportation and expressed his gratitude to the demon. Since he couldn't use teleportation, he could only hope for this demon who had warned him. Don't worry, little one. Tuasen wouldn't give you the scale armor if he didn't have plans for you. You angered Tuasen quite a bit back then, but he was also very curious about you, so I wouldn't want to kill you. The demon's voice echoed in Wang Ming's ear. Wang Ming's heart sank further. Indeed, this demon was not a good person, but it was much safer compared to Ouyang Lang and his group. After all, demons wouldn't drag him into researching soul rings. Thank you, senior. I will certainly speak without reservation. Wang Ming could only flatter, seizing the opportunity to ask, Senior, where is this place? The cracks in the ground gradually widened, and scorching hot waves surged up from the gaps, as if the world had entered a great furnace, with the temperature rapidly rising in a noticeable way. This is the place of the hidden magma. The demon's voice sounded. Hidden magma? Wang Ming was surprised. You don't know? The demon's voice was also surprised. Since he had come here, he didn't even know where it was. I was being chased and fled for my life, completely unaware of where I was. By sheer coincidence, I ended up in the legendary hidden magma. Wang Ming looked around at the gradually cracking surroundings and indeed saw boiling magma flowing through the rifts. You really have some good fortune. The demon's voice rang in his ear. Suddenly, Wang Ming felt a chill run down his spine as a figure appeared behind him. Turning around, he saw an old man, about 70 or 80 years old, hunched over, standing behind him. By sheer coincidence, you managed to come here, and it just happens to be the time when the hidden magma opens after 100 years. The old man was also carefully observing Wang Ming. Although he was old, his gaze was sharp, as if he could see through Wang Ming's eyes into his inner world. Sir! Wang Ming quickly cupped his fists. I am called Lei Peng. You can just call me Senior Lei. The old man named Lei Peng said. Lei Peng? Wang Ming thought to himself, the character Peng. Could it be that he is a great demon of the avian type that is cultivated to transformation? With this thought in mind, he respectfully cupped his fists and said, I am Wang Ming. I have met Senior Lei. Lei Peng stroked his beard and smiled at Wang Ming. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a hearty laugh came from the sky. A figure flashed down and appeared not far from Lei Peng. The hidden magma has indeed opened. I have made it just in time. Just in time. Just in time. As this voice fell, a child's voice rang out. Lei Peng raised his head and looked at the figure not far away. I knew you would be there. Ha, Lei Peng. Why don't you welcome me, Duan? The old man who called himself Duan smiled at Lei Peng, then glanced at Wang Ming, puzzled, and said, Human Soul King Cultivator, why are you with this demon? What does it have to do with you? Lei Peng did not give Wang Ming a chance to speak. Duan snorted coldly, turned his head, and stood at the edge of the crack with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the flowing magma below. At the old man's legs, a young girl blinked her lively little eyes, glancing back and forth between Wang Ming and Lei Peng. What a stroke of luck! At that moment, Ouyang Lang's voice rang out. I just got the map to the hidden magma, and now it has opened up. This is truly a once-in-a-century opportunity. Duan, have you been following me all along? As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Lang appeared opposite Duan. Duan scoffed disdainfully, this place is so vast, why would I follow you? Fine, you better not follow me later. Ouyang Lang huffed through his nostrils and turned to Wang Ming. I say, this friend of the soul, the kid next to you is from my Ouyang family.
I advise you to hand him over to me for handling. What a big mouth your Ouyang family has. Lei Peng showed no signs of backing down. Your Ouyang family is surnamed Ouyang, while this young friend Wang Ming is surnamed Wang. When did he become one of your Ouyang family? Are you saying your Ouyang family is selling surnames now? Ouyang Lang was furious at his words. Fine. If you won't hand him over, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Ouyang Lang was about to make a move. Elder 6. At that moment, Xin Jingjai and others landed, blocking Ouyang Lang. Elder 6. The situation here is unclear, and the opponent's strength is not weak. We should avoid conflict for now. We have the map, and there will be plenty of opportunities later. Ouyang Lang glared fiercely at Lei Peng but had no choice but to relent. Boom! The rumbling of the ground grew more intense, and the frequency of the surrounding tremors gradually quickened. The temperature rose rapidly, already exceeding 100 degrees, and it was still climbing quickly. Standing at the edge of the crack, one could almost hear the waves of magma flowing within. At this moment, if one were to look down from above, they would clearly see that all the cracks were arranged in a pattern, resembling a sunken underground city, with the flowing magma resembling the city walls of that underground city. Boom! Boom! The magma in the crack began to churn, and the temperature suddenly soared. The hidden magma had opened. Boom, boom, boom. The rolling magma flowed even more violently, the magma line quickly rising, almost level with the crack. The temperature accelerated upward. In less than half a minute, the temperature in this area had risen from over 100 degrees to over 1,000 degrees. The terrifying heat brought a stinging sensation to the skin, and the pain of the burns was unbearable, but fortunately, the Soul Masters intervened. 3 Soul Masters acted simultaneously. Ouyang Lang waved his hand, and a soul power protective shield surrounded Xin Jingjai, Chenzili, Miao Hadong, Fan Debiao, Xing Digang, and others. Duan protected himself and the little girl, while Lei Peng shielded Wang Ming. Wang Ming secretly rejoiced. If it weren't for Lei Peng, he would likely have been roasted by this terrifying heat. Of course, this was under the premise that the fire melting pill was not used. After the danger from the sand scorpion had passed, the system had automatically issued rewards, and the fire melting pill was now in hand. The effect of the fire melting pill could change one's constitution and merge with other fire types for personal use. He had just obtained the soul fire and had now arrived at the hidden magma. This fire melting pill came at just the right time. Once he entered the hidden magma area, he had to find a way to separate from Lei Peng. After using the fire melting pill, he could resist the high temperature here and then find a way to leave. With his heart secretly prepared, Wang Ming felt a sense of relief. Boom! The height of the magma rose rapidly, already exceeding the crack, but a strange scene occurred. The magma that rose above the crack did not flow freely. Instead, it maintained the shape it had when it climbed from the crack, continuing to rise. It was as if there was an invisible glass wall above the crack on both sides of the magma. Wang Ming stared in shock at this scene. No need to be surprised. Next to him, Lei Peng took 2 steps forward and came to Wang Ming's side, saying, 100 years ago, this place was not some hidden molten lava, but a city, and this city was called Hidden City. Later, a great war broke out, a battle that shook the heavens and the earth, splitting the ground apart, and endless molten lava surged from the surface, drowning the entire city. But strangely, after being submerged by the lava, the city began to sink until it disappeared. The ground that disappeared due to the lava caused all vegetation and water sources to vanish, gradually turning into a desert. After 100 years, this place has become the desert it is today. Wang Ming nodded. He knew a bit about the molten lava but not this much. So, this lava here is the city wall of Hidden City from 100 years ago, right? Wang Ming asked. Yes. Lei Peng nodded. During their conversation, the molten lava ahead quickly rose, and then a towering city gate appeared before everyone. The city walls were a full 1,000 meters high, and standing below, one felt as if they reached into the clouds. The height of the city gate was at least 100 meters. Wang Ming was seeing such a grand city for the first time. He had only read about Hidden City in books, and seeing it in person still left him in awe of its towering majesty. Boom! The walls of Hidden City rose, and the gate slowly opened with a rumbling sound. According to the records in the book, Hidden City had a total of 9 gates. With these people at this entrance, he didn't know how many were at the other gates. It was estimated that this trip to Hidden City would have quite a number of people, and they were all experts. At the very least, there had to be Soul Venerable level experts escorting them, otherwise, they would be roasted to death by the terrifying heat. Let's go! As soon as the gate of Hidden City opened, Ouyang Lang stood up first to prevent others from following and led everyone into the gate. That old man spent 40 million soul coins for the map of the hidden lava. I want to see what benefits you can gain from obtaining the map. Someone named Duan said with displeasure, sounding quite sour. Oh, if they have the money, let them take it. Why say this? Grandpa, let's hurry inside. A little girl pouted. All right, let's go in now. Duan laughed heartily, his figure flashing as he turned into a beam of light and vanished into the city gate. Only Wang Ming and Lei Peng were left at the entrance. Sigh. Lei Peng shook his head inside. Hidden City is not easy to enter. Since we've encountered it, I naturally cannot miss it. Although I may not necessarily obtain any treasures, I am confident in getting out safely. Young friend Wang Ming, do not be afraid, I will protect you. Let's venture together. Did Wang Ming have a choice? He could only apologize. Yes, I will follow your lead, senior. Ha ha ha, let's go. Lei Peng laughed heartily, waving his hand, and a bolt of lightning flashed out. Wang Ming felt a flash before his eyes, a tingling sensation coursed through his body as if struck by lightning, and he felt weightless, disappearing from his spot. Hot, very hot, extremely hot. It felt as if he had been stuffed into a red-hot oven, surrounded by high temperatures. At that moment, Wang Ming wished he could stuff himself into a refrigerator to cool down. Just get used to it. Lei Peng walked alongside Wang Ming. What's so unreliable about a little high temperature? You now have the strength of a soul king. Although it's a bit painful, it's not completely unbearable. Wang Ming rolled his eyes. Was this what he called a little painful? This felt like someone had placed a red-hot iron on him and refused to take it off, and it was still glowing red. How could one get used to that? You, with your soul venerable strength, couldn't feel it truly easy to talk when you're not the one suffering. Wang Ming complained in his heart, but to avoid being burned, he could only circulate his soul power to resist the damned heat. The injury on his ribs was also quite serious. These old folks run really fast. Lei Peng released his spirit to search for people, but saw no one. The surrounding buildings were indistinguishable from those in a normal city, except for the absence of other people. They must be in the main urban area. Wang Ming said, not necessarily. The major battles back then erupted mainly at the city gates, and there weren't many soul saints that fell inside. The soul saint level treasures should all be on the outskirts, Lei Peng replied. Boom! At that moment, a loud rumble sounded from the side. Both Wang Ming and Lei Peng were startled. A beam of light shot towards Wang Ming at an incredible speed. By the time he reacted, the light had already reached him, aiming directly for his face. Bang! With a muffled sound, when Wang Ming looked again, Lei Peng had appeared right in front of him, his expression serious. Opposite Lei Peng was a creature that was neither human nor beast, its form unrecognizable, wrapped in a black-red aura that carried a hot, molten energy along with a demonic presence. What is this thing? Wang Ming asked in shock. Just moments ago, this creature had nearly killed him in a sneak attack. If it weren't for his heavy pupil eyes, he might not have even known he was dead. Fire Lava Demon Beast, Lei Peng explained. Fire Lava Demon Beast? Wang Ming was astonished. There are demon beasts in the land of demons, and this place has them too? And it's a Fire Lava Demon Beast. Truly, every place has its own specialties. The appearance of the Fire Lava Demon Beast was quite unique. It had 3 eyes, a shiny head with a sharp horn, a mouth full of fangs dripping with saliva, a body covered in tentacles, and 2 legs, making it very distinctive and unconventional. Humph! A mere level 6 demon beast dares to act recklessly before me. Lei Peng snorted coldly, raising his hand as lightning flickered in his palm, a bolt of lightning shooting upwards. Roar! The fire lava demon beast roared, showing no fear of Lei Peng's strength. All its tentacles quickly gathered together, forming a long spear that lunged forward. Boom! As expected, with a single strike, Lei Peng easily defeated the fire lava demon beast, which disintegrated into countless specks of starlight in the lightning. A fiery, seed-like object floated in mid-air. It's a demon seed. Wang Ming was not surprised to see it. The demon seed contains abundant energy, especially the demon seeds from the hidden city. These demon beasts have been tempered by flames, and the energy contained in their demon seeds is extremely terrifying. As he spoke, Lei Peng waved his hand to bring the demon seed closer, and with a flicker of soul light from his fingertip, the demon seed burst into terrifying flames. The temperature of the flames reached 1,000 degrees. This is just the demon seed of a level 6 demon beast. If it were a level 7 or 8 demon beast, the demon seed would be even more terrifying. Even cultivators of our level can only watch. Probably only those who cultivate soul fire among the 5 elements can absorb it. Wang Ming was taken aback. Isn't this just perfect? The system had sent him a melting fire pill during the last crisis, and coincidentally, he had auctioned for soul fire at the auction in Linjiang. As long as he used the melting fire pill to merge with the soul fire, he would be half a soul fire cultivator, and absorbing this fire lava demon seed would be a natural outcome. What, do you want it? Lei Peng noticed Wang Ming's gaze fixed on the demon seed. I am quite interested in this fire lava demon seed, Wang Ming said without putting on airs. If you're interested, take it. I have no interest in this thing at all. Lei Peng casually waved his hand, sending the fire lava demon seed to Wang Ming.
Looking at the fiery, seed-like demon seed, Wang Ming felt a surge of joy. He wondered how much energy the fire lava demon seed, which absorbed molten energy, could provide. He hoped it wouldn't disappoint him. He still had a gap of 2 million energy points that needed to be filled. Let's go! Lei Peng continued to walk deeper with Wang Ming. The hidden treasure city was once the largest fortress on the border, a military stronghold where humans and demons united to resist the magical beasts. The city was filled with more soldiers than civilians, and there were many demons as well. Lei Peng's purpose for coming here was undoubtedly to obtain the inheritance or treasures of the demon clan's powerful beings. It seems that Lei Peng has been plotting this for a long time. Wang Ming observed that although Lei Peng appeared to be wandering aimlessly, he was actually familiarizing himself with the area or searching for something. It should be here. Upon arriving at the entrance of a courtyard, Lei Peng stopped, his eyes fixed on the courtyard as he murmured to himself. "Senior, who are you looking for?" Wang Ming asked curiously. "Yes." Lei Peng did not hide it. "There was a powerful ancestor of my clan who fell in Hidden Treasure City during the Great Battle. I came here based on information from my clan to confirm the residence of this powerful being." Wang Ming nodded, realizing that he was indeed searching for someone. If that were the case, did the person named Duan and Ouyang Lang who entered earlier also have family members inside? Let's go in and take a look. Lei Peng stepped forward, but instead of entering directly, he cautiously pushed out a palm, and his soul power struck the crimson door, which was then violently flung open. Whoa! At the moment the door opened, dozens of magical beasts charged out, attacking Lei Peng. Wang Ming's heart sank at the sight. All these magical beasts were level 6, equivalent to human soul emperor level experts. If it were Wang Ming, he would only have the option to flee, but they were facing Lei Peng, a soul venerable. Humph! Lei Peng snorted disdainfully, raising his arms. His arms crackled with lightning, and countless lightning snakes flickered around them. At the same time, his arms rapidly grew larger, transforming into a pair of thunderous wings in an instant. Indeed, a bird-like demon. Seeing the wings confirmed Wang Ming's guess. Based on the name, Lei Peng could very well be a rock. Boom! With a powerful flap of his wings, Lei Peng unleashed a torrent of violent lightning, creating a storm that obliterated the charging level 6 magical beasts, turning them into mere sparks of lightning. Dozens of magma magical seeds floated in the air. Lei Peng, young friend Wang Ming, all of this is yours. Wang Ming felt a surge of joy. Thank you, senior, for your kindness. I am deeply grateful. He quickly gathered all the magma magical seeds. Strange, how could there be so many level 6 magical beasts here? Lei Peng walked into the courtyard with some confusion. Inside was an open training ground, indicating that this powerful demon must have had many soldiers back in the day. There were only 3 houses in the front yard. Wang Ming followed Lei Peng as they searched through the 3 houses, but found nothing. Let's go inside and take a look. Lei Peng, feeling somewhat disappointed, walked toward the second door. Having learned from the previous experience, Lei Peng kept his distance and struck the second door with a palm from afar. The door burst open, but no magical beasts rushed out. It wasn't that there were no magical beasts inside, rather, they were armed with various weapons, waiting inside. Wang Ming's heart sank again. 8 magical beasts, all level 7, equivalent to human soul sect level experts. Moreover, these magical beasts wielded high-grade soul weapons, which posed a significant threat to soul venerable level experts. This time, Lei Peng's expression grew serious. If they were outside, level 7 magical beasts would be manageable, but this was Hidden Treasure City, a place of molten magma. In the magma area, the magical beasts had combat enhancements, and he would have to divide his strength to resist the terrifying heat while also protecting Wang Ming, making it necessary to be cautious. Be careful yourself. Lei Peng turned to Wang Ming and said, "This group of demon beasts is not easy to deal with. You should not enter, just stand at the door. When I kill one, you quickly collect the demon seeds to prevent them from reviving." Reviving? Wang Ming's eyes widened in shock. This thing can come back to life after being killed? Because these demon beasts have long been dead, becoming the subordinate creatures of the magma realm, they can survive in the magma. The vitality of a level 7 magma demon beast is extremely strong. After being killed, the magma demon seeds can absorb the magma energy from the world and can revive. Lei Peng explained. Wang Ming nodded. Lei Peng turned back, his eyes fixed on the 8 monsters inside, and his figure transformed into a streak of lightning as he charged in. Wang Ming hurried to the door, ready to act at any moment. A master at the Soul Lord level possesses earth-shattering abilities. Lei Peng entered the courtyard and immediately attacked the closest demon beast with his incredible speed, appearing behind it in an instant. His arm transformed into a wing, and the wing, like a blade, struck fiercely at the demon beast's head. Poof! The demon beast had almost no chance to react before it was decapitated, its body turning into sparks of fire, dissipating into the world, leaving only a demon seed behind. Whoosh! Wang Ming immediately waved his hand to collect the demon seed. However, on the way back, a nearby demon beast unexpectedly unleashed a burst of red energy. A sudden change occurred. The demon beast that had been decapitated and turned into a demon seed instantly transformed back into its original form upon contact with the energy, but due to the current weakness of the energy, the transformed demon beast only appeared to be at level 5. Poof poof poof. Several other demon beasts also attacked, sending multiple bursts of energy toward this demon beast. Wang Ming was startled. It can play like this? Wang Ming, quickly stop that magma energy from entering this demon beast's body, or it will completely revive. Lei Peng shouted from a distance. Ancient divine palm. Wang Ming quickly raised his finger and struck out a palm toward the incoming energy bursts. Boom! The energy bursts from the 8 level 7 demon beasts were not something Wang Ming could handle. The energy burst shattered the ancient divine palm and still struck into the demon beast's body, but due to Wang Ming's interference, the energy was halved. The demon beast's strength could not fully recover, reaching the peak of level 5, a half step to level 6. Poof! However, the cost for Wang Ming to resist the level 7 demon beast was also great. Already injured, the moment the ancient divine palm was shattered, the energy backlash caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his soul power flowing chaotically, making it difficult to mobilize, with several meridians ruptured. A sharp pain coursed through his body. Wang Ming hurriedly sat cross-legged, channeling his soul power to slowly heal his internal injuries. The revived half-step level 6 demon beast glared at Wang Ming with resentment, but it seemed unable to step out of the door, only able to glare before turning to join the battle behind it. But for Lei Peng, a half-step level 6 demon beast was as good as nothing. Originally, the 9 demon beasts worked together, making them nearly indestructible, but Wang Ming's intervention disrupted their recovery, causing one demon beast's strength to be unable to recover in a short time. The remaining 8 demon beasts protected this half-step level 6 demon beast, buying time for it to recover quickly. Lei Peng was no fool. He immediately attacked the half-step level 6 demon beast. The sounds of battle roared in the courtyard, the angry cries of the demon beasts echoing one after another. Meanwhile, Wang Ming sat cross-legged at the door, recovering from his injuries. With his previously broken ribs, he was almost entirely injured. The backlash just now caused multiple ruptures in his meridians, his soul power in disarray, making it quite difficult to regulate, and it was extremely painful, especially the twisted meridians and soul power. Even a slight movement of the soul power could bring a tearing pain. Huff! Wang Ming was sweating profusely, his mouth twitching, the sounds of battle still continuing in his ears, but from the thunderous sounds in the courtyard, it could be judged that this group of level 7 demons was no match for Lei Peng. However, it wasn't easy for Lei Peng to win either. It was unclear how much time had passed. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, followed by a long silence. Wang Ming immediately opened his eyes and saw several demon spirit seeds floating in midair, with strands of red molten energy slowly flowing into the demon spirit seeds. Collect! Seeing this, Wang Ming gritted his teeth and made his move despite the pain in his body. The few demon spirit seeds, without any other demon beasts to recover them, could not restore themselves in a short time, and Wang Ming easily retrieved them, quickly storing them in his soul ring. Ha ha ha, well done. Lei Peng laughed heartily. You little brat, good job. The next few are up to me. I want to see if you can still revive after losing a few. As his voice fell, Lei Peng's body was enveloped in lightning as he charged forward. Hiss! Just as he made his move, he pulled on a few recently healed meridians, causing Wang Ming to sweat all over, gritting his teeth in pain. For level 7 demon spirit seeds, this pain is worth it. Wang Ming comforted himself. Damn, it really hurts. Boom! 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 The courtyard was filled with the sound of thunder, and Wang Ming, in pain, could only focus on stabilizing his own injuries, while Lei Peng's shouts and laughter echoed in his ears. After about several dozen minutes, the battle in the courtyard came to an end. Lei Peng appeared beside Wang Ming, holding 5 demon spirit seeds and handing them to him. You really can, huh? With level 49 strength, daring to confront level 7 demon beasts and still not die, not bad. Wang Ming accepted the demon spirit seeds, gritting his teeth as he said, that's because their purpose in attacking wasn't to kill. Lei Peng nodded in acknowledgement but still said, regardless of whether it's you or not, when level 7 demon beasts make a move, let alone a soul king, even a soul emperor would find it hard to resist. You managed to withstand it, which is impressive. Let me check your injuries. Saying this, Lei Peng squatted down, placing his fingers on Wang Ming's wrist, and a wave of soul power flowed into him. You're quite injured, Lei Peng remarked, then moved to Wang Ming's back, his palm glowing with soul power, injecting it into Wang Ming's back. Don't resist, feel it carefully, this is the self-healing ability that only soul respect level experts possess. Wang Ming immediately closed his eyes to sense it carefully. After reaching the soul respect level, one's own strength is one aspect, but more importantly, the soul power within has a certain self-healing ability. After this energy was injected into his body, the first sensation was a wave of warmth, the warm energy flowing along the meridians, leaving traces of energy wherever it went, these points of energy acting like platelets, repairing the injuries in the meridians. Wang Ming marveled inwardly. Indeed, as long as one steps into the cultivation world, one can encounter and witness all sorts of extraordinary things. The injury to his ribs was the most severe, with broken ribs piercing the internal organs. When this energy reached the ribs, the points of energy enveloped the fractured area, bringing a tingling sensation. These energy points began to move, realigning the bones. The punctured internal organs were also rapidly healing. Is this the self-healing ability of a soul respect expert? Wang Ming was astonished. Just this ability alone was enough for soul respect level experts to look down upon lower level cultivators. 6 hours later, Wang Ming slowly opened his eyes, and the injuries in his body were completely healed. Lei Peng wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. How is it? All good now? Wang Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Thank you, senior, for your assistance. Lei Peng chuckled. No need for that. To me, you are still useful and cannot die. It's not good to be injured in the land of molten lava. My actions are also driven by selfish motives. Wang Ming. Lei Peng stood up and began to lead Wang Ming to check the items inside the second door. Entering the second door, they found themselves in an ancient courtyard building. On the left and right were two massive jars, directly in front was the main room, with two side rooms on either side, and then the right and left wing rooms, a very orderly structure. You go check the left and right wing rooms, and I'll take a look in the main room, Lei Peng said. Wang Ming had no choice but to nod. It was certain that the residence of Lei Peng's powerful clan members was in the main room, and Lei Peng did not want Wang Ming to know about their ancestors, so he had to send him away. Wang Ming was also glad to leave him. After all, even if he saw something, he couldn't take it. Creak! He first approached the left wing room, gently pushing the wooden door, which let out a creaking sound. As the doors opened, he could see that the red floor tiles inside were covered in a layer of dust, indicating it had been uninhabited for a long time. Once the door was fully opened, the furnishings inside came into view, and there was nothing particularly special about it. To the right was a heated bed, with a small table on it, and to the left was a large empty space with a table set up. A landscape painting hung directly in front of the main door. Wang Ming was captivated by the landscape painting as he entered. He didn't know why, but he felt a deep sense of immersion in the painting. In the artwork, high mountains and flowing water created a beautiful scene, with a small bridge and flowing water at the foot of the mountains, resembling a small world of its own. At a glance, Wang Ming even had the thought of wanting to enter this world and live there. Buzz! At that moment, a refreshing soul power emanated from the pure soul bone in his mind, instantly making his brain feel as refreshing as if he had eaten mint, clearing away this unrealistic thought. Ha! Wang Ming took a deep breath, secretly astonished that this painting had such a magical effect, capable of drawing one into an illusion. If it weren't for his pure soul bone, he might have fallen for it. This painting must be extraordinary. I should take it. With a wave of his hand, the painting was enveloped in soul power and entered his soul ring. Initially, Wang Ming was cautious, fearing something unexpected might happen while taking the treasure, but to his surprise, everything went smoothly, and he encountered no obstacles at all. He found it strange. Wait a minute. In the fantasy novels I've read, the protagonist always encounters restrictions or guardian spirits when taking treasures. Why is there nothing here? Shaking his head, he looked at the table. This is. Wang Ming saw a scroll placed on the table. The surface of the scroll appeared to be made of high-quality silk, bright yellow, with a vividly embroidered golden dragon. The scroll was rolled up, but just from its surface, it exuded a sense of intimidation. Could this be an imperial edict from ancient times? Wang Ming had never seen a real imperial edict, but he had seen enough on television to recognize it at a glance. The emperor was the true dragon son of heaven, and the edict bore the might of the ancient true dragon. Wang Ming did not dare to reach out directly. Instead, he waved his hand, and countless iron-eating ants appeared, quickly forming a long arm that reached out to grasp the edict. Nothing happened. The arm made of iron-eating ants simply picked up the edict and slowly brought it to Wang Ming's hand. Is it really this simple to take the edict? Wang Ming was still somewhat incredulous as he untied the golden ribbon and slowly opened the edict. As the scroll unfurled, a golden light illuminated Wang Ming's face. The writing on the scroll was beautiful, and the dragon's might was overwhelming as it read, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, There are demonic spirits causing chaos, defying heaven and violating order, and desecrating the dragon's might. Their crimes deserve punishment. In the name of the Son of Heaven, I command heaven and earth to suppress the demonic spirits. Thus decreed. Just reading these words made Wang Ming feel a surge of blood boiling through his veins. The imposing emperor, clad in a dragon robe, seemed to be sitting on the dragon throne in the Golden Luan Hall, overlooking the world with an awe-inspiring presence that was hard to behold. The emperor's decree was one that none dared to disobey. Once the edict was issued, all subjects bowed in submission. This was the majesty of the ancient emperor's command. If it weren't for the thousands of years separating them, ancient people would have long since knelt in reverence upon receiving such a decree. This thing, even if it's not a treasure, can still fetch a good price. After all, it's an antique original. Wang Ming thought to himself, smiling with satisfaction as he tucked it away. Upon inspecting the other items in the room, he found them to be rather ordinary, with no other treasures in sight. After a thorough check, he turned to leave. As he walked toward the right wing, Wang Ming glanced slightly toward the main room, only to find its door closed. It seemed Lei Peng was guarding against Wang Ming's prying eyes. Humph, how petty! Wang Ming snorted in displeasure as he entered the right wing. The layout of the right wing was roughly the same as the left, but it was clearly much more lavish inside, with softer colors that suggested it was a woman's boudoir. Despite the passage of time, a faint, delicate fragrance lingered in the air. Hiss, this scent. The moment he stepped inside and inhaled the aroma, Wang Ming distinctly felt his soul power being nourished, experiencing a slight fluctuation. This change was subtle, but Wang Ming, with his keen control over his soul power, sensed it immediately. This fragrance can actually nourish soul power? Wang Ming was astonished. While he had heard of demon cores and magic seeds enhancing soul power, he had never heard of a fragrance doing so. Moreover, this enhancement was not in the sense of cultivation. It felt more like a nurturing of the soul power within, increasing it from the inside out. What a peculiar scent! Wang Ming quickly sought the source of the fragrance and soon spotted an incense burner on the side of the dressing table to his left, from which the aroma was emanating. He hurried over to take a closer look. The incense burner was oval-shaped, appearing somewhat clumsy, with a wisp of faint fragrance wafting from it. Wang Ming took a deep breath. The scent was intoxicating. Current cultivation level, level 49 Soul King, 1206001/200000000, the last digit, a 1, had jumped up when he took a deep breath. Inhaling the fragrance allowed his soul power to increase by 1 energy point. Wang Ming was overjoyed. One more breath, +1, another, +1, 120600003. Seeing the numbers jump on the system, Wang Ming smiled. If he could inhale this every day, combined with his cultivation, his strength would surely increase rapidly without him even noticing. He looked back at the incense burner. There was a small piece of incense burning, the material unknown, but it burned very slowly. Even the remaining small piece could probably last for several years. With a wave of his hand, he put the incense burner away. Looking around for anything else, he was interrupted. "Are you done yet?" Suddenly, Lei Peng appeared at the door. Wang Ming was startled and nodded. "Yes, I'm done." "Then let's go to the innermost room." Lei Peng's expression was not good. It seemed he was not satisfied with the findings in the main room. Wang Ming had no choice but to follow him toward the third door. Arriving at the entrance, a sudden warning blared from the system. "Warning! Warning! The host is facing life-threatening danger, danger level, stars, activating system rewards." Hearing the alert in his mind, Wang Ming's heart sank. Following Lei Peng, they were encountering a 7-star danger, indicating that the magical beast behind the third door had likely reached the Soul Master level, making it difficult even for Lei Peng to handle. "Wait!" Just as Lei Peng was about to push the door open, Wang Ming spoke up to stop him. "What is it?" Lei Peng turned to look at Wang Ming. "Senior, when we entered the first door, we encountered a level 6 magic spirit beast. At the second door, we faced a level 7 magic spirit beast. Do you think the magic spirit beast behind the third door will be level 8? Wang Ming speculated. Lei Peng nodded. "That's right. If we follow this reasoning, the magic spirit beast behind the third door is likely to be level 8. Wang Ming showed a look of terror. "If it's just one level 8 magic spirit beast, that's manageable. You can definitely handle it. But if there are 2 or 3, it could be dangerous." Lei Peng frowned, but he wasn't one to give up easily. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Level 8 magic spirit beasts aren't just anywhere. There will probably be at most one inside. You don't need to worry too much." Wang Ming felt embarrassed. "Senior, your strength is formidable. Even if you can't defeat a level 8 magic spirit beast, you can still escape. But I, a mere level 49 Soul King, wouldn't dare to take such a risk. How about this? You leave a mark on me, and I'll wait outside. Once you successfully obtain the treasure, you can come find me."
What do you think? He was joking. Level 7 danger was not something Wang Ming wanted to wade into. The dangers inside were evident. Are you trying to distance yourself from me? Lei Peng sneered, waiting for Wang Ming. Senior, you misunderstand. Look at the terrifying temperature here. If I leave you, it would be seeking death. I'm just waiting outside the second door. I still need your soul power to resist the high temperature here, Wang Ming explained. Lei Peng thought about it and agreed. If Wang Ming really went in and died due to his lack of strength, that would be unfortunate. Keeping him outside, with his Soul King strength, as long as he left Lei Peng's protection, he would only face the scorching heat and end up burned to death. He nodded. Alright, you wait outside the second door. My soul power will last for 12 hours. I will come out after 12 hours. As he spoke, he released a wave of soul power, injecting it into the energy circle surrounding Wang Ming. Thank you for your trust, Senior. I will wait outside the second door for your triumphant return. Wang Ming clasped his fists in gratitude. Go! Lei Peng nodded in satisfaction. Wang Ming turned and exited, arriving outside the second door. He entered a room from the first door, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. After Wang Ming entered the room, Lei Peng turned and pushed open the third door to enter. Wang Ming wanted to use the system to check the situation inside but was unexpectedly intercepted by something, and the system couldn't probe in. It seemed the situation inside wasn't good. At the very least, there was a level 8 magic spirit beast inside. I hope Lei Peng can handle it in there. Wang Ming murmured, I need to quickly refine the melting fire pill and absorb the soul fire. Only then can I break free from Lei Peng's control and survive the high temperature here. Resolute, Wang Ming took out the soul fire. Puff! The blazing flames ignited. The soul fire was cultivated by devouring various heavenly and earthly spiritual fires, and its temperature was terrifying. Although it couldn't compare to the magma fire here, it wasn't too far off. Of course, this was provided he didn't enter the core of the magma. The core of the magma could reach temperatures above 10,000 degrees, even hundreds of thousands of degrees. Unless one was a soul saint level expert, entering would mean death. Of course, if one was a soul fire cultivator or another elemental cultivator, it would be a different story. System, use the melting fire pill and absorb the soul fire. Melting fire pill is starting to be used. As the system's voice fell, a red pill floated out from his forehead, hovering in front of his chest. Upon closer inspection, the pill was the size of a thumb, intricately carved with the shape of a fireball. He opened his mouth and swallowed the melting fire pill. The pill melted instantly upon entering, warm and flowing down his throat. Soon, an invisible energy spread throughout his body, and then he felt nothing. Is that it? Wang Ming was somewhat puzzled. He felt nothing at all. If it weren't for his immense trust in the system, he would have doubted the authenticity of this thing. After swallowing the fire-melting pill, Wang Ming began to absorb the soul fire. He cautiously opened the glass jade box made of special materials, and as the box was released, the originally small red flame suddenly surged, transforming into a ball of fire that floated in midair. As the flame grew larger, the temperature in the room skyrocketed, and some wooden furniture in the house turned to ashes in the flames. Wang Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead, staring at the terrifying flame for the first time. Although he desperately tried to calm himself, his palm couldn't help but tremble slightly. Swallowing hard, Wang Ming carefully used his soul power to draw the soul fire closer. The soul power wrapped around the soul fire moved forward a few steps, but the soul power enveloping the soul fire was directly burned to nothingness. The temperature he felt directly made Wang Ming's heart race. Fortunately, he had already taken the fire-melting pill, so the scorching heat did not cause him any real harm. When the temperature touched his skin, it was intercepted by an invisible layer of keratin and slowly merged. Is this the effect of the fire-melting pill? Wang Ming thought, filled with some confusion. He continued to use his soul power to draw the soul fire closer. Boom! When the soul fire was completely near Wang Ming, the entire ball of flame suddenly enveloped him, and his whole body was engulfed in raging flames, burning entirely in the fire. The beloved crimson keratin layer on his body ignited in the soul fire. At a glance, Wang Ming now looked like a devil from hell standing in the flames, extremely terrifying. It was time to swallow it. Feeling the burning heat on his skin, he imagined the destruction it would cause if swallowed, wondering if the fire-melting pill inside him could withstand it. The keratin on his body began to melt in the soul fire, dripping down like blood, making it seem as if he was soaked in blood, while the burned keratin reassembled in the firelight. His soul power was rapidly depleting. He could not wait any longer. Wang Ming steeled his heart, fixed his gaze on the flame, gritted his teeth, and said, "Swallow it." His heart trembled violently, his dark eyes fixed on the slowly writhing flame. At the moment of life and death, no matter how powerful a person is, there will always be a hint of fear and anxiety. This was not his fault, as others might not even have this courage. Without Lei Peng's protection, it was death. Following Lei Peng also meant death. Either way, it was death. Better to die on the path of cultivation, come on. With determination, Wang Ming no longer hesitated, his facial muscles twitching, his expression resolute. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, wrapping all the soul fire with his soul power, and pulled it in fiercely. The soul fire burning all over his body was completely drawn into his mouth. Holding on to the thought of certain death, Wang Ming gritted his teeth and swallowed all the soul fire into his stomach. As the soul fire entered his body, Wang Ming immediately closed his mouth tightly. In an instant, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A severe burning pain spread throughout his body, and his face, which still had a hint of color, suddenly turned as pale as paper. Enduring the maddening burning pain within, Wang Ming clenched his teeth, his facial expression twisting in unbearable agony, but he still held on, stabilizing his soul and gradually sinking into his body. As his soul entered his body, waves of burning mist swirled around, and his internal organs and numerous meridians were being scorched by the flames, as if they were about to melt away. The effect of the fire melting pill became evident. During the burning process, the flames began to gradually absorb and merge, but this process was very slow. Many internal organs simply could not withstand such high temperatures and turned to ashes in the flames. This pain made Wang Ming's whole body convulse. Pain. The burning pain drove Wang Ming mad, and he had to endure this pain to operate his soul power desperately to protect his organs, striving for time to merge. The tyrannical soul fire was wreaking havoc. Threads of tiny flames, containing terrifying energy, roamed freely within the body, incinerating anything that obstructed their path into nothingness with the high temperatures they unleashed. After the flames, the melting fire pill erupted with astonishing healing abilities, repairing the burned meridians and internal organs. However, the speed of repair could not keep up with the speed of destruction. At this moment, Wang Ming's body was like a purgatory. The originally dense meridians had twisted into shapes resembling twisted dough, some hanging in midair, others dangling haphazardly, looking extremely terrifying. Wang Ming immediately exerted his soul power, desperately maintaining those burned meridians while protecting the organs that had not yet been scorched away. It was a process of destruction and repair, repair and destruction. The horror of it all, Wang Ming was experiencing firsthand. This process was too long. The soul fire still held a significant advantage. It was like the Grim Reaper, mocking Wang Ming's helplessness. The protective layer formed by the melting fire pill greatly hindered the destruction of the soul fire, but it could not last long. The terror of the soul fire was immense. Once the soul fire detached from its master, it became a thing without an owner. Over time, it would develop a consciousness of its own. Although this consciousness was weak, its instinct for self-preservation endowed this massive soul fire with an extraordinarily strong resistance. Despite being a feeble self-awareness, the powerful nature of the soul fire made its resistance terrifying, causing immense harm to Wang Ming. The melting fire pill continued to exert its power. After the burned meridians were repaired, they gained some resistance to the soul fire. Although this resistance was not very strong, it was no longer easily reduced to ashes like before. Wang Ming marveled at the power of the melting fire pill. He concentrated his energy, mobilizing his soul power to assist the melting fire pill while keenly sensing the existence of this consciousness seed of the soul fire, immediately beginning to mobilize all his soul power to capture the seed. Only by capturing the seed could he completely refine the soul fire. His entire soul power flowed from all directions, starting to search for the seed's presence, but the flames took on various shapes, making it extremely difficult to identify. On top of that, Wang Ming had to desperately suppress the pain caused by the burns throughout his body, making the search even more challenging. Wang Ming gritted his teeth, his whole body twitching uncontrollably. It was a twitching that could not be stopped, an uncontrollable spasm. It was a spasm brought on by extreme pain. The soul power searched his entire body but failed to find the seed, leaving Wang Ming with a headache, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. "Damn it, you little bastard! Come out if you have the guts," Wang Ming cursed furiously. Suddenly, a flicker of flame shot from his abdomen towards the seed, moving quickly. "Damn, it's you!" Wang Ming felt both joy and anger, instantly mobilizing all his soul power to pounce on this flicker. The flicker sensed Wang Ming's soul power and accelerated away. But this was Wang Ming's territory. The soul power rushing in from all directions quickly formed a net, wrapping around the flicker. "You little brat, where do you think you're going?" Wang Ming was overjoyed. After capturing the flame, he immediately mobilized the melting fire pill within him, specifically targeting this flame, and began to merge. In other areas, without the protection of the melting fire pill, a loud pop sounded as it ignited violently. Ugh! Wang Ming's whole body shook, the pain nearly distorting him. "Come on, let's fight to the death." Wang Ming's eyes turned red as he crazily mobilized his soul power to suppress the flicker, while the melting fire pill rapidly dissolved the flame. The flicker sensed the crisis and struggled desperately,
the flames it emitted becoming even more terrifying. The soul fire wrapping around the flicker was like a moth to a flame. In an instant, it was burned to nothingness by the terrifying flames, and the abundant soul power surged forward, firmly wrapping it. The melting fire pill was also extremely powerful. The speed at which it dissolved the flame was rapid, giving Wang Ming immense confidence as he crazily infused more soul power, locking the soul fire seed tightly, while the seed struggled desperately. But as the melting fire pill continued to merge, the intensity of the seed's struggle gradually weakened. Time passed second by second. Wang Ming's body trembled. Especially when viewed from the outside, Wang Ming's entire body was a fiery red, as if it were about to ignite from within, his face covered in cracked marks, the protective layer nearly melted by the flames. At a certain moment, boom! A terrifying flame erupted from his entire body, engulfing him in fire, the flames shooting up to the sky, and the room itself began to burn. Even the house that had existed in molten lava caught fire. Ha ha ha! Wang Ming's laughter echoed amidst the flames, a bit mad, a bit frenzied. I've finally subdued you. You are finally mine. Amidst the laughter, the flames engulfing his body began to quickly recede, contracting, until they were all absorbed into Wang Ming's body. At this moment, Wang Ming's scalp had long been burned away by the flames, his body clad only in a blue-scaled armor, but it had already turned bright red from the heat. Wang Ming's entire body was also scorched red, the skin beneath glowing with fiery red veins. The powerful fire energy began to repair the burned organs, the scorching temperature no longer harming them. On the contrary, the energy of the fire element gently healed the burned wounds. The raging flames became docile. Countless meridians within him felt the abundant energy and became excited, devouring the energy of the flames, revitalizing his body, with cracked bones and burned muscles recovering at an astonishing speed. The outer layer of his skin shed like a snake's, undergoing transformation. A tremendous power filled his entire being. The system's soul power value began to pulse, jumping in a leap. Originally only over 3 million, it surged directly from over 3 million to 5 million, and continued to rise. At the same time, the strength of his reborn body would far exceed that of a soul emperor, even surpassing that of a soul sect. The transformation continued. Time quietly slipped away second by second. Chapter 173. Come, call your master to listen. The spacious room had been ravaged by the terrifying flames, the ceiling long burned through, revealing a sky of crimson, devoid of daylight. Wang Ming's complexion had changed from pale to rosy. The soul fire had been refined. However, Wang Ming had previously fused with powerful demonic energy, causing his soul power to become infected and turn black. With the refinement of the soul fire, the powerful soul fire began to burn the fused demonic energy. The abundant demonic power within him was ablaze. This made Wang Ming appear somewhat eerie at this moment. His entire body was engulfed in black flames, the color of the flames alternating between black and red, as if they were in conflict. The two fought, and Wang Ming benefited. The soul fire burned the demonic energy, causing the energy within the demonic power to be released and absorbed by Wang Ming, while the strong infectious nature of the demonic energy infected the soul fire, releasing its energy to be absorbed by Wang Ming as well. The two were like sworn enemies, incompatible with each other, competing fiercely. 9 million. Wang Ming watched as the energy value on the system continued to rise, his heart filled with joy. Originally, the energy value of the soul fire could only reach a maximum of 8 million, but the domineering soul fire went wild upon encountering the demonic power. The energy released by both sides quickly fed back into Wang Ming's body, increasing his power by another 1,000,000 points. Let the storm come even fiercer, Wang Ming thought to himself. Puff puff puff. At the center of their struggle, the soul fire crackled as it burned the demonic energy. Within his dantian, the two forces were desperately battling, but these two forces had long been refined and could not harm Wang Ming himself. However, Wang Ming's demonic power came from one of the 7 demons, say Xian, and the strength and abundance of the demonic power far surpassed that of the soul fire. After a long struggle, the soul fire gradually fell into a disadvantage, showing signs of collapse. Crack! At that moment, the external energy shield showed signs of shattering. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of intense cracking echoed in his ears as the energy shield outside shattered with a thunderous crash. In an instant, a terrifying wave of molten lava surged towards him, and Wang Ming felt a faint sting on his skin, but that was all. His body, refined by soul fire, had developed a certain resistance to the molten flames. Suddenly, the soul fire within him seemed to sense the presence of the external molten flames and erupted with a terrifying pulling force. Wang Ming was startled. The soul fire wants to absorb the molten flames. The surrounding molten fire was instantly drawn into his body. Ugh! The burning pain returned, as the brutal molten flames penetrated through every pore, invading his body from all directions, all converging towards his dantian. Damn it! The intense pain nearly made Wang Ming faint, but he did not resist. He had long considered absorbing the molten flames. As long as he absorbed the soul fire first, his body's capacity to contain flames would greatly increase, enhancing his survival rate in the hidden city. However, he did not expect to be forced to absorb them in such a passive manner. Fine, since you want it, I'll give it to you, let you enjoy it to the fullest. Wang Ming roared, spreading his arms wide, channeling his soul power to draw on the surrounding molten energy. With a whoosh, the molten flames transformed into two whirlpools, converging towards his arms. The terrifying molten flames burned his arms as they flowed into his body. The rich molten flames gathered together after entering his body, forming a river of lava that flowed towards his dantian. With the support of the molten flames, the soul fire's power surged, as if it had been invigorated, sounding the horn of counterattack. The sizzling sounds grew denser and more excited. Ah! At that moment, a scream echoed from within. Wang Ming's body jolted. Say Xin was still alive? His consciousness immediately sank into his body, and deep in the dantian, he saw that familiar face and that voluptuous figure. At this moment, Say Xin was weakly lying below, looking up at Wang Ming. You're still alive. Wang Ming was taken aback. Years ago, he had used a fusion pill to merge with the demonic essence, and Say Xin had somehow survived until now, which shocked him. Don't kill me, Say Xin pleaded, then crawled up, kneeling before Wang Ming in an extremely tempting posture. As long as you spare me, I am willing to do anything for you. My seductive skills are unparalleled, guaranteed to give you an experience like no other. First tell me, how did you survive? Wang Ming asked, his spirit bone suppressing the fiery desire Say Xin had stirred within him. As long as you cannot completely absorb the demonic essence, I will not die. I will only survive in the form of demonic energy, and with the nourishment of the demonic essence, I will be revived, Say Xin explained. Are you afraid of fire? Wang Ming inquired. Fire is the nemesis of demonic essence. Back then, when the human race and the demon race joined forces against the demonic beasts, they already knew there was lava underground. So in the final battle, they used themselves as bait to trigger the molten flames, exterminating a large number of demonic beasts and slowing down the demonic control over Blue Star, Say Xin said. So your appearance is to restart the control over Blue Star plan? Wang Ming asked. Say Xin lowered her head, not daring to speak. Humph. Wang Ming snorted coldly, waving his hand, and the soul fire roared to life, the burning heat causing Say Xin to emit a painful scream, her voice sharp and her cries ear-piercing. I'll tell you. Unable to withstand the scorching heat, Say Xin pleaded, I'll tell you, our purpose in coming this time is indeed to control Blue Star, and we also have another goal, which is to find the incarnation of the ancient God Emperor. The incarnation of the ancient God Emperor? Wang Ming frowned. Yes, the incarnation of the ancient God Emperor fell into Blue Star, and we came to search for it, Say Xin said eagerly. Wang Ming extinguished the fire. He stared seriously at Say Xin for a while, feeling that this person still had some use, and couldn't just kill her like that. But Say Xin was difficult to control. After pondering for a moment, he asked her, if I let you live, how can I control you? Say Xin replied, soul imprint. Wang Ming nodded, then come here, release your consciousness, and let me plant the imprint. Say Xin dared not resist and obediently crawled over, her rounded jade-like hips swaying enticingly, making it hard for Wang Ming to suppress the rising desire. When she reached in front of Wang Ming, she lifted her head, her pair of watery eyes looking at him pitifully. Humph. Wang Ming was not a creature controlled by his lower body. He reached out his hand and decisively took control of Say Xin's soul, planting his own imprint. From now on, your life is in my hands. I hope you will be obedient and not make me angry. Do you understand? Wang Ming said. Yes. Say Xin replied obediently. Now, call me master so I can hear it.